The Dragon Ball world Earth. The sun is bright with blue skies and white clouds. On the green plain, an ordinary farmer swings his pitchfork, loading the pile of straw onto his pickup truck. The farmer took off his hat, revealing a cigarette dangling from his mouth, preparing to rest before continuing. A strange sound suddenly came from the sky, and then a spherical object he had never seen before streaked across the sky with a red tail. A loud crash. The spherical object fell on a corner of the plain, leaving a deep crater. What? What is that? The farmer exclaimed, a meteor. A UFO. His eyes wide with shock, he quickly got into his pickup truck and drove toward the scene. The farmer muttered, doesn't look like a meteor. What is it? He soon grabbed his shotgun with both hands and cautiously approached the edge of the crater. With a hiss, just as the farmer was stunned, the spherical object suddenly opened a door, and a figure in strange armor with long black hair slowly stepped out. That's right. This person was none other than Sun Wukong's elder brother La Dizzy. With a solemn expression, La Dizzy slowly floated up from the crater and landed right in front of the farmer. The farmer stepped back in fear, quickly chambering a round into his shotgun. Who are you? Upon hearing this, La Dizzy calmly pressed the scouter on his left eye. I'm a piece of trash with a battle power of only 5. After detecting the farmer's battle power, a slight smirk curled on La Dizzy's lips. A battle power of 5 was utterly no threat to him. Don't come closer. He'll shoot. The farmer, holding his shotgun, fired wildly at La Dizzy. Bang! The gunshot rang out, but La Dizzy calmly caught the bullet, pinched it in his hand, and flicked it away, sending the farmer crashing to the ground. What a weak race, La Dizzy muttered disdainfully. Beep, beep. The scouter suddenly emitted a sound, causing his brows to tighten. There is a powerful being ahead, distance 4,880. Is it Kakaluot? La Dizzy leaped into the air and flew off in that direction. Phew. After he left behind a small green hill, a silver-haired, graceful girl sat collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. The girl wiped the bead-like sweat from her forehead with her small hand. Recalling the scene, she felt a lingering fear. He finally left. Luckily, he didn't find me. Damn. It's been 3 years since I transmigrated, and it turns out this is the Dragon Ball world. The girl clenched her fist, a glint of realization in her eyes. Her name was Li Xing, 22 years old. Originally a wage slave on Blue Star who had just graduated from university after being ruthlessly exploited by an unscrupulous boss, she finally collapsed from overwork one late night. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in this strange world, then inexplicably spent 3 more years in high school. Today she finally skipped class to unwind, but unexpectedly witnessed La Dizzy's arrival on Earth. No system, no cheat skills, so much so that she had almost forgotten her identity as a transmigrator. I know Dragon Ball inside out. It's just fighting, screaming, and powering up. Finally understanding the truth of this world, Li Xing became extremely excited. She raised an eyebrow and laughed loudly. Son Wukong Vegeta, are you ready to be eternal second best? She burst out laughing, not holding back at all. A sweet-looking girl laughing wildly on an empty hill. The scene seemed somewhat incongruous. If anyone else were there, they would think Li Xing was crazy. Wait a minute, even if this is the Dragon Ball world, I'm still just an ordinary person. After laughing for a few minutes, Li Xing's overheated head finally cooled down. Indeed. So what if it's the Dragon Ball world? No system, no cheat. How could an ordinary person like her surpass those insane Saiyans? Train hard. Li Xing placed her hands in front of her. Her fair little hands looked dazzling in the sunlight, definitely not the skin of someone who trains. Forget it, just look at Tianjin Fan and Kulin to know the result of ordinary people training. She shook her head and quickly dismissed this idea. Train. In her past life, she worked herself to death for others. She finally transmigrated, and now she has to train. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I will never train in this life. Li Xing shook her head like a rattledrum. With this ordinary body, no matter how hard she trained, she could never catch up to those freaks. Moreover, she didn't want to be as exhausted as in her past life. Sigh. I have the heart to embrace the moon, but no strength to repay the universe. Li Xing sighed. Just as her face was full of worry, suddenly a pleasant voice came from her ear, definitely the most beautiful sound she had ever heard. Ding detected that the host has transmigrated for 1,086 days. The strongest Scion system is now activated. Ding binding the strongest Scion system. Ding detected that the host's battle power is too low. System binding failed. Li Xing was dumbfounded. Is there such a thing as binding failure? 3 years. 3 years. I've waited 3 whole years. Do you know how I've been these 3 years? System, damn system, are you kidding me? She ground her teeth, wishing she could kill the damn system. Even the system was speechless in the face of her questioning. As early as when Li Xing first transmigrated into the Dragon Ball world, it had already existed, but at that time it was still sleeping and unable to send messages to Li Xing. Now it has awakened, but there is a necessary condition to formally activate the system: battle power greater than 5. In other words, at least the battle power of an ordinary adult is needed to activate the system. At present, Li Xing is also an adult in this world. The system never expected that after 3 years, she was still inferior to a battle power of 5. 3 years. 3 years. This system has waited 3 whole years. Do you know how I've been these 3 years? Please stay calm, host. When your battle power reaches 5 or above, the system will attempt to bind again. What? Battle power above 5? You mean I can't even beat that farmer just now? Li Xing's pretty face instantly darkened. Yes, host indeed cannot beat him. Stop. Shut up. Battle power of 5, right. Just wait. Before the system could finish, Li Xing directly interrupted it, then rolled up her sleeves, revealing her slender arms. Li Xing plopped onto the ground, crystal beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. And why? She had just done 10 push-ups. Too weak. That was Li Xing's self-assessment in her mind. But then again, she was even worse than a total pushover right now. System, try rebinding quickly. After a short rest, she dusted off her hands and eagerly asked in her mind. Sigh. Instead of the system's pleasant chime, a sigh and ensuing silence answered her. Even the system was speechless now. Sure, it was a Dragon Ball world, but did you think raising battle power was as easy as buying cabbages? A few push-ups and you expect to become a power level 5. It's broad daylight now. Go wash up and sleep it off. Hey, why the sigh? Bind me now, old lady. Li Xing's eyes widened with impatience. She thought 10 push-ups no more. If it required more, whoever wanted to train could go train themselves. After all, as an ordinary person, even if she died, Son Goku and his friends would revive her. Ding, strongest Saiyan system binding. Ding, detected host battle power too low, binding failed. Unable to resist her persistence, the system reluctantly tried rebinding, and as expected, the same result. You thy? Li Xing's face reddened as she burst into a string of curses. Whoever wants to train can train. I'm going to school. She stood up and turned to leave without looking back. What a lousy system with so many demands. If it really bound successfully, wouldn't it give her daily missions, forcing her to train? As she thought this, Li Xing abandoned any idea of training. Just then a series of chimes rang in her ear. Ding, detected host's passive and slacker attitude. The strongest slacker Saiyan system has been activated. Ding, strongest slacker Saiyan system binding. Ding, binding successful. It bound successfully. Hearing the continuous chimes, Li Xing froze momentarily. It seemed the system had changed. But when images of Dragon Ball fighting flashed through her mind, she immediately decided to ignore it. Hell, late system isn't even worth a dog's attention. Without a second thought, she spat to the side and quickened her pace, not even listening to the system's name. Ding. Congratulations, host has received a newcomer gift pack. Open it. The voice in her mind continued sounding different from the earlier system. Li Xing remained silent. She couldn't even be bothered to reply, no, fearing the system would pretend to be deaf and open it anyway. After the 10 push-ups, she had finally understood work requires grinding, training requires grinding. What was she thinking, trying to compete with protagonists in grinding? Whatever your gift pack, I'm going to school. Ding. Reply timeout, opening newcomer gift pack for host. Congratulations, host has obtained Saiyan Bloodline Senzu Bean X1 personal attribute panel activated for host. Reply timeout. She was dumbfounded. She hadn't even said a word. Where did the system hear a reply? And it had defaulted to opening. A stingy system treating me like a beggar. Even so, Li Xing's stubborn nature wouldn't change her slacker resolve. She walked away toward school. She didn't notice that behind her something that wasn't originally hers was quietly growing. Meanwhile, it came house. With your unawakened battle power, you're no match for Big Brother. Farewell. I look forward to tomorrow. Ha ha ha. Raditz held Son Gohan in one hand and laughed as he left came house. Gohan. Son Goku lay on the ground in pain, having taken a solid kick. With his current battle power, he was no match for Raditz. Master Rashi, Bulma, and Krillin rushed over to comfort him. Flying Nimbus. Son Goku struggled to his feet, furious that his son had been taken, ready to fight Raditz to the death. Wait, it's too reckless. Don't be impulsive. No way, you'll be killed. Yeah, your brother is just too strong. Everyone quickly tried to stop him, helping Goku sit by came house. Tail. If you grab his tail firmly, he should become weak, just like I used to be. After a brief thought, Goku stood up. He had devised a plan to counter Raditz. But can you actually grab that guy's tail? Krillin expressed worry, clearly not believing that Goku could defeat Raditz with such a power gap. Of course you can't do it alone. Suddenly Piccolo's voice interrupted the conversation. Meanwhile, let me down. Let me down. Son Gohan struggled in Raditz's grip as they flew through the sky, but it was useless. Beep beep. Just as Raditz locked Gohan in his space, Pod the scouter on his face suddenly beeped. Strange and alert signal. Raditz narrowed his eyes in surprise. Battle power 710. Very close. He quickly looked around, searching for the source of the anomaly. Distance 2857. Who could it be? Glancing at Gohan still struggling in the pod, Raditz frowned and quickly locked onto the battle power's location. He squinted, then leaped toward that direction. Soon he arrived in front of a city university. Beep beep. Battle power 800. Raditz's eyes widened. In just a short time the power had increased by nearly 100. No, it's still rising. 801. 802. 803. As the numbers climbed, fear started to spread across Raditz's face. Excuse me, if you want to enter the school, please show your student ID. At that moment, a security guard came out of the school's gatehouse, seeing this strangely dressed man standing at the entrance for a long time with an unpredictable expression. This made the guard think he was sick. If not for Raditz's intimidating size, he would have chased him away already. Student ID. Hearing the guard's words, Raditz's eyes hardened as he looked toward the school. He gathered energy in his palm and raised it abruptly. Whoever you are, come out. Boom. A powerful shockwave radiated from him, collapsing the buildings of the entire city. Thick smoke rose, and the guard in front of him turned to ash under the impact. Ouch! Inside a classroom, Li Xing, who was attending class, suddenly felt a violent tremor. She was thrown off balance and crashed heavily into the rubble. After a while, the dust gradually settled. Cough! Cough! Li Xing stood up in the ruins, holding her chest, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her eyes were hollow, dazed, and angry. Damn, this is only the 3rd chapter, and I'm about to die already. Li Xing gazed at the city reduced to ruins around her, unable to resist cursing under her breath, yet a profound sense of helplessness weighed on her heart. That's not right. Aside from Nappa, none of the other Scions had destroyed any cities when they came to Earth. Had the Dragon Ball storyline gone astray? Li Xing furrowed her brow, her mind frantically sifting through fragments of memory. Hey, you the one still alive? Suddenly a voice from afar interrupted her thoughts, startling Li Xing so much that her delicate frame trembled as she hastily snapped back to reality. You? Who are you? Li Xing inquired, feigning panic. Before her stood Raditz, his arms crossed over his chest. At that moment, Raditz gazed at her with undisguised contempt. His earlier destruction of the city had merely been a means to locate the source of formidable power. Now, with only Li Xing remaining alive in the entire city, the scouter before him continued to emit persistent beeps, its meaning unmistakable. The source of battle power was none other than the young girl who had survived. A woman of all things. Though Raditz outwardly exuded disdain, inwardly he was shaken. He had never imagined Earth harbored such a potent warrior, and a woman at that. You scum of Earth, you're not worthy of knowing this lord's name. He halted mid-sentence, his gaze suddenly locking onto Li Xing, his eyes brimming with incredulity. Go on. Why did you stop? Finish your sentence and put me out of my misery. As Raditz stood rooted to the spot staring at her with burning intensity, Li Xing's panic surged. Boss, you don't have some weird fetish, do you? I'd rather die than let you have your way. She silently lamented, remaining vigilant and ready to bite off her tongue at any moment. Yet Raditz paid her no mind. His next words left Li Xing utterly dumbfounded. You're a Scion. What? Li Xing stood frozen in place. What the hell? My outfit, my appearance, they're utterly ordinary. How on earth did he figure out I'm a Scion? Her beautiful eyes widened as she stared at Raditz in sheer astonishment. Definitely a Scion. Excellent. There's still a female Scion alive among our race. Raditz was overcome with excitement, his eyes reddening, a testament to his genuine elation. Li Xing watched him utterly speechless. Since when had she become a Scion? Just as she was about to retort, the scouter before Raditz flickered a few times. Hey Raditz, is there really a female Scion still alive? On the other end, Nappa's voice came through the scouter. Ever since Raditz had landed on Earth, he and Vegeta had been fully aware of every event unfolding through their scouters. His disbelief was evident. He couldn't fathom that another Scion, and a female one at that, had survived. Yes. There really is a female Scion alive right in front of me. Raditz was so ecstatic that his voice trembled. Oh, heaven truly favors our Scion race. Raditz, I don't care how you do it. Keep that female Scion safe. Vegeta could no longer contain himself. His commanding voice echoed through the scouter into Raditz's ears. Yes, Prince Vegeta. Leave it to me. But, after agreeing to protect Li Xing, Raditz hesitated before adding, what about Kakarot? If Kakarot won't join us, kill him. He's just a low-class warrior. If that female Scion dies, you'll vanish from this world. Vegeta's impatient voice rang out, followed by 2 beeps from the scouter before it fell silent. Phew. Raditz let out a heavy sigh, then turned his gaze to Li Xing. Tell me, who are you? Why do you carry Scion blood? Me? I'm not a Scion. Li Xing shrugged, helplessly convinced Raditz was spouting nonsense. You're lying. That tail behind you is the hallmark of our Scion lineage. Raditz pointed behind her. Tail, eh? Li Xing spun around abruptly, and sure enough, a brown tail protruded from her rear, swaying gently. Wait. This tail? Her pupils contracted sharply as she recalled the rogue system bound to her had granted her Scion blood. Don't talk nonsense. That tail isn't whatever mark you're talking about. She hastily denied it, having finally decided to take it easy. The last thing Li Xing wanted was to get entangled in the protagonist's storyline. I'm still trying to deny it. Do you think I can't see it? Raditz sneered, his gaze fixed intently on the tail behind Li Xing. Then go ahead and yank it off. Li Xing retorted bluntly. You? Raditz was momentarily at a loss for words. He could indeed tear off Li Xing's tail, but she was the only surviving female Scion, and Prince Vegeta had just ordered him to protect her. If anything happened to this female Scion, Vegeta would surely kill him without hesitation. Beep, beep. Just as Raditz was at a loss, the scouter by his ears sounded again. Battle power 864. He'll deal with you later. Raditz's eyes narrowed, a glint of murderous intent flashing across them before he swiftly departed. The anomaly detected by the scouter came from Son Goku and Piccolo approaching his spaceship. Before leaving, he also took a moment to check Li Xing's battle power. In Raditz's understanding, no one else on Earth could harm her, so he felt confident enough to leave. Phew. After he left, Li Xing quietly breathed a sigh of relief. This bizarre situation had finally come to an end. System, are you there? Li Xing tentatively inquired in her mind. Having been inexplicably dragged into the protagonist's storyline, her tone carried a hint of reproach. Host, you're finally awake. A voice echoed in her mind. It was the system bound to her. What do you mean finally awake? Hurry up and explain what use you are. Li Xing said irritably. The entire city had been destroyed by Raditz, and her home in this world was gone. Now she was utterly isolated. The system bound to the host is called the Ultimate Slacker Scion system. As its name suggests, the host does not need to cultivate, battle power will increase automatically. However, the first part of the explanation flowed smoothly, but then the system began to hesitate. However, what? Li Xing frowned, puzzled about what the system was trying to say. The system will periodically issue tasks. If the host fails to complete them, a certain amount of battle power will be deducted. Oh, a budget system, huh? Hearing this, Li Xing finally understood the system's purpose. She pouted, clearly displeased with the prospect of having battle power deducted. A budget system is a budget system. Oh well, at least my combat power will grow without training. After a lengthy internal struggle, Li Xing finally came to terms with this system. Open my personal status panel. Li Xing murmured inwardly, and then felt a surge of information flooding into her mind. Name Li Xing, gender female, age 17, Dragon Ball world, height 175 centimeters, race Scion, skills none, items Senzu Bean X1, combat power 9021 minute. 1 per minute means 1440 a day, 4320 a month, 525600 a year. Li Xing muttered. At this rate, she would need over a year to defeat Frisia's first form, 53000. As for Frisia's final form, she would have to lie low for at least 200 or 300 years. Better than nothing. If there's nothing else, I'm going to sleep. Li Xing stretched lazily, but when she turned and saw the ruins around her, the corner of her mouth twitched involuntarily. This is forcing me to get involved in the plot. Li Xing smiled wryly. She wanted to complain, but now that she had a golden finger, it would be unreasonable not to participate in the story. Ding. Detected that Raditz has arrived on Earth. The Dragon Ball Z arc has officially begun. Current quest issued: defeat Raditz with your own hands. Quest reward: adjustable gravity battle suit X1, Senzu Beans X10. Failure penalty: combat power will no longer auto-increase for 30 days. Time limit none. How straightforward and brutal. Hearing the system issue the quest, Li Xing couldn't help but sigh, yet she was also filled with anticipation. She sighed because she couldn't escape her fate of being dragged into the plot and anticipated making all the protagonists forever second best. Forget it. They should be fighting by now. They'll go find a spot to watch first. After thinking it through, Li Xing headed toward the location from the original story where Raditz was battling Goku and Piccolo. As for why she didn't fly, it wasn't because she didn't want to. Although her combat power was over 900 AU, she still didn't know how to use ki. I've been completely fooled by this damn system. It gives me combat power, but not how to use it. After a dozen minutes, Li Xing plopped down on a pile of city ruins, wiped the sweat from her brow, and cursed loudly. She had been walking for so long that she hadn't even left the city. At this rate, Raditz would be dead long before she arrived to watch. Ding. Detected the host's reasonable request. The reward for this quest has been changed to Key Mastery. You may now experience it in advance for 6000. The sudden system notification was accompanied by a strange white light that surged into Li Xing's body, instantly revitalizing her from her earlier complaints. I didn't expect this system to be so user-friendly. Now I can make it in time. Li Xing was overjoyed. As for the reward being changed, she didn't care at all. After all, since her combat power could increase automatically, who would bother wearing a gravity-adjusting battle suit? She closed her eyes tightly, focusing all her energy on her feet. In an instant, she felt her feet leave the ground, and her entire body floated up. Haha, I can fly after all. Li Xing laughed. After getting used to it for a moment, she sped off toward the battlefield. Meanwhile, the three combatants on the battlefield were reaching a fever pitch. Piccolo, with one arm severed, had a golden light glowing from his fingertip. Combat power 1330. Just as Raditz was about to finish off Goku, Piccolo's sharply rising power level made his jaw drop. Concentrating all his combat power into his fingertip. Damn, these guys can control their power freely. Raditz gritted his teeth, clearly caught off guard by this development. Take this. Special beam cannon. Piccolo, having finished charging, didn't hesitate. He pointed his finger, and a golden spiral beam shot toward Raditz. Boom. The beam streaked across, ultimately slamming into a mountain peak. The mountain collapsed, sending thick smoke billowing everywhere. He dodged it. As the smoke cleared, seeing Raditz standing there with only one shoulder guard shattered, Piccolo broke out in a cold sweat. Looks like it'll be a while longer. Not far from the battlefield, Li Xing stole a glance at the group, a calm expression on her face. System, what's my current combat power? She was still hesitating whether to wait a bit longer or go help directly. Host's current combat power, 982. Still not over 1,000 after all this time. Li Xing frowned. Raditz was basically unharmed for now. Oh, if she went over, she would surely lose. Forget it'll wait a little longer. She shook her head and continued to spy on the battlefield, planning to step in after Gohan's headbutt. Boom. After a while, just as Raditz was feeling confident of victory, Gohan crashed through his space pod. What? Raditz's heart skipped a beat as he looked at the little brat before him. Quick, run, Gohan. Run. Goku, lying on the ground, struggled to shout. But Gohan seemed not to hear him, staring at Raditz with tears in his eyes. His childlike frame brimmed with terrifying power. Combat Power 1307. Reading the scouter's reading, Raditz staggered back in shock. Don't you dare bully my dad. Gohan roared and charged at Raditz like a golden flash. Bang. Raditz's chest armor shattered as Gohan's headbutt struck him square in the chest. Raditz stumbled back several steps before unsteadily stopping. You little brat. He clutched his chest, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, and strode angrily toward Gohan. But Gohan had lost that burst of power after the headbutt and was now leaning against Goku. Gohan, run. As Raditz approached, Goku shouted. His power level is only 1 now. Raditz gritted his teeth as he stood before them. His power fluctuates with his emotions. TCH. Raditz swung his arm ready to send Gohan flying. Bang. A sound rang out, but the expected scene didn't happen. Instead, a pale, delicate hand grabbed his wrist from the side. Who goes there? Raditz's pupils contracted. Besides Piccolo and Gohan, was there another hidden powerhouse? He looked up, and before his eyes was a stunningly beautiful woman, her silver hair dancing lightly in the wind, exuding an air of nobility. SSO beautiful. Raditz froze for a second, blurting out involuntarily. Moi. Li Xing raised an eyebrow. To be ogling her at a time like this. It seemed today's system quest was a must. Bang. Li Xing's whip-like kick struck Raditz's waist, sending him flying into a nearby mountain peak. So strong. Goku and Piccolo, lying on the ground, gaped in utter shock at the sudden appearance of Li Xing. It was hard to believe that the powerhouse who could send Raditz flying with a single kick was a woman. Hey Goku, watch out. She's a Saiyan too. Piccolo shouted from a distance, having already discerned Li Xing's identity. There was no mistaking it. Her telltale tail was far too conspicuous. What? Goku struggled to his feet, grabbed Gohan, and swiftly retreated to Piccolo's side. Who are you? Why did you save Gohan? Goku asked, eyeing Li Xing with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. Although Li Xing was also a Saiyan, her act of saving Gohan had somewhat eased Goku's wariness. My name is Li Xing. As you can see, I'm a Saiyan too. As for why I saved your son, it was merely a trivial gesture. Li Xing spoke lightly, but inwardly she sighed. She had inadvertently altered the protagonist's fate, and she wondered what unforeseen changes might now unfold. Crack. Li Xing, is it? You're courting death. Before they could exchange more words, Raditz returned to the battlefield, his armor battered and his appearance disheveled. Battle power. 1024. It's grown this fast. Raditz's eyes, fixed on Li Xing through his scouter, were filled with caution and a storm of shock. He distinctly remembered that female Scion's battle power was just over 800 when he left. How had it surpassed 1,000 so quickly? Could she be an elite warrior too? Raditz's heart trembled and his expression grew even more grim. Though his own battle power was 1,500 after being caught off guard by Gohan's headbutt and Li Xing's kick, he could barely muster 1,200 at best. You're a Scion too. Why help them? Raditz's voice was icy, dripping with murderous intent. What do you mean? I'm a Scion, but aren't they Scions as well? Li Xing pointed at Goku and his son, retorting matter-of-factly. They're low-class warriors. Why would you side with them? Raditz roared, his fists clenched. It was clear that had he not feared Vegeta's orders, he would have lunged at Li Xing without hesitation. Does being a low-class warrior mean they're not warriors at all? If you want to fight, then fight. Spare me the chatter. Li Xing frowned, outwardly unafraid of Raditz's threats, though inwardly she was wryly amused. Before saving Gohan, she had checked her battle power through the system, barely over 1,000. While she might not defeat an injured Raditz alone, with Goku and Piccolo's help it should be enough. The system only required her to defeat him personally, it didn't forbid teamwork. As long as she landed the final blow, it would suffice. A faint smile curled at the corner of her lips. Raditz, seeing this from a distance, grew even angrier, mistaking her smile for mockery. Even if I can't kill you, I'll teach you a lesson today. With a cold snort, he stomped forward, kicking up a sandstorm that engulfed the area. Leaping into the air, he delivered a vicious side kick aimed directly at Li Xing. Oh, you're serious? Li Xing's eyes flickered as she raised an arm to block. Bang! She staggered back a few steps, having parried Raditz's attack. That hurt. Glancing at her reddened arm, she cursed under her breath. Her battle power was still insufficient. If not for Raditz's injuries, she would have been no match for him. Li Xing turned her head to glance at Goku and Piccolo, who were still watching, and a slight smirk tugged at her lips. You asked for this. Hey, what are you staring at? Get over here and help. She shouted at them. The next second, she kicked off the ground and lunged at Raditz. Raditz's face twisted into a snarl as he saw her charge. He resolved to eliminate this female Scion, Li Xing, even if it meant defying Vegeta's orders. Otherwise, he would surely fall to her eventually. Huh. Raditz roared, blocking her attack, and then grabbing her kicking leg, hurling her away. Piccolo now. Use that move. Seeing Li Xing struggling alone, Goku shouted and rushed into the fray. The three soon fell into a chaotic battle. Li Xing and Goku, working together, barely managed to match Raditz. The main reason was Li Xing's lack of mastery over combat techniques and key control, otherwise they would have gained the upper hand. If you don't need to tell me that. Piccolo, watching the back and forth, began charging his special beam cannon once more. Go Dad. Go pretty Auntie. Gohan clung to Piccolo's leg, whispering his cheers. Auntie. Hearing that, Li Xing nearly spat blood. In this world, she was supposedly only 17. How dare he call me Auntie? He'll deal with you later, you little brat. Li Xing silently marked Gohan's words in her mind. Bang. Caught off guard, she took a solid hit from Raditz and was sent flying. Goku seized the opportunity to grab Raditz from behind. Piccolo now. He shouted. After the fight, he realized that despite Li Xing's considerable strength, she was still no match for Raditz. Their only hope of killing him lay in Piccolo's attack. Let go of me, Kakarot. Idiot, you're trapped with me. Raditz struggled, but couldn't shake off Goku, and he roared in fury. Hell, well, die together. Goku sneered, refusing to let go. Goku, I won't hold back. Taking you down with him suits me just fine. Piccolo, understanding Goku's intent, smiled and focused on charging his special beam cannon. Sorry to keep you waiting. Are you ready? Soon golden light flickered at Piccolo's fingertips, signaling that his finishing move was ready. Wait. Li Xing, rushing back to the battlefield, shouted in alarm. Her expression shifted violently. She hadn't expected that even this couldn't change the course of events. Take this. Special beam cannon. In the heat of battle, Piccolo didn't hear her. A golden spiral beam shot straight toward Goku and Raditz. Wait. Realizing death was imminent, Raditz panicked, struggling in desperation. Whoosh. Gazing at the irreversible scene before him, Li Xing also pointed a finger, and a faint white light shot toward Raditz's body. Aunt. Raditz and son Goku cried out simultaneously, their bodies pierced by Piccolo's attack. You beast. Raditz roared in indignation, unable to comprehend how he had fallen to such a state, slain by the scum of earth. And why had Li Xing, this female scion, aided Kakarot and the others? Thud. The bodies of son Goku and Raditz collapsed limply to the ground, their deaths inevitable. Dad. Witnessing the silent battlefield, son Gohan rushed to son Goku's side. Huff. Huff. Piccolo stood there panting heavily. That last technique had nearly drained all his strength. Li Xing, like an observer, quietly watched Raditz lying on the ground. She had also launched that strike, though she wondered if she had secured the kill. Damn. Never thought I'd default to you. That Kakarot actually sacrificed his own life. Raditz's eyes grew dim, his final thoughts before death. Son Goku will be revived soon. Piccolo approached Raditz and disdainfully revealed the secret of the Dragon Balls. There's something wonderful on this planet called the Dragon Balls. If you make a wish to them, any wish can come true. Bringing the dead back to life is no exception. 1 year. 1 year later. Enjoy your brief joy. You are nothing but ants. Having learned of the Dragon Balls, Raditz spoke with resentment, knowing all that happened here had reached Vegeta's ears. Alas, he would not witness Vegeta's destruction of Earth. After uttering these words, Piccolo completely extinguished his life force. Whoosh. The sound of a flying vehicle echoed. Li Xing looked up to the sky, spotting the group from Kame House arriving. Raditz is dead. On the other side, Nappa and Vegeta also received the news, yet they showed little surprise. What a disgrace. Killed by those with power levels barely over 1,000. Vegeta snorted disdainfully, showing no interest in such a failure. What now? Head to that planet after finishing here. Nappa sought Vegeta's opinion. Of course, the Dragon Balls seem capable of granting any wish. And that female scion appears to be an elite warrior as well. A smirk curled at the corner of Vegeta's lips. What? A surviving scion. As Kami took Son Goku's body away, the group's attention shifted to Li Xing. Yes, before Planet Vegeta's explosion, my parents sent me to Earth. Li Xing explained her origins, sneaking glances at Bulma. Ever since Raditz destroyed her school city, her clothes had been tattered, not to mention the recent battle. First latch onto the wealthy woman. Li Xing schemed inwardly. With such formidable strength, why didn't you participate in the previous World Martial Arts Tournament? Krillin asked curiously. Given Li Xing's power, she should have been renowned long ago, yet she was absent from the tournament. I'm still in school. Can fighting prowess put food on the table? Li Xing shrugged, replying earnestly. Huh. You're still a student. Bulma stared in astonishment. A scion sent to Earth for schooling. How incredible was that? Of course. You can check my records if you don't believe me. Li Xing nodded firmly. As a qualified time traveler, her background from childhood was verifiable. A born warrior wasting time on education. Piccolo snorted disdainfully from afar. Having witnessed the scion's immense power, he grew dissatisfied with his own strength. Hearing Raditz's dying words about 2 stronger scions arriving in a year only steeled his resolve to train. Then, will you join the battle in a year? Bulma looked at Li Xing. As a fellow woman, she already held a favorable impression of Li Xing and her scion bloodline, and considerable strength left Bulma without animosity. In a year. Li Xing paused. Her city had been destroyed by Raditz, leaving her homeless. She didn't know how to answer. If I'm free, then I'll show up. After a long moment, she finally uttered an ambiguous reply. That's wonderful. By the way, which city do you live in? Will you go back to school? Hearing Li Xing's answer, Bulma's chatterbox opened wide as she eagerly questioned her. I live in the east, but it's been destroyed by Raditz now. Li Xing replied, awkwardly, inwardly screaming. Take me away. Rich woman, take me away quickly. What? Raditz destroyed the East. What a bastard. Bulma clenched her fists in fury. Truly an evil scion, but at least he was slain by them. In that case, why not come back to West City with me? It's more prosperous than the East, and you can continue your studies there. Finally, Li Xing received Bulma's sincere invitation. I'd be grateful for your trouble. Li Xing feigned a demure demeanor, but inwardly she was ecstatic, finally latching onto the wealthy woman. No trouble at all. You're so beautiful, ooh, I bet countless people will chase after you in West City. Bulma cheerfully patted Li Xing's shoulder. This came from the heart. Li Xing's appearance was flawless, even making Bulma, one of Dragon Ball's leading ladies, feel somewhat inferior. You'd better find the Dragon Balls. Because even Kami can't revive people directly. But I'm taking Son Goku's son with me. As Li Xing and Bulma chatted, Piccolo grew impatient and spoke up, casting a glance at Li Xing's reaction. What do you want? Hearing Piccolo's words, Li Xing acted as if she hadn't heard, but Bulma grew tense. That brat Son Gohan with some training can become a powerful warrior. When the two Scions attack Earth in a year, he'll be useful. Due to Li Xing's silence, Piccolo took young Gohan away against all objections while the others embarked on their journey home. As Li Xing chatted idly with the group, the system prompt arrived belatedly. Splendid, it seemed she had snatched the kill. She secretly rejoiced. The white beam she had casually fired managed to steal the kill from Piccolo's special beam cannon, which was an immense encouragement for someone participating in battle for the first time. Li Xing, can you defeat Piccolo? Bulma, piloting the aircraft, suddenly glanced at Li Xing and asked. Yes, Li Xing replied with absolute certainty. After the recent battle, she had clearly become familiar with many combat techniques. As long as Piccolo couldn't use the special beam cannon, she was fully confident she could defeat him. Moreover, in an unknown situation, how could she possibly give him enough time to charge his attack? Then why didn't you save Gohan? Krillin muttered in complaint. Save him? Li Xing frowned and continued. Didn't Piccolo say he was taking him away to train him? Why should I stop him? Besides, what he said is true. That kid will become a powerful warrior. Though Li Xing's words were harsh, they weren't without reason. Hearing this, Krillin fell silent. The two Scions arriving in a year might be incredibly strong, so having an extra ally was always beneficial. Moreover, if Piccolo truly wanted young Gohan dead, he would have acted long ago. Alright. For now, I'm most worried about Shishi. Bulma interjected, deftly changing the subject. Time flew by, and nearly a year had passed. During this year, aside from those training, Li Xing had successfully integrated into Bulma's household. Beep. A battle power of 530. Bulma, wearing the improved scouter, stared at Li Xing in utter shock. Over the past year, Li Xing had lived and eaten at her home, spending her days reading books or playing games without ever showing any intent to train. Yet her battle power kept rising, constantly forcing Bulma to repeatedly upgrade the scouter's detection limits for her. Haha, what about now? Seeing Bulma's astonished expression, a smile curled at the corner of Li Xing's lips. With a mere thought, she prompted Bulma to check again. Beep. Battle power 5. Oh, you're teasing me again. Having instantly become a weakling of 5, it was clear that Li Xing had fully mastered the control of her ki. Bulma feigned anger, raising her hand to flick Li Xing's forehead. Hey. Li Xing dodged effortlessly, saying with a smile, how would I dare? You're my big sister, Bulma. Over the year, the two had grown very close. Especially after learning that Li Xing's family in this world had perished with the eastern region at Raditz's hands, Bulma had come to treat Li Xing like her own sister. So are you confident about defeating those two Scions now? Bulma asked seriously, her face filled with tension. Li Xing nodded firmly, her gaze resolute. She was now comparable to Frieza's first form, and Vegeta, even in his great ape form, was no match for her. With you here, I feel relieved. Bulma let out a long sigh as she sat down on the sofa. After improving the scouter, she had not only tested Li Xing, but also the others. Their battle powers barely exceeded 1,000, while Li Xing, like an anomaly, far surpassed them all. The Dragon Balls are gathered. We're going to Kame House to revive Goku. Will you come? After a brief silence, Bulma asked. Of course. Li Xing answered without hesitation. Goku was about to be revived, which meant Vegeta and Nappa would soon arrive. Good, but are you going dressed like that? Bulma glanced at Li Xing's clothes and shook her head. Li Xing's clothes were all bought by Bulma. It was summer, and her white t-shirt paired with blue jeans accentuated her curvaceous figure, making her look vibrant and youthful. However, while it looked good, it was impractical. Such attire was hardly suitable for battle. Li Xing frowned, looking at her own outfit. Over the past year, she had immersed herself in the life of an ordinary person, neglecting the upcoming battle. Wear this. Bulma produced a battle suit from somewhere and handed it to her. It looked somewhat similar to the gear Raditz had worn when he came to Earth. What's this? Li Xing blinked, taking the suit and examining it closely. Indeed, it was very similar to the armor Raditz had worn, though slightly modified to fit a female frame better. Hurry up and try it on. I had it custom-made just for you. Seeing Li Xing standing there frozen, Bulma urged her eyes sparkling with anticipation. All right, thank you, Sister Bulma. Li Xing bit her lip, feeling Bulma's care, and a hint of warmth stung at the tip of her nose. In this world, she had come to experience the warmth of a family. Come forth, Shinron. Soon, aside from those still training, everyone gathered at Kame House. After Master Roshi spoke these words, the ordinary Dragon Balls began to glow with a golden light. At the same time, dark clouds descended, and the world gradually turned from day to night. A green dragon over 100 meters long hovered in the sky, its whiskers fluttering as it exuded a majestic aura. So this was Shenron. Lixing looked up at the colossal creature high above, a sense of awe welling up within her. She had seen Shenron in the manga before, but that could never compare to this. Experiencing it firsthand now filled her heart with immense excitement. Please revive Son Goku, Master Roshi said solemnly, making his wish to Shenron. That's simple, Shenron replied, and its enormous eyes glowed with a red hue. Boom. A thunderous roar echoed across the sky and golden lightning flashed. Was Son Goku finally about to be revived? On the other side, Piccolo looked at the darkened sky, murmuring to himself. Did this mean the Saiyans were arriving earlier than expected? At this thought, Piccolo's expression grew even more grim. On North Kai's planet, the halo above Son Goku's head slowly faded. He had officially been revived. Excellent, the halo is gone. He's revived, North Kai said with slight excitement. In just 1 year, Son Goku, with his unwavering optimism and rapidly improving strength, had won his favor. Great. Son Goku clenched his fists, unable to hide his joy. During his time in the afterlife, though he had grown significantly, he hadn't faced a strong enemy in actual combat, leaving him eagerly anticipating the upcoming battle. The next day, at 11:43 a.m., Vegeta and Nappa finally arrived on Earth. Boom. After 2 muffled explosions, their space pods landed on the ruins in the eastern region. As for why it was ruins, this area had been destroyed when Raditz came searching for Li Xing. The people on Earth had used the Dragon Balls only to revive Son Goku, leaving the dead in the eastern city forgotten. When Nappa and Vegeta stepped out of their pods, all the Z fighters who were training sensed their immense power. They're finally here, the Saiyans. Piccolo broke out in a cold sweat. Even from such a distance, the sheer intensity of their energy made his heart tremble. Such strong ki, Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan, who had been training under Piccolo, stood beside him, his expression grave. Compared to a year ago, he had shed his childish look and grown taller. Facing the impending battle, all the Z fighters stood on high alert. So this is Earth. Vegeta frowned in disdain as he looked at the ruined city. TCH, not a single soul around. Nappa spat to the side in disgust. Looks like we'll have to say hello to the air. With that, Nappa gathered energy in his palm, then raised 2 fingers sharply upward. Boom. A tremendous roar echoed, and the explosive force was so powerful that even the distant Z fighters could clearly sense it. The thick smoke from the explosion lingered for a long time. Although Raditz had previously destroyed the eastern city, remnants of various buildings could still be seen. But now under Nappa's attack, the entire eastern city was leveled flat, leaving no trace of its existence. Haha, wasn't that greeting a bit too much? Nappa and Vegeta hovered in the air, laughing heartily. That's enough, Nappa. Vegeta crossed his arms, casting a cold glance at Nappa, and continued to scold him. What if the Dragon Balls were nearby? Our wish for immortality would be ruined. All because of your pointless greeting. Hearing this, Nappa quickly bowed his head and apologized. Forget it, let's not dwell on the past. Anyway, first find the one with the highest battle power, and that female Saiyan. Vegeta didn't press the matter further and ordered Nappa. Nappa wasted no time. With the help of the scouter, the two headed straight for Piccolo and Son Gohan's location. The cause of this major earthquake is still unknown, with the epicenter in the eastern. At Kame House, Li Xing and Bulma were also there watching the news broadcast with the others. Seeing Vegeta and Nappa wreaking havoc right after landing, they wanted to help, but the gap in strength was clear and they were powerless. Ding detected that Vegeta is on Earth. Current mission: defeat Vegeta with your own hands. Mission reward: permanent doubling of combat power growth rate. Failure penalty: no automatic combat power growth for 30 days. Time limit: none. I'm going. Hearing the voice in her mind, Li Xing stood up from the sofa, stretched, and prepared to set off. Given her current strength, she had sensed Vegeta and Nappa's pods entering the atmosphere long ago. She had waited only for the system to issue the mission. In her eyes, want free labor. Sorry, no way. Be careful. Despite knowing Li Xing's terrifying combat power, Bulma couldn't help but remind her. Li Xing nodded slightly, then stepped out of Kame House, transforming into a streak of light that shot across the sky toward the battlefield. At the battlefield, Vegeta and Nappa had already arrived before the group. They're there. 3 of them, 1 extra. Seems they're all quite skilled. The 2 hovered in midair, with Nappa looking down at Piccolo, Son Gohan, and Krillin. Looks like they were prepared. No, someone's missing. Vegeta scanned the surroundings, but didn't see Li Xing, and his brow furrowed. Haha, that female Saiyan isn't here. Could she be hiding out of fear? Nappa laughed arrogantly, showing no respect for the female Saiyan. If she's hiding out of fear, then she's not worth existing, Vegeta said coldly. As a Saiyan retreating without a fight was an insult to Saiyan blood. As they spoke, they slowly descended before Piccolo and the others. After some pre-battle negotiations, Piccolo and Kami learned their true identity: Namekians. To be cautious, Vegeta ordered Nappa to remove his scouter, avoiding a repeat of Raditz's mistake. Alright, let's see what they're made of. Nappa, we should still have 6 Cybermen. Bring them out. Vegeta crossed his arms, looking as if he was ready to enjoy a show. Vegeta, you're in a good mood. Indeed, we have 6. The soil here is perfect for growing Cybermen, Nappa said as he followed Vegeta's orders and planted the Cybermen seeds. Eeheech. With strange laughter, 6 small green Cybermen emerged from the ground. What disgusting creatures. Krillin couldn't help but speak out. He had never seen anything so ugly and repulsive. Piccolo, however, remained calm. To him it was just another battle. If they couldn't even deal with these minions, there was no point in thinking about defeating Vegeta and Nappa. Target them, the 3 of them. Kill them. After the newly emerged Cybermen had stretched their limbs, Vegeta gave the order. Bang, bang, bang. After a brief exchange, the fighters on the field realized that these disgusting creatures were not as simple as they seemed. The other 3 Z fighters, including Yamcha, also arrived at the battlefield, setting the stage for a 6v6 fight. System, open the status panel. From afar, Li Xing could already see the fluctuations of the battle. She inquired in her mind ahead of time. Name Li Xing. Gender female. Age 18, Dragon World. Height 175 centimeters. Race Scion. Skills Ki Control Bukujutsu. Items Senza Bean X1. Combat Power 53000, 1 minute. Due to a lack of training, Li Xing had only learned Bukujutsu through her Ki Control. But as they say, overwhelming force trumps all techniques. Seeing her combat power of 53000, a smile couldn't help but curl at the corner of her mouth. Thud. Within a minute, a sound rang out as Li Xing landed on a peak closest to the battlefield. At the same time, she interrupted the ongoing fight below. Li Xing. Klin was the first to call out, gazing at the graceful figure on the mountaintop. Compared to the other Z fighters, he was the one most familiar with Li Xing aside from Bulma. You're late. Could it be that you're scared? Piccolo shot a displeased glance at Li Xing. A year had passed since the battle with Raditz. After such an extended period of training, he was confident that even if Li Xing was a Scion, she was no match for him. Yo, look who's here. Isn't it our little Scion sister? Have you come to your senses and decided to pledge allegiance to Prince Vegeta? Nappa, witnessing the scene, chimed in with a sarcastic sneer. Vegeta seemed about to speak, but hesitated and only let out a cold grunt. He was pondering that the only remaining Scions were likely those present. To revive the glory of the Scion race, pure-blooded descendants were essential. In other words, if Li Xing, this female Scion, was willing to submit, he would be more than pleased. Sorry I'm late. Li Xing gave a slight nod to the Z fighters, then crossed her arms, observing the 6 Cybermen with keen interest. Go on, don't mind me. Her calm voice rang out while a fierce internal struggle raged within her mind. If her memory served her right, Yamcha, Kaiotsu, and Shinhan, and Piccolo would all perish in this arc. If she intervened, only then perhaps the course of events would remain unchanged. But would Bulma forgive her if she knew? Last time she genuinely couldn't defeat Raditz in an unknown fight. But this time, with Bulma already aware of her strength, wouldn't faking it be too obvious? This one, does she not intend to fight? Piccolo frowned, deeply watching Li Xing's utterly detached demeanor, feeling as though he had been deceived. He had been counting on Li Xing to act. After all, she had contributed significantly to defeating Raditz. The enemies now were several times stronger than Raditz. Without a united front, he had no confidence in overcoming both Nappa and Vegeta. Li Xing. Klin started to speak, but Piccolo stopped him with a hand. Don't forget she's still a Scion. Piccolo lowered his voice, his tone icy. Ha, have you already decided which side you're on? Nappa's face was full of mockery from every angle. It seemed Li Xing was choosing to align with them. In that case, let's see if you're worthy. With that, Nappa signaled the Cybermen to test Li Xing's power. Vegeta, observing from the side, showed no sign of objection, instead watching the scene with amusement. Perfect, let's see if you're fit to join us. If you can't even handle a mere Cyberman, then even as a female Scion, there's no reason for you to live. Vegeta's thoughts were simple. He had no use for worthless trash. Whoosh, the designated Cyberman shot up, charging straight at Li Xing on the mountaintop with a fierce gust of wind. Li Xing looked at the approaching Cyberman with some surprise. Trying to test me? Yeah. A faint contemptuous smile curled at the corner of her lips, and in an instant her gaze turned razor-sharp. Bang! To everyone's astonishment, the Cyberman exploded into fragments while still dozens of meters away from Li Xing. What a... Nappa's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected Li Xing to possess such terrifying power, able to prevent the Cyberman from even drawing near with just a glance. Interesting. Vegeta narrowed his eyes. Clearly, Li Xing's displayed combat power far exceeded his expectations. Though it was only a Cyberman, it still boasted a power level of 120, yet it was annihilated by a mere sweep of her eyes. Unfortunately, it all happened too quickly. He hadn't managed to catch her power level at that moment, which piqued his intense curiosity about her true strength. The surrounding Z fighters also drew in sharp breaths. Regardless of how they looked at it, the aura and power Li Xing displayed in instantly killing the Cybermen far surpassed their own. Even Piccolo had to become cautious. Is this the potential of a Scion? Piccolo murmured. Killing an enemy with a glare. He knew he couldn't do that himself. If someone like that truly chose to join the opposing side, he dared not imagine it. Don't bother me while I'm watching. Li Xing shot Nappa a disdainful glance, thinking to herself, was this bald man tired of living? She had already said she wouldn't interfere, yet he still tried to test her. It was a pity the system hadn't issued a quest to defeat Nappa, otherwise she'd have loved to give him a beating. How arrogant. Vegeta, let me teach her a lesson. Enraged by her look, Nappa bellowed and charged straight at Li Xing atop the peak. Vegeta didn't stop Nappa's move, even seeming to tacitly approve. Again, I should have found a hidden spot to watch to avoid being mistaken for deliberately provoking them. Li Xing sighed. She disliked trouble, but trouble always seemed to find her. Slap. With a crisp, resounding sound, Nappa was sent flying backward the moment he came within half a meter of Li Xing. Boom. Nappa's figure crashed through one mountain peak after another like a cannonball. That single simple blow stunned everyone into silence, including Vegeta. So brutal. Looking up at Li Xing's slender silhouette, Klin couldn't help but gape. A woman, yet far stronger than all of them. Gulp. Piccolo swallowed hard. Seeing Nappa's miserable fate, he suddenly realized that this female scion Li Xing didn't seem to be joining the enemy. She genuinely just wanted to watch. At that moment, Piccolo finally understood that Li Xing's power had far exceeded their imagination. The two scions who made them tremble were likely no match for Li Xing. Cough, cough, cough. Nappa clambered up from the rubble, looking utterly disheveled with a conspicuous lump on his head. Indeed, Li Xing's slap hadn't landed anywhere else. It had struck squarely on his gleaming bald pate. Though she hadn't used much force with her combat power of 5-3-0, even a casual slap could have flattened Nappa into a pancake. Vegeta, what's her power level? Wiping the blood from his mouth, Nappa resumed his fighting stance, no longer underestimating her, and asked Vegeta. It's still 5. Vegeta gritted his teeth, yanking the scouter off his ear and preparing to crush it in his palm. In his view, Li Xing's power had already far surpassed Nappa's, and she could freely control her ki, rendering the scouter utterly useless. Wait. Watching Vegeta's action, a sudden spark of inspiration flashed through Li Xing's mind, and she called out to stop him. Moi. Hearing Li Xing call for a halt, Vegeta looked somewhat puzzled, raising his head to gaze at her. Could you? Give that to me. Facing the bewildered crowd, Li Xing extended her little finger, pointing at the palm of Vegeta's hand. The reason she wanted this was twofold. First, she wished to gauge the exact combat power of everyone present, and see how far ahead she truly was. Second, although Bulma had already improved a scouter capable of detecting higher power levels, its components were exceedingly rare on Earth, and it would be a shame to see it destroyed. If you want this. Vegeta snapped back to reality, a playful smirk curling on his lips as he looked at the scouter in his hand. Take it. After a brief moment of thought, he tossed the scouter toward Li Xing. Whoosh. The tiny scouter flew toward Li Xing like a cannonball, yet she made no move to catch it. Huh. The moment the scouter was about to reach her eyes, Vegeta's palm gathered energy, a terrifying pressure instantly surging forth as a shockwave shot out alongside the flying device. Clearly, Vegeta at this time was in no mood to play games with others. Idiot. Dodge. Sensing the aura emanating from Vegeta, Piccolo immediately roared, and the watching Z fighters felt their hearts leap into their throats. From the moment Li Xing had sent Nappa flying earlier, they realized she was still on their side. Boom. A violent explosion echoed across the field, causing the Z fighters' eardrums to sting. Haha, truly worthy of Prince Vegeta. Nappa laughed wildly from a distance. Vegeta's strength was unquestionable, and he believed this attack would reduce Li Xing to nothing. Yet as the smoke gradually cleared, the sight that emerged froze Nappa's smile. The peak where Li Xing had stood was utterly obliterated by the attack, yet she remained suspended intact, as if untouched. Apart from her hair being slightly tousled, she held the scouter Vegeta had thrown in her hand. Impossible. Vegeta's eyes widened in sheer shock. That attack could have killed an ordinary person countless times over. Even if Li Xing surpassed Nappa in power, he was still confident he could slay her with ease. But the fact stood before him: Li Xing was completely unscathed. Too strong. Piccolo swallowed hard, staring fixedly at Li Xing in the sky. From the recent attack, it was clear that their group's strength was far inferior to that of Vegeta and his companion. As for Li Xing, she belonged to an entirely different realm. Vegeta, is this all you've got? Looking at the grim-faced, silent Vegeta, Li Xing let out a light laugh, her tone dripping with mockery. Bastard. Hearing her taunting words, Vegeta's temper flared. A surge of immense power erupted, causing the very earth around him to tremble, as if it could barely contain his fury. Quick, let's get farther away. Sensing the formidable aura Vegeta unleashed, Piccolo hurriedly urged the others to retreat. This level of battle was far beyond their capacity to participate. Go for it, pretty Annie. Gohan shouted as Piccolo dragged him away, vaguely recalling that Li Xing had saved him during the battle with Raditz a year ago. Auntie. Again. Hearing this, Li Xing's mouth twitched violently. Kid, say that again. Ignoring Vegeta, who was powering up, she instantly appeared before Gohan, glaring at him fiercely. Eh. Startled by her sudden approach, Gohan quickly stepped back, then realized he might have said something wrong. Hey, he's just a kid. If he said something wrong, I'll apologize for him. Piccolo quickly stepped in front of Gohan, knowing Li Xing was their lifeline, and fearing to provoke her. Oh, is that so? Then have him say it again. Seeing Piccolo's anxious expression, Li Xing softened her fierce look, a hint of amusement rising within her. The Sun family's babysitter was already on duty. Pretty Annie, go for it. Seeing her gradually gentle gaze, Gohan hesitated before timidly speaking. He didn't say anything wrong, did he? As his words fell, Piccolo noticed Li Xing's face darken and his heart leaped to his throat. Smack. Li Xing paid no heed, slipping past Piccolo and flicking Gohan on the forehead. Wah! Gohan clutched his forehead, tears welling up in grievance. Remember to call me big sister from now on. With that, Li Xing ignored their reactions and vanished back to the battlefield. Big sister. Doesn't that mean I have to call Uncle Piccolo? Gohan muttered, rubbing his forehead before being pulled away by the equally bewildered Piccolo. Huh. After a long wait, Vegeta finally completed his power-up. Now only he and Li Xing remained on the battlefield with Nappa and the 5 remaining Saibamen, keeping a safe distance. How about it? If you admit defeat now, I might still consider letting you join us. Vegeta smirked, clenching his right fist as his bones crackled audibly. Is this all you have? Li Xing cast an indifferent glance at Vegeta, maintaining her calm, unruffled demeanor. A mere combat power of 1800 took this long to charge. If she at 5300 were to power up, it would take half a day. You? Vegeta gritted his teeth, glaring at Li Xing, having grown to despise this female scion immensely. Arrogant fool, die. Without another word, Vegeta stomped the ground and shot toward Li Xing like lightning. Thud. In an instant, his thrown punch was firmly caught in her grip. Impossible. Vegeta's pupils contracted, shock overwhelming him. How could this woman's speed be so incredible? Heh. As Vegeta stood stunned, Li Xing abruptly swung the hand holding his fist, hurling him hundreds of meters away. Boom, boom, boom. After crashing through several mountains and leaving a trail of rubble, Vegeta staggered to his feet from the debris. Damn woman. Wiping the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, Vegeta's face twisted with rage. He had never imagined being bested by a woman like this. He was Vegeta, the Prince of Saiyans, an elite warrior undefeated since birth, hailed as the strongest among his race. Yet all that pride was about to be shattered by this female scion named Li Xing. Too. Vegeta spat blood to the side, his gaze turning icy and fierce. He knew he had to give his all, or he would surely lose. With that thought, the muscles in his arms swelled, and his aura grew terrifyingly intense. Li Xing, is it? I would rather abandon this planet and destroy you along with Earth. Vegeta's eyes blazed with a frenzied light. His entire body emanated a violet aura like a wounded beast, unleashing its final ferocity and desperation. He was consumed by rage, incapable of rational thought. Vegeta soared into the sky, clasped his hands together in a charging stance, and then thrust them forward with devastating force. Turned to cosmic dust along with Earth. Garlic cannon. A blinding beam of energy erupted from Vegeta's palms, hurtling toward Li Xing with thunderous momentum. Vegeta? Prince Vegeta, Nappa shouted, watching the incoming attack. If such a strike landed, Earth would be utterly annihilated, and they would all become cosmic dust alongside everyone else on the planet. Mutual destruction. Realizing this, Nappa panicked. Vegeta's reckless act filled him with despair. He did not want to die, so he turned his gaze to Li Xing. Perhaps this female scion could indeed withstand the attack. Everyone get down. Krillin shouted, seeing Vegeta's mad intent to destroy the entire planet. But when he saw Li Xing standing still without dodging, he quickly urged everyone to crouch and cover their heads to avoid being blasted away by the shockwave. In his view, Li Xing was not arrogant, but supremely confident. She had the chance to evade, yet remained motionless. Whether Li Xing could block the attack or not, everyone obediently ducked down as Krillin spoke. Die ha! Vegeta laughed heartily, watching the descending beam, envisioning Li Xing's destruction. Garlic cannon. Li Xing stared at the nearing beam, momentarily stunned. It was not that she doubted her power, but she had never learned techniques like energy clash. With no time to overthink, Vegeta's charging pose flashed in her mind, and she seemed to grasp something. She extended her hands, mimicking the charging stance, but time was too short. Garlic cannon. In an instant, Li Xing thrust her hands forward, feeling a surge of immense heat from her palms collide with the oncoming beam. Boom. The white and violet beams clashed, unleashing a deafening roar. The violent shockwave swept across, shaking the entire Earth. People across the planet looked up, staring at the sky in terror. What? You know my technique. Vegeta poured all his power into his ultimate attack, but he never imagined Li Xing could replicate it, and with even greater force. A mere trick, Li Xing said, slightly increasing the energy from her hands. In an instant, the white beam expanded, engulfing Vegeta's violet one. Then the white beam surged forward with irresistible force toward Vegeta. It's being pushed back. No. Vegeta's face turned pale in disbelief. His ultimate technique had failed, and so utterly with the same move turned against him. Boom. The white beam struck Vegeta midair, effortlessly consuming him before soaring into the higher sky. Silence fell. Was Vegeta dead? Nappa, recovering first from the clash, stared wide-eyed at the sky, then glanced at Li Xing as if she were a monster, his face a mask of incredulity. He had followed Vegeta since childhood, knowing his immense power, the Prince of Saiyans, future king of their race. Yet he never imagined Vegeta would fall so swiftly, unable even to resist against Li Xing, this female scion. Is he dead? Piccolo was the first to rise, watching the dissipating white light in the sky with a sigh of relief. Though they could not intervene in the battle, they had witnessed Vegeta's power firsthand. From the moment Vegeta revealed his aura, he seemed almost invincible, though everyone except Li Xing felt too oppressed to even fight back. Yet none anticipated that Li Xing would effortlessly deflect Vegeta's full-force strike. Prince Vegeta, Nappa wailed, falling to his knees, tears streaming down his face. As Vegeta's loyal follower, his death brought immense grief. From birth, Nappa had never left the Saiyan Prince's side. Vegeta embodied the hope of the Saiyan race, even though they were nearly extinct and forced to serve under Frieza. He had always believed that as long as Vegeta lived, the Saiyans could revive. Now that hope was shattered. Vegeta's fall also spelled doom for Nappa. If even Vegeta could not defeat Li Xing, he stood no chance. "Hey, you bald brute." As Nappa grieved, a cold voice reached his ears. He looked up to see Li Xing smirking at him from the sky. He never expected such loyalty from Nappa. Little did Nappa know, without Li Xing's interference, he would have died by Vegeta's hand. Li Xing felt a pang of pity for Nappa. You killed Prince Vegeta. He'll end you." Suddenly Nappa erupted with all his might, muscles bulging and eyes turning crimson as he lunged at Li Xing. Overreaching, Li Xing shook her head, raising her hand to slap his forehead. Nappa collapsed unconscious, his body limp on the ground. Sister Li Xing, seeing her effortlessly defeat two Saiyans, son Gohan ran over with admiration. "Are they dead?" Krillin approached, asking nervously. The pressure from Vegeta and Nappa had been overwhelming, preventing them from intervening. With Li Xing's help, they could only hope the attack had sent these evil Saiyans to hell. "Perhaps," Li Xing replied, looking up at the now calm clouds. Above the clouds, Vegeta was carried to an extremely high altitude by Li Xing's attack. Strangely, however, he did not feel any signs of his body being damaged by this strike. "Oh." Gritting his teeth against the force of the garlic cannon, Vegeta twisted his body with great difficulty, barely dodging Li Xing's blow. "Damn it." Watching the white pillar of light soaring into the sky, Vegeta's face twisted with rage. Why does a mere female Saiyan have a battle power surpassing mine? Bastard. Vegeta cursed loudly at the sky. After a brief moment of calm, a cold sneer crept back onto his lips. On the ground, aside from the Z fighters, only the unconscious Nappa and Li Xing, who was looking up at the sky, remained. As for the remaining 5 Cybermen, Piccolo and the others used them as training dummies, ultimately granting them a fitting end. Li Xing, all the Cybermen are dead. We're ready to head back. Krillin shouted over after defeating the last Cyberman. "You all go back first. I still have things to do here." Hearing this, Li Xing continued to stare blankly at the sky as if waiting for something. Something was wrong. She had deliberately held back her strength earlier to spare Vegeta's life, so why wasn't he coming down yet? Great ape. This thought flashed through Li Xing's mind, but she quickly calmed down. With Vegeta's current battle power of 1/8 of 0, even if he transformed into a great ape, he would be no match for her. Beep, beep. Suddenly a sound came from Li Xing's pocket. "Battle power 5000. Son Goku, you finally arrived." Li Xing put on the scouter and looked, a faint smile gracing her lips. Li Xing, this Saiyan doesn't seem to be dead. After clearing the battlefield, the group gathered around Nappa. Piccolo noticed something unusual and frowned as he spoke to Li Xing. "I controlled my strength. He should just be unconscious." Li Xing nodded slightly, her words implying that she had intentionally spared his life. "Why not kill him?" Piccolo found Li Xing's actions strange and pressed for an answer with a frown. "Because he's useful." Li Xing shrugged, but offered no further explanation. She wanted to see if her presence would change the fate of Vegeta and Bulma. If not, keeping Nappa around as an errand boy wouldn't be bad. As for Vegeta, making him run errands would be worse than killing him. Everyone's here. Soon after, Son Goku descended from the sky. Looking at the scene before him, he felt he might have arrived late. Was the battle already over? "Dad, Goku." The others were overjoyed to see Goku return to life. And so Nappa, knocked unconscious by Li Xing, was forgotten. "Son Goku, the battle is over. You're late." Piccolo's expression was somewhat complex as he looked at the reborn Goku. During the year after his death, he had somehow found his obsession with conquering the world fading. Having witnessed the power of Li Xing and Vegeta in the recent battle and learning of his Namekian heritage, his only goal now was to grow stronger and return to his homeworld to see his people. "The battle is over, but I can clearly sense another very strong presence." Goku scratched his head. On his way to the battlefield, he had distinctly felt a powerful aura roaming above the clouds. "A very strong presence. You don't mean this monster, do you?" Piccolo pointed at Li Xing, his tone laced with mockery, directed both at himself and at Goku. Mocking himself for his year of hard training that still left him so far behind Li Xing. "No, not her. That energy is up in the clouds as if searching for something." Goku couldn't help but glance at Li Xing a few more times before shaking his head. "Li Xing, did you defeat those 2 Saiyans?" He looked around and noticed the complex, even fearful looks the others were giving Li Xing. This struck Goku as somewhat strange. Li Xing nodded, slightly admitting it without hiding anything. "Is that so? How strong are you now? Would you have a match with me?" Hearing this, Goku's eyes lit up. After a year of training under King Kai, he felt something was missing without the thrill of real combat. "A match? Piccolo snorted derisively. In that moment, the image of Goku being brutally beaten by Li Xing flashed through his mind. Sorry, I'm not interested right now. If you really want to fight, beat that guy first, then come find me. Li Xing said with a faint smile, pointing a finger toward the sky. That guy. Following her gesture, everyone's gaze shifted to the heavens. Vegeta isn't dead. In the now quiet battlefield, Piccolo exclaimed, and the others were equally stunned, having also sensed Vegeta's energy. What a powerful aura. He's the one I sensed. Goku clenched his fists, a fierce fighting spirit burning in his eyes. Defeat him, and then we'll have our match, all right. Deal. As their words fell, a black speck appeared in the sky, growing larger under their watchful eyes. Vegeta had returned to the battlefield. Damn woman, don't think destroying the moon will solve anything. That's impossible. Vegeta stood not far from the group, a cold sneer on his face. Despite hating his grotesque form, it was his last resort. The moon. What is he talking about? Goku looked to Li Xing for an answer, while the others retreated to a safe distance to watch. Don't look at me. I have no idea. Li Xing spread her hands, feigning ignorance, though a sense of unease began to rise within her. Hey, forget about the moon, or whatever. Let's have a match. Seeing Li Xing didn't know, Goku decided not to ask further. Eager for a fight, he shouted at Vegeta. So you're Kakarot. A low-class warrior like you isn't worthy of crossing fists with me. Vegeta cast a glance at him. Goku was still suppressing his energy, and with his ordinary appearance, Vegeta naturally didn't consider him a threat. Hawa. Without another word, Vegeta charged energy in one hand, and a sphere of light materialized in his palm. He didn't consider Goku a threat. His priority was to defeat Li Xing. His stamina was nearly depleted, and becoming a great ape was his final gambit. Prepare to be obliterated. Ha ha ha. Pouring the last of his strength into it, Vegeta hurled the sphere of light violently into the sky. Damn it. Li Xing slapped her forehead. Seeing the blinding orb of light in the sky, her expression shifted drastically, and she shot upward without a moment's hesitation. Wukong. On the night of the full moon, a giant ape monster appears. Never go outside. It's safest to sleep at home. As he watched Vegeta's body undergoing a tremendous transformation, the words of his grandfather from childhood flashed through Son Wukong's mind. A giant ape monster. No, that's not right. As if struck by a sudden realization, Son Wukong hastily looked up at the artificial moon that Vegeta had hurled into the sky. Beside it, Li Xing stood with one hand extended, frozen in the posture of releasing a ki blast, as if time itself had stopped. Upon closer inspection, it was not difficult to see that Li Xing's eyes had turned crimson, and the muscles across her body were beginning to swell, almost imperceptibly. Gohan, don't look at the sky. Piccolo, having snapped to his senses, quickly shielded Son Gohan's eyes. But it was already too late. Despite Piccolo's broad frame blocking his view, the transformation had already begun. In an instant, all three Saiyans present were simultaneously undergoing their transformation. Calm down. Stay calm. Li Xing's figure remained frozen in the sky. She kept repeating the mantra in her mind, but the surging Saiyan blood within her nearly drove her to lose all reason, rendering her utterly unable to control her own movements. A deafening roar erupted. Familiar with the process, Vegeta was the first to complete his great ape transformation. He had now lost all semblance of a normal human. His muscles bulged grotesquely, his skin was covered in thick black fur, and his stature reached tens of meters in height. Apart from his tattered clothing, which barely identified him as Vegeta, he was nothing more than a giant ape monster with bloodshot eyes. Your end is here. Vegeta growled, having just completed his transformation. But his words were immediately drowned out by another roar. Among the Z fighters, Son Gohan had also completed his transformation, his appearance nearly identical to Vegeta's. Due to his size, Gohan immediately noticed the other giant ape upon finishing his own change. With a thunderous crash, the mindless Son Gohan punched the mountain peak before him, shattering it into rubble, and locked eyes with Vegeta. Go, Gohan. Son Wukong, tailless, found himself caught between the two colossal apes. His face was a mask of shock. He had never imagined things would come to this. So, the monster that crushed Grandpa and destroyed the tournament arena was me all along. He looked up at Li Xing, who had yet to complete her transformation. Her restless, flickering tail finally made everything clear to him. With another roar, the berserk Son Gohan charged towards Vegeta with heavy strides, each step leaving a massive crater in the earth. What terrifying ki! Son Wukong quickly dodged to the side. After transforming, even Gohan's power had surpassed his own, let alone Vegeta's. A mindless fool. Vegeta taunted mercilessly as Gohan rushed at him. Even in his great ape form, his arrogance and pride were unmistakable. With a resounding blow, Vegeta struck Gohan's body with his massive right arm. The terrifying force of his 1/8 of his zero battle power was fully unleashed, and the equally transformed Gohan collapsed under the strike. Gohan, Son Wukong, and Piccolo cried out in unison as Gohan fell. Damn it! A red aura flared around Son Wukong. He knew clearly that without the Kaioken, he couldn't even hope to shake the current Vegeta. Kaioken, ×4. The strained voice rang out as Son Wukong shot towards Vegeta's colossal frame like a crimson meteor. If a few more insects won't make a difference. Vegeta sneered, making no move to evade the attack. With a heavy thud, Son Wukong's fist brimming with volatile energy slammed into Vegeta's chest. It only left a faint mark on his clothes before Vegeta swatted him away like a fly. Where did that damned woman hide herself? After repelling Sun Wukong, Vegeta didn't pursue him, but instead began searching for Li Xing. A thunderous heartbeat echoed across the battlefield, the ground shaking violently, as if some colossal entity was about to be born. Vegeta's head snapped up. There beside the artificial moon stood a massive great ape in a battle suit frozen in place. Is that Li Xing? A flicker of fear could be seen within Vegeta's horrified pupils. At that moment, Li Xing's consciousness was on the verge of fading. The savage Saiyan bloodline made it incredibly difficult for her to maintain her composure, leaving her unable to control her own body. Die! Vegeta opened his massive maw and a powerful energy wave erupted. It seemed Li Xing hadn't fully completed her transformation. Given the power she had displayed earlier, if she finished it, he wouldn't stand a chance. So Vegeta seized this opportunity, aiming to eliminate Li Xing once and for all. A tremendous explosion followed. The ground beneath Vegeta instantly collapsed. The earth-shattering roar was accompanied by billowing dust, and a dazzling beam of light shot straight towards Li Xing. No! From a distance, Krillin and the others were stricken with grief. Li Xing seemed to be in trouble, unable to evade this terrifying blast. Vegeta's attack detonated against Li Xing's colossal body. The violent explosion echoed in the sky, its brilliant light illuminating half the heavens, lingering for a long time. Is she dead? Vegeta stared at the center of the explosion, a hint of tension rising in his heart. Even though he had seen his attack land, he couldn't be certain it had defeated her. After all, in their previous skirmish, he had used his full power, yet Li Xing had effortlessly defeated him. Now that she had also transformed into a great ape, he dared not guess who would prevail. Soon astonishment spread across Vegeta's face. As the intense light from the explosion faded, the scene before them left everyone utterly shocked. Li Xing still hovered in midair, completely unharmed. She slowly opened her eyes. The terrifying attack had seemingly only stirred up some dust. How can this be? Vegeta's eyes widened, not from surprise, but from regret. He had only thought of using the great ape transformation to boost his own strength, but he had overlooked the presence of so many other Saiyans. The transformed Li Xing appeared so overwhelmingly powerful that even his full-powered strike had failed to inflict the slightest damage. With a thunderous crash, Li Xing's enormous frame landed on the ground. Vegeta, I really have to thank you. Her massive crimson eyes fixed on Vegeta, her voice echoing across the entire area, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Thanks to you, I was able to wake up so quickly. Feeling the immense power surging within her, Li Xing's heart couldn't help but brim with a trace of joy. The first time she was forcibly transformed into a great ape, the raging bloodline within her made it impossible to maintain control. In the final moment of struggle between reason and fury, Li Xing felt as if her very consciousness was about to dissolve. Fortunately, Vegeta's strike jolted her back to awareness. Not because of the damage inflicted, but because the sound of that blow allowed her to distinctly perceive the existence of her own consciousness. Seizing this opportunity, her consciousness surged forth, swiftly overcoming the savage side, and she successfully completed her great ape transformation while retaining her sanity. I didn't expect you to be an elite warrior after all. Vegeta's face darkened as a fierce battle intent blazed in his eyes, even though the aura emanating from Li Xing suggested he might be outmatched. I've waited long enough. It's my turn to strike now. As Li Xing spoke, her aura surged once more, unleashing a terrifying pressure that radiated outward and instantly enveloped Vegeta before her. Oomph. Vegeta grunted, forcing himself to withstand the oppressive force, a look of shock spreading across his face. How is this possible? His eyes widened as he stared at Li Xing. This pressure even surpassed the dread he had felt when facing Frieza. Could it be that this female Saiyant's power had already exceeded Frieza's? It hurts. At that moment, Sun Wukong, who had been sent flying by Vegeta earlier, lay on the ground, fumbling painfully through his pockets. Only one Senzu bean left. No choice. Placing the last bean into his mouth, Sun Wukong, who had been utterly exhausted, recovered. In an instant, his spirits revitalized. He sprang to his feet, feeling his power had grown considerably. Yet when he turned his gaze to the battlefield, the aura radiating from Li Xing made him gasp in awe. This female Saiyant's presence was far more terrifying than Vegeta's. So strong. How did she train? Sun Wukong swallowed hard, his newfound confidence from the power boost instantly deflated. After recovering with the Senzu bean, he felt he could even exchange a few blows with a great ape Vegeta. But facing a monster like Li Xing, he saw no hope of victory. Take this. Li Xing's colossal form remained still as she puffed out her cheeks, preparing to mimic Vegeta's earlier attack. Opening her massive jaws wide, a devastating energy wave surged straight toward Vegeta. His pupils contracted instantly. He knew that if he took this hit, he would be either dead or crippled. Damn it, it's too fast. There's no dodging. Vegeta gritted his teeth, raising his arms in a defensive stance. With an agonized roar, the blast's immense range engulfed his entire body. Boom. A colossal mushroom cloud erupted, shaking the entire earth. As the dust settled, Vegeta's figure reappeared before everyone. Still in his great ape form, he lay battered and bloodied on the ground, a pitiful sight of utter ruin. Even so, this was the result of Li Xing holding back. With her great ape power level of 5, 3 million Vegeta would have been reduced to ashes otherwise. Cough, cough. Lying on the ground, Vegeta coughed violently, spitting out a pool of crimson blood. Gazing up at the azure sky, his eyes burned with resentment. That woman had the chance to kill him. Why didn't she? Did we win? Sun Wukong murmured from a distance, watching Vegeta, who had lost the ability to fight. Meanwhile, the other Z fighters cautiously drew closer, trying to discern the scene on the battlefield. A gentle breeze swept through. Aside from those who had just approached, only the unconscious Nappa remained in his normal form. The others were two great apes lying on the ground, stripped of their combat capability. And of course, Li Xing still stood where she was. Li Xing, you're incredible. When you change back, we have to spar. Sun Wukong flew before Li Xing, addressing her massive form. She nodded indifferently, then extended a finger to gently nudge him aside. With the battle over, her thoughts gradually calmed. Though she had successfully maintained her sanity, her heart seemed to revel in the thrill of destruction. She needed to revert from the great ape state quickly. If she prolonged it, she wasn't sure she could keep the urge to destroy in check. As she thought this, she raised her enormous hand and fired a slender beam of light at Vegeta's artificial moon. Bang! The beam struck without an explosion, and the artificial moon dissolved into specks of starlight, vanishing into the air. Li Xing finally felt the wild power within her settle. Her body shrank, eventually reverting to a beautiful woman in battle armor nearly identical to how she had arrived. Glancing at the distant figures of Vegeta and Son Gohan, who had also returned to normal, Li Xing frowned. This battle had ended without casualties. Whether the plot would deviate from here, and whether Vegeta, after retreating injured, would still go to Namek, remained uncertain. Hey, Li Xing, what should we do with these two Saiyans? Sun Wukong picked up little Gohan and pointed at Vegeta and Nappa. He could sense that both had lost their ability to resist. Spare their lives. Li Xing replied without hesitation, then added, don't let them stay on Earth. Send them back where they came from. Hearing her words, Sun Wukong paused for a moment before breaking into a smile. He wasn't one for slaughter. Since they had been defeated, he had no intention of finishing them off. He wasn't sure about Nappa, who had fallen first, but he longed to have a proper match with Vegeta. Phew. Lying on the ground, Vegeta overheard their conversation and breathed a sigh of relief. At last he had survived. He struggled to pull a remote from his pocket and pressed a few buttons. His spaceship flew over from a distance and landed beside him. I never thought I'd be forced to retreat. Damn it, I'm the strongest warrior in the universe. Vegeta turned over with effort, crawling painfully toward the ship. All the Z fighters' eyes were fixed on him, but none moved to stop his departure. Li Xing's words had sealed Vegeta and Nappa's fate. Huff, puff. Climbing into the ship with difficulty, Vegeta gasped for air. Remember this, you worthless lot. Next time we meet will be your end. Just you wait. Wait. As Vegeta's pod door just closed, Piccolo shouted at him. Umph. Severely injured Vegeta had no time to heed him and simply snorted before closing his eyes. With a hum, the spacecraft vibrated and shot into the sky under everyone's gaze, soon breaking through the atmosphere. TCH, that guy doesn't even care about his comrade. Piccolo couldn't help but curse, looking at Nappa, who was still unconscious. Maybe he has a remote control or something too. Goku mused thoughtfully, then stepped forward slowly. Sure enough, he successfully found a remote control on Nappa. Is this the button? Beep, beep, beep. After fumbling with it a few times, Nappa's spacecraft did not appear before them as Vegeta's had. That's strange, why isn't it coming? Goku held the remote, looking up into the distance with a puzzled expression. Could that guy have blown up his own ship? Li Xing couldn't help but facepalm, silently mocking in her mind. Li Xing, his ship isn't coming. Goku shook the remote in his hand and turned to say to Li Xing, forget it, you guys go first. He'll handle this big guy. As the words fell, Li Xing felt a headache coming on. Killing Nappa tugged at her heart, for the Saiyan race was nearly extinct. Moreover, since Vegeta could be redeemed later, keeping his subordinate around should be fine. Everyone had no objections, and after bidding farewell, they each began their return journey. Unable to suppress his fighting urge, Goku arranged a match with Li Xing in 3 days. Yielding to his insistence, she had no choice but to agree. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Defeat Vegeta in person. Reward permanent doubling of combat power growth rate. On the way back, Li Xing flew through the air with Nappa in one hand, hearing the system notification, and couldn't help but smile. It feels great not having to train. At Bulma's house in West City. This big guy still hasn't woken up. Bulma handed a meal to Li Xing, who was guarding Nappa in the yard. Clearly, Li Xing couldn't leave until Nappa woke up. Besides, Bulma's family was now her family, and she had to protect them well. Probably soon. Li Xing nodded, took the bowl, and set it on the nearby table without eating. Instead, she turned her gaze back to Nappa. She had just faintly sensed a change in his energy, suggesting he was about to awaken. Ugh. A rough groan broke the silence, interrupting their chat. Nappa slowly opened his eyes, staring blankly at the darkening sky. Am I in heaven? He murmured, as if pondering something. Hey, you're finally awake. A crisp female voice snapped him back to reality, and he instantly sprang up from the ground. Who? His muscles tensed as he quickly looked toward the voice. What met his eyes were 2 girls sitting on chairs, watching him curiously. He didn't recognize one but the other even without her battle suit, and in ordinary clothes he easily identified. Li Xing. Damn it, you killed Prince Vegeta. What exactly do you want? Though he didn't understand why he was still alive, or how he got here knowing his enemy was before him, he wouldn't hold back. With a whoosh he turned into a gust of wind, and lunged at Li Xing, his fist aimed at her head. You bastard. Li Xing, watch out. Bulma cried out in surprise, not expecting the big guy to be so ferocious. If you never learn. Facing Nappa's attack, Li Xing snorted, and released a fraction of her energy which pressed down on Nappa alone like a mountain. Thud. In an instant Nappa, who had charged halfway, collapsed to the ground, his face filled with shock and disbelief. He knew he couldn't beat her, but he never imagined that a mere wisp of her energy could completely overwhelm him. It was absurd. Are you a Super Saiyan? Pinned to the ground, Nappa couldn't move, but his eyes darted frantically, his voice trembling. Not bad, you actually know about Super Saiyans. Li Xing looked at Nappa with slight surprise, impressed by his knowledge. No, you can't be a Super Saiyan. Even Prince Vegeta hasn't reached that level. Nappa struggled to his feet, his eyes reddening as he glared at Li Xing. Whether I'm a Super Saiyan or not is none of your concern. As for your Prince Vegeta, he's dead. Li Xing grinned at the furious Nappa. This big guy seemed quite amusing as she wanted to see how much he could take. Really dead. Having been unconscious during the later battle, Nappa had seen Vegeta take the hit and believed Li Xing's words without doubt. Ha ha ha. Suddenly Nappa burst into wild laughter, a hint of sorrow spreading around him. You're a Saiyan too. Why did you kill Prince Vegeta? Why side with outsiders? His roar shook the entire yard. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with madness and hatred, as if pushed to the edge. Alright, I was just messing with you. He's not dead, okay? Seeing Nappa's intense reaction and fearing it would disturb Bulma's family, she helplessly shrugged and told him the truth, that Vegeta was still alive. Prince Vegeta is alive. Nappa's bloodshot eyes regained some color and his voice softened, but soon a deep suspicion followed. Why would I lie to you? Li Xing waved her hand, indicating she couldn't be bothered to explain further, believe it or not. Then where is he now? Nappa breathed a sigh of relief and asked eagerly. Prince Vegeta is alive. This filled him with joy. The Saiyan Prince still lived, meaning there was hope. The Saiyan race would one day reclaim its former glory. He went to Namek. As for you, you can't get there. Looking at the loyal big guy, Li Xing smirked. Vegeta had abandoned him and fled, yet he still worried about the prince's safety. Namek. Why can't I go? Nappa was confused, not understanding what Li Xing meant. Let me put it this way, Namek also has Dragon Balls, and he went there for them. As for you, your spaceship exploded. With that, Li Xing put on a helpless expression. Exploded. Nappa's eyes widened as he frantically searched his pockets. After a moment, he patted himself all over, but couldn't find what he was looking for. My remote control. Where's my remote control? Having searched his entire person without finding his remote, Nappa could only ask Li Xing once more. Well, you'll find out in 3 days. Since you can't go to Namek, now what do you plan to do? Li Xing propped her chin with her small hand, curiosity flickering in her eyes. Prince Vegeta will come for me. Nappa answered without hesitation, his face brimming with confidence. I mean before your Prince Vegeta arrives. Li Xing looked at him with a sense of disappointment. This big oaf, she shouldn't have interfered. She should have let his Prince Vegeta finish him off and put an end to his delusions. As their lengthy conversation dragged on, Bulma pulled out a pack of melon seeds from somewhere and sat nearby, casually munching on them. Let's kill a few Earthlings for fun. No sooner had Nappa spoken than the atmosphere around him turned icy cold, as if he had been plunged into a freezer. Only then did he realize that Li Xing was still there. This female Saiyan was someone who could easily slay even Prince Vegeta. I was just joking, just a joke. Nappa quickly explained, sweat trickling down his forehead as he spoke. A joke. Li Xing grabbed a few melon seeds from Bulma, tossed them into her mouth, and chewed slowly before turning her gaze back to Nappa. Uffed. A few seed shells spat from her mouth, sliced across Nappa's face like sharp blades. Under Nappa's horrified gaze, several bloody streaks appeared on his left cheek. You? Nappa pointed at Li Xing, wanting to vent his anger, but finding no outlet. After all he had just said, he wanted to kill a few Earthlings for fun. Enough, I won't waste words with you. Until your Prince Vegeta arrives, protect this person. Li Xing pointed at Bulma, who was sitting nearby. Seeing that it was getting late, she knew that dragging the conversation any longer would only drive her to an early menopause from irritation. Protect her? You mean? Him to be a bodyguard? Nappa's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Li Xing, wondering if he had heard correctly. Of course. Is there a problem? Li Xing nodded with an air of entitlement, as if she didn't think Nappa had any right to refuse. Are you sure? I am the strongest Saiyan under Prince Vegeta's command. Nappa growled through gritted teeth. Protecting a defenseless Earthling and a woman at that was nothing short of an insult. Oh, you're unwilling. Li Xing narrowed her eyes, radiating a dangerous aura, as if ready to strike at any moment. Protect her or die. Those are your only 2 choices. Her oppressive words made Nappa gulp involuntarily. This female Saiyan seemed even more ferocious than he was. He'll do it. He'll do it. It's just being a bodyguard. I accept. In the end, Nappa yielded under the threat of death. After all, until Prince Vegeta returned, his life was in someone else's hands. Li Xing, what are you doing? I don't need a bodyguard. Taking advantage of the pause in their conversation, Bulma tugged at Li Xing's sleeve and whispered, No, you do. Sister Bulma, your experiments always end up with explosions here and there. With this guy around, he can help share some of the workload. Li Xing turned to Bulma with a look that said, I've found you a tool, leaving Bulma both amused and exasperated. Do as you please, but this guy is indeed quite big. At least we won't have to worry about moving things around anymore. Bulma shrugged. Since Li Xing insisted, she couldn't say much more. Besides, she really did need a tool like Nappa for some heavy lifting. As for Nappa, he stood there dumbfounded. What did she mean by won't have to worry about moving things around? Was his future task not to protect this woman, but to be her laborer? Nappa, I'm warning you now. If I find out you haven't done your utmost to protect Bulma, I will kill you without hesitation. Li Xing clapped her hands and stood up from the chair. The gentleness she had shown while talking to Bulma vanished instantly as she turned to Nappa. Oh, and by the way, she's a scientist. If your Prince Vegeta doesn't come for you, she can find a way to get you to Namek. With that, Li Xing took Bulma's hand and turned to go back inside, leaving Nappa standing there in a daze. 3 days later. Since it was summer vacation, Li Xing didn't need to go to school and could sleep in every day. Rise and shine. The sun is already burning your bottom. The curtains in the room were pulled open with a single tug, and a cheerful voice reached Li Xing's ears. Ugh, I'm so sleepy. Blearily opening her eyes, Li Xing saw Bulma lying by the edge of the bed staring at her. Still sleeping? Goku has been waiting downstairs for you all morning. Bulma reached out and pinched Li Xing's nose, jolting her further awake. Goku. Li Xing sat up abruptly, remembering that today was the day she had agreed to spar with Son Goku. She slapped her forehead, hurriedly slipped on her slippers, and rushed to the bathroom to freshen up. Then, changing into a stylish sportswear, she went downstairs with Bulma. Aren't you going to change into your battle suit? I improved it again. It's pretty similar to that Vegeta guy's outfit. On the way, Bulma asked as they walked. No need. This isn't a life-or-death battle. Li Xing shook her head. At this point in time, even a life-or-death battle with Son Goku would be a one-sided outcome. Kakarot, did you break my spaceship? No. I never saw your spaceship. Nonsense. If you didn't, then why is this remote control in your hand? As the two stepped into the yard, they heard the sound of an argument. Getting closer, they saw one man standing over 2 meters tall in a suit. It was Nappa. After a few days of adjustment, the aggression in Nappa's demeanor had somewhat subsided. Bulma, believing a bodyguard should look the part, had insisted on buying Nappa a set of clothes. Though it was a bit ugly, at least he now looked like an earthling. The person arguing with him was just over 1.7 meters tall, wearing an orange martial arts GI. His iconic hair made him instantly recognizable. Miss Li Xing, did he destroy my spaceship? Seeing Li Xing approach, Nappa hurried over, his face filled with indignation. Li Xing, you have to vouch for me. I only took his remote control. I never even saw his spaceship. Son Goku too immediately protested loudly. Well, seeing the two of them on the verge of clashing, Li Xing scratched her head. I knew it was you, you damned Kakarot. After Li Xing's explanation, the two finally understood the truth of the matter. Nappa, glaring at Sun Wukong, who was much shorter than him, had veins bulging on his body, his suit nearly bursting at the seams. Were it not for Li Xing's presence, he would have lunged at Sun Wukong to thrash him. Well, Sun Wukong scratched his head, knowing he was in the wrong, and chuckled awkwardly. I didn't know pressing a few buttons would activate the self-destruct device of Vegeta. Pressed it just like this. Enough with the excuses. You want to challenge Miss Li Xing, right? Fight me first. Nappa refused to listen to his excuses. After working for Bulma for 3 days, he felt utterly drained. While the two waited in the yard for Li Xing to wake up, he had also learned of Sun Wukong's intentions. The Saiyans were a warrior race. Not letting them fight was worse than killing them. Well, can you handle it? Hearing this, Sun Wukong looked at Nappa with a strange expression. Although this big guy in a suit was also a Saiyan, he had never witnessed Nappa's strength. Because when he had arrived that day, Nappa was already knocked unconscious. Don't underestimate me. Nappa roared, his muscles swelling all over, tearing the upper half of his suit apart to reveal his robust physique. Go, go, go. Find an empty place to fight. There are people here. Li Xing quickly stopped the two about to clash. They were in the city. If they fought here, the entire city would be destroyed. Alright, I'll fight this big guy first, then he'll come for you afterward. Sun Wukong was also impatient, having long sought a worthy opponent to test himself against. Though someone had stepped ahead of Li Xing, as long as he could fight, he didn't care who it was. With that, Sun Wukong and Nappa left Bulma's house one after the other. After obtaining a new battle power scouter from Bulma, Li Xing followed their energy signatures. In the eastern region, amidst desolate hills. Boom, boom. The sounds of their clash echoed around them. Haha, exhilarating. I didn't know you big guy had some skills. After one exchange, they separated, and Sun Wukong was exceptionally excited. In their tentative probing, Nappa had actually matched him blow for blow. Nappa, however, was astonished. In his understanding, Sun Wukong was merely a low-class warrior, yet he effortlessly deflected his attacks. Humph, don't underestimate me. Now I'll show you my true power. Nappa stomped the ground, and the air around him began to flow faster. Beep, beep. 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, 8,000. Li Xing, watching from afar, was startled by the reading on her scouter. Nappa's battle power was 8,000. She clearly remembered that Nappa had been effortlessly defeated by Sun Wukong. If he had 8,000, wouldn't that match Sun Wukong without the Kaioken? Apparently, Li Xing didn't know that in the original story Piccolo had a battle power of 3,500, but was still killed by Nappa's elbow strike. And Nappa, when going all out, could fight evenly with Sun Wukong at that time, only to be killed by Sun Wukong using the Kaioken. Not bad. Stronger than before. Facing Nappa at full power, Sun Wukong showed no fear, still handling it with ease. Boom. After exchanging a punch, they separated. Nappa was panting slightly, having expended considerable energy, while Sun Wukong was excited, his breath steady. The stronger one was clear. In that case, he'll get serious too. With that, Sun Wukong dropped his playful demeanor, and a white aura enveloped him. Boom. As he gathered his power, the entire ground began to tremble. Battle power 24000. Sun Wukong's base power once again surprised Li Xing. This was because there had been no casualties in the fight against Vegeta that day, and the last Senzu Bean had been taken by the severely injured Sun Wukong. Thanks to the Saiyan's unique physiology, he not only recovered, but gained even greater strength. Thighs. How is this possible? Nappa, right in the midst of the battle, was horrified. He couldn't believe that a low-class warrior like Sun Wukong could emit such a powerful aura, surpassing even the Vegeta he remembered. Let me show you my true power. With a soft tap of his toes, Sun Wukong vanished from his spot. The ground where he had stood cracked and spread, and his fist, whistling through the air, slammed toward Nappa's chest. Boom. Nappa's body was sent flying like a cannonball, carving a trench nearly 100 meters long before he finally stopped. His chest caved in slightly. Clearly, Sun Wukong was not Li Xing. In battle, he had no concept of restraint. Odd. Nappa screamed, clutching his chest as several ribs had been shattered by the punch. Is this really Kakarot? After struggling a few times and failing to get up, Nappa gave up. He wasn't afraid of injury, but Sun Wukong's power was utterly baffling. Hey big guy, are you okay? Seeing Nappa on the ground, Sun Wukong's white aura faded. He quickly flew over, crouched beside Nappa, and asked with concern. Cough. Cough. Fine. Just need healing. Nappa spat out a mouthful of blood. He struggled, but couldn't get up, yet he still gritted his teeth and persisted. Sorry. I didn't know you were so fragile. Adding insult to injury, Sun Wukong's words made Nappa, lying on the ground, want to cry, but had no tears, forcing him to spit out more blood. Li Xing. He's lost. Now it's our turn, right? After checking Nappa's injuries, Sun Wukong turned his head toward Li Xing, who was watching from afar. Li Xing nodded slightly, then flashed to a spot not far from Sun Wukong. She placed her left hand behind her back and extended a single finger from her right, the meaning unmistakable. Huh. Despite Li Xing's arrogance, Sun Wukong, having witnessed her formidable side, dared not be careless. With a shout, his white aura reignited, and he instantly charged forward with a punch. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, they exchanged dozens of blows, each collision sending out tremendous shockwaves. Yet no matter how fierce his attacks were, Li Xing remained rooted to the spot, not dodging, and blocked all his strikes with just one finger. It seems they'll have to use the Kaioken after all. Threefold Kaioken. As the words fell, Sun Wukong's aura shifted from white to crimson, and his entire presence surged to a new pinnacle. Boom. This time, Li Xing did not intercept with his fingers, but instead opened his palm to grasp Sun Wukong's fist. The thunderous roar was not from their collision, but from the surrounding peaks collapsing under the strain of their battle's aftershocks. Boom. Another deafening crash rang out as Li Xing, gripping Sun Wukong, hurled him onto the ground before him, instantly creating a deep crater. Puffed. Sun Wukong let out a muffled grunt, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Li Xing's sudden counterattack did not dampen his battle fervor. He swiftly sprang from the pit, putting distance between them once more. I never imagined the gap between us would be this vast. Sun Wukong wiped the blood from his lips, glancing at his tattered clothes with a wry smile. The remaining Senzu Beans were already consumed, and the threefold Kaioken he had just unleashed was the limit his body could currently endure. Pushing further would mean weeks in a hospital bed from the sheer physical strain, and even then defeating Li Xing remained uncertain. You're not bad, far stronger than the other Saiyans. Li Xing cast a glance at the prone Nappa, musing inwardly. How could the gap among Saiyans be this immense? Cough. Cough. In the distance, Nappa spat another mouthful of blood. Being belittled twice in succession weighed heavily on his spirit. In truth, Nappa's prowess ranked among the elite of the Saiyan race, though otherwise he would not have been assigned from childhood to accompany Vegeta, the Saiyan Prince. Yet the two he encountered today were beings he could never hope to match. Sun Wukong, upon hearing Li Xing's praise, showed no elation. His gaze instead grew more solemn. No holding back. He tore off his upper garment, revealing his sinewy physique. From this moment, he cast aside all concerns over the battle's consequences, ready to savor the fight with all his might. Fourfold Kaioken. As the words fell, Sun Wukong's aura ascended once more. Sensing the immense power within, he paused, startled. His body bore far less strain than he had anticipated. Could it be due to his own growth and strength? The thought flickered through his mind, but he dismissed it, launching an attack at Li Xing the next instant. A single punch sent a gust that tousled a few strands of Li Xing's hair. Impressive. Li Xing narrowed his eyes, studying Sun Wukong with newfound interest. This Kaioken was an outright anomaly. Even he felt a flicker of temptation. Boom, boom, boom. A fiercer barrage than before descended, yet Li Xing parried each blow with composure, though his expression gradually turned stern. He realized that while such attacks posed no threat to him, his attire begged to differ. The sleeve of his arm shattered during one clash, revealing a flash of pale skin beneath. Bang! Li Xing's previously idle left hand sprang into action, blocking Sun Wukong's fist before sending him flying with the other. Let's settle this in one blow. Watching Sun Wukong scramble to his feet, Li Xing spoke slowly. Fine. Sun Wukong, about to charge, halted and stood his ground. It was time to end it. Li Xing had risen late, and after 2 successive battles the sky was beginning to tinge with red. Dusk had arrived. The setting sun gilded their figures in gold as Sun Wukong and Li Xing stood poised, as if frozen in time. A fierce wind howled past, and even Nappa, sprawled on the ground, turned his head to fix his gaze on their final clash. Came. Haim. Sun Wukong assumed the charging stance, hands at his side, as a dazzling blue light gathered in his palms. Then an invisible tremor erupted from him, reducing rocks within hundreds of meters to dust. Another beam clash. Seeing his posture, Li Xing shook his head, then stomped his right foot forward. Boom. In an instant, a visible ripple spread from the earth, covering several kilometers in the blink of an eye. He had no intention of mirroring Sun Wukong's move, doing so would likely devastate his fragile garments in the ensuing shockwave. He concentrated his chi into his right hand, preparing to deflect Sun Wukong's attack back at him. Came. Haim. Huh. After a brief silence, Sun Wukong noticed Li Xing had no plans to counter with a beam. Yet with his energy fully charged, he could not simply dissipate it. He thrust his hands forward, and a brilliant blue pillar of light shot toward Li Xing. Li Xing, however, had long prepared his response. Slap. Amidst the roaring energy wave, a faint sound emerged, and the blue beam, as if struck by something terrifying, reversed course and hurtled back at Sun Wukong. What a... Seeing his own attack turn against him, Sun Wukong cried out in shock. Damn. Can't dodge. Ironically, the very one who launched the attack lacked the confidence to withstand it, instinctively seeking to evade. Fivefold. Kaioken. In the nick of time, knowing escape was impossible, Sun Wukong unleashed his full aura to endure the rebounded energy wave. Boom. An ear-splitting explosion sent shockwaves rippling outward. While Li Xing shielded himself with chi, Nappa was flung even farther away. As the dust settled and silence returned, Li Xing beheld the scene before him. Sun Wukong stood with arms crossed before his chest, drenched in blood and utterly battered, yet he remained steadfastly on his feet. Across from him, Li Xing bore not a single scratch save for a torn sleeve. You win. Sun Wukong slowly lowered his arms, revealing his wounds, his face etched with bitterness. Though reluctant to admit it, the truth was undeniable. Li Xing had effortlessly deflected a mighty attack, while he could only brace himself with all his strength. The Temple of the Gods. How in the world did these two monsters train? Piccolo wondered silently, standing with the old deity at the temple's edge to observe, though they kept a considerable distance apart. The commotion from the battle was immense, detectable even from their lofty perch in the sky. Do you see the gap now, eh? The battle below had already concluded. The old immortal turned his gaze toward Piccolo, who remained in a state of shock. Oomph. Piccolo let out a cold snort, offering no further words. Even now, he and the old immortal were still at odds. His presence here was solely because he had matters he wished to inquire about. You want to go to Namek, don't you? The old immortal spoke calmly. Since they were originally one entity, he naturally knew what was on Piccolo's mind. I do have a way to send you there. The old immortal paused, then continued, however, going alone might not be feasible. Oh, you old fossil aren't planning to go. That would be just perfect. Piccolo was taken aback for a moment, then responded with a sneer, as if he couldn't be happier to be rid of the old immortal's presence. What I mean is, with your current strength, going alone might mean you never return. But don't worry, I indeed have no intention of going with you. The old immortal let out a soft sigh, speaking with earnest sincerity. How could he not wish to personally visit the homeland and kin he had yearned for since the day of his birth, if given the chance? However, this time was different. Especially after Vegeta had managed to escape unscathed, it made him realize that the strong in the universe were no ordinary foes. They were far more formidable than they had imagined. Moreover, the Namekian's ability to create Dragon Balls had already been exposed. If Piccolo were allowed to go alone this time, he feared it would be a journey with no return. You mean, I should bring some companions? Piccolo frowned slightly. Since his mind was linked with the old immortals, he could tell the other wasn't mocking his lack of strength. Exactly. Once you've decided who to bring, come find me again. At that time, I will tell you the way home. With that, the old immortal turned and walked into the depths of the temple, leaving Piccolo no chance to respond. Piccolo stared at the empty square in silence for a long while before finally departing as well. A few days later, Li Xing, in her usual state of idleness, walked out of the bedroom, wearing slippers, her face still heavy with sleep. Miss Li Xing. Upon seeing her, the drowsy Nappa instantly perked up, greeting her respectfully. After his battle with Son Goku, he had spent several days in the hospital thanks only to the Saiyan's robust physique. Otherwise, given Earth's current medical standards, he would have had to stay bedded in for at least half a month. During those days of immobility, he had done a lot of thinking. Among the surviving Saiyans, it seemed that everyone except Son Goku's son far surpassed him in strength. Though dejected, Nappa acknowledged the truth, it was time for him to train hard. With Prince Vegeta's whereabouts unknown, the only ones who could guide his training now were Li Xing or Son Goku. Morning, Nappa. Li Xing yawned lazily, stretching her waist before heading toward the dining room. Nappa followed closely behind. Miss Li Xing. Suddenly Nappa halted, his face solemn as he called out. Nappa, is something the matter? Li Xing looked at him quizzically, wondering what had gotten into this big fellow today, addressing her as Miss Li Xing at every turn. Could it be? He had injured his head in the last fight. If your injuries aren't healed, you can go back to the hospital for a few more days. Li Xing kindly reminded him. Although both Nappa and Son Goku had sustained varying degrees of injury in their last battle, none were life-threatening. She still had a sense of being in reserve. Please teach me how to train. The next moment, Nappa placed his right hand over his left chest, bowed deeply from the waist, and looked at Li Xing with utmost reverence. Me? Teach you? Li Xing was stunned, never expecting Nappa to make such a request. What a joke. She herself was too lazy to train, only reaching her current battle power thanks to the system. How could she teach someone else? Wouldn't that be leading a student astray? Yes. Kakarot and Prince Vegeta are no match for you. I thought I could train under you. Nappa remained bowed. As he uttered these words, a sense of unease stirred within him, and he dared not meet her gaze. Ahem. Li Xing coughed awkwardly. Just as she was at a loss for how to respond, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from the sky. Li Xing. Son Goku spotted her from afar, called out, and landed directly beside her. Son Goku. Li Xing was taken aback, wondering why Son Goku would seek her out at this hour. Could he be here to challenge her to another spar? It's like this. Son Goku briefly explained the situation. Li Xing showed little reaction, but Nappa was visibly excited. Really? Kakarot, you're going to Namek? Nappa exclaimed excitedly. Son Goku's visit was to extend an invitation on Piccolo's behalf to Li Xing. In 10 days at the lookout, they would depart for Piccolo's home planet Namek. Take me with you. In an instant, Nappa, who had been bowing, flashed in front of Son Goku, gripping his shoulders with both hands and speaking earnestly. Namek, according to Li Xing, was where his Prince Vegeta had gone. Although he had been living on Earth for some days, the chance to see Vegeta again was an opportunity he could not miss. Sorry, Piccolo only told me to invite Li Xing. Son Goku moved Nappa's hands away and scratched his head, speaking hesitantly. I want to go too. Nappa's eyes widened, staring at Son Goku with eager anticipation. Well, your strength isn't suited for it. No, I am strong. Beat me and he'll convince Piccolo. I can beat Piccolo. Beat me and he'll let you go. I still have a bone to pick with you about the spaceship. The two argued with escalating fervor, their voices threatening to shake down Bulma's house. Stop. Li Xing couldn't bear their squabbling any longer. It was giving her a headache. Message delivered him off. Seizing the opportunity, Son Goku shrugged. Nappa's voice was too loud for him to argue with, so he vanished into the sky in a flash, leaving Nappa and Li Xing staring at each other. Nappa, I don't want to take you to Namek. Li Xing fixed her gaze on Nappa's eyes and spoke calmly, causing him to shudder. Why, oi? Nappa looked at Li Xing, crestfallen. Because your strength isn't enough to survive there. Li Xing shook her head. After spending a few days with him, it wasn't that she disliked Nappa. In fact, he was straightforward and diligent. But the journey to Namek involved Frisia. She didn't want her newly acquired subordinate to die within a few chapters. I can train. I won't hold you back. 10 days later, at the Temple of the Gods, a crowd had gathered. Sun Wukong, did I not tell you to invite only Li Xing? Piccolo, pointing at Sun Wukong's nose, berated him as he looked at the assembled group. The bald one, the little bald one, your son. And even this woman wants to come. Piccolo counted heads furiously, nearly fainting with rage when he saw Bulma. This was hardly a journey home. It seemed more like the beginning of a native interstellar adventure. Well, more hands make lighter work. Sun Wukong let out an awkward chuckle. He had brought Krillin and Sun Gohan, while Li Xing had brought Nappa and Bulma. Adding Piccolo, the group numbered 7 people in total. Enough nonsense. The spaceship can't hold that many. Piccolo shot a glare at Sun Wukong, then turned to address the others. Is that so? How do we know it can't fit us if you don't show us? Hearing this, Nappa slowly stepped out from behind Li Xing, cracking his knuckles, looking ready to charge at Piccolo at any moment. You. Piccolo was so enraged, he could have spat blood, his face turning a livid green as he pointed at Nappa. All right, more hands do make lighter work. As the group gathered, the old guardian emerged from the temple, accompanied by Popo. Since everyone is here, then Popo, lead them there. The old guardian cast a glance at Li Xing, then scanned the surrounding crowd and spoke calmly. Yes, guardian. Popo turned to Piccolo, signaling him to gather everyone and depart. Umph. Piccolo snorted coldly and followed Popo. Come or not, he wouldn't have bothered with them if the old guardian hadn't instructed him to bring companions. Sabaton Highlands. We're here. Popo was the first to land beside a spaceship shaped like an insect, turning to address the group. Huh. No door handle, no lock. Is this really a spaceship? Sun Wukong scratched his head, walked up curiously, and knocked on it. Piccolo was silent for a moment, saying nothing. Upon seeing this ship, his memories seemed somewhat chaotic. It felt as though he had ridden it before, yet when he tried to recall, nothing came to mind. Where's the door? Where is it? Why isn't there one? Nappa also approached to look around, but couldn't find any way in. You just need to say a word to open it. Popo explained to the group, preparing to utter the opening incantation. Piccolo. Suddenly a figure stepped forward and silently uttered that name. It wasn't Popo who spoke, but Piccolo himself. At that moment, he finally remembered. Back when he and the old guardian were still one, he had waited here for 20 or 30 years because of a letter that said, "They'll be there soon, wait for me." Now was he finally going to meet his never-before-seen parents? Piccolo's thoughts were in turmoil, so much so that even the descent of the ship's boarding ramp couldn't interrupt his contemplation. Hey, get on. Sun Wukong, noticing Piccolo's sudden absent-mindedness, gave him a few extra glances and quickly patted his shoulder. Oh, sorry. Snapping back to reality, Piccolo, with a heavy heart, led the group onto the ramp. Since the guardian has remembered. Then, Popo will head back now. Popo did not follow the group, instead casting a meaningful glance at Piccolo. Piccolo responded softly. Perhaps he hadn't realized it himself, but even though the old guardian wasn't with him, he still carried the others' memories. They'll do it. Piccolo. After Popo left, before Piccolo could speak, the blunt Nappa was the first to call out. Buzz. The ramp rose, and the group finally entered the interior of the ship. The interior of the entire ship was not particularly spacious, but it was very clean. Apart from a large chair and a control lever, there was nothing else. Tisk, is it this bear? Nappa looked around and couldn't help but complain. How do you operate this thing? Bulma pulled Li Xing over to the control lever, asking in confusion. I don't really know either. Probably. You need to use the Namekian language. Li Xing pretended to think, casting his gaze towards Piccolo. Target Namek, depart. As Piccolo's words fell, the control lever beeped, and the panel displayed the Namekian word for OK. Whoosh. The ship emitted a vibration that wasn't too strong, then shot into the sky at incredible speed. Damn it, what the hell did you say? After a bout of stumbling, Nappa furiously grabbed Piccolo by the collar. Let him go. Li Xing's voice rang out with an undeniable authority, shooting Nappa a fierce glare that made him quickly release Piccolo. No kidding, if this ship hadn't been modified by Bulma and set off directly, any mishap with Piccolo would have turned them all into cosmic dust. TLL take about a month or so. Make yourselves at home. Piccolo unceremoniously sat in the large chair at the front, then closed his eyes. Eager to return, Piccolo had no leisure to bother with the group. A month is... Except for Li Xing and Bulma, everyone else exclaimed in surprise. Wasn't that time a bit too long? We're doomed. Krillin looked at the empty interior of the ship, his face full of bitterness. There was nothing here. Was he supposed to go a month without bathing or eating? Seeing the group standing there dumbfounded, Li Xing and Bulma exchanged a knowing smile. Knowing full well that Piccolo would be leading the way, Li Xing had instructed Bulma to prepare hoi poi capsules before departure. They had everything needed for daily life, even a bathtub. Plop. Bulma casually tossed a few capsules on the ground, and instantly a row of small tents appeared before everyone's eyes. Wow, Bulma sure thinks of everything. Haha, this is so comfortable. The group excitedly rushed into the tents. Since the ship hadn't been modified, training was clearly impossible here, but each tent was thoughtfully stocked with manga to pass the time. Seeing everyone settled in, Bulma quietly pulled Li Xing towards the rear of the ship. Plop. Another capsule was dropped on the ground. This time it wasn't a tent, but materials to partition off the ship's tail section. After some simple work, the two successfully created a small room of about 10 square meters on the ship. It wasn't large, but it had everything they needed, more than enough for the two of them to rest. After all the others were sleeping in tents while they slept on soft plush beds. A month later. Is that Namek? Nappa pressed against the spaceship's window, pointing excitedly at a colossal green planet. So beautiful. So this is Namek. Krillin and Son Gohan also crowded over, their faces alight with excitement. A green planet. Just like Piccolo. Bulma sneaked a glance at Piccolo and whispered softly into Li Xing's ear. Yet those words could hardly escape Piccolo's extraordinary hearing. His face darkened, the joy of seeing his homeland instantly vanishing as he shot Bulma an irked glare. Restrained by Li Xing's presence, he refrained from lashing out, instead growing eager to descend and explore. Select suitable terrain for landing. With those words, the spaceship rapidly approached the planet. With a rumble, it soon landed safely on Namek's surface. Prince Vegeta, Lord Nappa. Your little brother has arrived. The moment he set foot on the ground, Nappa bounded out of the ship and shouted toward the sky. Slap. Li Xing instantly flew before him and smacked his forehead. You idiot, did you forget what I told you? As Nappa crouched in pain, clutching his head, Li Xing fumed. Without a doubt, Frieza was already on Namek gathering the Dragon Balls. With her current combat power, she was no match for him. Nappa's thoughtless exposure of their group was a grave mistake. Sorry. He hung his head low, speaking timidly. It was clear that despite his recklessness, Nappa understood Frisia's terror. Oomph. Seeing him submit, Li Xing snorted coldly and said no more. Meanwhile, behind her, Bulma quietly sighed in relief. During the long month aboard the ship, Li Xing had repeatedly explained the dire situation. Frisia was beyond any of them, including herself. A hum sounded from the sky as a spherical craft streaked past. Vegeta. It's Prince Vegeta. After Li Xing's slap, Nappa had grown much more subdued. He didn't shout this time, only stared fervently at the craft and murmured. Vegeta was only arriving now. Li Xing paused, realizing the timeline had veered far off course. On Earth, the battle had ended without casualties. Now everyone had gathered prematurely on Namek, but the combat power of Son Goku and Piccolo had deviated. System, open the status panel. After a brief deliberation, Li Xing silently called out in her mind. Name: Li Xing, gender female, age 18, dragon, world height 175 centimeters, race Saiyan, skills, key control, Bukujutsu, Kamehameha, garlic cannon items, Senzu Bean, X1, combat power 6 in 2 minutes. It's far too little. Gazing at her own stats on the panel, Li Xing couldn't help but shake her head. Her current combat power, though far above her companions, offered virtually no resistance against Frisia. Fortunately, despite the slight deviations in the plot, Vegeta's arrival meant Frisia's target was still Namek's Dragon Balls, not Earth. I have some matters to attend to. Who will come with me? With that thought, she turned to the group. Huh, are you going after Frisia? Son Goku asked, puzzled. Having learned of Frisia's might from Li Xing, Goku was intrigued by battle, but not foolish enough to court death without a plan. At least after Li Xing's warning, he wouldn't provoke Frisia at this stage. As Goku spoke, everyone turned their gaze to Li Xing. Not Frisia. Something else. Li Xing shook her head. She knew her priority was to boost her strength, not to rush into suicide. He'll go with you. Bulma immediately stepped to Li Xing's side. After all this time together, she trusted Li Xing unconditionally. And me? Two voices rang out simultaneously. As a fellow Saiyan whose life Li Xing had spared on Earth, Nappa decided to follow her for now, knowing he was too weak to face Vegeta yet. The other voice came from Krillin. His reasoning was simpler. He felt safer with Li Xing, the strongest among them. What about you? Li Xing looked at the remaining three: Piccolo, Son Goku, and Son Gohan. I want to search for my kin first, so I won't join you. Piccolo gazed absently at the surroundings, pondering for a long moment. He knew his home world was in peril and had no mind for other errands. They'll go with Piccolo to look out for each other. Seeing Piccolo distracted, Son Goku spoke up. Among the group, he was closest to Piccolo, and after years of rivalry, this was the first time he'd seen the Namekians so troubled. He'll go with Dad and Uncle Piccolo. Watching the others choose, Son Gohan scratched his head and said softly. Having trained under Piccolo since childhood, he shared a unique bond with the warrior. Then let's split up. I hope we reunite soon. Remember, don't provoke Frisia for now. Li Xing took a deep breath, didn't force the others, and lifted Bulma into the air with Nappa and Krillin following close behind. Elsewhere, Zarbin and Dodoria each carried a Dragon Ball, standing on either side of a small figure. This being had purple skin, wore armor similar to Raditz's, and sat calmly on a floating alien throne. Though not in combat, his terrifying aura still inspired dread, and this chilling laughter came from him. The Emperor of the Universe, Frisia. Hold on tight, Dodoria. Vegeta has his eyes on it too. Frisia smirked with malevolent charm, cautioning Dodoria. Just 3 more Dragon Balls, and his wish for immortality would come true. Lord Frisia. Chui, who was tracking Vegeta, has just landed, but... A strange sound came from the scouter, making Zarbin frown, as if he had noticed something unexpected. Oh, but what? Frisia asked calmly, his expression unreadable. According to the scouter's data, there are several unfamiliar energy signatures. 4 are moving at high speed, while 3 others seem to be searching for something. Zarbin's face grew serious. The unfamiliar battle powers were low, the highest barely 1,000, the lowest only 5. Yet he felt a foreboding sense of trouble and decided it was best to report to Frisia. Li Xing, where are we going? On the way, Bulma looked curiously at the scenes whizzing by below and asked. To find the Grand Elder of the Namekians. Li Xing replied calmly, a hint of worry flickering in her eyes. Her current battle power was only 6/8 far from enough to contend with Frisia's final form, let alone his second form, which could defeat her countless times over. Her top priority was to find every possible way to increase her strength. The Grand Elder's ability to unlock potential was crucial to Li Xing, though she was uncertain how much it would elevate her. We're here. Moments later, Li Xing halted in midair, gazing down at the white spherical structure below, a surge of inexplicable anticipation rising within her. Visitors from afar, what brings you here? As they landed, a young Namekian emerged from the building, blocking their path. Nail, the strongest warrior-type Namekian at present, released his aura, pressing down on everyone except Li Xing with immense force. We come from Earth and wish to see your Grand Elder. Please announce us. Li Xing explained with a warm smile, her tone amicable, while subtly dispelling Nail's oppressive aura for the others. Oh, guest from Earth, I see. Upon hearing her words, Nail visibly relaxed, a hint of friendliness appearing on his face. As the Grand Elder's personal guard, though he rarely left this place, he was acutely aware of the crisis looming over Namek. Thus, he remained highly vigilant toward any unfamiliar outsiders. Since Li Xing had voluntarily stated they were from Earth and had committed no discourteous acts, Nail naturally had no reason to turn them away. Please wait a moment. With that, Nail turned and entered the building. Regardless of their purpose, he had to confirm with the Grand Elder whether to receive them. This Namekian is far stronger than that Piccolo. Behind Li Xing, Nappa remarked in a low voice, eyeing Nail's retreating figure without restraint. Now you see how weak you are. Li Xing couldn't help but taunt, seeing Nappa's subdued demeanor. Heh. Once this trip is over, he'll train hard for sure. Nappa scratched his head. Having left in haste, his plan to train under Li Xing had to be postponed. Everyone please follow me. After a brief wait, Nail returned and politely gestured for them to enter. Thank you. Li Xing nodded and led the group inside. Stepping in, they were all awestruck by the sight of the Namekian Grand Elder. He was enormous, nearly 10 meters tall, with furrowed brows and a weary-aged face as he sat on his chair looking frail and exhausted, as if on the verge of death. Welcome, you must be the Earthlings. The Grand Elder smiled warmly, his kindly demeanor instantly endearing him to them. Yes, greetings, Grand Elder. Li Xing looked up at him, bowed politely, then straightened and continued. We have come uninvited to ask for your help. Oh, are you also here for the Dragon Balls like those other space travelers? The Grand Elder perked up slightly, but showed no hostility. He sensed no evil aura from Li Xing and her companions, so he was curious about their intentions. Though the Grand Elder harbored no ill will, Nail kept a sharp eye on them from the moment they entered. No, we seek your help. To unlock our potential. Li Xing paused before explaining. Her original intention wasn't the Dragon Balls, but the Grand Elder's words sparked an idea. That's right, the Dragon Balls. If she could gather them all before Frieza, couldn't she make several wishes? With this thought, a smile curled at the corner of Li Xing's lips. She deemed it a potentially good plan. Unlock potential. The Grand Elder's face showed surprise. A person's potential is innate. I cannot unlock it. I can only awaken the potential already within you. The Grand Elder paused briefly but did not refuse Li Xing's request. Awakening is fine. Please do. Li Xing nodded joyfully. To her, unlocking and awakening were just different terms, as long as it boosted her strength. However, I need to understand your past. The Grand Elder met Li Xing's gaze, speaking solemnly. Given their sudden arrival, he needed to learn about them. Moreover, the current crisis on Namek required someone's help to resolve. No problem. Li Xing hesitated briefly but quickly recovered. Krillin, you go. She turned and gestured to Krillin. Despite her verbal assurance, she remained wary of the Grand Elder's method of probing the past. If he discovered the existence of her system, things might spiral out of control. Moreover, Krillin, as Goku's childhood friend, would have a past sufficient to earn the Grand Elder's trust. Me. Krillin pointed at his nose, looking bewildered. Yes. Li Xing confirmed with a nod. Among those present, he was the most suitable. Well, okay. After a moment's hesitation, Krillin agreed. From their conversation, he understood that the Grand Elder would awaken their potential, and learning their past was just a necessary step. Earthling, could you come closer? The Grand Elder turned his gaze to Krillin, signaling him to approach. All right. Though it felt odd, Krillin complied and walked to the Grand Elder's side. Piccolo, the Namekian who returned to his homeland. Kata's child, split in two. Placing a hand on Krillin's head, the Grand Elder quickly discerned their purpose for coming to Namek. Confirming that the group bore no hostility toward Namek, the Grand Elder hummed softly and proceeded to awaken Krillin's potential. To Krillin's astonishment, a powerful surge of energy erupted from within him. In an instant, a white aura blazed forth, enveloping his body. Power! Power! Ha ha ha! Feeling the immense strength welling up inside, Krillin laughed with exhilaration. He sensed that his current power even surpassed that of Nappa the Scion. My turn! My turn! Watching the little bald man before him, whose aura suddenly surged, Nappa could not help but shout. Beep! A battle power of 1400. The scouter before Bulma emitted a sound startling her. Just moments ago, Krillin's battle power had been less than 2000. Now with the Grand Elder's assistance, it had increased so dramatically. Over 7 times. Li Xing was taken aback. If she could also increase her battle power 7-fold and then transform into a Super Saiyan, would she be strong enough to defeat Frieza? Watching Nappa step forward, her expression also filled with anticipation. Ha ha ha. Kakarot, when we meet next time. Be prepared to be defeated by me. Moments later, Nappa burst into wild laughter, feeling an endless surge of power within him. He even believed that aside from Li Xing, he could claim the title of the strongest Saiyan. Battle power 60000. Li Xing also put on the scouter Bulma had given her. Though she had anticipated it, she was still utterly astonished. Now, who is next? Looking at the satisfied group, a smile appeared on the Grand Elder's aged face as he turned his gaze to the remaining 2 women. It was easy to see that Li Xing was likely the strongest among them, and the Scion tail behind her was undeniable proof that this woman was anything but ordinary. He'll go first. The 2 exchanged glances. Catching the meaning in Li Xing's eyes, Bulma spoke up. Is this the power of a martial artist? Due to her extremely low base battle power, even after the enhancement, Bulma only went from having no power to just over 100. Still, this filled her with joy. At last she could sense the existence of ki and could learn the Bukujutsu. Go on, it's your turn. Bulma walked over to Li Xing and gently nudged her shoulder. All right. Li Xing nodded, took a deep breath, and strode towards the Grand Elder. Meanwhile, on the other side. Oh, dead. Son Goku and the other two stood in a nearby village which was in ruins, littered with the bodies of Namekians scattered everywhere. This place had just been ravaged by Frieza and his men. The once lively village was now eerily silent. TCH. Piccolo said, nothing, simply standing there staring at the scene before him. If one looked closely, they would see his fists clenched tightly, his shoulders trembling incessantly. A surge of inexplicable hatred like a tidal wave raged wildly within his heart. Uncle Piccolo, are you all right? Noticing his distress, Son Gohan quickly walked over to him, looking up with concern. Piccolo slowly unclenched his fists. Looking down at Son Gohan, a flicker of tenderness passed through his eyes before it vanished. I'm fine. He shook his head, his tone seemingly calm. Yet even so, Son Gohan could feel the fury he was suppressing. Piccolo. Son Goku opened his mouth as if to offer some comfort, but he didn't know what to say. He simply stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. Just as the three fell silent, two powerful auras suddenly emerged from the distance, putting them all on high alert. That key. It's Vegeta. Son Goku was the first to break the silence, and the other two nodded in agreement. The battle on Earth had ended not long ago, so they were familiar with Vegeta's key. However, the other unfamiliar aura was a mystery to them. Let's go check it out. Piccolo's words had barely faded before he shot into the sky, racing at incredible speed towards the source of the two auras. Let's go. Son Goku shouted to Son Gohan and followed closely behind. He knew Piccolo suspected Vegeta of massacring his people, which was why he was so anxious. Given Piccolo's current strength, he was no match for Vegeta and would only put himself in danger. So they had to follow. Battle power. 2-2-0. Before Vegeta stood a rather ugly alien with a beard, exclaiming in shock. The moment Vegeta erupted with his aura, the scouter in front of the alien exploded. Chui, who served under Frieza alongside Vegeta, had a battle power similar to his. Yet they were bitter rivals, each wishing for the other's demise. Lord Frieza. Seeing Vegeta striding towards him menacingly, the panicked Chui immediately pointed behind Vegeta and shouted loudly. What? Startled Vegeta quickly turned to look. You fool. Having successfully diverted Vegeta's attention, Chui poured all his strength into a barrage of energy blasts, firing wildly at Vegeta. Boom. After a series of attacks, a massive explosion echoed, painting the sky red. Ha ha ha. As the smoke cleared, Chui saw nothing but an empty ruin and burst into laughter. With a battle power of only 1/8, he had no confidence in defeating Vegeta without resorting to such a trick. Naive. Just as he was rejoicing, Vegeta's voice came from the side. If only a fool like you would use such a cheap trick. Vegeta stood with his arms crossed, completely unscathed. After the trip to Earth, his battle power had skyrocketed following his recovery from severe injuries. His speed had increased accordingly, and even when distracted, dodging Cuy's sneak attack was effortless. Whoosh! Chui turned and fled in panic, only to find Vegeta appearing before him even faster. Bang! A heavy punch landed on Cuy's abdomen, eliciting a scream of agony. A fist-sized crater caved in his stomach. Die! Pressing his advantage, Vegeta extended two fingers. Chui, his body still reeling from the brutal blow, was instantly blown to pieces. Oomph! Vegeta sneered coldly as his opponent vanished before his eyes, feeling barely a ripple of emotion. After all, he had already made up his mind to betray Frieza. Beep! Just as he was about to leave, an abnormal sound from his scouter made him stop abruptly. Namekian. No. And Kakarot. Vegeta looked up at the sky. Someone was hurtling towards him at incredible speed. Stop right there. Seeing Vegeta's figure in the distance, Piccolo, who was at the front, shouted loudly. TCH. Aren't these the trash from Earth? As the three landed before him, Vegeta let out a contemptuous smirk, his tone dripping with disdain and mockery. He hadn't forgotten the humiliating retreat from Earth, but with Li Xing absent, he held little regard for those before him. Moreover, fully recovered from his injuries, he was eager to reclaim his lost dignity. Enough talk. Were you the one who killed those Namekians? Piccolo's expression was grim, his eyes blazing with fury. Though he might not be a match for Vegeta, the death of his kin drove him to the brink of reason. Namekians? Those weaklings aren't even worthy of my royal attention. In response to Piccolo's accusation, Vegeta scoffed, effectively denying the charge. But you, traveling all the way to Namek. Is it to stop me from obtaining the Dragon Balls? As he spoke, Vegeta unleashed a surge of murderous intent. After his defeat on Earth, knowing he was no match for Li Xing, he had redirected his focus to the Dragon Balls of Namek. Yet Son Goku and the others had meddled, standing fearlessly before him even without Li Xing, a suicidal move. Stop you. We only seek to restore peace to Namek. Bracing against Vegeta's aura, Son Goku stepped forward, shielding Piccolo. Battle power. 24000. Lord Frieza. Chui is dead, but another force of equal strength to Vegeta has appeared. Aboard Frieza's spaceship Dodoria reported the latest intelligence to Frieza. Oh, Vegeta has an accomplice. Frieza narrowed his eyes. A mere battle power of over 200 was beneath his notice, but Vegeta's betrayal irked him. No, they don't seem to be allies. Those two forces appear to be fighting. Zarbin, also present, shook his head, adding his observation. I see. Dodoria, go and bring them back. I want to see who dares disrupt my plans. Zarbin, you go too. After a moment's thought, Frieza commanded the two. Yes. They nodded respectfully and departed toward Vegeta's location. It seems he'll need to summon the Ginyu Force. Watching the two figures fade into the distance, Frieza stroked his chin thoughtfully. He had already gathered 5 Dragon Balls, needing only 2 more to fulfill his wish for immortality. Bang! Bang! Meanwhile, Son Goku had engaged Vegeta in combat. Their battle powers were nearly equal, making the fight fiercely contested. Suddenly, Vegeta's scouter beeped, prompting him to leap back after exchanging a blow with Goku. Dodoria, Zarbin. Upon recognizing the anomaly on his scouter, his face turned grim. Absorbed in his fight with Goku, he had been oblivious that their confrontation had been exposed to Frieza. Now, with 2 of his top subordinates dispatched, this boded ill. More are coming. The 3 warriors sensed the approaching auras and grew alert, turning their gazes toward a distant point in the sky. Their 2 dark specks sped toward them at tremendous speed. Soon Dodoria and Zarbin came into view. Long time no see, Vegeta. Upon landing, Dodoria spoke with a mocking grin. What are you doing here? Vegeta frowned, a sense of unease rising within him. Though he no longer feared either of them individually, his battle with Goku had drained his stamina. If they joined forces against him, he had little confidence in victory. Why, to help you, of course. Dodoria said with a smile, though his words carried a chill. Help me. Ha ha ha. Vegeta's eyes sharpened. News of his betrayal had spread. Would they truly come to his aid? Hey, you 2 newcomers. Don't interrupt my match with Vegeta. From a distance, Son Goku, though unable to fully grasp their conversation, was irritated that they had disrupted his fight. Enough, Dodoria. Let's complete Lord Frieza's task quickly. You take that one, I'll handle Vegeta. Zarbin spoke calmly. Though the scouter indicated considerable battle powers, he felt no need for caution, deeming it a waste of time. Then let's make it quick. Dodoria understood and shot toward Son Goku like lightning, while Zarbin strode toward Vegeta. Boom. The battle erupted instantly, the clash shaking the surroundings. Fortunately, Namek was sparsely populated, otherwise countless lives would have been lost. Piccolo and Son Gohan could only watch from afar, unable to assist. Even with a battle power of 3500, Piccolo could not follow the movements of the fighters. Piccolo clenched his fists, opening his mouth as if to speak, but words failed him. Once he had fought alongside Son Goku, but now he lacked even the qualification to join the fray. Zarbin, with a battle power of only 2300, was struck by Vegeta's whip-like kick, crashing into the ground. Is the great Zarbin incapable of even fighting back? Vegeta descended before him, laughing mockingly. Ha. In response, Zarbin sneered as he slowly rose from the ground. Not bad. Impressive progress. Zarbin wiped the blood from his lips, his expression dark and menacing. Few aside from Frieza knew of his ability to transform. Upon doing so, his power would greatly increase. This was the source of his composure, even when at a disadvantage. On the other side, Son Goku's battle was far easier. Dodoria's battle power was inferior to Zarbin's untransformed state, and lacking any trump card, he was relentlessly beaten, his body soon covered in wounds. Boom. Under a heavy blow, Dodoria's body was sent flying, crashing violently into a mountain peak. Too weak. Seeing that his opponent had lost the ability to resist, Son Goku withdrew his gaze and turned to look at Vegeta. Now let me show you. Zarbin let out a furious roar, his body instantly swelling in size. His once somewhat handsome face twisted, becoming hideous and ferocious. He looked like a green-skinned monster bulging with muscles. Ha. I haven't just changed my appearance. Don't be shocked when you see the power of my transformation. As Zarbin's maniacal laughter faded, he instantly appeared before Vegeta and drove a fierce knee strike deep into Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta screamed in agony, his body folding like a bow. Then Zarbin raised his hand and delivered a brutal slap, sending him crashing to the ground. Under the relentless assault, Vegeta seemed utterly defenseless. This guy, is he this strong? Son Goku watched the combat power Zarbin unleashed after his transformation and couldn't suppress a surge of eagerness to join the fray. Dodoria had been no match for him earlier. He had been easily dispatched without even using the Kaioken. Now, seeing the even stronger Zarbin ignited the fighting spirit within him. Boom. In just moments, the transformed Zarbin had beaten Vegeta into submission. Because Frieza had ordered them to capture both men alive, he spared Vegeta's life. But even so, he was left with only a thread of life. Now covered in wounds and carelessly discarded, it was absolutely impossible for him to recover in the short term. Boom. The moment the fight with Vegeta ended, Son Goku shattered the rock beneath his feet, transforming into a streak of light as he charged straight at Zarbin. He couldn't intervene in the previous fight, nor did he want to. He couldn't because of the pride of a martial artist, and he didn't want to because he was still uncertain whose side Vegeta was truly on. After all, during their battle on Earth, Vegeta had intended to destroy the planet. It doesn't matter how many small fries show up. Zarbin sneered at Son Goku's sudden charge. Although he didn't know where this man had come from, thinking he could challenge him with this level of strength was pure delusion. With that, Zarbin clenched his fists and effortlessly blocked Son Goku's attack. Ding detected that the Jinyu force is now at the host location. Current quest issued: defeat Captain Jinyu with your own hands. Quest reward: Kaioken. Failure penalty: combat power will not increase automatically for 30 days. Time limit: none. Elsewhere, Li Xing had just led the others away from the Grand Elder's dwelling when the system's quest notification sounded in her ear. Are those Jinyu guys here already? Hearing the prompt in her mind, Li Xing frowned slightly. Since landing, she had only done one thing, and she had done it while concealing her presence. It shouldn't have been possible for Frieza and his men to discover them. Could it be? Something happened on Son Goku's end. Thinking this, Li Xing quickly began to search for the key signatures of Son Goku and the others. Found them. She quickly sensed their location. There, the presence of two other individuals caught her attention. One of the auras was unfamiliar and seemed to be engaged in battle with Son Goku. The other was more familiar. It was Vegeta, but it was now extremely faint, as if it could vanish at any moment. Let's go. Having confirmed the direction, Li Xing immediately took her group and sped towards the battlefield. Li Xing, what's your current battle power now, eh? On the way, Bulma raised the scouter on her face and asked curiously. Take a guess. Li Xing held her with one arm and replied with a grin. Since Bulma had just gained her combat power, learning Bukijutsu would take some time, and they were in a hurry. Li Xing simply flew through the air while carrying her. It must be really high. You were practically grinning from ear to ear when we left. Bulma rolled her eyes. The time the Grand Elder spent unlocking Li Xing's potential far exceeded the combined time for the previous 3. Moreover, when they left, the Grand Elder had repeatedly begged Li Xing to help resolve Namex crisis, which suggested a massive power increase. Perhaps she might already be strong enough to contend with Frieza. Li Xing chuckled, not refuting Bulma's words. It was a good thing she didn't know what Bulma was thinking, or she would have found her naive. With her previous battle power of 6800 contend with Frieza, she would have to increase it nearly 200-fold. The Grand Elder's ability to unlock potential was powerful, but it wasn't that absurdly broken. You're much stronger than your companion. Son Goku was knocked back dozens of meters by Zarbin's blow. After a brief exchange, he understood why Vegeta had been defeated. This opponent surpassed him in every aspect: power, speed. Since Vegeta was on par with himself, it was only natural he couldn't win. Daring to side with a traitor like Vegeta. You'll die too. Zarbin snorted coldly, then launched another attack. His speed was still terrifying. Against Son Goku in his base form, he held an absolute advantage. Kaioken. Son Goku shouted, his aura surging instantly. He sidestepped to evade Zarbin's attack, and then threw a solid punch, sending his opponent flying. Zarbin spat out a mouthful of fluid, enduring the pain to halt his momentum. You were hiding your true power. He stared at Son Goku in disbelief. As the current strongest in Frieza's army with the Jinyu force absent, he could easily capture a traitor like Vegeta. But this stranger before him actually made him feel threatened. The fight is just beginning. Son Goku grinned and immediately charged forward again. Battle power: 48000. Frieza, wearing the brand new scouter just brought by Jinyu and his team, glanced at the reading with slight surprise. 48000, huh? Such a battle power doesn't require your involvement, Lord Frieza. Jinyu and his men stood behind him, gazing into the distance as they spoke. With a thunderous crash, Sabo's figure slammed into a nearby mountain peak, causing the entire summit to collapse. After activating the Kaioken, Son Goku's battle power surged exponentially. Even at just double his normal strength, it was enough to utterly crush Sabo. Cough. Cough. Sabo struggled to crawl out from the pile of rubble, his expression exceedingly grim. He could never have imagined that this man before him was not only more powerful than Vegeta, but even surpassed him, effortlessly inflicting severe injuries upon him. Moi. Just as Sabo was contemplating his next move, Son Goku suddenly turned his attention to the distant sky. Their 5 powerful auras were rapidly approaching. Reinforcements. Son Goku muttered to himself, choosing not to press his attack on the wounded Sabo. He could sense that the incoming presences were immensely formidable, with several rivaling his own strength, prompting him to become cautious. Meanwhile, Sabo followed Goku's gaze, and his face lit up with joy. He knew his rescue had finally arrived. With a whoosh, 5 figures descended before Sabo under the watchful eyes of both fighters. How pathetic, Sabo. To be brought to this state by some no-name small fry. The leader of the 5 sneered without restraint. His back turned to Sabo. He had light purple skin and 2 sharp antennae on his head similar to Frieza's, unmistakably Captain Jinyu. The 4 beside him each bore distinctive features and varied skin colors, but they all shared one commonality: they wore the battle armor of Frieza's army. Damn. Reinforcements indeed. Son Goku gritted his teeth, glaring at the 5. In an unknown fight aside from Captain Jinyu, he was confident against the others, but he feared they wouldn't give him that chance. So what'll it be? Will you come with us willingly? Captain Jinyu asked, shifting his gaze from Sabo to Son Goku. Or shall we beat you down and drag you back? His words brimmed with unshakable confidence. After all, except for Goldo, each of their battle powers exceeded 400. Even if Son Goku boasted a power level of 480, he was no match for these battle-hardened elite warriors. Is that so? Then let's find out. Son Goku shot him a cold glare, his aura surging as he readied himself for battle. There are 3 of them. They'll take the one in front of me. The other 2 you can decide by rock, paper, scissors. Jinyu sneered, addressing the 4 behind him. He had also taken note of Piccolo and Son Gohan observing from a distance. What? No fair, Captain Jinyu. You always take the spotlight. That's not right. His words sparked immediate protest from the others. The Jinyu force was the strongest unit in Frisia's army, and during missions they rarely encountered opponents as formidable as Son Goku to train against. Now that they had, even as Captain Jinyu couldn't simply claim the fight for himself. Fine. I get it. Well, settle it with rock, paper, scissors. Jinyu relented, seeing their displeasure. After all, as captain, he had to consider his subordinates' feelings. Great. The 4 cheered in unison, satisfied with the captain's magnanimous decision. Son Goku watched their antics in speechless bewilderment, but didn't interrupt their bizarre routine. At least it confirmed they weren't planning to attack together, giving him a chance for unknown combat. TCH. Piccolo, observing from afar, saw this, and veins bulged on his forehead. Nothing infuriated him more than being looked down upon. But honestly, anger was useless. He couldn't help in his current state, and acting rashly would only hold Son Goku back. So Piccolo clenched his teeth and endured. Rock, paper, scissors. Yahoo! I win. In just 1 round, an unexpected result emerged. The very thing Son Goku had dreaded most came to pass. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. A satisfied smile crossed Jinyu's face as he stepped forward, cracking his knuckles in preparation for battle. Captain, we still haven't decided who gets the other 2. The others shouted as Jinyu prepared to step up. Sorry. I almost forgot about the other set, referring to Piccolo and Son Gohan. Jinyu paused, glanced at the remaining 2, then turned back. After several ties, Guldo ultimately won the right to fight Piccolo and Son Gohan. Guldo, you go first. Jinyu crossed his arms, adopting a pose as if to enjoy a good show before the battle. Since the captain says so. Don't worry, he'll put on a great performance. A cruel grin spread across Guldo's face. He was very short with green skin and 4 eyes. He was the weakest member of the Jinyu force, but his psychic ability to briefly stop time was likely the reason Head earned a spot on the team. Beep. Just as Guldo was about to charge at Piccolo and Son Gohan, the scouter on their wrists suddenly went off. Huh. Jinyu and the others frowned at the sudden interruption, but after checking the battle powers they breathed a sigh of relief. Ha ha ha. It's 4 guys with power levels under 1,000. They all broke into sinister grins. What kind of small fry would dare to come here and throw their lives away? Those energies. It's Li Xing and the others. Son Goku and his companions sensed the approaching auras and became excited. Though they didn't know where Li Xing and his group had been, as long as Li Xing arrived, these 5 troublesome enemies would no longer be a threat. Ha! These are your reinforcements. Jinyu's smile widened as he looked at the expectant faces of Son Goku and the others. Little did he know the caliber of the opponent about to face him, one capable of annihilating the entire Jinyu force. TCH, just 2 more. Must I go out and search for them myself? On the other side, Frisia waited anxiously. Those 2 incompetents, Dodoria and Zarbon, were so weak that he had to trouble the Jinyu force, whom he valued highly, to assist them. At this thought, a flicker of annoyance crossed his face. Enough. Better speed things up. Frisia cast a glance at the 5 Dragon Balls on his spaceship and sighed inwardly. After instructing his men to guard the Dragon Balls, he boarded his scouter and departed. The Grand Elder's dwelling. Seated on his chair, the Grand Elder suddenly furrowed his brow as if sensing something. It seems they've finally found this place. They're very close now. Nail, noticing the Grand Elder's reaction, spoke in a low voice. Din, come here. The Grand Elder spoke slowly, addressing a young Namekian standing beside Nail. Din was a child Nail had discovered and rescued nearby. Had Nail not arrived in time, he would have fallen victim to Frisia's men. Hearing the Grand Elder's call, Din quickly hurried over to his side. With a soft hum, the Grand Elder placed his large hand on Din's head, awakening the latent potential within him, while Din looked on in confusion. Go now, Din. Find a scion named Li Xing. The peace of Namek depends on her. The Grand Elder's voice was heavy, as if uttering his final words. But, go. Din tried to speak, but the Grand Elder cut him off. I understand, Grand Elder. Please don't die. Din cast one last lingering look at the Grand Elder before reluctantly hurrying away. Will I be killed? Or die of old age? Feeling Din's departure, a faint smile spread across the Grand Elder's face as he murmured to himself. With a whoosh, Din, still childlike, flew at a modest speed, even after having his potential unlocked by the Grand Elder. His path crossed with the approaching Frisia. In that instant, their eyes held starkly different expressions. Forget it. No need to bother with the brat. Frisia glanced at the retreating Din. Seeing no Dragon Ball in his hands, he chose not to waste time pursuing him and continued onward. With a thud, Frisia landed beside the Grand Elder's dwelling. Ha 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 ha. A sinister grin curled his lips. A place like this inhabited, following the scouter's signal, had indeed been the right call. Beep. Just as Frisia was about to announce himself, the door opened, and Nail stepped out. What business do you have here? Nail's expression was cold. Though he had never seen Frisia before, he knew that the current crisis on Namek was the work of this man. I am Frieza, and I seek to fulfill a wish using the Dragon Balls. But I'm still too short. I was wondering if you might have any here. Frieza explained his purpose calmly. If this Namekian was wise, he might still consider sparing his life. What wish is that? Nail frowned at the question. He knew Frieza was most likely after the one-star ball held by the Grand Elder, but he still wanted to ask what wish could drive someone to travel such a distance to Namek and wreak havoc. That's none of your concern. Just tell me. Do you have a Dragon Ball here or not? Frieza's patience was wearing thin. His eyes narrowed as he began to threaten. Sorry, but even if I did, I wouldn't hand it over. Disgust flickered across Nail's face. Humph. Frieza cast a contemptuous glance at Nail before continuing. I advise you to cooperate. Killing you requires no reason. There are two of you, so I can ask either one. Frieza's icy voice echoed through the dwelling, and he turned his gaze toward the adjacent building. Then try it. But before we fight, let me tell you something. Nail stared intently at Frieza, responding without a hint of fear. The one inside is the Grand Elder of Namek. The Dragon Balls were created by him. Listen. Remember this, if you kill the Grand Elder, the Dragon Balls will disappear. Nail delivered this information in a grave tone, and Frieza, seeing his serious expression, felt a flicker of doubt. Boom. Frieza tore off his scouter and fired a beam from his eyes, blasting a corner of the building to rubble. The next moment, he slowly rose into the air. Through the shattered gap, he finally laid eyes on the Grand Elder Nail had spoken of. The Grand Elder, huh? Seems he wasn't lying. Definitely different from other Namekians. But Frieza studied the Grand Elder closely, murmuring to himself, and noticed the one-star ball resting on the Elder's chair. After having their potential awakened by the Grand Elder, Li Xing and her group did not ask for the Dragon Balls. According to Bulma's Dragon Radar, Frieza already had 5 balls in his possession, yet Li Xing showed no concern. Because even if Frieza gathered all 7, it would be useless. The wish could only be made in the Namekian language. Rather than carrying the Dragon Balls around, it was better to let Frieza collect them all, and then reap the benefits, simply bringing Piccolo along to make the wish. Whoosh. Frieza's figure flashed, and in an instant the Dragon Ball was in his hand. Seeing Frieza's sudden move, Nail's face burned with rage, but Frieza's speed was too fast for him to stop. Since I have the Dragon Ball, there's no need to waste more time with you. Frieza cast a deep look at the Grand Elder, then headed toward his scouter, saying to Nail, if your Grand Elder dies before I make my wish, this planet will disappear along with him. With those words, he soared into the sky on his scouter. Damn it. Watching the rapidly vanishing figure, Nail clenched his fists. Just one more Dragon Ball and Frieza would have them all. But as for the location of that final ball, he truly had no clue. From afar, Li Xing sensed the battle unfolding around Sun Wukong. To his surprise, aside from Sun Wukong and his 2 companions, there were several faint auras present, seemingly the vanquished of this conflict. Beep, beep. Just as the group was about to arrive, the Dragon Radar in Bulma's hand emitted an unusual signal. The final Dragon Ball that Frieza had been desperately searching for was located not far from where Sun Wukong and the others were fighting. Krillin, go retrieve that Dragon Ball first. Li Xing gave the order while taking the Dragon Radar from Bulma and handing it to Krillin. Got it. Krillin didn't hesitate. He took the radar and headed toward the Dragon Ball's location, knowing he could not contribute much in the current battle. TCH. Guldo, hurry up. Lord Frieza is waiting for us to find the Dragon Balls. On the battlefield, Jinyu no longer paid much attention to the approaching Li Xing and his group. Instead, he urged Guldo to quickly finish off Piccolo and the others. A few beings with power levels barely reaching 1,000 were not worthy of making his Jinyu force wait. Yes, Captain. Guldo stretched slightly, and then strode toward Piccolo and the others. Sun Wukong had naturally overheard the earlier exchange between Jinyu and his men. Since they had chosen their opponents, he would not interfere, out of respect for Piccolo and for his adversaries alike. Unless after victory they intended to finish them off completely. Gohan, do you remember what I taught you? As Guldo approached, Piccolo assumed a fighting stance and spoke quietly to Gohan beside him. Yes. Gohan nodded firmly and readied himself for battle. Huh. Piccolo and Gohan erupted simultaneously, one on each side. They shot into the air and unleashed a massive energy wave together toward Guldo. Neither held back. They aimed to end the fight quickly. Their attacks complemented each other perfectly, forcing even Guldo with his superior power to avoid a direct confrontation. Oh, watching Piccolo and Gohan's seamless coordination, Jinyu, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but show surprise, studying them with keen interest. Caught in the battle, Guldo froze for a moment at the incoming attacks, then quickly regained his composure. Fools. Stop. He took a deep breath and held it, and instantly time in the entire battlefield came to a standstill. Not only did the 2 energy blasts halt mere meters from him, but Piccolo and Gohan were also frozen midair. Guldo searched for their positions while scurrying out of the attack's path. Damn. Can't hold it much longer. After retreating a safe distance, his face reddened as he fought the urge to breathe, locating the new positions of Piccolo and Gohan. Phew. Finally, he could no longer hold his breath. The moment he exhaled, time resumed its flow, and the suspended energy blasts crashed to the ground. Boom. A thunderous roar echoed as clouds of dust rose. Who would have thought these little bugs are more capable than they look? The 4 members of the Jinyu force appeared in the sky, gazing down at the dust-covered area below, casting a few extra glances at the duo. Not bad, Gohan. Your destructive power has improved significantly. Piccolo glanced at Gohan beside him and offered a compliment of approval. No, where is that guy? As the dust settled before Gohan could respond, Piccolo realized their attacks had missed their target entirely. Over there. Gohan scanned the area and quickly spotted Guldo. He shouted, and together with Piccolo rushed toward him at top speed. Had quick reflexes. Guldo watched the two charging at him, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Huh. He pressed his fingers together in a snake-like shape and roared as the pair approached. In an instant, Gohan and Piccolo were frozen stiff midair, unable to move a muscle, no matter how hard they struggled. What is this? I can't move. Piccolo was utterly shocked. No matter how they struggled, their bodies refused to budge. This eerie power was beyond comprehension. Ha ha ha. This is the paralysis jutsu. No matter how you struggle, you'll remain immobile. Guldo laughed heartily, explaining as he watched their stunned expressions. Paralysis jutsu. There's a technique like this. Sun Wukong frowned deeply, watching Piccolo and Gohan, suspended in midair, ready to intervene at any moment. Jinyu and the others, however, wore amused smirks. With them present, there was no way Sun Wukong would be allowed to interfere. Boom. Guldo thrust his hands toward the ground, causing chunks of rock to rise and hurl toward Piccolo and Gohan like a barrage. Huh. Unable to move, they could only endure the onslaught of flying debris. It was less damaging and more humiliating. Oomph. Piccolo gritted his teeth, seething with rage. If he could move, that green little midget would have been lying flat on the ground long ago. Ha ha ha. Guldo laughed wildly, ignoring the fury on their faces, reveling in his own triumph. Whoosh. He used his psychic power on a nearby tree. The tree tore itself from the ground, its trunk transforming into a sharp weapon, hurtling straight toward the two. Skewering you like meat on a stick, and roasting you might taste pretty good. Guldo sneered, contemplating how to end their lives. Damn it. Sun Wukong shot toward Piccolo and the others at full speed, hoping to stop the fight in time. Whoosh. He had barely moved when Jinyu blocked his path. Get out of my way. Sun Wukong roared, kicking out at him. Bang. Jinyu raised his arm, effortlessly deflecting the blow without budging an inch. I'd just sit back and watch. After blocking Sun Wukong's attack, Jinyu had no intention of continuing the fight. His only task was to prevent Sun Wukong from rescuing them. As for their own battle, it could wait until after the show was over. 5 times. Kaioken. Sun Wukong's voice dropped low as an immense surge of power erupted from his body. Whoosh. Empowered by the Kaioken, Sun Wukong's strength had reached a level comparable to Captain Genius. He transformed into a streak of crimson light, bypassing Jinyu and charging straight toward the battlefield. Battle power. 1-2-0-0. Jinyu whirled around, his jaw dropping as he watched Sun Wukong's retreating figure. Though he knew Sun Wukong was no pushover, he never imagined the Saiyan could rival his own might. What kind of monster is this guy? Cold sweat beaded on Jinyu's forehead. By the time he thought to intercept Sun Wukong, it was already too late. Yet just as Sun Wukong was about to reach Guldo, a colossal, white beam suddenly descended from the sky. Boom. An explosion rang out and Guldo's figure was instantly engulfed. What a... Sun Wukong halted mid-flight, clearly startled by the unexpected turn of events. As the dust settled, the once arrogant Guldo now lay sprawled on the ground, drenched in blood, motionless and utterly pathetic. I can move. With Guldo down, the paralysis technique was lifted. Piccolo and Son Gohan easily dodged the attack. Guldo. Jinyu and his men were horrified and rushed over to check on him. But after only a few steps, terror flickered in their eyes as they turned their gazes skyward. Their 3 figures hovered in midair, materializing before everyone's eyes. Li Xing. Sun Wukong recognized the familiar silhouettes and let out a long sigh of relief. Arriving at the critical moment were Li Xing, Nappa, and Bulma. Their appearance eased the tension that had gripped Sun Wukong. Haha, how's it going, Kakarot? Uncle Nappa's here to save you. Before Li Xing could respond, Nappa eagerly landed before Sun Wukong and the others. Since Li Xing was holding Bulma, it was Nappa who had unleashed the previous attack. Empowered, he was brimming with arrogance. If not for the presence of Genius Team, he might have challenged Sun Wukong to a duel right then. Ulala, isn't this Vegeta's lackey? Genius 5 members didn't recognize this sudden bald giant, but Zarbin, who had been watching from the sidelines while injured, identified him. TCH, if it isn't Lord Zarbin. So even you can get beaten to a pulp, Nappa sneered, harboring no goodwill. In fact, a deep disdain for Zarbin. Sister Bulma, take Sun Wukong and the others to the Grand Elder. Leave this place to me and Nappa. As Nappa traded barbs with Zarbin, Li Xing laid out her plan. While the Grand Elder still lived, they had to boost the strength of everyone present. Otherwise, she alone might not withstand Frisia. Alright. Having visited the Grand Elder before, Bulma grasped Li Xing's intent without further explanation. Though puzzled, Sun Wukong and the others gathered around Bulma, trusting that Li Xing's arrangements wouldn't harm them. Oh, and take that guy too. As they prepared to leave, Li Xing pointed at the unconscious Vegeta in the distance. Prince Vegeta. Nappa, overhearing, rushed over. Who did this? After examining Vegeta's injuries, a fierce rage surged within Nappa, his aura intensifying. Ha is Vegeta's lackey standing up for his master. Nearby, the wounded Zarbin sat against a rock, a mocking smirk on his face. Earlier during his transformation, he had discarded his scouter. If he could see Nappa's current battle power, he wouldn't dare utter such arrogance. Kakarot, take him. Nappa suppressed his fury, lifting Vegeta and handing him to Sun Wukong. Hurry along. Seeing Vegeta handed over, Li Xing nodded to Sun Wukong. Vegeta seemed gravely injured, apparently having defected from Frieza's side. All right. Sun Wukong cast a complicated glance at Jinyu and his team. Though he yearned to fight, Li Xing's plan seemed more crucial. Ultimately, Son Gohan carried Bulma ahead with Sun Wukong following, bearing Vegeta and Piccolo. Stop. Seeing Sun Wukong and the others take off, Jinyu and his remaining men saved the fallen Guldo rushed to intercept. Bang! Bang! Several impacts rang out as Jinyu and his team were knocked from the sky. Damn it! Jinyu scrambled up, his face darkening as he watched the retreating figures. Battle power. 60000. Nappa, the closest to Jinyu's group, had his power level detected after being blocked. No, that's not right. Jinyu gritted his teeth, shifting his gaze to the distant Li Xing. A mere 6000 couldn't have stopped them so easily. Could it be? That woman made her move. His heart clenched at the thought. He hadn't even seen who attacked. These people seemed to possess the ability to conceal their power. Not long ago, he thought they had less than 1,000, but when Nappa's aura erupted, he sensed the anomaly. And that woman in the distance appeared to be the strongest among them, with everyone obeying her. Captain, she's a Saiyan. As Jinyu pondered, Jis, standing beside him, suddenly recognized Li Xing's identity and gasped. A Saiyan. Jinyu paused, then quickly pieced it together. Vegeta and Nappa were Saiyans. This woman must be a reinforcement they'd found somewhere. Nappa, have some fun with them first. Li Xing yawned. Since arriving on Namek, she hadn't slept a wink, and after stopping Jinyu's team, only she and Nappa remained. From her observation, aside from Captain Jinyu, Nappa's current strength should suffice to handle the rest. So she decided to rest a while. Leave it to me. Nappa puffed out, his chest brimming with confidence. Are you coming all at once? Or one by one? All together? Huh. Cough. Cough. Before Jinyu and his men could respond, Zarbin laughed, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. Vegeta's underling wasn't worthy of having the Jinyu force gang up on him. Not even Vegeta himself would dare utter such words. Yet just as Zarbin prepared to continue his mockery, Nappa made his move. Opening his mouth wide, a massive beam of light shot straight towards Zarbin. Nappa cared little whether his opponent was already injured. He had long harbored disdain for Zarbin. Lord Jinyu, save me. Seeing this, Zarbin's pupils contracted sharply as he desperately called out to Jinyu and the others. The sheer force of this attack exceeded his imagination. Even uninjured, he wouldn't dare face it, heathen, let alone now gravely wounded. To his despair, Jinyu and his team showed no intention of rescuing him, merely casting him a cold, indifferent glance. Boom. Under everyone's watch, Zarbin had no chance to escape before the beam struck him directly. A violent explosion erupted, shaking the entire earth. Not only Zarbin, but also Dodoria, who had been hiding there after being defeated by Son Goku, was reduced to ashes by Nappa's attack. So it really is 6000. Jinyu hovered in midair with his 3 remaining men, looking down at the battle power Nappa had revealed. He could no longer afford to underestimate him. Zarbin and Dodoria's deaths were of no consequence, not worth a moment's regret. Their current concern was how to handle the battle ahead. TCH thought he was something special. With the irritating mosquito finally eliminated, Nappa spat contemptuously to the side before turning his gaze back to the 4 members of the Jinyu force in the sky. You handle this, bald one. He'll go test that female Saiyan. Meeting his arrogant stare, Jinyu quickly issued his orders. Apart from himself, the remaining members' battle powers might be inferior to Nappa's, but they could at least hold him off for a while. What truly worried him was the calm-faced Li Xing in the distance. The way Son Goku and the others obeyed her without question, and her instantaneous interception of their group moments ago, all proved she was the pillar of this team. Yes, Captain. His men immediately understood his intent. 3 figures swiftly landed around Nappa, forming an encirclement. Meanwhile, Jinyu himself charged toward Li Xing, determined to ascertain her true strength. This was practically delivering herself to help him complete his mission. Watching Jinyu rush at her, the corners of Li Xing's mouth lifted in a faint smile, clearly unimpressed. Whoosh. Jinyu launched an elbow strike at Li Xing, but hit only air. What a... His expression shifted dramatically. He had just locked onto Li Xing's position. How could she have vanished so suddenly? Too slow. Li Xing's leisurely voice came from the side, forcing Jinyu to turn his gaze. According to the scouter modified by Bulma, Jinyu's battle power was only 100, far below her own. Her only concern was guarding against his body-swapping technique. Body swapping, as the name implied, was simply exchanging bodies with an opponent. It was precisely this special move that had made Jinyu Frieza's top general. Damn it. Hearing the nonchalant voice in his ear, Jinyu clenched his fists, fury rising within him. Whoosh. 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 He kept searching for Li Xing's trace, but each time he came up empty. The constant swinging of his arms even left them numb. Curse it. If only I could land just one hit. Another missed strike, and Jinyu gritted his teeth in frustration. In speed, he was utterly outmatched by Li Xing, but in strength he still clung to a sliver of hope. Oh! Li Xing's figure appeared directly in front of him. She stood with her arms crossed, a mocking smile playing on her lips. Bang! Jinyu reacted with incredible speed. This time Li Xing didn't toy with him. She casually flicked her tail to block his attack. Bang! Bang! Though his strikes were ineffective, he had at least made contact after taunting her. Seizing the opportunity, Jinyu rained down punches, but Li Xing didn't even bother raising her hands. She merely moved her tail to deflect every blow. Slap! After letting Jinyu attack a few times, Li Xing lashed out with her tail, like a whip, striking him and sending him flying. This woman! Jinyu gritted his teeth against the pain, steadying himself midair. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face grew grim. Now he was certain this female scion far surpassed him not only in speed, but also in raw power. After a moment's thought, he gradually calmed down and returned to stand before Li Xing. He knew that continuing to fight like this would only lead to his defeat. He had to find another way. With this thought, a cold smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. About to use body swap. Li Xing noticed the subtle change in his demeanor and immediately grew alert. Earlier, while evading Jinyu's attacks, she had been searching for nearby living creatures. Unfortunately, the intense battle fluctuations had driven all insects, birds, and beasts far from the area. Perhaps she could just kill him. With that in mind, Li Xing lowered her arms from her chest, having made her decision. You haven't shown your true strength, yet have you? Planning to conserve your power to fight Lord Frieza? Just as Li Xing was about to deliver a killing blow, Jinyu spoke up. He hadn't thought that far ahead. He merely wanted to provoke Li Xing into revealing her true level to see if she was worth abandoning his current body for. Hey, you guessed right. Hearing this, Li Xing admitted it with a light smile, making no attempt to hide the truth. Jinyu's expression froze for a moment before returning to normal. With just this much, you are not qualified to contend with Lord Frieza. Mockery still lingered on his face, but he was even more eager to see Li Xing's real power. Perhaps after swapping bodies, he might become strong enough to rival Frieza. Not qualified. Then let me show you. Li Xing naturally guessed Jinyu's intentions and replied with a cold snort. He simply wanted to gauge her strength before deciding whether to swap bodies. She decided to indulge him. Besides, Li Xing was also curious about how powerful she had become after the Grand Elder unlocked her potential. As her words faded, a terrifying pressure erupted from her body. Bang! Bang! A series of explosions rang out. Not only did the scouters of Jinyu and his men shatter instantly, but even Frieza's scouter, far away on the other side of Namek searching for Dragon Balls, exploded as well. That aura, is it Li Xing? Sun Wukong and the others had just arrived at the Grand Elder's dwelling not long ago, yet even from such a distance they could clearly sense Li Xing's terrifying presence. TCH. Vegeta, who had awakened after being healed by the Grand Elder, furrowed his brows. He could never have imagined that the gap between him and Li Xing had grown so immense. Without lingering, after having their potential unlocked by the Grand Elder, the group immediately began their return journey. Li Xing had just unleashed such a powerful aura, he might already be engaged in battle with Frieza. They needed to hurry and assist him. This is... Frieza, who was searching for the Dragon Balls, halted in his tracks. The fact that his scouter instantly exploded upon detecting this aura meant that its battle power had far exceeded the device's limit. Who could it be? Frieza murmured to himself. The new scouter brought by the Jinyu force had a detection limit of up to 200. Now that a stranger had suddenly appeared, he couldn't help but suspect that this person was also after the Dragon Balls. After a moment of hesitation, Frieza, who had no clue about the last Dragon Ball, decided to go and check the situation personally. This is your true power. Jinyu trembled, staring at Li Xing with a face full of terror. At that moment, he finally understood the gap between himself and his opponent. The pressure Li Xing exerted on him now was far greater than when he faced Frieza directly. Simply standing before Li Xing made it hard for him to breathe. Broken again, huh? Li Xing ignored Jinyu before him and instead looked down at the debris on the ground. It wasn't just Frieza's scouters that had broken, even the scouter Bulma had modified multiple times couldn't withstand the full release of her aura. Too powerful. On the other side, Nappa, who had been fighting Recomb, and the others also stopped staring at Li Xing with eyes filled with profound shock. The Grand Elder's ability to unlock potential was formidable. Although he had mentally prepared himself, seeing Li Xing unleash his true strength still brought him immense pressure. Could it be? You're... Super Saiyan. Jinyu swallowed hard, cold sweat pouring down his body. Super Saiyan. Li Xing shook his head upon hearing this. According to her estimation, her full power in her base form was around 5 million. Although it was still far from Frieza's final form, she had a tail. If she could transform into a great ape, survival shouldn't be too much of a problem. Of course, once she defeated Jinyu and obtained the Kaioken, there would be no need to transform into a great ape. Ha. Jinyu stared at Li Xing before him, then suddenly let out a cold laugh, a faint, barely perceptible smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. He had made up his mind. Even if Li Xing wasn't a Super Saiyan, this powerful body was still not to be missed. His right hand glowed with a purple light as he slammed it violently into his own right chest. A mouthful of blood spilled from Jinya's lips, and a ferocious expression twisted across his face. You? Even though you're not yet a Super Saiyan, I really like that powerful body of yours. He gritted his teeth against the searing pain, his gaze locked onto Li Xing. The moment his words faded, Li Xing casually raised a hand. A thin white beam shot forth, instantly piercing through Jinya's forehead. The next second, Li Xing's hand clenched in the air, and Jinya's body exploded on the spot. Captain! Below, the three who had been fighting Nappa cried out in shock, their faces filled with grief and anger. It all happened too fast. Not to mention them, even Jinyu himself hadn't expected his plan to fail so utterly. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Defeat Captain Jinny in person. Mission reward Kaioken. Li Xing let out a soft chuckle at the system notification in her mind, then turned her gaze to the three around Nappa. Retreat. Someone shouted, and three figures shot into the sky, turning to flee, leaving a dazed Nappa behind. But before they could get far, Li Xing's figure had already blocked their path. Trying to leave? She spoke with a faint mocking smile, then raised her hand and fired 3 beams of light. The 3 beams streaked through the air, instantly piercing through the bodies of the trio. The battlefield fell silent in an instant as their bodies plummeted helplessly to the ground. The reason she ended the battle so swiftly was that Li Xing had sensed Frisia's aura, which had been moving rapidly toward them, suddenly changed direction. Fearing complications, she chose to finish the fight immediately. Nappa, follow me. Li Xing took a deep breath and called out to the still stunned Nappa below. There was no time for explanations. The 2 figures streaked across the sky, speeding off in a certain direction. So this is the Namekian Dragon Ball. It's huge. While Li Xing was battling Jinyu and the others, Krillin had followed the Dragon Radar to a village raided by Frisia and found the last Dragon Ball. Though he didn't understand Li Xing's intentions, he knew that this Dragon Ball must not fall into Frisia's hands. According to the Dragon Radar, aside from the one in his hand, the other 6 Dragon Balls were all in the same location. Frisia was probably only missing this last one. Mr. Krillin. Krillin was racing toward Li Xing's location when a strange voice suddenly called out to him midway. He halted and saw a Namekian with a childlike build. Judging by his clothes and appearance, the other was quite young. Mr. Krillin, do you know where Li Xing is? The person panted heavily as he reached Krillin, asking urgently. Indeed, the one who had called out to Krillin was Dend. While unlocking his potential, the Grand Elder had also conveyed information about Li Xing and her group's appearances, which was how he recognized Krillin. Li Xing, do you know her? Krillin looked at Dend with some surprise, wondering how this person recognized him, and immediately asked about Li Xing. It's the Grand Elder. Who sent me to find her? Dend's expression was anxious, his speech fragmented. According to the Grand Elder's instructions, he had to find Li Xing as quickly as possible. The Grand Elder, is it? Before Krillin could respond, a terrifying voice suddenly echoed in their ears. Frisia. Krillin's voice trembled as he stared at the approaching figure, his entire body locking rigid midair. Long before arriving from Earth, Li Xing had repeatedly warned Krillin of Frisia's terrifying power, warnings Krillin had absorbed like second nature. Yet he never imagined encountering Frisia himself at this precise moment. Krillin swallowed hard, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Though meeting Frisia for the first time, the overwhelming aura radiating from him left no doubt. With a mere thought, Frisia could erase him from existence. Ha ha ha. How delightfully convenient. No effort required at all. Ignoring Dend entirely, Frisia fixed his gaze unblinkingly upon the Dragon Ball clutched in Krillin's hand. Under Frisia's chilling stare, Krillin instinctively staggered backward. Beside him, Dend froze, completely too terrified even to draw breath. Whoosh! Frisia slowly raised his left hand. A slender violet energy beam erupted, instantly streaking straight toward Krillin's chest. With the final Dragon Ball within reach, Frisia had long abandoned patience. Thud! In the next instant, Krillin's chest was pierced clean through. No cry escaped his lips. Only now, facing Frisia directly, did Krillin grasp the sheer gulf between their powers, so vast that he couldn't even perceive the motion behind the attack. His eyes dulled, life ebbing from them, and his body slumped helplessly from the sky, crashing heavily onto the earth below. Krillinson. Gazing at Krillin's motionless form, utterly devoid of vitality, Dend's limbs shook uncontrollably. With great difficulty, he turned his head toward Frisia, his eyes wide with raw terror, then lunged desperately toward Krillin's side, frantically attempting healing techniques. Yet nothing he did could restore Krillin's fading spark. Frisia's strike had extinguished his life utterly and irrevocably. Rororo. Eyes blazing with fervent hunger, Frisia laughed triumphantly, clutching the final Dragon Ball he had just seized. Without pause, he activated his spacecraft and vanished into the distant heavens. As for Dend, he was in Frisia's eyes merely an insignificant Namekian child. With the Dragon Balls now complete, Frisia saw no reason to linger. Once his wish was granted, even the entire Namekian planet would hold no further purpose. Krillin's ki has vanished. Elsewhere, Son Goku, racing toward Li Xing's location, suddenly sensed the abrupt cessation of Krillin's energy. His voice dropped low, heavy with dread. Did Uncle Krillin die? Holding Bulma's son Gohan called from behind. Awakened by the Elder, his latent potential now barely enabled him to keep pace with the others ahead. Frieza? Vegeta's brow furrowed. The dread-inducing visage flashed instantly across his mind, his gaze sharpening with glacial fury. What in the world happened? Clenching his fists until his knuckles whitened, Goku's expression twisted, barely containing the seething inferno of rage within him. Going ahead. Without another word, consumed by urgency, he unleashed full-powered Kaioken and shot forward, leaving the others far behind in an instant. Krillin had been Goku's closest friend since childhood, training side by side, both becoming disciples of Master Roshi, enduring countless perils together. Now Krillin's ki had vanished without warning. Goku would not rest until he uncovered the truth. Kakarot. Watching Goku's crimson aura blaze into the distance, Vegeta gritted his teeth and instinctively accelerated in pursuit. But within moments, Goku's silhouette receded further and further, until after a stunned pause it vanished entirely from sight. In that instant, Vegeta's heart churned with bitter complexity. He knew unequivocally that his strength had already fallen behind Goku's. Krillin. Though Goku arrived at breakneck speed, the scene before him was eerily still. Only Din kneeling beside Krillin's lifeless body, tirelessly repeating healing incantations. Goku landed silently behind Din, gazing upon Krillin's still form, devoid of breath of pulsive life. He spoke, voice icy and hollow. Who did this? Though unfamiliar with Din, Goku sensed instantly. The Namekian's ki was frail, his combat prowess negligible. Krillin's killer was unquestionably someone else. Oh. Startled mid-incantation, Din flinched violently. Then, seeing it wasn't Frieza, his young spirit finally shattered. He collapsed onto the ground, trembling. It was Frieza. Din stammered, drenched in sweat. Whether from lingering terror or exhaustion from repeated healing attempts, he could no longer tell. Frieza. Goku clenched his jaw, suppressing a storm of anguish and fury, so profound it felt like his very bones were grinding together. You will not escape my wrath. How dare you? How dare you? His fists trembled violently at his sides, his shoulders shuddered, his eyes hardened into feral slits. Wild, untamed fury surging unbidden into his soul. Crack. Thunderheads roiled overhead. Jagged lightning tore across the sky. The earth itself quaked beneath their feet. As lightning intensified around him, Din stared, pale-faced, at Goku, his small frame trembling uncontrollably. Had they still arrived too late? Just kilometers away, Lixing, now nearly upon the battlefield, felt a chill run down her spine at the sheer magnitude of Goku's erupting energy. She already knew of Krillin's death. Though sorrowful, she accepted it as irreversible. What unsettled her was the drastic deviation from the expected narrative. Frieza had struck earlier than foretold, slaying Krillin prematurely. And judging by the cataclysmic energy now swelling, Goku seemed poised to transform into a Super Saiyan far sooner than anticipated. But could his current power truly rival Frieza's? Lixing shook her head. All her scouters lay shattered. Now she relied solely on ki sensing, and her assessment was unambiguous. Goku, even transformed, remained woefully insufficient. System, are you there? As helplessness threatened to overwhelm her, Lixing suddenly recalled the presence of her dormant system. I am present. How may I assist, host? Hearing the familiar voice, she exhaled in quiet relief. Why haven't you issued the Defeat Frieza quest yet? And, was the Kaioken technique awarded earlier truly injury-free? One question followed another. This the first time Lixing had ever yearned so fiercely for the system's reply. In reply, host, the Kaioken is harmless, but the specific multiplier you can achieve is directly proportional to your current strength. As for the mission, mid-sentence the system suddenly stammered. What about the mission? Li Xing frowned, pressing further. The Kaioken being harmless was good news, and based on her estimation, she could likely handle a 20x Kaioken with her current strength. After all, Son Goku had managed a 20x multiplier with a battle power of 3 million. But the system's sudden hesitation about the mission left Li Xing puzzled. Forgot to release it. After a moment of hesitation, the system chose to be honest and confessed the situation to her. Li Xing was so exasperated she nearly choked. No wonder after all this time on Namek, only one mission related to Jinyu had been issued. Ding detected that the final battle on Namek is about to begin, issuing the following missions. Mission 1, defeat Frieza's first form, personally reward 50 emotion value. Mission 2, defeat Frieza's second form, personally reward 50 emotion value. Mission 3, defeat Frieza's third form, personally reward permanent doubling of battle power growth rate Senzu, Beans, X99. Mission 4, defeat Frieza's final form, personally reward permanent doubling of battle power growth rate New Type Scouter X1, penalty for failure, none, time limit none. Sensing Li Xing's displeasure, the system hastily released 4 missions, each with far richer rewards than before, even removing penalties for failure. Had the miser finally loosened his purse strings? That thought flashed through her mind. You know, you might as well rename yourself the Headhunter system. Li Xing teased the system as she approached Son Goku's location, always demanding she personally defeat the enemy. What else could it be called? This is to prevent the host from slacking off too much and letting your body rust. The system explained with feigned seriousness, earning an eye roll from Li Xing. Though the reasoning was sound, she still felt an urge to punch the system. System, what is emotion value used for? From afar, Li Xing spotted Son Goku with his golden hair. His aura had already surpassed hers, sparking a hint of envy as she inquired in her mind. Emotion value, one of the necessary conditions for Super Saiyan transformation. When the host possesses enough cells and the emotion value fluctuates to 100, you can complete the first stage transformation. The host Saiyan bloodline is pure, so there's no need to worry about cells. Only sufficient strength and emotional volatility are needed. The system patiently explained, which was exactly what Li Xing wanted to hear. Haha, she chuckled softly. As long as Frieza didn't succeed in his wish, this trip would hold no further risks. Not far away, Son Goku had completed his Super Saiyan transformation. Not only had his hair turned gold, but his entire body radiated a golden aura. Is that Kakarado? Driven by his unyielding pride, Vegeta arrived first, hovering in midair, his gaze fixed intently on Son Goku. A Super Saiyan. Feeling the overwhelming power emanating from Son Goku, Vegeta suddenly realized the truth. No. Impossible. How could Kakarado become a Super Saiyan before me? Damn it. Vegeta's face twisted, his eyes toward Son Goku, filled with a complex mix of shock, resentment, and fury. At that moment, Son Goku was bathed in golden light, his frame seeming more robust than before. Even his mere aura instilled a deep wariness in Vegeta. Frieza? The transformed Son Goku's eyes grew sharp. He stomped heavily on the ground, launching himself into the sky to pursue Frieza's energy signature. That fool. Li Xing had just arrived to see Son Goku dart away, cursing under her breath. 20 times. Kaioken. With no time to think, Li Xing unleashed nearly all her power to chase after him. She couldn't allow Son Goku to challenge Frieza alone. Regardless of whether the prematurely transformed Son Goku could defeat him, if Frieza also transformed early, her missions would fail. A golden and a red streak shot forward, one after the other, toward Frieza. At last I can gain eternal life. How wonderful. Ho ho ho. On the other side, Frieza had placed the 7 Dragon Balls on a clearing before his spaceship, crouching to caress them. Even the Emperor of the Universe could barely contain his excitement. Come forth, Dragon Balls. Grant me, Frieza, eternal life and unending vitality. Frieza stood, his hands forming a spell above the Dragon Balls. After a long silence, the balls remained inert, causing him to frown deeply. Why? Has nothing happened? His expression darkened instantly. For these Dragon Balls, he had sacrificed many loyal soldiers who had fought alongside him for years. And now these objects of his hopes remained unmoved. A password. There must be a password. Damn Namekian. Recalling his earlier struggles to seize the Dragon Balls, Frieza gnashed his teeth in fury, but hadn't yet lost his reason. With a gesture, he made the 7 balls float around him and sped toward the Grand Elder's dwelling. Frieza remembered Nail saying the Grand Elder was the creator of the Dragon Balls. Rather than waste effort here, it was faster to go directly and ask. Damn, he's changed course. His target, the Grand Elder's place. Li Xing had now matched Son Goku's speed. Both moved swiftly, noticing Frieza's actions. Open my status panel. With the final battle imminent, Li Xing wanted to confirm the gap between her and Frieza. Name Li Xing, gender female, age 18, Dragon Ball, world height 175 cm, race Saiyan, skills, Ki control, Bukujutsu, garlic gun, Kamehameha Kaioken, current max 30x, items Senzabine X, 1 battle power, 502 minutes. Solid. Seeing these stats, a smile curled at the corner of Li Xing's lips. Even without transforming into a Super Saiyan, her Kaioken could reach a 30x multiplier, making her strength at least equal to, if not greater than, both Son Goku and Frieza. She wondered what Son Goku's battle power was after his premature transformation. Thinking this, she turned to glance at him flying beside her. So, you're not going to tell me either. Frieza's figure appeared before the Grand Elder, the 7 Dragon Balls orbiting around him. Earlier, when Li Xing had erupted with power, he had felt a premonition of unease. Perhaps the Jinyu Force had been completely annihilated. Under such circumstances, he could no longer leave the gathered Dragon Balls in a place beyond his sight. But, will you watch it die? Seeing that the Grand Elder had no intention of responding, Frieza glanced at Nail beside him and issued a threat. Nail is not as weak as you imagine. The Grand Elder spoke indifferently, well aware that Frieza dared not harm him before his wish was fulfilled. At his words, Frieza grew furious. His eyes narrowed and his figure vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, his hand was already covering Nail's face. Boom. A terrifying explosion resounded, engulfing Nail's entire body in the blast of energy. You? The Grand Elder was startled by Frieza's sudden move. All Namekians were his children, and witnessing someone attempt to kill Nail before his eyes filled him with inexpressible humiliation and helplessness. I advise you to cooperate obediently. Perhaps you might still save that Namekian's life below. Frieza chuckled coldly as the smoke of the explosion cleared, revealing Nail lying battered and bruised on the ground below. Frieza. Just as the Grand Elder was at a loss, a furious roar echoed from the horizon. 2 figures, 1 gold and 1 red, streaked swiftly from afar. At the critical moment, Li Xing and Son Goku finally arrived. Bang! Without a word, Son Goku kicked Frieza squarely, sending him hurtling away. The Dragon Balls, having lost their master due to the sudden assault, scattered. Whoosh! Seeing this, Li Xing's body flickered rapidly as she gathered them and placed them before the Grand Elder. Cough, cough. You've come. Looking at Li Xing before him, the Grand Elder forced a faint smile. As his life neared its end, seeing someone come to help the Namekians through this crisis brought him considerable solace. Grand Elder. Li Xing's expression was complex. Frieza was occupied by Son Goku, and the Dragon Balls lay before her. She knew that with a single wish the Grand Elder could restore his youth, yet he preferred a simple life of labor from dawn to dusk over pursuing material longevity, a choice that filled Li Xing with deep admiration. Come forth. Shenron. The Grand Elder spoke slowly, hoping to make one final contribution to Li Xing and the others before his death. As his words fell, the entire sky darkened, and the 7 Dragon Balls glowed with a golden radiance. Whoosh! Soon a golden light shot into the heavens, and a muscular green dragon appeared before everyone. It was the Namekian dragon Porunga. "O my creator, speak your wish. Within my power, I can grant you 3 wishes." Meeting the Grand Elder's gaze, Porunga spoke, fully aware that the one before him was its creator. "Child, make the wish. My time, cough, is short," the Grand Elder said weakly. Though he knew this was his last chance to help them, he still wished to see it through before departing. "First, revive all the Namekians killed by Frieza." After a moment's thought, Li Xing slowly uttered these words. Given how the Grand Elder had treated her, she did not wish for him to leave with regrets. Reviving all Namekians slain by Frieza was her way of contributing to Namek. Child, choose another wish. I appreciate your sentiment, but only one person can be revived at a time." Hearing Li Xing's wish, the Grand Elder smiled with relief. Yet as the creator of the Dragon Balls, he knew all too well the limits of their power. Then reinforce the existing Namek so it can no longer be destroyed by external forces. Li Xing paused briefly before voicing her new wish. This was mainly to prevent Frieza from destroying the entire Namek in a fit of rage after his defeat. Very well. Reinforce the current Namek. Seeing Li Xing's insistence on doing something for Namek, the Grand Elder simply followed her intention and made the wish. Understood. Granting the first wish. Porunga nodded. The next moment its eyes emitted a red glow as if imbued with magic. Rumble. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a dazzling golden light bloomed in the sky, enveloping the entire Namek below. Under its radiant brilliance, Namek began to transform. Damn it. How dare you ambush me? On the other side, Frieza, sent flying by Son Goku, had recovered and was angrily searching for his opponent. Wah! What is that? Yet as he steadied himself, the sight in the distance made his pupils contract sharply. In the sky, a massive green dragon had appeared without warning. Though Frieza had never seen such a creature, he deduced it must be the legendary Shenron, capable of granting wishes. Bang! Before he could react further, Son Goku, who had pursued him, delivered another kick, driving his entire body deep into the earth, leaving a massive crater on the surface. Gulp! Most of Namek's ground floated atop the ocean. Son Goku's kick had sent Frieza plunging into the sea. Where did this brat come from? Frieza halted his descent in the deep sea. Son Goku's power was enough to crush him in his current form, and the unexpected appearance of Shenron only complicated matters. Under these circumstances, transformation would take considerable time. He needed to devise a countermeasure quickly. Revive Krillin killed by Frieza. After Namek's reinforcement was complete, Li Xing conveyed her second wish to the Grand Elder, who relayed it faithfully to Porunga. I understand. Porunga nodded and began to exert its power. Soon a thin wisp of white energy materialized in the sky, darting toward Krillin's corpse. The second wish has been granted. Speak your final wish. After a moment, Porunga spoke again. The final wish is... A thunderous explosion erupted before Li Xing could finish her words. An immensely powerful beam of energy surged from below, engulfing the Grand Elder's entire dwelling. The sheer force of the blast caused Li Xing's expression to shift dramatically. Grand Elder, she exclaimed, losing her balance in the sudden upheaval. A sinister laughter echoed across the sea. How audacious! To shatter my dream of eternal youth. Frieza slowly emerged from the distant sea surface, still in his first form. Sun Wukong's relentless pursuit had left him gasping for breath, unable to keep up even with all his power in this state. Under such circumstances, he chose to destroy the Grand Elder. Even if his own wish could not be fulfilled, he would at least thwart their plans. Li Xing, Grand Elder. Sun Wukong, noticing the commotion from afar, frowned deeply. He had not expected Frieza to resort to such despicable tactics. Without any hesitation, he rushed over. Amidst the smoke of the explosion, Sun Wukong sensed Li Xing's energy, and also a faint familiar presence. Frieza. As the smoke cleared, Li Xing's figure emerged in the air, holding an unconscious Namekian. Though the violent impact could not inflict substantial harm on her, everything happened too quickly. She could only save Nail, who was closest to her. Glancing coldly at the scene around her, a flicker of anger ignited within Li Xing's heart. The first 2 wishes were made for others, and she had reserved one for herself. Yet she never imagined that Frieza, held at bay by Sun Wukong, would act so recklessly. A classic case of if I can't have it, no one can. Hovering over the sea, Frieza watched the sky brighten again, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Though 2 survivors remained with the Grand Elder dead, and Shenron gone, his goal was achieved. Humph, ready to face the terror of hell. Frieza snorted, clenching his fists and shattering the armor on his body. Trouble. In the air, Li Xing and Sun Wukong stood side by side, both noticing what was happening below. Sun Wukong was unperturbed. Frieza's current power level was only 53000, and by sensing his energy, he knew the villain posed no threat. But Li Xing's brow furrowed deeply. Her figure flickered as she swiftly placed the unconscious nail on a distant patch of open ground, then dashed straight toward Frieza. Want to transform? Not until the mission is done. With that thought under Sun Wukong's astonished gaze, she drove her fist into Frieza's chest. A dull thud echoed as Frieza, mid-transformation, felt his chest cave in. He was sent flying backward. Just as Li Xing prepared to strike again, the belated arrival of several figures in the sky caught her attention. Is that Frieza? Vegeta swiftly surveyed the battlefield, staring in shock at the sent-back Frieza. Turning to look at Sun Wukong and Li Xing, his eyes were filled with deep wariness. After their battle on Earth, he had learned to sense energy. He knew Frieza's strength well. Yet before him stood two individuals. One was Sun Wukong, who had already transformed into a Super Saiyan, and the other was Li Xing, enveloped in a red aura. Though she had not transformed, her energy seemed far more formidable than even the Super Saiyans. Damn it! Vegeta roared, charging toward the sent-back Frieza. Sun Wukong and Li Xing had far surpassed him. He no longer had the urge to challenge them. Instead, he longed to kill Frieza, avenging the destruction of Planet Vegeta. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing Mission 1. Defeat Frieza's first form. In-person mission. Reward 50 emotion points. Huh. Li Xing, hearing the voice in her mind and seeing Vegeta charging at Frieza, stood frozen in place. She had only thrown one punch, and the mission was already complete. After a moment, she raised her delicate pale hand and looked at the red glow around her fist, suddenly understanding. Seeing Frieza about to transform, she had been so focused on completing the mission quickly that she had instinctively used her full power, even unleashing the 30-fold Kaioken. Oh no! Could the Emperor be dead? Turning to see Vegeta in the distance, slamming a palm into Frieza's body, Li Xing's mouth twitched violently. A thunderous crash echoed as Frieza's body slammed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Huh! Frieza, look at you now! Vegeta landed, staring at the deep crater and Frieza lying motionless inside. He couldn't help but laugh uproariously, as if years of pent-up emotion were finally released. But his joy was short-lived. An enraged roar erupted from the crater. You damned insects! Frieza stood up, his body covered in wounds, bellowing in fury. He had not expected Li Xing to be so dishonorable, attacking him as he began to transform. If he were only as strong as his first form, he would have surely perished from that blow. Fortunately, Frieza's true power was far greater. With several more transformation stages as his trump card, he managed to survive Li Xing's lethal strike. As for Vegeta's palm, it was utterly harmless. TCH. Watching Frieza rise from the crater, the flames of rage in Vegeta's eyes reignited. Why not just kill him? On the other side, Sun Wukong and the others landed beside Li Xing. He asked, his tone curious. Krillin had been revived and was now calmer than before, though he remained in his Super Saiyan state. Sun Wukong believed that Frieza was no match for him and Li Xing now. Logically, they should be able to finish him off easily. Kill him. Li Xing shook her head at that. No way. The mission wasn't over yet. Besides, she had already used her full strength and hadn't expected Frieza to survive that blow. Want to test your current strength? After a brief pause, a sly smile curled at the corner of her lips, leaving Sun Wukong momentarily puzzled. Testing one's own strength. What does that mean? Sun Wukong scratched his head, remaining silent, only gazing at Li Xing with an unusual expression. Frieza can transform 3 times, and as of now, he hasn't even used one. Glancing at Sun Wukong's puzzled expression, Li Xing turned her attention back to Frieza, who was engaged in battle with Vegeta, and gave a brief explanation. 3 transformations. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong furrowed his brows and couldn't help but look towards the two fighting. Over there, after being awakened to his potential by the Grand Elder, Vegeta's power had increased several times, yet even so he was barely managing to maintain a slight advantage over the injured Frieza. The most crucial point is that Frieza's offensive had become increasingly fierce. All he wanted now was to quickly complete his next transformation and seek revenge on Sun Wukong and Li Xing rather than waste time battling Vegeta. Transform, Frieza. Let's see your true form. After a clash, Vegeta stood firm, his expression indifferent as he spoke to Frieza. Though aware that Frieza could transform, his arrogance led him to believe he had the upper hand, and naturally, he wanted to force Frieza's hand. Oh, you know quite well. Faced with Vegeta's pressure, Frieza showed no fear. Instead, his gaze subtly flickered towards Li Xing and Sun Wukong in the distance. If it weren't for Li Xing's interruption earlier, he would have completed his first transformation by now, and his injuries would have healed. How could he have been pushed to such a state by Vegeta? Their dialogue was loud enough for everyone in the distance to hear, clearly all eyes turning towards Li Xing. Donnie, go check on Nail's injuries. Li Xing pretended not to hear, pointing at the unconscious Nail not far away. The first phase of the task was complete, and now if Frieza were to transform, she not only would not stop him, but would even encourage him. Okay, alright, Donnie said quickly, running to Nail's side. Just watch closely. What an opportunity, seeing that Li Xing and the others had no intention of intervening. Frisia's previously tense heart relaxed somewhat as he coldly laughed at Vegeta. He knew that at this moment he was no match for Li Xing and Sun Wukong, but if he transformed, everything would change. With that thought, Frieza quickly entered a charging stance and began his transformation. One could see him radiating a dazzling red light as his body began to expand violently, instantly unleashing a ferocious aura from within. Accompanied by a wave of overwhelming pressure, Frieza transformed from a short figure of only 1.4 meters tall into a towering behemoth over 3 meters in height. At this moment he appeared robust, with his 2 horns bending instead of standing straight, resembling a minotaur. Not only that, but after Frieza's transformation was complete, even the wounds on his body healed, and the aura he radiated grew even stronger. How is this possible? Feeling Frieza's terrifying aura, Vegeta's pupils suddenly constricted, his fists clenched tight, and his muscles tensed. Clearly, he had also sensed Frieza's newfound strength. Be careful. I won't hold back now. Feeling his own power, Frieza revealed a sinister smile. Is this the transformation you spoke of? Not far away, Sun Wukong watched with great interest at Frieza's now formidable physique. Judging by the aura, the transformed Frieza was at least twice as strong as before, but there was still a considerable gap between them, so Sun Wukong did not show any signs of worry. Of course, the most important factor was that he was still in his Super Saiyan state, the proud warrior transformed by anger, whose deepest desire was still for battle. There are still 2 transformations left. Li Xing nodded, contemplating how to complete her task smoothly without drawing attention. From the moment Frieza's transformation began, her gaze had not left him for a second, fearing he might suddenly go berserk and directly transform into his final form. While the others were engrossed in watching, Dondi also returned to the crowd at the same time. Nail and Piccolo locked eyes. Though Nail's injuries were severe, he had not lost his breath, and under Danda's healing abilities akin to the sins of beans, he had already recovered. He looked remarkably similar to Piccolo, being combat-type Namekian, which inevitably created a sense of unease. Whoosh! Just as the others were entranced by the battle, a beam of light suddenly shot towards them. Bang! Without Li Xing needing to lift a finger, Sun Wukong struck the attack with his palm, redirecting it, and the assailant was none other than Frieza. After completing his transformation, he effortlessly dominated Vegeta, yet he showed no urgency to end the fight, instead subtly directing his attacks towards the spectators, seeking to probe Li Xing and Sun Wukong. Huff! Huff! Moments later, Vegeta stopped not far in front of Frieza, panting heavily. He clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on his neck. None of his previous attacks had even grazed Frieza, who appeared to be toying with him, merely dodging and not attacking. Hey, if you can't do it, come back. Seeing Vegeta being toyed with, Li Xing couldn't help but shout at him. This battle was different from the original story. In the original, Vegeta was bullied on Namek and Bulma was not present. But now Bulma was watching among the crowd, showcasing his inferiority in front of his future wife could jeopardize their relationship. Damn. Let this planet be destroyed along with you. Vegeta clasped his wrists together, radiating a brilliant purple light, clearly indicating a power-up attack. His attack was directed at Frieza, not at the ground of Namek. Vegeta knew that Frieza could survive in space, while as a Saiyan he could not. Roar! Frieza crossed his arms, showing no intention to evade. In fact, his gaze was not on Vegeta, but coldly fixed on the spectators. Stubborn fellow. Looking up at Vegeta, who was gathering his strength, Li Xing couldn't help but shake her head. Why must he be so reckless? She had already given him a way out, yet he insisted on making a fool of himself. He wouldn't be satisfied until he was injured and disgraced in front of Bulma. With that thought, she couldn't help but steal a few glances at Bulma's reaction. Seeing that Bulma was intently watching the battle, without any unusual expression, Li Xing breathed a quiet sigh of relief. A thunderous roar echoed as the ground trembled violently. Even though Vegeta was charging his power in the sky, the sheer force he generated was undeniable. Garlic. Cannon. The next moment, Vegeta's attack, gathering all his energy, crashed down. A thick violet beam of light shot straight toward Frieza below. A mere parlor trick. Frieza's face still bore a mocking smile. Just as the massive beam was about to reach his head, he swung his arm abruptly. Bang! With a deafening roar, just as Vegeta's full-powered strike was about to land, Frieza deflected it instantly. At the same time, the formidable garlic cannon changed direction, hurtling straight toward Li Xing and the others. Moi! Li Xing frowned at the sudden turn of events. From the moment Frieza completed his transformation until now, the shockwaves from their battle had repeatedly veered toward her, coupled with Frieza's glances in her direction. All signs indicated that Frieza's true target was not Vegeta, but rather a probe into the strength of her and Son Goku. Again, Son Goku stepped forward to face the incoming attack, positioning himself before the group. Though he had been sent flying by the giant ape, Vegeta back on Earth, times had changed. Now witnessing Vegeta's full-force assault, it felt to him like nothing more than a casual blast. Whoosh! Just as Son Goku was about to intercept, Li Xing moved. A figure wreathed in white energy flashed by, charging straight toward the beam. Son Goku was momentarily stunned. What was she planning? Before he could ponder further, he saw Li Xing racing toward the light extend her hand and effortlessly catch Vegeta's garlic cannon. Then the attack's glow did not fade. It remained in her palm as she carried it directly toward Frisia's face. Boom. Seeing Li Xing approaching with his own attack, Frisia tried to dodge, but found her speed overwhelming. The blast exploded right before him, and the resulting shockwave sent him tumbling backward. So fast. In the air, Vegeta, having finally caught his breath, was frozen in place, utterly bewildered by the sight. His ultimate attack had been tossed around like a toy among them. The chasm in their power left him feeling utterly humiliated. Damned monkeys. Frisia, having been sent flying, steadied himself. Though the strike hadn't caused him any real harm, the humiliation stung deeply. Especially when he noticed the tail behind Li Xing, he realized with a start that he had been fighting Science all this time. Science. A cold glint flashed in Frisia's eyes as his aura began to rise. I didn't expect so many to have escaped the net. His icy words echoed through the air. In Frisia's view, Li Xing and the others were survivors of his destruction of Planet Vegeta. This meant they might have known in advance the secret of their planet's impending doom. But since you're foolish enough to come and die, I'll gladly send you on your way. Unable to fathom how the secret had leaked, Frisia's killing intent surged even higher. The temperature around them began to drop. Bang! Suddenly Frisia was sent flying again. Li Xing appeared in his former position. So much pointless chatter. Li Xing muttered, still holding her punching stance. The system's prompt hadn't sounded, yet which meant her task was incomplete if Frisia hadn't truly been defeated. So she could continue fighting without worry. This time, to avoid any unforeseen slip-ups, she didn't even use the Kaioken. Even in her base form, she was more than enough to crush Frisia's second form. On the other side, Vegeta in the sky finally calmed down. His eyes fixed on Li Xing and Frisia, he landed despondently not far from Son Goku and the others. Prince Vegeta. Seeing his state, the others showed little reaction, but Nappa called out with concern and silently walked to his side. I'm fine. Vegeta shook his head bitterly. Looking at Nappa, whose power had also grown considerably, he felt a deep sense of failure. In his view, his current strength was actually quite formidable. Since the battle on Earth, his power had multiplied several times over in a short period. But he had the misfortune of encountering an anomaly like Li Xing. Under her influence, even Kakarot had surpassed him. Worse still, Nappa, whose strength had remained stagnant for years under his command, had grown stronger too. This filled him with profound resentment. While Vegeta was lost in his emotions, the clash between Li Xing and Frisia was drawing to a close. Boom. A sound like muffled thunder erupted. Frisia's body, which had healed after his transformation, was once again covered in wounds. He plummeted from the sky and crashed heavily into the ground. There was no contest. Li Xing's base combat power was a full 5 times his. Even holding back, Frisia couldn't last long and was quickly defeated. Seeing Frisia's pathetic state, Son Goku felt no disappointment. Instead, he grew even more excited. What sparked his interest wasn't the current Frisia, but Li Xing. Both being scions they had sparred before. But now his power had soared, and watching their battle, it was clear Li Xing's strength had also increased greatly. He eagerly anticipated their next fight. You? Frisia climbed to his feet with difficulty, wiping the blood from his lips. His gaze at Li Xing was filled with gravity. He had never imagined that even after transforming, he would still be overwhelmingly defeated. And to be beaten by a woman of all people. It seems I must exterminate every last scion. Frisia clenched his fists, a radical thought forming in his mind. Seeing his appearance, Li Xing's heart rose with a faint sense of foreboding. She knew all too well what Frisia was plotting, nothing more than preparing for the next stage of transformation. With a soft whoosh as Frisia silently gathered his power, Li Xing's figure darted forward, raising her right leg to strike his chest with brutal force. Bang! Having been interrupted during his previous transformation, Frisia reacted swiftly, almost as if he had anticipated the attack. Yet Li Xing was faster. By just a hair's breadth, she sent his body hurtling into a distant mountain peak. Boom! Another thunderous crash echoed as dust billowed, the mountain collapsing to bury Frisia beneath its rubble. Congratulations, host, on completing Task 1. Defeat Frisia's second form with your own hands. Task reward 50 emotion points. After this strike, the system's voice chimed in at just the right moment, allowing Li Xing to exhale in relief. Her figure, poised to continue the assault, came to a halt as she prepared to await Frisia's transformation. Crack! Watching Li Xing achieve victory with such effortless grace, a flicker of thought passed through Vegeta's eyes, as if he were pondering something. Nappa, hurt me. After a moment, Vegeta spoke to the Nappa beside him, his gaze burning as he fixed his eyes on Frisia, now buried under debris. He had already conceived a way to rapidly boost his combat power. Having Nappa injure him stemmed from the Scion trait. Each time they recovered from the brink of death, their power surged dramatically. He could think of no other means to instantly elevate his strength. Moreover, he had witnessed Dinned Healing Nail just moments ago. Such a swift recovery ability seemed almost heaven-sent. Prince Vegeta this. Unaware of the Scion's peculiar ability, Nappa scratched his head in bewilderment, staring at Vegeta with surprise. What kind of bizarre request is this? Let's talk. Just do it, and then have that Namekian brat heal me. Seeing Nappa's hesitation, Vegeta snapped impatiently. Slap. Without further delay, Nappa raised his hand and delivered a blow to Vegeta's head, sending him flying. Huh. Goku and the others widened their eyes in shock. Wasn't Nappa Vegeta's loyal henchman? Was he about to commit regicide and seize power? In the distance, Li Xing caught sight of the scene and nearly burst out laughing. Knowing Frieza was gathering energy for his transformation, she refrained from further action, instead watching the farce unfold with keen interest. The moment Vegeta ordered Nappa to strike, she understood he had found a way to rapidly enhance his strength. Brink of death, recovery, brink of death again, and recovery once more. But this was hardly the brink of death. Vegeta's current power still far exceeded Nappa's. That slap, though it sent the off-guard Vegeta flying, was nothing but a tickle. It wasn't even a minor injury, let alone a near-fatal blow. As expected, Vegeta halted midair, stunned by Nappa's strike. The next moment, as he barely steadied himself, Nappa's foot came hurtling toward him. Thud! With a dull impact, Vegeta raised his hand and caught Nappa's shin. Useless, Nappa. Can't you understand plain speech? He cursed loudly, raising his other hand and aiming it at Nappa's chest. Whoosh! A blinding beam of light shot from his palm, piercing straight through Nappa's chest. Thump! With the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground, Nappa's body fell, stirring up a cloud of dust. Witnessing Nappa's pitiful state, Goku and the others covered their faces, unable to bear the sight. With such meager strength, he dared to think of overthrowing his master. He was far from it. From afar, Li Xing couldn't help but frown. This Vegeta was truly brutal. If Nappa hadn't grown significantly stronger thanks to the Elder's potential unlock, that single strike from Vegeta would have killed him several times over in the original story. Mr. Nappa. Din, who didn't know Vegeta, remembered that Nappa had been traveling with Li Xing and hurried over to check his injuries. Cough. Cough. Nappa lay on the ground, coughing violently, feeling his life force rapidly ebbing away. Only when Din knelt beside him and began healing did a glimmer of light return to his eyes. He slowly rose, gazing at Vegeta in the air with confusion and bewilderment. Wasn't this what Vegeta himself had demanded? Why had he suddenly retaliated? Prince Vegeta, you. Once Nappa's wounds were healed, Vegeta landed before him. Din quickly scurried back to Goku's side. Silence. Feel your power now. Vegeta snorted, cutting him off without mercy. He had initially intended to kill Nappa outright, but if he did, there would be no one left among the group who would stand by him unconditionally. By a stroke of luck, Vegeta's deliberate restraint combined with Dinda healing perfectly tested whether a Saiyan's near-death recovery could truly boost combat power. Hiya! Nappa froze for a moment, then let out a low roar as an astonishing aura erupted around him. Sensing this surge, Vegeta's expression finally relaxed. The Saiyan near-death recovery method worked. It can increase this much. Even Li Xing was taken aback by the intensity of Nappa's released energy. If Nappa's power level had been around 600 after the Elder's potential unlock, it had now reached at least 2000. What would happen if she used this method on herself? Glancing down at her own body, a flicker of anticipation stirred within Li Xing's heart. Boom. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos, Frieza had successfully completed his transformation. Huh. A furious shout rang out as the rubble covering him was shattered into fine dust, sending a massive cloud of smoke billowing into the air. So the transformation is finally complete. Li Xing turned her gaze back toward Frieza, her eyes seeming to pierce through the smoke to discern his form. Damn it, this energy. Although she couldn't yet see Frieza's new appearance, judging by his aura, she arrived at an unexpected conclusion. Frieza seemed to have skipped his third transformation entirely. This guy has such strong chi. Sun Wukong furrowed his brows slightly, clearly sensing something amiss. Although Frieza's current aura was not particularly turbulent, he had an intuition that the opponent might harbor strength rivaling his own. While there's still time, hurry up and strike, you brainless fool. Watching Frieza complete his final transformation, Vegeta quickly barked at Nappa, who was still immersed in his surging power. Right. Startled, Nappa trembled and nodded hastily at Vegeta. Under everyone's stunned gaze, Nappa wasted no time and, mimicking Vegeta's earlier method, fired a simple energy blast at his own chest. With a swoosh, a hole tore through Vegeta's deliberately unguarded chest as the beam pierced through. That's right. Finally, I can become a Super Saiyan. As his voice trailed off, Vegeta's body slumped backward, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He could feel his life force fading, knowing that if Dinda healing technique revived him before death, his power would surge dramatically. Ho 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 ho. Eager to tear each other apart already. Not far away, as the dust settled, Frieza's figure gradually emerged before everyone's eyes. His appearance was now utterly different from before. His entire form streamlined, his physique resembling that of a human. The original textures and horns had vanished, leaving him looking ordinary, like a naked human. Yet his purplind white skin and oppressive gaze made him seem like a formidable foe. Li Xing, can I move now? Sensing Frieza's current aura, Sun Wukong slowly rose into the air, eager and ready. Though Li Xing had said Frieza could transform 3 times, and this was only the second, he could no longer wait. Since this was his first time transforming into a Super Saiyan, through rage his power couldn't last long. With Krillin revived, his anger had eased, and delaying further might cost him the transformation. Sun Wukong didn't know Frieza had skipped his third-stage transformation. What stood before him was the final form. "You can." Li Xing replied to him, then vanished from Frieza's presence, reappearing among the onlookers. She also wanted to seize this chance to observe Sun Wukong's strength and the rewards she had just obtained. Name: Li Xing, gender female, age 18, dragon world, height 175 cm, race Saiyan, skills Chi control, Bukujutsu, garlic cannon, Kamehameha Kaioken, current max 30x, emotion value 1100 items, Senzabine X, 1 combat power 5 2 minutes. Glancing at her stats panel, it was almost identical to before save for the new emotion value. System: can this emotion value be increased at any time? Staring at the number, just 1 out of a max of 100, Li Xing felt puzzled. Yes, host. Within the emotion value's upper limit, you can raise it freely. To increase the cap, there are 2 ways. 1. Complete tasks. 2. Train diligently. Train diligently. As the system finished, Li Xing focused her mind, watching the value instantly spike to 99, and understood its purpose. With a name like yours, training hard would be a disservice. A smirk curled on Li Xing's lips. She recalled the system was called the Slacker Scion system. Hearing her words, the system seemed to want to retort, but ultimately stayed silent. Li Xing simply shrugged, gazing at Sun Wukong, standing opposite Frieza. His golden spiked hair looked rather handsome. She wondered what she'd look like after transforming. Sister Li Xing. Just as she was lost in anticipation, a childish voice interrupted her thoughts. That bad guy is dying, mister. Nappa asked me to save him. Din trotted over to Li Xing, pointing at the prone Vegeta, hesitation flickering in his eyes. Following the late elder's instructions, he trusted Li Xing unconditionally, even more than his fellow Namekians like Nail and Piccolo. Li Xing. This. Prince Vegeta said. Nappa approached, about to explain, but Li Xing cut him off with a wave. Heal him. Glancing at the unconscious Vegeta, she said, without hesitation, to Din. She believed that after several humbling defeats, Vegeta's temper would have tempered somewhat. Besides, he was on death's door, leaving no time for further deliberation. Thank you. Nappa bowed to Li Xing in gratitude, then scooped up Din and rushed to Vegeta's side. Why would he ask Nappa to hit him? Even Bulma, who had remained silent, was curious, sidling up to Li Xing to whisper. Saiyon's power skyrockets after each near-death recovery. Li Xing explained patiently, also observing Bulma's reaction. At this point, shouldn't she still be with Yamcha? How had she noticed Vegeta so quickly? So that's at last-minute preparation. Bulma nodded in understanding, then frowned at Vegeta. Though he's weaker than you, he's still far better than someone else. Someone. Li Xing caught her meaning and said nothing further. The target was too obvious to guess. What's sending someone else to die? At the battlefield's center, Frieza sneered, glancing at Li Xing before turning his attention to Sun Wukong. You talk big. Sun Wukong snorted, golden flames blazing around him. The next moment, the ground beneath him shattered as he charged at Frieza with unparalleled force. Even though Krillin had been revived, anger still burned in his heart at the sight of Frieza. For fulfilling his own wish, Frieza had thrown Namek into chaos and even slain the Grand Elder. Even the kind-hearted Sun Wukong's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Frieza's eyes narrowed at Sun Wukong's charge, and a similar white aura erupted around him. Boom. At the moment of collision, a violent shockwave expanded, sending gravel flying in all directions as the ground beneath both combatants sank into a depression. Remarkable fellow. You've made me rather angry. Frieza crossed his arms before his chest, having to exert half of his true strength just to barely block this simple punch from Son Goku. Bang, bang, bang. Their figures flickered through the air, accompanied by continuous, deafening sonic booms. As expected, Son Goku, having transformed early, is no match for Frieza. Watching the commotion of their battle, Li Xing narrowed her eyes. The others could barely track Son Goku and Frieza's movements, but with her strength, she not only kept pace with their speed, but could also clearly sense the gap between them. On the surface, Son Goku seemed to have the upper hand, landing occasional blows on Frieza during their exchanges. In reality, however, Frieza had yet to unleash his full power. Thus, the true victor would only be determined in the final moment. On the other side, Din had successfully saved Vegeta at the brink of death. You little brat. Vegeta slowly rose to his feet, clenching his fists to feel his restored strength, then glared at Din before him. This Namekian had hardly paused when saving Nappa earlier, yet when it came to him, he had hesitated. Only when Vegeta felt his consciousness beginning to fade did the boy finally make a decision and rush over to heal him. Fuming, Vegeta lifted his leg and kicked Din, not with much force, merely to vent his anger. Stop. Seeing his action, Nail and Piccolo both charged toward Din. Bang. A muffled sound rang out before they could arrive as a burly figure appeared before Din. Surprisingly, it was Nappa, Vegeta's loyal follower. He wrapped his arms around Din's small frame, taking the kick squarely on his back to shield him. Prince Vegeta. Feeling the force on his back, Nappa slowly released his hold on Din and turned to look at Vegeta. He knew Vegeta merely wanted to let off steam with no real intention to kill Din, otherwise even he couldn't have withstood the prince's attack. Oomph. Though seething inside, seeing the fear on Din's face and Nappa's bewildered expression, Vegeta ultimately chose not to continue. Be thankful I didn't kill you. He snorted coldly, then launched himself into the sky. Let me show you. The power I've attained as a Super Saiyan. Watching the intense battle between Son Goku and Frieza Vegeta suddenly roared a sneer plastered on his face. Super Saiyan. Seeing Vegeta's renewed fervor, not only did the two combatants pause after another clash, but Li Xing also wore an intrigued expression. What a joke. With only such a meager boost in power, he wanted to become a Super Saiyan. What was he thinking? Sensing his energy, Li Xing easily detected that Vegeta's current strength was barely half of hers. To transform with such power would require extreme rage like Son Goku's. Otherwise, it was sheer fantasy. Under everyone's gaze, Vegeta began his display. Rumble. A sudden clap of thunder shattered the calm as the sky above Vegeta slowly darkened. Amidst Vegeta's furious roars, the surrounding lightning grew denser, and his energy surged higher. What a... Everyone witnessed the transformation in Vegeta, and Li Xing's eyes widened. This energy. Could Vegeta actually be about to transform? The sight before her made her restless, feeling utterly incredulous. Ever since she landed on Namek, the plot had completely deviated from her control. Could merely completing a few tasks have such a massive impact? Li Xing's mind raced with frantic thoughts, but she found no answers. Her greater concern now was that Vegeta's overwhelming strength might skew the outcome. Damn science. Watching Vegeta's surging energy fluctuations, Frieza also felt a hint of pressure. Though he hadn't yet used his full power, his brief clash with Son Goku had made it clear that the so-called Super Saiyan was indeed a match for him. Die. Without a moment's hesitation, Frieza let out a sharp cry, gathering energy on his index finger and firing a red beam. Whoosh. The beam was incredibly fast. Even Son Goku couldn't intercept it, watching helplessly as it struck Vegeta's chest. Boom. A thunderous roar erupted, shrouding Vegeta in smoke and obscuring the scene within. Before Frieza could celebrate the hit, Vegeta's near-maniacal laughter rang out from the smoke. Hearing that voice, Frieza frowned deeply. As Vegeta's former superior, he knew that voice all too well. Could it be? Another Super Saiyan was about to be born. And of all people, Vegeta. Frieza's expression turned grim. As a member of the Frost Demon race, his ancestors had repeatedly warned in records that Super Saiyans were not beings they could handle. Over time, this fear had become deeply ingrained in his mind. But after clashing with Son Goku, he had surprisingly found that while a Super Saiyan could match him, they were not yet capable of killing him. Yet now a second Super Saiyan was about to emerge. If the two joined forces, his situation would become precarious. Even more terrifying was the female Saiyan, Li Xing, watching from afar. It was clear that those opposing him seemed to heed her words. If she too were a Super Saiyan, he would truly be in danger. Vegeta. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Son Goku wore a complex expression. This Saiyan, who had once tried to destroy Earth, now stirred a glimmer of anticipation within him. So this is the power of a Super Saiyan. The smoke cleared, revealing Vegeta still standing in the air, laughing heartily. A small hole marred the fabric on his chest, the result of Frieza's death beam. Merely damaged clothing with no real harm done to him. Realize it, Frieza. This time you're finished. Feeling the surge of his own power, Vegeta's face brimmed with excitement as he cast his gaze downward toward Frieza's location. Immersed in the overwhelming might he now possessed, he failed to notice that upon his reappearance, everyone else was utterly astonished. Phew. Thank goodness. Li Xing drew a deep breath, silently wiping the sweat from her brow. What set her mind at ease was none other than Vegeta, who had completed his transformation. Unlike Son Goku, his body was not enveloped in a golden aura, and his hair remained its original black. Though he had not successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan, the aura he exuded was still remarkably formidable. The energy swirling around him was no longer the usual white, but a dazzling blue. Super Saiyan pseudoform. At the first sight of his appearance, the term flashed through Li Xing's mind. Although it was not the true Super Saiyan, the power boost from this pseudoform reached a terrifying 30-fold. Based on Li Xing's judgment, if Son Goku were also in this pseudo-state, their battle powers would be nearly equal. She could not fathom why Vegeta had undergone such a transformation. With his current strength, only the most intense rage should have allowed him to achieve the true Super Saiyan state. Could it be that Vegeta's emotions were also on the verge of eruption? Clearly, Li Xing had overlooked how she and Son Goku had far surpassed Vegeta in power, combined with Frieza's contempt. All of this was a blatant insult to Vegeta, the Saiyan Prince, with immense pride. He would not succumb to despair. Instead, he would channel his rage into strength. Prepare to die. Ignoring the shock and confusion of the others, Vegeta in midair suddenly dove downward, charging straight at Frieza. A cold snort rang out as Frieza spread his arms, unleashing a formidable aura that instantly expanded. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of fists and flesh colliding erupted from within. Each impact shook the earth and sky, causing many nearby islands to crumble. Unlike Son Goku, who gradually increased his power to test his opponent during battle, Vegeta went all out from the very start. For the one who had destroyed Planet Vegeta, he would show no mercy. Thighs. How is this possible? Frieza's pupils contracted. Vegeta's hair had not turned golden, clearly indicating he had not yet transformed into a Super Saiyan. Yet under such circumstances, he could still hold his own in their clash. A storm of shock surged within Frieza's heart. Silence. What kind of race were they? Hey, Vegeta, don't steal my opponent. Watching the two locked in fierce combat, Son Goku snapped back to his senses. Though he did not know why Vegeta had failed to become a Super Saiyan, his current transformation was enough to exchange blows with Frieza. Such a sudden intrusion into the battle and snatching away his opponent irritated the naturally battle-hungry Son Goku. His figure flickered, closing in on the two combatants at incredible speed, and then he delivered a fierce kick toward Frieza. Thud! Caught off guard while dealing with Vegeta's assault, Frieza could not dodge. The blow landed squarely on his abdomen, sending him flying backward. With a splash, Frieza crashed into the water like a cannonball. Engrossed in the fight, Vegeta turned his head and noticed Son Goku suddenly beside him, his brow furrowing deeply. Boom! Without a moment's hesitation, the next second Vegeta drove a brutal knee strike into Son Goku's stomach. Ah! Unprepared, Son Goku's body doubled over, a muffled grunt escaping his lips. Moi! Seeing Vegeta suddenly shift his attack target, Li Xing's beautiful eyes narrowed. Just as she moved to intervene, Vegeta abruptly halted. Kakarot, wait right there. They'll deal with you later. Vegeta glared fiercely at Son Goku, then, without lingering, turned to search for Frieza, who had fallen into the water. Vegeta, you. Son Goku clutched his abdomen, staring at Vegeta's back, about to say something, but stopping himself. Since both of them had Frieza as their target, even though the other had forcefully intervened in his battle, causing unnecessary trouble might prove more costly than beneficial. Moreover, Son Goku sensed that Vegeta's current energy was still inferior to his own. Considering Vegeta's stubborn temper, he decided it was better to let him have his turn first. After all, Frieza likely had not yet exerted his full strength. Once Vegeta was defeated, he could step in. Rumble! As Son Goku's thoughts churned, an even more terrifying pressure suddenly descended, causing the entire planet Namek to tremble violently. At the same time, a fierce gale howled past, making it difficult for everyone except Li Xing to stay on their feet. What? In midair, Vegeta was the first to react. Frieza had been submerged underwater for some time without a trace, and this sudden dreadful aura was erupting from directly beneath him. That bastard! Vegeta clenched his fists. He had not expected Frieza to be concealing such immense energy. The current aura was far, far more powerful than before. Even he in his present state felt a sense of helplessness. Finally going all out, huh? Not far away, Li Xing shielded the others from the incoming blast of wind, murmuring to herself. Until now, aside from completing two system tasks, she had not intervened in their battle. Now with their increased power, Son Goku and Vegeta had managed to push Frieza to such a corner. She could not help but marvel that the protagonists truly lived up to their roles. This reflection did not last long, as Li Xing began to crack her knuckles in anticipation. A fully powered Frieza possessed a battle power of 120 million. She wondered how many rounds she could last against him after her own transformation. Da-da-da-da. On the other side, unaware of what Frieza was doing, Vegeta frantically fired energy blasts into the water, as if determined to kill Frieza no matter what. In an instant, deafening explosions echoed across the sea surface, sending ripples spreading one after another. With a crack amidst the unending rumbling, Son Wukong seemed to hear an odd noise. The next moment, he looked up and saw a figure enveloped in lightning in the sky. Damn! Vegeta! Son Wukong's expression changed drastically as he clearly sensed the crisis, hurriedly shouting at Vegeta, who was still firing his blast. However, in the next instant, thunder roared in the sky. The lightning-wreathed figure tore through the air and slammed heavily into Vegeta's body. With a boom, Vegeta had no time to react. Under the blow, he was smashed into the distant ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Heh, so this is a Super Saiyan. You managed to push me this far, but it ends here. Above, Frieza's figure emerged. Looking down at Vegeta, who lay in a deep crater, he revealed a ferocious grin. After a long charge underwater, he had now unleashed 100 of his power. Though there was no special change in appearance, his entire musculature had swelled abnormally. Even his eyes had turned a bloodshot red, seemingly filled with savage brutality. With a swoosh, Frieza stepped forward, ignoring the fallen Vegeta, and turned his target to Son Wukong not far away. This farce should end. Let's start with you. In an instant, Frieza's figure appeared before Son Wukong. His voice was soft, but carried an undeniable cruelty. Then his right fist radiated a dense aura. Boom! With a dull thud, Frieza's heavy punch struck Son Wukong's abdomen without reservation. Though he didn't know which of the two he fought was the Super Saiyan, one thing was certain: Son Wukong's strength far exceeded Vegeta's. Judging by appearance, the golden-haired Son Wukong before him seemed to be the true Super Saiyan. As for Vegeta, though his power had increased, he likely hadn't achieved the transformation. Ah! Son Wukong cried out in pain, spitting out a mouthful of bile as his body bent into an arch. Slap! Not giving him time to react, Frieza lashed out with his tail, striking Son Wukong's back and sending him plummeting from the sky to crash into the ground not far from Vegeta. Is the gap that huge? Watching their plight, Li Xing clenched her fists. Her silver hair began to shimmer with a faint golden light. She still stood still, not intervening. Though Frieza at full power was formidable, the two who had deviated from the plot might not be his match, but they shouldn't be defeated by such simple blows. Sure enough, the moment after Son Wukong was struck down, Vegeta's figure soared up from below, charging straight at Frieza. Reckless Scion. Frieza sneered and met Vegeta's attack. Li Xing, can you hear me? Just as she was about to continue watching, a strange voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Who are you? She paused, confused as to why someone was speaking in her mind. The voice didn't sound like the system she was bound to. Never mind that. Just do as I say. You can kill Frieza if you join forces. The voice came again, tinged with urgency. Oh, Li Xing raised an eyebrow and replied casually, all right. Good. Now go help them. No. The voice came again, but Li Xing refused without hesitation. North Kai, I only agreed to kill Frieza, not to join forces with them. Li Xing watched the two, alternating in battle with Frieza. After the brief mental conversation, she guessed the speaker's identity: North Kai, the one who taught Sun Wukong the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb. At the same time, she felt a flicker of curiosity. Why had North Kai contacted her instead of Sun Wukong? He destroyed your race. Don't you hate him? North Kai's voice continued, but it didn't sound surprised, as if he had expected her resistance. Hate. Hearing this, Li Xing couldn't help but shake her head with a smile. Frieza destroyed Planet Vegeta on Beerus' orders. Hate Frieza. Better to hate the foolish King Vegeta. Moreover, as a transmigrator, her Saiyan bloodline was second to none. The only person in this world who could stir her heart was Bulma, who treated her like a sister. Are all Saiyans so proud? On North Kai's planet, a figure in Kai attire and sunglasses muttered to himself. Before his conversation with Li Xing, he had already telepathically contacted Sun Wukong. After all, Frieza's current aura was extremely powerful. In his view, even if Sun Wukong and Vegeta fought together, their chances of victory were slim. So he chose to contact Li Xing. Though he didn't know this female Saiyan since Sun Wukong's resurrection on Earth, the board North Kai had kept an eye on his progress. Various signs indicated that Li Xing was even stronger than Sun Wukong. Moreover, when Li Xing first fought Frieza, she had even used the Kaioken. Though he didn't know how she learned it, her talent was clearly astonishing. Unfortunately, both Sun Wukong and Li Xing had refused his suggestion to join forces. Forget it. He'll leave it to them. North Kai thought, and withdrew his consciousness. Seeing Li Xing so calm, perhaps he had been overthinking. Boom, boom. The sky echoed with the sounds of battle. Each collision produced a deafening roar. Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta targeted Frieza, but there was no coordination. In fact, each deliberately waited for the other to be driven back before attacking. Their figures were sent flying time and again, and the wounds on their bodies began to multiply. Pant. Pant. After a while, Sun Wukong knocked back, halted midair. He raised his hands, suddenly feeling his power waning. Damn, this is a... Sensing the ebbing of his power, Sun Wukong's expression shifted dramatically. This was an unforeseen circumstance, something he had never encountered before, entirely beyond his expectations. The onlookers below, witnessing his state, all revealed expressions of deep concern. They noticed that Sun Wukong's hair was faintly reverting to its original black, and the golden aura that blazed from his transformation was gradually dissipating. Having fought for so long since his transformation, he could no longer maintain the Super Saiyan state. Oh, the Super Saiyan can't keep it up anymore. After blocking Vegeta's strike, Frieza also perceived this and narrowed his eyes. With a dull thud, he once again sent Vegeta flying. In that case, he'll send you off first. Frieza raised one hand, upon which a terrifying purple aura materialized. With a sudden sweep of his arm, he hurled the aura forth, transforming it into a colossal purple blade aimed at Sun Wukong. Eradicate the root. He cared not whether Sun Wukong still had combat strength. Any Saiyan must be exterminated. Below, Li Xing saw this and realized she could no longer just watch. With a sharp cry, her entire body erupted in golden light, and her long flowing silver hair transformed into gold. Simultaneously, her aura surged wildly, surpassing everyone on the battlefield. Sister Li Xing quickly saved father. Behind her, son Gohan shouted urgently, his face etched with anxiety. Sun Wukong was in danger, and as his son Gohan's worry surpassed all others, yet the words sounded strange to Li Xing's ears. There was no time to dwell on it. Li Xing stomped the ground, launching herself skyward, hurtling straight towards Sun Wukong's position. Another Super Saiyan. Seeing Li Xing charge into battle at incredible speed, Frieza's heart tightened. He could clearly sense that Li Xing's aura was more than twice as formidable as Sun Wukong's. No choice. 20 times. Kaioken. On the other side, Sun Wukong, locked in combat, was unaware of Li Xing's move. Knowing he couldn't evade the strike, he gritted his teeth, crossed his arms before his chest, and unleashed all his remaining power. A deafening roar echoed in the sky, the very earth trembled, and the shockwave spread, annihilating all residual flora within thousands of meters in an instant. Ha 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 ha, how reckless. Frieza's lips curled into a cold sneer as just before the attack landed, he saw Li Xing shield Sun Wukong. His technique, earth-splitting slash, could cleave even a planet. Even if Li Xing's aura surpassed Sun Wukong's, she couldn't emerge unscathed from such a blow. A sharp hiss escaped Li Xing's lips as she felt the stinging pain in her arm. The strike's power was devastating. Even with her combat strength far exceeding Frieza's, a red mark remained on her arm. Had she not arrived in time, even Sun Wukong, using the 20 times Kaioken, would have perished under that blow. Phew. You're here. Compared to Li Xing's son Wukong behind her breathed a sigh of relief. He could feel his strength was no longer sufficient to battle Frisia. Time for a switch. Li Xing spoke slowly, her gaze fixed on Frisia without turning back. Her golden hair flowed freely, not spiked up like son Wukong's, but cascading to her waist. Combined with its length, she appeared as if she had directly entered the third stage of Super Saiyan. All right. Seeing Li Xing's form, son Wukong said nothing more and descended to the spectators' area. From her aura alone, he knew Li Xing's combat strength far exceeded his, and she could also transform into a Super Saiyan. Under these circumstances, he could no longer be of help. Trying to run. As son Wukong prepared to leave the battlefield, purple light once again gathered in Frisia's palm. Though shocked that Li Xing had withstood his attack, Frisia had no intention of letting an exhausted son Wukong escape so easily. After all, he had now witnessed the power of a Super Saiyan. If he didn't eliminate them early, they would surely become a major threat. As Frisia moved, Li Xing was about to act, but Vegeta suddenly flashed by. With a resounding kick, he struck Frisia in the face, sending him flying and interrupting the charge of his attack. Damn woman, don't interfere in others' battles. Vegeta didn't pursue, but turned to curse at Li Xing. Li Xing was speechless. How strong was this guy's pride? Knowing he couldn't beat Frisia, he still refused her help. Besides, wasn't he perfectly happy fighting Frisia alongside son Wukong earlier? Now he was treating her differently. Say that again. Li Xing clenched her fist. Though she had a good temper, she wouldn't tolerate insults. Vegeta snorted coldly, said nothing, and turned his gaze back toward Frisia. After fighting for so long, he knew he was no match for Frisia, which was why he had allowed son Wukong and himself to take turns wearing him down. But if Li Xing stepped in, it would be different. She alone might be enough to defeat Frisia, an outcome the proud Vegeta could not bear to see. Not only did he want to kill Frisia, the destroyer of Planet Vegeta, but after his crushing defeat on Earth last time, he also wished to kill Li Xing. Vegeta, you are quite audacious. In the air, Frisia halted, gently touching his reddened cheek from the kick. He stared coldly at Vegeta, below his eyes glinting. His former subordinate had grown bold enough to challenge him. Tremble, Frisia. The Saiyan race has produced 3 Super Saiyans who will make you fear. Vegeta raised 3 fingers, meeting Frisia's gaze without flinching. 3. Ha ha ha. At Vegeta's words, Frisia suddenly burst into laughter, his eyes filled with mockery. Are you trying to say you're a Super Saiyan too? Wukong. Son. On the ground, son Wukong had safely retreated from the battle. He slumped to the ground, and the others quickly gathered around him with concern. I'm fine. He waved his hand, signaling that he was merely exhausted. At that moment, he indeed appeared quite disheveled. His upper garment was completely torn, revealing his robust physique, and his body bore no fewer than 10 wounds of various sizes. Yet for son Wukong, who was seasoned in battle, these were not serious injuries. After all, they were merely superficial wounds that had not penetrated to his internal organs. Seeing his condition, Dend approached and began to cast a healing spell upon him. Healing. Do I possess this ability as well? After witnessing Dend heal the group several times, Piccolo suddenly felt a flicker of interest. No, you are a combat type, just like Brother Nail. Dend turned around and patiently explained to him. As fellow Namekians, although Piccolo was a stranger, his resemblance to Nail was so striking that Dend couldn't help but feel a growing fondness. Noticing Piccolo's attention shifting to him, Nail let out a cold snort. The Grand Elder had once told him that there was a prodigious combat-type Namekian. If his words were accurate, it must be Piccolo standing beside him. Although the other's aura was slightly stronger than his own, he still appeared somewhat defiant. Thank you. Soon son Wukong had regained his energy. He patted the dust off his pants, stood up from the ground, and cast his gaze back toward the sky. So can Li Xing defeat Frisia? Piccolo silently stepped forward a few paces to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Once upon a time, he could have fought son Wukong to the death, but now he could only look up to the man he once considered his archenemy. He did not ask about Vegeta, for any experienced fighter could see that Vegeta's strength was even inferior to son Wukong's. Since son Wukong had already fallen, Vegeta's fate needed no further elaboration. He should be able to. Son Wukong paused for a brief moment, then spoke slowly. Through his perception, Li Xing's aura was beyond imagination, far surpassing Frisia's by no small margin. Barring any accidents, there should be no problem at all. Piccolo nodded. He naturally hoped that Li Xing would defeat Frisia, for this concerned the very survival of the Namekian race. Laughing in the face of death. In the sky, Vegeta's icy voice rang out. When he mentioned the existence of 3 Super Saiyans, Frisia burst into laughter as if he had heard something utterly hilarious. Ha! Take a good look at yourself, my dear. Prince Vegeta, watching the arrogant Vegeta, Frisia found himself amused. Having witnessed the pure Super Saiyan transformations of son Wukong and Li Xing, when the jet-black-haired Vegeta claimed to be one as well, even the usually cold-hearted Frisia couldn't suppress his laughter. You're asking for death. Vegeta roared in fury, charging straight at Frisia. The other's undisguised laughter filled him with a deep sense of humiliation. His speed was immense, and in the blink of an eye he was before Frisia. Oh! As the ferocious Vegeta approached, a flicker of disdain passed through Frisia's eyes. The reason he had not eliminated Vegeta earlier was that the alternating attacks between Vegeta and Sun Wukong had left him no time to gather energy. Now that only Vegeta remained, and the distant Li Xing showed no intention of intervening, Vegeta was practically courting death in Frieza's eyes. Before he could ponder further, Vegeta's fist was already at his face. Bang! Facing Vegeta's sudden strike, Frieza showed no sign of panic. He extended a palm and effortlessly blocked Vegeta's fist. So this is the power of a Super Saiyan. A mocking smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Too weak. Then with a swift flick of his hand, he sent Vegeta flying backward. Watching Vegeta hurtle away, a cruel glint flashed in his eyes. He raised his index finger, and a sun-like spherical energy sphere materialized. Under everyone's gaze, the energy sphere rapidly expanded, soon becoming a colossal energy ball, dozens of meters in diameter. Not good. Below, Sun Wukong's expression shifted. The intensity emanating from that energy sphere was something he himself dared not withstand. If Vegeta were struck, he would surely be crippled, if not killed. Whoosh! Having gathered his power, Frieza swung his arm, hurling the massive energy sphere toward the direction where Vegeta was flying. Oomph! Not far away, Li Xing, also in the air, showed no intention of moving. Let that arrogant fool suffer a lesson. Watching the energy sphere about to hit Vegeta, Li Xing cursed inwardly. Though she knew that Frieza's attack might directly kill Vegeta, she still had no plan to intervene. After all, according to the original storyline, Vegeta was destined to be killed by Frieza. Not saving him might actually be for the better. Boom! The colossal energy sphere collided with Vegeta's body. Under the gaze of all, his form was engulfed, followed by a deafening explosion. A piercing scream rang out, followed by a fierce gale that swept through, forcing the watching crowd to squint their eyes. Vegeta is in danger. As the wind subsided, Sun Wukong murmured with a furrowed brow, while the others stared intently at the sky. He admitted to himself that even as a Super Saiyan, he would struggle to withstand Frieza's attack, let alone Vegeta, who was far weaker than him. Yet he couldn't understand why Li Xing hadn't acted. No, he's not dead yet. Piccolo stared fixedly at the center of the explosion, where a faint trace of energy fluctuation could be sensed. Hearing this, everyone was taken aback, including Li Xing in the sky. In her view, Frieza's attack contained immense energy, and Vegeta had been completely defenseless against it. Under such circumstances, he could still survive. Cough. Cough. A strained coughing sound emerged, followed by a familiar figure appearing in everyone's sight. Vegeta stumbled out from the epicenter of the explosion, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, his body covered in wounds. Thud. His body crashed onto the ground below, stirring up a cloud of dust. Cough. Lying on the ground, Vegeta coughed incessantly. He struggled to rise, only to find his body utterly unresponsive. In an instant, his vision went dark and he lost consciousness. Prince Vegeta. A shout rang out as Nappa's figure dashed over, reaching his side in no time. Ho ho ho. This is what they call a Super Saiyan. From above, Frieza looked down at the scene, a mocking smile curling on his lips. You almost died. With that, his gaze shifted to the watching crowd, a cruel glint appearing at the corner of his mouth. He raised a hand and swiftly tapped the air a few times. Several thin, purple beams of light howled toward the onlookers. Watch out! Seeing Frieza's attack sweeping toward them, Son Goku immediately let out a sharp cry. His warning seemed a moment too late, for the death beams Frieza fired moved with incredible speed, arriving before them in an instant. Whoosh! Just as the beams were about to strike, Li Xing's slender figure suddenly flickered in front of them. Bang! 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 Li Xing's palm swung rapidly. A series of dull thuds rang out as the purple beams were deflected, their trajectory altered by the impact. Your opponent is me. With her back to the group, she raised her head and locked eyes with Frieza. At the same time, the golden aura around her blazed even brighter, daring to strike at Bulma and the others who were merely watching. This stirred a flicker of anger within Li Xing. Frieza, your end has come. Li Xing's figure slowly ascended into the air. Her icy voice echoed across the sky, and her eyes, brilliant as stars, were fixed intently on Frieza. The prelude was over. Goku and Vegeta had both fallen, and Namek had been reinforced. Now she could unleash her full power without any restraint. Crack! As her aura surged, the ground began to tremble violently. The surrounding mountains quaked and shattered, crumbling into rubble that tumbled down. So strong. The moment Li Xing's pressure erupted, Goku's body ignited with a red aura, his heart pounding in shock. To protect the others, he had to resort to the Kaioken just to withstand her force. As for the Super Saiyan transformation, it had been triggered earlier by Krillin's death. Now, with his base power insufficient, even after Den healed all his injuries, he could not transform again. Boom. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Li Xing's dazzling golden hair whipped wildly in the air. Her full power was now on display, an overwhelming pressure of terrifying magnitude. Such terrifying power. Below, Nappa brought Den to heal Vegeta. After recovering, Vegeta rose to his feet, sensing Li Xing's aura, his expression turning grim. Prince Vegeta, you. Nappa opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Shut up. Watching Li Xing's golden hair fluttering in the sky, Vegeta replied impatiently. He knew what Nappa wanted to ask. It was about the transformation, but he had no desire to explain right now. Having fought Frieza for so long, Vegeta understood clearly that his own transformation was different from Li Xing's and Goku's and far inferior in presence. Yet despite that he had touched the threshold of the Super Saiyan, to admit he wasn't one now would be akin to admitting his strength was beneath theirs. That was absolutely impossible. Does your body know fear too? In the sky, Li Xing faced Frieza, her voice dripping with provocation. Her aura had peaked, its pressure sweeping the surroundings. Even Frieza was forced to take her seriously. Ho ho ho, you, worthy of making me tremble. Frieza sneered. He admitted Li Xing was strong, but not strong enough to instill fear in him. Moreover, Goku's earlier defeat had bolstered his confidence, convincing him that the Super Saiyan was not as terrifying as legend claimed. Is that so? Li Xing's lips curled slightly. Then under the expectant gazes of the crowd, a streak of golden light shot across the sky, arriving before Frieza in an instant. Such speed. Watching Li Xing charge at him, Frieza's pupils contracted. Her speed surpassed his own, leaving him no time to react. But as the Emperor of the Universe, his battle experience was immense. He instantly channeled his energy and swung his right fist to meet her attack. Swoosh. The anticipated clash never happened. Li Xing's speed was so great that his fist merely grazed her hair. Dodging Frieza's punch, Li Xing countered with a fist that slammed into his face. Boom. A resounding impact echoed. Frieza's body reeled as if struck by a massive force, sending him hurtling backward from the sky. He crashed through the ground below and plunged into the sea. Hiss. The onlookers below gasped in unison. They hadn't even seen Li Xing's movements clearly. In the blink of an eye, Frieza had already fallen. That's just brutal. On the ground, Bulma looked up at Li Xing, muttering to herself. This was her first time witnessing Li Xing's battle firsthand. It was hard to imagine that this girl who had become like a sister by chance possessed such overwhelming combat prowess. What kind of man could ever match her? With that thought, Bulma couldn't help but glance at Vegeta. Goku was already married to Chi-Chi, and among those she knew, Vegeta was the strongest. Moreover, both were Saiyans, and Vegeta was even the prince of the Saiyans. Even if Li Xing had a violent streak, Vegeta could probably endure it. As long as he didn't die, they could be together. From any angle, it was a perfect match. Bulma's mind raced with wild fantasies, her gaze darting between Li Xing and Vegeta. Unfortunately, Li Xing, deep in battle, was oblivious to Bulma's thoughts. Otherwise, she would have thought her insane. Compared to Prince Vegeta, it seems Miss Li Xing is even stronger. Below, Nappa's eyes flickered as he watched Li Xing in the sky, making a silent comparison. After the brief time on Earth and the experiences on Namek, he unconsciously realized that these people had become his comrades. Oomph! A cold snort rang out. Vegeta watched Li Xing with a complicated gaze. He wasn't thinking along those lines. Rather, he was lamenting the injustice of fate. Why had he trained so hard for so long, groping along the path to Super Saiyan for years, only to find himself unable to reach that step? Yet both Li Xing and Goku had succeeded. How could he accept this? Boom. As each person harbored different thoughts, a thunderous roar erupted from the sea. Waves surged, revealing a circular void in the water. Saiyans truly deserve to die. A cold voice resounded, and then Frieza's figure slowly rose from the sea surface. Gazing at Li Xing standing proudly in the sky, his eyes were icy and his fists clenched tightly. Having suffered a significant setback in just one encounter, he realized that Li Xing before him was far stronger than the previous two. Whoosh. Refusing to be struck without retaliation was not the style of the Emperor of the Universe. His figure moved with incredible speed, transforming into a streak of light, heading straight for Li Xing above. Bang! Bang! Two consecutive sounds echoed as Li Xing caught Frieza's incoming fists one after another. Huh! Frieza erupted with his full aura. Feeling the immense force in his palms, Li Xing also increased his strength, showing no intention of letting go. Seeing his attack blocked and unable to advance, Frieza reacted swiftly, delivering a fierce knee strike aimed at Li Xing's abdomen. Boom! Another collision sound rang out as their knees met. A clash of pure strength. Frieza's muscles bulged, yet even with his full power, he could not gain the upper hand against Li Xing, who was equally exerting herself. Die! With his fists restrained, Frieza tried to pull back, but Li Xing was not about to let go easily. In desperation, he roared and swung his tail directly at Li Xing's head. Oomph! Li Xing snorted coldly. Tail! Bang! A dramatic scene unfolded as Frieza forgot one crucial point: Saiyans also have tails. His attack was blocked once again, and this time Li Xing chose not to prolong the struggle. She released her grip on Frieza's fists and their knees separated. The moment she let go before Frieza could retreat, a white energy sphere materialized in Li Xing's palm and was thrust directly into his face. Boom! An explosion erupted, and the terrifying blast sent seawater surging several meters high. Frieza was knocked back by the attack. After tumbling several times in the air, Frieza finally managed to stabilize himself. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his face bore patches of scorched black. Bastard! He roared in fury, his eyes filled with resentment and rage. Today he had suffered blow after blow. First his subordinates were killed, then he was interrupted on the verge of having his wish granted. And all of this was inextricably linked to Li Xing before him. Never had anyone made him the emperor of the universe endure such humiliation. All of you die. A dark red aura emanated from Frieza. He clasped his hands together, and a terrifying wave of energy rapidly spread outward. This is... Seeing his transformation, Li Xing frowned slightly, clearly sensing that the aura emanating from Frieza was vastly different from before. Soon Frieza separated his hands, and a violet red energy sphere materialized before him. Then he raised the sphere above his head. Under the bewildered gazes of the others, the sphere expanded rapidly, reaching several meters in diameter in the blink of an eye. Perish along with this planet. Frieza roared, then swung his arms downward with force. The massive energy sphere hurtled down, targeting the surface of Namek. Not good. Sensing the destructive power contained in the sphere's son, Wukong below changed expression. He moved to act, but it was already too late. Boom. A tremendous sound echoed as Frieza's attack struck the ground. Vast energy radiated in all directions. The entire planet Namek trembled, and the sea churned with towering waves, a scene of apocalyptic devastation. Crack. The explosive impact altered the surrounding weather. Several fierce lightning bolts streaked across the sky, causing everyone's eardrums to sting slightly. After a long while, the surroundings gradually returned to calm, but a massive, bottomless crater had formed on the ground. Hey, I've destroyed the planet's core. Do you know what will happen? Frieza sneered, staring at Li Xing, seemingly eager to see her panic-stricken expression. Oh, is that so? To his disappointment, Li Xing stood with her arms crossed, completely unruffled, a mocking smile, even curling at the corners of her mouth. In 5 minutes, Namek will be reduced to cosmic dust in a massive explosion. I can survive in space. All of you will die. Seeing Li Xing's expression, Frieza seethed with anger. Explosion? Huh. Frieza, you're far too naive. Li Xing laughed heartily, her face full of mockery. When the Grand Elder was still alive, her first wish from Shenron was to reinforce Namek precisely to guard against Frieza's planet-destroying tactics. Naive? What are you talking about? Frieza frowned, staring at Li Xing in confusion. His planet-destroying sphere had successfully struck Namek's surface. According to his calculations, in just 5 minutes, everyone present would vanish with the planet's explosion. This is no longer the Namek you knew. Too lazy to explain further, Li Xing's golden aura flared, and her figure flickered, appearing before Frieza in an instant. Boom. A powerful kick swept toward Frieza's head. He raised his arm to block, but was still sent flying dozens of meters. No. Impossible. After blocking the blow, Frieza spat out a mouthful of blood, his face etched with shock. At Li Xing's words, he sensed it too. The core of Namek had not been destroyed as anticipated. His attack had merely gouged out a deep crater. Nothing is impossible. Tremble, Frieza. Your era is over. Li Xing's voice rang out again, and in an instant she appeared behind him. Boom. A heavy punch slammed into Frieza's back. The terrifying force sent blood spouting from his mouth, and he stumbled forward, nearly falling from the sky. He was now in a wretched state, blood seeping from multiple wounds, his eyes filled with terror and unwillingness. No. How could I lose? Distracted twice in succession, he was wounded by Li Xing each time, and the smile he once wore was long gone. Unlike the previous battle where Sun Wukong's premature transformation spared Frieza from the fear of facing a Super Saiyan, his confrontation with Li Xing now thoroughly compensated for that lack. Bastard. They'll tear you apart. Frieza let out a furious roar as he leaned forward, his hands gathering power behind him, and 2 violet red discs materialized in an instant. Seeing this, Li Xing could not help but shake her head. The Death Saucer, one of Frieza's many techniques similar to Krillin's Destructo Disc, resorting to such a move signaled that he was on the brink of desperation. TCH. Below, watching Frieza's pathetic state, Vegeta spat viciously to the side. This scene was one he had long yearned to witness. Yet the one who had gravely wounded Frieza and brought about this spectacle was not him. As I thought. Her power has grown even stronger. Among the onlookers, Son Goku could not help but let out a sigh of admiration, while also eagerly anticipating the sparring match with Li Xing after the journey on Namek came to an end. Your era is over, Frieza. Facing the 2 incoming Death Saucers, Li Xing shouted, her figure flickering rapidly as she effortlessly evaded both attacks. However, just as she was moving at lightning speed and closing in on Frieza to deliver the final blow, several agonizing screams erupted from below. Hearing the cries, Li Xing swiftly turned her head. The sight below was so gruesome that she could barely stand to look, her face turning pale. Their Piccolo's body was severed at the waist, and beside him lay Nail, who had fallen to the side while clutching Dent. In the moment Li Xing was stunned, Frieza seized the opportunity to launch a fierce counterattack, blasting her figure away. Ha ha ha. You are strong, but can you save everyone? A vicious grin twisted across Frieza's face as he swung his arm, and the Death Saucer that had cut Piccolo in half swiftly returned to his hand. From the moment he had launched the attack, he knew that someone of Li Xing's caliber would certainly dodge his strike. Thus he had deliberately sent out 2 Death Saucers. One aimed at Li Xing, while the other targeted the seemingly defenseless Dent. Unaware of the devastating power of the attack, Nail, in his desperation, chose to shield Dent with his own body. Meanwhile, Piccolo, who had witnessed Krillin's Destructo Disc, kicked both of them aside. Though they were strangers to him before, Destined and Nail were both of his race, and he unhesitatingly chose to save them even at the cost of being sliced in half himself. Uncle Piccolo, save him. The sudden turn of events drew gasps from everyone. Nail quickly scrambled to his feet and carried Destined to where Piccolo's upper body had fallen. The power of the Death Saucer was extraordinary. Even the regenerative abilities of the Namekians could not heal such a wound in a short time. Cough, cough. As Destined frantically cast his healing spell beside him, Piccolo felt a faint sign of recovery and coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. In the sky, seizing the brief moment after blasting Li Xing away, Frieza launched a frenzied assault. In an instant, dozens of Death Saucers shot forth, speeding toward the group below. Frieza. A furious roar erupted as Son Goku stomped the ground, instantly transforming back into a Super Saiyan. Frieza's unscrupulous attacks had reignited the rage within him, which had just begun to subside. Seeing this, Li Xing, now recovered, pushed herself to her limits and rushed toward the others at breakneck speed. Rah! All of you die. As the 2 Super Saiyans simultaneously stood before the defenseless onlookers, a mad gleam flashed in Frieza's eyes. He waved his fingers wildly, unleashing several faster death beams, and a barrage of attacks rained down from the sky. Huh, me, huh. With everyone behind him knowing he could not dodge, Son Goku chose to meet the assault head-on. Facing the overwhelming onslaught, uncertain if he could block it all, he brought his wrists together, a radiant glow forming as he prepared to unleash his most powerful strike. Let me. In the next second, Li Xing's figure flickered to his side, her eyes brimming with cold fury. Huh, me, huh, me, huh. Li Xing's charging speed was astonishing. In the brief moment Son Goku was stunned, a colossal blue beam had already erupted from her hands. Though it was her first time attempting the signature technique of the Sun family, drawing on her prior experience mimicking Vegeta's final flash, she was brimming with confidence in her attack. To her, it was all the same method of gathering energy, differing only in name. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out continuously as Frieza's numerous attacks were melted away by the beam. Not only that, but under Li Xing's control, after the Kamehameha had blocked every attack, its residual force surged straight toward Frieza in the sky. Damned monkey. Seeing his plan thwarted, Frieza let out a furious roar. At the same time, he unleashed all his power, crossing his arms in front of him to endure the remnants of Li Xing's Kamehameha. A thunderous roar echoed through the sky, and the entire surface of Namek trembled violently. Ugh! Frieza spat out a mouthful of blood, his body now riddled with wounds, as he plummeted helplessly from the smoke and dust of the explosion. Li Xing's full-powered strike, even if only the residual wave of blocking his attacks, was no less devastating. Is he dead? Gazing at his state, a chilling coldness filled Li Xing's eyes. She had never imagined that a cornered Frieza would stoop to such ruthless measures. If her reaction had been a split second slower, the others might have perished. No, the prompt for completing the mission had not yet sounded. Before Frieza's body even hit the ground, Li Xing reacted immediately, soaring upward toward the falling tyrant. Final flash. From the other side, seeing Frieza incapacitated, a violet beam of light shot upward from below. Die, Frieza! Vegeta roared, the attack launched by his own hand. He had witnessed everything. The tyrant's indiscriminate assault had targeted only Son Goku's group, completely ignoring him and Nappa. This stirred a sense of humiliation in Vegeta, as if Frieza did not regard him as a threat at all. And with such a perfect opportunity before him, how could he stand idly by? To kill Frieza with his own hands. This was a scene he had longed for over the years. That bastard. Li Xing's pupils contracted as she witnessed this, yet she still charged unflinchingly toward Frieza in midair. Defeating Frieza's fourth form with her own hands was the final mission on Namek. Regardless of the reward, Frieza's assault on Bulma and the others was unforgivable, and she too wanted to personally end him. A thunderous explosion echoed across the battlefield. The beam engulfed both figures, striking Frieza, who had no means of defense. Li Xing. Below, the crowd gasped in alarm as they saw Li Xing also enveloped in the attack. Troublesome fool. As the attack landed on Frieza, Vegeta noticed this as well. Yet he did not cease his assault until Frieza's form completely vanished within the beam. Only then did he manage to halt the energy he had unleashed. Ding. Detected Frieza's death. Task 3 automatically failed. Failure penalty none. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing task 4. Defeat Frieza's final form personally. Task reward: permanent doubling of combat power growth rate. New combat power scanner X1. A series of system notifications chimed as Li Xing's silhouette gradually emerged in the air. Just as Frieza was about to disappear, she too delivered her own strike. Ingrate. The task complete, Li Xing showed no great joy. Instead, she cast her gaze down at Vegeta below. She still maintained her Super Saiyan state, her battlesuit torn in many places, her hair disheveled, giving her a somewhat bedraggled appearance. In her haste to finish the fight, she had withstood Vegeta's attack head-on. Though she suffered no serious injuries, his actions stirred a sense of disgust within her. Frieza? Dead. On the ground, Piccolo, having recovered and regenerated his limbs, gazed at the now calm sky and sighed in awe. Son Goku nodded. The long battle had finally ended. Seeing that Li Xing's aura had not yet diminished, he let out a deep breath of relief. Earlier, when Frieza had recklessly attacked everyone Goku feared, he might not withstand at his heart and his throat. Oomph. What emperor of the universe? He died at the hands of this lord after all. On the other side, a flicker of relief passed through Vegeta's eyes. At last he had avenged the destroyed planet Vegeta. Though his methods were less than honorable, it was a reckoning for all the Saiyans who had perished. With a whoosh, Li Xing descended from the sky, not returning to where Son Goku and the others stood, but landing a short distance before Vegeta. She said nothing, her golden aura blazing. The meaning was clear. She would not be satisfied without giving Vegeta a beating. What? Want to fight? Seeing her stance, Vegeta erupted with his own aura, instantly entering his pseudo-super Saiyan state. After being severely wounded and defeated by Frieza earlier, his recovery had bolstered his combat power, swelling his desire to fight Li Xing to the death. Miss Li Xing. Nappa, standing beside Vegeta, tried to speak. He did not address him as Prince Vegeta, but looked at Li Xing, seeming hesitant. In Nappa's eyes, Li Xing and her group were already comrades. Even he who had followed Vegeta for years felt a pang of shame at Vegeta's behavior. Others had struggled so long against Frieza, yet he swooped in and delivered the final blow without a word. Had Li Xing not been so formidable, both might have been obliterated. Seeing Vegeta's ingratitude, Li Xing wasted no words. She condensed her golden aura into her fist and instantly flashed before him. Boom. She threw a punch, slamming it fiercely into Vegeta's abdomen. This time she held nothing back. With Vegeta's power so greatly enhanced, if she did not curb his arrogance, he would be a ticking time bomb back on Earth. Puffed. A gush of bile erupted from his mouth as Vegeta's body doubled over, involuntarily dropping to his knees. At the same moment, the aura he had just unleashed ceased abruptly. With that single simple punch, she forced him back to his base form. In that instant, Vegeta finally grasped the terrifying extent of Li Xing's power. Oomph. Next time you won't be so lucky. Glancing at Vegeta, who knelt before her clutching his abdomen, Li Xing said coldly, then turned and flew toward where Son Goku and the others were. Prince Vegeta, are you alright? After she left, Nappa hurried over to support Vegeta. Li Xing, is Frieza dead? You are so strong. Why does it feel like your transformation is far mightier than Goku's? Golden hair. I still think the white was better. When Li Xing returned to the group, everyone began chattering at once. Bulma walked up to her, even examining her hair. Frieza is dead. Let's first settle the surviving Namekians. Under everyone's scrutiny, Li Xing quickly cancelled her transformation and returned to normal, looking somewhat bemused. But the Great Elder is dead. The Namekian Dragon Balls can't be used anymore. Din, flanked by Nail and Piccolo, spoke timidly. It's fine. Earth still has them. Piccolo patted Din ahead. As long as he lived, Earth's Dragon Balls would not disappear. Really, Uncle Piccolo? Hearing this, Din looked up at him, hope rekindled in his eyes. Din was about the same height as Son Gohan and Krillin, and since Gohan always called Piccolo uncle, he had picked up the habit. Oomph. Nail snorted at Din, addressed to Piccolo, but said nothing more. After all, Piccolo had just saved both him and Din. Unknowingly, they had drawn closer to Piccolo, a fellow Namekian they had never met before. Several hours later, news of Frieza's defeat spread among all surviving Namekians, and the remnants of Frieza's forces on Namek were all eliminated by Li Xing and the others. Near the spaceship, Li Xing's group gathered with the Namekians who had come to see them off, standing behind. This is far enough. We need to head back. Li Xing waved to the crowd, a relieved smile on her face. Namek's sky was green and knew no night, which dissuaded them from staying to rest. Better to set off homeward than remain in a strange place, especially since the ship held her and Bulma's soft, cozy beds. Stay safe, benefactors. Didn't nail you too. The Elder Muri stepped forward to bid them farewell. After the Great Elder's death, he was the most authoritative Namekian. They needed to use Earth's Shenron to revive the Namekians slain by Frieza. At Din's earnest request, he would accompany them back to Earth, while Nail was assigned to protect Din. Prince Vegeta, are you going to Earth? In an inconspicuous corner, Vegeta and Nappa watched this scene from afar. Li Xing and her group had concluded their journey and were preparing to depart, and Nappa, who had followed the crowd, naturally wished to accompany them. Yet he had not forgotten his purpose on Namek, so he could only await Vegeta's command. Let's go. Vegeta uttered no more words as his body shot into the sky, with Nappa following closely behind. The two transformed into streaks of light, darting straight toward Frieza's remaining spaceship. While Li Xing and her companions were spreading the news of Frieza's demise, Nappa had conversed with her extensively, sparking his intense curiosity about her training methods. Moreover, after vanquishing Frieza, Vegeta had also altered his goal to fully transform into a Super Saiyan and then decisively defeat both Li Xing and Son Goku. He was the prince of the Saiyans after all. How could he allow other Saiyans to surpass him? The planet Namek had returned to tranquility, yet their movements could not escape Li Xing's notice. Humph! As she gazed at the direction of their departure, she willed her mind, and several data streams materialized before her eyes. Name: Nappa Battle Power 240. Name: Vegeta Battle Power 1800. The system's new battle power scanner, unlike the physical devices that required wearing on the eyes, was essentially an ability to inspect other status panels, and Li Xing had now mastered it thoroughly. Name Son Goku Battle Power 200. Name Piccolo Battle Power 1800. She discreetly scanned the battle powers of everyone present. Apart from Nappa's unexpected survival, everyone else seemed weaker than anticipated. It seemed that after returning, she would have to find a way to correct the storyline. Li Xing murmured to herself as the group embarked on their journey home. 1 month later, Earth. The spaceship slowly descended into the yard of Bulma's house. Gohan. Among those welcoming them back, Shishi rushed forward without hesitation. With a sweep of her arm, she pushed Son Goku aside who had been blocking her way and directly embraced Son Gohan, still clad in his battle suit. Shishi? Son Goku scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. Bulma and little sister Li Xing are back, Mrs. Briefs also approached. As Bulma's mother, she had a very cheerful personality devoid of any elder's airs and often teased Li Xing by calling her little sister. Mom. Auntie. Bulma held her forehead, feigning a headache, while Li Xing naturally stepped forward to greet her. The address, little sister, left her both amused and exasperated. Oomph. You're so slow. Thought you died on the way. Not far away, Vegeta, clad in his battle suit, leaned against a large tree with a blade of grass in his mouth, gazing at the distant group with undisguised disdain. Behind him stood Nappa in a suit. For a moment the scene seemed oddly incongruous. Mr. Nappa returned half a month ago, bringing along a stern-faced young man. Mrs. Brief's voice rang out, and Li Xing then noticed that in another corner of the yard Frieza's spaceship was also parked. Without a doubt, that was the ship used by Vegeta and Nappa. Compared to Kama's spaceship, Frieza's was far more advanced, enabling them to arrive nearly twice as fast as Li Xing's group. Under Nappa's influence, Vegeta had surprisingly refrained from causing widespread destruction, instead mooching off Bulma's hospitality for half a month courtesy of Nappa's connections. Oomph. You're slow too. Not just slow, but short. Having grasped the situation, Li Xing rolled her eyes at Vegeta, striking at his sore spot. This was only natural. In terms of individual speed, Vegeta was certainly no match for Li Xing, given the vast disparity in their strength. As for height, TCH. Vegeta said nothing more, spat out the grass, and turned to leave. Please don't mind him. Prince Vegeta has always had this temper. Nappa, now in a suit, scratched his head with a wry smile. Ignoring Vegeta's departure, he approached Li Xing and the others. After his explanation, the group understood Vegeta's intentions. With Frieza dead and aware of his own inadequacy, he wished to observe Li Xing's training methods. That's all. He's not after the Dragon Balls on Earth anymore. Bulma's jaw dropped. Could a villain reform so easily? Impossible, absolutely impossible. It's true. Prince Vegeta has been living here for half a month. Nappa's next words left Bulma utterly astonished. Here. Where? My house. Yes. Seeing Bulma's shocked expression, Nappa quickly nodded. Please relay this to your Prince Vegeta. He can stay at my place, but not for free. And had better not set his sights on Li Xing. Bulma's expression turned stern as she planted her hands on her hips, unleashing a torrent of words at Nappa. After their earlier interactions, she had barely grown accustomed to the hulking Nappa's presence, and now another one appeared. Coupled with their behavior on Namek, she couldn't help but suspect that Vegeta had ulterior motives. Okay. Nappa scratched his head, glanced at Li Xing beside her, and then fled in the direction Vegeta had gone. Since that's settled, we'll be heading back too. After the long separation, everyone had their own lives to return to. Piccolo borrowed the Dragon Radar and left first with Dend and Nail. The others also bid their farewells and set off on their return journeys. Hey, when does the training start? That night, just as Li Xing was about to go upstairs to sleep, a rather unfriendly voice suddenly came from the darkness. Training? Can't you train with Nappa yourself? Startled, Li Xing reacted swiftly. Had she not recognized Vegeta's voice, she might have unleashed her aura and blown Bulma's house apart. The journey to Namek had consumed several months, and she was finally looking forward to a good night's sleep. That Vegeta, he was truly a persistent nuisance. Just to observe her training methods, he was already pressuring her to demonstrate right after her return. Setting aside his motives, when had she ever agreed to train with him? Oomph. At Li Xing's words, Vegeta paused, said nothing more, and vanished into the darkness with a snort. He didn't think there was anything wrong with his manner of speaking, rather he wondered why he was so fixated on watching someone else train. Couldn't he train on his own? What a lunatic. Flipping a middle finger fiercely in the direction he vanished, Li Xing finally returned to her room with peace of mind. After washing up, she drifted into a deep slumber. She was utterly exhausted and needed a good night's rest to replenish her energy. Late at night, boom, a deafening roar erupted, jolting the entire western city with a violent tremor. An earthquake. Li Xing was startled awake by the commotion. Rubbing her bleary eyes, she sat up against the headboard, a look of bewilderment on her face. Boom, boom. Several more intense tremors followed. This time she finally sensed something amiss, her mind sharpening considerably. That bastard Vegeta. Li Xing pushed open the door and soared into the air. Beyond the city limits, she spotted a colossal mushroom cloud rising from a desolate wasteland. Li Xing, Vegeta, and Nappa are gone. Below, Bulma stood in her pajamas, undoubtedly awakened by the massive disturbance as well. I know. Li Xing sighed in exasperation, then transformed into a streak of light, speeding toward the source of the racket. That Vegeta was the ultimate workaholic of Dragon Ball. As she raced along, she cursed inwardly. She had merely mentioned casually that she wouldn't train Nappa, and now he couldn't even let the night pass in peace. Western outskirts. A barren, uninhabited land. Cough. Cough. Nappa spat out a mouthful of blood, his body covered in wounds, barely able to stand. Worthless. Vegeta's figure emerged in the air. Seeing Nappa's fragility, he refrained from striking further. He had intended to take Nappa out and train together through combat, but he hadn't anticipated that Nappa couldn't withstand a few blows even without Vegeta transforming into his Super Saiyan imitation form. This vexed him greatly. Without real combat, he had no idea where to begin training. Moments later, a golden beam streaked across the sky, and Li Xing halted directly before Vegeta. Hey, are you two insane, causing trouble in the dead of night? She glanced at Nappa battered below, then turned her gaze to Vegeta, who hovered in the air and couldn't help cursing. What do you want to train to? Vegeta sneered, coldly casting a provocative look at Li Xing. Train my ass. Li Xing's fury flared. A golden aura erupted around her as she instantly entered her Super Saiyan state. Staying up all night and disturbing others' sweet dreams. If it weren't for the protagonist crew, this alone would warrant 1,000 cuts. Excellent. Seeing this, Vegeta showed no sign of retreat, instead unleashing his full battle aura. Having learned from his previous defeat in a single blow, he struck first, this time launching his attack the moment he transformed. Bang! Li Xing caught Vegeta's swinging fist firmly. In a flash, she blinked behind him. Crack! In the blink of an eye, Li Xing slapped the back of his neck, reverting him to his base form. Simultaneously, Vegeta fell into unconsciousness, his body plummeting weakly downward. Nappa, take him and get lost. Come find me tomorrow. Li Xing did not linger. She huffed an order at Nappa before swiftly turning and departing. She was still in her pajamas. As a Super Saiyan, the late-night temperature difference inexplicably sent a chill through her. Whether it was her body or her heart that felt cold after knocking out Vegeta, she only wanted to return to her cozy bed as quickly as possible. Huh. Okay. Nappa was stunned for a moment, then caught Vegeta as he fell from the sky. Watching Li Xing vanish as a golden beam, he couldn't help but feel dazed. Super Saiyans were truly too powerful. In that instant, he hadn't even seen how Li Xing moved before Vegeta was knocked unconscious. Looks like I'll have to sleep outside tonight. Scanning the silent surroundings, Nappa couldn't help but sneeze. Somewhere along the way, he had begun to adapt to Earth's climate. Back when he fought under Frieza, sleeping in the wild was second nature. Knock, knock, knock. The next afternoon, Li Xing was awakened by a knock at the door. Li Xing, get up. Bulma's voice came from outside. It was time for lunch, no doubt. It was odd. Usually she would just barge in, but today Li Xing had unexpectedly locked the door for the first time. Little did she know Li Xing had done it to prevent Nappa from coming again in the middle of the night. As for Vegeta, barring surprises, he wouldn't wake until evening. Coming. Li Xing responded, forcing herself out of bed. Changing into a tracksuit, she headed downstairs. Where are Vegeta and Nappa? At the dining table, Bulma ate while asking curiously. The massive commotion last night had annoyed her as well, but shortly after Li Xing left, the noise stopped, presumably meaning she had taught them a lesson. No idea. They should be back later. Li Xing replied casually, then continued wolfing down her food. Saiyans had enormous appetites. Though she was a girl, after acquiring Saiyan blood, her appetite was more than 5 times that of Bulma. You know, you should still be careful around Vegeta. After a while, looking at the swept-clean table, Bulma gathered the dishes and spoke to Li Xing with a tone of earnest concern. Careful of him. He can't beat me. Wiping the grease from her lips, Li Xing stood up to help with the cleanup. I mean careful in another way. You know what I mean. Glancing at Li Xing's fair skin and slender figure, Bulma voiced her worry. Buffed. Hearing her thoughts, Li Xing burst out laughing. If she hadn't already finished her meal, she would have sprayed it all over the table. Afraid Vegeta might take a liking to her. You should worry about yourself first. What are you laughing at? I'm serious. Bulma placed the dishes in the sink, hands on her hips, striking a senior's pose. All right, I get it, Sister Bulma. Li Xing relented, raising her 2 wet little hands in surrender. By the way, could you build me a gravity training room? As the 2 washed dishes side by side, Li Xing made her request to Bulma. A gravity training room? What do you need that for? Bulma looked puzzled. She had just been planning to research how to raise the upper limit of the battle power detector, and now Li Xing, who never trained, suddenly brought up a term she had never heard of: the gravity training room. For their training. Li Xing patiently explained, detailing the principles of Bulma's gravity training chamber. I see. Then let me study it and give it a try. Hailing from a family of scientists, Bulma harbored considerable interest in novel things. After the 2 had tidied up, Dr. Briefs, having finished his own work, came to assist them. An afternoon passed. Listening to the 2 scientists converse in what sounded like an astronomical language, Li Xing felt her own brain capacity expand considerably, yet she gained nothing beyond helping to move building materials. As they busied themselves, the sky gradually darkened. Miss Li Xing. A booming voice came from outside the door. Leaving the duo engrossed in discussing the chamber's operational principles, Li Xing walked alone to the door. There stood Nappa, carrying the still unconscious Vegeta on his shoulder, looking somewhat at a loss. Regarding the incident the previous night, he had intended to wait until Vegeta woke up before coming to find Li Xing. Yet after waiting an entire day, Vegeta showed no signs of regaining consciousness. With night approaching, not to mention that Li Xing had told him to come at daybreak, Nappa himself felt utterly isolated on Earth. Nappa, perfect timing. Come help us move things. Glancing at the unconscious Vegeta, Li Xing beckoned Nappa into the yard. Having helped Bulma and the others carry things all afternoon, though it cost her little physical effort, school was about to start. She was quite curious about the university in the Dragon Ball world. If not for Vegeta, that relentless overachiever, would a gravity training chamber even exist? It would have taken at least another 10 days, or half a month anyway, since she had no use for it. As Li Xing's words fell before Nappa could respond, the Vegeta, slung over his shoulder, let out a weak groan. Prince Vegeta. Seeing this, Nappa cried out in delight. A whole day? An entire day? Do you have any idea how I've been getting through this day? Apart from the Z fighters, he didn't know a single person on Earth. And with Li Xing around, he couldn't just kill and steal at will. He had been roughing it all day while Vegeta got to lie unconscious after taking a single palm strike. What a great sleep. Thinking this, Nappa couldn't help but cast a strange look at Vegeta on his shoulder. Put me down, Vegeta said weakly. Li Xing's palm strike had merely knocked him unconscious, it hadn't broken any bones. Now that he was awake, he was perfectly unharmed, though it looked rather odd being carried horizontally over Nappa's shoulder. Damn woman. The moment his feet touched the ground, Vegeta saw Li Xing standing before them and ground his teeth in fury. His aura erupted, and the look in his eyes suggested he wanted to devour Li Xing alive. Twice now, including that time on Namek, this woman could render him helpless with a single casual strike. Forget training. This was utter domination. Won't want to sleep again. Seeing Vegeta's defiant expression, Li Xing's temper flared as well. You came to Earth to train of your own accord. This planet isn't that sturdy. Causing such a ruckus and disturbing others' rest is the least of it. What if one day you lose control and destroy Earth? She hadn't wished on the Dragon Balls for the ability to survive in outer space. You? Vegeta was so angry he nearly choked. Sleep. Only a fool wouldn't understand that Li Xing was threatening him. If he dared to act, she'd knock him out for days. Prince Vegeta, don't be rash. We're living under someone else's roof now. Seeing this, Nappa quickly stepped forward, pulling Vegeta back and whispering in his ear. Living under someone else's roof. Hearing this, Vegeta calmed down slightly. He was no match for Li Xing now, and he had come here to train. All right, Nappa, go help Bulma. As for you, just behave yourself and wait a few days. Frowning at their whispers, Li Xing addressed them both. These little tricks couldn't fool her eyes. Before going to Namek, Nappa had freeloaded here for so long. Now that he had found Vegeta, he didn't hesitate to switch sides. An ungrateful turncoat. Li Xing cursed inwardly while plotting to find an opportunity to beat Nappa up. Okay. Nappa quickly responded and walked toward Dr. Briefs and Bulma. Crack. The scene fell silent instantly as Vegeta's knuckles popped loudly. Behave and wait a few days. What did that mean? His mouth twitched visibly, a mix of fury and confusion. Don't you want to train? You'll find out in a few days. Li Xing didn't bother with Vegeta any further. Leaving those words, she turned and went back to her room. With Nappa's help, Bulma probably didn't need her anymore. As for Vegeta, she just had to be wary. He was the biggest overachiever in this Dragon Ball world, and they had no deep-seated grudge. She didn't believe he would actually destroy Earth and take everyone down with him. For the rest of the time, of course, she would watch some mindless TV from the Dragon Ball world. As for why it was mindless TV, Mr. Satan. Mr. Satan. Ha ha ha, I'm Mr. Satan, I'm here. I accept any challenger. Crunch. Li Xing, who had just turned on the TV, crushed the remote control in her hand and nearly smashed the television set. The night passed without incident. The next morning at the breakfast table, pack up everyone. I'm off to work. Bulma put down her chopsticks, first left those words, and hurried out. After yesterday afternoon's research, her interest in the gravity training chamber had only deepened. A device that could alter the gravity of a specific area. How could she not be intrigued? After she left, only Li Xing, Vegeta, and Nappa remained at the table. The battle between Saiyans was about to begin. Nappa had the biggest appetite, but under Li Xing's overwhelming power, 2 large lumps had appeared on his head. Not wanting them to freeload after they had eaten their fill, Li Xing left them behind and walked away. Nappa, clean up. As her words fell, Vegeta also hurried out. The moment he stepped outside, he soared into the air, flying toward a distant location. What a curse. Nappa, holding the 2 lumps on his head, looked at the mountain of dishes piled on the table and let out a wail. Humph, cockroach. The time for our final battle has come. Leaving Bulma's residence, Vegeta did not wander aimlessly across Earth. Instead, guided by his perception of ki, he made his way to Mount Pozu. After the events of the previous day, he had observed Bulma's work for a while. Learning that she was constructing a training facility somewhat alleviated his displeasure. However, he would not remain idle during this waiting period. Since Li Xing was unbeatable and refused a sparring match, his remaining target was naturally none other than Son Goku. Vegeta. How perfect timing. Son Goku stood opposite him in the air, having sensed Vegeta's rapidly approaching ki well in advance. No sooner had the Namek journey concluded than Shishi forced him to go out and earn money, much to the dismay of the Saiyan warrior. Yet he dared not complain, fearing Shishi's wrath might leave him hungry. Let me witness the power of a Super Saiyan. Vegeta bellowed, instantly unleashing his aura. HAA. As his aura erupted, Son Goku also felt a considerable pressure. A golden radiance surged from his body, and in the blink of an eye he transformed into a Super Saiyan. During the return journey from Namek, he had discovered the secret to the transformation rage. Though his base combat power was not exceptionally high, he could now assume the transformation with effortless ease. Ha ha ha. Seeing Son Goku complete his transformation, Vegeta let out a hearty laugh. In a flash he appeared before Son Goku. Such speed. In a single breath his opponent had closed the distance. Slightly astonished, Son Goku met him with a powerful punch. Thud. A dull impact echoed, causing the trees on Mount Pazu to sway as countless insects and beasts scattered in a frenzy. Thud. Thud. Blow after blow, their figures flickered rapidly, exchanging dozens of punches in mere moments. Not bad, Vegeta. Their bodies landed on separate peaks, and Son Goku couldn't help but offer a compliment as he observed his opponent. Mount Pazu was vast, a secluded paradise far from the city, composed entirely of towering mountains. Even such an intense battle would not cause too great a commotion. Show me your true strength, Kakarot. Vegeta snorted coldly, a hint of displeasure in his voice. He knew that he himself had not fully transformed into a Super Saiyan, while Son Goku had already achieved the complete transformation. After their brief exchange, he also sensed that his opponent was holding back. He suits me fine. Son Goku chuckled, his aura intensifying even further. Boom. Their bodies clashed once more, and a figure was sent flying, crashing heavily into the mountain wall. In the air, the golden figure stood poised, unquestionably Son Goku. Against Vegeta's current combat power, using his full strength, he held an undeniable advantage. So this is the power of a Super Saiyan. Gazing up at Son Goku's golden form, Vegeta murmured to himself. He had already sensed his opponent's might, but unlike Li Shing, Son Goku offered him the chance to grow through combat. The more he felt this, the more exhilarated he became. Oomph. Vegeta snorted, his aura stirring as he shattered the surrounding rock wall, and once again appeared before Son Goku. At the lookout. What? We have to wait another 265 days. Nail stared at the 7 white spherical objects Piccolo had gathered, momentarily frozen in place. The Elder God's tone was heavy, tinged with helplessness. Earth's Dragon Balls could only be used once a year, and it had only been a few months since they were last used to revive Son Goku. Though he was overjoyed by the arrival of his fellow Namekian, and the wish was to revive their clan's grand elder, his own power was limited, and he could not immediately fulfill this desire for them. Perhaps. Let me try. Seeing the solemn expressions on their faces, Din timidly interjected. He was intensely curious about Earth's Shenron. Since Namek already had its own Dragon Balls, he had always yearned to try creating a set himself. Mr. Popo, the Elder God, noticing Dinda's unwavering gaze fixed upon the inert Dragon Balls on the floor, called out within the hall. Hearing the summons, Mr. Popo emerged from the chamber carrying a model of Shenron. Having served the Elder God for many years, he understood the implication immediately. He had not shown himself earlier, but the conversation was not lost on his ears. Night fell. Bang. Bang. On Mount Paozu, the two were still locked in combat, yet their conditions were vastly different. Vegeta's battle suit was torn in multiple places, his body covered in scattered wounds, giving him a rather battered appearance. Son Goku, in contrast, had only some damage to his clothes and bore no significant injuries. Growl. As he met Vegeta's incoming attack, Son Goku's stomach let out an untimely rumble. Whoosh. The golden aura around him dissipated, his hair returned to its normal state, and he had exited the transformation. Enough, Vegeta. If I'm late again, Shishi will scold me. He shouted across to the opposing Vegeta. The fight had lasted for hours, and Son Goku was thoroughly satisfied. TCH. Vegeta halted mid-charge, his aura still blazing. Kakarot, your transformed power is indeed formidable, but I will surpass you in time. Having said that, he abandoned any further thoughts of fighting, transforming into a streak of light that vanished rapidly over the horizon. Watching Vegeta depart, Son Goku grinned and scratched his head, then vanished as well. After returning from Namek, he had been planning to find someone to spar with. He hadn't expected Vegeta to be even more eager, seeking him out from afar. It was a pity that his sparring partner wasn't Li Shing, an opponent who could force him to go all out. That would be truly interesting. Goku. From a distance, just as Son Goku arrived at his doorstep, he heard Shishi's call. He then remembered that he had been out for so long without a word. I'm here, Shishi. Seeing her slightly anxious expression, Son Goku quickly went to meet her. Coming home only after dark. Where have you been slacking off? Scanning Son Goku's appearance, Shishi's face radiated undisguised anger. Not only was he back this late, but she had just washed his clothes yesterday, and today he returned in tatters. Without a word, she grabbed him by the ear and dragged him inside. Ow. Ouch, ouch. Chi-Chi, let me explain. On the other side, Vegeta also returned to Bulma's home. At this moment, Li Shing was discussing the detailed design of gravity training with Bulma, such as the maximum multiplier and the design of internal laser weapons. It was already so late. Without a doubt, Li Shing must have been forced into it. That science fanatic Bulma claimed she could finish it in 10 days, but judging by her frantic pace, she would probably complete it in less than 7. Just as the two were chatting merrily, a sudden commotion came from outside the house. Bulma immediately rose and walked out. Hey, Where have you been, eh? She pushed open the door and saw Vegeta, his clothes tattered and his body covered in wounds. Vegeta was somewhat stunned. Before the others had returned, he had stayed at Bulma's place for a while and had habitually come back to rest, never expecting her to ask such a question. Mind your own business. He quickly regained his composure. After all, she was just an Earth woman unworthy of questioning his whereabouts. Staying at her place was doing her a favor. You? Seeing his cold demeanor, Bulma choked on her words, unable to speak, feeling utterly frustrated. She had even specially saved him a lot of food when he didn't show up for dinner. Now it seemed she would rather feed it to the dogs than give it to him. Bang! The door slammed heavily and Bulma was seething with rage. TCH. Vegeta glanced at her reaction, completely indifferent, and then returned to his own room. What kind of person is this? I've been slaving away here researching their training facility and he acts like we owe him. Screw this research. Li Xing kicked them both out tomorrow. Furious, Bulma returned to the house and launched a tirade at Li Xing. Although he knew she was venting about Vegeta, Li Xing had to pacify her with gentle words. After all, they were both protagonists, and the two would end up a couple in the future. As he tried to calm her, Li Xing suddenly realized something was off. Was he being too much of a third wheel, a permanent light bulb in someone else's home? 7 days later. Nice. Finally finished. In the yard, a white circular structure stood, and Bulma cheered before it. Finally, it was done. Li Xing looked at the building and silently wiped the sweat from his brow. These days, Vegeta had been acting strangely, coming home late every night covered in injuries. Bulma's rebukes could have circled the earth several times over. But none of those words were actually said to Vegeta. They all fell on Li Xing's ears. Such a tiny shack took 7 days. Hearing this, Vegeta, standing behind the group, couldn't help but snort. He knew this was the training ground for him and Nappa. What do you know? This is a high-tech product inside. Bulma was about to introduce the building when Vegeta pushed open the door and walked in. The moment he entered, an immense pressure assaulted him, as if a mountain were crushing his body, instantly pinning him to the ground. Looking around, the interior was completely empty save for some strange devices on the walls that seemed capable of absorbing and launching attacks. That serves you right for not letting me finish. Seeing Vegeta's predicament, Bulma brandished the remote in her hand. The resentment built up over the past few days was swept away by the sight of his discomfort. This is the remote. It can adjust the gravity in the training room and toggle the simulated attacks. Currently, the maximum is 300 times gravity. Ignoring Vegeta sprawled on the floor, Bulma explained the principles of the training room to the others. 300 times. At this, Vegeta took a deep breath and tried to slowly adapt to the pressure. He hadn't expected this gravity chamber to have such an effect. With a furious roar, he erupted with power and barely managed to stand up. Feeling the weight on his body, Vegeta slowly raised his fist. He punched the air, feeling as if he had exerted all his strength. Outside, Bulma was astonished by how quickly he adapted. Thighs fast. The training room's maximum multiplier was 300 times, but she had directly set it to 200 times. And judging by Vegeta's progress, he would likely reach the limit soon. Nappa was equally dumbfounded, but he didn't dare push the door open like Vegeta. If Vegeta struggled so much, Nappa himself would probably not even be able to stand. Name Nappa Combat Power 2400. Name Vegeta Combat Power 2000. Li Xing discreetly checked their combat powers, and the change in Vegeta shocked her. In just a few days, he had increased by a full 2000. As for Nappa, who had been running errands for Bulma every day, his combat power remained unchanged. Open the status panel. Seeing Vegeta's rapid progress, Li Xing could no longer sit still and quickly called up the system in his mind. Name Li Xing, gender female, age 18, Dragon Ball, world height 175 cm, race Saiyan, skills Ki control, Bukujutsu, garlic cannon, Kamehameha, Kaioken, current max 30x, emotion points 1100 items, Senza Bean X1, new Scouter X1, combat power 52804 minutes. Phew. Looking at the data before him, Li Xing let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, his own combat power had also increased by over 2,000, otherwise he might have been surpassed before long. No, just as he relaxed, a thought struck him. It had been about 40 days since the battle on Namek, and he had only grown this much while Vegeta had achieved the same in just 7 days. A workaholic rivaling the system. At this thought, he couldn't help but gasp. With such training speed, how was he still only second best? Then Goku's strength must be growing even faster. After Bulma's explanation, she casually tossed the remote to Nappa, and everyone dispersed. Watching Vegeta sweat profusely in the training room, Li Xing began to doubt his own life. No, to be precise, he doubted the system. System, are there any quests? Hurry and give me some. After observing for a while, Li Xing returned to his room and asked impatiently in his mind. He had wanted to slack off, but the system was too weak. It was terrifying that a workaholic could surpass it. Host, you finally remembered me. Hearing the system's voice, Li Xing couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Ever since she had defeated Frieza, she had been in a state of complete idleness. It was true that her combat power had increased by over 2,000 in the past 40 days, but that also meant she hadn't contacted the system for that long. A total tool of a system. Ahem. How dare you complain? What kind of crappy system are you? You're worse than Vegeta. Li Xing cleared her throat twice, then shifted the blame onto the system. Ding detected the host's unreasonable request, issuing the following tasks now. Task 1. Lead Son Goku to Planet Yardrat to learn instant transmission. Task reward permanent doubling of combat power growth rate. Failure penalty combat power will no longer increase automatically for 365 days. Time limit 365 days. Task 2. Correct Piccolo's combat power, enabling him to reach 2-0 within 1 year. Task reward permanent doubling of combat power growth rate. Failure penalty combat power will no longer increase automatically for 365 days. Time limit 365 days. Task 3. Create an accident to destroy Earth's Shenron. Task reward permanent doubling of combat power growth rate. Failure penalty combat power will no longer increase automatically for 365 days. Time limit 365 days. What? After a series of tasks were issued, it seemed as if the system was targeting Li Xing. Apart from the first two tasks being somewhat normal, what was the third one supposed to be? Destroy Earth's Shenron. Not only that, but the 3 tasks had to be carried out simultaneously. The penalties were much heavier than before, and the system had even added a time limit, something that had never existed previously. If you don't want to give me a combat power boost, just say so. Don't try to mess with me in such roundabout ways. Li Xing's mouth twitched violently as she looked at the tasks before her, feeling somewhat speechless. Sorry, host, but this was your own request. Screw you. The system tried to say more, but Li Xing didn't want to hear it. After cursing, she cut off the connection in her mind. Planet Yardrat. Instant transmission. After a while lying bored on her bed, Li Xing crushed the spare TV remote in her hand and snapped off the television, which was full of Mr. Satan. Instant transmission. She had almost forgotten about that. It was Son Goku's signature technique in the original story. Regardless of whether the current Goku could learn it, she herself was quite intrigued. With this skill, when school started, she could sleep until just a few minutes before class and then head straight to the classroom. As for the other 2 tasks, she would do them if she could, if not, so be it. With that thought, she grabbed a white tracksuit and changed into it before hurrying out the door. Her original battle suit looked too much like Vegeta's. At Li Xing's strong insistence, Bulma had collected special materials for making battle suits and custom-made several sets of sportswear for her. In daily life, they looked no different from ordinary clothes, but they were also suitable for combat. At least there would be no repeat of the earlier sparring session with Son Goku, where her sleeve tore halfway through. Malpozu. Strange is Vegeta not coming today. Son Goku looked up at the sky, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. For the past 7 days, Vegeta had come every day to spar with him, and he thoroughly enjoyed it. Ordinary life was far too dull. He craved battle to constantly improve himself through combat. Oh, well, I'll just train by myself. Just as he was about to leave, 2 figures one after the other streaked across the sky and quickly landed before him. Li Xing, Vegeta, what are you 2 doing here? Seeing the duo, Son Goku couldn't help but ask. Usually Vegeta came alone. Today he was following behind Li Xing, which gave the impression of someone who had lost a fight and brought a parent along. Of course, that was just how the scene looked. Son Goku wouldn't think that way. So, Son Goku, I'm planning a trip to Planet Yardrat. I wanted to ask if you'd like to come along. Ignoring Vegeta behind her, Li Xing stepped forward and stated her purpose to Son Goku. As for Vegeta, he could come or not, as she didn't care. Before leaving, she had only mentioned to Bulma that she was going to find Son Goku. Somehow this guy had caught wind of it and followed her. Planet Yardrat. Is there anything fun there? Son Goku's eyes lit up, and he looked at Li Xing with some surprise. They had just returned from Namek not long ago, and now she wanted to go to another planet. With the Frieza incident fresh in his mind, he mistakenly thought there might be another powerful being on that planet. Don't worry, there's definitely something fun. Li Xing's lips curled into a slight smile, her words tinged with mystery. With Vegeta present, she didn't want to be too explicit. She really didn't want to see this workaholic. If it weren't for him, how could she have ended up with such ridiculous tasks? I'm in. When do we leave? Hearing Li Xing's affirmative words, Son Goku agreed, without a moment's hesitation. Alright, let's meet at Bulma's place in 3 days. He'll wait for you. After exchanging a few brief words with Son Goku, Li Xing's figure shot back into the sky. Since he had already agreed, there was nothing else for her to say. There was no way she was going to stand around stupidly like Vegeta. Planet Yardrat, huh? After Li Xing left, Vegeta frowned, still not understanding what the 2 were talking about. See you in 3 days, Kakarot. Evening. At Bulma's house. You want to come too? No way. Figure it out yourself. Don't think you're getting on my spaceship. During dinner, Vegeta suddenly proposed his idea. He was willing to forego the gravity chamber just to see what Li Xing was planning to do with Son Goku. Li Xing certainly wasn't going to agree. She was just doing a mission, and Vegeta's personality annoyed her. The thought of sharing a spaceship with him was unbearable. What if it ended up taking a whole month again, like the trip to Namek? That would be even more ridiculous. TCH, fine. I won't ride with you then. Vegeta snorted coldly. Frieza's spaceship was still there, and he had already located Planet Yardrat. It was less than half a month's journey from Earth, but the ship didn't have much fuel left, so he needed Bulma to help replenish it. Alright, Li Xing, you take Kama's ship. Goku and Vegeta can take Frieza's. Seeming accustomed to their hostility, Bulma quickly intervened to smooth things over. From some books, she had learned that the people of planet Yardrat weren't very strong in combat, but possessed special abilities. She guessed that was why Li Xing was going. Although she wanted to go too, from what Li Xing had said, it seemed they would be staying there for up to a year, which made her drop the idea. 3 days later, a group gathered before Frisia's spaceship. It's nothing, just a dozen days or so. You just need to endure it. Bulma stood before Li Xing, her tone comforting. After learning that Li Xing would take 2 people to planet Namek, Piccolo hurriedly took Kama's spaceship away. His reason was that he needed to send Din and Nail back to Namek in a while, and currently these were the only 2 spaceships on Earth. So the 3 of them had to travel together. Suit yourself if you don't want to go. Not far away, Vegeta leaned against a corner of the spaceship, a mocking look on his face as he watched Li Xing, as if finally seeing the moment when Li Xing would beg him. TCH, as if I do want to go. Seeing his expression, Li Xing's anger flared. He had even built the gravity training room for him, but Vegeta refused to stay put on Earth. Instead, he followed like a tag-along, even insisting on coming along to teach Son Goku the instant transmission. He really wondered how Bulma ever ended up with him. Was this love? Thinking this, Li Xing's gaze shifted between the 2 of them. Let's get going. If Shishi catches me, I won't be able to leave. Ignoring their conversation, Son Goku stepped forward and opened the spaceship door, urging them excitedly. Goku. No sooner had he spoken than a shout came from afar. Chi-Chi, wearing an apron and holding a spatula, was charging toward them with murderous intent. Hurry up. At the sight of her, cold sweat broke out on Son Goku's forehead. He quickly shouted to Li Xing and Vegeta. We're off. See you in a year. Disturbed by the sudden turn of events, Li Xing hastily bid Bulma farewell. Then he dashed toward the spaceship. Oomph. Watching this little commotion before departure, Vegeta snorted coldly. Only after the other 2 had entered did he slowly walk in. The hatch closed, and a powerful thrust erupted from the ship's base. Vegeta had already set the course. Take care, and come back soon. Bulma waved goodbye. The spaceship carrying the 3 shot into the sky and vanished in an instant. Pant. Pant. Shishi arrived late, gasping for breath as she stared in the direction they had gone. Damn it, he got away again. Elsewhere, in a corner of the universe, a spaceship drifted aimlessly. Upon closer inspection, it was nearly identical to the one carrying Li Xing and the others. Frieza has been missing for months. Do you have any news? Inside the ship, King Cold sat on his throne, his voice low and unreadable. He was massive, nearly 3 meters tall, and bore a striking resemblance to Frieza's second form. Before him stood 2 individuals, and his question was directed at them. Report. According to the message from Lord Frieza's ship. Lord Frieza. He. One of the 2, a strange-looking creature, stammered. He had been Frieza's trusted subordinate before his death. He had known of Frieza's demise ever since Li Xing and the others wiped out the remnants of Frieza's forces on Namek, but he had never found the time or courage to report it. What about him? King Cold frowned at his stuttering subordinate. That waste is dead. Before Frieza's subordinate could speak, the other man, arms crossed, answered first. Dead. King Cold stood up and walked over to face the speaker. Killed by a Super Saiyan named Son Goku. Despite the overwhelming pressure King Cold exuded, the man showed no fear. Super Saiyan. King Cold was startled by the news. He understood its importance, for the teachings of his ancestors warned never to provoke a Super Saiyan. Where is this person now? After a moment of contemplation, he clenched his fist and continued. The strongest power in the universe belonged to his race, the Frost Demons. A Super Saiyan was nothing. He would simply kill it. According to Frieza's ship's positioning data from a few days ago, it was docked on Earth. Time flew by, and 3 months had passed. Earth Camus, look out. It worked. Din exclaimed excitedly, holding the dragon model in his hands. On the ground before him, 7 orange glowing Dragon Balls had gathered together. It really worked. Behind him, the old Kami looked incredulous. This young member of his race had managed to replicate Earth's Dragon Balls in just a few months. Genius. He could think of no other word to describe it. Yes. Din nodded firmly, then explained, but they're a bit different from Earth's Shinron. The set I made can grant 3 wishes. What a... At his words, not only the old Kami, but also Piccolo and Nail, who were watching nearby, grew restless. 3 wishes. That put them on the same level as Namek's Dragon Balls. At such a young age, he had not only recreated a set of Dragon Balls, but had improved upon the original. Are you serious? The old Kami quickly took the dragon model from him and examined it closely. Of course, but there are some limitations to using them. Seeing their excited expressions, Din's voice grew softer. Only 1 set of Dragon Balls can exist on a planet. And since I'm the creator... He hesitated, though his meaning was clear. Only 1 set of Dragon Balls meant the old set made by Kami would have to be destroyed. And since he was the creator, his death would cause the Dragon Balls to vanish as well. Hearing this, the old Kami and Piccolo fell silent. While Din had indeed created a new set of Dragon Balls, destroying Earth's Dragon Balls would mean ending their own lives. Let's wait for now. After a long pause, the old Kami frowned deeply and managed to utter these words before turning back into the temple. Watching his retreating figure, Piccolo seemed about to speak, but held back. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing Task 2, correct Piccolo's battle power, enabling it to reach 2 million within a year. Task reward battle power growth rate permanently doubled. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing Task 3. Create an accident to destroy Earth's Shinron. Task reward battle power growth rate permanently doubled. Several more months passed. On planet Yardrat, Li Xing, who was practicing instant transmission with Sun Bei and the others, suddenly received a notification from the system. Listening to the voice echoing in her mind, Li Xing was stunned in place. She had inexplicably completed 2 tasks. Setting aside the mystery of how Piccolo had grown so strong so quickly, the destruction of Earth's Shinron left her utterly baffled. System, what's going on? Far away and oblivious to Earth's situation, she chose the fastest way to get information. Responding to host, the Earth's Guardian has fused with Piccolo. As Li Xing inquired, the system did not conceal the truth, but its voice sounded somewhat displeased. The Guardian fused with Piccolo? Then what about the Dragon Balls? Who is the Guardian of Earth now? A flurry of questions poured out. Oh, she was eager to know what had transpired on Earth. Ding. The host has reached the limit for questions. Please try again later. Feeling the system in her mind sever the connection, Li Xing was left speechless. It had been over half a year since the 3 of them arrived on planet Yardrat. Their mastery over instant transmission was almost on par with each other. It was estimated that within a few more months they would have complete control. But since Frisia was utterly destroyed, would there be such a thing as Mecha Frisia? Forget it, ID better head back as soon as possible. Earth. At Bulma's house. Battle power. 2 million. Not bad, Nappa. You've improved this much. Looking at the bald giant before her, Bulma wore a battle power scouter that had been improved several times, a hint of shock in her eyes. A year had passed since Li Xing and the others left Earth. During this time, aside from helping her with minor daily tasks, Nappa spent all his time in the gravity training room. What kind of race are the Saiyans? Bulma marveled inwardly. She had not only measured Nappa's battle power. Aside from Son Gohan, who was also a Saiyan, and Piccolo, who had fused with the Guardian, the highest battle power among the other Z fighters was Tien Shinhan at only a few 100,000. Hey, it's all thanks to you, Miss Bulma. Nappa scratched his bald head sheepishly. Over the past year, he had adapted to life on Earth. And Li Xing hadn't lied to him. The gravity training room could indeed rapidly increase battle power. After Vegeta left with Li Xing, he naturally couldn't let such a precious training tool sit idle in order to keep up with the others. His only regret was that he still couldn't grasp the threshold of becoming a Super Saiyan. Perhaps finding a Saiyan boyfriend is what Bulma muttered softly, a certain figure involuntarily surfacing in her mind. As she was lost in her inner monologue, Nappa seemed to sense something terrifying. He looked up at the sky, cold sweat beading on his forehead. This energy. On the sacred land of Kami, Piccolo, who was meditating with his eyes closed, also felt this sudden change. It wasn't just the 2 of them. All the Z fighters, after a brief moment of shock, stood on high alert. 2 powerful and evil energies were rapidly approaching Earth's atmosphere, their target unmistakably Bulma's house. Is that Frisia? Nappa stared at the sky, watching as a small black dot rapidly grew larger. After a year on Earth, he had also learned to sense energy. These 2 energies felt incredibly familiar. Damn it, I need to lure them away. Scanning his surroundings with no time to ponder further, a white aura erupted around Nappa as he charged straight towards the black dot in the sky. Oh, is that the Super Saiyan? In the sky inside King Cold's spaceship, he looked through the glass with a hint of gravity at the figure of Nappa charging up from below. No Super Saiyans have golden hair, father. But he seems to be bald. That Nappa, is he going to his death? On the other side, the Z fighters had also assembled. Watching Nappa soar into the sky, Yamcha taunted. Although they saw the enemy's target seemed to be Bulma's house, they tacitly avoided gathering there, choosing a barren area far from the city instead. No, he's drawing their attention. Piccolo stood alone on a mountain peak, explaining calmly. Despite his composed exterior, his heart was filled with shock and fear. Each of the 2 energies on the spaceship far surpassed Frisia's. More notably, one of them was extremely similar to Frisia's, yet had subtle differences. Regardless, one thing was certain: the enemy came with hostile intent. Whoosh. Just as he neared their spaceship, Nappa raised his hand and fired a blast. You're asking for death. Inside the ship, the figure beside King Cold spoke contemptuously. Bang. He smashed through the ship's glass and casually swatted away Nappa's attack. Frisia. Nappa couldn't help but gulp as he saw the figure charging out of the spaceship. In both appearance and energy, he was nearly identical to Frisia, but his energy was more than half again as powerful. Impossible. Frisia is dead. Having successfully drawn the enemy's attention, Nappa retreated rapidly, muttering to himself. This guy seems to be trying to distract us. The one who had charged out of the spaceship didn't pursue, instead floating before King Cold, awaiting his opinion. Let's go and have a look, King Cold said in a low voice, his eyes narrowing slightly. According to his subordinates' report, this provocateur seemed to be the highest battle power on Earth at the moment. Moreover, Nappa had the Saiyans' characteristic tail. Following him would surely lead them to the Super Saiyan. They're heading this way. Piccolo's eyes narrowed as he turned to warn the others. He had witnessed Nappa's actions entirely, yet he couldn't find any fault with them. After all, given Nappa's strength, he couldn't possibly contend with the enemy. Even Piccolo, after fusing with the Guardian, wasn't confident he could defeat them. According to Bulma's recent message, Li Xing and her group were expected to return today as well. If they all worked together, as long as they could stall the enemy for some time, it would be enough. Who was that person? Elsewhere, a young man with purple hair stared at the scene in the sky, a puzzled voice escaping his lips. Beside him was a machine shaped like a giant capsule. Trunks having traveled in a time machine to avert the tragedy of the future world. No time to think. After a brief pause, he shot into the sky, rushing towards the group. Though the time matched the location and the people were all completely different. Moments later, Nappa had just landed before the Z fighters alongside King Cold and his companion. Before anyone could speak, Trunks let out a shout as his figure rapidly approached from afar. King Cold looked up, squinting at the purple-haired youth charging toward him with murderous intent. Drawing closer to the battlefield, Trunks said nothing as he drew the sword from his back and swung it at the man beside King Cold. With a sneer, the man raised an arm to block the attack. As Trunks roared, a surge of powerful energy erupted from him. As he closed in, a golden aura enveloped him, and his hair stood on end, turning gold. Everyone present was startled by his transformation. This sudden youth was not only a Saiyan, but also a Super Saiyan capable of defeating Frieza. Despite the man's precautions, Trunks moved with such speed that his blade still slashed across the man's chest. Failing to land a killing blow, Trunks struck again, but the man had already reacted, leaping back to create distance. The man wiped the wound on his chest without showing much alarm, acknowledging that the Super Saiyan had skill enough to defeat his foolish brother. Trunks frowned, realizing the man was not Frieza. From the start, events had deviated from the history he knew. He wondered if the time machine had violated some rule causing this change. King Cold, arms crossed, addressed the man Trunks had wounded, calling him Cooler. Cooler replied with a disdainful smirk, stating that it was a female Saiyan who had killed Frieza. In his eyes, Frieza, who often boasted of being the emperor of the universe, was merely an immature younger brother. Being brothers, their faces were nearly identical except for their height, causing many to mistake Cooler for Frieza. Cooler raised a finger with a cold laugh, boasting that he could transform one more time than his brother. He declared that Trunks should feel honored to be the first and last to witness his ultimate transformation. As he spoke, Cooler spread his hands, positioning them near his thighs in a pose similar to Frieza's. Trunks' eyes flickered with unease as he tightened his grip on his sword. Cooler began his transformation with a shout. Like Frieza, Cooler was arrogant and proud, but he possessed a greater calmness. He understood that a Super Saiyan capable of killing Frieza was a formidable opponent. Seeing Cooler's power rising, Trunks unleashed his full might. With a burst of speed, he shot toward Cooler, who in the midst of his transformation shot a pleading glance at King Cold. King Cold intercepted, blocking Trunks' path with a snort, unwilling to let the attack land on Cooler. Confident despite facing a Super Saiyan, King Cold crossed his arms to brace for Trunks' sword. With a cry, King Cold's massive body was cleaved in two. He had underestimated Trunks. His second form was no match for a Super Saiyan. Trunks slashed repeatedly, reducing King Cold to pieces, then unleashed a blast from his palm, sending dust and smoke billowing. Cooler roared in fury, his energy surging to its peak. A massive tremor shook the area. His body expanded, his shoulders protruding like chest armor, four horns extending from his head, and blade-like growths sprouting from his forearms. Piccolo, having led the others to a safe distance, watched in shock at the terrifying energy. Having fused with the Elder, he was now far stronger than during his time on Namek. With increased power came the Elder's wisdom and experience, giving him the confidence to buy time. Yet now he dared not intervene. Not only was there a gap in strength, but every figure that had appeared today was beyond his expectations. Nappa recognized Trunks as a Saiyan despite his lack of a tail, seeing his transformation. Another unknown Saiyan, a Super Saiyan, had effortlessly slain Frieza's father. Yet even so, his energy paled in comparison to Frieza's brother, whose extra transformation made him more than twice as powerful. Nappa muttered, hoping Miss Li Xing would return soon. For the first time, he didn't mention Prince Vegeta, knowing that before they left, Vegeta could not yet transform into a Super Saiyan. In Bulma's lab, several scattered scouter devices exploded. She murmured, wondering what kind of monster could exceed the 300 million limit of her latest detectors. This scene had repeated countless times, yet the enemy's power remained immeasurable. A chime rang out. A system notification announced Cooler's arrival on Earth, issuing a mission to defeat him personally. The reward was an increase in emotional capacity with a penalty of halted automatic growth for 30 days. Beyond Earth, a spaceship swiftly streaked across the void. Cooler. At the sound of the system's long-awaited mission, Li Xing's body sprang up from the bed inside the ship. As expected, a twist had occurred. Mecha Frieza would not appear. Li Xing stepped out of the room, and through the ship's glass saw Earth looming close at hand. System, what is my current battle power? She asked anxiously in her mind. Cooler was far different from Frieza. His additional transformation made him even stronger than the first form of Cell. Son Goku and Vegeta were still asleep. Li Xing stood alone before the ship's window, her slender figure exuding a trace of solitude. Host's current battle power 14. 5,032 minutes. The system's voice rang out, leaving Li Xing frozen in place. Over 10 million. Hearing this number, she found it hard to believe. A year had passed. In the first half, her battle power had increased by merely over 1 million. In the second half, after completing 3 tasks she had requested from the system, the growth rate multiplied several-fold, granting her over 10 million in battle power. The increase in emotional value cap. It seems Super Saiyan Grade 2 is not far off. By the time Li Xing snapped back to reality, the ship had already entered Earth's atmosphere. Alright, Super Saiyan. Ready to die. On the battlefield, Cooler stared coldly at Trunks before him, his voice brimming with undisguised fury. Thanks to King Cold's brief interference, his transformation had been completed smoothly. Mere Super Saiyans. Killing Frieza was one thing, but even his untransformed father had fallen to them. A father's murder was an irreconcilable enmity. This hatred was etched into his very bones. Cooler's aura erupted as he shot toward Trunks with blinding speed. Boom. A fierce knee strike slammed into Trunks' abdomen, hurling him into a nearby mountain peak. Clatter. His sword slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Damn it. Pinned against the mountain by Cooler's knee, he forced out two words. Thud. Cooler clenched his fists and delivered another blow to Trunks' head, sending him crashing toward the earth below. Hiya. Trunks clutched his chest, enduring the pain as he halted his fall just before impact. Cooler's strength had far exceeded his expectations. Just as despair began to set in, an unusual disturbance echoed from the sky. The spaceship carrying Li Xing and the others had arrived on Earth. Uncle Goku. As the ship grew larger in the sky, a glimmer of hope flashed in Trunks' eyes. Here they come, Li. Cooler also noticed the ship's movement, his gaze burning as he looked up. It was the same type of Frieza spaceship he and King Cold had used to reach Earth. Silence. Kill them all. His eyes narrowed and two beams of purple light shot forth, aimed directly at their ship. This bastard can't even wait to land before attacking. Li Xing cursed. Since they were about to land, she had been standing by the ship's window, so such an attack couldn't escape her notice. Oomph. Just as she prepared to intercept, a cold snort sounded behind her. Turning around, she saw Vegeta charging out to shield the ship. Bang. With a casual slap, Vegeta deflected Cooler's attack. So you are Saiyans. Seeing the tail swaying behind Vegeta, Cooler's expression grew even colder. He gathered energy in one palm, then suddenly swung it upward. A surge of searing heat erupted toward the ship. Duh, Mr. Vegeta. Feeling the intensity of the attack, Trunks shouted. According to future Bulma's description, not even the Vegeta of this timeline, nor Trunks himself as a Super Saiyan, could be confident of withstanding that blow. Hiya, an unexpected sight unfolded. Vegeta cast a cold glance at the incoming attack, and with a yell, golden light erupted from his body. This guy can transform too. Li Xing watched Vegeta outside the ship with mild surprise, but didn't dwell on it. After all, on Namek, Vegeta had already surpassed the original storyline. His transformation now was within acceptable bounds. She just wondered what his battle power was. Name Vegeta battle power 200 million. That high. After scanning Vegeta's battle power, Li Xing was startled, then quickly turned her attention to the other key figures present. Name Cooler battle power 470 million. Name Trunks battle power 160 million. Name Son Goku battle power 2 million untransformed. After a quick survey, aside from Vegeta, whose power had surged due to wounded pride, the others' battle powers were within normal range. A year had passed, and everyone's strength had increased significantly. Yet compared to Cooler, they still lagged far behind. Boom. Vegeta tried to deflect the attack, but failed. Cooler's blast engulfed both him and the two inside the ship. This guy can't handle it, but still tries to show off. Li Xing cursed inwardly, then dashed into Son Goku's room, kicked the still sleeping man out of the ship, and followed him out. This broken ship was worthless anyway. It wasn't that she couldn't block the attack, she just couldn't stand Vegeta's arrogance before their departure to planet Yardrat. Flying in Frieza's leftover spaceship, and he still puts on airs. Bang. The ship exploded and two figures shot out from the smoke, while Vegeta was enveloped within. What's going on? Son Goku hovered in the air, still half asleep after being kicked out. The ship's explosion jolted him awake. Vegeta's ship got blown up. Li Xing barely suppressed a laugh, sneaking a glance at Vegeta in the smoke. Bewildered Son Goku surveyed the scene, and finally noticed Cooler below. Uncle Goku. Trunks flew up to him, clutching at a lifeline. Everything before him had exceeded his expectations, and since he couldn't reveal his identity to Vegeta, he turned to Son Goku instead. But as he approached Son Goku, he also noticed a female Saiyan he had never seen before. Who are you and why do you know me? Son Wukong's eyes widened, filled with bewilderment. Another Super Saiyan, adding to their trio that made 4 in total present. Though he did not recognize Trunks, the fact that he was also a Saiyan and had addressed him as uncle left Son Wukong visibly at a loss. Mr. Son Goku, I have something to tell you. Could you come over here? Having reached Son Wukong, Trunks calmed himself, realizing his earlier address might have been amiss. Something to say to me yet? Son Wukong scrutinized him briefly before continuing. First, let's take down that guy down there. At that moment, Cooler was glaring intently at the 4 Saiyans gathered in the sky. His previous strike had not been at full power, so Vegeta had not sustained severe injuries. Whoosh. Cooler's figure flickered as he charged straight at Trunks in the air. He deduced that Li Xing was the female Saiyan who had slain Frieza, while Son Wukong and Vegeta were strangers to him. Targeting them one by one, Trunks became his prime choice, the slayer of his father right before his eyes. Damn it. Trunks pivoted midair, gritting his teeth as Cooler hurtled toward him. Let me handle this. Just as he unleashed his aura, Sun Wukong's figure shot past him, enveloped in golden radiance, meeting Cooler's assault heat. Kakarot, don't steal my opponent. On the other side, a roused Vegeta also surged forward, both aiming for the approaching Cooler. Two battle maniacs. Watching the three plunge into chaos, Li Xing felt a pang of exasperation. Though Cooler's battle power stood at 4.7 billion, if Sun and Vegeta joined forces, they might still defeat him. But if so, her mission would be ruined. A 100-point boost to the emotion value cap meant the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Miss, I'm going to help. Are you coming? Just as she pondered and sought an opening to intervene, Trunks, still airborne, suddenly addressed her. Though he didn't know Li Xing, he spotted the tail behind her. Confirming her Saiyan identity and seeing her alongside Sun and Vegeta, she was surely no enemy. Of course, Trunks' words struck a chord with Li Xing. She was eager to dispatch Cooler quickly. This was unlike the battle with Frieza. Back then she was certain Sun and Vegeta wouldn't cooperate, but now it was uncertain. Alright then, we bang. Before Trunks could finish, Li Xing's figure vanished, leaving only a lingering sonic boom in the air. That's too fast. In the next instant, Trunks' jaw dropped. He saw Li Xing appear amidst the melee, her body ablaze with golden aura. Unmistakably, another Super Saiyan. Boom. Li Xing blasted Cooler away from the fray, leaving Sun Wukong and Vegeta frozen in place. Transformed, her battle power soared to 7.25 billion, overwhelming everyone present. Both of you get lost. This guy is mine. After a brief daze, Vegeta snapped back, his face twisting with displeasure. Don't be like that, Vegeta. Alone you can't beat him. As long as Li Xing doesn't interfere. Sun Wukong rubbed his hands together. Before she intervened, he had sensed that Cooler's strength exceeded both his and Vegeta's. But together they could likely defeat him. Enough nonsense. Say another word and I'll thrash you both. Seeing their demeanor, Li Xing's pretty face turned cold as she cut them off without hesitation. Having spent a year on planet Yardrat, she had grown weary of these two. Every day, besides practicing instant transmission, they never ceased sparring with each other, even disturbing her rest multiple times. Yet each time they returned battered and bruised. If not for the Senzu beans Sun Wukong carried, they might have been beaten to death by Li Xing. Even so, they couldn't shed their training-obsessed nature. Leave this to me. Go chat with that Saiyan. Without letting them argue, Li Xing left those words and chased after Cooler. Humph. Watching her retreat, Sun Wukong and Vegeta each harbored their thoughts. Moments later, they turned their gaze to Trunks. Trunks, hovering in the air, listened to their exchange, eyes wide. Not only was there a bald Saiyan had never seen, but where had this female Saiyan come from? Counting himself, there were 4 Super Saiyans present. Uncle Goku and his father Vegeta trusted her so much, and her energy surpassed everyone else's. That girl is finally back. Bulma arrived belatedly, landing where Piccolo and the others were. She had been heading this way ever since the trio's spaceship appeared on the horizon. But as a scientist, even after having her potential unlocked by the Grand Elder on Namek, Bulma had little combat power. At least she could fly now, needing no vehicle when alone. Bulma, seeing her, Yamcha hurried over, his tone slightly fawning, as if he wanted to say something. Stay away from me. Bulma instinctively stepped back, a hint of disdain in her eyes. Since returning from Namek, their connection had seemed severed. Yamcha indulged in his revelries while Bulma devoted herself entirely to scientific research. Little did they know all of this stemmed from the Saiyans like Li Xing. Their immense power had opened a new world for Bulma, a woman who revered strength. Vegeta, you go back first. That person seems to want to talk to me. Just as Vegeta prepared to head toward Trunks, Sun Wukong stopped him. From afar, Trunks had given him a signal indicating he should come alone. TCH. Vegeta halted his movement, spitting to the side in irritation. Faced with Trunks, this sudden Super Saiyan, he had wanted to test his skills first, but the other insisted on whispering with Sun Wukong. As Sun Wukong approached, Trunks kept his eyes on the battle below. Boom, boom, boom. Sounds echoed incessantly in his eyes. The formidable Cooler was being battered around like a punching bag by Li Xing. It's like this, Mr. Goku. With his mind at ease, Trunks began to narrate his origins in a calm tone. Having witnessed their fierce combat, he no longer harbored any intention to test Goku's strength. What? You're Vegeta's son. After hearing Trunks' account, Goku's eyes widened in utter disbelief. He glanced down at the crowd where Vegeta had just landed a punch on Nappa, now scolding him for his slow progress in training. Useless, Nappa. Any random Saiyan can transform, yet look at you. Nappa clutched his stomach in pain, unable to refute Vegeta's words. Alright, don't be so harsh the moment you return. Nappa's battle power has increased a lot too. Bulma stepped between them, shielding Nappa from the reprimand. Meanwhile, she couldn't help but steal a glance at Vegeta still in his Super Saiyan form, and thought to herself, so handsome. No, this is Li Xing's, how could I covet it? After a brief pause, she suddenly tapped her own head, realizing her thoughts were amiss. Damn it. As the others exchanged words, Cooler, nearly dazed from Li Xing's assault, let out a furious roar. He had believed himself strong enough. Even with Goku and Vegeta appearing, it would only cost him a bit more effort. In an unknown fight, he was confident he could defeat anyone present. But Li Xing's intervention shattered his illusions completely. Whoosh. Paying no heed, Li Xing vanished and gave chase in a flash. The reward for defeating Cooler was raising the emotional value cap, a tear-jumping enhancement. Who could resist the allure of having electricity crackle at their feet? Huh. As Li Xing approached, Cooler swung his palm, unleashing the same blast that had destroyed the spaceship. The scorching energy engulfed Li Xing. Boom. Without a pause, Li Xing swept his arm aside, deflecting the attack. Huh. You've let your guard down. Disappear along with this planet. The next moment, Cooler reappeared higher in the sky, holding a massive orange-earth energy sphere in his hands. Boom. Cooler's words were cut short as Li Xing appeared before him, driving a fierce fist deep into his abdomen. Boom. With another upward kick, Li Xing sent Cooler hurtling into the very energy sphere he had just charged. TCH enough with the chatter. Casually slapping away the energy sphere that now contained Cooler, Li Xing turned and walked away without looking back. Boom. With a thunderous roar, the energy sphere transformed into a streak of light blasted out of Earth by Li Xing and exploded in space. Gulp. Trunks, who had just finished explaining everything to Goku, swallowed hard at the sight. This is too brutal. He didn't even give him a chance to speak before annihilating him. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he fled the scene as if his life depended on it, heading straight for his time machine. This journey through time had left Trunks not only shocked, but deeply terrified. With so many changes already set in motion, staying even a second longer would be an insult to time itself. Why is that young man leaving? Below, Bulma muttered softly as she watched Trunks depart. Ahem. Piccolo, who had overheard everything, coughed dryly and subtly shifted everyone's attention. As Goku pondered how to explain things to the group, Li Xing, having successfully completed his mission, returned to them. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Defeat Cooler. Reward emotional value cap increased by 100. You finally remembered to come back. Bulma stood with her hands on her hips, ready to scold her. Li Xing scratched his head, puzzled by her demeanor. Hadn't he just contacted her a few days ago saying he'd return today? What's wrong? Give me a hug. With a hint of feigned reproach, Bulma opened her arms and tightly embraced Li Xing. She had grown accustomed to having Li Xing stay at her home, and this year-long separation had filled her with immense worry. There. Li Xing gently patted her back, about to comfort her, but Bulma's next whispered words caught her completely off guard. Tell me, did you win over Vegeta? Bulma's question was so soft it was almost inaudible, pressed against Li Xing's ear, so only Piccolo might have heard. Huffed. Seeing Bulma's eagerness to set her up with Vegeta, Li Xing couldn't help but burst out laughing. Come on, tell me. If not, ill. At that, Bulma blushed furiously, burying her head deeper into Li Xing's chest. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? I fully support this match. Bulma's antics left Li Xing both amused and exasperated. It's up to you. Li Xing lowered his head, whispering a word of encouragement, while inwardly cheering, wake up sis, you two are the real couple. What a headache, how do I tell everyone? On the other side, after a long deliberation, Goku had unconsciously returned to the group. Dad, Goku, what did that guy say? Everyone was already accustomed to Li Xing's overwhelming power, their curiosity now centered on Trunks' identity. Well, it's nothing major. Goku scratched his head, hesitating. Speak up, this is too important. Piccolo stepped beside Goku. Among those present, he was also privy to the truth. If you find it hard to say, let me do it. Don't worry, I won't mention anything that affects that guy's existence. Piccolo crossed his arms and proceeded to inform everyone of everything except Trunks' lineage. A time machine. Sounds so unbelievable. Androids. Stronger than Li Xing. The group buzzed with chatter, all finding it hard to digest. Believe what you will. I'm going to train because I don't want to die yet. Ignoring their astonishment, Piccolo spoke his mind, then cast a meaningful glance at Li Xing. He held back some words. According to Trunks, the one destined to arrive on Earth in history was Mecha Frieza, not Cooler. And Li Xing had never existed in Trunks' world. A humming sound filled the air as Trunks hurriedly departed in his time machine. After altering the events of this world, he still needed to return to the future to replenish energy before heading to the future 3 years from now. May 12th, 3 years from now, around 10 in the morning. On a small island about 9 kilometers southwest of Nandu. Everyone watched his departure intently as Piccolo murmured, reciting the meeting point. All right, we'll meet up in 3 years, everyone. Krillin clenched his fists and bumped them together in front of his chest excitedly. Late at night at Bulma's house. Having not seen each other for a year, Bulma pulled Li Xing into a lively conversation about the major events that had occurred on Earth during that time. Because the Dragon Balls required a long period of slumber, the old Guardian had chosen to fuse with Piccolo after a trip to Planet Namek. Subsequently, Piccolo destroyed the old Dragon Balls, and Dend, carrying the new Dragon Balls he had created seamlessly, became the new Guardian of Earth. Nell was also assigned to protect him on the planet. Piccolo himself was a training fanatic. The advantage of this was that even if he met with an accident in battle, the Earth's Dragon Balls would not disappear as a result. Boom. Just as Li Xing was about to ask Bulma what wish they had made with the new Dragon Balls, a sudden loud noise erupted from outside. The two hurried out the door to find that the training room which had stood in the yard was gone. Only rubble filled their sight. In the center of the ruins, Vegeta let out a cold snort. He was bare-chested at the moment, revealing his robust, muscular physique. For the battle 3 years hence, he had no desire to pause even for a moment. But unexpectedly, the current gravity training room could not withstand his power. Mere minutes after he entered it, had been reduced to this state. You? Seeing his appearance, Bulma's pretty face flushed, and she quickly raised her hands to shield her eyes. Unlike muscle-bound fanatics, as a warrior race, the Saiyans' muscles were perfectly proportioned, resulting in a devastating charm for women. Of course, glancing at Bulma's reaction, Li Xing covered her mouth with a light chuckle. She was already accustomed to it on planet Yardrat. She had seen far worse states of Son Goku and Vegeta. This training room is done for. You'd better prepare the next one for me quickly. Vegeta brushed the dust off his hands and pulled Nappa's body out of the rubble. Useless, can't even handle 300 times gravity. He tossed Nappa aside with disdain, his gaze carrying a hint of frustration. For some reason, when he saw everyone today, Vegeta felt that Son Gohan's battle power might have already surpassed Nappa's. Of course, since there was no practical combat test, it was merely his speculation. Even so, this reason was enough to send Nappa off to train day and night. Hey, can't you be more polite? If you want me to build a new training room for you, watch your tone. Through the gaps between her fingers, Bulma snapped a few words at Vegeta. But despite her scolding as her words fell, Li Xing, standing beside her, caught the faint smile curling at the corner of her mouth. It seemed to say, "Humph, no matter how powerful you Saiyans are, you still have to beg me." Sigh. Love really makes people foolish. Li Xing's forehead was covered with black lines. This was hardly a tone of asking. It was clearly an order. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Whoosh, whoosh. Several figures set off from different directions, converging along the way. Vegeta, not bad. Looks like you've gotten a lot stronger. Son Goku flew alongside him. Over the past 3 years, they had often sparred together. Due to his heart disease, Goku had managed to win by a narrow margin in the early days, but gradually it shifted to draws, and eventually, he could not prevail. Humph, knowing you're unwell, you still insist on joining this battle. Kakarot, I hope you don't lose too badly. After years of life on Earth, Vegeta's temperament had changed somewhat. Though his tone still carried arrogance, he was no longer as cold-blooded as before. Hey, it's fine. I also want to see what these androids are like. By the way, where's Li Xing? Isn't she coming with you? Scanning the flying group, Son Goku asked with a hint of curiosity. Everyone except Li Xing and Bulma had arrived. Humph, that one is with Bulma. As if hearing a name he disliked, after saying this, Vegeta sped up on his own instantly, leaving the others far behind. That guy. Isn't it just marrying Bulma? Why is he so unhappy? Watching his back, Son Goku muttered softly. In truth, when it came to Bulma, Vegeta had no joyful thoughts. Over the years, aside from training with Nappa, he had done absolutely nothing else. Bulma, on the other hand, had thrown herself entirely into research, thinking day and night of ways to pave the way for their training. As for his unhappiness, it was solely because of Li Xing. With Goku's strength stagnating due to illness after defeating him, Vegeta's target shifted to Li Xing. But even he who trained relentlessly could not overcome Li Xing, who seemed to cheat. Over 3 years apart from completing her university studies in the Dragon Ball world, Li Xing had not spent a single moment on training. Name: Li Xing, gender female, age 22, Dragon Ball world, height 175 cm, race Saiyan, skills Ki control, Bukujutsu, garlic cannon, Kamehameha, Kaioken, current max 30x, item Senzabine X1, new Scouter X1, emotion points 1200, battle power 6500, 32 minutes. On the other side, Li Xing lay on the sofa, and beside her sat Bulma, holding little Trunks. Looking at her base battle power of 65 million, Li Xing's heart remained largely unruffled. 3 years had passed, and it was another turning point in the plot. She only hoped the system's mission wouldn't be too outrageous. Are you sure we shouldn't go? Bulma asked softly from beside her. She had witnessed Vegeta and Li Xing's battles more than once, and each time Vegeta returned in utter defeat. Staying by Li Xing's side gave her an unparalleled sense of security. Let's wait a little longer. Li Xing poked little Trunks' cheek with her finger and replied unhurriedly. Before setting out, she had already checked the battle powers of the main group. There were no major issues, they were more than enough to handle. No. 19 and no. 20. As for what came after, the system hadn't issued the mission yet anyway, so there was no rush. Ding. Cell has been detected. Issuing the following tasks. Task 1, prevent cell from absorbing no. 17 and no. 18. Reward permanent doubling of combat power growth rate, increase emotion value cap by 100. Penalty: combat power will not grow automatically for 30 days. Time limit: none. Task 2, defeat perfect cell with your own hands. Reward permanent doubling of combat power growth rate, perception of divine power. Penalty: none. Time limit: none. As expected, after a brief silence lasting 3 years, the system issued its tasks according to its usual pattern. Prevent cell from absorbing them. Upon reading the task requirements, Li Xing felt a flicker of confusion. If he didn't absorb them, could he still become perfect? Moreover, although there were only 2 tasks, this time the rewards far exceeded her expectations. As per usual, each reward doubled the rate of combat power growth, with additional rewards layered on top of that foundation. After completing the previous task of defeating Cooler, Li Xing had only just obtained the Super Saiyan Grade 2 transformation ability, yet to showcase it in actual combat. And now she was to be elevated again so soon. Judging by the second task after the Cell Saga concluded, she might even be able to sense divine power ahead of time. Let's go. The system's rewards were far too enticing. Li Xing rose from the sofa and called out to Bulma. Aside from Vegeta's occasional visits to seek a beating, 3 years of schooling had left her feeling somewhat sluggish. This was the perfect chance to stretch her muscles. Are we just flying there? As her words fell, Bulma stood up holding Little Trunks looking somewhat hesitant. Little Trunks couldn't even walk yet. Although she trusted Li Xing to keep him safe, she couldn't help worrying about potential accidents. Put your hand on my shoulder. We'll go to where the others are first. After a moment's thought, Li Xing quickly made her decision. Since Bulma wanted to watch the battle, she wouldn't refuse. However, if she joined the fight herself, she might not be able to protect everyone. For safety's sake, she needed to send Bulma to Vegeta or Nappa first. A powerful key is fading. Who is it? Yamcha. Yamcha's key has vanished. They're here, the androids. In South City, a sudden upheaval occurred. Yamcha found himself alone, exposed to the sight of androids No. 19 and No. 20, and was killed when No. 20 clamped his hand over his mouth. The androids lacked any detectable key. At that very moment, the group who had been searching for them tirelessly finally pinpointed their location. Bang! Vegeta charged ahead, landing a kick directly on No. 20's face, sending him flying. Simultaneously, the others arrived on the scene, albeit a step behind. Yamcha, wake up! Sensing that he still had a breath of life, Goku quickly knelt down and fed him a senzu bean. Goku, Vegeta, you're finally here. Not far away, No. 20 rose from the rubble of a building. He brushed the dust off his clothes. Vegeta hadn't transformed yet, so that kick couldn't harm him. How do you know our names? Goku slowly stood up, voicing his surprise with a hint of curiosity. After recovering, Yamcha silently retreated to the back of the group. He was utterly out of his league in this level of battle. Even the right to speak had been stripped away from him. I know more than just you. The female Saiyan isn't here, is she? No. 20's expression was calm, showing no regard for Goku and the others before him. Enough talk, Kakarot. If we're fighting, let's get on with it. Vegeta crossed his arms, cutting off their conversation without hesitation. Unable to sense the strength of the two androids, he was eager to gauge the power of these adversaries who had kept everyone waiting for 3 long years. Don't be so impatient, Vegeta. At least, let's find another location first. Unfazed by his impatience, Goku glanced around and spoke. Go somewhere without people. Fine, but no need for the trouble. Hearing their exchange, No. 20's indifferent voice rang out. Boom, boom. In the next instant, a barrage of golden beams shot from his eyes, striking the bustling city streets. If there was no place without people, he would simply create one on the spot. He twisted his neck rapidly, his eye beams swiftly raining down upon the surrounding buildings. You bastard. Enraged by the wanton destruction, Goku cursed, then slammed his right foot against the ground, launching himself towards his opponent. Battling the pain of his illness, he transformed into a Super Saiyan mid-charge. Thud, thud. With 2 dull impacts, androids No. 19 and No. 20 were sent flying. Everyone regroup later. Leaving these words behind, Goku soared into the sky, a golden streak of light pursuing the 2 figures. He had held nothing back in his attacks, driving both androids out of the city limits. Oomph! Vegeta snorted, taking a step forward to follow. Whoosh! Just as his body was about to lift off, 3 very familiar figures suddenly appeared beside him. Li Xing, what are you doing here? After a moment of stunned surprise, Vegeta demanded. Hey, what do you mean by that? Is it fun leaving your wife and child at home to come out alone? Before Li Xing could speak, Bulma voiced her displeasure first. Woman, this is a battle. What do you know? Vegeta retorted with a frown. Woman, what do I know? Can you beat Li Xing? You train every day covering yourself in wounds. Are you giving up on this family? Bulma's face was full of dark lines. Since getting married, the more she looked at Vegeta, the angrier she became. Whoosh, whoosh. As a domestic dispute threatened to erupt, the others quickly evacuated the area. The 2 androids were still alive. They had no time to watch a married couple quarrel. Miss Li Xing, this. Nappa quietly moved to her side and spoke in a low voice. Never mind that. Protect Bulma. Right. After delivering Bulma to the 2 of them, Li Xing didn't linger. She gave Nappa his orders and shot into the sky. Watching everyone leave one by one, Vegeta took a deep breath. Nappa, protect her. Unwilling to argue further with Bulma, he left those words behind and sped off after the others. Where could Cell be hiding? Li Xing flew at breakneck speed, her gaze sweeping rapidly over the terrain below. She did not head toward the others and the androids. Instead, she searched alone for traces of Cell. At this point in time, Cell should be out absorbing human energy. That guy, isn't he going to join the fight? From the air, Vegeta noticed Li Xing's figure suddenly veer off course, and a flicker of confusion crossed his mind. Whoosh! Without a moment's pause, he was no one's follower. Though curious about Li Xing's actions, he nonetheless headed toward the battlefield. Beyond the city, in a desolate wasteland. Sun Wukong, we've been monitoring you with ultra-miniature spy robots. From the World Martial Arts Tournament. All the way until now. No. 20's gaze was fixed on Sun Wukong and his companion across from him, his tone calm as he spoke. At the same time, a faint, imperceptible smile crept across his lips. He was an android, but he was also Dr. Gero himself. Ever since the Red Ribbon Army was destroyed by Sun Wukong, he had been determined to seek revenge, tirelessly researching androids capable of defeating him. In the end, he had even transformed himself into one. Because of your grudge against me. So you've come for revenge. Sun Wukong remained in his Super Saiyan state, beads of sweat seemingly forming on his brow. He had driven his opponents from the city to this place, but after only 2 moves the torment of his illness left him feeling strangely drained. In contrast, the 2 opponents appeared completely unaffected, their breathing steady and their tone unhurried. Goku. Dad. As the 2 spoke, the group of companions arrived one after another. Whoosh. Before Sun Wukong could respond, Vegeta appeared beside him in an instant. Instant transmission. During their journey to planet Yardrat, all 3 had mastered this technique. He had simply remembered to use it midway through his arrival. Vegeta. Seeing him, Sun Wukong felt a slight, inexplicable relief. Not finished yet. Kakarot, you're so slow. Vegeta's gaze swept the area before finally settling on Sun Wukong. Sorry, Vegeta. My body doesn't seem to be cooperating. Since transforming, Sun Wukong felt as if his body were filled with lead, and soon his brow was drenched in sweat. His figure tottered unsteadily, and the next moment he reverted from his transformation due to exhaustion. Thud. With a dull thud, Sun Wukong's body fell backward, hitting the ground with a heavy impact. Huff. Huff. Having failed before even striking a blow, he clutched the area near his heart with one hand while gasping for air. Goku. The companions behind him quickly gathered around. Quick, eat a Senzu bean. Krillin pulled a Senzu bean from a brown pouch and shoved it directly into Sun Wukong's mouth. Though they suspected it was a heart virus, the medicine brought by future Trunks had been left behind at Mount Paozu, so they had to resort to this as an emergency measure. Oh, a heart attack, is it? So that boy wasn't lying. No. 20 hereafter referred to as Dr. Gero looked at the collapsed Sun Wukong with an indifferent expression. 3 years ago, everything about future Trunks' arrival had been recorded by his miniature spy robots. It's not working. Vegeta, it looks like. It's up to you. Even after taking the Senzu bean, Sun Wukong felt no sign of recovery. He turned his head with difficulty, his gaze falling on Vegeta. Li Xing was absent, and he had lost his ability to fight. Of everyone present, only Vegeta remained as the most formidable. If even he could not defeat these 2 androids, then their fate would likely be grim. Knowing your body was unwell, you still transformed into a Super Saiyan. Idiot, that only hastens the heart attack. Vegeta crossed his arms, glanced sideways at Sun Wukong, and then continued, but if you can't fight, it suits me just fine. With these words, his aura began to surge dramatically. How strange. On the other side, Li Xing was still desperately searching for traces of Cell. She had visited every city inhabited by humans, yet found no clues at all. Could it be? Was the system deceiving her? No. Why do I have this ominous feeling? Li Xing looked up at the sky. Her intuition told her that something might have changed with Cell. Boom. Suddenly a bolt of lightning struck without warning, catching Li Xing off guard. However, the damage was minimal. It merely singed her hair, slightly unable to harm her significantly. TCH. What rotten luck. I'd better head back to the others. Having failed to find Cell and getting struck by lightning, Li Xing felt utterly exasperated. Muttering to herself, she placed 2 fingers on her forehead and vanished from the spot. As an android, if Cell deliberately concealed his aura, even she would find it difficult to detect him. Whoosh. After she left, Cell emerged from his hiding place beneath a large tree. He was still in his first form, his body large and insect-like, resembling a green bug with a long tail trailing behind him. In truth, the system had not lied to Li Xing. He had indeed appeared. However, due to Li Xing's excessive haste, Cell had detected her presence before he could prey on the humans in the nearby city. The computer informed Cell that with his current strength, he was no match for the female Saiyan. This led him to refrain from reckless action and instead choose to temporarily avoid battle. No. 17. No. 18. Haven't they been activated yet? Cell pondered with a frown. He hailed from another timeline where no. 17 and no. 18 had been slain by future Trunks, preventing him from achieving his perfect form. To absorb them, he had killed Trunks and then traveled through time to this era. To be precise, he should be called Future Cell. Though Future Cell was already an invincible existence on Earth in his own time, he still yearned to grow stronger. Perhaps it was the Saiyan cells within him driving this desire. Meanwhile, at Dr. Gero's laboratory. What a waste, needing those 2 androids. A figure stood facing several computer screens, his tone dripping with disdain. Upon closer inspection, this person bore a striking resemblance to Future Cell on the screen. But crucially, his physique was more perfect. He appeared almost human with his tail retracted into his wings. Perfect form. Due to some special circumstances, Cell of this era was born prematurely and in his perfect form at that. Through a multitude of miniature spy robots, he had a clear view of everything unfolding in the outside world. Just wait patiently for the other me. Glancing back at the 2 androids still inactive within their pod, Cell narrowed his eyes and continued to observe the external developments. Thump, thump. On the battlefield, no. 19 was beaten, mercilessly pummeled like a punching bag by Vegeta. His battle power was low, not even reaching 100 million, making him seem like a mere toy before Vegeta. Crack. Accompanied by the sound of rending machinery. No. 19's arm was severed cleanly, absorbing energy through the device in your palm. Vegeta snorted coldly. During the fight, he had already noticed something amiss with his opponent. But it mattered little. Even losing some energy, he could effortlessly crush No. 19. Useless. Seeing No. 19's pitiful state, Jiro couldn't help but curse. Activate those 3 androids. He murmured silently without using any communication device. Jiro knew that his ultimate android creation cell was currently in his lab observing everything outside. Can androids feel fear? The one-armed No. 19's face was filled with terror, causing Vegeta to lose interest. Take this. Huh. He extended a palm, and a scorching energy blast shot forth, instantly engulfing No. 19's body. Boom. With a thunderous roar, a colossal mushroom cloud rose, and No. 19 was utterly annihilated in that energy. So this is what they call an android. Trash. Having defeated No. 19 without contest, Vegeta turned his gaze towards Dr. Jiro. Merely an appetizer. Jiro's expression was indifferent, though inwardly he couldn't help but sneer. His own body had also been modified, its power only slightly surpassing No. 19's. He hadn't expected it to be so inadequate. But it was of little consequence. Everything was still under his control. Once this was over, he could simply forge a new body. Whoosh. Just as Vegeta was about to strike at Dr. Jiro, a burly figure tore through the air. This person wore a black bodysuit covered by a green armored vest. It was undoubtedly No. 16. There's another one. Vegeta frowned, his gaze fixed intently on No. 16, who had landed beside Dr. Jiro. He couldn't sense the other's ki, but judging by appearance alone, No. 16's physique was far more suited for combat than the previous No. 19. No. 16. Why didn't No. 17 and No. 18 come? Jiro ignored Vegeta's reaction, instead questioning No. 16 beside him. Cell said they are still useful and kept them in the lab. No. 16's words were concise, yet they plunged Jiro into silence. Still useful? What did that mean? According to his original design, cell of this era also needed to absorb No. 17 and No. 18 to achieve his perfect form. But what surprised him was that ever since the battle with Vegeta infused Cell's embryonic state with Li Xing's cells, its development had accelerated manifold. He who should have taken over 20 more years to be born had arrived prematurely, and upon birth he was already in his perfect form. Cell, what exactly are you planning? Jiro murmured, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Since his birth, Cell had always obeyed his commands. Today was the first time he had defied him. Cell, so you're that guy. Hearing his muttering, Vegeta turned his gaze towards No. 16, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. No, I am No. 16, created to kill Son Goku. No. 16 shook his head, his tone flat. Never mind, it makes no difference who comes. No. 16, kill them. Jiro issued the command swiftly. Though unclear about Cell's intentions, No. 16's arrival had certainly saved him from his immediate predicament. In terms of combat power, No. 16 was more than twice as strong as No. 19. However, something unexpected occurred upon hearing his command. No. 16 showed no intention of acting. Sorry, Doctor. I am only responsible for protecting your safety. No. 16 shook his head, refusing the order. According to his programming, his sole target for termination was Son Goku. The others were none of his concern. You? What a failure. Jiro ground his teeth. If Cell could have come, he would never have activated this one. Even No. 17 and No. 18 in Cell's presence were considered failures by him. Sorry. No. 16 shook his head once more, indicating his refusal to comply. Are those two having a falling out? Watching the pair who had yet to act, not only the observing crowd, but even Vegeta showed a hint of surprise. Cell. And an even stronger enemy exists. Among the onlookers, Piccolo's face was etched with gravity. His keen hearing combined with the wisdom gained from fusing with Kami allowed him to deduce that No. 20 was drive. Jiro himself. In terms of combat power, not only Vegeta, but even he was confident in defeating the earlier No. 19. But this newly arrived No. 16 exuded a dangerous aura, not to mention the yet unseen Cell that Jiro had spoken of. If you want to make a move, then I won't hold back. Seeing No. 16 and drive. Jiro hesitating, Vegeta spoke impatiently. Still in his Super Saiyan transformation, he had no desire to waste time on their chatter. Whoosh. As his words fell, his figure shot forward, heading straight for No. 16, beside drive. Jiro. Bang. Meeting Vegeta's fist, No. 16 casually raised his arm and blocked the attack. Interesting. Vegeta's eyes narrowed, a gleam of light flashing in them as he regarded No. 16. Bang. Bang. The battle erupted instantly, the sound of their collisions echoing across the entire area. Vegeta launched rapid attacks, but each was parried by No. 16. Their fight was intense, yet No. 16 remained purely defensive. Whoosh. Suddenly a slender figure appeared before Vegeta. Li Xing had arrived. Bang. Caught off guard in the midst of battle, Vegeta was sent flying by a knee strike. That blow intended for No. 16 had landed on Li Xing, who had teleported in. Vegeta, you're just asking for a beating. Li Xing halted midair, the corners of her mouth twitching as she cursed in fury. Having just arrived, she was still in her normal state, and Vegeta's strike had inflicted excruciating pain, even causing a trace of blood to trickle from the corner of her lips. In the over 2 decades since arriving in this world, Li Xing had never endured such a heavy blow. Huh. Without another word, with a furious roar, she too instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Her once silvery white hair began to sharpen, and her gaze turned fierce. Crack. A bolt of lightning crackled around her, exuding an imposing pressure. In truth, this was merely an ordinary electrical discharge. Li Xing had not yet entered the second stage of Super Saiyan transformation. It was simply that her current combat power had reached an exceedingly high level, hovering between the two forms even without adopting a new one. TCH, troublesome woman. Vegeta frowned at her appearance, his tone hostile. After a brief exchange, he had already sensed Android 16's formidable strength. All his attacks were effortlessly parried. Just as he grew more exhilarated and prepared to unleash his full power, Li Xing's arrival disrupted his offensive rhythm. You asked for this. Having been inexplicably struck, Li Xing was already seething, and Vegeta's attitude only fueled her anger further. Whoosh. In the next instant, her figure flickered, and she appeared between Vegeta and Android 16. Boom. With a simple punch devoid of any embellishment, she struck Vegeta squarely in the abdomen. PFF. Vegeta spat out a mouthful of bile, his body curving into an arch from the impact, and he fell helplessly from the sky. Though both were Super Saiyans, the vast disparity in their base combat power meant that even after transformation, he could not withstand Li Xing's assault. Vegeta, Bulma cried out in alarm, rushing with Nappa to catch him below. Upon realizing that Vegeta had merely fallen unconscious, their anxious hearts eased. Li Xing, be careful. Looking up at Li Xing's silhouette, Bulma called out with concern. As for Vegeta, he was casually left at her feet. It wasn't as if he hadn't been beaten before. As long as he wasn't dead. Li Xing nodded in acknowledgement, scanning the battlefield before fixing her gaze on Dr. Gero. What Android 17 and 18 aren't here? Her tone carried confusion. The current scene was clearly unexpected. Although the battle's location and circumstances had shifted since Android 16 had already been activated, how could Android 17 and 18 still be absent? How do you know about those two? Dr. Gero was equally startled by Li Xing's appearance. Based on long-term observation, Li Xing was the strongest among the group, but his hatred for Goku had not altered his objectives. Now that she had intervened in the battle, his plans naturally required adjustment. What shocked him was that Li Xing knew of the other two androids, which was beyond his expectations. That's none of your concern. Have you prepared your last words? Ignoring Android 16, standing before Drive Gero, Li Xing spoke with a calm tone. At the same time, she observed his reaction, trying to discern what anomaly had caused Android 17 and 18 to be absent. Retreat. Dr. Gero shouted to Android 16, then transformed into a streak of light, swiftly fleeing the battlefield. Seeing the situation spiral beyond his expectations, his only thought was to return to his lab. With Cell there, even if Li Xing intervened, he was confident in completing his revenge. Humph. Li Xing snorted coldly, her gaze icy as she watched the fleeing Dr. Gero, will you block me? With Dr. Gero gone, the only foe left was Android 16, standing before her. No. My target is only Goku. The unfolding events did not greatly alter Android 16's demeanor. Unlike the other two, he was a complete machine. Though he possessed emotions, having just been born, his mind was filled with programmed tasks and curiosity about this world. Let's go. Seeing his reaction, Li Xing was not overly surprised. She signaled the group to pursue Dr. Gero. She knew that although Android 16 was an artificial being, he was essentially a peace-loving machine, so she wasted no more time there. Whoosh. Whoosh. Though somewhat puzzled by her intentions, the others followed her departure. Shortly after they left, a spatial distortion occurred. The time machine materialized with a whoosh at the spot they had vacated, and future Trunks arrived at that moment. Why didn't you kill that Android 16? On the way, Piccolo sidled up to Li Xing, puzzled by her actions. Judging by his clash with Vegeta, Piccolo knew he was likely no match either. With Vegeta knocked out by Li Xing, only she remained capable of confronting and defeating Android 16. No need. He's not one of the two androids Trunks mentioned. After a brief explanation, Li Xing sank into deep thought. Could it be that Dr. Gero had only now gone to activate the other two? And why had Android 16 appeared early? According to the plot, the three should have been activated together, followed by Dr. Gero's death, future cell absorbing Androids 17 and 18A, and then being eliminated. That was how it should have gone. Could there be some other variable? As she pondered, Li Xing couldn't help but shake her head. Since the system's task was to prevent Cell from absorbing the two, it was probably normal for the plot to deviate. Dr. Gero moved with incredible speed, ignoring Li Xing and the others in pursuit, and returned to his lab. Cell, what are you playing at? Isn't it ready yet? Bursting through the lab door, Dr. Gero couldn't help but curse, his earlier composure entirely gone. Don't rush, it's coming soon. Perfect Cell remained unfazed, standing silently by the door as if awaiting something. Coming soon. Who? Just activate them both. Though puzzled Dr. Gero approached the sleep pods of androids 17 and 18, reaching out to press the activation button. Creak. Just as he was about to activate them, the door was thrust open heavily, revealing a green-skinned monster to their sight. My future self, you finally arrived. Cell's eyes blazed with fervent light. Yes, the one he was waiting for was none other than Future Cell. Having detected Future Cell's trail, he had used a small spy robot to convey a message to him. The reason he had not activated No. 17 and No. 18 was that he was waiting for the other's arrival. For some reason, he had been born in his perfect form, whereas the other still needed to absorb those two androids. But since both were creations of Dr. Gero and in truth Future Cell was also himself, it was only natural to look out for his own interests. Ha ha ha. Future Cell, still in his first form, was struck with awe upon seeing the perfect cell. According to the computer's calculations in his mind, the other's power was now unfathomably deep. After absorbing the two androids, could he too become like that? Doctor, it's an honor to meet you. Scanning the laboratory, Future Cell also noticed Dr. Gero. In his timeline, Dr. Gero had long been killed by No. 17 and No. 18 by the time he was born. You? Dr. Gero opened his mouth, but could not utter a complete sentence, his face filled with sheer terror. Another cell? He didn't recall creating two. Don't worry, Doctor. I come from the future, and I am also your creation. Future Cell strode into the lab, approaching Dr. Gero to observe the two slumbering androids. Once I absorb them, I too can become perfect. Gazing at them, Future Cell mused inwardly. Who are you? On the other side, Future Trunks, eyeing No. 16, who remained stationary, could not help but ask. No. 16 created to defeat Son Goku. No. 16 spoke calmly. Although he did not recognize Trunks, he was certain the other was not Son Goku, and thus not within his programmed attack parameters. No. 16. You were also made by Dr. Gero. Future Trunks' eyes widened, and he became alert upon hearing No. 16's introduction. In his timeline, though only No. 17 and No. 18 existed, their deeds were heinous, nearly killing every human left on Earth. Though he did not know this, No. 16, judging by the name, he was undoubtedly another of Dr. Gero's creations. Yes. No. 16 nodded, his gaze deep and unguarded. Androids. All deserve to die. Seeing the nod, Future Trunks' eyes hardened and fury erupted on his face. Huh. Without another word, he let out a roar, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan, then drew the sword on his back and shot toward No. 16 in the air. Future Trunks knew exactly who Dr. Gero was. In his original timeline, the androids were created solely to defeat Son Goku, but no one expected them to develop their own wills, even delighting in slaughtering all Earthlings. Even Dr. Gero was devoured by his own creations, killed by the androids he had made. Therefore, even though No. 16 appeared to be a simple giant, Future Trunks attacked without hesitation. Bang! His blade struck down, but No. 16 caught it with one palm. I don't seem to know you, No. 16 said, frowning slightly as he held the sword. He found Future Trunks' sudden assault odd. He had only just awakened and should have had no dealings with anyone. You don't need to know me. I just need to kill you. Future Trunks' face burned with rage as he pulled at the hilt, trying to free his trapped sword. Yet no matter how he struggled, it was futile. No. 16's power far exceeded that of a basic Super Saiyan, and Trunks was even weaker than Vegeta at that moment. How could he budge him? Future Trunks reacted swiftly, releasing his grip on the sword and kicking at No. 16's neck. Bang! A dull thud echoed as his strike landed perfectly on No. 16. Too weak. No. 16 tilted his head as if evaluating Trunks' strength. Impossible. Future Trunks' eyes bulged and fear crept into his heart. Against enemies he never held back. Every blow was full force. Yet his kick had struck No. 16 square on the neck, and the android merely turned his head slightly, completely unharmed. Damn it. With no time to think, Future Trunks launched another attack. Ding. Detected that No. 17 and No. 18 have awakened. Ding. Detected Cell's presence. Host, please ensure their protection. Outside Dr. Gero's laboratory, Li Xing, who had just arrived, received the system's prompt. Cell was nearby. Hearing the voice in her mind, her expression turned grave. Whoosh. The next moment she raised her hand and fired a blast directly at the lab. Since the two had already awakened, there was no need for further useless efforts. And this place was desolate, with only towering trees and no inhabitants. Razing it to the ground would force any hidden cell into the open. Bang! Just as Li Xing's attack was about to strike the lab, a figure appeared and casually deflected it. Boom! A terrifying roar sounded in the distance. The explosion lit up the entire sky, and the shockwave sent dust and smoke billowing below. Crack! Lightning flashed, and in its light Li Xing glimpsed the figure in the smoke. Gulping, she swallowed hard at the sight. Cell. Perfect Cell. Her voice trembled with shock and a hint of wariness. A perfect Cell alone would not have shaken her so. But the Cell before her was not only perfect. Lightning crackled around him. Super Saiyan 2nd grade. From his very appearance, Li Xing sensed his terror. Name Cell battle power 8 billion. She quickly scanned his power with her scouter. This time, even she drew a sharp breath. Hurry up. Leave this to me. After casually issuing an order, Cell's body slowly ascended until he was level with Li Xing. Hurry and lead everyone off this island. Facing him, Li Xing, with a hint of urgency, pulled a communicator from her pocket and sent a message to Bulma and the others who had yet to arrive. Something had gone wrong as Cell's power far exceeded her imagination. Even if she could transform into Super Saiyan 2 now, she feared she would be no match for him. Everyone. Li Xing says we need to leave here immediately. On the other end of the communicator, Bulma was startled for a moment before quickly calling the flying group to a halt. Though unaware of the specifics, the immense fluctuation from Li Xing's earlier attack made it clear that this battlefield was no longer a place they could approach. Despite their reluctance, since Li Xing had spoken, they had no choice but to retreat from this place. What kind of monster is this? One by one, the group fell back. Piccolo took a long look at the distant sky before following the others away. Others might not understand, but he knew that the most terrifying android had been born. Just what kind of existence was the cell that Dr. Gero had spoken of? With a shout after notifying everyone, Li Xing's body suddenly ignited with golden aura. Crack. The next moment, she and Cell stood facing each other in the sky. Lightning flashed between them, and the entire sky darkened. Battle power. 5 billion. Looking at her status panel, Li Xing felt a sense of helplessness for the first time. For years, with the system's help, she had dominated everyone she faced. Until today, the cell before her, who had appeared as a Super Saiyan 2 from the start, made her feel an overwhelming sense of inferiority. Who are you? Staring intently at Cell before her, Li Xing gritted her teeth and spoke. The Cell from the original story, no. To be precise, the future Cell could not possibly possess such formidable power at this point in time. Hey, you don't even know who I am. A smile curled at the corner of Cell's mouth, then he suddenly erupted with his aura. Feel this well. Boom. Like a nuclear bomb detonating, the earth trembled incessantly, and the surrounding trees were instantly reduced to dust. Just by releasing his aura, he had reached such an astonishing level. No. Why? Do you have my aura? The moment Cell's aura exploded, Li Xing furrowed her brow deeply, and a foreboding feeling surged within her heart. I really have to thank you, Li Xing. Hearing her questioning, Cell threw his head back and laughed. I was supposed to be born more than 20 years from now, but after the doctor injected your cells into me while I was still an embryo. At the moment of my birth, I possessed a perfect body, and without needing to do anything, my power has been constantly increasing. As he spoke, Cell raised his right hand, his gaze filled with excitement. Boom. With a wave of his hand, a curved beam of light struck the island below. The gale from the explosion howled past, and the entire island was instantly split in two by the blast. My cells. Li Xing's expression changed drastically. As her pupils contracted, she seemed to guess the cause of this drastic change. Ever since the battle with Raditz, she had unknowingly become integrated into the world's storyline. But she had forgotten that Dr. Gero had been researching androids since the World Martial Arts Tournament. Li Xing was largely responsible for Cell being born in this world with such overwhelming power. System, did you know about this all along? Li Xing gritted her teeth, her anger nearly boiling over as she demanded in her mind. Recalling the tasks the system had issued earlier, she was certain it had known Cell would appear in his perfect form. Yes. Host. The system's voice came, only fueling her anger further. No. Even with my cells, how could he have reached such a height? With a powerful enemy before her, Li Xing forced herself to calm down. Could it be that because of the cells, Cell had also inherited the system's abilities? As the host suspects, after injecting your cells, Cell has been growing stronger every moment. But there's no need to worry, he has only inherited the ability to increase battle power, not the system itself. The system gave its explanation, leaving Li Xing silent for a long time. If it was just a difference in battle power, there was still a chance to close the gap. For example, the hyperbolic time chamber at the lookout. Even if Cell's power grew as well, time flowed differently inside. 1 year inside was only a single day outside. If she could spend 2 years inside, Li Xing's battle power could catch up to, or even surpass Cell's. What, giving up already? Seeing Li Xing fall silent, Cell thought she had surrendered, a confident smile spreading across his face. When Dr. Gero had taken Android 19 out, he had wanted to follow them. But he had suddenly sensed the precursor to a breakthrough and was forced to stay behind in the lab. And when Li Xing was searching for future Cell, the lightning strike she encountered was no accident, it was caused by his breakthrough. Boom. While the two were locked in a standoff, explosions suddenly erupted below. Don't be ridiculous. How could I let an ugly freak like you absorb me? Future Cell's body was blasted into a mountain peak, and Android 17 stared at him with cold eyes. An unexpected scene unfolded. After arriving in this world, Future Cell had not yet had time to absorb human essence before being summoned here by this era's Cell. At this moment, he couldn't even defeat Android 17. Name Cell Future Battle Power 2. 2 billion. Name Android 17 Battle Power 3 billion. Name Android 18 Battle Power 2. 75 billion. Uffed. Watching the farcical scene below, Li Xing discreetly checked their battle powers and couldn't help but laugh. In such a tense situation, Future Cell had made a fool of himself. In his original future timeline, without Li Xing's existence, he was the Cell from the original story. And this Super Saiyan 2 cell standing opposite Li Xing was the embryo that should have been destroyed by future Trunks and Krillin. Useless. And the Sky Cell also witnessed his pathetic state, a look of disgust appearing on his face. Both were ultimate androids created by Dr. Gero and from the same origin. How could there be such a vast difference? Fine, I'll give you another hand. With that, ignoring Li Xing, who stood opposed to him, his figure descended swiftly, closing in on where No. 17 was located. No. 17, run. Seeing Cell darting forward, Li Xing's expression changed, and she hastily shouted a warning, then her figure followed Cell. What a... No. 17 looked up and saw two figures rushing toward him, one after the other. Though he did not understand what Li Xing's words meant, seeing Cell's demeanor stirred a flicker of unease in his heart. The next moment, Cell's body had already closed in on No. 17, while Li Xing, due to the gap in their strength, could not catch up. Without hesitation, she unleashed an energy wave that struck Cell squarely on the back. Though it did not harm him, it caused his body to halt for an instant. Follow me. Seizing that moment, Li Xing's figure flickered. Instead of going to No. 17, she appeared before a tall, coldly beautiful woman with golden hair and blue eyes. No. 18, another great goddess of the Dragon Ball world. Li Xing took No. 18's cold little hand, and ignoring her startled expression, dashed toward the distance. As for No. 17, a Cell was already almost upon him. In that brief moment, Li Xing had no confidence to take him and escape. Not to mention the system's mission to protect No. 17. If she could save him, she would, if not, so be it. She had no intention of losing her life here. You annoying pest. After being delayed by Li Xing, Cell did not pause. The next moment, he was before No. 17. With a punch, he struck him in the face, sending him flying to the feet of future Cell. Ha ha ha, then I won't hold back. Looking at No. 17 lying at his feet, future Cell's face twisted into a sinister grin. Shocked by the power of this era's perfect Cell, his desire for the perfect form grew ever stronger. Though No. 18 had been taken away by a female Saiyan, he did not recognize absorbing No. 17 should still grant him a portion of power. Huh. His spiked tail instantly transformed into a cylindrical shape, enveloping the fallen No. 17. Suddenly, the tail that had just wrapped around No. 17 emitted a surge of scorching energy, then exploded, directly blasting future Cell's tail to shreds. Ah! A agonized howl escaped his lips. No. 17 had self-destructed. On the other side, future Trunks lay on the ground, gasping heavily. He had exhausted every ounce of his strength, yet could not budge No. 16 in the slightest. Give it up. Whether by calculation or actual combat, you are no match for me. No. 16 stood still and spoke calmly. Their battle had gone on for a while, and he had not even launched a single attack before Trunks collapsed from exhaustion. Damn it. Future Trunks did not reply. Clenching his teeth, he struggled to his feet. In the future, his master son Gohan had been brutally murdered by the androids. Now, having crossed time, he could not even defeat these newly created androids of the past. Sigh. Seeing his state, No. 16 could not help but let out a sigh. Silence. Truly a tenacious warrior race. Li Xing sped across the sea holding No. 18's slender figure. Don't think you can escape. Behind themselves, figure pursued relentlessly. After delivering No. 17 to future Cell, only No. 18, rescued by Li Xing, remained. He was glad he did not need to absorb both to become perfect, but he still had to pave the way for his future self. Otherwise, invincible as he was, he would feel lonely. No choice. Can you swim? Seeing Cell closing in, Li Xing gritted her teeth and made a desperate decision. Swim. Swim. No. 18 was taken aback. Having been dragged so far by a stranger, now being asked if she could swim, what did it all mean? The next moment, Li Xing plunged with her into the ocean below. She don't make a sound. Underwater, she pressed a finger to No. 18's lips, signaling her to conceal her aura. In the air, they were too conspicuous. Hiding underwater was the best choice. As long as they did not reveal their aura, Cell would not detect them. Oomph. You think hiding in the water will let you escape? How naive. Cell snorted as he saw them plunge beneath the surface. He swung his arms, sending arcs of energy waves raining down, enveloping the entire sea and stirring up endless towering waves. Over there, quick. Noticing the vast coverage of Cell's attack, Li Xing pointed toward the distant land and accelerated with No. 18. But just as they began to move, a blinding golden light flared behind them. Damn. Sensing the energy, she clutched No. 18 tightly, taking the blow on her back. Li Xing tried to cry out in pain, but swallowed a mouthful of seawater instead. Then darkness fell before her eyes, and she sank into unconsciousness. To conceal her aura, Li Xing had already reverted from her transformed state. Any one of Cell's sweeping attacks was more than she could withstand. They got away. After a long while, as the sky darkened and no sign of Li Xing or No. 18 surface, Cell snorted and turned back to the laboratory. After he left on a distant small island, No. 18 struggled to carry the unconscious Li Xing ashore. Both were drenched, looking utterly bedraggled. Li Xing in particular had taken Cell's blow for No. 18, leaving a long gash across her back. Her clothes were torn, revealing a vivid red mark on her pale skin. Can you wake up? Leaning on the beach, not knowing how to help No. 18 patted Li Xing's cheek and asked anxiously. She had done her best. After Li Xing was injured and unconscious, she had forcibly carried her and swum out of Cell's attack range. Fortunately, no. 18 was an android and never tired, or she would have collapsed halfway. Hearing no. 18's call, Li Xing let out a faint moan and slowly opened her eyes. Meanwhile at Dr. Jiro's laboratory. Why? Future Cell's face twisted with fury as he stood before Dr. Jiro. When no. 17 was delivered to his feet, there had been no time to self-destruct. Only Dr. Jiro had the device to destroy no. 17. One ultimate android is enough. Dr. Jiro's face darkened, a hint of wariness deep in his eyes. If there were another, you would surely spiral out of control. Evidently, the sheer power of Cell in this world had made him realize that the creature had deviated from his original intentions. Initially, Dr. Jiro's goal was merely to defeat Son Goku, but Cell's overwhelming strength now made him realize that if the android slipped from his grasp, the entire universe might teeter on the brink of destruction. One Cell was already enough to trouble him. With the addition of Future Cell, he had no confidence in controlling them both. Moreover, from Cell's earlier attitude, it was clear that he was willing to defy orders to aid Future Cell. This was precisely why he chose to destroy No. 17. As for No. 18, she had already moved beyond the range of the explosive device, so he had to temporarily abandon that plan. Ha ha ha. Good, truly worthy of the doctor. Hearing his words, Future Cell laughed in fury, his eyes still burning crimson. But you still haven't thought things through. With a squelch, his words had barely fallen when he launched an attack, his hand piercing straight through Dr. Jiro's chest. Not only Future Cell, but even the Cell of this era had always held deep respect for Dr. Jiro. The upheaval before them was ultimately caused by his own fear. The dread that Cell's power would grow too great and slip beyond his control. Ah! A scream rang out as Dr. Jiro let out a muffled groan. Cell, what do you think you're doing? I created you. Due to his modified body, Dr. Jiro showed little sign of pain, but his face was twisted with terror as he stared at Future Cell before him. Doctor, farewell. A cruel smile curled on Future Cell's lips as he withdrew his arm from the doctor's chest, then pressed a palm against Dr. Jiro's head. With a boom, energy gathered in his hand, and a terrifying beam instantly engulfed Dr. Jiro's body. A blast echoed, and Dr. Jiro was reduced to ashes in that single strike. At last, consumed by his own fear, he was slain by the very android he had created. This place no longer needs to exist. As the dust began to settle, Future Cell's expression turned cold, and his body slowly rose into the air. In the next instant, a fierce gale arose as he raised his hand, and a colossal energy sphere formed in the blink of an eye. Perish! Future Cell roared, his face twisted with madness, and the energy sphere crashed down upon the island. Are you alright? On the island, after seeing Li Xing regain consciousness, No. 18 quickly helped her up. Cough. Cough. I'm fine. After struggling to spit out a few mouthfuls of seawater, Li Xing finally began to recover. Night had now fallen. She forced herself to stand and looked toward the distant island where Dr. Jiro's laboratory lay. The sky above it seemed strangely off. Where's Cell? A look of confusion crossed Li Xing's face. He didn't find us, he's already gone. What exactly is going on? No. 18 felt bewildered. She and No. 17 had only just awakened when a strange green-skinned monster appeared, claiming it wanted to absorb them. Had it not been for its lack of strength, they would have perished the moment they were born. After defeating it, another creature similar in appearance, but far more powerful, emerged. Though she didn't understand why Li Xing had ultimately saved her. Those two monsters are called Cell. They are the ultimate androids created by Dr. Jiro. They are actually the same person, but from different timelines. With a complex expression, Li Xing slowly recounted Cell's origins to No. 18. At the same time, she finally understood the meaning behind the system's mission. Prevent them from being absorbed by Future Cell, and then defeat the Cell of this era. What a madman. After learning the full story, No. 18 couldn't help but exclaim, then continued. I can no longer sense No. 17. It seems he's been absorbed by that monster. Rising from the ground, she frowned slightly and stood shoulder to shoulder with Li Xing. No. 17 and No. 18 were twin siblings, both transformed into androids by the mad Dr. Jiro. They could sense each other's presence, and now that No. 17 was gone, No. 18's feelings were all too clear. No. 17 was likely killed. At this, Li Xing was silent for a long time before speaking softly. No. 17 had vanished, yet the mission hadn't signaled failure, which meant he couldn't have been absorbed. Either he had been killed, or he had also gone into hiding. Killed. That monster needs to absorb us to reach its perfect form. Why would it kill him? No. 18's blue eyes widened in disbelief at Li Xing's words. Li Xing shook her head. I'm not sure either. Perhaps Dr. Jiro did it. After much thought, she could find no reason for Future Cell to destroy No. 17. After they fled, the Cell of this era gave relentless chase. The only ones left behind were Future Cell and Dr. Jiro. Dr. Jiro. At the mention of that name, a flicker of anger passed through No. 18's eyes, but it quickly subsided. Drip. In the brief silence, droplets of water continuously fell from their soaked clothes. We need to get back quickly, or everyone will start to worry. Feeling the searing pain on her back, Li Xing muttered softly. She turned to call No. 18 to leave only to be captivated by the sight before her. No. 18 had already removed her clothes and was rolling them into a strip to wring out the water. No. 18. Staring at her now clad in only 2 thin scraps of fabric, Li Xing's mouth watered. What? You plan to leave like that? Noticing Li Xing's gaze, No. 18 raised an eyebrow and pointed at Li Xing's own equally soaked clothes. Late at night, at Bulma's house, everyone sat gathered around the sofa, anxiously awaiting news. That guy's probably dead by now. Vegeta leaned against the corner of the room, his face dark as he stared at the news playing on the TV screen. Hey, if you can't speak properly, donate your mouth to someone who needs it. Hearing his words, Bulma rolled her eyes and quickly cut him off. Since the evacuation, no one had eaten, all waiting for news of Li Xing. But it was as if she had gone missing. Bulma tried to reach her through the communicator, but received no response. Knock, knock, knock. As night deepened, a sudden knock at the door interrupted everyone's thoughts. Li Xing, you're finally back. Bulma hastily rose to her feet, opening the door only to find 2 unfamiliar figures before her. You? She stood frozen at the threshold, her face etched with profound astonishment. Outside the door, the somewhat burly figure of Android 16 appeared, and in his hand, he held the unconscious future Trunks. Android 16. Everyone inside the room took notice of his arrival, and the atmosphere instantly became fraught with tension. An android created by Dr. Gero had actually come knocking at their doorstep. You're asking for death. Vegeta let out a fierce roar, instantly transforming into his Super Saiyan state. The day's battle had been interrupted by Li Xing, and upon regaining consciousness, he assumed that Android 16 had already been dealt with by her. Never did he expect the android to appear at his home that very night. Wait. Bulma quickly turned back to halt his actions. It seemed that Android 16 was not there to cause trouble. After all, who would knock before starting a fight? Moreover, her gaze fell upon future Trunks. Though he was unconscious and being carried, he appeared to bear no injuries. Is this Capsule Corporation? Android 16 looked Bulma up and down as if searching for something. Yes. What is it? Hearing his question, Bulma nodded with a hint of confusion. This young man seems to belong to your company. With that, Android 16 raised his arm, presenting future Trunks before her. Having just been activated, he had already participated in several battles, none of which targeted Son Goku. A clear violation of Android 16's core programming. Essentially a peace-loving being, he harbored no desire to kill. In Android 16's eyes, future Trunks was lacking in strength, but stubborn to a fault. He had repeatedly warned the young man of their power disparity, yet Trunks recklessly sought to destroy him at all costs until he finally collapsed from exhaustion, bringing the fight to an end. Unable to abandon the unconscious future Trunks in the wilderness, Android 16 relentlessly inquired until he found his way to Bulma's home. From our company. Gazing at future Trunks' attire, Bulma's pupils contracted sharply, her face awash with utter shock. On his clothes, she spotted the distinctive emblem of her own corporation. Trunks. Among the gathered group, seeing him unconscious, Krillin let out a cry of surprise. He quickly retrieved a senzu bean from his pocket and stepped forward to take future Trunks' body. Trunks. His name is Trunks. The same name as my son. From the future. I see. In the corner, Vegeta stood silently, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. So that's what Trunks looks like when he grows up. At the doorway, Bulma watched as Krillin fed the senzu bean to him, her heart equally filled with complex emotions. Trunks, so you can become a good man after all. How wonderful. Turning her gaze to the bedroom, where little Trunks was already asleep, Bulma's anxious heart eased considerably. After all, little Trunks had such a fierce look in his eyes, she feared he would grow up with a temperament like Vegeta's. Seeing future Trunks now, she let out a long sigh of relief. Since the delivery is made. Then farewell. Observing the expressions of those inside, Android 16 confirmed he had found the right place and mechanically raised his arm in a wave. St. Stop. Future Trunks, supported by Krillin as he was fed the senzu bean, had now regained consciousness. Seeing Android 16 about to turn and leave, he hastily called out to him. This is. Elsewhere, Cell of this era, having failed to pursue Li Xing, and Android 18 now returned to the skies above the island where the laboratory was located. Yet no matter how he searched, not only was the laboratory gone, but even the island that had once floated on the sea had vanished without a trace. Strange. This was definitely the place. Cell circled through the air several times, a puzzled tone in his voice. Both from memory and the coordinates displayed by the computer in his mind, the laboratory was right here. But looking down, there was nothing but the vast ocean, not even a trace that an island had ever existed. Ha ha ha. My apologies. The me of this era. Just as Cell was lost in thought, a familiar voice suddenly reached his ears from behind. Appearing at his back was none other than the silent future Cell. After killing Dr. Gero, he knew full well that becoming perfect in this era was an impossibility. Rather than exhausting himself absorbing the meager essence of humans, it was better to simply absorb the Cell of this era. After all, this era Cell was already perfect. In doing so, perhaps he could achieve his dream of perfection without needing those 2 androids. Clearly, future Cell's psyche had warped. From the moment Dr. Gero destroyed Android 17, he had ceased to trust anyone. Even the Cell of this era was no exception. Thwip. The next moment the tip of his tail unfurled and enveloped Cell's body. Gulp. A sound echoed as Cell's body was sucked into him. Hiya. Future Cell, now merged, henceforth referred to as Cell, let out a mighty roar, savagely reveling in the boundless energy surging within him. A golden radiance ignited from his form, illuminating the entire sky nearby. Boom. The entire earth trembled in response, as if some terrifying entity was about to be born. What is that? On a small island, Li Xing and Android 18 had barely managed to dry off and put on their clothes when they noticed the anomaly in the distance. Name Cell Future. Combat Power 9. 5 billion. 9. 5 billion. Staring at the reading from the scouter, Li Xing's eyes bulged in disbelief. Does Future Cell also possess such immense strength? No, that's not right. After a moment of shock, she quickly regained her composure. Cell's aura could no longer be sensed, only Future Cell remained. Though she didn't know what had happened, it was likely that the two cells from different eras had merged into one. Otherwise, there was no way to explain Future Cell's dramatic increase in combat power. What a monster! Beside her, Android 18 stared intently at the distant sky. Even from such a great distance, she could feel the terrifying, dangerous aura emanating from Cell. Come back with me. Li Xing made a snap decision, grabbing Android 18's arm with one hand while placing 2 fingers on her forehead. Whoosh! In an instant, their figures vanished from the spot. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing Task 1, prevent Cell from absorbing Android 17 and 18. Task reward: permanent doubling of combat power growth rate, emotional value cap, increased by 100. At Bulma's house, Li Xing, who had just arrived with Android 18, received the system's notification. That's right, it seems only perfect Cell remains. Li Xing took a deep breath. The completion of this task not only meant only Cell was left, but also signified a tremendous leap in her own strength. She had already obtained the transformation of Super Saiyan Grade 3. Even if Cell's power exceeded expectations, she now had the confidence to defeat him. The first time she fled for her life due to insufficient strength, Li Xing never wanted to experience that feeling again. Though she could have used instant transmission to escape, lacking experience in retreat, she panicked and fled with Android 18 into the seabed. This was simply, Android 16, why are you here? Pushing open the door, Li Xing found the room was bustling with activity. Besides the Z fighters, Android 16 was also present, which left her somewhat puzzled. In truth, after sending Future Trunks here, he had been abruptly stopped by the awakened Trunks and bombarded with questions. Thus he learned that Son Goku was afflicted with a disease. Although he wanted to kill Goku to fulfill his programming, Android 16 deemed it beneath him to take advantage of someone's weakness. Li Xing. Noticing the commotion at the door, everyone quickly gathered. Why are you back so late? Are you hurt? Have you eliminated all the enemies? A barrage of questions erupted. Bulma quickly stood up and pulled Li Xing inside. Well, there was a little accident. I also brought someone. Though Bulma held her hand, Li Xing showed no intention of entering. Because there were too many people, and after glancing at the group, she spotted Future Trunks. If he saw Android 18 behind her, he would surely explode on the spot. However, before she could think further, Android 18, driven by curiosity, stepped out from behind Li Xing on her own. Android 18. Seeing that familiar face, Future Trunks clenched his fists and instantly leaped in front of Bulma. At the same time, he pushed away the hand she had used to hold Li Xing. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Without hesitation, Future Trunks threw a punch directly at Android 18's face. I don't think I know you. Android 18 casually raised one hand to catch his fist, her face full of confusion and bewilderment. If you don't need to know me, prepare to die. Ha! Future Trunks roared, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan. This guy. Watching him, Li Xing sighed inwardly. She had long known he would react this way upon seeing Android 18. But it was understandable. After all, in the future world, Androids 17 and 18 were demons in the guise of adorable appearances. Just as Li Xing was about to intervene, Bulma suddenly acted. Slap! A crisp sound rang out. Her palm landed squarely on the back of Future Trunks' head, stunning him on the spot. His Super Saiyan transformation instantly reverted to normal. M.O. Aunt Bulma. Future Trunks turned around, his face full of confusion, hesitating to speak. Can't you see she came with Li Xing? Is this how you treat a guest? Clearly, Bulma had no idea why he was so angry, nor did she know who Android 18 really was. All she knew was that this beautiful girl who suddenly appeared had come with Li Xing. And stop calling me Aunt. Bulma glared, seemingly very upset at being called Aunt. Hearing this, Future Trunks paused, scanned everyone's gazes, and finally understood. M.O. Mom. He lowered his head slightly, realizing everyone already knew his identity. Li Xing, what exactly is going on? At this point, Piccolo also understood based on Future Trunks' actions. Android 18, brought by Li Xing, this seemingly harmless girl, had effortlessly caught a punch from a transformed Future Trunks. Coupled with Future Trunks' intense emotional reaction, Piccolo was certain that Android 18 was one of the 2 androids he had mentioned 3 years ago. He just wondered why such a person had been brought to them by Li Xing. And that's the gist of it. After a while, Li Xing finally finished recounting the events. Gulp. She grabbed a glass of water nearby and took a large gulp. At the same time, her stomach let out an unceremonious growl. Good thing you're okay. You guys talk, I'll make you something to eat. Patting Li Xing's back gently, Bulma offered comfort, then stood up and headed toward the kitchen alone. They'll help too. Sensing the awkward atmosphere in the room, Android 18 nudged Li Xing lightly with her shoulder. After receiving a subtle signal, she followed Bulma. Cell. Future Cell. Something like that exists. Android 17 is dead. Dr. 02. After the two left, everyone found it hard to believe what they had just heard from Li Xing. Especially Future Trunks, who watched Android 18's retreating figure and couldn't help but clench his fists. The Android 18 of this era was completely different from the one in his timeline. She even willingly offered to cook with his mother for everyone. What nonsense, Cell. Just kill him. From a corner, Vegeta let out a dissatisfied snort. If he hadn't been accidentally knocked out by Li Xing, he would have loved to see what kind of monster could make her retreat in such a sorry state. If you want to die, please go alone. Seeing his defiant expression, Li Xing nearly fainted from frustration. How could he be so overconfident? Name Vegeta Combat Power 500 base. Name Trunks Future Combat Power 300 base. Name Nappa Combat Power 300. Silently scanning the combat power of Vegeta's family, she couldn't even be bothered to speak. With Cell now at a combat power of 9.5 billion, even a single finger from him would be enough to crush Vegeta. Even you can't defeat that guy. The atmosphere in the room grew heavier. Piccolo asked in a deep voice. Li Xing had only recounted the events and Cell's terror, but had yet to propose a solution. The urgent priority now was to stop him from achieving his goal. Moreover, judging by the current situation, Cell had completely slipped out of Dr. Gero's control and had achieved his perfect form without needing the two androids. Was his target still Son Goku? None of this was known. I can't defeat him. After pondering for a brief moment, Li Xing decided it was best to disguise his intentions for now. After all, he had just told everyone that he escaped with no 18 and suddenly claiming he could defeat the enemy would seem rather odd. Whoosh. The moment his words faded, a figure abruptly appeared before the crowd. Goku. Father. Kakarot. As Son Goku returned, everyone present was taken aback. Go train in the hyperbolic time chamber. There's no time left. Anticipating another round of explanations, Li Xing quickly turned his gaze to Piccolo. The hyperbolic time chamber. Why go there? Has a powerful enemy emerged? Piccolo was about to ask how Li Xing knew of that place, but was interrupted by Son Goku's barrage of questions. You all handle the arrangements, I'm tired. With that, Li Xing chose not to intervene further, rising to return to his room. There were simply too many people gathered here. Since he had already explained everything, he would leave the rest for them to fret over. It was already late at night, and after a long, exhausting day, Li Xing was both physically and mentally drained. All he wished for now was for Cell to stay quiet until he had rested enough to deal with the menace. Crack. Elsewhere, Future Cell had fully absorbed the Cell of this era into his being. So this is the power of a perfect form. Under the night sky, his golden silhouette blazed with dazzling brilliance, the crackling lightning around him a testament to his overwhelming might. Though his methods were somewhat underhanded, Future Cell had finally achieved his goal as he desired. In this era, there was now only one Cell. After a long while, he gradually calmed down, still immersed in his newfound strength. Son Goku. Cell involuntarily murmured the name of Son Goku. No matter how powerful he became, he remained an android created by Dr. Gero, and this target was the ultimate mission etched into the chip within his mind. Scanning the ocean below, Cell let out a cold snort. He wasn't merely gazing at the sea, perhaps he was surveying the entire Earth. The night passed without incident. The next morning, as the early sunlight streamed into the bedroom, Li Xing slowly opened his eyes, rubbed them, and leaned against the headboard. Yesterday had been utterly exhausting. After returning, he had spent a long time explaining the unfolding events to everyone, to the point where he even forgot to eat. In his half-asleep state, he felt as though something was watching him from the shadows. Though he sensed no hostile intent, it still made him profoundly uneasy. Grumble. After leaning against the headboard with half-closed eyes for a while, Li Xing's stomach let out an unceremonious growl. Just as he was about to for once drag himself out of bed for breakfast, a soft murmur reached his ears. Who's there? Li Xing shot upright, his vigilance instantly reaching its peak. Yet in the next moment, his expression turned complex. No. 18. He could hardly believe his eyes. There by the bedside, a slender figure was crouched, her delicate white hand also rubbing her eyes. Did you sleep here last night? After a moment's hesitation, Li Xing ventured a tentative question. Hearing his voice, no. 18 perked up, turned to him, and responded softly. Why not take a separate room? Li Xing frowned, struggling to find the right words. Though he had saved her just yesterday, and no. 18 seemed harmless enough. Sneaking into his room without a sound like this. If she had been an enemy, she might have lost her life. The meal was ready after you had already fallen asleep. Miss Bulma gave me the key to your room. No. 18 casually jingled the key in her hand, pointing to the dishes on the bedside table. Li Xing was about to say more, but upon seeing the several large bowls of food, he was momentarily stunned. He knew that no. 18 of this world wasn't as malevolent as her future counterpart, yet they had only just met less than a day ago, and she already trusted him so completely. Knock, knock, knock. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, Bulma's voice came from outside the door. Li Xing, are you awake? I'm awake. Hearing the voice, he set aside his conversation with no. 18 quickly grabbed his clothes and prepared to change out of his pajamas. Creak. Before he could get up to open the door, Bulma pushed it open and entered. Having never seen a door locked before, no. 18 hadn't locked it after coming in with the meal last night. You too. Did you sleep well last night? Seeing the scene in the room, Bulma's face flushed crimson. She had known Li Xing for so long. No wonder. He had never been interested in any of those outstanding men. Catching Bulma's gaze, Li Xing's mouth twitched uncontrollably. At the dining table, Li Xing was filled with emotion. He couldn't recall when it had started, but the household had grown from just him and Bulma to a house full of people. Vegeta, Bulma, the two Trunks, Nappa, no. 18, and himself. There were now 7 people in total. And outside in the yard there was even no. 16, who didn't eat. If Bulma's home weren't spacious enough, it truly couldn't accommodate this group. After a whirlwind of devouring food, him heading out, Vegeta was the first to rise, said a word to Bulma, and strode toward the door. Whoosh. The moment he opened the door, he placed 2 fingers on his forehead and vanished in an instant. Mom, I'm going to. Seeing Vegeta leave alone, future Trunks hastily finished his meal, wiped his mouth, and chased after him. And me. A gruff voice sounded as Nappa also followed suit. Their figures soared upward after stepping out, heading straight for a certain destination. Of the 4 big eaters, 3 had left, leaving only Li Xing still struggling with his food. What's the rush? His mouth stuffed with food, he gestured vaguely at Bulma. They made plans with Piccolo to go to that hyperbolic time chamber. Seeing his state, Bulma shrugged and explained. They had made a decision that quickly. Li Xing hastily finished off the remaining food on the table, then stood up ready to head out. He chose not to join the others at the Temple of Kami, but instead set out to confirm Cell's whereabouts. Times had changed. Yesterday, Li Xing truly couldn't defeat the enemy, but today was a different story. He had already achieved the transformation of Super Saiyan 3rd grade, so he could now confidently probe Cell's movements. If Cell intended any harm to Earth, Li Xing would be able to stop him in time. Wait, you? Going alone? Seeing that Li Xing was about to use instant transmission to leave, Bulma hurriedly called out to her. Then a glint of ambiguity flickered in Bulma's eyes as she insinuated wildly toward Android 18, who was sitting quietly nearby. What was that look? Li Xing could only feel a surge of exasperation. There really was nothing between her and Android 18. She had merely been too tired to move after delivering the meal last night. Thinking of this, she quickly shot a glance at Android 18, signaling her to explain. Unexpectedly, Android 18 was also looking at her, and with an expectant gaze. In an instant their eyes met. Well, Cell is very powerful. I'm afraid I can't guarantee your safety. After a moment of inner struggle, Li Xing decided it would be best to go alone. She wasn't lying. Although she possessed the power of the Super Saiyan 3rd grade, Cell was no pushover either. If he recklessly attacked the spectators, even Li Xing would find it troublesome. Whoosh. Without waiting for Bulma and Android 18 to respond, Li Xing fled the scene instantly after finishing her words. That girl. Say, you two last night. After she left, Bulma turned her attention to Android 18. Outside the southern capital, the island that once housed Dr. Gero's laboratory was no more. Cell stood alone on another nearby island, gazing up at the dim sky, lost in thought. Whoosh. Behind him, Li Xing's figure flickered into view. Are you Son Goku? Cell asked without turning around, a faint smile curling his lips. For some reason, he had been in this world for several years now. Yet he had never seen Son Goku in person. The computer had told him that Son Goku was the strongest being on Earth. Thus, sensing the immense energy emanating from Li Xing behind him, he mistook her for Son Goku. Unfortunately, his consciousness belonged to future Cell. If the Cell of this era were in control, he would never have made such a mistake. Cell, what is your purpose? Without responding to his words, Li Xing posed her own question. Son Goku and the others were already on their training path. The sole purpose of this trip was merely to confirm Cell's movements. If his motives remained unchanged, she would spare his life and leave him for the main cast to engage in a few days. But if his intentions were impure, Li Xing would not hesitate to eliminate him. You're not Son Goku. Hearing the voice behind him, Cell furrowed his brow slightly, then turned to face Li Xing, scrutinizing her carefully. Who are you? He vaguely recalled that it was this female Saiyan who had saved Android 18 yesterday when he was about to absorb Android 17. Though somewhat annoyed, he had now achieved his perfect form and no longer needed those 2 androids. Thus, Cell chose not to attack immediately, but observed her with interest. In the future world, he had never heard of any female Saiyan. Perhaps you could ask the Cell you absorbed. Seeing Cell's reaction, Li Xing's gaze sharpened as she stared intently at him. By saying this, she was also testing whether he had truly merged with the other Cell. Li Xing. Cell muttered under his breath, then continued. I never expected the strongest on this world's Earth to be someone other than Son Goku. Humph. Hearing his words, Li Xing snorted coldly, her hands unconsciously clenching into fists. It was now certain, aside from the Cell before her, there was no other Cell. Recalling the blow she had taken on her back while fleeing with Android 18 yesterday, a surge of anger welled up within her. Seeing Li Xing's reaction, Cell was not to be outdone, and the two stared each other down. Crack! A bolt of lightning shattered the silent tableau. The next moment, Li Xing's body moved, appearing before Cell in an instant. Bang! Cell reacted swiftly, and their fists collided in an instant. Huh! Failing to land a blow, Li Xing retreated several steps, then let out a low shout as she transformed into a Super Saiyan second grade. Huh! Seeing her transformation, Cell's lips still held a confident smile, but his body instinctively grew wary. Boom! Boom! A more ferocious assault came, and to fend off Li Xing's attacks, he was forced to use most of his power. The reason Li Xing did not directly use the Super Saiyan third grade was that she knew many were likely observing her and Cell's movements from somewhere. Camus, look out. Two terrifying beings. Piccolo stood at the edge alongside Son Goku, letting out a sigh. As Li Xing had anticipated, her battle with Cell was fully observed by the group. Vegeta, future Trunks, and Nappa had already begun their training, while Son Goku and his son Gohan awaited their turn 2 days later. At some point, aside from the Saiyans, everyone else had to step aside in training. Ordinary fighters like Krillin and Yamcha had not even entertained the thought of entering the hyperbolic time chamber to further strengthen themselves. Who do you think will win? Son Goku's eyes were fixed on the battle below as he suddenly spoke to Piccolo beside him. It seems Cell is a bit stronger, but that Li Xing appears to be holding back. After watching for a while, Piccolo's expression turned serious. The battle was intense on the surface. Li Xing's every attack was easily parried by Cell, and even in terms of raw power, she seemed slightly inferior. In reality, however, Li Xing showed no signs of panic. Even when seemingly outmatched, her breathing remained steady. Yeah, I think so too. Son Goku nodded, then fell silent. What exactly was Li Xing trying to do? Both of them shared the same thought, clearly puzzled by her actions. With a formidable enemy before them, she refused to use her full power. Could it be she wanted them to handle it themselves, eh? At this thought, Son Goku's pupils contracted. Cell's emergence could be traced back many years. After he had wiped out the Red Ribbon Army Dr. Gero had gone into hiding and begun researching androids. The appearance of a powerful enemy like Cell was fundamentally due to his failure to clean up the past. Following this logic, Li Xing's behavior was understandable. Upon the island already riddled with scars from their relentless clashes. Bang! After another collision, Cell stood his ground while Li Xing retreated several steps. Why aren't you using your full power? Cell narrowed his eyes, a hint of confusion flickering within them. Good heavens! Was it really that obvious? Hearing this, Li Xing was momentarily stunned. Knowing that the Celestial Temple was undoubtedly watching, and having just claimed yesterday that she couldn't defeat her opponent, she naturally couldn't unleash her third-tier transformation to maintain plausibility. Only she hadn't expected her acting to be so poor. Not only Cell, but even the onlooking spectators had effortlessly detected her anomaly. Li Xing was speechless. Since she had been exposed, she decided to drop all pretense. Clenching her fists, her aura began to surge relentlessly. Not willing to say, no matter, I intend to host a martial arts tournament. Though he had already noticed Li Xing's rising energy, the curve of Cell's lips deepened with amusement. In this world, he had yet to meet Sun Wukong, yet this unfamiliar female scion before him had already erupted with such formidable power. Cell, possessing the cells of multiple scions, had perfectly inherited their warlike nature. However, the most interesting matters were best saved for last. If he eliminated Li Xing now, he would have to painstakingly search for Sun Wukong. Instead, it was better to create an opportunity to gather everyone together. A martial arts tournament. Hearing this, Li Xing, mid-transformation, barely managed to halt her surging aura. How could she not realize that Cell had rediscovered his original intent and was preparing to host the Cell Games? Yet this aligned perfectly with Li Xing's own thoughts. She had never intended to kill him during this probing encounter today, because the strength of Sun Wukong and the others had already fallen too far behind. If she didn't find a way for them to catch up, she would have to personally deal with every subsequent enemy that appeared. That was hardly a desirable task. Fully aware of the terror of later enemies, Li Xing was utterly unwilling to undertake such an unrewarding endeavor. 10 days from now, right here. The rules will be the same as Earth's martial arts tournament. Scanning Li Xing's reaction, Cell folded his arms across his chest and explained leisurely, "Suit yourself. During this time, I hope you'll behave." Li Xing snorted coldly, then placed 2 fingers on her forehead, preparing to leave. This trip had achieved its purpose, confirming there was only one Cell and discerning his objective. That was enough. The rest would be left to Sun Wukong and the others. Whoosh. The next moment, her figure vanished from the spot. Does this woman not care at all about Earth's existence? Gazing at the island that had returned to stillness, Cell muttered to himself. He had intended to say that as a stake for the tournament, if he became champion, he would kill all Earthlings and then destroy the entire planet. Yet Li Xing had simply left as if utterly indifferent. This carefree attitude made Cell furrow his brow involuntarily. Could it be that Sun Wukong is stronger than her? Whoosh. On the other side, Li Xing's figure had already appeared at the Celestial Temple. Though aware that her battle was being observed, she chose not to return home directly. One reason was to inform everyone, and another was to seize the chance to assess the main character's strength. Name Sun Wukong Combat Power 5 million base. Name Son Gohan Combat Power 3 million base. Name Piccolo Combat Power 168 billion. Nothing particularly surprising. Li Xing breathed a quiet sigh of relief. The fact that Sun Wukong just recovered from a severe illness had a combat power equal to Vegeta's explained why he had lost to Vegeta when he was afflicted before. So still can't beat that guys. Seeing her arrival, Sun Wukong and the others gathered around, not hiding the fact that they had been watching the fight. TCH, it's not that she can't beat him, she simply doesn't want it. Not far away, Piccolo, unlike the others' enthusiasm, bluntly revealed the truth. Li Xing said nothing, instead fixing her gaze on Sun Wukong. To him, the meaning in her eyes was unmistakably clear. It was as if she were saying, you caused this trouble, figure it out yourself. All right, Piccolo. Li Xing did nothing wrong. Our strength has indeed fallen behind. Sun Wukong waved his hand, signaling Piccolo to stop, and his expression grew serious. That monster cell has far surpassed us. Fortunately, he has no intention of destroying Earth. Within these 10 days, we will each raise our strength. If we still can't match him, then we'll have to rely on you. He spoke diplomatically with no hint of reproach toward Li Xing. After all, having spent so many years together, in his eyes, Li Xing had long become one of them. But the widening gap in strength between everyone and Li Xing had led not only him, but all present to unconsciously depend on her. They truly needed to improve themselves. Oomph. At these words, Piccolo let out a cold snort and said no more. Having long merged with Kami, how could he not understand Li Xing's intention? Yet Kami's wisdom told him that facing a powerful enemy required full effort lest unforeseen changes occur. Just like Frieza on Namek. Had Li Xing not wished to reinforce the planet early on, it would have vanished into the vast universe at Frieza's whim. Looking at Sun Wukong before her, Li Xing nodded gently. Though Piccolo's words irked her slightly, at least there were those who understood reason. Vegeta and the others will come out around the day after tomorrow, then me and Gohan, and finally Piccolo. Li Xing, do you want to train inside? Briefly outlining their plan, Sun Wukong inquired. They'll bring someone else along. Hearing this, Li Xing hesitated for a moment, but ultimately didn't refuse. This cell incident had been full of unexpected twists, giving her a headache. Spending 2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber seemed a prudent choice. After all, having completed the task of preventing Cell from absorbing the two, Li Xing's combat power growth rate had doubled again. Just 2 years inside, and her base combat power would exceed 100 million. What? You want to go train? As if she had heard something utterly unbelievable, Bulma's eyes widened as she stared at Li Xing and exclaimed, well, I feel like my strength is a bit lacking. Li Xing scratched his head, unsure of what to say. You don't have a fever. Bulma pressed the back of her hand to Li Xing's forehead, murmuring to herself. After years of knowing her, this Li Xing, whom she regarded as a younger sister, was actually preparing to train. No, there must be something fishy. Quickly, Bulma dismissed the notion in her mind. In the past, Li Xing had been utterly resistant to the idea of training. Moreover, she seemed to possess some special ability, as her combat power kept increasing without any cultivation. Bulma had never pressed her about this secret, but now hearing Li Xing voluntarily speak of training, she was utterly astonished. However, Li Xing's next words suddenly made things click. I plan to bring No. 18 along too, Li Xing said, hesitantly voicing her thoughts. Facing Bulma's shock, she naturally understood the reason, but there was no help for it. Unexpected incidents kept occurring, making even the existence of the system feel unreliable. As for bringing No. 18, it was to prevent further mishaps. Past experiences had taught Li Xing that as long as she was strong enough, even Cell would find it difficult to absorb her. With 2 cells appearing simultaneously, if a third emerged, No. 18's current strength could only barely match a newly born cell in its first form. Even though No. 17 was already dead in this world, if the other absorbed enough human essence, No. 18 would still stand no chance. I see. I understand. Hearing this, Bulma turned her gaze to No. 18 on the sofa, revealing a knowing motherly smile. What do you understand? Seeing her expression, Li Xing found herself at a loss for words. 2 days later, at the Temple of the Gods. Creak. The door to the hyperbolic time chamber slowly swung open. Lord Nappa can finally transform into a Super Saiyan too. Kakarot, come fight me. With a hearty laugh, Nappa's figure emerged before everyone. He rushed over to Sun Wukong, eagerly flexing his biceps. From a distance, Li Xing stood with No. 18, discreetly assessing Nappa's battle power. This guy, is he in his transformed state now? Looking at Nappa's appearance, she nearly dropped her jaw in shock. 2 days outside equaled 2 years inside the chamber. Such a long time had passed. Nappa had finally achieved his transformation, but he had no hair. It didn't look like a Super Saiyan at all. And after 2 years inside, his battle power was still this low after transforming. Let's fight after we finish training. Sun Wukong quickly declined, then instinctively stepped back a few paces. Although he could tell from Nappa's energy that he was no match for his own transformed state, time was pressing. With only 8 days left until Cell's so-called martial arts tournament, he needed to complete his own training as soon as possible. Sorry to keep you waiting. From behind, future Trunks slowly stepped forward. His eyes were sharp, and though his clothes were tattered from training, the aura he exuded was markedly different from 2 days ago. Dad broke through the limits of Super Saiyan 2 months after entering. But he still wasn't satisfied, so that's why it took until now. Seeing everyone waiting, future Trunks offered a brief explanation. Trunks, don't blab. Hearing his son's account, Vegeta's tone remained haughty. Still a long way off. The arrival of the two made Li Xing purse her lips. Compared to the original story when they first emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, their battle power was exactly this. Although they had surpassed Super Saiyan, they had yet to reach the second stage transformation. By this calculation, Vegeta could at most unleash a battle power of 7.5 billion. Not even enough to defeat a fully perfect Cell, let alone the current Super Saiyan 2 Cell. It doesn't matter whether you go in for training or not, because he'll handle everything, whether it's Cell or the androids. Vegeta crossed his arms, his clothes equally tattered, but his voice brimming with immense confidence. He even shot a glance at Li Xing and the No. 18 beside her. During the 2 years in the chamber, though Vegeta had exchanged few words with future Trunks, he had overheard Nappa's conversations. The deeds of future No. 18 were utterly unforgivable. Say that again. His arrogant words ignited Li Xing's fury. Dealing with Cell was one thing, but he dared to set his sights on this era's No. 18, a classic case of arrogance born from a slight increase in power. In an instant, Li Xing's aura exploded, a terrifying pressure bearing down on Vegeta. If you want to try. Vegeta grunted and immediately entered his Super Saiyan state. Since Li Xing hadn't transformed, the pressure was quickly neutralized by his power. Alright, the real fight is still 8 days away. Vegeta, don't be so impatient. Seeing the tension rise, Sun Wukong quickly stepped between them to mediate. Gohan, it's our turn. Caught between their auras without transforming, he could barely breathe, so he changed the subject and prepared to enter the chamber with Son Gohan. He'll join you too. Piccolo's voice rang out from nearby. The day before deciding to enter training, Li Xing had gone to rest early. According to everyone's account, she apparently didn't need training, so she wasn't included in the plan. Now that Cell had set a so-called martial arts tournament, which was essentially the day of the final battle, every moment of the remaining time had to be used wisely. I already told you it doesn't matter whether you go in or not. Watching the three of them, Vegeta smirked again, his face radiating supreme confidence. Whoosh. The next moment, his figure vanished from the spot. Without a doubt, he must be heading to confront Cell. Seeing Vegeta already departed, Trunks dared not linger. He could not use instant transmission, and if he delayed any longer, the battle might be over before he arrived. Trunks, here are the Senzu beans for you and Vegeta. Take them. As they were about to set off, Son Goku tossed him 2 life-saving Senzu beans. Don't push yourself. Retreat if you must understand. I understand. Thank you for your kindness. Please train hard, Mr. Goku. After this brief exchange, Trunks vanished from the lookout, darting toward Cell's location at incredible speed. On the island, Cell stood alone upon the completed arena. 2 days had passed with no sign of activity. He was uncertain whether Li Xing had relayed the message to Son Goku and the others, pondering how to notify all of Earth's inhabitants. Whoosh. Just as he formulated a plan and prepared to depart, a figure appeared before him. Vegeta. Cell's pupils contracted slightly, clearly puzzled by Vegeta's arrival. It was their first encounter, yet Vegeta's features were already etched into the chip within Cell's mind. You must be Cell. Quite the leisurely spirit you have. Scanning the completed martial arts arena, Vegeta sneered. So this is the stage for the Cell Games, which will decide the world's fate in 8 days. Are you satisfied? Cell's tone was flat, showing no regard for Vegeta. Yet the Scion's arrival did pique his interest. After all, waiting on this desolate island was tedious. And since Vegeta had found this place, it confirmed that Li Xing had delivered the message the day before. What martial arts tournament? Today is your death day, Cell. Fresh from the hyperbolic time chamber, Vegeta knew nothing of Cell's plans or the so-called Cell Games. He only knew that Li Xing could not defeat this monster before him. After 2 grueling years of training, his confidence was unshakable. My death day? By you. Hearing Vegeta's arrogant words, Cell was momentarily stunned. Then he understood other things. Vegeta didn't know about the tournament. Yeah. Without further ado, Vegeta erupted with his full aura. In a brief explosion of power, his muscles bulged and his entire body was enveloped in golden light, radiating immense strength. That's Vegeta. What an astonishing key. On the lookout, everyone not training gathered to watch, including Bulma with baby Trunks. Android 18 sat cross-legged beside Li Xing at the edge, also observing the battle below. It couldn't be helped, their turn for the time chamber was later. Son Goku and the others had already entered the hyperbolic time chamber, and Piccolo had sacrificed his solo training to join them. With 2 days to wait, Li Xing was bored, but Vegeta's dramatic performance upon exiting was a welcome distraction. Think he can do it? Watching Vegeta power up below, Android 18 asked. She lacked the ability to sense ki like the others, so she judged strength through observation and combat. Since being rescued by Li Xing, she had unknowingly grown closer to him. In just a few days, she had nearly forgotten her identity. Like Cell, she was an android created by Dr. Gero. She's still far from it. Glancing below, Li Xing looked around for something. A camera? Where was a camera? She was determined to record Vegeta's humiliating moment and play it on loop. She had had enough of his arrogance. On the other side, Cell's expression grew serious as he watched Vegeta's surging power. Vegeta's strength was different from the data in his chip. Good thing I killed him. Though Vegeta's aura seemed formidable, it was still nothing to fear. Cell instead felt relieved that Jero was dead. Even the simplest data is flawed. He began to doubt Jero's technology. Tremble, Cell. Behold Super Vegeta. After completing his transformation, Vegeta pointed his thumb at his chin, his face brimming with self-assurance. Then he stomped the ground and shot toward Cell. Bang! Caught off guard while pondering Jero, Cell took a flying kick to the neck. Yet the moment his shin connected, the smile on Vegeta's face froze. Though the battle had just begun, and this wasn't his full strength, Cell merely tilted his head, his body standing firm, completely unharmed. Vegeta's confidence plummeted. Bang! Bang! A seasoned warrior, he wouldn't give up easily. Despite his shock at Cell's power, Vegeta attacked with fists and feet, landing blows at incredible speed. Moi! Cell stood still, his eyes tracking Vegeta's movements. Though Vegeta's assault seemed fierce, when the strikes landed, they didn't even cause a hint of pain. Boom! Vegeta's onslaught grew more ferocious. When punches and kicks failed, he fired a blast directly at Cell's face, using the recoil to create distance. Phew! Regaining his stance, Vegeta took a deep breath, calming his mind while observing Cell. In mere moments, he had struck Cell dozens of times, yet his opponent hadn't retaliated once. Cell's sheer defensive power withstood every attack. A true monster. Only now did Vegeta recall everyone's assessment of Cell. Vegeta, is this all you've got? Across from him, Cell's lips curled into a mocking smile. After 2 tedious days on this island, he had hoped Vegeta's arrival would bring some amusement. But standing still and letting him attack resulted in not a single scratch. Whoosh! Cell flickered, appearing behind Vegeta in an instant. Feeling Cell's presence behind him, Vegeta's mouth felt open, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Amid his astonishment, Cell's fist landed on his back with a thunderous impact. A deafening roar once again echoed across the tranquil island as Vegeta hurtled away like a cannonball. Simultaneously, the arena tiles beneath Cell's feet shattered into a web of cracks. With a battle power of 9.5 billion, Cell was over 10 times stronger than the transformed Vegeta, far beyond his ability to contend with. Vegeta let out a pained cry as he smashed through several mountain peaks before grinding to a halt, gritting his teeth. He gasped for breath, enduring the searing agony in his back. Cursing under his breath, Vegeta finally understood why even someone as formidable as Li Xing had been forced to flee on that day, now that he personally felt Cell's terrifying presence. He slowly levitated, his eyes locked onto Cell's every move. Even knowing he was outmatched, surrender was a concept absent from Vegeta's vocabulary. With a fierce battle cry, he spread his arms wide, forming a cross shape in midair. His aura surged once more, a golden radiance blazing around him. Cell raised an eyebrow. Not bad, Vegeta. I underestimated you, he remarked, acknowledging the spike in Vegeta's energy. Crackling arcs of lightning danced around Cell, but instead of interrupting Vegeta's charge, he subtly elevated his own aura. Just as the tension peaked, Future Trunks arrived, stopping midair. Father, can't beat Cell. Taking in the scene, Future Trunks' pupils contracted sharply. In their 2 years of training in the hyperbolic time chamber, he had never seen Vegeta assume such a stance, as if he were pouring everything into a final decisive blow. Cell, in contrast, maintained a calm demeanor, yet his latent aura dwarfed Vegeta's by several magnitudes. Future Trunks also noticed that Cell's energy flared with a golden hue, as if he too were a Super Saiyan. Utterly focused on charging his attack, Vegeta paid no heed to the newcomers. His gaze remained fixed on Cell. A single thought consumed his mind: to defeat, even kill Cell. As he unleashed his full power, the entire island trembled and nearby peaks collapsed one after another. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and the very flow of the atmosphere seemed to slow. Vegeta clasped his wrists together before him, lightning crackling around him as a blinding sphere of light flickered into being. Seeing this, Future Trunks' heart skipped a beat. After 2 years of training, he believed he had surpassed his father, yet witnessing this, he knew he could not replicate such a feat. In terms of this single strike alone, Vegeta's all-out eruption elevated his battle power far beyond its usual level. At the temple of Kami, Li Xing made a new discovery from the immense power of Vegeta's charge. His system's newly awarded battle power detector could not only assess a person's power, but also their techniques. Vegeta, is he planning to use that move on Earth? Fool the entire planet will. Krillin and the others frowned helplessly, unable to intervene. Among everyone present aside from Li Xing, he couldn't think of anyone who could stop Vegeta's attack. Even Cell would likely suffer considerable damage from this blow. Wait for me. Li Xing rose, said a brief word to Android 18 beside him, and vanished instantly. Vegeta's charge was complete. Regardless of whether Cell chose to take the hit heed, she had to ensure Earth's safety. What a nuisance. She sighed inwardly. As everyone's power grew, every minor skirmish risked Earth's destruction. The next wish on the Dragon Balls must find a way to resolve this. So, even with your strength, I doubt you dare take this heed. In midair, feeling the surging energy in his hands, Vegeta taunted loudly. From their earlier fight, Cell had surpassed him in both strength and speed. This attack gathered all his remaining power. If Cell dodged, his last shred of hope would vanish. He had to force Cell to take the blow. What's the matter, scared? Coward. Vegeta continued his provocations, but Cell's gaze shifted to a spot behind him. There Li Xing had just arrived and stood beside Trunks, both watching Vegeta. Cell snorted, and the lightning around him intensified. He clenched his fist and assumed a stance inviting Vegeta's attack. Clearly Cell dismissed Vegeta's assault, instead keeping an eye on Li Xing and Trunks. From their brief skirmish days ago, though merely probing, Cell knew Li Xing was far stronger than Vegeta. Immersed in battle, Vegeta hadn't noticed Li Xing or future Trunks. Seeing Cell brace for his attack, a vicious grin spread across his face. Final flash. The next instant, a blinding beam erupted from his hands, hurtling towards Cell with apocalyptic force. Where the beam passed, everything turned to nothingness. Cell stood firm, his expression turning serious as he faced the attack. With a colossal boom, the beam pierced through Cell's position, then tore out of Earth's atmosphere, finally exploding in the vast cosmos. Vegeta gasped for breath, his energy nearly spent, and landed back on the island. Is he dead? Future Trunks stared at the spot where Cell had stood, trying to see through the smoke. Not even close. Li Xing shook his head silently beside him. Even against a full-power perfect Cell, Vegeta's attack would be insufficient, let alone against super-perfect Cell. Sure enough, as Li Xing's words faded, Cell's figure emerged. Vegeta, you disappoint me. As the dust settled, Cell's voice coiled around Vegeta like a nightmare. Having endured that attack, Cell's body showed not a trace of damage, merely a slight warmth upon his skin. Cell? No. Impossible. Witnessing this, Vegeta's pupils constricted, sweat pouring endlessly from his brow. He had exhausted all his energy and now could only maintain his Super Saiyan form through sheer rage and resentment. Yet even so, he had failed to budge Cell an inch. How could this be? Not only he, but future Trunks and the observers at the lookout were all stunned. Under such a formidable strike, Cell remained utterly unscathed. Damn it. Future Trunks trembled, his fury barely contained. He knew his father Vegeta had no strength left to fight. Yet out of respect for his pride, future Trunks did not want Vegeta to see that his own power had already surpassed him. Whoosh. The next moment, before Cell could act, Li Xing's figure flickered behind Vegeta. Slap. Before Vegeta could react, a crisp sound rang out as Li Xing struck the back of his neck, knocking him unconscious. They'll take him back, she called to Trunks in the air, then used instant transmission to depart with Vegeta. Li Xing had originally wanted nothing to do with him, but Cell's power far surpassed theirs. Having toyed with Vegeta for so long, she feared Cell might get carried away and kill him. Such an event would not stir much in Li Xing, but she dreaded the heartbreak it would cause Bulma. Soon as Cell stood dazed, Li Xing returned to the battlefield after knocking out and taking Vegeta away. With Vegeta gone, future Trunks had no more reservations, unleashing his full aura. Name Trunks combat power, 912 million. Watching his grotesquely bulging muscles, Li Xing sighed inwardly. So young and reckless. In this form, he couldn't even touch Cell's robe, let alone trade blows. A flawed transformation, trading speed for raw power. Under such circumstances, despite a combat power of 912 million, he likely couldn't even defeat Vegeta's 750 million. Li Xing's mind raced, and her own aura began to rise imperceptibly. Possessing the bloodline of the warrior race Saiyans, not only she, but even Cell, who merely had their cells, harbored a battle-hungry instinct. Crack. Lightning crackled around future Trunks as he slowly landed before Cell. In this form, his combat power multiplied by a terrifying 95 times, nearing the threshold of Super Saiyan Grade 2. Future Trunks and Cell stood face to face, less than a meter apart. He threw a punch, striking at Cell with unparalleled force. Whoosh. Yet his blow only struck an afterimage. Whoosh. Whoosh. Several consecutive attacks missed Cell entirely. As a perfect being with power rivaling Super Saiyan 2, Cell could easily see the flaw in future Trunks' transformation. He chose not to counter, not from inability, but because the gap in strength was so vast that he deemed it necessary to teach future Trunks a harsh lesson. After all, he had withstood Vegeta's final flash, which boasted a combat power of 1 4,000,000,000. A Trunks' attacks were utterly beneath his notice. Damn it, impossible. Why can't I hit him? After missing repeatedly, future Trunks grew furious, veins bulging on his forehead. Trunks. Li Xing could no longer bear it, shouting from the air to halt him. This fool still hadn't realized the flaw. How embarrassing. Even that arrogant Vegeta understood this transformation was wrong. In his rage, future Trunks paused briefly at Li Xing's call, then charged again at Cell. He barely knew Li Xing, and in his future timeline, he had never heard of her existence. Bang. The next moment, mid-charge, a small fair hand suddenly grasped his swinging fist. You. Future Trunks' pupils shrank, finally calming down. Nearby, Cell watched with arms crossed, intrigued by Li Xing's move. With 8 days left until his Cell games, the performances of Vegeta and future Trunks had deeply disappointed him. Now only Li Xing and the yet unseen son Goku could spark his interest. Seeing Li Xing stop future Trunks, Cell knew she too scorned such a flawed form. Slap. Without a word, Li Xing smacked future Trunks on the forehead, hoping to sober him up. Look at yourself. Still can't see what's wrong. Golden aura flaring, she scolded mercilessly, having already assumed her first-grade Super Saiyan form to stop him. At these words, Future Trunks flushed red, clenching his fists. Knowing her connection to Bulma, he held back his anger. Your transformation merely amplifies strength at the cost of speed. Even your father Vegeta knows that. Are you stupid? Seeing his defiance, Li Xing's tone was harsh, yet she explained nonetheless. Is that so? So Dad could transform further too? He just chose not to. Future Trunks stared at his fist, silent for a long while before grasping the truth. Watch closely. This is the next stage of Super Saiyan transformation. With that, Li Xing flickered and landed alone before Cell, her aura rapidly surging. Finally making a move, At the lookout, Android 18 sat cross-legged at the edge, her small hands clenched, eyes full of gravity. Days earlier, when Li Xing probed Cell's whereabouts, she hadn't watched the battle alongside Piccolo and the others. It was only when she was awakened and pulled along by Li Xing to escape that she witnessed her speed. But that was all. Now that Li Xing was about to confront Cell, he didn't know. 18 was rather curious about her true power. Damn it. Not far away, Vegeta, sent back by Li Xing, awoke after taking a Senzu bean and was now gritting his teeth as he watched the battle below. He had also seen Future Trunks' transformation. This disappointing fellow, though still inferior in power, had nonetheless reached that level of transformation. Yet what he found foolish was that such a transformation was utterly unsuitable for actual combat, that his own son would be so stupid as to use it in battle. Rumble. Below, as Li Xing's energy surged, the sky gradually darkened. The ground beneath her feet caved in and a fierce wind howled past. To better demonstrate the correct transformation to Future Trunks, Li Xing deliberately slowed down the process. The golden aura around her took on a jet-like form, countless lightning bolts crackling around her. Compared to the first stage, the muscles on her body had become more compact. However, it was merely a matter of becoming more compact, unlike Future Trunks' earlier transformation, which had caused his muscles to swell. Li Xing's energy continued to climb. Only a single strand of hair remained on her forehead, the rest cascaded down her back, flowing in the wind. At the same time, her gaze turned razor-sharp, seemingly devoid of emotion. Did you see that? This is the next stage of transformation. A cold voice rang out. Li Xing didn't turn to see Future Trunks' stunned expression, instead fixing her eyes on Cell not far ahead. In her Super Saiyan 2 state, though she couldn't match Cell's terrifying battle power of 9.5 billion, she still possessed strength far beyond that of the others present. After witnessing 2 battles, the restless Saiyan blood within Li Xing made her eager to stretch her limbs. As for the third stage transformation, she would reveal it 8 days later at the Cell Games, when Goku and the others were unable to defeat Cell. If she eliminated Cell, now the main group's progress would be too slow. Aside from the system's tasks, Li Xing had no desire to personally deal with every enemy that appeared afterward. Bang! As these thoughts flashed through her mind, she didn't idle. She shattered the ground beneath her feet and instantly charged before Cell. Boom! Cell raised his arms, steadily blocking the kick from Li Xing's leg. Such power. This is getting interesting. Feeling the force transmitted through his arm, a smile finally spread across Cell's face, as if he relished battling a strong opponent like Li Xing. Is that so? Li Xing paid no heed to Cell's thoughts. The next moment, she adjusted her stance and threw another punch. She only wanted to finish stretching her limbs quickly and then leave with Trunks. Having finally confirmed that Cell had no intention of destroying Earth for the time being, she didn't want Vegeta's arrogance to ruin her plans. Yes, if she wished, she could indeed use the power of Super Saiyan 3 to destroy Cell, but she chose not to. This was a gamble. To spur Goku and the others into training harder, she allowed Cell to survive a few more days. As for the constant threat of Earth's destruction, she would find a way to resolve it after the Cell Games. Boom. Cell reacted swiftly. The two traded a punch in an instant. In a clash of pure strength, Li Xing stumbled back several steps before steadying herself, while Cell remained rooted in place. 2 monsters. On the other side, Vegeta watched the battle, grinding his teeth. It was his first time witnessing Li Xing's so-called Super Saiyan second stage transformation. To him, her current form was exactly what he had been striving for during his training in the hyperbolic time chamber. In Vegeta's eyes, Li Xing's energy had reached a terrifying height. Yet even so, Cell could still handle her with ease, even surpassing her. Boom, boom. The 2 figures flickered, exchanging blows in a relentless flurry. Facing Li Xing's assault, Cell seemed to hold back, deliberately controlling each strike to be on par with hers, making the fight appear evenly matched. On the island, the martial arts arena Cell had built was long gone, obliterated by the residual force of their attacks. Not just the arena. The entire island had been split in 2 by Vegeta's final flash earlier. So strong. Can I ever reach such heights? Future Trunks was the most deeply affected. The others were far away at the lookout. Only he was present. Witnessing the clash between Li Xing and Cell firsthand, the pressure emanating from their battle made his heart pound wildly, even leaving him breathless. He asked himself if Cell had used this power earlier, both he and Vegeta would have perished at his hands long ago. Haha, exhilarating. After another exchange, the 2 figures separated in midair, and Cell couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh. In the past 2 days, he had built the arena in no time and had been eagerly anticipating the day of the official tournament. Such days felt like an eternity. Unfortunately, though he might play some tricks, he was not one to break his word. Since he had agreed with Li Xing on a 10-day wait after that day's probing, he would endure these 10 days, even if it meant waiting. But who would have thought that while Vegeta's arrival today brought him no amusement, Li Xing's Super Saiyan second stage power had truly allowed him to stretch his limbs. Oomph! Li Xing snorted coldly. Cell's laughter grated on her ears. She thought he was mocking her lack of strength. If not for her subsequent plans, she would have been tempted to kill him outright. No more fighting. See you in 8 days. Feeling the energy still surging endlessly within her, Li Xing decided she had done enough and quickly restrained her power. If she continued, she feared she might lose control and erupt prematurely. Whoosh! Her figure flickered rapidly, appearing beside the still-dazed future Trunks. Placing a hand on him, she vanished from the spot. 8 days. I too look forward to that day. After they left, Cell abruptly suppressed the excitement on his face, staring intently at where they had disappeared. It had happened several times now. Not just Li Xing. Even Vegeta had used the same technique. They came without a sound and left without hesitation and at a speed that even he couldn't quite comprehend. What kind of technique is this? As he pondered, Cell's figure descended back to the ground. Mimicking Li Xing and Vegeta, he placed 2 fingers on his forehead and began attempting the technique over and over. At the Temple of the Gods. How is it? Are you alright? Seeing the 2 return safely, Bulma rushed forward and asked with concern. Crack. Gazing at the lightning still raging around Li Xing, Bulma, fearing harm, could only take future Trunks' hand and carefully examine his injuries. Observing this, Li Xing found it somewhat amusing and helpless. She hadn't expected the Super Saiyan second grade to possess such intimidating power that ordinary people couldn't approach. However, fearing she might accidentally injure Bulma, she quickly deactivated the transformation. Still no luck. On the other side, Krillin approached and asked with a frown. Having witnessed Li Xing and Cell's battle days earlier, and knowing from Piccolo that Li Xing might have held back, he still posed the question. After all, based on the strength displayed, so far Li Xing already surpassed everyone by far, yet Cell still handled it with ease. Perhaps this monster was more troublesome than imagined. Li Xing said nothing, merely shaking his head silently. Seeing the disappointment in everyone's eyes, just as she was about to suggest waiting a few days to fight again, Vegeta suddenly spoke up. What's Super Saiyan second grade? If I go in just once more, Cell won't be so arrogant. Vegeta clenched his fists, his face dark as he spoke. Meanwhile, his mind harbored a completely different thought. Super Saiyan second grade. If he trained in that room for another 2 years, he would surely take that step too. Despite his strong self-confidence, Vegeta still wasn't sure he could defeat Cell. After all, even Li Xing, who could transform, had failed. Though she seemed to hold back in his view, Cell hadn't used his full power either. Vegeta, if you want to go in again, you have to wait your turn. Before Li Xing could reply, Bulma stole her lines. Standing at a height Bulma couldn't perceive or see the battle below clearly due to her lack of power. But from everyone's reactions, an undeniable fact emerged. Even after 2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, Vegeta was still inferior to Li Xing. Rather than letting Vegeta train repeatedly, it was better to give the time to the current strongest among them. Oomph. Hearing this, Vegeta didn't argue, snorted coldly, and fell silent. Even from Bulma's perspective, it was clear. How could he not understand that giving time to Li Xing was safer? Yet with his nature, how could he accept being second? If the hyperbolic time chamber didn't limit each entry to 2 years, he would have stayed until surpassing everyone. If you want to go again, wait until after 18 and I come out. Then the remaining time will be yours. Li Xing eased the tension between them and said to Vegeta. Goku and the others still had 2 days left, and after she and 18 entered for 2 days, only 4 days would remain. Still enough for 2 more groups to enter. A while later, due to the damage from the battle, Vegeta and future Trunks changed into new battle suits made by Bulma. Let's go, Mom. Future Trunks looked at Vegeta as if to speak, then finally turned to Bulma and called out. At that moment, he finally realized his own shortcomings. He had thought he surpassed his father Vegeta, but in reality, it was nothing but a fantasy. Seeing his expression, Bulma could only nod. Though he was from the future, he was still her son. She felt that after today's battle, both Vegeta and future Trunks had grown significantly. Time flew by. Another 2 days passed. At the Temple of the Gods, Li Xing, having nothing to do, brought 18 there early. Name Son Goku battle power 4 billion. Name Son Gohan battle power 2 billion. Name Piccolo battle power 620 million. So high. Despite being mentally prepared, Li Xing was still shocked when she saw the father and son after their training. Training for the same 2 years, Goku's power skyrocketed, surpassing Vegeta several times over. Even more astonishing was his son's son Gohan, whose battle power reached 2 billion, making him the strongest aside from Li Xing. Truly worthy of being the first to achieve Super Saiyan 2. Examining them closely, she noted the full power Super Saiyan state, maintaining the transformation constantly. Li Xing couldn't even tell which version of the first stage was the strongest. Vegeta's transformation reached a 75-fold increase, while Trunks' bulging muscles achieved a staggering 95-fold boost. Could the full-power Super Saiyan first stage reach 100 times? No. Impossible. Thinking this, Li Xing shook her head inwardly. The transformation granted by the system was undoubtedly the most perfect. Vegeta and Trunks' muscle-bound forms likely compromised speed. Only the current 50-fold transformation was orthodox. If she wished, she could maintain a lasting transformation like Goku and Gohan. The only explanation was that Goku's base battle power had reached 80 million. In 2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, he had multiplied by 16 times. Li Xing gasped sharply. No wonder even a workaholic like Vegeta was forever second best. Not to mention Vegeta, even she with her system was inferior in base battle power now. So, Goku, did you achieve Super Saiyan second grade? As the three stepped out of the room, Krillin and Yamcha gathered around. As for Vegeta, he wasn't there at all. Knowing Li Xing and 18 still had 2 days, and having witnessed Li Xing's battle with Cell, he didn't want to waste a single second training with future Trunks in the gravity chamber. Second grade. Hearing Krillin's question, Goku was surprised, but quickly understood. He looked down at Gohan beside him and sighed inwardly. The transformation Li Xing used to test Cell that day was indeed worlds apart from the first stage. But unfortunately, he hadn't taken that step himself. Instead, during a spar with Gohan, he inadvertently discovered his son's talent and training. In just 2 years, Gohan went from not knowing how to transform to completely surpassing him. He did it all. I suppose I have. Son Wukong smiled somewhat awkwardly, then reached out and ruffled Son Gohan's hair. Though only 2 days had passed in the outside world, they had actually trained ceaselessly for 2 whole years. Even with 6 days remaining until the martial arts tournament, Cell had mentioned the oppressive atmosphere of the hyperbolic time chamber made him reluctant to enter it a second time. Really? That's great. We can finally defeat that Cell. Hearing this, Krillin and the others' faces lit up with joy. As for the Super Saiyan second grade that Li Xing had displayed, although it seemed inferior to Cell on the surface, who could truly know the outcome without unleashing full power? Li Xing, Android 18, hurry in and train too. Son Wukong said, gesturing for them to enter. At this moment, Son Wukong finally understood why Li Xing was reluctant to use her full strength against Cell. It was simply because her power far surpassed that of him and Vegeta, though that had been a few days ago. Now Son Wukong even felt that his son's son Gohan's strength might have already surpassed Li Xing's transformation from that day. Alright, I'll have to ask you to keep a close watch on Cell's movements these next few days. Li Xing cast a deep glance at father and son, then beckoned Android 18 and walked toward the hyperbolic time chamber. Though the increase in strength for Son Wukong and his son was astonishing the moment they emerged from their training in such a form, she knew Son Gohan had probably not yet fully mastered the Super Saiyan second grade transformation. But with Cell's combat power now reaching 9.5 billion, even if Son Gohan could transform, he might still be no match. In the end, it would be up to her to finish things. Still, at least the main group's strength was back on track, which relieved Li Xing somewhat. She didn't want any more surprises like Cell afterward. As for Dr. Gero's so-called miniature spy robots, she hadn't detected them at all. Thinking of this, Li Xing couldn't help but clench her fists. The hyperbolic time chamber. The moment she entered, Li Xing felt a heavy gravity pressing down on her. Looking up, she saw nothing but an endless expanse of white. The ground and sky were both white, stretching endlessly with no discernible direction. No wonder Son Wukong didn't want to train here. Probably only someone like Vegeta, who thrived on relentless training, would like this place. She muttered to herself inwardly, then turned her gaze to Android 18 beside her. The gravity inside the hyperbolic time chamber was 10 times that of the outside world, but for Li Xing and Android 18's current strength, it was almost negligible. Training in a place like this. Android 18 stood still, murmuring softly. Having been awakened for several days, she had been staying with Li Xing at Bulma's house and had learned much about Earth and its people. But she had never been to such an oppressive place. All she knew from Li Xing was that it was a sacred training ground with a different flow of time. So, can you handle it? Seeing Android 18's expression, Li Xing frowned slightly and asked. Though the atmosphere was stifling, she had come prepared. Li Xing's pockets were filled with hoi poi capsules. There was no other way. Though they had to stay inside for 2 full years, it was only 2 days outside. In such an environment, she could do nothing but train and entertain herself. It's fine. Let's start training too. Android 18 nodded, then slowly walked into the vast white expanse before them. Outside, after emerging, Son Wukong and his son voraciously devoured the food Mr. Popo had prepared. Meanwhile, Piccolo watched them with a sullen expression. The Super Saiyan second grade. Having trained alongside them, he had never seen Son Wukong achieve this step. As for Son Gohan, he could somewhat believe it. Thinking this, his previously gloomy face softened as he looked at Son Gohan. Full. After a while, Son Wukong sprawled comfortably on the ground, a satisfied smile on his face. In front of him and Son Gohan lay a mountain of plates. Not far away, having heard that Son Wukong and the others had finished training, Vegeta hurried over. Seeing the two satiated and content, he gritted his teeth. Having both trained in the hyperbolic time chamber for 2 years, Son Wukong and his son had completely left him and future Trunks in the dust. Was this prince now nearly the weakest among the Saiyans? In Vegeta's mind, the strengths of all existing Saiyans flashed by. All told, there were only 7 Saiyans on Earth at present, and by his estimation, he wasn't even in the top 3. PS list of all current Saiyans on Earth, and their strength ranking 1. Li Xing 2. Son Gohan 3. Sun Wukong 4. Vegeta 5. Trunks Future 6. Nappa 7. Trunks. So Kakarot, do you have confidence in defeating Cell? Despite the deep sense of frustration within Vegeta didn't show it on the surface. Instead, after Sun Wukong and his son changed into their battle gear, he inquired. I don't know yet. They'll have to see first. But come to think of it, Cell has been quite quiet these past few days. Mentioning Cell, a hint of excitement appeared on Sun Wukong's face, accompanied by some confusion. After 2 years of relentless training, he was eager to see how much of a gap remained between him and Cell. But Cell's unusual restraint puzzled him. Whoosh. Placing 2 fingers on his forehead, his figure vanished before everyone's eyes. Sun Wukong. On 2 floating pieces of land in the sea, Cell stood still on one. 2 days ago, this place had been a small island. That it had become what it was now was thanks to Vegeta. When Sun Wukong arrived via instant transmission, Cell immediately sensed his presence. It's me, Sun Wukong replied calmly, his face full of gravity. Though it was their first face-to-face meeting, the faint terrifying aura emanating from the other still sent a chill through him. No wonder even Li Xing, who could transform to the 2nd grade, was no match. So what do you think of this arena for the tournament in 6 days? Satisfied? As if very pleased with the scene he had created, Cell's tone carried a hint of delight. The two stood facing each other, appraising one another. It seems a bit small, doesn't it? And the rules of the competition haven't been clarified yet. Sun Wukong frowned, staring intently at Cell as he spoke coldly. According to the last update, although they had all learned that Cell intended to host a so-called martial arts tournament, the true rules and Cell's ultimate objective remained unknown. It's just like Earth's so-called martial arts tournament. Cell snorted as he slowly explained. He knew that Li Xing, who had left in a hurry back, then surely hadn't made things clear to Sun Wukong and the others. After a while, Sun Wukong finally grasped Cell's meaning. It wasn't a martial arts tournament at all. It was a complete game, killing without penalty, participants taking turns in unknown battles with him. What kind of martial arts tournament was this? Moreover, he was staking the entire Earth as a wager. If Cell won, he would destroy the whole planet. I understand. He'll attend the match when the time comes. Having learned Cell's true intentions, Sun Wukong actually felt a sense of relief. In his eyes, although Cell was amusing himself in this way, it at least gave everyone time to prepare, and during this period, he hadn't killed a single Earthling indiscriminately. Whoosh. With those words, Sun Wukong's figure vanished from the spot in an instant. Sun Wukong. Li Xing. I wonder just how much of a surprise you two can bring me. After he left, Cell stood there muttering to himself. Whoosh. After a brief pause, his figure also disappeared. Meanwhile, in the hyperbolic time chamber, get up, time to train. Android 18 yanked the blanket off Li Xing and unceremoniously dragged her out of bed. Several months had passed, and the two had grown quite familiar with each other. According to Li Xing's original plan, 2 days of training, 5 days of rest, time would have passed quickly. But after witnessing her and Cell's power, Android 18 was quite dissatisfied with her schedule. Thus it became 5 days of training and 2 days of rest. More exhausting than a job. That was a thought that flashed through Li Xing's mind. Not only that, but after entering the hyperbolic time chamber, she tried several times to summon the system only to find it, as if disconnected. She couldn't get any response in her mind. If not for the fact that her combat power was still increasing every moment, Li Xing would have thought the system had malfunctioned and run off. Moi. Unable to sense the location of Subject 2. What's going on? In a corner of the universe surrounded by darkness and chaos, a man with white slicked-back hair and light blue skin furrowed his brow slightly. Without any external force, he stood there in the void of space, and behind him was a golden mass of light bound by giant chains. 6 days in the outside world passed in the blink of an eye. Before they knew it, the day of the Cell Games had arrived. During this time, Li Xing and Android 18 had only used 2 days of training in the hyperbolic time chamber, while the remaining 4 days were fully occupied by Vegeta, who entered and exited twice like he was exploiting a bug. Of course, if not for the rule that one couldn't stay inside for more than 2 years at a time, he wouldn't have come out even once. There was another unexpected piece of news. That was that Cell, who had been waiting peacefully on the island for some unknown reason, decided to pay a visit to Earth's television headquarters. Now everyone on Earth knew that a martial arts tournament with the planet as the stake was about to be held. As a result, the champion of the 24th World Martial Arts Tournament's adult division, Mr. Satan, bearing the hopes of all Earthlings, accompanied by 2 TV broadcasters, was making final preparations before departure. At the lookout, everyone had gathered. Name Vegeta. Combat power 3. 8 billion. Name Trunks Future. Combat power 3. 6 billion. Name Android 18. Combat power 1. 2 billion. Oh, the system is working again. With the decisive battle imminent, Li Xing habitually checked everyone's combat power before setting out. Her gaze sharpened, not because of the strength of Vegeta and his son, but because she seemed to sense the system's presence again in her mind. As for the changes in their power, they were within her expectations. Unfortunately, even after entering 3 times and training for a total of 6 years, Vegeta and his son still couldn't surpass Sun Wukong and his son. It seemed that so-called royal bloodline was truly no match for the protagonist's halo. Thinking this, Li Xing couldn't help but feel sorry for Vegeta. Of course, the most important thing was that the system had returned. May I ask, where did the host go in the past few days? However, just as she was about to use the system to check her own combat power, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in her mind. This voice, why does it sound like an AI? Hearing the question in her mind, Li Xing felt a strange sensation arise within her. The hyperbolic time chamber. What's wrong? Though she found the system's change a bit puzzling, she still responded. After all, many years had passed since the battle with Raditz, and as a transmigrator, if the system had any issues, she should have noticed them right away. Before transmigrating, Li Xing had been an avid reader of web novels, so she could tell whether a system was good or bad. After receiving Li Xing's reply, the system fell silent again, just as usual, uninitiating and passive. Name Li Xing. Gender female. Age 24, Dragon Ball World. Height 175 centimeters. Race Scion. Skills Ki Control, Bukajutsu Kienzan Garlic, Ho Kamehameha, Final Flash Kaioken Current Max 30x. Items Senzabine X1, a new type Scouter X1. Emotion points 1,300. Combat power 200 million I 64 minutes. Without overthinking, Li Xing summoned her status panel in her mind as usual. As she expected, although the environment in the hyperbolic time chamber was oppressive, the gains it brought were immense. Originally, she thought reaching 100 million in her base form would be good enough, but unexpectedly the grueling training that Android 18 forced her through yielded extraordinary results. Moreover, during her training, she even learned techniques like the Kienzan and Final Flash. It was at this moment that Li Xing realized that when the system was inexplicably dormant, her innate talent for cultivation was actually remarkably strong. It was a pity that due to the system's name she hadn't done any training before, otherwise she might have surpassed Sun Wukong in training speed. The hyperbolic time chamber. It seems. I need to send someone to Earth. In the cosmos, the figure binding the golden mass of light stood with his hands behind his back, then raised his hand, and a staff topped with a black orb appeared in his grasp. Due to the lack of a specific start time for the competition, the audience is asked to be patient. However, there is no need to worry, as the most reliable man on Earth, Mr. Satan, has already taken the stage. Meanwhile, the game with Cell is about to begin, and Li Xing and his group have yet to arrive. Mr. Satan, along with 2 live broadcast staff members, has already reached the venue. Mr. Satan, how do you feel right now? The host handed the microphone to Satan, while the cameraman focused the lens on him. I sympathize with Cell wanting to destroy the Earth. He probably never imagined that there exists someone as powerful as me in this world. Dressed in a red martial arts outfit and draped in a white sheet, Satan wore a confident expression. Facing the camera, he showed no sign of fear, but instead pointed provocatively at Cell and said, "Tremble, Cell, come and eat my dust." This guy really doesn't fear death. Apart from Li Xing and the others preparing for battle, the rest of the people gathered in the divine hall watched the scene on the television in speechless disbelief. Is this so-called Satan really that strong? Daba also expressed his doubts while watching the images on the screen. Since he had not participated in the last 2 training sessions, Li Xing simply let him stay here to protect everyone's safety. As for No. 18A, she stubbornly insisted on joining him to test her own strength. Upon hearing Daba's words, the spectators could only facepalm. Can't you tell? You seem to be on par with Satan. Whoosh. Whoosh. As Satan provoked Cell in front of the camera, 3 groups of people appeared almost simultaneously around the ring. PS list of arriving personnel. First batch Li Xing No. 18 second batch Sun Wukong Son Gohan Piccolo. Third batch Vegeta Trunks from the future. 1 2 3 6 7 people. Cell silently counted in his heart, and including himself, there were a total of 8 people. Just right. Finally, they have arrived. He had seen everyone present except for Piccolo, so it was not unfamiliar to him. A group of strange individuals has appeared. Apart from Mr. Satan, is there anyone else preparing to participate in this martial arts tournament? The host directed the cameraman while expressing surprise into the lens. Mr. Satan, did you see when they arrived? This kind of boring trick has not been popular for over a decade. Listening to their conversation, Li Xing lowered her head, her shoulders trembling. Hey, if you want to laugh, just laugh. Why hold it in? No. 18 gently nudged her, showing a helpless expression. Although she did not recognize the so-called Mr. Satan from his attire, it was not hard to judge that he was just an ordinary human. How dare such a person come to participate in Cell's martial arts tournament? Not just her, but everyone present had the same thought in their minds. Excuse me, who are you? Are you also a contestant in this competition? Out of professional ethics, despite being shocked by the manner of their appearance, the host tiptoed and handed the microphone towards Piccolo. Clearly, they did not know how to distinguish combat power and could only judge based on size. In their eyes, Piccolo was perhaps the strongest among the arrivals. Watching an ordinary person stick a microphone towards his mouth, Piccolo snorted coldly, and then his eyes glowed with power. Bang! Bang! 2 explosions sounded. The camera was instantly destroyed, and the microphone pressed against his mouth also exploded. Although merged with a deity, Piccolo's consciousness remained dominant. He was not a benevolent person. Destroying their equipment might very well put an end to their actions. The sudden situation startled Satan and the 2 staff members. Even the microphone was broken, and the visuals and audio were lost, completely disconnecting with the audience. TCH. There's nothing that can be done now. It's unfortunate that the whole world won't be able to admire the heroic figure of Mr. Satan. Satan tore off the white sheet draped over him with one hand, and then removed his championship belt. Although there were no cameras, he still raised it above his head and began to circle around the ring. Puffed ha ha ha, seeing his antics, Li Xing couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter, clutching her stomach. Excuse me, young lady, why are you laughing? Although the microphone was gone, the host still adhered to his professional ethics, extending his hand towards the air in front of Li Xing. A few fools. Cell lowered his crossed arms and silently cursed in his heart. Humph. He snorted coldly, and the aura around him instantly engulfed the entire ring. Ah! With 3 screams, both Satan and the 2 staff members holding the belt were instantly swept away by this pressure, landing on another land across the sea. Having waited for 10 days, although he had gained something during this time, now that the battle was imminent, he had no patience to watch Satan's ridiculous antics. Boom! He extended a hand, and a massive stone floated up from the distant ground. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, it was cut into multiple slabs. Clap! The slabs fell one after another onto the ground, and soon 7 identical rings appeared around the main stage. Looking at his actions, everyone revealed expressions of astonishment. This guy, isn't it supposed to be one battle at a time? Li Xing also restrained her smile. According to the rules relayed by Sun Wukong, it should be the same as in the storyline, without any deviations. Is Cell trying to change the rules now? Since this is a martial arts tournament, let's refer to the rules on Earth. 16 participants will compete, and ultimately one winner will be decided. Cell's indifferent voice spread throughout the venue, causing everyone, including Li Xing, to darken their expressions. 16 people. How could there be so many participants? Could it be that there are others present? Apart from Li Xing, everyone began to look around. Ignoring the puzzled expressions of others, Cell clenched his fists tightly and began to gather power. Suddenly his wings spread out behind him, and after several fluctuations of his tail, 8 smaller figures appeared in everyone's view. Their appearance was similar to Cell's, though the colors varied slightly, being crystal and black, giving the impression that they were Cell's children. Name Little Cell. Combat Power 3. 6 billion PS, originally around 2. 4 billion. Due to the enhancement of Cell's strength in this book, it has also increased. A slightly eerie smile emerged as the appearance of Little Sheru drew the attention of everyone present. There are a total of 8 arenas. Each person will face a single opponent. No objections. Don't say I am not following the rules. Even I need to defeat one of them. Sheru's gaze swept over the crowd, lingering slightly longer on Li Xing and Sun Wukong and his son. Although he was unaware of Sun Wukong's true strength, he was certain that Li Xing, the female scion, was certainly not weak. If Sun Wukong and his son possessed comparable strength to her, then it would be quite a challenge for him. Thus, in order to avoid excessive fatigue from the large number of participants, he could only resort to a special method. Does this guy look down on us? Looking at Sheru's demeanor, future Trunks gritted his teeth and said, "Shut up, these little guys are strong, haven't you noticed?" Vegeta frowned deeply and scolded. Having restrained his temper significantly after 6 years of training, he began to analyze the strength of his opponents. If you can't win, remember to admit defeat or call for help. Li Xing quietly tugged at Android 18's sleeve, advising her. Among those present, only she and Piccolo were not Scions, and their strength was relatively lower. Among the other pairs of father and son, the weakest future Trunks had combat power equal to that of Little Sheru. I understand. Android 18 nodded, gently casting a somewhat complex glance at Li Xing. Having spent 2 years together in the hyperbolic time chamber, she had come to regard Li Xing as a second family member aside from Android 17. Li Xing had not concealed her strength from her, even demonstrating the transformation into Super Saiyan Stage 3 in front of 18 to reassure her about the battle with Sheru. Go, Little Sheru, each choose an arena and wait for your opponent. If you're the last, then you'll stay here. As Sheru's voice fell, the Little Sheru, who had been watching the reactions of the crowd, suddenly changed their expressions and rushed eagerly to their respective arenas. Being the last to arrive was self-explanatory. If they failed to secure an arena, they would have to face their father Sheru, which was undoubtedly a death wish. Thud. 7 figures landed successively on the arenas, their faces reappearing with that eerie, sinister smile. On the main arena stood one Little Sheru, who was now looking around in panic, discovering that all the other arenas were occupied, causing cold sweat to break out. After hesitating for just a moment, he became the slowest one, which also meant that his opponent was the unperturbed Sheru on the main arena. Alright, let's get started quickly. First match, who will go first? After the Little Sheru had occupied all 8 arenas, Sheru urged Li Xing and the others to act. Okay, then let me go first. Sun Wukong leaped into the air and landed on one of the arenas, his face filled with excitement. Not having achieved the Stage 2 transformation, he knew his strength might not match Sheru's, but he still held great confidence against these 7 little guys. Oomph. Vegeta snorted coldly upon seeing his actions. He had just wanted to make a move when he noticed Sun Wukong had already landed on the arena. Meanwhile, Li Xing and Sheru watched as spectators. It was impossible for all 8 battles to occur simultaneously. Sharu also wanted to take this opportunity to test everyone's strength. If they were all like Vegeta a few days ago, then these few little Sharis would be enough to take down several individuals. Hee hee. As soon as Sun Wukong appeared on the arena, the little Sharu could not wait to launch his attack. Little Sharu's speed was extremely fast without any complicated body techniques, charging straight towards Sun Wukong. Whoosh. His figure flickered and Sun Wukong's attack landed on a mere afterimage. So fast, not only the spectators, but even Sun Wukong, who was in the battle, showed a look of surprise. The battle had just begun. Although he understood through observation that these little Sharis were not simple, he still did not use his full strength. Moi. After his attack missed, Sun Wukong suddenly felt a sense of danger rising in his heart. He immediately moved his body sideways, dodging the punch coming from behind by little Sharu. Boom. The punch hit the arena, creating a large pit in the ground. Watching this scene, Sun Wukong slightly narrowed his eyes, and his gaze began to sharpen. That last blow was not just fast. In terms of power, it probably would not fall behind his own much either. Huh. Having dodged little Sharu's attack, Sun Wukong subtly raised his aura. Without waiting for little Sharu to react, he delivered an elbow strike aimed at the opponent's back. Bang. To his surprise, the scene unfolded again as little Sharu's body spun 180 degrees, turning from back to front, then raised his arms to block the attack. These little guys are surprisingly strong. Watching the two on the arena locked in a fierce struggle, Android 18 couldn't help but feel a sense of danger rise within her. She believed her strength was inferior to Sun Wukong's. If she were to step onto the stage, she feared she would be defeated in just a few moves. However, those little Sharis could hold their ground against him, so even if they ultimately lost, the difference wouldn't be substantial. All her worries vanished the moment her gaze fell upon Li Xing. Bang, bang. The sound of collisions transitioned from the arena to the air, with both combatants exchanging blows. Sun Wukong's expression grew increasingly excited, yet he still had no intention of using his full power. He was enjoying the battle. To be precise, he was savoring the process of fighting. In contrast, Li Xing seemed calm, occasionally whispering to Android 18, while the others wore serious expressions. Damn it. Kakarot stopped playing around. Vegeta could no longer sit still. Seeing Sun Wukong holding back, he was filled with rage. If you can't handle it, just get down now. He shouted into the air, wishing he could beat up Sun Wukong on behalf of little Sharu. It was always like this. Regardless of the battle, Sun Wukong would take his time testing his opponent before gradually using his full strength. If the opponent were him, Vegeta could understand such behavior, but when it came to enemies, he couldn't bear it for even a second. Boom. Hearing Vegeta's voice, Sun Wukong involuntarily lost focus, and the mini-cell seized the opportunity, blasting his body into the ground. TCH. Seeing Sun Wukong's disheveled state, Vegeta grew even more furious, spitting fiercely to the side. Hey Vegeta, no need to rush. The real battle has only just begun. Sun Wukong quickly scrambled to his feet, flashing a grin at Vegeta before turning his gaze back to the mini-cell hovering in the sky. Huh. With a resounding cry, golden aura erupted from his already transformed body, and an overwhelming presence spread through the air. Unable to bear Vegeta's urging, and having finished probing the mini-cell's strength, he decided to unleash his full power to end the fight. Me. Sun Wukong clasped his wrists together, a blue light gathering in his palms. Clearly going all out, he had no intention of prolonging the struggle, aiming to finish the opponent in a single strike. After all, this was merely a mini-cell. The true decisive battle awaited the one on the main stage. Hey. In the air, the mini-cell chuckled, mimicking his posture. This creature, truly worthy of being an amalgamation of various cells. Ignoring the mini-cell for the moment, Sun Wukong cast a brief glance at the silently standing cell in the distance, pondering inwardly. These mere spawns not only possessed formidable power, but could also unleash their master's signature techniques. Me. The next instant, a torrent of energy surged upward from Sun Wukong's hands, a colossal blue beam hurtling toward the mini-cell in the sky. Mirroring his movements, the mini-cell thrust its hands forward, unleashing a matching blue beam that plummeted downward. Boom. A thunderous explosion echoed across the arena. The shockwave from the colliding energies kicked up billowing clouds of dust from the ground. Sun Wukong roared, the energy from his palms intensifying. Before the mini-cell's stunned expression, he pushed back its attack, engulfing its body in the blast. Bang. Under the immense blue beam, the mini-cell's body exploded, reduced to mere dust within Sun Wukong's Kamehameha. Phew. With the battle over, Sun Wukong let out a long breath, wiping the faint beads of sweat from his brow. Even a mere spawn had drained considerable stamina. First match, Sun Wukong wins. With no announcer, Cell assumed the role, declaring the outcome according to the rules he had set. He cast a deep glance at Sun Wukong, leaving the stage a sense of relief washing over him. He had always believed Sun Wukong to be Earth's mightiest warrior, yet from the fight, just now he found no exceptional strength in him. Even inferior to Li Xing. Lost in thought, Cell's gaze shifted to Li Xing. Second match. He'll take it. With Sun Wukong's fight concluded, Vegeta, raring to go, stepped onto the stage where another mini-cell awaited. Soon several bouts passed. Except for Piccolo and Android 18, who suffered defeat, the others all emerged victorious. Future Trunks' battle was particularly arduous. Though evenly matched in power with the mini-Cell, his superior combat experience ultimately secured his win. The final match. As Cell's voice trailed off, everyone present turned their eyes to Li Xing. Her strength was undeniable. Though the mini-Cell seemed troublesome, the outcome was all but certain. Nevertheless, Sun Wukong and the others watched Li Xing with curiosity. After 2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, just how powerful had she become? Watching her ascend the stage, a flicker of battle intent ignited in his eyes. According to Cell's revised rules, round of 16, quarterfinals, semifinals, finals. Thus, internal conflicts among their group were inevitable. He wondered who his next opponent would be. On the stage, the mini-Cell flashed a sinister grin. Among all present, only Li Xing and Android 18 were female. In the previous battle, after taking several hits, Android 18, realizing her disadvantage, followed Li Xing's advice and voluntarily jumped off the stage to forfeit. Though the mini-Cell had intended to kill Android 18, she had already returned to the group, thwarting its plan. Now another girl of similar build to Android 18 stepped up. This time it was determined to learn from the other mini-Cell's mistake and eliminate her before she could surrender. Seeing the mini-Cell's expression, Li Xing frowned. Frankly, it disgusted her. Without hesitation, the mini-Cell placed 2 fingers to its forehead, rapidly charging and thrusting forward. A spiraling red beam shot toward Li Xing. Special Beam Cannon. One of Piccolo's ultimate techniques. When evenly matched or slightly inferior, it could pierce an opponent's body for a one-hit kill. Years ago, Raditz fell to this very attack from Piccolo. Now wielded by the mini-Cell, its power had multiplied hundreds of times. Facing the incoming attack, Li Xing snorted and instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Boom. A distant mountain peak crumbled. The moment she transformed, a terrifying aura swept across the entire arena. Everyone felt the unparalleled power emanating from Li Xing. This one. Sensing Li Xing's strength, not only Sun Wukong and the others, but even Cell on the main stage widened his eyes in shock. Clearly, after her training, Li Xing's base power of 200 million was so immense that even her first stage transformation instilled an unbeatable dread in everyone, including Cell. How is this possible? Her opponent, the mini-Cell facing her directly, felt it most acutely, its face twisted in terror. The oppressive pressure from Li Xing rendered its body immobile, stripping away any will to resist. Bang! With a casual slap, she deflected the mini-Cell's fully charged special beam cannon, sending it hurtling back. Whoosh! Before the mini-Cell could even scream, its chest was pierced by the rebounding attack, its eyes frozen in fear. Bang! Watching Li Xing effortlessly defeat the junior Cell could no longer restrain himself. With a wave of his hand, he shattered the junior Cell on his own arena into pieces. To ensure fairness, including himself, there were 8 individuals in total, and he had released 8 junior Cells accordingly. Now that the battles for Li Xing and the others had concluded, it was naturally his turn. This guy. He even kills his own offspring. Not far away, Li Xing, who had just stepped down from the arena, watched Cell's actions, her expression darkening slightly. The next round will be decided by drawing lots. Cell frowned, his demeanor somewhat complex, as he produced a box for drawing lots from somewhere. Though he was an android Dr. Gero had never ceased his research on Son Goku, embedding all related events into Cell's chip. The rules of the martial arts tournament were naturally part of it. Cell snorted coldly, pulling an 8-ball from the box before casually tossing it toward the group. The round of 16-8 was over, and the second round required 4 matches. The 8-ball in his hand meant he would be in the final match. At this thought, a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Based on his observations of the first round, except for Li Xing, who had appeared last, and he wasn't entirely sure about, everyone else, including Son Goku, stood no chance against him. Despite the significant gap, Cell would not adhere to the earlier rule of successive battles. If careless, he feared losing due to excessive depletion. Drawing lots, Watching Son Goku and the others gather around the box, Cell had thrown. Piccolo's eyes betrayed a hint of strangeness. Apart from those drawing lots, Cell also noticed his anomaly, but did not intervene, manipulating the match, or intending to do something. Meanwhile, on the adjacent land, Mr. Satan's group, flung away by Cell's aura, crawled out from the rubble. Damn it, what are those people doing? From a distance, watching the group gathered, Mr. Satan muttered through gritted teeth. Looks like they're drawing lots. Following his gaze, the host noticed the anomaly on the arena. Just as he was about to call the cameraman forward, he suddenly realized that not only the camera, but even the microphone was gone. Mr. Satan, aren't you going to participate? After a moment, the host thrust an empty hand toward Mr. Satan's face. My name is in that box they're drawing from. Whoever draws me is unlucky. Mr. Satan placed his hands on his hips and pointed toward Li Xing and the others, laughing heartily. I got number 1. Over here, the drawing had concluded, and Son Goku held up his 1-ball. TCH. Looking at his 5-ball, Vegeta clicked his tongue, seemingly dissatisfied. He hadn't drawn Cell. Not even Kakarot. Thinking this, he turned his gaze to Li Xing. 7. Seeing the 7-ball in her hand, Vegeta's pupils constricted. A 7 meant the final match would decide the outcome. He gritted his teeth, his gaze shifting reluctantly between Li Xing and Cell. Clearly based on the strength displayed in the first round aside from the anomaly, Li Xing, the others who had defeated the junior cells and remained were likely similar in power. None had stepped into the so-called second stage of Super Saiyan. Vegeta had to admit that Li Xing remained the strongest among them, with her facing Cell in the first draw this tournament. No, perhaps this so-called game would end soon. Hey, Dad, I got number 2. At that moment, Son Gohan's slightly surprised voice rang out as he walked over to Son Goku, holding his 2-ball. A father-son battle. Seeing this, Li Xing glanced sideways. Beyond her shock at facing Cell in the first round, she was also paying attention to the others' draws. On the other side, Vegeta was about to say something until Future Trunks walked up to him with his 6-ball. A double father-son battle. Round of 8 to 4 draw results no. 1 Son Goku versus no. 2 Son Gohan no. 3 Junior Cell versus no. 4 Junior Cell no. 5 Vegeta versus no. 6 Trunks no. 7 Li Xing versus no. 8 Cell. Seemingly satisfied with the draw, Piccolo narrowed his eyes. After reading it, he shifted his gaze to Li Xing. In his view, aside from Li Xing, no one else could likely contend with the current Cell. Thus, he had arranged the draw this way, first for safety, and second, he wanted to see the full extent of Li Xing's power, which she had deliberately held back earlier. As for the father-son duels between Son Goku and Son Gohan and Vegeta and Trunks, that wasn't his concern. He had only manipulated Li Xing's 7-ball. Since the draw is over, let's begin. Seeing the draw complete, Cell announced calmly, his gaze lingering on Li Xing. As soon as he stepped onto the arena, Son Goku unleashed his full aura. Instantly, fierce winds whipped around the platform and pressure descended upon Son Gohan. Come Gohan, like during our training. Show me your strength. He fixed his eyes on his son, but made no move to attack, merely revealing his full power before Son Gohan. Is this Dad's full strength? Why does it feel not that strong? On the opposite side, Son Gohan's figure also landed on the arena, staring at Son Goku in slight bewilderment. Without overthinking, he too unleashed his aura. In the hyperbolic time chamber, they had sparred countless times during training, so when Son Goku mentioned doing it like back, then Son Gohan had no more reservations. Crack. Faint lightning flickered around Son Gohan, not yet materialized, but from the intensity of his ki the spectators could easily discern. He had surpassed Son Goku. Excellent. Seeing his son like this, Son Goku's face lit up with a gratified and satisfied smile. I surrender. Without a moment's hesitation, the moment he sensed the aura radiating from Son Gohan, Son Goku uttered words that left everyone astonished. Concede. What was happening? This was hardly the Saiyan way. Apart from Li Xing and Piccolo, everyone wore expressions of utter bewilderment. In Li Xing's eyes, Son Goku's concession did not come as much of a surprise. With the help of the scouter, she had long detected the shift in Son Gohan's power. He had already surpassed everyone present except for her and Cell. Piccolo too had noticed during their joint training in the hyperbolic time chamber that Son Goku seemed somewhat outmatched by Son Gohan in their sparring sessions. Thus, this turn of events did not cause much of a stir on his face. After all, Son Goku's actions, even if merely to conserve strength, undoubtedly averted an internal conflict. Kakarot. And that brat. Vegeta's brow furrowed deeply as he fixed his gaze on the father and son upon the stage. Ever since his crushing defeat at Cell's hands after the first round of training, he had grown considerably more composed. Though still prone to impatience once the two had unleashed their respective auras, how could he fail to perceive such an obvious disparity? Yet he had not anticipated that Son Gohan would reach such heights. To think that he had surpassed even Son Goku, becoming a being beyond him. At this thought, Vegeta shifted his gaze towards Future Trunks. Concede. Son Goku. Are you certain? On the main arena, Cell too wore an expression of disbelief. His original purpose in hosting this so-called Cell Games was solely to face Son Goku. The appearance of Li Xing had disrupted his plans. Driven by the combat instincts born from the fusion of multiple Saiyan cells within him, he felt compelled to arrange this martial arts tournament. And now Son Goku's withdrawal without a fight left him feeling deeply irritated. Even if you concede, I will still kill you once the subsequent battle concludes. A cold resolve flickered in Cell's heart, though he did not show it outwardly. I am certain. Compared to Cell's fury, Son Goku's attitude was resolute. Oblivious to the astonished gazes of the crowd, he leaped down from the arena without hesitation. Father. Watching Son Goku's retreating figure, Son Gohan's eyes flickered, and he followed, jumping down as well. Though he did not fully grasp Son Goku's intentions, since his father had made his choice, he felt obliged to respect it. At the very least, he would not contradict Son Goku's decision in such a tense moment. Good. Then, let us proceed with the second match. With the fight concluded by Son Goku's surrender, Cell's mood had shifted considerably. Now he was eager to expedite the progress of the quarterfinals. As his words fell, 2 violet red beams shot forth from his eyes. Bang! With an explosion, the 2 junior cells that had just mounted the arena were obliterated. A double death. Clearly in Cell's view, regardless of whether Son Goku or Son Gohan won the first match, the victor would inevitably advance straight to the finals. After all, during the first round of battles, the junior cells had already tested everyone's strength. Among those remaining, all possessed power surpassing that of the junior cells. To accelerate the tournament's pace, Cell chose to simply discard the last 2 junior cells. Thus, all 8 junior cells were gone, with 3 having perished at his hands. Was this creature also beginning to lose patience? With the second match concluding so swiftly, Li Xing cast a few more glances at Cell. Simultaneously, a thought crossed her mind: should she give Son Gohan a chance to transform? Li Xing directed her gaze towards Son Goku and his son. Sensing her attention, Son Goku shook his head. It seemed to convey that she should hold nothing back in the upcoming battle with Cell. There was no helping it. Despite his desire to give his son this opportunity, Son Gohan had yet to truly master the transformation into Super Saiyan Grade 2. If Li Xing were to concede as well, and the ultimate victor turned out to be Cell, Earth might very well be doomed. And because he had never witnessed Li Xing's full power after her training, Son Goku lacked sufficient confidence in her. Only no. 18 remained composed, observing the events unfold on the stage. After silently nodding in response to Son Goku, the third match soon commenced. Unfortunately, Vegeta was not Son Goku and future Trunks was not Son Gohan. The foolish transformation Trunks had attempted during his previous defeat at Cell's hands had enraged Vegeta. Though both had reached the stage of Super Saiyan full power during their final days of training, Vegeta could not help but feel exasperated with this son from the future. Before long, future Trunks' body was covered in wounds. I concede. Just as Vegeta was about to deliver a final blow to send him off the stage, future Trunks uttered the same words as Son Goku. He had given his all, yet still fell far short of Vegeta. Knowing he was outmatched, he did not wish for Vegeta to waste further energy, so he refrained from putting up a last struggle. You brat. Seeing him like this only fueled Vegeta's anger. It wasn't that he was unwilling to give his son a chance, but rather that future Trunks was simply too disappointing. Son Goku conceded because he knew Son Gohan had surpassed him, but for Vegeta to concede was utterly impossible. Future Trunks needed to demonstrate strength worthy of his recognition and defeat him fair and square. But now not only had he failed to display any prowess, he couldn't even be bothered to put up a final fight against a formidable opponent. Both inheriting the bloodline of Saiyans, how could there be such a vast difference? A blazing fury ignited within Vegeta's chest, and he yearned to give future Trunks a thorough beating right then and there. Boom. Completely disregarding the rules and future Trunks' declaration of surrender, Vegeta charged forward and drove his knee into the latter's abdomen. Future Trunks spat out a mouthful of bile, collapsing to his knees. At the same time, covered in wounds, he was forced out of his transformation. Bastard, I have no such disgraceful son. With these words, the disappointment in Vegeta's eyes was palpable. He then floated down from the arena alone. Without joining the others, he remained silently by himself in a corner. Father. After a long moment, the future Trunks, having finally regained his composure, struggled to rise from the stage and stumbled away. This child. Watching him, even the easygoing Son Goku couldn't help but mutter softly under his breath. Vegeta was a man of immense pride. He could bring himself to concede defeat to his own son, but the present Vegeta would never do such a thing. The only way was for the future Trunks to surpass Vegeta in strength and defeat him in a fair fight. But from what had just transpired, the future Trunks was not only inferior to Vegeta in power, but also seemed to have issues with his mindset when facing an opponent. The fourth match began. Including the first round, a considerable amount of time had already passed, and Cell had grown impatient from the wait. He lowered his arms from his chest and fixed his gaze on Li Xing, once again ready for battle. This time was different from the previous two. If Li Xing were to lose, he would not hesitate to kill her. Be careful. All eyes were focused on this fight. Before stepping onto the stage, Android 18 clenched her fist and whispered her warning to Li Xing. Li Xing nodded firmly, then with a single step she appeared directly on the main arena. Mr. Satan, it seems the draw results didn't include you. On the adjacent landmass, watching the others proceed with their battles in an orderly fashion, the announcer couldn't help but pose a soul-searching question. What do you know? Including those little ones Cell just released, there are 17 people in total. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Satan's face, but he still pretended to have participated, then continued to explain. An odd number. Do you understand an odd number? Do you mean? You gotta buy Mr. Satan. His voice was thunderous. Being shouted at like this, the announcer couldn't help but pull a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the spittle from his face. That's right. Cell must have used some underhanded trick. He's afraid to fight me, so he gave me a bite 2 times in a row. As he spoke, Satan wore an expression of righteous indignation. At that moment, even he himself believed it. On the other side, watching Li Xing step onto the stage, Cell did not act immediately. Instead, he scrutinized her carefully. Clearly, the burst of energy she had released during her fight with the Cell Juniors in the first round had forced him to be on guard. Crack. They stood facing each other at a short distance. In the sky, dark clouds pressed down and the atmosphere became heavy and oppressive. Seeing that Cell had no intention of striking first, Li Xing initiated her attack. In a flash, her figure blurred, and the next instant, she was right in front of Cell. At the same time, her body was engulfed in a golden aura with lightning crackling around her. She had activated her second stage transformation mid-motion. What incredible speed! Watching Li Xing's movement, Cell's pupils contracted sharply. He could barely even see when she had started moving. In stark contrast to a few days prior, Li Xing's combat power in her Super Saiyan 2 form now reached a staggering 20 billion, more than double Cell's own power. Even without using her third-stage transformation, she was more than enough to crush Cell. Boom! Li Xing's fist shot forward, carrying an unparalleled momentum, and slammed directly into Cell's abdomen. Ack! Cell let out a pained cry. Under the force of the blow, his body was sent reeling backward uncontrollably. He clutched his stomach, his face contorted in a grimace of agony. Since absorbing the other Cell, this was the first time anyone had truly been able to harm him. Of course, as a perfect Cell, he was not one to just take a beating without retaliation. Enduring the searing pain in his abdomen, he forcibly halted his retreat. With a mighty roar, he unleashed his full power of 9.5 billion. Rumble. The earth trembled violently. Aside from the main arena, all 7 of the temporary platforms surrounding it were shattered into dust. He's finally getting serious. In the distance, the onlookers hurriedly retreated. With Cell erupting at full power, even though the current location was a cluster of islands not far from the southern capital, the immense energy fluctuation was felt even in the western capital on the opposite side of the earth. To ordinary people, it felt as if the entire planet were caught in a colossal earthquake. MMR. Satan. The announcer and the cameraman clung tightly to Satan's leg, struggling to shout. Although they were not on the same landmass, they were only a few hundred meters away. The sheer force of Cell's aura threatened to tear their bodies from the ground. Ack! Using Satan's bulk for shelter, the 3 huddled together, but ultimately they could not withstand the pressure and were all sent flying. Thud! 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 3 sounds rang out as their bodies crashed into a mountainside. Their eyes wide as saucers, they promptly lost consciousness. This much of a disturbance. Observing the surrounding chaos, Li Xing frowned. A mere combat power of 9.5 billion was enough to shake the earth like this. If she were to unleash her full power with the terrifying 300-fold multiplier of Super Saiyan 3, her combat power would reach a staggering 60 billion. If she didn't control it like Cell did, wouldn't the impact on Earth be even greater? At this thought, she drew a sharp breath. More than ever, she felt an urgent need to get her hands on the Dragon Balls. As everyone's strength grew, if the Earth wasn't reinforced, it would truly reach a point where anyone who came along could erase the planet from the universe. So this is the second stage of a Super Saiyan. Watching the sparks of lightning dancing around Li Xing and Cell's son Gohan's eyes lit up as he murmured to himself. He raised one hand and clenched it into a fist. Instantly, lightning crackled and wrapped around his knuckles. Gohan. Son Goku noticed his reaction and widened his eyes, staring at his son's fist. Oomph. After a brief moment, the massive disturbance subsided. Cell, bathed in a golden aura, revealed his full presence without any restraint. Whoosh. In a flash, he reappeared before Li Xing. His fist shot out, aiming straight for her face. Boom. Even though Cell was using his full power, his movements seemed slow to Li Xing. She simply extended a palm and blocked his punch. It wasn't that Cell had grown weaker, it was that Li Xing, who had never trained in the hyperbolic time chamber, had become far stronger in those 2 years. The next moment, she tightened her grip on Cell's fist and hurled him away. Cell's body was sent flying straight up into the air. Swoosh. The moment Cell halted his movement, Li Xing appeared behind him. With a thunderous punch, Cell's body plummeted like a meteor, carving a deep crater into the ground. Witnessing this, Sun Wukong and the others couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Though they knew Li Xing had held back in his earlier battles with Cell, they never imagined his power could be so overwhelming, crushing the monstrous adversary before them. Judging by Li Xing's demeanor, it seemed he still had plenty of strength in reserve. Where does her limit truly lie? Sun Wukong murmured, his gaze shifting from Li Xing in the sky to Son Gohan, a flicker of anticipation rising in his heart. Rumble. Meanwhile, the crater on the ground began to crack further, the earth trembling once more. This was merely the beginning, and Cell's aura showed no signs of weakening. That strike had barely knocked Cell onto the arena below, not out of bounds, otherwise Cell would have revealed his true form. The tournament rules were his own creation. Falling out of bounds, yet still wishing to fight, would clearly violate them. With a fierce roar from below, Cell's figure reappeared in the next instant, accompanied by a spiraling golden-red beam shooting upward. Bang! Recognizing the familiar attack, Li Xing remained calm, tilting his head slightly to evade it. Whoosh! Failing with one strike, Cell waved his fingers through the air, instantly unleashing Piccolo's special beam cannon, a technique that normally required lengthy charging, as if it were a swift projectile. In an instant, a barrage of spiraling beams howled through the sky, hurtling toward Li Xing. This guy. Li Xing frowned at the sight. This rapid-fire version of the special beam cannon seemed far weaker than the one he had dodged moments ago. Could it be that Cell was losing his composure? Swoosh! Since he was airborne and the attacks were aimed upward, Li Xing could effortlessly evade the torrent of beams. Oomph! Below, Cell sneered at his movements. He spun around and threw a punch behind him. Boom! Caught off guard as he teleported there, Li Xing took the blow squarely to his chest. He can keep up with this. Staggering back several meters from the impact, Li Xing was taken aback. Despite a power gap of more than double, Cell could still match his speed, an utterly baffling feat. At the Celestial Palace, though the television broadcast had cut off, leaving them blind to the battle, everyone's minds remained fixated on the fight. Whoosh! Suddenly the sky seemed to split open and a multicolored pillar of light descended upon the Celestial Palace. What is this? The sudden change startled everyone, and Nappa quickly stepped in front of the group. But this beam was no attack. It carried no destructive force. It appeared more like a temporal passageway. Soon the colorful light faded, revealing a figure. He was extraordinarily tall, draped in a deep crimson robe with blue-green skin and flowing white curls. It was clear at once that he was not from Earth. In his right hand, he held a staff topped with a black magical orb. Whis. If Li Xing were present, he would have recognized him immediately. He was Beerus the Destroyer's attendant and martial arts teacher, one of the Grand Minister's sons, and an angel of the divine realm. As Beerus master in martial arts, his power surpassed even that of the 12 destroyers. Who are you? Startled by the stranger, Whis, Nappa eyed him warily. Unable to sense any energy from Whis, he dared not act rashly, shielding the others behind him. From Whis' entrance alone, Nappa knew this was no ordinary being. Forgive my intrusion, but may I ask, is the hyperbolic time chamber located here? Whis spoke softly, a gentle smile on his face, as if indifferent to his surroundings. The hyperbolic time chamber. What do you want? Nappa froze, then his expression darkened, his vigilance toward Whis intensifying. The hyperbolic time chamber atop the Celestial Palace was known to no one outside their group. Yet this stranger's purpose was so direct. It seems. It is indeed here. Observing Nappa's strong reaction, Whis narrowed his eyes, confirming his suspicion. As he prepared to bypass the group and enter the palace, he noticed two figures standing by the entrance. Their den cautiously peeked from behind the wall, observing Whis. Behind him stood a figure with jet-black skin and a head wrapped in white bandages. Mr. Popo. The moment he saw him, Whis' expression shifted slightly, and he halted in his tracks. The atmosphere grew tense. As the two stared at each other from a distance, the group on the Celestial Palace dared not even breathe. I see. After a long pause, as if grasping something, Whis muttered to himself. He then tapped his staff on the ground, and the multicolored beam reappeared, shooting skyward at incredible speed. Soon the light vanished, and Whis disappeared from their sight. He left. Nappa wiped the cold sweat from his brow, still shaken by Whis' appearance. Even without any detectable aura, just standing there, Whis had made Nappa feel utterly powerless to resist. Watching Whis depart, Mr. Popo remained silent, his gaze fixed on the distant sky, as if piercing through the void to see the cosmos beyond. Elsewhere, the battle between Li Xing and Cell was reaching its climax. Bang! Bang! The clash of forces echoed across the battlefield as their figures flickered relentlessly. Li Xing remained as he was at the start. Save for that one punch, Cell had found no opportunity to wound him again. Only through subsequent exchanges did Li Xing realize that Cell's earlier hit was mere luck, not a sign of true parity. Boom! On the ground, another collision of power. Their fists met. The shockwave cracked the earth, splitting the battlefield with vast fissures. At the same time, the arena beneath their feet shattered into dust from the residual force. Cough! Cough! Cell staggered back dozens of meters, purple blood trickling from his lips as he uncontrollably collapsed to the ground. The arena had already been shattered, or otherwise he would have been forced beyond its boundaries. Impossible. I am already in my perfect form. How could this be? He struggled to his feet, wiping the bloodstain from his mouth with his fingers, his eyes glaring fiercely at Li Xing, filled with deep shock. Could I of all beings be defeated by a Saiyan? In our earlier skirmish, though I knew Li Xing hadn't gone all out, neither had I. This is the end, Cell. Seeing Cell's state, Li Xing walked over slowly without any flamboyant movement, step by step, until she stood before him. Each of Li Xing's steps weighed like a mountain on Cell's heart, suffocating him. Damn it. I am the perfect being. How could I lose to such a Saiyan? I am the ultimate life form of this universe. Cell gritted his teeth, his pupils blazing with fury. Huh. He roared, his muscles swelling several times over his entire form, expanding significantly. TCH. At Cell's transformation, Li Xing sneered with disdain. At this moment, Cell was exactly like future Trunks from that day. Merely amplifying power meant sacrificing speed. Boom. Since Cell had lost his composure, she had no patience to toy with him any longer. She raised her fist and drove it into his abdomen. 2. Cell's fist had barely risen when his body suffered such a heavy blow, causing him to spew green fluid. His blood was purple. The green liquid now ejected was as one could imagine, while nearly forced out by Li Xing's strike. Crack. Lightning raged around them. Cell clenched his jaw tightly, trying to bring his raised fist down. Bang. Not giving him any chance to retaliate, Li Xing lifted slightly off the ground and drove her knee into his chin with brutal force. Crack. With the sharp sound of breaking bones, Cell's body arced like a parabola, crashing onto the ground not far away. Huff. Huff. Lying on the ground, Cell gasped heavily while the fractured bones slowly mended under the influence of Piccolo's cells. After enduring 2 heavy blows, he finally calmed down, realizing he had been blinded by rage and recklessly used that transformation. Thinking this, his muscles shrank and his body reverted to its original form. Ha ha. Cell didn't immediately rise, instead he burst into wild laughter. Even though he was outmatched in direct combat, he had regained his composure. There was still one trump card. It was time. Has this guy lost his mind? Seeing Cell's abnormal behavior, Li Xing hesitated and halted her pursuit. In everyone's eyes, the outcome was already sealed. Yet Cell could still laugh, puzzling all who witnessed it. Big sister Li Xing, be careful. Watching Cell, Gohan felt a strange unease rise within him. But with Cell lying on the ground, he couldn't pinpoint the issue. It was as if Cell's laughter heralded something even more dangerous to come. Hearing Gohan's shout, Li Xing paused, then fixed her gaze on Cell. Delay breeds trouble. Gohan was right. Whatever Cell was plotting, she needed to end this fight quickly. Otherwise, if he chose to self-destruct, everyone would suffer. The onlooker sees more than the player. Unbeknownst to her, Li Xing had already given Cell too many opportunities. Now realizing this, Li Xing darted swiftly toward Cell's prone figure, only to see him place 2 fingers on his forehead. Whoosh. The next instant, his figure vanished from the ground. Instant transmission. Li Xing halted mid-charge once more. Not just her, and no one had expected Cell to master instant transmission. Clearly, while the others took turns training in the hyperbolic time chamber, Cell hadn't been idle. After witnessing Li Xing, Vegeta, and Goku repeatedly using instant transmission to probe him, he naturally sought to acquire this ability. Soon Cell, gifted with the cells of many, learned instant transmission within just a few days. Oh! A scream rang out. Li Xing quickly turned her gaze. Behind her, Cell's figure had suddenly appeared beside Goku, his tail elongated and piercing Goku's neck. Visibly, Goku's body began to wither. Dad! Uncle Goku! Kakarot! Even Vegeta panicked. This bastard! Li Xing clenched her teeth and instantly teleported to their location. Boom! Energy gathered in her hand, piercing through Cell's body and blasting him away. With everyone nearby, Li Xing dared not use too much power for fear of harming them. From Cell's use of instant transmission to Li Xing's counterattack and his expulsion, in that fleeting moment Goku's body had already slumped lifelessly. His eyes were vacant and hollow, his skin like crumpled paper. Ha ha ha! Your doom has arrived. In the air, Cell's face twisted with glee. The wound from Li Xing's attack healed instantly. Though blood still stained his lips, his eyes were wild with excitement and madness. His goal was achieved. Having absorbed Goku's life essence, Cell not only recovered his depleted stamina and injuries, but also felt a surge in power. In an instant, he returned to his peak. This feeling of growing stronger again was indescribable. He believed no one in this world could rival him now. Dad! Gohan knelt weakly beside Goku, tears brimming in his eyes, memories of his father flashing through his mind. Crack! Lightning split the sky, striking near the father and son. Gohan! Seeing his state, Piccolo couldn't help but call out loudly. Given Goku's current condition, vacant eyes, no life force, the Senzu beans were already useless. Name Cell future. Battle power 13 billion. 95405130. Self Sun healing. Having absorbed the life essence of Sun Wukong, Cell's battle power soared once more, reaching an entirely new height. Damn it! Li Xing grew furious, as while clenching her teeth at Cell in the sky, her aura climbing to another peak. Thus far, this future Cell, since arriving in this world, had not absorbed any human essence. The only ones he had killed were Dr. Gero and the Cell of this era. But now his every action radiated pure evil, making anyone wish to slay this fiend. A thunderous roar echoed as a terrifying aura emanated from Li Xing. The ground beneath her feet shattered into pieces. Even though she restrained her power, the force still made the earth tremble violently. Super Saiyan 3rd grade. Li Xing no longer had any intention of playing with Cell. She only sought to finish him off as quickly as possible. Crack! As Li Xing's power surged, the lightning around her body grew denser. Meanwhile, the golden aura on her body transformed into a fixed radiance, undulating continuously around her. A slightly peculiar detail was that her eyebrows gradually vanished and her brow bones protruded slightly near her eye sockets. Compared to the 2nd grade, the gaze of a Super Saiyan 3 appeared far more ferocious. Such a terrifying being. She can still rise further. Around Li Xing, everyone instinctively retreated behind her, yet dared not stray too far. They too feared being ambushed by Cell's instant transmission, just like Sun Wukong before. A deafening crash erupted as the surrounding seas churned violently. Before long, the landmass crumbled into the ocean. Everyone's bodies hovered in the air. Li Xing clasped her wrists together at her side, a blue light illuminating the entire sky, poised to end the battle with a single strike. Humph, the Kamehameha. In the distant sky, Cell also noticed the commotion and assumed the same stance. Having achieved another leap in power, he was brimming with confidence, utterly unafraid of being overwhelmed by Li Xing's attack. As long as the chip in his mind remained intact, he could regenerate perfectly. HAA. As the two charged their power, a flash of golden light suddenly burst forth from behind Li Xing, hurtling straight towards Cell. That's Son Gohan. Aside from Piccolo, no one had anticipated his move. Since Sun Wukong's death, his power had been climbing steadily. Once it reached a peak, he successfully entered the 2nd grade of Super Saiyan. And as Li Xing's aura exploded and the land below shattered, he handed Sun Wukong's body to Piccolo. Oblivious to the two charging fighters, tears welled in his eyes as he lost nearly all reason, charging straight towards Cell's figure. Name Son Gohan. Battle power 8. For billion. Watching Son Gohan's back, Li Xing paused for a moment, but her hands never stopped charging. After numerous twists and turns, Son Gohan had finally surpassed everyone else present except her and achieved the second grade transformation. Yet even so, he was no match for this Cell, who far surpassed his original version. Thus, ignoring Son Gohan's actions, Li Xing could only continue to charge. No one else present could completely eliminate Cell. Mere physical attacks, while painful, could not fully destroy him. Boom. In the sky, Son Gohan's foot slammed into Cell's body, causing his entire form to shudder. Though vastly outmatched in power, Cell, while charging his Kamehameha, had no extra capacity to counter Son Gohan's assault. Swoosh. Unable to move his limbs freely due to the charge, Cell still retaliated. His tail extended like a thick python, lashing out fiercely to impale Son Gohan. Is this the thing that absorbed Father's energy? Son Gohan fixed his gaze on the tail, raising one palm as a Destructo disc materialized. With a swing of his hand, the rapidly spinning Destructo disc sliced Cell's tail into pieces, then continued toward his body. Ah, this brat. Enraged by the severed tail, Cell roared in pain. Piccolo's cells within him stirred, ready to regenerate the lost part. Me. Before he could focus, Li Xing's shout rang out, and a thick beam of energy surged toward him. Eager to kill her foe, Li Xing, after activating the Super Saiyan third grade transformation, did not charge for as long as Vegeta had earlier. Knowing her attack could easily obliterate Cell, she charged it for only a brief moment. Damn it! Cell's face twisted in fury. Distracted by Son Gohan, Li Xing's attack was already closing in on him. Abandoning his counterattack on Son Gohan, he hastily thrust out his own energy. A thunderous roar echoed as the two beams collided, shaking the entire earth. In the city's countless buildings collapsed as if the apocalypse had arrived. Everyone knew someone was fighting for Earth. Monsters. They're all monsters. Below, Mr. Satan, who had been knocked out by the shockwaves earlier, woke up first. His jaw dropped at the scene in the sky. Looking around, only the land beneath his feet remained of the two continents that had once faced each other across the sea. The previous tournament grounds had already crumbled into the ocean along with the other landmass. Slap. Finding the scene surreal, Mr. Satan grabbed the unconscious announcer and slapped him across the face. It hurts, so it's real. Though the announcer remained unconscious, Mr. Satan muttered those words to himself. In the sky above, the moment they clashed, Li Xing's Kamehameha overwhelmed Cell's attack, then surged forward with immense energy engulfing Cell's body. An instant before the energy struck him, Son Gohan's Destructo disc from earlier sliced through his body, cutting him in half at the waist. No. Impossible. How could I in my perfect form? A voice of unwillingness echoed as Cell's upper half was gradually annihilated by Li Xing's attack. Boom. The colossal pillar of energy did not cease there. It pierced through the earth and vanished into the vast cosmos. No. What is that? As the attack engulfed Cell, the system prompt did not immediately sound. In the next moment, Li Xing detected the anomaly. In the sky, the lower half of Cell's body, severed by Gohan's Destructo disc, was plummeting rapidly. As it was about to fall into the sea below, Li Xing hastily gathered power with one hand while pressing two fingers to her forehead. Whoosh. The next instant, her figure appeared beside Cell's remaining limb. Boom. Another beam of light erupted from Li Xing's palm, enveloping the lower half of Cell's body. Even with one hand, her strength was sufficient to annihilate Cell entirely. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing Task 2, defeat Perfect Cell with your own hands. Task reward: combat power growth rate permanently doubled, divine power perception. In her mind, the system's notification rang out, prompting Li Xing to heave a long sigh of relief. Finally, it's over. Scanning the surroundings, aside from Sun Wukong's accidental death from Cell absorbing his life essence, no one else was affected by the battle. Meanwhile, as the system's reward of divine power was issued, Li Xing sensed a golden light flickering to life in her mind. Vaguely, something seemed to be drawing her in. In a corner of the universe, it has already reached this stage. The figure binding the golden orb with colossal chains murmured to himself. At the same time, his gaze remained fixed on the seventh universe. Since Cell's official death, he had sensed that trace of divine power on Earth. The Grand Priest. By this point, observant readers would have already noticed. If the Omni King is the supreme ruler of the 12 universes, then calling the Grand Priest the Omni King's steward is indisputable. Beyond tending to the Omni King's daily needs, the Grand Priest also handles matters extending beyond the 12 universes. Now the test subject No. 2 he had mentioned earlier referred to none other than Li Xing herself. Even before the battle with Raditz began, he had been monitoring everything concerning her. The Grand Priest closed his eyes, letting time flow through his mind, as if to traverse the river of time and recall the events. Several years ago, at the highest point of the 12 universes before the palace of the Omni King, the Grand Priest stood at the entrance, sensing an unusual disturbance. An outsider, the 7th universe. He summoned his staff, and through the black orb at its top, his gaze eventually settled on Li Xing. At that time, Li Xing's soul had only just barely traversed here, and her system had yet to awaken. As at the very beginning, she was merely a bewildered traveler without any golden finger, unaware of the world she inhabited. No divine power, just an ordinary person. After a long observation, the Grand Priest murmured to himself. On Li Xing, he sensed no trace of divine power. Even comparing her to every other human on Earth, he found nothing unusual about her. Never mind, perhaps it was an illusion. The Grand Priest shook his head. His divine power was vast. Almost every movement across the 12 universes could not escape his perception. A moment ago, he had sensed something from beyond the 12 universes descending, and so he followed his perception to Li Xing. After a thorough investigation, he found Li Xing to be merely an ordinary person and concluded it must have been his mistake. As the Omni King's external representative, perhaps due to the countless complexities of the universe, he merely gave a word of caution to Whis, the angel of the 7th universe, and paid Li Xing no further attention. Until 3 years later. What the? You thy? As these words left Li Xing's mouth, a golden orb invisible to ordinary eyes burst from her mind and shot away at incredible speed, trying to escape this world. So, father was right. In the 7th universe, Whis, seeing the dazzling golden orb, instantly appeared beside it. Whoosh, whoosh. Yet even using his angelic power, he could not stop it, only managing to slow its escape. Ultimately left with no choice, Whis sent a telepathic plea for help to his father, the Grand Priest. Deep in the cosmos, the Grand Priest stood before the golden orb, his eyes fixed on this foreign substance. By now, the orb had already burst out of the 7th universe, just one step away from escaping beyond the 12 universes under the Omni King's control. Rumble. As the Grand Priest raised his hand, the entire starry sky trembled and countless starlight colossal chains blocked all paths of escape for the orb. Finally, it was completely bound within the universe. Perhaps because it lacked a physical form, the orb could not speak. No matter how the Grand Priest questioned it, it remained silent, frantically struggling against the chains to escape. But the Grand Priest was no ordinary being. Having captured it, he would not let it flee so easily. After a long while, the orb gradually ceased its rampage, seemingly accepting the reality or plotting another course. Watching the orb grow still, the Grand Priest kept it under even closer scrutiny. Eventually, without Whis' explanation, he discerned the orb's origin. It was the very anomaly he had observed years ago. Following this thread, the Grand Priest turned his attention back to Li Xing in the 7th universe. At the same time, he discovered the residual golden light in her mind. A contingency plan, is it? Withdrawing his gaze, he carefully examined the foreign substance before him. Alas, in the end, he could not decipher anything from the orb itself, but instead traced the connection back to Li Xing. After relentless effort, the Grand Priest finally uncovered the golden light lingering in Li Xing's mind. It felt like a special method to enhance a person's strength. However, such a method was something the Grand Priest himself could achieve, so he found it unremarkable. What truly surprised him was that this method of empowerment appeared to have no side effects. At least after observation, he detected none in Li Xing. Ultimately driven by curiosity about this method and a desire to understand the foreign substance's purpose, the Grand Priest chose not to order the God of Destruction to erase Li Xing's existence. The reason he called Li Xing test subject no. 2 was that before discovering the residual golden light in her mind, he had also found in another parallel timeline, there were remnants of this golden orb as well. On Earth, having finally resolved the troublesome matter of Li Xing and the others departed separately. At the same time, they agreed to meet at the Temple of the Gods tomorrow to plan the aftermath, such as using the Dragon Balls. As early as after the battle with Radit's son Goku had already been revived once. Now with his second death, it remained unknown whether the new Dragon Balls created by destined could break the limitation of reviving only twice. Moreover, due to the shockwaves of this battle, various places on Earth had been affected to different degrees, as if facing doomsday. All these matters required the power of Shenlong to be resolved. Of course, there was also No. 17, who had been destroyed by Dr. Jero. It's quiet. Mr. Satan, where is Cell? What exactly happened? After Li Xing and the others had departed on the remnants of that continent, the host and the cameraman slowly regained consciousness. However, before them, there was no trace of Cell, only Satan, and the two of them remained. Ha. After a brief moment of stupefaction, Satan placed his hands on his hips. Though still shaken, he had awakened earlier than the other two and had witnessed Cell being destroyed by Li Xing. I'm the one who took out Cell. I got tired of their game, so I stepped in and annihilated Cell in one blow. How about that? Impressive, right? Ha. Once certain that Li Xing and the others had left, Satan with no more inhibitions burst into wild laughter and boasted of his great feats. Upon hearing this, the host and cameraman couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths violently. Meanwhile, the host touched one side of his face. It hurts a bit. It's real. Late at night, Malpozu, Goku, Wah. Upon learning of son Goku's death, Shishi wept bitterly, burying her head on the ground, her shoulders trembling incessantly. Seeing this, son Gohan knelt on one knee, gently patting her back. Son Goku's death was a devastating blow to their family, especially for Shishi. Although Son Goku had always been prone to causing trouble since childhood, he had always returned safely after each incident. But now, he would never return. It felt as if the pillar of their home had crumbled. Though she learned from Son Gohan that the temple now had a new god and Shenlong was different from before, she knew that Son Goku had already been revived once. This time, the hope was truly slim. Sonkin, is he dead? West City Bulma's house. At the dinner table after hearing this news, the atmosphere fell into a dead silence. Unlike Li Xing, an outsider, Bulma had met Son Goku through the Dragon Balls when he was very young. Now she had started a family with Vegeta, but Son Goku remained an indispensable companion in her eyes. At the same time, she was the one who best understood the new Shenlong's abilities. Compared to before, it only increased the number of wishes from 1 to 3. In full. Vegeta stood up first, pushed open the door, and walked into the yard. Unlike usual, he hadn't even taken a single bite of food, as if he had just sat there accompanying Bulma for a while. Kakarot. Looking up at the star-filled sky, Vegeta's mind was lost in thought. Father. At some point, Future Trunks had also walked to his side. Seeing his father's dazed expression, tears involuntarily streamed down his face. In the future world, his family consisted only of himself and his mother Bulma. One could only imagine what his mother had gone through. Now, as Future Trunks was about to leave this era, he just wanted to take a few more glances at the father his mother had spoken of for over a decade. Without a word, after comforting Bulma for a long time, Li Xing returned to her room. Leaning against the door, she sat down weakly on the floor, remaining silent for a long time. Had I done wrong? Raising a palm, she wanted to slap herself awake, but tears dripped onto her hand, and she couldn't bring herself to do it. If only during the first test against Cell she had eliminated him, or when Vegeta and Trunks challenged Cell, or even earlier on the day of the Cell games. With so many opportunities she had failed to seize even one. Li Xing buried her head deeply between her knees, an endless wave of self-blame surging within her. Knock, knock, knock. A knock came at the door. She struggled to her feet and wiped her reddened eyes. Opening the door, she saw No. 18. Earlier during dinner, No. 18 had noticed something amiss with everyone, but having just recently started staying at Bulma's with Li Xing, she felt too awkward to say anything. Wah. Closing the door, Li Xing threw herself into No. 18's arms, holding her tightly and sobbing uncontrollably. In that moment, she understood that the pain of losing loved ones and companions far outweighed everything else. She wondered if in the world before her transmigration her parents were still safe and well. What would they think upon learning of her death? And what of the eastern capital destroyed by Raditz, which she had neglected due to her golden finger? What experiences awaited her parents in the other world? Years had passed, and only after Son Goku's death did she realize how much she had left undone. Seeing Li Xing like this, No. 18 didn't know what to say for a moment, but she held her just as tightly. In truth, she had only recently awakened. If she had to speak of family, there was only No. 17, and perhaps Li Xing counted as well. Are you all right? After a long while, feeling the sobs in her arms subside, No. 18 asked softly. Seeing no response, No. 18 looked down. Exhausted from crying, Li Xing had fallen into a deep sleep. At the corners of her eyes, 2 glistening tear tracks remained. Gently releasing Li Xing, No. 18 picked her up and laid her on the bed. Then opening the curtains, she saw the twinkling stars. Sorry, host. I might have to leave. In her sleep, Li Xing seemed to hear this voice, but she was too tired to wake up. Finally feeling a chill, she sensed some gentle movements beside her, then hugged a warm, soft object. The next day, sunlight bathed the earth, illuminating every inch of the city. Li Xing groggily opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw was that familiar face. No. 18. Li Xing murmured softly, gazing at the person in her arms. She only recalled feeling deeply sorrowful last night with No. 18 coming to comfort her, but everything after that was a blur. To her surprise, No. 18 had chosen to stay and watch over her, and they had even shared a bed. You're awake. No. 18 opened her eyes, gazing at Li Xing with a tender expression. She had actually woken up long ago, but Li Xing's embrace was too tight for her to escape, so she simply closed her eyes and waited for Li Xing to wake. I'm sorry. Realizing her own actions, Li Xing's cheeks flushed slightly as she quickly released No. 18 from her arms. Nevertheless, to be fair, although both of them had slept fully clothed last night, their sleep had been unexpectedly restful. Especially when she had just woken up, the warmth radiating from No. 18 and the faint, delicate fragrance made her reluctant to leave the bed. With this thought, Li Xing made no move to get up. Instead, she pillowed her arm under her head and simply gazed at No. 18, who was less than 10 centimeters away. It's all right. From now on, don't call me No. 18. Seeing her dazed expression, No. 18 gave a slight smile, then rose from the bed on her own. Call me Lazuli. With that, No. 18 gently brushed her golden hair, not giving Li Xing a chance to remain stunned, and pushed open the door to leave. Lazuli. It wasn't until the warmth of the blanket had gradually faded that Li Xing finally snapped back to reality. Lazuli, wasn't that No. 18's real name? Originally, Lazuli and Lapis were twin siblings. Before being modified by Dr. Gero, they had once lived an ordinary life on Earth. Unfortunately, in order to fulfill the Red Ribbon Army's goal of killing Son Goku the Mad Dr. Jero captured them and subjected them to modification, causing them to lose their real names and be addressed only by code names. Forget it, I should think about what to do next. Li Xing shook her head and sprang up from the bed. After the events of last night, there were too many wishes she wanted to fulfill. She didn't even know how to describe them all at the temple later. Amidst all this complexity, Li Xing also failed to recall the farewell from the system in her mind. What? You want to move out? At the dinner table, upon hearing Li Xing's idea, Bulma was taken aback and instinctively raised her voice. I want to go back to the eastern capital. Li Xing lowered her eyes and explained softly. No, I won't allow it. How can you, a girl, live so far away on your own? Bulma furrowed her brows, her tone stern as she tried to veto the idea. Buffed. Before Li Xing could respond, Vegeta spat out the rice in his mouth. What a joke, calling a Saiyan like Li Xing a girl. There's no one on earth who can beat her. And, ahem. Vegeta started to argue further. He wanted to continue, but after catching Bulma's disapproving glare, he swallowed the rest of his words and silently sipped the soup on the table. It's not just me alone. We're about to handle things at the temple next, aren't we? No. 17 will also be revived. I want to take no. 18. Ano Lazuli, and him to move to the eastern capital. Li Xing bit her lip as she explained. Mid-sentence, she didn't forget to glance at Lazuli's reaction. Seeing that she seemed to have no objection, she continued. Lazuli. As Li Xing's words fell, everyone at the table turned their gazes toward No. 18. Future Trunks clenched his fist under the table, but forcefully restrained any change in his expression. Lazuli, such an evil android in the future, actually had a human name. There's plenty of room here at home. You don't need to move out at all. Bulma tried to insist further, and by now she no longer wore that meaningful expression while looking at Li Xing and Lazuli. After all, over the years, she had grown accustomed to Li Xing's presence in the house. Even though Li Xing and Vegeta had started their own family in Bulma's eyes, Li Xing was still indispensable. I want to go back and be with my parents. Seeing this, Li Xing gritted her teeth, her eyes reddening as she finally revealed her thoughts without reservation. Though she deeply missed her parents from her past life, she couldn't neglect this life's parents either. Even if she had only just remembered them now, it wasn't too late to revive them with the Dragon Balls. I see. Bulma stroked her chin, looking thoughtful. For years, she had never heard Li Xing mention anything about her parents. Now that Li Xing was determined to leave, Bulma felt she had no reason to stop her any longer. At the Temple of the Gods. After the meal, everyone gathered there. Come forth, Shenron. Din placed his small hands over the Dragon Balls. As his words fell, the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground immediately shone with a golden light. The sky darkened, and wrapped in a dazzling golden radiance, Shenron shot into the sky, finally transforming into a 100-meter-long green dragon that coiled above the temple. All right, speak your wishes. I can grant any 3 wishes you desire. Shenron gazed down at the group with its crimson eyes, its whiskers fluttering as it spoke with an air of majesty. Shenron, please revive those killed by Cell and Raditz. Li Xing lifted her eyes to look at Shenron, above her gaze burning with intensity. Everyone had agreed beforehand that she would make all 3 wishes. After years of companionship, they had all become comrades with no worry that Li Xing would selfishly wish for something else. If there was anything unexpected, it was the matter concerning Raditz. They had even forgotten about the people who died in the eastern city back then. P.S. In the original story, those killed by Nappa were forgotten. At that time, everyone chose to revive Son Goku, and until the end of the Cell arc, no wish was ever made to revive those who died in the eastern city. A simple task. The scarlet eyes gleamed, and Shenron emitted its divine powers, swiftly granting the first wish. As I thought, it didn't work. Sensing no trace of Son Goku's ki, Piccolo's face turned somber as he murmured to himself. It wasn't just him, everyone realized that Son Goku had not been revived, and they all fell into a heavy silence. All right, state your second wish. Ignoring everyone's reactions, Shenron continued to inquire. Can you revive Son Goku? And no. 17. Li Xing clenched her fists, quickly deciding on the next wish. Even though she knew the outcome, seeing the disappointed expressions on everyone's faces, she still had to try asking. As for No. 17, although she hadn't witnessed his death with her own eyes, based on the deductions of Li Xing and Lazuli, he had most likely died at the hands of Dr. Jero. Sun Wukong has already been revived once, so No. 17 can be. Is this truly the wish you desire? The voice of the eternal dragon resonated, instantly extinguishing the last flicker of hope in everyone's hearts. Please wait a moment. Li Xing gestured toward the eternal dragon, then turned his gaze to the assembled group. Purunga. That's it. The Namekian dragon can revive the dead an unlimited number of times. Amidst their collective despair, Den suddenly exclaimed with excitement. The ability to resurrect the deceased without limit transcended the constraints of Earth's dragon. Perhaps it could only be said that each had its own merits. While it allowed infinite resurrections, the Namekian dragon could only revive 1 person at a time. Everyone hold on. Just as they were planning to use the Dragon Balls to transport someone to Namek, Sun Wukong's voice suddenly rang out, capturing everyone's attention. It's me, Goku. I'm speaking to you from another place, oh please hear me out. On North Kai's planet, with the aid of North Kai's abilities, Sun Wukong conveyed his thoughts to them. That was to refuse resurrection. After his death while in the other world, he had witnessed the outcome of the battle against Cell. Gohan had broken his limits and transformed into a Super Saiyan of the second grade. This undoubtedly filled him with great relief. Following this, Sun Wukong pondered continuously. Perhaps it was because of him that enemies kept being drawn to Earth, leading him to believe that a world without him might be more peaceful. In the end, Sun Wukong chose to decline their attempts to revive him, wishing for everyone to live in peace. After a brief farewell, despite a trace of reluctance, his optimistic attitude managed to ease the tension in their hearts. Goku, Dad, humph. Everyone except Vegeta was bidding Sun Wukong farewell. As for Vegeta, he merely clenched his fist. Training in the other world. Though somewhat surprised by Sun Wukong's refusal of resurrection from his words, it seemed the other world also harbored many powerful beings. Since Sun Wukong hadn't ceased his training, then, why should he? No further complications arose, and the remaining 2 wishes were made according to Li Xing's intentions. The first was to revive No. 17A, and the second was to remove the explosive devices within both of them. There were still many wishes they wished to voice, but the most important matter at hand was the reunion of companions and family. Afternoon. At Bulma's residence. Take care, Trunks. Bulma clasped future Trunks' hands tightly, her face etched with reluctance. Though she had heard from everyone that future Trunks now possessed the power to restore peace to his future world, in her eyes, he would always be her child. I understand. Mom. Future Trunks smiled, overjoyed to have met so many companions in this era, and also to have seen his father Vegeta. Beneath a large tree nearby, as he watched the one about to depart in the time machine, Vegeta couldn't help but gesture toward him. Although he was not entirely satisfied with his son's strength and temperament, since he was leaving, Vegeta also wished for future Trunks to carry his will and look after the Bulma of that world. Dad. Trunks returned his gesture, then embarked alone on the journey back. He knew his abilities were inferior to his father's, but from now on he would dedicate his life to protecting that future world. Well then, Sister Bulma, we must be leaving too. Only at dusk did Li Xing bid farewell to Bulma in the courtyard. Behind her and Lazuli each carried a backpack, and both held heavy suitcases in their hands. Setting aside Li Xing's strength in matters of daily life, Bulma was utterly worried. Thus, she stuffed the backpacks and suitcases with Capsule Corp capsules. That's right, not luggage, but Capsule Corp capsules. Though Bulma was the wealthiest person in the Dragon Ball world, given the sheer volume of items, Li Xing even felt as though she had inherited her fortune. Take care, and remember to visit often. Bulma hugged Li Xing tightly, giving her instructions before reluctantly letting her go. Miss Li Xing. Nappa stood behind Bulma, hesitantly raising his hand and bidding a stiff farewell. No matter how powerful Li Xing had become, he still hoped that one day the glory of Planet Vegeta would be restored. Until then, he would remain steadfastly by Vegeta's side. In 3 days, he'll come find you. Vegeta stood at the entrance of the newly built gravity training room, uttered these words, and then walked inside. There was no need to guess. It would surely be a sparring match. With future Trunks gone and Sun Wukong refusing resurrection in the other world, only Li Xing remained to serve as his training partner. As for Gohan, he had visited him in the afternoon, but was turned away by Chi-Chi, who insisted that the boy was going to be a scholar. Let's go. After bidding farewell to everyone one by one, Li Xing signaled Lazuli to place a hand on her shoulder. Whoosh. In the next instant, their figures vanished from Bulma's residence. Nandu, Li Xing, and Lazuli suddenly appeared there. She had not chosen to return directly to Dongdu. Moreover, in this life, her parents were ordinary people lost in the vast sea of humanity, and she could not clearly sense their key. Therefore, instant transmission could not directly guide her home. Li Xing opted to first come and pick up the revived No. 17. Somewhat unexpectedly, No. 17 appeared in the city and showed no signs of causing any destruction. Who are you? The sudden appearance of the two made No. 17 wary, but after recognizing their faces, he breathed a sigh of relief. You. And No. 18. Why are you together? Not knowing Li Xing's name, he vaguely remembered that before being attacked by Cell, it was this girl who had warned him of the danger. After that, Cell had knocked him unconscious, and he found himself in the other world until today, when he was inexplicably revived. Utterly confused, No. 17 was completely bewildered. Since Dr. Gero's laboratory, the place of his death, was closer to Nandu, he had come here. Apart from not knowing Li Xing, he was extremely familiar with the other one, Lazuli. Take this. Without any explanation, Lazuli tossed the suitcase full of Capsule Corp capsules from her hand to him, then similarly threw the suitcase from Li Xing's hand as well. This, with his hand suddenly occupied, No. 17's face showed confusion. Let's talk on the way. Seeing that dusk was falling, Li Xing gestured to the two, then soared into the sky, heading toward Dongdu. Her parents had only just been revived. If she didn't return home, they would surely worry. And during the journey, there would be enough time to explain everything to No. 17. Dad, Mom. At the edge of the eastern capital, Li Xing stood before her own doorstep, her expression complex, as she knocked on the door, memories churning within her mind. Behind her stood Lazuli and No. 17. Father of our child Xinger is back. A stir came from inside, and then Li Xing's parents appeared before the trio. The moment she saw them, Li Xing finally understood the source of her formidable genes in this life. A man and a woman walked out looking as youthful as Li Xing herself with time, leaving no trace on their faces. Her mother also had silver hair, while only her father possessed the normal black hair one would expect. As for height, unexpectedly Li Xing thought her own 175 centimeters was already tall, but standing before her parents, she still appeared significantly shorter. For an adult male, her father was perhaps average, towering over her by about half a head, while her mother was almost as tall as him. "What's this? Weren't you at school? Why are you back so late?" Li's father clasped his hands behind his back, his expression stern. "Don't be like that. The child is home safely, and it seems we have guests." Li's mother tugged at his sleeve, whispering softly in his ear. "School." Hearing this, Li Xing was taken aback. Indeed, when Raditz destroyed the East, her high school years were just reaching their end. Now that her parents were resurrected, it seemed their memories had stopped there. "I've already graduated from university." Thinking this, Li Xing's eyes reddened again as she threw herself into her mother's arms. "This child." Seeing her state, Li's mother shook her head, then addressed Lazuli and No. 17, who accompanied her. "Don't be shy, come in and sit." A gentle breeze blew. No one noticed that as Li Xing reunited with her parents, the eyes of the other two also seemed slightly moist. Having been captured and modified by Dr. Jiro, they had slept for countless years, their own parents long gone from this world. Late at night, upon learning that Li Xing had already graduated from university, her parents were unsurprisingly utterly astonished. Afterward, she proposed the idea of living alone in the countryside, as bringing Lazuli and No. 17 along made it impossible to continue living with her parents. Moreover, because she was no longer ordinary, Li Xing feared that unforeseen events might endanger her parents. In the end, unable to sway her stubbornness, Li's father and mother had to let her pursue her own path. In their eyes, though they didn't understand how time had flown by since their child had graduated from university, it was time for her to have her own life. However, it was now late at night, and even if she was to move out, that would have to wait until tomorrow. As the family was not well off, there were only 3 rooms in total, one for Li's parents, one for No. 17, and the remaining one where Li Xing and Lazuli would have to squeeze together. Upon hearing this, Li Xing could barely contain her drool. The events of last night were still vivid in her mind, but unfortunately, she had been too preoccupied to notice Lazuli's movements in the dead of night, only catching a glimpse in the morning. What's inside this capsule? After everything was settled, Lazuli and Li Xing returned to the room, playing with the pile of hoi poi capsules Bulma had given them. Bang! Lazuli casually tossed one to the ground. As the smoke cleared, both of their jaws dropped. "Money." They exchanged a glance. This single simple capsule contained a full 10 million zeni, the currency of the Dragon Ball world, referencing a certain cherry blossom country's currency value. Thud. As if unable to believe her eyes, Lazuli dropped another one. Just as they expected, another 10 million zeni appeared on the floor. "Sugar mama." 2 words slipped out. Li Xing had thought that the bags Bulma packed for her would contain daily necessities, but to her surprise, this sugar mama, after having little trunks, had even set aside much of her research work, and thus couldn't be bothered to pick out items for Li Xing, opting for the simplest and most direct method. However, perhaps this was exactly what Li Xing truly needed. We're rich. Lazuli didn't think too much about it as she picked up a stack of bills from the floor and savored the scent of money with delight. "With so much money, let's leave some for my parents." Li Xing's gaze focused on the 2 backpacks. She now realized that they didn't just contain hoi poi capsules, but bundles of crisp banknotes. Not only the 2 backpacks in their room, but also 2 larger suitcases that No. 17 had carried into his room. "No, it's all mine." At her words, Lazuli immediately became displeased. After pressing a small button on the side of the capsule, she quickly stored the zeni on the floor, then flashed over to guard the 2 backpacks. During her stay at Bulma's house, she had already figured out this world. Unless one used force to take things, money was king. There's so much money we can't spend it all anyway. Looking at her, Li Xing found it both amusing and exasperating. Lazuli's personality was truly like that. Though she appeared as a cold beauty to outsiders, now that she wasn't causing destruction in this world, she turned out to be someone who loved fashion and money. "I don't care. If it runs out, you and No. 17 can go earn more." The next day, after another peaceful night, Li Xing stretched as she walked out of the room in the morning, feeling refreshed and invigorated. So it was possible to have such an ordinary yet beautiful life in the Dragon Ball world. "Dad, Mom, this is for you." After much persuasion last night, No. 18 finally agreed to let Li Xing leave a backpack full of money. A hoi poi capsules for her parents. "Is this a hoi poi capsule?" As longtime residents of Earth, Li's father and mother naturally recognized the item. After all, Bulma's Capsule Corporation technology had long dominated the entire Earth, though Dr. Jiro was an exception, one benefiting humanity, the other transforming it. And besides, Dr. Jiro was dead. Such a valuable item, where did you get it? Li's mother said as she dropped one to the ground, curious to see what Li Xing had left for them. "Xing, are you robbed a bank?" The next moment, seeing the stacks of bills on the floor, Li's mother's expression instantly changed. "Let's go." As if finding it too troublesome to explain, Li Xing grabbed Lazuli's hand and dashed out swiftly. But No. 17, who was drinking water, spat it out upon seeing their actions, quickly grabbing the 2 suitcases from yesterday. "Wait for me." 3 days later. I'm heading out. No. 17, having finished breakfast first, called out to Li Xing and Lazuli before dashing out the door. Come back early after work, don't wander around outside. Lazuli shouted toward the doorway, offering a word of caution. As artificial humans, the two didn't actually need to eat, but there was no helping it. Li Xing insisted on having meals and her appetite was astonishingly large. Just as the pair picked up their chopsticks, the food on the table was nearly swept clean. As for No. 17's so-called job, according to him, he couldn't bear to stay idle, so he had taken up the role of a forest ranger at some animal reserve. Today, do you have anything to do? Seeing that only Li Xing remained in the house, Lazuli asked. Several days had passed since they left Li Xing's parents' home. The three of them had built their residence in less than a day, spending the remaining time on furnishing and her endless shopping sprees. Vegeta will be coming over soon. Despite the table being piled high with empty plates, Li Xing's battle with food showed no signs of stopping. Slap. Her mouth was stuffed full, making it impossible for Lazuli to understand a word she said. So with a flick, she snapped Li Xing on the head. Why hit me? Wincing in pain, Li Xing set down her bowl and chopsticks, clutching her forehead. Swallow the food in your mouth before speaking. Still unable to comprehend, Lazuli sighed helplessly with a face full of exasperation. Recalling how back at Bulma's house Li Xing could speak like that and still be understood, she couldn't help but think that Bulma truly deserved the title of Earth's wealthiest genius and scientist. Gulp. After a few quick chews, Li Xing finally swallowed the mouthful of food. It was hard to imagine that beneath her outward appearance her table manners could be so appalling. Vegeta should be here soon. Wiping the grease from the corner of her mouth, Li Xing repeated herself. By now the plates on the table had stacked up to a person's height, yet she felt only 70% full. Unfortunately, that was all the food that had been prepared otherwise. All right, be careful, don't get hurt during your sparring match. Having left Bulma's house together with Li Xing that day, Lazuli was well aware of Vegeta's intentions. Whoosh. As the two spoke, Vegeta's figure appeared nearby. He took a look around Li Xing's home. From the outside, it appeared to be just a two-story building with an enclosed yard and a balcony on the second floor. What? Does it feel like I'm back at my own place? As he gazed, a strange sensation suddenly arose in Vegeta's mind. Of course, he wasn't to blame for this. It was mainly because the building was Li Xing's handiwork. Having grown accustomed to living at Bulma's, she had simply opted not to put much effort into designing anything new. Apart from Dr. Brief's laboratory and the gravity training room, it was nearly a one-to-one replica. Another difference was that Bulma's home was in the city, whereas the place where Li Xing and the other two now lived was in the countryside, a considerable distance from the eastern capital. I'm heading out too. Sensing Vegeta's key, Li Xing hurriedly stood up, ready to leave. Wait. As she passed by Lazuli, her clothes were suddenly tugged. What's wrong? Li Xing turned around in confusion, a hint of bewilderment on her face as she looked at Lazuli. Then Lazuli's next words left her dumbfounded. Whoever eats cleans up. Pointing at the mountain of empty plates on the table, Lazuli stood up without looking back and stepped out the door ahead of her. Outside the house, Vegeta waited impatiently, washing dishes. Hearing Lazuli's words, he couldn't help but gape in astonishment. As a Saiyan doing such menial work, though surprised, Vegeta reconsidered. Back at his own home, Nappa handled the cleaning every day, which made it a bit more understandable. After a long while, boom, the ground around him shook violently as Vegeta's ki fluctuated erratically. He had been waiting for half an hour, and Li Xing still hadn't come out. Just how much had she eaten? Fine. They'll come back tomorrow. Deciding he couldn't wait any longer, Vegeta turned to leave. Hey, don't go. Sensing the commotion, Li Xing rushed out of the house, her hands still covered in dish soap foam. TCH. Seeing her hands, Vegeta spat to the side in disgust. Whoosh. The next moment, ignoring her reaction, he vanished from the spot. What kind of person is that? You were the one who came. Flipping him off at the spot where he disappeared, Li Xing finally shuffled back inside. There was no helping it. There was just too much to clean. She had wanted to ask for help, but Lazuli was nowhere to be seen in the house. No doubt she had gone shopping again. Another half hour passed. Li Xing had finally finished dealing with her glorious mess, and now she lay sprawled helplessly on the living room sofa. It was a good thing Vegeta had grown impatient and left, otherwise she felt she didn't even have the strength to transform. System. What does the divine sense perception do? Closing her eyes, Li Xing inquired in her mind. Several days had gone by, and she had only just remembered that she hadn't yet examined the reward from finally defeating Cell. System. Sis. Little sis. Yet no matter how she called out in her mind, she could no longer hear the system's response. What in the world was this system up to? Li Xing frowned. First it had gone silent during training in the hyperbolic time chamber, then it had inexplicably asked where she'd been after coming out, and now it had gone silent again. Final, figure it out myself. She still couldn't recall the system's parting words. She only remembered that after that day's reward a glimmer of golden light seemed to linger in her mind. Where's the light? The next moment Li Xing sprang up from the sofa like a bolt. The system was gone, and so was the reward. In that instant a surreal feeling rose in her heart. No, that can't be right. My power hasn't changed, has it? Li Xing raised her hand and clenched it into a fist. If the system had taken off, she didn't feel any loss of her own strength. In fact, it seemed to have increased quite a bit. What is going on? At that moment, she even began to doubt her own existence. Finally, Li Xing noticed the anomaly. Last time in the hyperbolic time chamber, when the system went silent, her abilities had been significantly restricted. For instance, she couldn't detect others' battle power or view her own status panel. But this time she could still use those abilities. Name Li Xing, gender female, age 24, Dragon Ball world, height 175 centimeters, race legendary, Super Saiyan skills, Ki control, Bukujutsu, Kienzan, garlic cannon, Kamehameha, final flash, Kaioken, current max 30x, item Sinzabine X1, a new type Scouter X1, battle power 0, 128 minutes. Her bloodline had changed. Li Xing stared at her status panel, her eyes filled with profound confusion. In truth, she had suspected as much ever since Cell appeared ahead of schedule in this era, but she had never delved deeper into the matter. Otherwise, given her ordinary Saiyan bloodline, even with the injection of her own Cell's growth and power would have been far too astonishing. Even she herself, with the aid of the system, had not progressed at such a terrifying pace. Now, with the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline flowing through her veins, Li Xing felt that everything finally made sense. Still, only a few days had passed since the battle with Cell. Had this sudden legendary Super Saiyan bloodline replaced the divine power she had previously been granted? And why had the emotion value column vanished entirely? What did that signify? 3 days earlier. Has it already come to this? After sensing the trace of divine power on Li Xing, the Grand Minister's eyes flickered with a hint of gravity. For years, though he had restrained the golden orb behind him for so long, he still could not ascertain its origin or use his own energy to destroy it. Thus, the strand of energy left by the orb in Li Xing's mind became the Grand Minister's breakthrough. Over time, although he remained powerless against the main body, after spending several years, the Grand Minister was able to use that golden light in Li Xing's mind to transmit messages to her. This meant that the one who had answered her when she emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber was not the system at all, but the Grand Minister. Despite achieving this much, that golden light still possessed its own consciousness, and the energy it contained made the Grand Minister extremely wary. Finally, upon sensing the emergence of divine power, he made a decisive move. He could not allow Li Xing to take the step toward godhood. Regardless of the golden orb's true intentions, since it had chosen Li Xing and was continuously nurturing her strength. If it sought to create a new god without his approval, the Grand Minister would not stand idly by, and so he employed some special means. He extinguished both the divine power and the golden light in Li Xing's mind. Yet even after doing so, he did not erase Li Xing's existence. The Grand Minister was curious, what sort of magic did this being chosen by the light possess? Let me see how far she can go without your help. With that, he turned his gaze to the golden orb behind him, a solemn expression on his face. The orb, as if possessing its own will, flickered twice before falling silent once more. Earth. Li Xing's figure appeared in the sky above a desolate area. Though she did not understand what had happened to the system with the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline replacing the divine power, she wanted to test just how far her strength had come. With her battle cry, a terrifying pressure descended, instantly shattering the peaks below and sweeping across the ground with cataclysmic force. The earth below was torn apart, revealing bottomless chasms. That key, it's Li Xing. In the next moment, the Z fighters across Earth all sensed this overwhelming aura. The energy erupting from Li Xing was so horrifying that even from far across the globe, they could clearly feel this suffocating pressure. No, Earth couldn't withstand it. Realizing her energy fluctuations were too intense, Li Xing quickly restrained the power within her. Yet it was already too late. A green aura emanated from her. Her muscles began to swell dramatically, and her entire physique appeared larger. Suddenly, Li Xing cried out in agony, clutching her head with both hands. A surge of bloodlust and frenzy swept through her mind. Her eyes flickered, and the wild power surging from within seemed on the verge of robbing her of all reason. This sensation Li Xing had only experienced when she was forced to transform into a great ape for the first time. Yet back then, both her strength and the power from that transformation were not even a tenth of what she now possessed. Rumbling. After only a brief struggle, Li Xing's figure still hovered in the air, arms hanging limp, her entire body ablaze with green flames. It seemed she had completed her Super Saiyan transformation, but the pupils in her eyes had vanished entirely. Roar. In the sky, Li Xing opened her mouth and let out a bestial howl. Crack. A savage aura raged around her. With her current appearance, she was nothing short of a mindless humanoid beast. The primal instinct to destroy everything took over. In the next moment, she opened her mouth and a scorching beam of energy shot toward the ground below. Boom. The massive energy beam struck the earth, causing the entire planet to tremble violently. A crater hundreds of meters in diameter appeared on the ground. Viewed from space, Li Xing's attack had pierced straight through the earth, emerging from the other side, slamming into the void, and then vanishing into the cosmos. Whoosh. Vegeta's figure appeared in midair. The current fluctuations were impacting Earth far too severely. He had to come and see what Li Xing was doing. This form, it's... However, the moment he saw Li Xing, Vegeta's heart sank. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and his entire body trembled uncontrollably. The legendary Super Saiyan. Having an extensive knowledge of Saiyan history, he recognized Li Xing's current state at a glance. Unable to suppress his terror, he involuntarily stepped back. The aura emanating from Li Xing now far exceeded anything Vegeta could have imagined. And judging by her appearance, she seemed to have lost all reason. He had no confidence that he could bring her back to her senses. Roar! Vegeta's arrival did not draw Li Xing's attention. She opened her mouth again, gathering more of that terrifying energy. No, at this rate she'll destroy the entire Earth. Cursing, Vegeta clenched his fists and erupted with all his power. Snap out of it. Boom. Moving at incredible speed, he closed in on Li Xing in an instant and kicked her in the back. A violent tremor resounded through the air as Li Xing's figure remained suspended motionless, while the energy gathering in her mouth reached its completion. With a roar, another scorching beam erupted forth, shooting straight toward the ground with unerring precision. A golden figure enveloped in lightning materialized. Without a moment's hesitation, it dashed toward the trajectory of the attack. Son Gohan. The threat Li Xing posed to Earth in her frenzied state was immense. Even before her first attack pierced the planet, Piccolo had urgently summoned him here. Helpless, for aside from Li Xing's son Gohan was now the most formidable warrior. Only he could offer Piccolo a glimmer of hope to prevent Earth's annihilation. This brat is here too. Vegeta's brow furrowed as he watched Gohan's movements below. Without overthinking, he retreated, widening the distance from Li Xing. He understood the vast power gap rendered physical combat futile. With a click, he clasped his wrists together and began charging the final flash. Below, Son Gohan had already reached the point where Li Xing's attack was descending. Haim. Time was scarce. Summoning every ounce of his strength, he unleashed a terrifying blast from his hands. A deafening roar shook the entire sky. Mountains, earth, and everything in the vicinity were utterly obliterated. This little one. She never fails to cause concern. Through his staff, the Grand Minister observed all that transpired on Earth. Only moments after extracting the remnants of the light orb from Li Xing's body, she had already stirred such chaos. Experiment Subject 1 was far stronger than you. He extended a finger and lightly tapped the magic sphere. An imperceptible wisp of white energy drifted through the orb toward the seventh universe. By now, Li Xing's attack had nearly reached Son Gohan. Gohan's desperate Kamehameha only managed to slow the onslaught momentarily. The attack continued its devastating descent. Damn it. Sister Li Xing, what's going on? Directly beneath the attack, Son Gohan gritted his teeth, stubbornly maintaining his technique. Lightning crackled across the space as Vegeta's charge completed. Final flash. With a furious shout, a golden beam shot toward Li Xing. Yet against the clash of Li Xing and Gohan's attacks, his seemed utterly insignificant. Unbeknownst to both him and Gohan, a faint white wisp descended from the heavens and settled upon Li Xing. Li Xing's eyes suddenly brightened and her body mid-attack faltered. With a cry, sensing the interruption in the opposing energy, Son Gohan thrust his Kamehameha upward with renewed force. In the instant Li Xing regained clarity, she felt two violent impacts strike her body. A massive explosion erupted in the sky. Her mind, just recovering, echoed with a roar before going blank. A furious storm expanded around her, scattering the gloom of the battle. Gasping for breath, Vegeta and Son Gohan stared intently at the smoke in the air bathed in sunlight. A monster. Though they knew not why Li Xing had lost control, both silently branded her as a monster. Too terrifying. Even Cell from days prior paled in comparison to the aura Li Xing had just exuded. Finally, under their watchful eyes, a slender figure plummeted. In that moment of regained reason, Li Xing was utterly defenseless, her transformation involuntarily receding. Then, struck by the combined attacks of Vegeta and Gohan, she fell into unconsciousness. Still having acquired the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, her base physique remained formidable. Even under such blows, her body showed no sign of damage. Vegeta clicked his tongue as he watched her fall. He vanished an instant later, caring not for her survival, only that her power had reached new heights. Sister Li Xing. With the crisis averted, Son Gohan deactivated his transformation and caught her descending body below. Had Piccolo not alerted him in time, Earth would have been destroyed. At this thought, Gohan's expression grew somber. Only a few days had passed. Had Sister Li Xing broken through again? But why had she lost control? And the power she displayed, even her transformed state, was different in color. Wasn't a Super Saiyan's form golden? Why had it turned green? At Li Xing's doorstep, Son Gohan knocked softly. He didn't know her exact address, only that she had moved out of Bulma's house. During his flight, he spotted a building resembling Bulma's home and decided to inquire. Who is it? A voice from inside, Lazuli's, confirmed he had found the right place. Li Xing. Son Gohan. Seeing him carrying the unconscious Li Xing, she exclaimed in surprise. What happened? She quickly took Li Xing's body, noting the scorched clothes, signs of a recent battle. Lazuli couldn't sense ki, but the violent tremors on Earth had been unmistakable. She had wondered who was fighting, only to find Li Xing missing from home, guessing she had gone to spar with Vegeta. After all, when she left, Vegeta had been waiting in the yard for Li Xing to finish washing dishes. But a spar didn't warrant such destruction, did it? And how could Li Xing, with her strength, end up unconscious? Lazuli couldn't fathom it, and asked Gohan for an explanation. Well, Sister Li Xing. She almost lost control and destroyed Earth. Son Gohan scratched his head, still a child barely taller than Krillin. Lost control. Lazuli stood frozen at his words. Gazing at Li Xing in her arms, she saw no serious injuries, likely just unconscious. In the dead of night, after safely escorting Li Xing home, Sun Wukong briefly explained to Lotzi Li before departing. "No, where are my clothes?" The next moment, despite being wrapped in a quilt, she couldn't help but let out a scream. She clearly remembered attempting to unleash the power of her transcendent bloodline only to have her consciousness suppressed by a violent aura in her mind. Then she felt 2 attacks land behind her. However, although she didn't know where the attacks came from, she distinctly remembered that her clothes were intact at that time. Now, why was she lying in bed completely naked? "You're awake." Just as Li Xing was dazedly hiding under the covers, a familiar voice echoed from inside the room. Following the sound, she saw Lotzi Li sitting in the corner of the bed. "Lotzi Li, what on earth is happening?" Li Xing tightly wrapped herself in the quilt, struggling to lean against the headboard as she asked. Sun Wukong said, "You lost control and almost destroyed the earth." In Lotzi Li's explanation, she finally understood what had transpired. It turned out that the power of her transcendent bloodline was so terrifying that after losing consciousness, she had devastated the entire earth to such an extent. However, based on Li Xing's understanding of her own strength, even if Vegeta and Sun Wukong teamed up, they shouldn't have been able to restore her rationality. No matter how she thought about it, she still found it a bit strange. "Forget it. At least the earth is still here." Li Xing lifted the quilt covering her head and murmured to herself. After the battle with Cell, she had just revived everyone, and now there was such a big problem on her side. How could she bear it? "Aren't you going to explain?" Seeing Li Xing's expression, Lotzi Li looked serious. Earlier, at the moment of the earth's tremor, she was shopping for clothes in a mall only for the mall to collapse. Not only did she fail to buy clothes, but the outfit she wore was covered in dust. "Shouldn't you explain first?" Li Xing poked her head out, her cheeks flushed, as she responded to Lotzi Li. According to Lotzi Li's earlier statement, she had been safely returned by Sun Wukong, yet her clothes were gone. There must be someone else involved. "I threw away those clothes, you can't wear them anymore." "All right, now it's your turn to explain." Lotzi Li gently brushed her hair, trying to suppress her laughter. "Thrown away. Those were made by Bulma. There were only a few sets." "And you. Li Xing pointed a delicate white arm at Lotzi Li, shaking it repeatedly. No matter what, she couldn't just throw them away, and how dare she silently put her in this situation. This was taking advantage of someone in need. Li Xing's heart raced as she tried to express her anger, but she couldn't pinpoint what Lotzi Li did wrong. "So you just let me lie on the bed covered in dust? These furniture and supplies are all newly bought. They cost quite a bit of money." Lotzi Li stood up from the corner of the bed, hands on her hips, as she scolded, "Besides, you're a girl. I'm not afraid of you. Why should you be afraid?" "Ah." The next moment, a scream rang out again as Lotzi Li directly pulled off her quilt. "The next day? What were you two doing last night?" Number 17 yawned, his gaze drifting back and forth between Li Xing and Lotzi Li. Although he was an android and didn't need to sleep, he was still curious about the noise. "Fighting." Lotzi Li blushed for once and coldly responded. Li Xing silently lowered her head to eat. Last night, she had already taken her revenge. After all, Lotzi Li's strength was not as strong as hers, and after putting aside her shyness, she easily knocked Lotzi Li down onto the bed. To be honest, her figure was really good. Li Xing didn't know. She was not the only one who thought so, but Lotzi Li thought so too. "I'm leaving." Unlike before, Li Xing had learned her lesson. After eating to about 50% full, she quickly used instant transmission to leave her home. As she was eating, the person vanished. "That guy." Looking at the remaining plates on the table, Lotzi Li's pretty face turned cold, and she squinted her eyes to curse. With a flash, Li Xing's figure appeared in the sacred time chamber. It hadn't been long since her last wish, and there was still nearly a year to restore the state of the earth. And she wanted to test her strength again. To avoid a repeat of yesterday's situation, she had to choose the most mysterious place on Earth, the Spirit Time Room. At least here, she wouldn't have to worry about harming others. Moreover, even if she accidentally destroyed the exit, as long as she used her Super Saiyan 3rd grade strength, she could still open a passage out. Sister Li Xinghumph. In the room were Dandy, Piccolo, and Bobo. Only Dandy was the most enthusiastic, while the other two, Piccolo wore a cold expression and Bobo remained expressionless. Facing Piccolo's slightly angry demeanor, Li Xing was self-aware enough to avoid eye contact with him, her eyes filled with a hint of apology. She knew that after almost destroying the Earth yesterday, such a big incident couldn't escape the attention of these few in the sacred time chamber. As for Bobo, Li Xing couldn't sense his aura, and based on her understanding of the Dragon Ball world, he should be a deity. How high his divine rank was she had no way of knowing. With the system having run away, no one could answer these questions for her. However, name Bobo level Divine Officer level 1. Divine Officer level. Thinking that she could still utilize the abilities left by the system, Li Xing couldn't help but probe into Bobo's strength. But this time it made her heart sink, and she unconsciously broke into a cold sweat on her forehead. There was no specific combat power. That field was directly changed to a level, and upon seeing the 3 words Divine Officer level, Li Xing's heart was even more shocked. Bobo was not only a deity, but seemingly not an ordinary one. God of Destruction, Angel, Grand Priest, Omni King. She silently recited these titles in her heart, and if ranked accordingly, Bobo was already at the level of the Grand Priest. I would like to borrow the spirit time room. Suppressing the shock in her heart, Li Xing's tone became extremely polite, her gaze fixed on Bobo, almost bowing to him. Clearly, after learning about his strength, it was almost certain that the spirit time room was a product of his creation. Otherwise, she truly couldn't think of anyone on Earth who had the ability to control the flow of time. Follow me. Ignoring the gazes of the others, Bobo walked toward the interior of the temple on his own. Seeing this, Li Xing quickly hurried to follow. Though she was unclear why someone of Bobo's strength would remain here, her own power was separated from his by an insurmountable chasm. Thus, she dared not inquire further, feigning ignorance as she followed him inside. Go in. At the door of the hyperbolic time chamber, Bobo stood aside, his expression still placid. Thank you. After murmuring her gratitude, Li Xing felt reassured and stepped inside. The door creaked shut. She did not notice Bobo silently slipping in as well. Am I about to start training? Gazing at the blank expanse before her, Li Xing let out a quiet sigh. She had only intended to test her strength, yet unexpected upheaval had unfolded, and somehow she had voluntarily come here again. Oh well, since the system is unreliable. After a brief pause, Li Xing resigned herself. Regardless of what had befallen the system, she had already gained many companions in this world. And with her strength having reached its current level, she no longer wished to idly rely on the system for the sake of kinship and friendship. Having resolved these thoughts, Li Xing commenced her experiment. Earth could not withstand her pressure, but here she could unleash her aura without restraint. Roar. Sensing the surging power within her, a similar sound unconsciously escaped Li Xing's lips. Calm down. Calm down. She repeatedly suppressed the bloodthirsty and savage will in her mind, even as her muscles began to swell drastically. An emerald green aura blazed around her, and Li Xing's pupils once again vanished from their sockets. Terrifying energy erupted, its aftershocks radiating outward from her center time, and again, yet within the hyperbolic time chamber, not a tremor was felt. This time, thanks to her mental preparation, though her eyes lacked pupils, her body exhibited no abnormal movements. She stood rooted to the spot, her tail thrashing wildly behind her. As time passed, Li Xing's form seemed to freeze in place, motionless upon the boundless void. Stop. In her mind, reason relentlessly suppressed the savage aspect. Thump, thump. A heartbeat resounded from the depths of her soul. Li Xing felt a warm current descend from her head, quickly spreading throughout her body. After a long while, she exhaled a turbid breath, and her eyes finally returned to normal. The legendary Super Saiyan. I succeeded. Feeling the surging power within, Li Xing raised her arm in excitement. Boom. She punched the air in the distance, and a resounding blast echoed through the space. Battle power. 50 billion. After checking her power level, Li Xing could scarcely believe her eyes. Scanning her body, she saw no lightning. This was merely the first stage of transformation. Terrifying indeed. Compared to an ordinary Super Saiyan form, the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline had multiplied her power by a full 5 times. But could she smoothly achieve the next stage of transformation? After forcibly suppressing the frenzy in her mind, Li Xing felt she was still on the verge of collapse. One misstep, and she might lose control of her body again. Forget it, no one's here anyway. Scanning her surroundings, she still couldn't find Bobo behind the building at the exit. Boom. Li Xing's aura continued to rise as she sought to discover her limits. Crackle. Fine bolts of lightning began to flicker around her, and her pupils vanished once more. However, this time, unlike before, there was no struggle left in her mind. Almost the moment her aura broke the calm of the first stage, the savage side surged in the next instant, overwhelming the last shred of reason in her mind. Roar. The roar erupted from Li Xing's mouth, echoing all around. Simultaneously, her body did not halt. Opening her mouth wide, a beam of emerald energy shot forth, racing toward the solitary building at the exit. Bobo's figure slowly floated before the building. Witnessing this, he couldn't help but shake his head. Swish. He moved his finger, and without any fluctuation, a faint tiny beam of light met the massive energy sphere from Li Xing's mouth. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that unlike the white aura released by the Grand Minister yesterday, the energy emanating from Bobo was a stark black. Thud. There was no violent explosion, only a subtle muffled sound as the two collided. Then came a shocking sight. The beam, originally possessing overwhelming force, instantly disintegrated, scattering into specks of starlight that faded into the air. Roar. Though bereft of reason, Li Xing vaguely understood that the building still stood. Thus she prepared to launch another attack. Yet this time her stance changed. Raising one hand above her head, her body began to slowly levitate. Instantly, a colossal energy sphere enveloped in lightning materialized in her hand, dozens of meters in diameter. On its surface, inner energy surged and erupted, resembling a miniature sun. Beneath this immense energy sphere, the Li Xing supporting it seemed almost insignificant. Fortunately, they were in the hyperbolic time chamber. If such an attack were to strike Earth, the entire planet would be annihilated, vanishing into the vast cosmos. Roar. She let out a mighty roar, the wild energy within her roiling, ready to hurl the sphere toward the distant building. Thud. Before Li Xing could swing her arm to release the attack the aura Bobo had emitted earlier reappeared, effortlessly shattering the energy sphere she held. Even in her lost state, she seemed to realize that her charged energy sphere had been destroyed. Roar. Abandoning the thought of destroying the building, she formed her hands into claws and lunged at the mist-like black aura. Thud. Just as Li Xing was about to pounce on the aura, it struck her squarely between the eyebrows, as if possessing consciousness and substance. Slap. The air fell silent, the transformation ceased abruptly. In the next moment, her body crashed heavily to the ground. Gurgle. In the spirit time room, after who knows how long, Li Xing was awakened by hunger. Am I out of control again? She stood up groggily from the ground, rubbing her dizzy head with a puzzled expression. Forget it, let's find something to eat first. Though uncertain of what had transpired, the energy she had expended earlier seemed substantial, so Li Xing decided to step out for a while. It couldn't be helped. She couldn't cook, and the household's financial reins had long been seized by Lazuli. Although this venture hadn't verified her current peak strength, she had successfully maintained her sanity in the first stage of Super Saiyan. For Li Xing, it was a journey well worth taking. Wait. Just as Li Xing was about to push open the door and leave, a voice that sent a chill down her spine sounded from behind her. Mr. Popo. Turning to see the figure before her, Li Xing's heart skipped a beat, but she quickly composed herself and greeted him. No joke, this dark-skinned Mr. Popo before her was a being at the divine attendant realm. Even with 100 times her courage, she wouldn't dare act recklessly in his presence. Li Xing only regretted not discovering Mr. Popo's strength earlier. If possible, she would have loved to learn from him. Mr. Popo said nothing, merely pointing to the building beside the entrance. Food. Through the gaps in the structure, she spotted a table laden with delicacies, and Li Xing swallowed hard. For me, the allure of food was immense. A gleam of desire flickered in her eyes as she tentatively asked, Mr. Popo nodded. Whether due to a dislike of speaking or other reasons, he seemed disinclined to engage in much conversation with Li Xing. Then I won't hold back. Starving as she was, Li Xing paid no heed to such niceties. Upon seeing his nod, she eagerly dashed over. Delicious. She ravaged the food on the table frantically. Even though chopsticks were placed nearby, she had no intention of using them. That was far too slow. Watching her wolf down the meal, Mr. Popo silently walked to the side, leaning against the building, observing her in stillness. Burp. After a while, the entire table was cleared. Li Xing gently patted her stomach, closed her eyes, and leaned back comfortably in her chair. Glancing at her, Mr. Popo quietly began to clear the dishes from the table. Let me help clean up. Sensing the movement beside her, Li Xing quickly opened her eyes and stood up to assist Mr. Popo in tidying up. Having a divine attendant clean up after her, she didn't think she had such prestige. Not her, not even a god of destruction or an angel would dare ask the Grand Minister to clear their dining utensils. If anyone could, Li Xing could only think of the Omni King. But at least, not her for now. You'd best refrain from using that transformation for now. As Li Xing scrubbed the dishes with effort, Mr. Popo suddenly spoke up with a warning. Why, oi? She froze, pausing her dishwashing, and turned to look at Mr. Popo with a bewildered expression. She had only just acquired the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, and this was merely her second time transforming into a Super Saiyan, yet she could already control the power of the first stage. So why was Mr. Popo advising her to stop for now? I'm not sure. Frowning slightly in thought, Mr. Popo shook his head and continued, it's best to wait until you're confident in mastering that energy before attempting such a transformation. I don't know. Li Xing grumbled inwardly, having hoped to learn from Mr. Popo how to maintain sanity in that state, only to gain nothing. Moreover, without trying, she wouldn't know if she could suppress the violent power within her. You could try sensing divine energy first, it might aid your transformation. Seeing Li Xing's puzzled look, Mr. Popo hesitated briefly before offering this suggestion. In truth, through the void, he had long seen the figure of the Grand Minister in the cosmos. Though unclear what the golden orb behind him was when Li Xing lost control yesterday and threatened Earth. Mr. Popo had witnessed the Grand Minister's intervention firsthand. Only then did he realize that the Grand Minister was monitoring Li Xing's movements. Yet, such an ordinary Saiyan. What was there to pay attention to? Indeed, at the divine attendant realm in his eyes, Li Xing wasn't even a god, so naturally there was nothing noteworthy. Thank you, Mr. Popo. Hearing this, Li Xing's eyes lit up briefly, then dimmed silently. Sensing divine energy, she wanted that too. But somehow after the battle with Cell, the system had rewarded her with divine energy, and she had genuinely felt the presence of a golden light in her mind. Yet now it had inexplicably vanished. Even the system seemed to have bolted, leaving her only this strength and the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, likely its final gift. Thinking this, Li Xing couldn't help but sneak a few glances at Mr. Popo. He had no aura, yet he inspired awe. A god in the flesh right here, wasn't he? Just as she was about to ask for his help, Mr. Popo's next words cut her off. Come find me once you've become a god. Having finished tidying up her impressive feast, Mr. Popo left those words and vanished before Li Xing's eyes. There was no sign of movement, nor did it seem like instant transmission. Li Xing stood frozen, speechless for a long time. Become a god, and then come find him. Mr. Popo was gone, leaving only those words echoing in Li Xing's ears. She wanted to become a god too. She had already reached the 3rd stage of Super Saiyan, just one step away from that new height. But now burdened by the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, she couldn't even maintain sanity in Super Saiyan 2, let alone become a god. Sigh. Letting out a soft sigh, Li Xing too departed from the place. Though in the spirit time room a year was only a day outside, she had lost her senses and had no idea how much time had passed in the outside world. Out so soon. Outside, Piccolo looked at her as she pushed open the door, surprise evident in his eyes. To them only a few minutes had passed, inside it might have been just a few days. Training's done, sorry for the interruption. Li Xing gave an awkward smile. After scanning the area and finding no trace of Mr. Popo, she dove down from the Temple of Kami and sped away. As for why she didn't use instant transmission, she had to take it slow, too fast, and Lazuli might not have finished washing the dishes yet. Speak. Where have you been? The moment she stepped through the door without a word of explanation, Lazuli seized her by the ear. Though the pile of dishes was smaller than yesterday's, it had still forced her to scrub for a full half-hour. Now that Li Xing had returned from her little escapade, there was no way Lazuli would let her retreat to her room in peace. Ow. I went to the hyperbolic time chamber. Li Xing, her ear throbbing from the vice-like grip, hastily explained her whereabouts. Concealing the matter concerning Popo, she only told Lazuli that she had been searching for the path to godhood. As for Popo, the news of his divine attendant rank was simply too terrifying and far too remote from their current reality. She feared Lazuli would not comprehend such a revelation. Got it, huh? Can't you already transform into that? 3rd stage. Lazuli released her grip. Though a trace of sulkiness remained, it was clear she had absorbed Li Xing's explanation. That stage is still far from godhood. Li Xing plopped down onto the sofa, describing the overwhelming might of the gods of destruction. A snap of the fingers can destroy a planet. As if finding it hard to believe, Lazuli's mouth fell agape. She then sat opposite Li Xing, listening intently to her tale. Swiftly a year passed. At the Temple of the Gods, Li Xing and the Z fighters gathered once more. However, unlike before, she had cut her hair short. Don't ask. It was because during a sparring match with Vegeta, she caught a glimpse of her own green mane. Nonetheless, this made it easier to distinguish the differences among the 3 Super Saiyan stages on her. During this time, she had also borrowed Piccolo's old spaceship to visit North Kai's planet. She intended to ask him about Beerus' residence, but upon hearing the name, he simply pulled out a handkerchief and kept wiping his sweat, ultimately failing to utter a coherent word. Left with no choice, she had to wait for Shenron to be restored and ask the dragon for this favor. Mimicking Dinda actions from the previous year, Li Xing extended her palm toward the Dragon Balls on the ground. Appear, Shenron. As her voice faded, the sky darkened and Shenron materialized in the sight of all, as was customary. Please restore the Earth to its state before it was destroyed. Before Shenron could even pose his question, Li Xing voiced the thought she had harbored for a year. This was of course a given. The entire planet had been pierced through during her first transformation like a deflated ball, causing some ecological issues. But it was fine. The fact that there were no casualties was a blessing enough, otherwise they would have needed another wish. With a hum, a crimson glow flared in Shenron's eyes. The entire Earth trembled slightly, not only mending the planet-piercing chasm, but also gradually restoring the buildings that had collapsed from the shockwaves. All right, state your second wish. Shenron spoke calmly. This trivial matter was for him a very simple task. Please reinforce the Earth once more. Li Xing's eyes darted around, thinking this wish was more reliable. Just like Namek back then, after being reinforced, even Frisia's furious assault couldn't destroy it. Though she wasn't sure of the extent of the reinforcement, it should at least prevent the planet from falling into crisis as easily as it did now. As for herself, she only needed to keep the last wish for going to Beerus' place. Divine power. Thinking back a few years, it seemed like such a distant thing. She never imagined she would be dealing with gods of destruction and angels so soon. I understand. With that, Shenron began to channel his energy. A golden radiance like a firework blossomed in the sky and scattered across the lands of Earth. As the light touched the ground, the very core of the planet began to transform. I have reinforced it to the limits of my ability. State your final wish. Shenron continued, his colossal form coiling in the sky, looking down upon the people below. I want 3 more wishes. Oh no, send me to where Beerus is. Li Xing stood below, nearly blurting out her initial thought. Lord Beerus, are you certain? Upon hearing the name, Shenron shed his previous majestic demeanor, his massive dragon head beginning to look around nervously. Seeing his state, Li Xing nearly burst out laughing. She was only asking to be teleported there. Beerus wasn't even present, yet Shenron was this terrified. Are you certain? Shenron asked again, seeming to break out in a cold sweat, looking utterly flustered. Beerus. The others didn't quite grasp the significance of the name except for Vegeta, who stood frozen, his gaze vacant. In his mind, memories from his childhood churned incessantly. He couldn't help but clench his fists. God of Destruction, Beerus. He remembered. That was the name of the one he had witnessed stepping on his father's head when he was young. At the thought, a surge of hatred arose, accompanied by a bone-deep fear. A god of destruction. He was an absolute deity. Vegeta's nails dug into his flesh, his eyes seeming to spew flames. The gap was far too vast. He had originally thought that only Li Xing and a scant few others surpassed him in power. Now hearing Beerus' name brought back a nightmare of memories, making him realize just how far he still had to go. What is she going to Beerus for? Realizing this, Vegeta snapped his head toward Li Xing. Catching his gaze, she merely glanced at him without offering any explanation. I'm certain, having given Shenron an affirmative answer, her figure vanished from the sight of the others in the next instant. Lord Beerus, this humble dragon means no disturbance to your slumber. Muttering to himself, Shenron's form dissolved back into the Dragon Balls scattering across the earth. At the same time as he departed, several ethereal beams of white light descended into the minds of those assembled at the temple. Beerus' residence. It resembled a colossal inverted conical flower pot with a towering tree growing upon it. Li Xing's figure abruptly materialized there. She glanced around, and through the sky, she could see numerous planets orbiting in the vicinity. At this hour, Beerus should still be asleep. Gazing at the immense tree right before her, she murmured softly to herself. But it didn't matter. Given Beerus' temperament, it would be a miracle if he didn't destroy her as an intruder. Hoping he would teach her the way to godhood was nothing short of a fantasy. Li Xing opened her pocket. The capsule filled with gourmet food was still there, and she breathed a sigh of relief. She had come knowing full well Beerus was asleep at this time. Her goal was clear, it was Whis. Inside the great tree, a large floppy-eared cat in pajamas with a slender build lay upon a golden cylindrical bed. With each breath, the bubble at its nose expanded and contracted. As expected, it was the time for Beerus to be in deep slumber. Even in his sleep, he exuded no trace of aura, radiating an inscrutable mystery. Moi. In another room, Whis seemed to sense an uninvited guest. He unconsciously set down the food he was holding. Her. Upon seeing Li Xing's appearance through his staff's power, even an angel like him showed a look of surprise. Evidently, the Grand Minister must have mentioned Li Xing to him before, as he had sent Whis to Earth a year ago to investigate the room of spirit and time. But what truly caught Whis off guard was that Li Xing had managed to find this place. Recalling the Grand Minister's words from a year ago, his expression shifted slightly as he guessed her purpose. To take the step toward godhood. A guest is a guest. Though the Grand Minister had advised caution regarding Li Xing's character since she had found her way here, Whis decided to meet her. Whoosh! A green energy sphere enveloped his body, gently floating out from the great tree and landing before Li Xing below. Whis. Seeing the figure before her, Li Xing stood ramrod straight, hands pressed against her thighs, much like a stance learned during military training. Ho 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 ho, Li Xing, you recognize me. Whis chuckled softly, covering his mouth, but a hint of interrogation lingered in his tone. Clearly he intended to ask how she knew of this place and why she had come. Beerus had been asleep for decades. During that time, aside from tasks assigned by the Grand Minister, Whis had hardly shown himself to the outside world. Li Xing could not have known of this place out of thin air. I've come to become your disciple. According to rumors, Lord Beerus lives here. Whis' meaning was clear, and Li Xing, no fool, stated her purpose outright. As for whether he believed her, she had no other choice. She could only tighten her grip on the capsule in her pocket. Beerus was merely a front, Whis was her true target. But angels rarely show themselves or meddle in conflicts among planets or humans, typically acting alongside gods of destruction. Thus Li Xing could only use Beerus as a shield. As her words faded, she couldn't help but secretly appraise Whis before her. Name: Whis Realm, Angel Realm, 6th layer. Angel Realm, just as she had guessed. God Realm, Angel Realm, Grand Minister Realm. Seeing Whis Realm, Li Xing felt an irrepressible excitement. Not because of Whis, but because of Popo. Across the 12 universes under the network's control, there was someone on Earth at the Grand Minister Realm. Suffice it to say, Popo was the highest realm being she had ever encountered. Become a disciple, eh? Whis' eyebrows twitched, a look of surprise crossing his face. Hearing this, Li Xing understood that showing up out of the blue to learn wouldn't be easy, so she casually pulled a capsule from her pocket. Yes, this is a gift for Lord Beerus. With a click, she tossed it to the ground, revealing a heap of Earth's specialty sweets before Whis. Li Xing's every word mentioned Beerus, yet every glance was fixed on Whis' reaction. Ho 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 ho. You really know Lord Beerus' tastes. Looking at the pile of treats, Whis' eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but praise. But Lord Beerus is still asleep, so he'll sample them on his behalf. With that, he licked his lips, picked up a dessert, and popped it into his mouth. As expected, after Li Xing had practically scoured Earth for every delicacy, Whis' expression softened considerably. Incredible. How can such delicacies exist? Whis exclaimed with awe, chewing the food. He and Beerus had scoured various planets in the 7th universe for gourmet food, but had never tasted Earth's offerings. Soon an ordinary dessert was finished, and Whis reached out for the next treat. No, this is my apprenticeship gift. Seeing the food's effect, Li Xing played hard to get, promptly stashing it back into the capsule. If Whis' reaction was this strong, Beerus would surely love it too. With the food in hand, how could she fail to win them over? Watching Whis, she breathed a sigh of relief, a faint sly smile flickering across her face. An apprenticeship gift, huh? Lord Beerus might not wake up for who knows how long. Whis propped his chin on his hand, his gaze fixed on the capsule in Li Xing's hand. Is that so? Then I might as well head back. Too bad I brought dozens of these capsules. Li Xing shrugged with feigned regret, turning as if to leave. Wait, what do you want to learn? Perhaps. I can teach you. Just as she took a few steps, Whis' voice called her back. Mission accomplished. Li Xing smirked behind her back. Little did Whis know she had no way back. Beerus' realm was far too distant from Earth. Unless a powerful being unleashed their full aura, she couldn't sense anyone on Earth. I want to become a god. Time flew by. Several years had passed since Li Xing began training under Whis. During this period, all the capsules she had brought were emptied. Afterwards, at Whis' insistence, Li Xing personally accompanied him to Earth several times. Of course, each time, they returned laden with spoils. But one thing puzzled her, as an angel Whis seemed reluctant to use instant transmission. Was it dislike or inability? Li Xing was baffled. Every trip to Earth took over half an hour and always involved descending in a colorful beam of light. Over time, she couldn't help but think it was for show. The Tenkaichi Budokai on Earth is about to start. Are you sure you don't want to go back? One day during their sparring session, Whis suddenly stopped and asked with a meaningful look. Tenkaichi Budokai. Has it been that long already? Li Xing also halted, her actions, memories swirling in her mind. Unbeknownst to her, it had already been 7 years since the battle with Cell had concluded. During this time, apart from the first year, she had been training here under Whis. Although she occasionally returned to Earth, it was strange that the people she knew seemed completely unfamiliar with the name, only aware that she had gone to some distant place to train. Unfortunately, in recent years, the wishes of the dragon have been taken by Bulma. Otherwise, Li Xing would have definitely asked the dragon what was going on. On the other hand, Whis learned about the martial arts tournament due to a casual discovery during a food hunt, noticing the changes occurring on Earth at this time. So, do you need to go back to handle something? Seeing Li Xing standing there in a daze, Whis asked. Of course. Li Xing immediately nodded in agreement. The martial arts tournament was about to begin, which also signified the imminent revival of Majin Buu. Although her training speed had significantly increased under Whis' guidance during this time, she certainly wanted to participate in the upcoming crisis on Earth. One reason was to test her training results, and the other was to learn from the experiences of the battle with Cell. She didn't want to witness any casualties again. Then, let's set off. Saying this, Whis tapped his staff on the ground, and their figures shot upwards along the colorful light pillar. In the depths of the universe, the Grand Priest remained silent, quietly observing the actions of the two. Naturally, Li Xing, training with Whis, could not escape his keen eyes. In his view, it seemed that the bloodline within Li Xing had been altered by the light mass behind her, which had caused the previous incident on Earth. If she could fully control the power within her, she might have reached a realm comparable to the gods. However, to the Grand Priest, a god with a breath was not quite perfect. Moreover, after years of observation, he also noticed changes in Li Xing. Since the battle with Cell, she seemed to have begun valuing companionship and family. If that's the case, perhaps she could be cultivated. The Grand Priest said, then turned to observe the reaction of the golden light mass behind him. You think so too, right? Earth, the day of the martial arts tournament's opening. Ha ha ha, to all the fans of Satan around the world, thank you for your patience. Facing a group of reporters, Satan laughed proudly. In the stands, a crowd of enthusiastic fans cheered for him. That guy actually has so many fans. Apart from Sun Wukong and Li Xing, the Z fighters gathered together, expressing their disbelief at Satan's behavior. Swish. As everyone exchanged pleasantries, Sun Wukong's figure suddenly appeared in view. Hee-hee-yaho, he tilted his head, slightly smiling and greeting everyone. Wukong, Dad. It had been 7 years since his death, and now seeing him return, everyone displayed joyful expressions. Well then, he'll drop you off here. Remember to come back to find me after you handle everything. In an inconspicuous corner after delivering Li Xing, Whis quietly left Earth. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind Li Xing to find him later. Having been immersed in Earth's food for a long time, Whis had already grown fond of Earth, but unfortunately, he had no money, so he always relied on Li Xing to pay the bills. For this reason, Li Xing had been reprimanded by Lazuli more than once for her spending habits. Next, the registration process continued in an orderly manner while Li Xing's mind was racing. She really couldn't remember where Babiti's spaceship was docked, only recalling that it seemed to be quite far from the site of the martial arts tournament. But as for the exact location, she couldn't recall it no matter how hard she tried. Forget it, it'll just follow those two guys later. Spotting two muscle-bound individuals jostling in the registration crowd, Li Xing quickly made her plan. Name: Li Xing, gender female, age 31 years, Dragon Ball world, height 175 centimeters, race legendary, Saiyan, skills control of Chi, flight technique Chi / Ki cannon Kamehameha, final flash Kaioken, current maximum 30 times items, Senzabine X1, new type battle power detector X1, battle power 2,128 minute. Looking at her attribute panel, Li Xing pouted, appearing somewhat dissatisfied. All in all, after training with Whis for 6 years, apart from her battle power increasing tenfold, she still had not mastered the way to become a god. According to Whis, she must first control the violent power within her body and then proceed with the method of godly cultivation. But isn't this contradictory to what Bubbles said? One said to become a god first, while the other said to control power first. Li Xing didn't know whose advice to follow. Therefore, after the martial arts tournament, she still planned to imitate the method of the first transformation of Sun Wukong from her memories, gathering 5 radio-sharded Saiyans. As for why she hadn't done this before, it was because there weren't enough people. After Sun Wukong's death, future Trunks had also left, leaving only 4 Saiyans on Earth aside from Li Xing. P.S. This transformation requires 51, a total of 6 Saiyans. Li Xing, long time no see. Lost in thought, she inadvertently arrived in front of everyone. Due to her repeated visits to Earth for food, everyone didn't seem too surprised at her return. In fact, the previous snort came from Lazuli, who probably regarded Li Xing as someone returning to ask for money again. I'm out of money, so you'll have to buy it yourself if you win the championship. Everyone had already completed their registration, and Lazuli coldly said this before turning away and heading into the venue. Don't say that. I'm not back to ask for money. The martial arts tournament proceeded as usual. Soon they arrived at the preliminary test of punching power. Similar to the game held by Cell, a total of 16 participants would be selected. However, since this was a time when all Earthlings revered the strong, the number of registrations far exceeded the few during Cell's time. And the so-called world champion Satan occupied 1 spot, leaving only 15 spots remaining. The selection rule was also very simple, just testing punching power. The 15 with the highest values would pass the preliminaries. Duong. After a brief explanation of the rules, several staff members brought out the punching measurement machine. Let us welcome the world champion Mr. Satan to demonstrate for us. The host of the preliminaries announced loudly beside the machine. Meanwhile, the other contestants waiting for their turns erupted into screams and cheers. Sweat. Watching Satan flash his championship belt once again, Li Xing felt an urge to slap him twice. If we meet him in the finals, remember to punch him first before asking for money. Thinking this, she whispered a few words into Lazuli's ear. The finals? Isn't that your turf? Lazuli was somewhat confused. After all this time, she had long integrated into the peaceful life on Earth. She just wanted to casually win some prize money. With all the Saiyans present, she had no confidence in making it to the finals. We might leave early later. Anyway, remember to punch him first. Li Xing briefly explained, then fixed her gaze on Satan on the stage. Seeing him posing in front of the cameras, she felt utterly exasperated. Boom, boom. Apparently, she wasn't the only one unable to endure it. Piccolo exerted his gaze, and all the cameras on site exploded in the next instant. No choice, I can't let the audience before the TV appreciate my heroic posture. After a brief moment of silence, Satan finally began his action. Bang. 137, it's 137 points. As the host's voice fell, Satan placed his hands on his hips, enjoying the cheers from the contestants, seemingly satisfied with the number. Number 6, 97 points. Number 76, 112 points. After showing off his strength, Satan finally exited, and the preliminaries proceeded as scheduled. TCH. How boring. Vegeta gritted his teeth at the scene, on the verge of losing his temper. In contrast, Li Xing had given up struggling. She somehow produced 2 cucumber slices and placed them over her eyes, adopting a posture of resting with eyes closed. Next, number 18. Finally, after another long while, the host's voice roused the drowsy crowd a bit. It was Lazuli's turn, meaning the rest were next. Publicly, Lazuli still went by the name number 18, and only those close to her called her by her real name. Hit it hard. Break it completely. Li Xing whispered a reminder to her, having lost all patience to wait. Boom. Hearing this, Lazuli, who had intended to pretend a little, disregarded the ordinary people's stares and casually punched the testing machine, sending it crashing into the wall behind. Beautiful. Li Xing cheered inwardly for her. It was just a preliminary round, yet they had been kept waiting for nearly an hour. At this rate, lunch would be delayed. However, Li Xing was ultimately disappointed. Although Lazuli was deemed to have advanced directly for breaking the machine, the staff quickly brought out a new one. Not long after, boom. In front of Li Xing, Vegeta also threw a punch, sending the newly replaced testing machine flying. Monsters. No way are such people really entering the tournament. That woman earlier too, what the hell are these people? The waiting contestants were all wide-eyed in shock. The testing machines were being destroyed one after another. Not even the man they regarded as a god, Satan, could do that. Get another one. The 2 staff members, drenched in sweat, declared Vegeta's advancement, then called for others to bring a new machine. Last in line was Li Xing. Boom. Without exception, everyone passed the preliminaries. After lunch, Li Xing and Bulma chatted about their daily lives over the past few years. Besides Trunks having grown considerably, Shishi was also pregnant before Goku's death, and thus gotten a bit younger than Trunks was born. Tell me you're over 30 now. Have you ever considered finding the right person to marry? As they talked, the topic shifted to Li Xing, and Bulma didn't hide her urging tone. Don't rush. Lazuli isn't married, either, you know. Li Xing looked embarrassed. The topic was too heavy. Just thinking about the glaring 31 years old on her status panel made her feel uncomfortable, so she used Lazuli as a shield. You're not. You know. Are you? Mentioning Lazuli, Bulma seemed to recall something and looked at her with the same strange gaze from years ago. That. My sexual orientation is normal, don't misunderstand. Hearing this, Li Xing's face grew even more pained, wishing she could crawl into a hole. Why did she have to bring up Lazuli? I really have a big mouth. It's just that I haven't met the right person. She crouched down, found a twig from somewhere, and drew circles on the ground. I understand. I understand. Bulma smiled and patted her shoulder, giving her a thumbs up. On the tournament stage, the junior division matches began first. As expected, the finalists were Trunks and Goten. The two youngsters were exceptionally gifted. At just 7 or 8 years old, they could already achieve the first stage of Super Saiyan transformation. Ha ha ha. Kakarot, as expected, my son's bloodline is nobler. Vegeta laughed, placing a hand on Goku's shoulder as Trunks claimed the junior division championship. Huh, Li Xing isn't married yet. Why haven't I seen her child? In response to Vegeta's gesture, Goku had no particular reaction, but instead turned his gaze to Li Xing, his expression somewhat odd. It had been over a decade since they first met during the battle with Raditz. By his reckoning, Li Xing must be over 30 now. TCH, that woman's temper shall probably be single for life. As Goku's words fell, Vegeta couldn't help but mock. It can't be that bad, can it? Could it be true what Bulma said, that she... As they spoke, their gazes simultaneously shifted to Li Xing, who was chatting happily with Lazuli. Thump, thump. Li Xing wasn't deaf. In the next instant, she flashed behind the two and gave each of them a knock on the head. If you can't speak properly, keep your mouth shut. Shaking her little fist, Li Xing was fuming. They were poking at her sore spot. She was already annoyed by her age, and while she could tolerate Bulma's nagging about marriage, these two dared to bring it up, and to her face at that. It was like dancing on a minefield. This guy's strength. I wonder how far he's come. Vegeta clutched his head with one hand, while the other involuntarily clenched into a fist. In that fleeting moment, he hadn't even sensed Li Xing's movement. In the blink of an eye, he had been struck on the head. We'll find out once the draw results are out, and we throw a few punches. Goku, also nursing the lump on his head, stared at Li Xing's retreating figure. Vegeta, tell me, can two women have a child? Are you an idiot, Kakarot? The group headed towards the preparation area, with the two of them muttering quietly at the back. Just as they were about to reach the area for the draw, two unfamiliar figures suddenly appeared before them. The leader hovered less than half a meter off the ground. With a small stature, a white pompadour, and light purple skin, Li Xing recognized him instantly. The Supreme Kai Shin. And the identity of the tall figure behind him was equally obvious: Kibito, the Supreme Kai's attendant and bodyguard. The patera earrings. Li Xing's eyes immediately fell upon the ornament adorning the Supreme Kai's ear. She wasn't particularly surprised by their appearance, but the patera earrings were truly a divine artifact. It was a treasure that allowed two individuals to fuse, creating a far more powerful warrior. This fusion was not merely a simple addition of combat powers, but surpassed the sum of the user's strengths several times over. Unfortunately, when used by anyone other than a Supreme Kai, the fusion only lasted an hour. Moreover, if the users were too powerful, they might even separate prematurely due to being unable to sustain energy surpassing that of a god. Yet despite these limitations, the patera earrings still lived up to their reputation as a divine artifact. Hello, you must be Li Xing. Unexpectedly, under the astonished gazes of the others, the Supreme Kai floated over to Li Xing. Me? Li Xing pointed at her own nose, equally puzzled. Shouldn't he be looking for Goku? Why come to me? I passed the preliminaries too. I'd love to fight you. Of course I'm not confident of winning, I just want to see how strong you are. The Supreme Kai curled his lips into a smile, then extended his right hand. Please shake my hand. Seeing his demeanor, Li Xing was at a loss for words. It seemed the various battles on Earth hadn't escaped his notice. She, whose power far exceeded the others, was already regarded as the leading figure who had surpassed even Goku. With no other choice, she extended her hand to shake Shin's. Please, you must help us. The moment their hands touched, the Supreme Kai suddenly gripped hers tightly. His previously calm expression instantly transformed into one of fervent excitement. In Li Xing, he sensed an unparalleled power, like a beast about to be unleashed. It was hard to imagine that such terrifying strength could reside within such a delicate exterior. You? Just say it. Seeing his state, Li Xing exerted a little force and quickly withdrew her hand. Helping out was one thing, but what was this attempt at a free grope? It's like this. Majin Buu's egg has been sent to Earth. The Supreme Kai took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, then furrowed his brow and relayed the information about Majin Buu to the group. So you don't know where Babidi is right now either? After hearing his explanation, Li Xing, who had been mentally prepared, also wore a puzzled expression. She had thought the Supreme Kai would know the enemy's location, but it turned out they still needed those two puppets to gather energy and lead the way. No. The Supreme Kai shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his voice. Babidi, the creator of Majin Buu, had already been killed by Shin and Kibito. Majin Buu's egg was now in the hands of Babidi's son Babidi, a man far more cunning than his father. Babidi could control those with evil in their hearts. To gather enough energy to revive Majin Buu, he had likely already enslaved many puppets, just like the two muscle-bound men Li Xing had seen during the preliminaries. Then there's no other way. We'll have to find a way to give those two some energy, and then follow them. Saying this, Li Xing sidestepped past by the Supreme Kai and Kibito and walked thoughtfully towards the preparation area. Although she was fully confident she could defeat Majin Buu, she also knew that following Shin's plan would only result in stealing the egg containing the sealed Majin Buu. If they tried to forcibly destroy it with external force, Majin Buu would likely awaken anyway. Unless it was the energy of destruction. Unfortunately, Beerus was still asleep, and Li Xing was only acquainted with Whis. Perhaps she could find a way to release him and then kill him. That might finally put an end to it all. Soon the draw for the 16 members who passed the preliminaries was over. Surprisingly, Spopovich, that muscular puppet, was drawn by Vegeta as his first opponent. This gave Li Xing a massive headache. Should she have Vegeta pretend to be defeated so the opponent could absorb his energy? Or convince Vegeta to flare his power to give the enemy a chance to ambush him? With the match imminent, Li Xing's face scrunched up like a bitter gourd. The draw results were absolutely terrible. She was in the very last match, and her opponent was none other than Kibito. After much deliberation, she finally turned her gaze towards Gohan, not far away, who was chatting happily with his future wife Fidel. Gohan. Li Xing waved to get his attention. Hearing her call, Gohan stopped his conversation and walked over. What's up, Li Xing? Sissy? Gohan scratched the back of his head, looking completely clueless. Once Vegeta gets on stage, you and Goku. Li Xing gave him a few instructions, then told him to convey the plan to Goku as well. There was no helping it. Beating Vegeta in a real fight was one thing, but getting him to deliberately lose to a stranger was somewhat difficult. Too bad Nappa didn't come. Wait, where's Nappa? Thinking this, she began to look around. She hadn't seen Nappa since the preliminaries started. Where did that guy run off to? Elsewhere in a corner of the earth. The Saiyans truly live up to their reputation. A short, ugly figure with yellowish-green skin cackled strangely as he stared into a crystal ball. Babidi, the dark magician who sought to kill the Supreme Kai-Shin to avenge his father and aimed to rule the world using Majin Buu. Behind him stood two tall figures. One wore blue clothing with an open front revealing part of his muscular build. The other had a rather peculiar attire, bare-chested, wearing only a pair of shorts with a brown tail coiled around his waist. Dabura. Nappa. For some unknown reason, that fellow Nappa had fallen under Babidi's control, and at this moment the image reflected on the crystal ball before Babidi was none other than the scene of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Following the three figures, just a bit further ahead, lay the egg sealing Majin Buu. Just a little more and Majin Buu can be revived. Babidi glanced at Nappa behind him, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Why are you staring at me? Sensing two unfriendly gazes, Vegeta turned his head to look back at Son Goku and his son, who were closely following him just before he was about to step onto the stage. Nothing. Son Goku quickly averted his gaze and began whistling off to the side. As for Son Gohan, he also scratched his head guiltily and turned his back. Two idiots. Truly father and son. Li Xing slapped her forehead, unable to hold back a silent curse. She had only asked them to hold Vegeta back to prevent him from killing Spopovich. As for what came after, she planned to subtly infuse her energy into the opponent's energy-collecting device during the fight, making them believe it was collected through battle. She would have preferred to do it before the fight, but Babidi's two puppets had hidden themselves so thoroughly during the preparations that the energy-gathering device was nowhere to be seen. Moreover, these two had already fallen completely under Babidi's control, their minds and bodies enslaved. Apart from collecting energy, life and death were of no concern to them. The real fear was that if Vegeta was provoked and killed them outright, everything would be ruined. She had only told them to hold Vegeta back and let the opponent escape if things went wrong, but those two idiots, father and son, had simply followed him straight up. And from the look of it, if Vegeta hadn't turned back to say something, they would have followed him right onto the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Who will stand at the pinnacle of this world? Without further ado, let us begin the first match. On the arena, cheers rose and fell. The official host of the tournament finally began his speech announcing the contestants for the first match. First up, a showdown between Spopovich and Vegeta. Huff, huff. Spopovich gritted his teeth, his breathing erratic like a monstrous humanoid bursting with muscles. TCH. Both of you get lost. I know what I'm doing. Seeing his state, Vegeta snorted coldly, then turned to say to Son Goku and his son. Under his relentless questioning, the loose-lipped Son Goku had no choice but to reveal Li Xing's plan. Vegeta, do your best. The two slowly stepped onto the arena. From the spectator stands, Bulma stood up and raised her arms, shouting out. She and Shishi were still unaware of what was happening with the group, naturally not knowing that in the midst of this battle many would choose to forfeit to deal with the matter of Majin Buu. But it didn't matter. In Li Xing's view, going alone was enough. If the others went, they would only become burdens to her actions. Disgusting creature. On the arena, Vegeta's battle had already begun. Without any transformation, a single simple punch sank deep into Spopovich's abdomen. The way he panted was utterly revolting to Vegeta. He had originally intended to hold back, but with that one blow his opponent collapsed and couldn't get up. Although the fight on the arena didn't proceed as expected, Li Xing still noticed the other fellow in the preparation area, quietly pulling out the energy-gathering device. Whoosh! In a flick of her fingers, she shot a stream of energy toward that person's location. The energy collector in his hand immediately began to vibrate. Energy. Incredible energy. Seeing the needle on the energy collector instantly hit the max, the man's eyes widened in shock. Whoosh! With enough energy collected under Babidi's control, he cared for nothing else. He shot straight into the sky, abandoning Spopovich, and swiftly left the tournament grounds. Success. Watching the man abandon his teammate and flee, Li Xing's lips curled into a smile. The next moment, she signaled Shin and Kibito to follow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures departed in unison. Wait for me, Son Goku shouted, making as if to follow them. His body had just lifted off the ground when Vegeta, returning from the stage, suddenly grabbed him by the ankle. What's wrong? Vegeta. Looking down at Vegeta's action, Son Goku was puzzled. Vegeta said nothing, only silently pointed to the draw results over there. He had already seen it. The next match was between Son Goku and a big brute. After Son Goku won, the two of them would meet in the remaining quarterfinals. A mere Majin Buu. Since Li Xing had already gone, he naturally didn't want to cause any more trouble. It had been 7 years. Li Xing was always appearing and disappearing mysteriously. Every time Vegeta heard of her return, he would rush over to challenge her to a spar, but he was always a step too late. He wasn't even sure what level of power Li Xing had reached now. But right now he simply couldn't wait for the showdown with Son Goku. He wondered how Son Goku, having trained in the other world, compared to him now. You don't mean to fight here, do you? There are so many people in the stands. And Bulma is here too. Son Goku shook his head. Though he understood Vegeta's intentions, in a confined space like the tournament arena, even if they wanted to fight, they couldn't fully unleash their power. Enough talk. Then you pick a place. Vegeta released his grip on Son Goku's ankle, then turned his head away with a defiant air. Dad, Uncle Vegeta, aren't you going to follow sister? Aunt Li Xing. Before Son Goku could reply, Son Gohan stood beside them. Sorry, Vegeta. Let's fight another day. Seeing his son's reminder, Son Goku made a swift decision and decisively abandoned Vegeta, shooting into the sky. Damn it. Kakarot. Watching his retreating figure, Vegeta's face instantly darkened, but in the end he had no choice but to follow. Since Li Xing and Son Goku had both left, there was no point in him staying at this lousy tournament. As for Son Gohan, based on his guess, ever since the Cell Games, this guy had been obsessed with his path as a scholar, and his current strength was likely declining rather than improving. After the two left, Piccolo and 2 curious little ones also followed. Oh well. Since everyone's going, I'll stay here. Watching Spopovich being carried off the arena, Son Gohan felt a sense of foreboding in his heart. Vegeta, why isn't Nappa here? Li Xing couldn't help but voice the question that had been on her mind during their journey. Babbidi's puppet was slightly slower, and soon both Son Goku and Vegeta caught up to Li Xing's position. That guy married an Earth woman and moved out long ago. Vegeta's words made her body tremble, nearly causing her to fall from the sky. That Nappa, he's already married. Complex images flickered through Li Xing's mind, and she recalled events from over a decade ago. When she first encountered Nappa, he was merely a lackey trailing behind Vegeta. Yet as a fellow Saiyan, she inadvertently spared his life. In the years that followed, Nappa worked diligently at Bulma's house, and the aggression that once defined him had long since vanished. Now who knows what he was thinking? Perhaps seeing Vegeta with a child stirred something within him. This guy had finally decided to live his own life on Earth. Wait, why am I worrying so much about him? Li Xing shook her head vigorously. She was only curious why Nappa hadn't shown up at the tournament. There was no need to overthink it. Oh, and there's also Android 16. He vanished after the battle with Cell, and no one knows where he is on Earth now. They'll be here soon. Let's head out too. Through the crystal ball, Babidi watched every move Li Xing and the others made. According to his original plan, Majin Buu still needed a substantial amount of energy to fully break the seal and revive. But by sheer chance, while searching for puppets, he stumbled upon Nappa strolling with an Earth woman. Initially, he only thought Nappa's sturdy build would make him useful for labor, but the discovery left him both shocked and delighted. After successfully controlling Nappa, Babidi realized that he wasn't just physically strong. He was a Saiyan. With Dabura and Nappa as his 2 powerful lieutenants, the revival of Majin Buu accelerated. By now, only the final step remained. But even the final step was no easy task. The energy within ordinary humans was pitifully scarce, so he turned his attention to Earth's grand event, the World Martial Arts Tournament. With a hum, a cylindrical portal opened on the ground, and he led the way out of the spaceship carrying Majin Buu's egg. Following him were Dabura and Nappa, both marked with the M symbol on their foreheads. After a while, in a desolate area, they're starting to land. In a place like this, the Supreme Kai warned, and the group concealed their key as they landed behind a rock formation. Strange, we've already investigated this area. Could it be that Babidi hid his spaceship underground? Kibito gritted his teeth, his hatred for Babidi evident. TCH. No need for that, just blast them out. Ignoring the Supreme Kai's protests, Vegeta rose into the air and fired a key blast directly at the ground. This guy, Li Xing, was startled by his behavior. It had only been a few years. When had Vegeta become so impatient? Even according to the original storyline, he shouldn't have lost his composure until after fighting Babidi's minions. Name Vegeta Battle Power 100 million base form. Name Son Goku Battle Power 100 million base form. This guy has already caught up to Goku. After secretly checking their battle powers, Li Xing grew even more puzzled. Was Vegeta suffering from the strain of excessive solitary training? Clearly, she couldn't find a better explanation for his behavior. At this moment, Vegeta felt like a caged beast finally unleashed, devoid of any patience. Unfortunately, Li Xing didn't know that her existence had already altered Vegeta's goals. His original aim of surpassing only Goku had expanded to include her as well. But Goku had only been revived for a day, and Li Xing was always appearing and disappearing mysteriously. Now that they were finally together, Vegeta had set himself a mission to beat them both one by one. So much time had passed, and he couldn't find a single sparring partner on Earth. The pent-up frustration was driving him mad. Boom. Under everyone's gaze, Vegeta's ki blast shot toward the energy collector, engulfing him and then exploding violently against the ground. A powerful shockwave radiated outward, blasting a massive crater into the earth and revealing Babbidi's spaceship to the group. Damn it, what if Majin Buu is awakened? Kibito cursed, still vividly recalling the ferocity of Majin Buu. Don't act rashly, there seems to be no movement from inside the ship. The Supreme Kai extended a hand to block him, sensing something unusual. Whoosh. Before anyone could react, Li Xing's brow furrowed, and she vanished from the spot. Even before Vegeta's attack landed, she had sensed something amiss. Logically, even if the group was hiding their ki, the commotion near the ship should have caught Babbidi's attention. Yet with Vegeta about to destroy the ship, no one had come out to stop him. Clearly something was wrong. The tournament. Meanwhile, at the tournament arena. Damn it. Uncle Nappa. What's going on? Son Gohan's arms were pinned behind him by Dabura, while Nappa, with a sinister expression, drained his energy. Babbidi and his group had suddenly appeared, immediately ordering the two to collect energy from the participants. Unfortunately, after the others had left, Son Gohan was the strongest one present. As a result, surrounded by the crowd, he became Babbidi's primary target. In response to Gohan's accusation, Nappa merely let out a vicious chuckle. Veins bulged across his already muscular frame, and golden flames of ki blazed around his body. Within moments, Gohan's energy was completely drained, and he collapsed weakly onto the arena floor. He wanted to resist, but Dabura had seized the advantage due to his long absence from battle, and the energy he had just gathered to transform was siphoned away by Nappa's energy collector. Ha ha ha, finally Majin Buu will be revived? Babbidi laughed maniacally as he fixed his gaze upon the giant egg. Pink mist erupted from around the egg, causing the ground to tremble, and the crowd in the audience had long since scattered in panic. Swish! In the next moment, Li Xing's figure flickered and appeared before everyone. She was the first to sense that something was amiss, and thus she rushed back to the scene almost immediately. Li Xing. Seeing her appearance, Sun Wukong, lying on the ground, struggled to speak. If it weren't for the fact that she was only here to gather energy, he would have surely perished by now. Li Xing quickly scanned the surroundings. Since the demon Majin Buu was about to awaken, it was clear that using brute force to destroy from the outside was out of the question. Swish! Swish! Her figure moved swiftly, directly taking Sun Wukong away from the scene and bringing him back to the others. Where is this Majin Buu? There isn't even a shadow of him. On the other side, having destroyed Babbidi's spaceship, Vegeta hovered in midair and coldly remarked, "Kakarot, let's settle this here. Wait, there's a strong energy at the martial arts tournament." He wanted to say more, but was quickly interrupted by Sun Wukong, who vanished in the next instant. Caw, caw. In the sky, a flock of crows flew, producing a series of harsh, raspy sounds, as if heralding the onset of a new crisis. The Kaioshin was also someone capable of instant transmission. He followed closely behind Sun Wukong's figure as they departed. Damn. Vegeta gritted his teeth, showing signs of reluctance. A strange and evil aura suddenly appeared on Earth. How could he not sense it? Yet in his eyes, it did not affect his battle with Sun Wukong at all. Li Xing's immediate departure was also noted by him. Why couldn't that woman handle it herself instead of rushing into the fray? The aura of the newly born Majin Buu was not strong. In Vegeta's view, even though the aura felt somewhat peculiar, even if it fully unleashed its power, it would never reach the intensity of Li Xing when she defeated Cell 7 years ago. Swish! Everyone had left, and staying here held no meaning for him. The more he thought about Sun Wukong's actions, the angrier he became. On the arena, pink mist had already filled the space above the egg. Under Babbidi's gaze, the massive egg split open down the middle. Empty. The sight before Babbidi left him stunned. His plan had seemed infallible, and the process of gathering energy had faced almost no obstacles. Now that he had finally gathered enough energy, how could the inside of the egg only emit a few wisps of smoke? Unlike his shocked expression, Li Xing was intently staring at the pink mist in the air. She knew that even if he turned to ashes, Majin Buu could still regenerate. She was unsure if she could destroy him with all her power, just using the Kamehameha. It's all right, Lord Babbidi. If I team up with Dabura, it would be enough to help you destroy Earth. Dabura comforted Babbidi from the side. A sinister smile spread across his face. Hey! Upon hearing this, Dabura gasped, his gaze also fixed on Li Xing. Seeing Dabura's controlled demeanor, for some reason Li Xing felt a touch of disgust. Majin Buu. The Majin Buu created by my father. Babbidi was entirely focused on his Majin Buu and paid no attention to Dabura's words. Let's deal with the situation in the arena first. Bang! Before Majin Buu fully manifested, Li Xing quickly devised a plan in her mind. In the next moment, she flashed behind Dabura and knocked him unconscious with a single strike. At that moment, her green aura blazed, radiating a terrifying and violent energy. Transformation Stage 1. Li Xing had been able to harness the power of this stage since her training with Whis. After training with Whis for several years, although he had always insisted on maintaining her calm mindset and had never let her test the transformation into Stage 2, she always felt that mastery of Stage 2 was just within reach. However, just Stage 1 was enough to deal with Majin Buu. A battle power of 500 billion was already an overwhelming stance. Pak. Seeing Li Xing effortlessly knock Dabura down, Dabura could no longer contain himself and spat toward her direction. This was his ultimate move, although somewhat disgusting. It was indeed a skill. Any creature that came into contact with his saliva would be petrified. If the body shattered after being petrified, then the opponent would naturally die, and the only way to reverse this petrification was to kill Dabura himself. Swish, swish. A stream of spit was shot out in quick succession, and Li Xing swiftly dodged this disgusting attack. In the blink of an eye, she had reached Dabura's front, extending a hand to cover his abdomen. Boom. Under the absolute disparity, Dabura had no power to resist, and his body was directly pierced by such a simple beam of light. Cough, cough. He fell back weakly and lay on the ground, coughing up blood incessantly. The gap in strength was simply too vast, like an insurmountable chasm. Over the years of dedicated training, having witnessed the terror of Whis and Beerus, looking back at the various crises on Earth made Li Xing feel like they were mere child's play. Babidi, are you ready to die? The light in her hand shone brightly, now directed at the instigator of the Majin Buu incident, Babidi. Buzz. At that moment, an unusual commotion arose in the air. The mist gradually condensed, and a plump figure, entirely pink, bare from the waist up with gloves on its hands, took shape. Name: Majin Buu. Fat battle power, 25 billion. Phew, 25 billion battle power. 25. Seeing this number, Li Xing couldn't help but chuckle in her heart. At the same time, her gaze turned towards Fat Buu, and the energy she had been gathering to kill Babidi dimmed unconsciously. Buu. Fat Buu appeared, shouted his name in the air, and landed. Huff, huff. After landing, he did not immediately take action, but simply stretched his body in place. This guy. Is there any possibility of forcing out the evil part within him? Since Fat Buu took shape, Li Xing's gaze had not left him for a moment. She knew that before being sealed, Fat Buu absorbed the former Grand Supreme Kai, which led to his current form. Even his personality was like that of a child. Hey Majin Buu, hurry up and kill this guy in front of you. Babidi pointed in the direction of Li Xing, issuing commands to Majin Buu. Dabura and Naba had already been taken down by Li Xing. He himself was on the brink of death, but the official revival of Majin Buu distracted Li Xing, delaying his demise. Moi. Hearing Babidi's voice, Majin Buu scratched his head and staggered a few steps closer. You are too ugly. You don't look tasty at all. Hey, what are you saying, Majin Buu? Babidi exclaimed, anxious as his hard-won revival of Majin Buu was disregarded. Whoosh. Before Li Xing could do anything, the figures of Son Goku and his group appeared. They were not much slower than Li Xing. Upon sensing the evil aura of Majin Buu, they did not hesitate at all. Ah, is that Majin Buu? Son Goku glanced around, his eyes filled with eagerness as he looked at Majin Buu. His time in this world was limited to just one day. After the martial arts tournament and the reunion with everyone, all that was left was the anticipation of battling strong opponents. Oomph. A cold snort sounded in his ears as Vegeta swiftly charged out from where the others were. He had long been eager for battle. Now that the enemy had appeared, he was determined to defeat them quickly so he could compete with Son Goku and Li Xing. Boom. In the next moment, Majin Buu, caught off guard, was struck hard, his body crashing into the empty spectator stands. Buu. My Majin Buu. Babidi shouted in panic, mistakenly believing that Majin Buu had been ambushed. However, before he could rush over to check, a strong arm grabbed him and slammed him onto the arena floor. You can't kill him, Vegeta. If you do, no one will know how to seal Majin Buu again. The Kaioshin quickly intervened, halting Vegeta's next move. Seal? There's no need for that. Ignoring the Kaioshin's warning, Vegeta unleashed an energy wave enveloping Babidi. Given Majin Buu's current strength, although he lacked complete confidence, Li Xing, completely shrouded in green energy, alleviated his worries. Though Vegeta did not understand why Li Xing's bloodline had changed, he was very clear about one thing. That was Li Xing's current strength had far surpassed both him and Son Goku. Boom. Poor Babidi ultimately followed in the footsteps of his father Babidi. After a violent tremor, his figure vanished before the crowd. Watching Vegeta's actions, Li Xing showed no intention of intervening. As a dark mage, he had already met his end. With his death, the shaped mark on Naba's forehead also disappeared, yet he still lay motionless on the ground. Li Xing's earlier attack was enough to keep him asleep for several hours. Swish. From the rubble, Majin Buu's body shot out, seemingly clumsy, but swiftly darting to Vegeta's front. You dared to ambush me, I will kill you. Raising his fist before Vegeta, a purple energy ball quickly formed. Vegeta's expression changed to spite, knowing that Majin Buu was not simple. The aura emanating from the energy ball still sent a chill down his spine. Without any pause, after launching his charged attack, Majin Buu crossed his arms defensively, revealing his Super Saiyan second stage transformation. The energy ball did not explode immediately, instead it pressed down on his body, forcing him backward until he was about to fall off the stage. Ha ha, seeing Vegeta's desperate resistance, Majin Buu laughed heartily. Die. As he clenched his palm, a towering mushroom cloud erupted, the explosion resonating throughout the sky. Crash. Flakes of debris rained down from the sky. With a single strike, half of the martial arts tournament arena was instantly obliterated. This guy. Li Xing furrowed her brow. Although the surrounding crowd had long since evacuated, this still occurred in the city center, and such a battle would inevitably affect many people. Hey Ugly. Thinking this, she quickly devised a plan to attract Majin Buu's attention. Ugly. Upon hearing this, Majin Buu shook his head, and his previously smiling face suddenly turned cold. Squeak. Like a deflating balloon, his body first swelled up, then several small holes on his head released gas. I'm angry now, I will kill you. Although his actions appeared somewhat comical, Majin Buu's focus was successfully shifted to Li Xing. If you have the guts, come catch me. With that, Li Xing ascended into the air, looking for an unoccupied area nearby. I will kill you, I will kill you. Majin Buu jumped twice in place, then pursued her at great speed. Vegeta, are you okay? After the two left, Son Goku, wanting to follow, realized that he hadn't seen Vegeta's figure. Sure enough, he spotted him amidst some rubble. Damn it. Vegeta shouted in anger, disregarding his injuries as he stood up to chase after them. Hey, wait for me. Seeing this, Son Goku hurriedly followed. Having only one day back in this world, he wanted to exchange blows with Majin Buu. Although it seemed Vegeta's Super Saiyan second stage was not enough to contend with him, it was fine. He still had trump cards. Dad Uncle Vegeta, after recovering with the Senzabine, Gohan noticed the commotion and wanted to join, but was held back by Biddy Lee. Gohan, what is going on? Pointing casually at a trembling Satan in a corner, Biddy Lee appeared somewhat speechless. On the other side, so slow. Li Xing yawned, flying, while keeping an eye on whether Majin Buu could keep up. In truth, Majin Buu's speed was already quite fast, but from her current perspective, he still lagged far behind. Now she only needed to consider whether it was necessary to force out Fat Buu and leave Majin Buu alive. Snap. Minutes later, Li Xing landed first, having unknowingly arrived at the extreme cold region of Earth. Hey, Ugly, it's too cold here, I don't want to fight. The ridiculous complaint came from behind her, causing Li Xing to roll her eyes. Why is the ugly one complaining first and saying it's too cold to fight? This Majin Buu truly has a childish personality. Spare me the nonsense, let us begin. Though a trace of helplessness lingered in her heart, Li Xing's gaze turned cold. Perhaps due to Babiti's death, Fat Buu, having just been born, had yet to reveal his malevolent side. Yet Li Xing understood clearly that if she did not force out Skinny Buu, he would forever remain a latent threat. Boom. Before Fat Buu could react, Li Xing's fist plunged into his abdomen, and a surge of formidable energy instantly pierced through his torso. With 500 billion against 25 billion, a full 20-fold disparity in power, Fat Buu had no time to respond. As his body was impaled, he was sent flying backward. Boom, boom, boom. After crashing through several glaciers, Fat Buu's figure finally plunged into the icy river. Li Xing, let us have a turn too. At that moment, Son Goku and Vegeta arrived, belatedly hovering in the air as they gazed at the battle below. Behind them, the Kaioshin and Kibito stood with mouths agape. Though they had sensed the surging energy within Li Xing when shaking her hand earlier, witnessing Fat Buu, whom they regarded as a nightmare, crumble so easily in her grasp was beyond belief. This scene left the duo utterly incredulous. Even more astonishing was that Li Xing appeared not to have exerted her full strength, merely the force of her fists had inflicted grievous harm upon Fat Buu. In truth, not only they but Li Xing herself was taken aback. During the years of training under Whis, even when she pushed herself to the limit, she could not harm him in the slightest. Yet now against Fat Buu, her power proved devastatingly effective. You two can play later. Seeing Son and Vegeta's eager expressions, Li Xing promptly interjected to stop them. This was a critical moment. Skinny Buu had yet to emerge. Moreover, even with their combined strength, they were no match for the current Fat Buu. Unless Son Goku could already transform into Super Saiyan 3, their joint efforts would only tickle Fat Buu. Of course, if he did, the time Son Goku could remain in this world would drastically shorten. He might have to report back to the other world before the fight even ended. Boom. Amid their idle chatter, a violet beam shot up from the icy river, and Fat Buu reappeared in view. Uffed. A purple aura emanated, and the gaping hole in his abdomen mended in an instant. That hurt a bit. Fat Buu rubbed his stomach, his face etched with solemnity. Li Xing's strike had truly made him feel pain for the first time. Though he could recover, the intensity of the assault forced him to take matters seriously. I'm angry now. He crossed his arms before him, and a purple flame erupted, enveloping his entire form, as if he had transformed into an energy sphere. Whoosh! The surrounding air began to ripple, and waves of energy radiated outward from Fat Buu at the center. Could this being's aura truly reach such heights? Unlike the composed expressions of Li Xing and Son Goku, Vegeta's heart was shaken to its core. Glancing at the others, he noticed that aside from the Kaioshin and Kibito who showed fear, he alone displayed such a reaction. Could it be that Kakarot's power has also reached Fat Buu's level? Vegeta speculated inwardly, clenching his fists involuntarily. An eruption centered on yourself? Li Xing crossed her arms, watching Fat Bu as he gathered his strength with keen interest. For some reason, seeing Fat Bu's comical demeanor made her want to play with him a while longer. I hate you. Suddenly, under everyone's gaze, Fat Bu roared, then flung his arms wide. The purple energy encasing him instantly expanded outward. Rumble. In an instant, the ground around Fat Bu trembled. Under the violent force, nearby glaciers shattered into powder, and the energy surged skyward. Due to the extreme cold, no dust arose. Aside from Li Xing, who was engulfed by the blast, the others were merely splashed by the surging seawater. All right, now it's my turn. With Li Xing's clear voice ringing out, the surroundings gradually calmed. Her figure reappeared in place unmoved. Fat Bu's terrifying energy had only managed to shatter the glacier beneath her feet. How is this possible? Staring at Li Xing's unscathed form, Vegeta's pupils contracted sharply, and his heart surged with sheer terror. He could hardly believe that an attack of such magnitude had left her utterly unharmed. From that strike, he realized his own power fell short of Fat Bu's. At this rate, a spar would be nothing but a beating. Even Son Goku was taken aback. He wondered if he could withstand that blow at full power, but to emerge without a scratch. He lacked such confidence. Thump, thump. Ignoring the others' astonishment, Li Xing charged at Fat Bu, who was still in his eruption stance, grabbing his antenna and launching a barrage of physical attacks. Dull thuds echoed through the air. In pain, Fat Bu soon realized Li Xing was using him as a punching bag. He roared in fury, struggling to break free. Yet despite all his efforts, it was futile. Finally, he liquefied his body to barely escape her clutches. So want to continue. Watching Fat Bu nearing the brink of rage, Li Xing still wore a mocking smile. Considering Fat Bu's later contributions to Earth in the original story, she decided to spare him if she could force out Skinny Bu. Squeak! The power gap was too vast. Fat Bu clenched his fists as steam rose from his head like a boiling kettle. Can't win, so I quit. The steam dissipated. Fat Bu turned his back to Li Xing and plopped down on the ground, looking utterly dejected. Huh. Seeing his sulking demeanor, Li Xing had expected Skinny Bu to emerge, only to find Fat Bu had simply given up. Is this really Majin Bu? In the distance, the Kaioshin kept wiping cold sweat from his brow. Had Fat Bu been subdued so easily? Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? That's Majin Bu, a being that even several Supreme Kais couldn't contend with years ago, and even the mightiest of them, the Grand Supreme Kai, was absorbed by him. He muttered under his breath, but a flicker of doubt stirred in his heart. Could it be that he had other intentions? Be careful, Majin Bu can absorb others' abilities. Terrible memories surged back, and Majin Bu's powers were still vivid in his mind. With that thought, the Supreme Kai quickly warned Li Xing. To this, Li Xing merely curled the corner of her mouth, clearly unperturbed. From the moment Majin Bu appeared, she had been on guard against this move, yet so far she had detected no sign of it. In Li Xing's eyes, Fat Bu, influenced by the Grand Supreme Kai's personality, was not inherently evil. His actions to destroy Earth and humanity were solely due to Babbidi's commands. Now that Babidi was dead and Fat Bu had yet to commit any heinous acts, his temperament was merely that of a child with a sweet tooth. Sweets. That's it. Suddenly a spark of inspiration struck Li Xing, and she pulled a capsule from her pocket. Since battle couldn't force out Skinny Bu, perhaps another approach would work. Bang! She tossed the capsule above Fat Bu's head, and tempting pieces of pudding scattered down. Originally meant for Whis after the ordeal, it unexpectedly came in handy now. Pudding. Hearing the sound in the air, Fat Bu looked up, his face instantly brightening with delight. Wiping the drool from his mouth, he opened it wide and lunged toward the falling pudding. Whoosh! Whoosh! Yet just as Fat Bu was about to touch the pudding, Li Xing's figure moved, flashing swiftly several times before gathering all the scattered pudding into her arms. Gulp! After so many events, she was feeling a bit hungry, so she quickly devoured it all. As Li Xing expected, the allure of food was immense for Fat Bu, and having it snatched away right before his eyes was infuriating. Rumble! In an instant, an earthquake-like roar erupted. Fat Bu, who had been sulking like a child, now had steam rising from his head, his face twisted in rage. Pudding! My pudding! Ah! He gritted his teeth and clutched his head, appearing to be in great agony. It worked. Watching Fat Bu, Li Xing couldn't help but let out a burp. Food truly was the key. Whether for Fat Bu or the god of destruction, delicacies were indispensable. Squeak! This time the steam from Fat Bu's head didn't dissipate, but gradually coalesced in the air. After a fluctuation, a tall, slender figure resembling him, another Majin Bu, appeared before everyone's eyes. Name Majin Bu Skinny Battle Power 29 billion. Name Majin Bu Fat Battle Power 21 billion. Even higher than before. On the eve of the battle, Li Xing followed her routine to check the enemy's strength, only to find that Skinny Bu's power was 4 billion higher than initially. As for the original Fat Bu, after the evil energy left him, he merely decreased by that same 4 billion. It felt as if both were at 250. Skinny Bu had simply taken some of Fat Bu's energy, creating the disparity in their current power. Skinny Bu said nothing. The moment he appeared, his gaze fixed on Li Xing. He too could sense energy, and it was clear that Li Xing's aura was over 10 times stronger than his own. Whoosh! Ignoring Fat Bu who glared at him from the ground, Skinny Bu darted across the sky, ready to flee. Two Majin Buus. The Supreme Kai's voice trembled. One Majin Bu was terrifying enough, let alone another suddenly appearing. What are you waiting for? Chase him. Li Xing waved at Son Goku and Vegeta, hastily tossing a few capsules to the Supreme Kai before following suit. These are. Clutching the capsules, the Supreme Kai turned his gaze to Fat Bu. Meanwhile, Skinny Bu's face was grim as he raced through the sky. He sensed an overwhelming aura in Li Xing that he couldn't contend with, and he had to escape her sight to find an opportunity. Where do you think you're going? Yet as he was lost in thought, Li Xing's voice rang out from beside him. Skinny Bu turned his head and saw a despairing sight. Li Xing, arms crossed, flying alongside him with an expression of utter ease. Li Xing's speed far surpassed his. With little effort, she caught up to him in the blink of an eye. Huh. Skinny Bu's pupils contracted, and in the next instant a terrifying purple beam shot from his mouth toward Li Xing. Boom. The beam's force was dreadful, illuminating the surroundings with purple light, but upon striking Li Xing it merely stirred up some smoke. How is this possible? Seeing Li Xing unscathed, Skinny Bu finally lost his composure, panic spreading across his face. Take this back. Without hesitation, Li Xing opened her mouth and a jade-green beam instantly enveloped Skinny Bu's rapidly moving form. A scream rang out, and both their speeding figures halted at that moment. As the smoke cleared, Skinny Bu's form reappeared, but it was twisted like liquid, his entire body contorted irregularly, his face etched with pain. Li Xing cast a cold glance at him, then a light flickered in her palm as she unleashed another shockwave toward his body. Boom. Unlike her earlier treatment of Fat Bu against the pure evil of Skinny Bu, she showed no mercy. As long as he wasn't completely destroyed, the variables would persist. Crackle. Amid sporadic bursts of explosions, Skinny Bu's body vanished. Phew. Li Xing breathed a sigh of relief, her eyes still vigilantly scanning the surroundings. She knew that even if Skinny Bu's physical form was destroyed, as long as a wisp of smoke remained, he could regenerate. Though Skinny Bu could use his absorption ability, Li Xing was confident that even if he absorbed every being on Earth, he would still be no match for her. However, she didn't want to repeat the tragedy of Cell and make her comrades grieve again. Where's Majin Bu? At that moment, Son Goku and Vegeta also arrived, and seeing that Li Xing was safe and sound, they both breathed a sigh of relief in unison. When they followed Li Xing's gaze and looked around, they discovered that there was no trace of the Thin Bu anywhere. I don't know. Li Xing shrugged, feeling it was somewhat incredible that the Thin Bu had been dealt with so easily. But there was no helping it. After observing for a long time, she couldn't find a single fragment of the Thin Bu's body, nor even a wisp of lingering smoke. Could it be that she had become too powerful? Thinking this, she couldn't help but take a look at herself. Her once slender body was now covered in muscles, as if she had been working out for years. The power of the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline was truly terrifying. It was just a pity that it was green. Touching her hair, Li Xing felt relieved that she had cut it short. TCH, since it's already settled. Vegeta glanced at the empty area, then impatiently pointed at Goku. Kakarot, let's settle this here and now. He didn't choose to challenge the transformed Li Xing, perhaps because he clearly understood her current strength and lacked confidence in himself. That suits me just fine, Vegeta. Goku showed no sign of refusal to his challenge. The sudden turn of events had made it impossible to continue the martial arts tournament, and with the current trouble resolved by Li Xing, he was more than happy to have a match with Vegeta out of sheer boredom. Both of them let out a loud shout and simultaneously transformed into the second stage of Super Saiyan, then immediately engaged in a fierce brawl. Name Son Goku battle power 10 billion, name Vegeta battle power 10 billion. Glancing at their battle powers after transformation, Li Xing covered her face in exasperation. If Goku didn't step into the third stage, the two of them would probably fight until the end of time. And of all places to fight, why did they have to choose this spot? The Thin Bu had only just been barely eliminated, and it wasn't even certain that he couldn't revive. Sure enough, shortly after they began their fight, the Thin Bu's body materialized again behind a mountain peak. His complexion was far worse than before, clearly having sustained excessive damage, but he had not been completely destroyed. Damn it! How dare you subject the universe's greatest Majin to such humiliation? Hiding behind the mountain peak, the Thin Bu glared at Li Xing's back, gritting his teeth furiously. He had actually lost, and so completely. He had been utterly powerless to resist. If not for a single thread of ki, he would have been obliterated just moments ago. Just wait, you'd better not leave this place. His eyes were filled with venom, and his gaze fell upon Son Goku and Vegeta, who were still locked in combat. Clearly in the Thin Bu's eyes, if Li Xing dared to leave, he would immediately rush out and absorb the two Saiyans. As for Li Xing, the woman who had brought him such pain, he would torture her to death. The Thin Bu's plan was quite thorough. Although Goku and Vegeta were not as strong as Li Xing, they should still grant him a considerable boost. If he still couldn't match Li Xing after the plan was complete, he would continue to hide and seek opportunities to absorb more people. Oh, what would happen if I left? In the blink of an eye, Li Xing's voice like a nightmare sounded again right by his ear. Clearly, despite knowing her current formidable strength, she was not without self-awareness. Unless it was a large-scale attack like the Spirit Bomb, it simply wasn't enough to make the Thin Bu completely disappear. Sure enough, the Thin Bu had taken advantage of Goku and Vegeta's fight to hide and regenerate his body, but little did he know that even that fleeting moment of released ki had not escaped Li Xing's perception. Bastard. Seeing Li Xing suddenly appear beside him, the Thin Bu's eyes blazed with killing intent. He was about to strike, but found his body inexplicably retreating against his will. So even Majin Bu knows fear. Li Xing sneered, then crossed her arms in front of her. In an instant, electric sparks flew everywhere, and the charged final flash was already pressed against his face. Faced with Li Xing's overwhelming pressure, the Thin Bu showed fear on his face. Under the crushing suppression of her power, he couldn't muster even a shred of will to fight. Bang! The next moment before Li Xing's attack could be unleashed, his body exploded on the spot, transforming into a cloud of pink smoke that enveloped Li Xing. There was no other choice. The Thin Bu, who had originally planned to absorb others before torturing Li Xing, was now cornered and wanted to absorb her directly as his nourishment. If he could absorb Li Xing, he would truly become the #1 Majin. You want to absorb me? Seeing this, Li Xing remained calm and unhurried. She withdrew her charged arms and crossed them over her chest, and a green energy immediately enveloped her body. At the same time, a powerful gust of wind pressure radiated from within her, suppressing the ki of Majin Bu. Ha! With this shout, the emerald green energy instantly expanded, reversely enveloping the Thin Bu's ki within it. Rumble! For a moment, the entire earth trembled, and a terrifying aura spread out. Even Son Goku and Vegeta, who were fighting in the distance, simultaneously stopped their actions and turned their heads to look at the commotion around Li Xing. That guy Majin Bu is still alive. I don't know, but Li Xing's ki is terrifying. That woman has already surpassed us by far. The two couldn't help but take a deep breath. Under the immense pressure of Li Xing's colossal power, they both felt a tremendous strain. Even Goku, who had been thinking of sparring with Li Xing just moments ago, now felt a sense of helplessness. He had a trump card, but it was only effective against Vegeta. Given the strength Li Xing had displayed, even if he used that transformation, he would probably be utterly powerless to contend with her. No. Impossible. I am the universe's greatest Majin. As the energy expanded, the pink aura grew scarcer. The Thin Bu's nearly insane roar rang out. He couldn't believe it. How could he possibly lose? The universe's greatest. Disappear. A cold voice came from Li Xing's lips. With a thought, the expanding energy around her suddenly halted, and then a violent explosion resounded through the entire space. No. Accompanied by the Thin Bu's terrified cry, his last wisp of ki vanished. This time he was completely dissipated from this world, ceasing to exist. With a soft exhale, Li Xing finally let out the breath she had been holding. With Majin Bu dealt with, the remaining Fat Bu could be left to Mr. Satan's care, allowing her to proceed with her next plans without worry. Taking advantage of Sun Wukong's presence, the 5 Saiyans, the 3 of them along with the father-son duo of Vegeta, could perfectly test the theory she had in mind. As for Nappa, he could go do whatever he pleased. He was utterly useless, unable to contribute anything, and had even been controlled by Babidi. Thankfully, his lack of strength meant he didn't cause any trouble for the others. You two, are you still going to fight? After contemplating, she called out to Sun Wukong and Vegeta in the distance. Fight? Why wouldn't I fight? Vegeta snorted coldly. Li Xing's power had already irritated him immensely, at least he had Sun Wukong to spar with. Heh, Vegeta, are you sure? Sun Wukong looked at him with a sly smile, his gaze tinged with peculiarity. Kakarot, we must settle this once and for all today. Vegeta frowned, sensing from Sun Wukong's tone that he seemed to be looking down on him. He could tolerate Li Xing's superiority, having witnessed her strength firsthand. He knew that even his current self couldn't match her power when she defeated Cell. But hearing it from Sun Wukong was another matter. It infuriated him. Their previous brief exchanges had shown them to be evenly matched, so where did he get the audacity to speak like that? In that case, I won't hold back. Sun Wukong's expression gradually turned serious and his aura began to surge. He realized that if he continued to bicker with Vegeta, they would end up in a stalemate even after 3 days and nights of fighting. Yet he only had 1 day in this world. Thus Sun Wukong decided to unleash his full power. Though it would drastically shorten his stay in this world, as long as he ended the fight quickly, it wouldn't waste too much time. Hurrah! With Sun Wukong's roar, his hair began to lengthen and beads of sweat seemed to form on his forehead. Rumble! In an instant, the ground, which had just fallen, still began to quake again, and the clouds in the sky swiftly gathered around him. This energy! Kakarot! Vegeta's eyes widened as he felt the surge of power emanating from Sun Wukong, his mind shaken to its core. Sun Wukong had broken through again. How was that possible? He couldn't accept what he was seeing. After years of grueling training, the other had still taken the next step before him. Super Saiyan 3. Li Xing looked at Sun Wukong's form and felt a wave of emotion wash over her. Recalling the battle with Cell, she too could have transformed then. But unfortunately, after switching to the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, she couldn't even maintain her sanity in the second stage. Lost in thought, Li Xing couldn't help but want to punch both Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Why did they have to spar here? She was itching to test the power of Super Saiyan God. If not for the fact that Sun Wukong seemed intent on a quick resolution, she wouldn't be standing here watching. Name Sun Wukong battle power 30 billion after a brief wait. Sun Wukong finally completed his transformation. Unlike the second stage, his hair now reached his waist, lightning crackled around him, and his missing eyebrows gave him a much colder, more ruthless appearance. All right, Vegeta, let's start over. Curling his lips into a smirk, Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes and calmly regarded Vegeta before him. Damn it, Kakarot, don't think a fiercer face will win you the fight. Vegeta stomped his foot on the void and charged at Sun Wukong without hesitation. He knew full well that the moment Sun Wukong completed his transformation, he had fallen behind once more. But even so, he refused to admit defeat. As the Prince of Science, the word surrender didn't exist in his dictionary. Boom. He threw a punch, and a gale erupted, the sonic boom echoing across the entire sky. Yet Sun Wukong merely raised a single hand and effortlessly blocked Vegeta's devastating blow. Huh. Vegeta, that's nowhere near enough. Sun Wukong grinned, and with a flick of his arm, Vegeta was sent flying back dozens of meters as if struck by lightning. Kakarot. Vegeta gritted his teeth and charged again. But no matter what techniques he employed, Sun Wukong easily neutralized them all. Instead, the more he attacked, the more his inner energy became chaotic. I'm done playing, Vegeta. My time is running out. A sharp gleam flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes. The next moment his smile vanished, and he drove his fist fiercely into Vegeta's chest. Boom. A thunderous impact resounded. Under the force of his blow, Vegeta plummeted straight down toward the ground. Ugh. Vegeta spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire body embedded deep into the earth. Clearly he was badly injured. He struggled to his feet, wiping the blood from his lips, and stared coldly at Sun Wukong high above. You broke through again. Vegeta clenched his teeth. Though he had anticipated that Sun Wukong would eventually surpass the second stage of Super Saiyan, witnessing it firsthand still shattered his resolve. After years of relentless training, not only had he failed to close the gap, but the distance had only grown wider. Hey, you're not bad either. You're already much stronger than Gohan was back then. Sun Wukong grinned, sensing the significant boost in Vegeta's power. This thought led him to feel a pang of dissatisfaction with Gohan's slackened training over the years. Whoosh! The fiery auras around both of them gradually faded as they simultaneously reverted to their base forms. For Sun Wukong, it was a matter of time. He couldn't sustain the transformation in this world for long. As for Vegeta, though reluctant to admit it, he had to acknowledge that Sun Wukong had entered a new realm. Continuing the fight would yield the same result, a meaningless battle for him. Kakarot, he'll surpass you sooner or later. Vegeta snorted coldly, then decisively chose to leave. He too knew instant transmission, and if he couldn't even beat Sun Wukong, now he had no desire to fight Li Xing. Why are you running off so fast? Li Xing's eyes widened as she watched him leave. Shouldn't he be fighting to the death? She couldn't quite grasp Vegeta's state of mind. It seemed the power both of them had displayed had exceeded his expectations, perhaps wounding his pride. Hey Li Xing, how about a spar? After he left, Sun Wukong turned his gaze toward Li Xing. A spar? You can't wait to go back to the underworld, can you? Li Xing shot him a glance, feeling utterly speechless. At this moment, beads of sweat covered Sun Wukong's forehead, not from physical exertion, but from the loss of energy. For some reason, he was already a being from the afterlife, yet transforming in this world consumed the time he had left here. He was baffled, thinking that Super Saiyan 3 could only be used in the underworld. Not interested. Come back when you're stronger. For now, while you still have time, come with me to take care of something. Shaking his head silently, Li Xing didn't want to waste words and directly stated her purpose. After a moment, under Li Xing's explanation, Sun Wukong roughly understood her intentions. Subsequently, the two returned to the frozen wasteland, brought Fat Bu and the Supreme Kai along, and headed back to the World Martial Arts Tournament grounds. What? Let Majin Bu follow me. No way. Mister. Satan waved his hands frantically, his face full of refusal. The moment Li Xing appeared with Fat Bu, those unaware of the situation gasped in shock. The memory of Babiti's teleportation arrival at the tournament was still vivid. Even Son Gohan assumed a battle stance, let alone Mr. Satan, who trembled behind him. At that point, he realized that Sun Wukong and his group were the ones who had truly defeated Cell. He, the so-called world champion of martial arts, was nothing in their eyes. Thus Mr. Satan now found Son Gohan increasingly agreeable, especially after learning he was classmates with Fidel. He was eager to arrange their wedding immediately. It's fine, just feed him. The Supreme Kai wiped his brow. When Li Xing and the others pursued Skinny Bu, they had sensed no trace of evil from Fat Bu. At that time, he knew that Fat Bu's evil energy had been expelled, and that Skinny Bu was the embodiment of that evil. Feed him. Mr. Satan was startled, then turned his gaze to Li Xing. Though he didn't know many present, he remembered one thing: she was the one who had personally destroyed Cell. Yes, he has a sweet tooth. If possible, you can treat him as your bodyguard. Seeing Mr. Satan's terrified expression, Li Xing could barely suppress a smile. Pudding. Cake, I'm hungry. At the mention of sweets, Fat Bu grinned, looking almost simple and honest. Gulp, Mr. Satan swallowed hard, mustered his courage, stepped forward, and poked his belly. If I give you food, will you really stay with me, eh? At the Temple of the Gods. After everything was settled without casualties, Mr. Satan called for the tournament to be rescheduled. This time Li Xing and the others had no interest in participating. Lazuli was sulking because she hadn't succeeded in extorting Mr. Satan. To this, Li Xing quietly told her that Mr. Satan was wealthy and she could rob him anytime. But now she had to beware of Fat Bu as his bodyguard. That's easier said than done. Lazuli flicked Li Xing on the head. Fat Bu was so strong, yet she had to give him to that guy, Mr. Satan. Li Xing felt wronged and could only complain inwardly. Strong as he was also strong in eating. Having one scion at home was enough. TCH. Hurry up. Why did you call us here? Vegeta urged impatiently as he watched the others chat. He needed to train, and Li Xing had gathered almost all the scions here. It's about that. Super Saiyan God. Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head, recalling what Li Xing had mentioned earlier. Super Saiyan God. Vegeta frowned. For some reason, the mention of God brought a fearsome figure to his mind. Dad, what does Super Saiyan God look like? Is it stronger than Super Saiyan 3? Trunks and Son Goten's eyes sparkled. Earlier, when Vegeta and Sun Wukong sparred, both boys had sensed the immense energy Sun Wukong unleashed. I don't know either. You'll have to ask Li Xing. Sun Wukong shrugged, admitting he was clueless about the so-called Super Saiyan God. All right, since everyone's here, then let me explain briefly. Seeing everyone assembled, Li Xing cleared her throat and began. As we all know, we Scions have different transformation forms. In order of power, we can currently categorize them into 3 stages. Super Saiyan 1 is the basic form which these 2 kids have already achieved. Super Saiyan 2, an enhancement of the first, is where Vegeta and Son Gohan currently stand. Super Saiyan 3, this stage Sun Wukong should know well. It's the strongest transformation we can currently achieve. Li Xing spoke slowly, and as she did, everyone's eyes focused on Sun Wukong. What about you? Auntie Li Xing, which stage are you at? The 2 kids couldn't contain their curiosity. In their eyes, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta seemed to respect Li Xing. Could her level be higher than Super Saiyan 3? Me? I'm at the first stage, same as you. She glanced down at them, deliberately ignoring the unpleasant address. At her words, everyone turned to her. First stage? You must be joking. Could an ordinary scion at the first stage unleash such power? Faced with her self-description, everyone's eyes showed deep disbelief. However, my bloodline is different. If it's hard to understand, think of me as a super scion with a special bloodline. That explains why your hair turns green when you transform. Sun Wukong nodded thoughtfully. Today was the first time he saw her transformation, and he had been wanting to ask, what does this have to do with Super Saiyan God? Vegeta frowned. Explaining the 3 stages was nothing new. They could have figured it out themselves. Don't rush. The main event is coming. Vegeta, do you still remember the battle power scouter from when you first arrived on Earth? Amidst the intense gazes of the crowd, Li Xing suddenly brought up this matter. That piece of junk has long been useless. Vegeta snorted coldly, harboring a deep disdain for the device. Against enemies who could freely control their energy, it was utterly worthless. Raditz had also met his early demise on Earth precisely because he trusted the scouter's numbers too much. No, you're wrong. In the ordinary Super Saiyan stage, even though we can freely control the intensity of our energy, true strength is still measured by battle power. Li Xing gently shook his head upon hearing this, then continued, but the Super Saiyan God will truly break the limits of battle power and step into a realm we cannot imagine. Only then can we truly break free from the shackles of battle power. His words caused an unusual expression to appear on everyone's faces. Battle power. This term had been absent from their minds for far too long. Even Bulma, who had tirelessly modified the scouter in the early days, had long abandoned this research. Goku, you still remember the Kaioken, right? Seeing everyone lost in thought, Li Xing turned his gaze to Goku. Of course I do, but it seems the Kaioken can't be used simultaneously with Super Saiyan. Goku frowned. How could he forget the ultimate technique taught to him by King Kai? He had thought of this long ago during his first battle with Frieza as a Super Saiyan. Aside from the strain on his body, he simply couldn't execute the Kaioken after transforming. Thinking about this, Goku couldn't help but glance at Li Xing a few more times. Li Xing also knew the Kaioken, but he had never seen him use it in his Super Saiyan form either. Let's set that aside for now. Let me give a simple example. With that, Li Xing clapped his hands and pointed at Goku. Take Goku for instance. His current base battle power is 100 million. The multiplier for a normal Super Saiyan transformation is 50 times 100 times for the second stage and 300 times for the third stage. This is his current strength. After hearing Li Xing's words, the surrounding people all gasped in astonishment. No wonder the Scion's strength far surpassed everyone else. With such terrifying multipliers, even a weakling with a battle power of 5 could rival Raditz if they achieved the third stage transformation. What about me? What's my battle power? Hearing this, Vegeta couldn't sit still either. He had thought the only difference between him and Goku was one transformation, but now realized it was a chasm-like gap. 100 times versus 300 times. No wonder he was so easily defeated by Goku. Like Goku, your base battle power is also 100 million. As Li Xing slowly uttered these words, the tense expression on Vegeta's face visibly relaxed. Haha, Kakarot. You've just achieved the transformation a step ahead. He'll surpass you sooner or later. Learning that his battle power was equal to Goku's Vegeta's usual arrogance returned. Everyone was well aware of his personality, so they paid him little mind, instead focusing their attention back on Lixing. But that only helps us understand our own strength. It still doesn't explain anything about the Super Saiyan God, does it? Finally, even Goku grew impatient. His time in this world was limited, and after sparring with Vegeta in his transformed state earlier, he likely had less than half an hour left. The Super Saiyan God is completely different from our previous 3 transformations. It is a total and absolute sublimation. Lixing narrowed his eyes, and then stated, when one's own strength is insufficient to take that step, according to legend, it requires 5 Saiyans with righteous hearts to simultaneously pour their energy into another Saiyan. With this, he had finally laid out his purpose. 1, 2, 6. There are 6 of us here. That's 1 extra. Goku counted on his fingers and quickly figured it out. Are you an idiot? 5 plus 1 makes exactly 6. As expected, there was someone who understood. Before Lixing could respond, Vegeta shot him a glare. So the reason you called us here is to help you become a god. After scolding Goku, Vegeta's mood noticeably improved, and he quickly grasped Lixing's intention. Exactly. Lixing nodded. The conversation had finally gotten on track, and he couldn't wait to see the power he would gain after becoming a god. Moreover, looking through the crowd toward the direction of the lookout, he saw that Popo also seemed to be observing their actions. Once he became a god, he could go find him. Well thought out. Since we know the method now, why shouldn't I or Kakarot become the god first? Vegeta's expression began to shift. The allure of the divine realm Lixing spoke of was too great, and he too wanted to be the first to experience such a transformation. Hearing this, Lixing frowned and glanced at Goku. Sure enough, both of them seemed eager, both vying for this single opportunity to transform. In exchange, I can help you all increase your strength. His eyes darted, and he quickly thought of a reliable solution. Increase our strength. Can we do that too? Hearing this, Gohan remained indifferent, but the 2 little ones grew excited. Everyone can. Lixing's lips curled into a slight smile as he secretly calculated in his mind. If Vegeta refused to cooperate, he would just beat him up and throw him off. He could always bring Nappa over instead. I have no objections. Hurry up, I'm running out of time. Goku urged, having already caught a glimpse of fortune teller Baba's figure. If he delayed any longer, he would have to return to the other world. Fine, you said it. Seeing everyone's eyes on him, Vegeta gritted his teeth, as if making an incredibly difficult decision. Deal. Now hold hands, form a circle behind me, and pour your energy into my body. As Lixing spoke, he quickly began arranging everyone's positions. Slap. Kakarot, take your filthy hands off me. Didn't he say to form a circle? Where did you put Lixing? Uffed. Watching the 2 bicker endlessly, Lixing nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Focus. Pour your energy into my body. After much fuss, they finally got into position. He then said in a deep voice. As her words fell, a fierce gale began to radiate from their surroundings. In the next instant, all 5 except Lixing transformed into Super Saiyans. Boom. Thunder roared. Violent lightning instantly filled the entire sky, and the temple of the gods began to tremble violently. Golden light surged from their bodies, enveloping them like bubbles. Such an overwhelming aura. Watching Lixing and the others whose presence seemed capable of tearing through any obstacle, the gathered onlookers were profoundly awestruck. Becoming a god. Will they be able to create Dragon Balls like destined? Bulma muttered softly, earning an eye roll from Lazuli beside her. The Earth's guardian, now destined, was called a god, but possessed virtually no combat power. What Lixing sought was clearly a different path to godhood, one unbound by constraints, a Super Saiyan God achieved solely to enhance strength. Sensing the surging energy within, Lixing's eyes snapped open, and in that same moment, she instantly assumed her Super Saiyan form. However, unlike her previous legendary Super Saiyan transformation, her hair reverted to its golden hue and her muscles did not swell from the change. Soon, golden light shot skyward from the 6 of them. Auspicious clouds appeared one after another, and the entire land was bathed in brilliant radiance. In the next moment, their bodies levitated in unison. Crackling blue currents of energy passed among them, and halos of light continuously expanded outward. Whoosh! A colossal blue pillar of light pierced the heavens, tearing a rift through the cloud-covered sky. Through this void, the cosmic expanse beyond became visible. What is this? The onlookers lifted their heads to witness the sky cycling through the 4 seasons, rain and snow shifting in rapid succession. I never imagined she would find such a path to godhood. In the vast cosmos, the Grand Minister observed the scene on Earth with a profound gaze. Years ago, erasing the residual golden light within Lixing had cost him immense effort. Now her taking this step once again was clearly beyond his expectations. Let me see just how far the one you have chosen can go. His eyes shifted through time and space, turning his attention elsewhere. After all, Lixing was merely the second test subject in the Grand Minister's eyes, and another individual far surpassed her in power. He, a Super Saiyan God, Lord Beerus, will have something to do when he wakes up, was covered his smile as he peered through his crystal ball. A new god had been born in the 7th universe. an event so significant that even the Grand Minister had notified him, yet Beerus could still sleep soundly. At the Temple of the Gods, Li Xing's body was enveloped in a brilliant red glow as she reveled in the endless energy surging from within. Finally reaching a pinnacle, a dazzling light flared, forcing everyone present to shut their eyes against its intensity. As the light faded, Li Xing's figure reappeared before them. Her presence vanished from their perception. Not only her hair, but also her pupils had turned crimson. She seemed like an unfathomable abyss, inspiring awe and fear. Immediately after the transformation, Li Xing checked her status panel. As expected, upon becoming a god, the combat power indicator had changed. However, the previously auto-increasing combat power was gone, leaving her somewhat bewildered. Host! Host! In the haze, Li Xing felt a throbbing pain in her head, as if a voice was calling out to her. System. After listening repeatedly, her eyes widened. Had the system not abandoned her? Li Xing tried to establish a connection with it in her mind, but no matter how hard she tried, she could only faintly hear its call with no effect. At that moment, the system seemed as if it had never existed, completely untraceable. So this is a Super Saiyan God. No aura. How strange. Super Saiyan 3 already amplifies power by 300 times. I wonder how much a god can enhance. TCH, just a change in hair and eye color. Looks no different from the first form. Li Xing snapped back from her mental distraction to find everyone gathered around scrutinizing her changes. Want to give it a try? Noticing their reactions, Li Xing smiled mysteriously. She glanced toward the temple where Mr. Popo nodded silently at her. In the hyperbolic time chamber. Though eager to test her newfound power, fighting at the temple would likely reduce it to rubble from the shockwaves. While Earth had been reinforced a few years ago, that was only the planet itself. From her battle with Majin Buu, she knew that at her full power then Earth could withstand the strain. But now things were different. Based on the abilities of Earth's Shinran, power beyond the divine realm might exceed the dragon's capabilities. Goku, your time is up. Just as they prepared to enter the chamber for practical testing, fortune teller Baba floated beside Son Goku. So soon. Goku was startled. A full day had felt like nothing, yet transforming briefly during his spar with Vegeta had consumed so much time. Having just witnessed Li Xing's Super Saiyan God transformation, he hadn't even had a chance to spar with her. No choice. We'll have to spar after you die. The next words from Goku's mouth left everyone astounded. Though reluctant, he was already a being of the other world. Uffed, Li Xing wanted to slap him. Couldn't he say something nice instead of cursing her to die? Wade'll come find you there. Suppressing her impulse, she bid him a brief farewell. The realm of the Kaioshin. In that special place, beings from both worlds could coexist. Moreover, she had promised to help enhance their power. Farewell, everyone. Until we meet again in the afterlife. After a brief goodbye, the fortune teller Baba vanished with Son Goku from everyone's sight. That guy always says such inauspicious things. Goku, Dad, goodbye. Scanning the reactions of the group, Li Xing couldn't help but feel a twinge of emotion. It seemed that later on he would have to entrust Namex Shinran to revive Son Goku. Comrades were far more important than enhancing one's own strength. I'm counting on you, Mr. Popo. After a brief pause, Li Xing respectfully addressed Popo at the entrance of the temple, then led the remaining four into the hyperbolic time chamber. Vegeta seemed even more impatient than her. The moment he entered, he eagerly unleashed his full power. Bang! Despite noticing the sudden attack, Li Xing made no effort to defend, allowing Vegeta's strike to land on her. A resounding echo filled the boundless white expanse, and Vegeta's face was etched with sheer astonishment. Completely unscathed. His all-out blow, one that would force even Son Goku in his Super Saiyan 3 form to block, had left Li Xing utterly unharmed. Thighs. Impossible. Vegeta stared at Li Xing in a daze. Though reluctant to believe it, Li Xing, having attained godhood, emanated not a trace of ki, making it impossible for him to gauge just how much stronger she was. All of you attacked together. Li Xing raised an eyebrow. Of Vegeta's assault was nothing but a tickle. Not even adding Son Gohan, and the two little ones could scratch her. Goten, let's go. Hiya. Seeing his father, Vegeta humbled Trunks quickly called out to Son Goten. Bang, bang, bang. The outcome remained unchanged. Even with all four joining forces, they couldn't even compel Li Xing to lift a hand. The realm of gods, such terror. As the group panted in exhaustion, Li Xing silently raised her palm. I wonder what would happen if I unleash my full power. With that thought, seeing no further intent to fight, she began to release her own aura. With Li Xing's shout, a blazing aura like solar flames erupted around her. One might call it spiritual energy, for ordinary beings could not perceive it. Only a god could. Rumble. The entire floor of the hyperbolic time chamber trembled, and the soul structure, the exit, collapsed under the shockwave. Li Xing witnessed this, but it mattered little. Even a Super Saiyan 3 could tear open a dimensional passage to escape, let alone her now a god. Kaioken. When her aura peaked, she uttered that long-in-use technique. Back on Namek, she had first attained the 30-fold Kaioken, but as her power grew, the multiplier remained unchanged. Only today, upon reaching the godly realm, did she inadvertently discover that the Kaioken could be pushed to 50 times. As she had suspected, the Kaioken could only be stacked in the divine state. This is At her appearance, Vegeta's pupils contracted sharply. The combined eruption of divine power and the Kaioken dyed the entire space, crimson waves of scorching energy radiating from Li Xing. Though no ki was detectable, a chilling dread seized Vegeta. Under such pressure, he couldn't even muster the will to strike. As all eyes were fixed on Li Xing, Popo appeared there unnoticed. With his arrival, the exit structure destroyed by Li Xing's residual aura was restored without a trace. Yet gazing at Li Xing's form, his usually placid face furrowed slightly, as if expressing disapproval. So shall we continue? Bathed in crimson light, Li Xing smiled at Vegeta and the others. She had only released her aura and hadn't yet tested her strength. After all, she harbored no ill intent, merely a desire to measure her power. Remember what you said earlier. Hearing her words, Vegeta snorted coldly and turned to leave the area. Though Li Xing meant no harm, under the scorching energy she exuded, Vegeta sensed he couldn't even approach her. Thus, he chose to concede. For now, only Li Xing had taken that divine step. Without a comparable power, one couldn't fathom the true might of a Super Saiyan God. Too strong, sister. Aunt Li Xing. Son Gohan bit his lip as if the term sister felt off. Wait for me outside. They'll take you to a nice place later. Li Xing waved her hand, signaling she no longer cared about such titles. After all, every time she checked her status panel, she saw that glaring number, over 30, and had grown numb. Mr. Popo. She noticed his presence after the others left. She walked slowly to him like a chastened child. Even as a god, she regarded Popo with reverence. No kidding. The gap between the divine officer realm and the god realm was an entire angel realm. Though the surging energy excited her, she wasn't reckless enough to flaunt her power before a divine officer. This transformation of yours is incomplete. Popo shook his head, not mincing words in his critique. Hearing this, Li Xing was puzzled. Could Popo be referring to her legendary Super Saiyan bloodline? She pondered inwardly. Right before the transformation, she had sensed a change in her bloodline, as if it had reverted to that of an ordinary Saiyan. Despite that flaw, she had indeed stepped into the godly realm, hadn't she? Your bloodline is unsuited for this transformation. Popo stated bluntly, then extended his hand, conjuring a purple energy sphere resembling a miniature galaxy. Is that destruction? Staring at the purple orb in his hand, Li Xing's eyes widened as she instantly recognized its meaning. God of Destruction. Across the entire Dragon Ball universe, it is divided into 12 universes, each with its own God of Destruction, equal in rank to the Supreme Kai. One responsible for destruction, the other for creation. Yet this equality existed only in title. The God of Destruction's power could well be considered the strongest force in that universe, second only to the angel. Destruction itself was the unique technique of the God of Destruction. Under its might, all matter and beings beneath the divine could be annihilated. Even among gods at the same cultivation level, destruction was an unmatched art. If the person before him were the God of Destruction, Li Xing would not have been so surprised. But it was Popo. Even though he was at the angelic realm, he should not possess the power of destruction. You should not walk this path. Perhaps, destruction is the path you must take. With that, Popo clenched his hand, and the energy of destruction instantly dissolved into specks of starlight, vanishing before Li Xing's eyes. Then, leaving Li Xing frozen in place, he strode toward the exit. Destruction. Could it be that he was meant to become the God of Destruction? Li Xing took a deep breath, still not recovered from the shock. In terms of the Super Saiyan bloodline, the path of the God of Destruction was indeed the most suitable choice. But the 7th universe already had Beerus as its God of Destruction. Moreover, Beerus was the strongest among the 12 gods of destruction. Was Popo telling him this to make him Beerus' successor? Or did he want him to replace Beerus? For some reason, such an absurd thought suddenly crossed Li Xing's mind. After much deliberation, he still could not grasp Popo's meaning. Shaking his head, the Super Saiyan God transformation instantly reverted to its normal state. Before leaving the moment she canceled the transformation, she attempted to transform independently. Unfortunately, no matter how she erupted with her aura, she found herself only able to return to the Super Saiyan state, still unable to become a god without external aid. Forget it, I'll finish my business and ask us later. With a sigh, she composed herself and quickly strode out. The realm of the Supreme Kais. Since she had promised to help everyone enhance their power, but lacked the ability herself, she thought of this place. Mortals, so many mortals. Kibito stared in disbelief at Li Xing and the others. This was the realm of the Supreme Kais, a place exclusive to the Supreme Kais of generations, a sacred domain no less. Now Li Xing had brought a group of mortals here. Even though she had helped defeat Majin Buu, in his eyes mortals were still mortals. What brings you here? The Supreme Kai frowned, raising an arm to stop Kibito, signaling him to step back. Though a god, he was not arrogant. Yet Li Xing's sudden arrival, with so many people, left him somewhat bewildered. Forgive the intrusion. We came to ask the Elder Kai to enhance our power. Ignoring Kibito's words, Li Xing got straight to the point, explaining her purpose to the Supreme Kai. Elder Kai. Enhance power. The Supreme Kai was taken aback. He had grown up in this sacred domain and never heard of an Elder Kai. Yes. Is the Z sword nearby? As if seeing through his confusion, Li Xing continued. The Elder Kai is sealed within that sword. The Z sword. Are you sure? The Supreme Kai remained skeptical. Although the Z-Sword indeed existed, legend said that whoever drew it would gain immense power. He himself had never been able to pull it out, but Li Xing's words now overturned everything he knew. I am sure. Please lead the way so we can break the Elder Kai's seal. Since the matter was already out in the open, Li Xing saw no need to hide anything. Well, all right. After a long hesitation, the Supreme Kai finally agreed and led the way. There, that's it. Can you pull it out? What a... Before he could finish, Li Xing grabbed the hilt with one hand and effortlessly lifted it out. Impossible. The divine sword that no Supreme Kai could ever draw. Kibito and the Supreme Kai both gaped, crying out in disbelief. They knew the sword's significance well, but even with all their strength, they could not budge it an inch, let alone lift it so easily with one hand like Li Xing. Indeed, it was not pulling, it was lifting. At that moment, the two who had doubted Li Xing began to believe. Perhaps the Z-Sword truly did seal the Elder Kai she spoke of. Supreme Kai, could you please create something sturdy from the universe? Li Xing tried to snap the sword with his hands, but failed, suspecting it might be due to the seal. After all, it was Beerus who sealed the Elder Kai. Relying on brute force might only strengthen the seal, so he opted for a different material collision. Oh, okay. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, the Supreme Kai raised his palm above his head, and a cubic metal substance materialized. The hardest metal in the universe, Kachin. Though he guessed Li Xing's intention, he dropped it nearby. In his eyes, Li Xing merely wanted to test the Z-Sword's sharpness, nothing to be concerned about. Having seen Li Xing fail to break the sword by hand, he was confident in its hardness. However, when Li Xing swung the blade at the Kachin nearby, his smile vanished. Crack. The Z-Sword broke. As expected, material collision was the key. Tossing the broken sword aside, Li Xing dusted off his hands. How is this possible? The Z-Sword. Unlike Vegeta and the others who came with Li Xing, the Supreme Kai and Kibito were stunned. The legendary Z-Sword, said to grant boundless power, could not even cut through a piece of metal. Oomph. Vegeta crossed his arms, sneering at their astonishment. A mere sword. True warriors never rely on external tools in battle. Cough. Cough. As the sword broke, the seal was lifted and the Elder Kai's coughing echoed in their ears. Following the direction of the voice, everyone turned to see an elderly man adorned in the same attire as the Supreme Kai, yet with a face etched deeply with wrinkles appearing before them. Elder Supreme Kai. Only at this moment did the Supreme Kai and Kibito truly believe what Li Xing had just said. The Z-Sword had indeed sealed an Elder Supreme Kai within, though it remained unknown what abilities this ancestor whom they had never met possessed. Indeed, I am the Supreme Kai from 15 generations before you. A long time ago, a cat that wreaked havoc across the universe, fearing my power, sealed me within that sword. Yes, that must be it. He feared my power. As the Elder Supreme Kai recounted his glorious past, the group listened in stunned silence. A cat wreaking havoc. Hearing this, Li Xing's face darkened. If he truly had such power, he should say that to Beerus' face. Grandpa, is he really that strong, Goten? I don't know, but Aunt Li Xing said he can boost our power. How about we test him a little? The two youngsters whispered among themselves as Trunks extended his palm, a small energy sphere coalescing within it. Bang! Just as the Elder Supreme Kai was rambling, the energy sphere struck him square in the face, exploding with a roar. Oh! Great ancestor! The Elder Supreme Kai collapsed to the ground. Shocked, the Supreme Kai and Kibito rushed forward to check on him. Li Xing watched silently, struggling to suppress her laughter as her shoulders trembled. Calling Beerus a cat wreaking havoc. Only you would dare. If Beerus were here, you'd probably end up sealed in that sword for another few thousand or 10,000 years. Baka, you idiot, what have you done, you brat? You bedwetting stupid scumbag. How dare you show such disrespect to me, a Supreme Kai? His face blackened. The Elder Supreme Kai covered his cheek and scrambled to his feet, cursing Trunks in a fit of rage. Just an old braggart. Seeing this, Trunks wiped the sweat from his brow and muttered quietly beside son Goten. Hey, can this old man really boost our power? Unable to contain himself, Vegeta approached Li Xing and asked in a low voice. Of course. Li Xing nodded emphatically, then waved at the Elder Supreme Kai. Elder Supreme Kai, we've come to ask for your help in enhancing our power. Huh? The Elder Supreme Kai, who had been scolding Trunks, froze mid-sentence as he turned and saw Li Xing. His eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Now this little sister is sensible. Suppressing the turmoil within, he put on a serious facade and continued, though I don't know how you learned of this ability of mine, my superpower isn't something to be used casually. Unless possessing a personality akin to Master Roshi's, the Elder Supreme Kai let his gaze wander over Li Xing's form as he trailed off. A lecherous old man. Li Xing cursed inwardly, raising her hand and aiming it at him. Under the Elder Supreme Kai's astonished gaze, a blast of energy grazed his cheek. Boom. A massive mushroom cloud rose from not far behind him, illuminating the entire sky in that vicinity. Unless what? Li Xing crossed her arms and gestured for the Elder Supreme Kai to continue, a hint of amusement in her eyes. Gulp. Swallowing hard, the Elder Supreme Kai broke out in a cold sweat. Nothing. Who wants to go first? Wiping the sweat from his brow, he stammered, all the while making a mental note to remember Li Xing. I will. Vegeta stepped forward without hesitation, positioning himself at the front of the group. Vegeta, hold on. This ritual takes a long time. Let Son Gohan go first. Li Xing quickly stopped him and arranged for Son Gohan to take the lead. No way. Given Vegeta's temperament, if the Elder Supreme Kai danced around him for half a day and then made him sit still for 10 hours, he would have lost his temper long ago. Besides, when they summoned Son Goku later, Vegeta had other tasks to attend to. With this in mind, Li Xing cast a mischievous glance at the earrings on the Supreme Kai's ears. You better be quick. Though he didn't know her intentions, Vegeta surprisingly accepted Li Xing's suggestion. Thus, under the astonished gazes of the group, Son Gohan sat cross-legged, and the Elder Supreme Kai began his mysterious ritual. Alright, now it's time to bring Son Goku over. The group moved away from the Elder Supreme Kai, who was in the midst of his incantation. Li Xing's eyes gleamed, and in the next moment her aura radiated outward. Whoosh! She instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan, and a surge of emerald energy shot into the sky, reaching Son Goku's senses not long after. Swoosh! Training in the otherworld, Son Goku sensed Li Xing's energy and instantly teleported before everyone. Everyone, did you all die too? Seeing several people present, Son Goku scratched his head in confusion. Smack! Without a word, Li Xing slapped the back of his head. What do you mean, die too? Take a closer look. Li Xing rolled her eyes, her expression one of disdain. Sorry, I didn't see clearly. Rubbing his head, Son Goku finally noticed that everyone else didn't have the halo that marked the deceased. Where is this? Why is everyone here? After much explanation, Li Xing finally clarified the purpose of bringing everyone here. To fulfill her promise of helping them attain godhood. Though it was just a temporary boost, she was not one to break her word. I see. I thought you were joking, but it turns out we can really get stronger. Son Goku craned his neck to observe the distant Elder Supreme Kai and Son Gohan. Supreme Kai, could I borrow your earrings? With that, Li Xing pointed at the Supreme Kai's earrings. The Patera earrings. Among those present, only she and the Elder Supreme Kai understood the power of this artifact. With the Elder Supreme Kai busy enhancing Son Gohan's power and the young Supreme Kai's limited knowledge, Li Xing planned to secretly have Son Goku and Vegeta attempt their first fusion. In truth, she had a selfish motive. She wanted to create a worthy opponent for herself. Take it. The Supreme Kai had no idea what the earrings signified, but since Li Xing asked to borrow them, he saw no reason to refuse. He casually removed them and handed them over to Li Xing. After all, in his eyes, Li Xing had not only vanquished Majin Buu on Earth, but also pulled the Z sword from its resting place here, freeing his ancestor from his seal. Deep down, the Supreme Kai's trust in Li Xing had grown unconsciously. Here, you two. One wears it on the left ear, the other on the right. After examining the earrings in his palm for a moment, Li Xing handed them to Son Goku and Vegeta respectively. Earrings. What's the use of these? Though puzzled, driven by curiosity, Son Goku put his on without needing Li Xing's urging. They'll boost your power, you'll see soon enough. Li Xing did not explain further, instead wearing a mysterious expression as he turned his gaze to Vegeta. After all, if anyone other than a Supreme Kai uses them, the fusion only lasts an hour. Since it wouldn't be permanent, convincing the two was harmless. Besides, the Elder Kai was far too slow. Vegeta had hesitated at first, but upon hearing Li Xing's promise of increased power, his anticipation grew, and he promptly put the earring on as instructed. Nothing's happening. Vegeta, you put it on the wrong ear. I'm wearing mine on the left. Watching the two, Li Xing covered her face in exasperation. If the heavens wished to punish her, they should do so swiftly rather than forcing her to endure these two fools bickering every time. Finally, when Vegeta switched the earring to the other ear, the earrings on both of them began to emit a dazzling light. Whoosh! Without understanding what was happening, their bodies collided heat. In that instant, light enveloped them, blinding all who watched. Damn it, that's not how the earrings are used. Once fused, you can never separate. The Elder Kai, sensing the commotion, roared in anger. Hey, Elder Kai, focus on your ritual first. We'll talk later. Li Xing replied nonchalantly, even making a playful face at the Elder Kai. What do you mean never separate? That's only because you've never tried it on anyone other than a Supreme Kai. Excellent. As the light faded, the invincible warrior finally emerged. Under everyone's gaze, a figure clad in an orange short-sleeved vest and a dark blue martial arts uniform came into being. He bore Vegeta's hairstyle and expression, yet his fringe and features resembled Son Goku's. On his hands and feet were the white gloves and boots Vegeta often wore in battle. Name Vegito, battle power 10 billion, base form 10 billion. And that's just base form. Li Xing's eyes widened. It took her a long moment to confirm she hadn't misread. Truly, this was the unsurpassed invincible Vegito. When separate, Son Goku and Vegeta each had a battle power of merely 100 million. Now fused into one, it had multiplied 100-fold, equivalent to their combined power multiplied by 50. And the key was, this was still base form. With such a boost in base form, what would happen after transformation? Swish, swish. Ignoring the onlookers, Vegito stood still, casually swinging his fists and feet. What a tremendous boost. After a moment, he turned his gaze to the others. At that instant, he was neither Son Goku nor Vegeta, but a brand new man whose face radiated invincibility. Dad, Did you two fuse? You look so strong. Trunks and Son Goten wide-eyed and full of wonder crowded around him. Daddy. Vegito seemed hesitant for a moment, then shook his head. I am neither Vegeta nor Son Goku. Looking at the two little ones beside him, memories surged in Vegito's mind. Having merged their memories, he indeed recognized everyone present. But recognition was all it was. Fused into one, he was a brand new soul. Since him the fusion of Vegeta and Kakarot, call me Vegito. With that, he shifted his gaze to Li Xing, his eyes radiating unparalleled sharpness and pride. From the memories, Vegito knew that Li Xing had brought about his existence. Though he didn't understand her purpose, merging their personalities had exponentially increased his thirst for battle. Meeting Vegito's piercing gaze, Li Xing let out a grunt, feeling an immense pressure. We'll want to test her strength. Despite the oppressive aura from her opponent, Li Xing showed no fear. His base form was only 5 times stronger than hers. After transforming, she would surely catch up. As she thought this, her own aura began to surge uncontrollably. Get lost, both of you. Don't disturb my ritual. If you want to fight, go somewhere else. Unable to contain his fury, the Elder Kai's face twisted with rage. Not only was the one who broke his seal an earthling, but his own descendant didn't even understand the Patera earrings, and had casually lent them out. If it weren't for the fact that Li Xing was a woman and had just threatened him with force, he would have abandoned the ritual long ago to come over and slap the Supreme Kai twice. Of course, anger aside, the fusion was already complete, and the Elder Kai could do nothing to separate them. But allowing them to fight within this sacred realm was utterly unacceptable to him. Hey, let's find another place. Vegito glanced at the Elder Kai, then pressed 2 fingers to his forehead and vanished instantly. Though he was a new soul and personality, he retained memories of everyone. Seeing the Elder Kai and Son Gohan still occupied, he had no intention of further disturbing them. Supreme Kai, please look after these 2 little ones. With that, Li Xing followed his energy signature and departed. At the Temple of the Gods, the hyperbolic time chamber was Vegito's clear destination. He knew that sparring there would cause no harm to the outside world. Thus, what was once a place for training became a sacred ground for combat. Yet when Li Xing arrived at the Temple of the Gods following Vegito's energy signature, she was stunned by what she saw. Vegito threw a punch, his target unmistakably. Mr. Popo, who was leading the way. Hey, is this man not afraid of death? As she looked at him, Li Xing's pupils constricted sharply. Although she had sensed the overwhelming arrogance radiating from Vegito ever since he appeared, she never imagined that he would be audacious enough to lay a hand on Popo, a being of the divine official realm. Truly fearless. Amid her shock, Vegito cared not for such concerns. He only knew that he could not perceive any aura from Popo, and thus decided to test the other's strength. In the next instant, a sight that left him utterly astounded unfolded. Like a mud ox sinking into the sea, Vegito's fist sank into Popo's back. Yet the latter's body felt like an intangible veil of light, as if he had struck nothing but air. This is the place. Enter. Without turning to see his astonished expression, Popo walked to the door of the hyperbolic time chamber. After leaving these words, his figure vanished. This man is no ordinary. Vegito clenched his fists, his eyes narrowing. Even in his base form, he could not even perceive Popo's physical form. The gap between them was like an unfathomable abyss. You truly have no fear of death. Before long, Li Xing appeared inside the hyperbolic time chamber alongside him. Death? After I defeat you, I will challenge him again. Vegito curled one corner of his mouth. In his dictionary, there was no such word as death. Arrogant. Li Xing furrowed her brow, then stomped her right foot, instantly entering a transformed state. Vegito's pride was far too immense. She had initially sought an opponent to truly stretch her limbs, yet now she felt an impulse to brutally beat him down. A Super Saiyan. Looking at her, Vegito remained utterly nonchalant, his face exuding an air of invincibility. He brought his palms together and beckoned to Li Xing. Despite sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Li Xing, he remained completely unperturbed. In fact, he didn't even transform. You, Li Xing roared, feeling deeply disrespected. Not even Whis, when training her, had ever provoked her like this. What invincible under heaven? They'll show you the consequences of such boundless arrogance. She clenched her fist and instantly flashed behind Vegito. Boom. A fist carrying unparalleled momentum smashed violently into Vegito's waist, sending him flying. Having landed a hit, Li Xing did not stop. She shot into the sky, pursuing his figure. Bang! Bang! Intense sonic booms echoed through the space, each blow bending Vegito's body upon impact. After a brief barrage, she felt somewhat fatigued. She clasped her hands together and slammed Vegito into the ground below. Boom! A large crater instantly formed. Li Xing hovered in midair, her gaze fixed on Vegito's prone figure within the pit. A battle power of 500 billion against 10 billion. Though it seemed like a complete crush the moment her attack landed on him, she realized it was far from that simple. Just like when she had faced Frieza, one could not judge solely by superficial battle power, one must also consider the intensity of the energy within the opponent. Like Vegito now, even without transforming, he could withstand all her attacks. But it wasn't that absurd. Li Xing believed that after this relentless assault, the arrogant man would surely suffer some consequences. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Sure enough, after she ceased her attack, Vegeta slowly rose from the ground, frantically clutching his body. His waist ached, his back throbbed, and pain flared everywhere. Every bone in his body had been loosened by Li Xing. After a flurry of gestures, he finally looked up, the previously smirking expression on his face turning somewhat grave. Prowl. Vegeta let out a mighty roar. His aura flared upward, and his entire presence began to surge. Seeing his actions, Li Xing frowned deeply. A white aura, and he still wasn't planning to transform. Her expression darkened. Although he had withstood her assault earlier, she had not used her full power either. Based on aura alone, could he not sense such an immense disparity? Whoosh. Before she could ponder further, Vegeta's figure rushed before her. Boom. Li Xing extended her palm, intending to casually block his attack, but was instead sent flying. You. In the split second before blocking Vegeta's blow, she suddenly noticed that his white aura had shifted into a towering golden radiance, which was why she failed to stop his strike. This guy had actually timed his transformation to coincide with the moment his attack landed. Hell's fair and war. Vegeta gave a sly smile as he looked at Li Xing. He was arrogant, but not to the point of foolishness. Having had his bones loosened by Li Xing earlier, he had naturally gauged her true strength. If he didn't bring out some real power, he would likely be beaten like a punching bag. Thus, he had already planned to transform, and to avenge the earlier bone loosening, he deliberately became a Super Saiyan at the very last moment. Today, no one can stop me from beating you. Li Xing grew furious. Her aura continued to rise, and her already enlarged muscles from the transformation became even more defined. Perhaps due to his new personality, every move Vegeta made exceeded her expectations. First the provocation, then feigning arrogance for revenge. If one called him clever, there was some truth to it. But Li Xing didn't see it that way. In her eyes, Vegeta was nothing but a clever fool. Without further ado, once her aura reached its peak, she flashed before him. Boom. A colossal collision resounded across the entire area. The shockwave spread, reducing the soul structure near the entrance to dust. Even the vast blank floor of the hyperbolic time chamber rippled in waves. Their fists clashed heated. Vegeta staggered back several steps, while Li Xing hovered in the spot he had occupied. Not bad strength. Feeling the tingling numbness in his fist, Vegeta let out an involuntary compliment. Meanwhile, his aura began to expand further. Boom. Boom. Like two meteors colliding, the immense shockwaves from their battle made the entire hyperbolic time chamber seem to tremble. Around them, the very space was fractured with minute cracks. Looking afar, the entire hyperbolic time chamber was illuminated by the radiance of the two fighters, half golden, half emerald green. In this expanse of emptiness, they were like two shooting stars streaking across the heavens, ceaselessly intertwining and colliding. Boom. After a brief exchange, Li Xing seized the opportunity, tightly gripping Vegeta's kicked leg and violently slamming him down toward the ground below. Vegeta was quick to react. Sensing the weightlessness of his fall, he steadied himself before hitting the ground, then pushed off with a single step, launching himself back into the air. Boom. Boom. He swung his fists relentlessly. Li Xing crossed her arms in front of her chest, her body being forced backward through the air under the unyielding assault. This guy, truly a worthy opponent. Feeling the scorching heat radiating from her arms, Li Xing mused inwardly. She had already unleashed the full power of her first stage transformation, yet there was no sign of defeating Vegeta. Instead, drawing upon the combat experience of both Vegeta and Goku, Vegeta seemed to gain the upper hand, subtly suppressing her. Under equal combat power, I cannot prevail. This thought flashed through her mind, but was soon swept away by the surging battle lust within her. Vegeta's fists rained down relentlessly against her arms. Li Xing let out a fierce cry, and a burst of emerald energy erupted from her body, expanding outward in an instant. With a thunderous roar, the two bodies separated, each bearing visible marks of the other's attacks. Your strength is impressive. Vegeta looked Li Xing up and down, noting her muscular physique, and couldn't help but offer a compliment. There's more to come. Battle intent permeated the air as a wild aura enveloped Li Xing. Crack. Sporadic lightning crackled around her. Unbeknownst to her, Li Xing, who had been slightly on the defensive, began to elevate her energy. Rolling waves of pressure surged toward Vegeta. At the same time, her pupils began to flicker in and out of sight. You can still rise further. Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Having just been born, he could already spar with a powerhouse like Li Xing. Despite being a woman, her strength had truly earned his recognition. Boom. Another clash of power. This time the tide turned. Vegeta felt as if his fist had struck some ferocious monster. An overwhelming force sent him flying backward. Roar. A guttural cry escaped Li Xing's lips. Within her eyes, her pupils were on the verge of vanishing. After years of cultivation, as her power grew, she had gradually managed to retain a semblance of rationality within her second stage transformation. Though the bloodlust and savagery within her mind rattled her spirit, this was the hyperbolic time chamber. With Popo present, she didn't need to worry too much about losing control. Hiya. Seeing Li Xing's combat power seemingly take a quantum leap, Vegeta could no longer contain his own impulse. He unleashed his full aura. Boom. His fist was firmly caught by Li Xing. In the next instant, her other fist plunged into his abdomen. Ack. A mouthful of bile spewed forth. Vegeto's body bent like a bow. Intense pain made the veins on his face bulge, and he was sent flying back hundreds of meters once more. Seeing his state, Li Xing did not pursue. Instead, she furrowed her brow tightly, as if locked in a final struggle against the destructive impulse within her mind. It seems they'll have to use all my power. Vegeto steadied himself midair in the distance. Feeling the pain in his abdomen, he clenched his fist tightly. A tremor shook the entire hyperbolic time chamber. A towering golden light erupted, dense lightning flickered, and the once endless ground began to crack. This guy can also use the second stage transformation. The massive disturbance caught Li Xing's attention. Though she had just boosted her power, she hadn't fully committed to her second stage transformation, teetering on the edge of maintaining her sanity. Now, judging by Vegeto's appearance, he seemed to have directly entered the next transformation. Grinding her teeth, cold sweat beaded on Li Xing's forehead. Her own energy continued to climb, but how long her rationality would last remained uncertain. Name Vegeto Combat Power Divine Realm First Layer. As her control over her body began to fade, Li Xing hastily checked Vegeto's current strength. To her astonishment, though he was only in the second stage of Super Saiyan, his combat power had reached the Divine Realm First Layer. And it wasn't just his realm, it was his combat power. Unlike a god's, Vegeto's aura didn't vanish. Instead, it exuded an unparalleled pressure, making the air in the entire hyperbolic time chamber feel oppressively heavy. After trillions comes divinity. Muttering softly, Li Xing finally released her restraint on the energy within her. In an instant, a torrent of wild power surged forth. Her pupils disappeared from her eyes, her muscles bulged further, and her entire form seemed to stretch taller. Though she hovered in the air, fine cracks appeared on the ground beneath her. As her energy continued to rise, the cracks spread like a spider's web. This is the correct path. At some point, Popo had reappeared at the entrance. Seeing Li Xing's state, he nodded in approval. The first time Li Xing lost control here, he had advised her to refrain from using such a transformation for the time being. But that was only temporary. Not long ago, when he saw Li Xing enter here in the state of Super Saiyan God, Popo sensed her flaw. Simply achieving divinity in realm alone could never allow Li Xing to master the violent energy within her. In fact, it would suppress it. What suited her best was truly mastering the power of her bloodline without caring about changes in realm. As long as she could maintain her rationality, she would be a god, and such a wild god was most perfectly aligned with destruction. With that thought, Popo waved his hand. The space trembling from their unleashed power instantly calmed, and even the cracked ground was restored in a single ripple. My! The sudden stillness of the entire space caught Vegeto's attention. He scanned the surroundings with a grave look, but found no trace of Popo. In the distance, Li Xing continued to erupt with her aura. He was certain someone had manipulated the space, yet there was no clue to be found. Roar! At last, Li Xing unreservedly unleashed her full aura. Two figures ablaze with an eternal, indestructible radiance gazed at each other across the void. Scorching waves of heat clashed again and again, causing the temperature of the entire space to rise. The intensity of their auras had far surpassed the bounds of ordinary mortals. Then, let's start over. Gazing at Li Xing's beast-like silhouette, Vegeta couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. However, Li Xing, who had abandoned all reason, paid no heed. Her body leaned forward slightly, and in the next instant the very space she occupied rippled. In a flash, she appeared before him. Rumble! A violent aura surged around her body. Even with Vegeta blocking with both arms, this single punch from Li Xing sent him hurtling from the air toward the ground, relentlessly forcing him backward. This woman's strength, shock and awe filled Vegeta's heart. When he saw Li Xing's eyes devoid of pupils, he suddenly seemed to understand something. Bang! His body was driven back continuously. The next moment, he suddenly fell forward, then braced his hands on the ground and kicked upward, sending Li Xing flying into the air. No reason left. This woman, Vegeta muttered. Looking at Li Xing's now bulging muscles, he found it impossible to connect this sight with the person he had met at the Supreme Kai's place. Roar! Knocked into the air, Li Xing did not charge at Vegeta again. Instead, she stood in midair, unleashing her power. Suddenly, countless emerald beams of light radiated from her body, scattering in all directions. The cascading rays tinted the entire space with color, and in the next second they swept downward. Boom, boom, boom. Huge mushroom clouds rose one after another, explosions resounding everywhere. Vegeta dodged frantically below, evading the relentless barrage. Swish! The dense attacks prevented him from getting close. Forced into a corner, Vegeta used instant transmission, appearing right in front of Li Xing in the next moment, driving his elbow fiercely into her abdomen. Bang! A violent tremor rippled through the air. Li Xing's body jolted violently, and the rain of attacks from above ceased abruptly. Yet despite the jolt, her figure remained suspended in the air, staring directly at Vegeta. This power! Feeling the aura emanating from Li Xing, Vegeta's heart suddenly lurched. Roar! In the next instant, Li Xing bent her right leg, coiling power, and wrapped it in a mass of emerald energy. With a fierce knee strike, she aimed for his chin. Bang! Vegeta reacted swiftly, shifting his knee slightly to block the attack. Even so, he was blasted upward like a cannonball, soaring into the higher sky. At this point he realized that Li Xing wasn't just devoid of reason, as she seemed to feel no pain. Her physical strength and defense had increased dramatically, making her resemble a humanoid beast. Vegeta halted his momentum, constantly observing Li Xing's condition. Their auras were evenly matched, but under the pressure of her superior strength and physique, he had to search for a strategy. Bang! Bang! In the air, sharp sonic booms rang out continuously. His figure flickered around Li Xing, each strike causing her body to tremble violently. Speed. Although Li Xing had lost her reason, she kept trying to grab Vegeta only to have him dodge her attempts with ease every time. Though each blow only caused her slight pain, the accumulation soon made her realize that her entire body was covered in aching sensations. Roar. A piercing roar echoed through the space. With Li Xing at its center, an emerald energy sphere expanded instantly, enveloping both herself and Vegeta. In the next moment, the emerald sphere exploded abruptly, causing cracks to appear in the very fabric of space. A terrifying shockwave swept in all directions, blasting Vegeta backward under the force of the energy. Watching him retreat, Li Xing raised her palm. A massive energy sphere condensed instantly, as dazzling as the sun. The terrifying energy fluctuations caused the space around her body to show signs of collapse. What a monster! But it won't be that easy to beat me. Vegeta frowned, his eyes fixed on her as he began to channel his own energy. Final. Kamehameha. A fierce shout erupted from his mouth. A brilliant blue beam of light, carrying unparalleled energy, shot straight toward Li Xing. Roar. Li Xing swung her arm forward, hurling the energy sphere in her hand violently toward the oncoming blue beam. Rumble. The energies collided, thunderclaps echoing through the air. Huge energy ripples surged in the atmosphere, causing the entire space to tremble incessantly. Crack. The ground, which had just been repaired by Popo, cracked once more. However, this time the fissures spread faster and wider. In the blink of an eye, the entire floor of the hyperbolic time chamber was covered in cracks. At the very center of the energy clash, visible spatial tears emerged. These little ones, they really are worrisome. Popo's figure appeared once more. Looking at the scene before him, he couldn't help but shake his head. The hyperbolic time chamber, a place meant for training by altering the flow of time, had become a battlefield in their hands, pushed to the brink of collapse. Swish, he pointed a finger. The same black aura that had knocked Li Xing unconscious before reappeared, speeding toward the point where their attacks collided. Bang! As the aura intervened in the clash, a dull thud rang out. The energy torrent that had filled the entire space instantly dissolved into specks of starlight, scattering over the two figures. This time Vegeta clearly sensed the anomaly. He immediately began to gather power again, intending to annihilate the black aura. Bang! 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 However, three distinct sounds echoed. The black aura darted swiftly, and just before the attack could land on Vegeta, the fusion ended. At the same time, Li Xing's figure fell limply from the sky. Thud! The three bodies hit the ground, and the entire space fell silent. A fusion warrior. To have reached this level, it's truly not easy. Looking at Son Goku and Vegeta on the ground, Popo offered a sincere compliment. After an unknown amount of time, ugh, it hurts. Li Xing was the first to open her eyes. She rubbed her dizzy head and struggled to stand up. Did I lose? Glancing down at her own body covered in wounds inflicted by Vegeta's attacks, she couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Truly a worthy opponent. Vegeta's fully unleashed combat power had reached the divine realm. By this calculation, she herself should have been able to attain the divine realm in her second stage as well. Yet, under equal combat strength, Li Xing truly had no confidence in defeating him. The next moment, as she surveyed the surroundings, she noticed the presence of another person besides herself. Vegeta. Upon seeing his figure, Li Xing immediately understood that their fusion had been undone. He too lay not far away on the ground, covered in wounds. As for Son Goku, he must have been forcibly sent back to the other world. It was strange after all. How could the fusion of a dead man and a living man give birth to another living person? Li Xing had long noticed that Vegeta had no halo above his head. Had the fusion gone missing? Forget it, I'll just count this as my victory. After some deliberation, a smile finally curled at the corner of Li Xing's lips. She then grabbed Vegeta by one arm and dragged him out of the hyperbolic time chamber. After all, Vegeta was injured too, which at least proved that Vegeta hadn't had an easy time against her either. The realm of the Kaishin. Whoosh. Li Xing returned here with Vegeta. As for Son Goku, he should wake up and come here on his own. Dad. Aunt Li Xing, what exactly happened? Seeing the two return injured Trunks, and Son Goten quickly approached them. Not just them, even the Kaishin and Kibito gathered around. They fused and fought me. Explaining as she went, Li Xing also removed the Patera earring from Vegeta's ear and returned it to the Kaishin. Fusion. Didn't the elder Kaishin say that once fused it couldn't be undone? The Kaishin stared blankly at the earring in his palm. Before today's events, he hadn't even known that the earrings he had worn since childhood possessed such an ability. That's true for you Kaishin, it can't be undone. But for those who aren't Kaishin, it probably only lasts about an hour. Li Xing shrugged. The Kaishin, having shed his earlier skepticism, now believed her without a doubt. The facts were right before his eyes. The Vegito they had seen earlier was clearly the product of their fusion, and since the man, who called himself Vegito, hadn't returned, it meant the fusion had indeed been undone. It seemed it wasn't just his own knowledge that was lacking. Even the elder Kaioshin had gaps in his knowledge. At this thought, the Kaioshin felt much more at ease. After Li Xing had borrowed the Patera earring, the elder Kaioshin had scolded him endlessly. Umph. Amid their casual chatter, Vegeta on the ground suddenly let out a grunt, then opened his eyes and slowly sat up. Dad, what did it feel like to be fused, oi? Ya uncle, did you beat Aunt Li Xing? The two little ones flanked Vegeta, asking curiously. Fusion. At this, Vegeta looked utterly bewildered, completely unable to grasp what had happened. He only remembered that after putting on the earring, his body collided with Son Goku's. Then when he regained consciousness, he saw a strange black aura that knocked him out cold. That method you mentioned to boost strength, could it be fusion? Vegeta fixed his gaze on Li Xing. Though he wanted to lash out, seeing that she too was covered in injuries, the fiery anger in his chest subsided considerably. No, you'll know once things are done with the elder Kaioshin. As for the fusion, Li Xing was about to explain further when a spatial fluctuation occurred nearby. Whoosh. The next moment, Son Goku's figure appeared before everyone. Hey Li Xing, what happened? I feel like I got beaten up or something. Seeing everyone there, Son Goku scratched his head and also turned his gaze to Li Xing. After a lengthy explanation, Li Xing finally clarified the sequence of events to everyone. Because the elder Kaioshin's process was taking too long, she had wanted to find an opponent to test her own strength, which led her to think of having Son Goku and Vegeta fuse. I see. Son Goku cupped his chin, his eyes inadvertently sizing up Li Xing. So did you lose? His tone was relaxed, unlike Vegeta's aversion to fusion. Instead, he was more concerned about the outcome of the fight. Nonsense, I won. Li Xing's pretty face flushed, but her voice lacked conviction. After all, she didn't know the actual result, but with everyone visibly injured, how could she admit to being weaker? Hey, if you won, why are you so battered? Vegeta, the fusion really is powerful. Even someone like Li Xing, that freak, got beaten. Ignoring Li Xing's protest, Son Goku excitedly draped his arm over Vegeta's shoulder. TCH, get away from me, Kakarot. I'm telling you, I didn't know about this time, but there won't be a next time. Vegeta snorted and slapped his hand away. Fusion. Two grown men. The thought alone was mortifying. Besides, he didn't need fusion to gain greater power. That would mean losing his own identity. He would rely on his own strength to gradually surpass everyone else. Don't be like that, Dad. You and Uncle Goku looked so cool when you fused. Yeah, Uncle, can you show us again? At this, the two little ones excitedly gathered around him, their eyes sparkling with stars. Oomph. Vegeta turned his head away, looking toward the distant elder Kaioshin and Son Gohan. This was taking too long. Not just him, everyone present shared the same thought. Even Li Xing was already planning her next steps. With the Majin Buu incident resolved, Beerus would likely awaken in 2 or 3 years. During this time, she still needed to improve her strength as quickly as possible. Moreover, according to Mr. Popo, after Beerus awakened, Li Xing had something she wanted to ask him. If you're so interested, how about I teach you a technique? Seeing how fascinated Trunks and Son Goten were with fusion, a mysterious smile spread across Son Goku's face. Got it. Keep your key in sync and finally touch your fingers together. After a while, everyone stood dumbfounded watching Son Goku perform the fusion dance. TCH, so stupid. Vegeta wiped the sweat from his brow and let out a cold snort. At that moment, a flicker of relief stirred within him. Thankfully, they had fused using the Patera earrings, for had it been otherwise, he would never under any circumstances perform such a dance. It's too hard, Uncle Goku. Dad, can you and Uncle Vegeta show us how it's done? Whoosh. No sooner had the two little ones spoken than Vegeta vanished from the spot. With instant transmission, he figured it would take some time to reach Old Kai, and after that inexplicable fused battle, he was just in time to return to Earth for a meal. As for the fusion dance, he was done with it. If he wasn't doing it with Goku, then let someone else try. This. Watching Vegeta flee in haste, Goku turned his gaze toward Li Xing. Whoosh. Earth. Li Xing's home. How long will it be this time before you come back? Asked Lazuli, watching her wolf down her meal. Over the years, Li Xing had been appearing and disappearing on Earth like a phantom. Occasionally, she would return, sometimes bringing a stranger along. According to her, that person was an angel from the divine realm capable of destroying the entire universe with but a flick of a finger. Lazuli didn't mind that so much, but the real problem was the expense. Even with all the wealth Bulma had given them, it was nearly gone now. Probably another 2 or 3 years. Li Xing's eyes darted around. In 2 or 3 years, Beerus would awaken, and then another upheaval would likely unfold. But this time was different from before. After the system had fled, she could clearly feel her progress and strength slowing down. Even with the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline flowing through her, if Beerus truly decided to fight, she would have no means to resist. On this, she had no confidence. 2 or 3 years. Fine. Then go and never come back. At Li Xing's words, Lazuli stood up without hesitation and walked toward her own room. Bang. The door slammed shut with force, startling Li Xing so much that the bowl she was holding nearly fell to the floor. 16. Oh, what's wrong with her? Yes, still seated at the table was a tall, muscular figure, also dressed in human clothes. Android 16. Over the years, Android 16 had collaborated with Bulma on some research, and in exchange, she had removed the explosive device inside him. After learning that Android 17 and Android 18 were living with Li Xing, he decided to move in as well. With his steady demeanor, he had unwittingly become the household's head steward. Except for the financial authority held by Lazuli, all other matters were handled by Android 16. I'm not sure either. Probably just angry. Android 16's face remained impassive, but at least he looked smarter than Nappa. I'm done eating. Li Xing hastily finished her rice and then headed toward Lazuli's room. As for the dishes with a butler around, she no longer needed to worry about them. What's wrong with you? Tiptoeing through the door, Li Xing crept in like a thief, hardly daring to breathe. Take a look for yourself. Lazuli's tone was thick with displeasure as she slapped a piece of paper onto the table beside her. Expense statement. Current balance, 10 million zeni. That's all that's left. Li Xing's eyes widened in disbelief at the numbers on the bill. 2 large suitcases and a backpack full of hoi poi capsules. That must have been tens of billions at least. And it was almost gone this quickly. Oh, it's okay. I won't need any money this time. Just some food to take along. Scratching her head, Li Xing murmured weakly. Every time she came back before, she would pocket several hoi poi capsules to spend elsewhere. She never expected it to vanish so fast. It was all Whis' fault. You still want money. You've squandered the family fortune. Go out and earn some. Bang. Ouch. At the mention of money, Lazuli's fury erupted, and she kicked Li Xing straight out of her room. Lately, she had even stopped buying clothes. Android 16, Android 17. And she had all taken human jobs, but the income was meager, nowhere near enough to support Li Xing's enormous appetite. No, to be precise, it wasn't just Li Xing eating. Whis was also a glutton. This is a disaster. Stepping out into the yard, Li Xing rubbed her sore backside and sighed to the heavens. Whoosh! At that moment, a colorful pillar of light descended from the sky. Without even looking, Li Xing knew it was Whis. So are you done with your business? Whis asked with a smile, his eyes fixed on her. You saw everything, didn't you? Why ask when you already know? Li Xing muttered under her breath, pouting to one side. After she left, only Whis remained at the destroyer's residence. She didn't believe he had just sat there obediently. He must have been peeping the whole time. Absolutely. And he probably finished off all the food too. Otherwise, why would Whis be so eager to come pick her up? Ho 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 ho. You're quite clever. How did it feel to fight a fused warrior? Whis covered his mouth with a light laugh. Normally, with delicious food in hand, he would watch cartoons alongside Beerus, but ever since Li Xing arrived, he inexplicably found himself curious about what she was doing on Earth. Yet her actions had greatly surprised him. Not only did she release old Kai, whom Beerus had sealed, but she also knew the function of the Patera earrings. All these incidents piled up, leading Whis to suspect that the golden orb of light restrained by the Grand Priest was behind it all. But even when he informed the Grand Priest had changed his previous stance, even suggesting that he should vigorously cultivate Li Xing, a truly puzzling development. Still, the Grand Priest must have his reasons. Whis certainly wouldn't pry further. He had originally intended to keep it hidden, but he hadn't expected Li Xing to guess his actions. Fortunately, she only guessed that he was secretly watching. Not great. By the way, didn't you see the outcome? Who won between us? Li Xing slapped her forehead and turned her gaze expectantly to Whis, asking eagerly. That Vegito guy, though full of pride, truly had real skill. She was very curious about the battle's result. How about that? I fell asleep at the critical moment and didn't catch it. Whis brushed it off, claiming he didn't know the outcome either. This wasn't a lie. After seeing the two enter the hyperbolic time chamber one after the other, he couldn't see what happened afterward. Not even the Grand Priest could see what transpired there. What? You just don't want to tell me? Upon hearing this, Li Xing pouted, unable to hide a trace of disappointment. Don't worry about that now. Grab your things, we're about to set off. As he spoke, Whis placed a hand on her shoulder, ready to return. Wait, we haven't bought any food yet. Li Xing quickly stepped back, interrupting Whis' motion, then said with a wry smile. You've eaten us out of house and home. There's no money left for food. Huh. You can't say that. You eat far more than I do. Whis shrugged, wearing an expression that said you're the one who takes the lion's share. I don't care. Think of something. We're running out of supplies. Seeing his look, Li Xing couldn't help but roll her eyes. How about we use force like Lord Beerus? No. Li Xing flatly rejected Whis' suggestion. What a joke. All her companions were here, and her parents from this life were still alive. Even if they wouldn't be targeted, how could she ever show her face here again? Whis pondered for a moment, then tapped his staff on the ground. This is a metallic substance from a certain planet. Do you think you could trade it for food? As he spoke, a golden sphere about 3 meters in diameter appeared in the air. Gold, No. It's money. It's money. Li Xing's eyes widened. This wasn't just any metal, it was practically a pile of crisp banknotes. Without another word, Li Xing shot into the air and embraced the massive golden block. This was perfect. Lazuli wouldn't be angry anymore, and she and Whis could return with a bounty once again. Nice one, Whis. So you're the real fat cat. Before heading off to share the good news with Lazuli, Li Xing couldn't resist complaining to Whis a little. Why hadn't he brought out such a treasure earlier, forcing her to drain their savings? It's just a common metal. I never thought it could be traded for food on Earth. Whis spread his hands, feigning innocence. After all, in his view, only food and power truly mattered. Bang! Ignoring him, Li Xing kicked open her own front door, shedding her earlier hesitance and standing much taller. A long time passed once more. Outside Beerus' palace. Ah! Li Xing let out a mighty shout. Her entire body was wreathed in green lightning enveloped in an emerald aura. After that battle with Vegeta, Li Xing realized her strength had increased significantly. So she had specially asked Whis to take her to the realm of the Kaioshin. After the Elder Kaioshin unlocked her potential, she began gradually attempting the second stage of transformation. Now years later, she could finally sustain this state. Glancing at her status panel, Li Xing curled her lips, unable to suppress a smile. Finally, she could reach the divine realm without relying on external forces. Clap, clap, clap. Not bad maintaining your sanity in this state so quickly. Whis clapped his hands as he approached from a distance. Are you mocking me, Whis? At his praise, Li Xing's face darkened. After all these years, she had barely mastered the second stage of the legendary Super Saiyan. It was too slow. If her system hadn't given her such a head start, she'd likely have been overtaken by Son Goku and the others by now. Hee, it's already quite impressive. Come have something to eat. Whis pretended not to hear, walked over, and tapped his staff beside her. Instantly, a table full of delicacies appeared before them. By the way, Whis, I want to ask you something. Li Xing frowned, not immediately sitting down to eat, but looking thoughtful. Now that she had reached the divine realm through her own power, according to Popo, destruction was the path she should follow. But from whom should she learn destruction? Learning from Popo seemed unlikely. He seemed to be hiding something from her, only pointing out the path, without teaching her cultivation. Aside from Popo, the only one Li Xing could think of who mastered destruction was the god of destruction. Go ahead, ask. Whis helped himself to the food, praising as he ate. Delicious. No matter how many times I eat this, I never tire of it. If I want to learn destruction, should I go to Lord Beerus? Before Li Xing could finish, Whis sprayed the food he had just put in his mouth. Why do you suddenly want to learn destruction? Whis asked curiously. Although the energy within Li Xing was indeed suited for destruction, she still hadn't fully mastered it. If she lost control, the entire universe might be destroyed. I feel that my power seems suited for destruction. Li Xing frowned slightly, murmuring softly. These days she had been pondering this matter. It had been proven that reaching the divine realm through combat power alone didn't suit the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Of course, she had taken the first step toward godhood. To take the second step, she would either need to maintain sanity in the third stage or find another way. The second stage had taken so long, the third stage was something Li Xing dared not even imagine. She could only treat it as a last resort technique, as losing her sanity would lead to unknown consequences. Whis mused for a moment, then explained slowly. Your energy is indeed suited for the path of destruction. However, destruction is a technique exclusive to the gods of destruction, and each universe can only have one. As things stand, even the weakest god of destruction is hundreds of times stronger than you, let alone replacing Lord Beerus. Whis sized up Li Xing, but didn't speak definitively. After all, the Grand Priest's latest orders were to cultivate Li Xing as much as possible. Of course, this was only under the condition of not disrupting the existing universal balance. For Beerus to retire, either the Grand Priest or Zeno would have to act. Even as an angel, he didn't have the audacity. Not to replace Lord Beerus. Can't I even be a candidate? Li Xing muttered softly. Yet inwardly she was shocked. If destruction was exclusive to the gods of destruction, why could Popo use it? But beyond her astonishment at Popo, she recalled Topo from Universe 11, who seemed to be a candidate god of destruction. As long as she could learn destruction, the title didn't matter much. Moreover, from Whis' words, even the weakest god of destruction was hundreds of times stronger than her. What level of the divine realm was that? Thinking this, Li Xing couldn't help but look forward to Beerus' awakening. Achut. No sooner had the thought crossed her mind than a sneeze echoed from within the great tree. In the next instant, a visible violet orb of light shot forth, hurtling straight toward a distant planet in the sky. Boom. Like a firework bursting into bloom, the planet instantly shattered into fragments. Clatter. The sound of bowls and chopsticks hitting the floor rang out as Li Xing stared in utter disbelief. She had only just mentioned wanting to learn destruction, and now Beerus had awakened. She was completely unprepared. Moreover, this was far too absurd. A mere sneeze had obliterated an entire planet. Hey Whis, I'm hungry. Get me something to eat. A figure in pajamas burst out from the tree, hovering in midair as he shouted. He was lean, with prominent collarbones and two long upright ears that made him resemble a hairless cat. Name Beerus. Realm Divine, Realm 9th Layer. 9th Layer. Li Xing's eyes went wide. Truly worthy of being the foremost among the 12 gods of destruction, Beerus' power was beyond anything she could have imagined. With Beerus' current strength, he was merely a step away from the angel realm. Yet even that single step might take countless years to achieve. Li Xing had no doubt about this. She knew all too well the immense difficulty of advancing beyond the divine realm. It was far from a simple doubling of power. A combat power of 1 trillion barely qualified as the first layer of the divine realm. After the Elder Kai had unlocked her potential some time ago, Li Xing's base combat power had already reached 5 billion. Calculating from the amplification of the legendary Super Saiyan transformation, even her second stage surpassed a combat power of 2 trillion. Yet despite that, her realm remained at the first layer of the divine realm. Oh Lord Beerus. You've woken just in time. There's still some lunch left. Whis waved at Beerus, signaling his presence. Whoosh. Smells good. What have you been sneaking behind my back, Whis? Beerus sniffed the air and immediately headed toward them. Where did this white-haired little girl come from? As expected the moment he arrived, Beerus fixed his gaze on Li Xing. Of course it was obvious. For tens of thousands of years Beerus' dwelling had only ever housed him and Whis. A stranger suddenly appearing sitting across from Whis. Anyone with eyes would notice. Ho 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 ho. This is Miss Li Xing. She wishes to become your disciple, and all this food is her offering. Whis chuckled saying this, even as he continued eating without pause. An offering, as if he remembered. Hearing Whis' introduction, Li Xing was covered in exasperation. Her original plan to seek Beerus as a master had been a backup. Her first target had indeed been Whis. But who would have thought that after years with Whis, she had learned nothing, only a slight boost in combat power. In the end, she had no choice but to turn her attention to Beerus. Discipling. Interesting. Little girl, do you know who I am? Beerus narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Li Xing from head to toe. He saw through her mortal identity at a glance. How had a mere mortal managed to come here, and why would Whis tolerate her presence? Something was definitely off. Lord Beerus, I wanted to. Before Li Xing could finish, she saw Beerus wolfing down the food with reckless abandon, devouring everything in sight, leaving her momentarily stunned. Delicious. Honestly, Whis, how many good things have you been hiding from me? Clearly the newly awakened Beerus had no interest in listening to Li Xing. Since Whis had allowed her to stay, there must be a reason. Or perhaps, it was the food that had bribed him. As he ate, a thought crossed Beerus' mind. As the mightiest god in the 7th universe, he had never seen such foods before, and they were so delicious. Compared to the so-called premium ingredients from other planets, they were worlds apart. Burp. After a while, the entire table of delicacies had been cleaned out. Grumble. Li Xing's stomach protested pitifully. She was on the verge of tears. She hadn't even managed 2 bites before Beerus woke up. Whis could casually snatch food from Beerus without a care, but how could she dare do the same? So little girl, what's your purpose here? Wiping the grease from his mouth, Beerus asked with a look of satisfaction. Lord Beerus, I wish to learn destruction from you. Li Xing stared blankly at him, only then realizing she hadn't yet fully explained her intentions. Destruction, eh? Do you know that this is a technique exclusive to the gods of destruction? At this, Beerus' expression darkened. Learning destruction meant becoming a god of destruction, and each universe could have only one. The implication was clear. Though he had greatly enjoyed the food just now, this involved rules set by the Omni King himself. It was no trivial matter. Lord Beerus, you misunderstand. I only want to learn destruction. I don't wish to become a god of destruction. Seeing his gradually chilling gaze, Li Xing quickly waved her hands in explanation. Nonsense. How could a mere mortal like you learn destruction? Beerus growled, releasing an icy aura that sent a chill down Li Xing's spine. The gap between the 9th and 1st layers of the divine realm was immeasurable. Moreover, Li Xing was in her base state utterly powerless to resist. Lord Beerus, come here for a moment. Just as Li Xing was about to transform under the pressure, Whis suddenly interrupted the tense standoff. Watching the two of them fly aside to whisper, Li Xing wiped the sweat from her brow, screaming internally. I'm counting on you, Whis. You ate so much of my food. If you don't put in a good word for me, it's over. Of course, she could only hope. Even if Whis didn't help, she had no choice but to pray that for the sake of the food they would both send her back to Earth unharmed. You're saying the Grand Minister intends to nurture that little girl? Sure, it's just a notion. The Grand Minister seems to have been observing her for years. But she's just a mortal, so could it be? Their conversation was extremely discreet, appearing to outsiders as mere lip movements. Could it be that the Grand Minister thinks I'm not doing my job and plans to teach this girl and then replace me? Finally, Beerus panicked. Upon hearing from Whis that Li Xing was someone the Grand Minister had his eye on, sweat began pouring from his brow. Being replaced would essentially mean the Omni King erasing his existence. How could he stay calm? He didn't specifically order you to teach her. He just said her situation is unusual and worth cultivating. Besides, wanting to learn destruction was her own idea. After listening to Whis' explanation, Beerus let out a sigh of relief, and the tension on his face eased considerably. That little girl, could she be eyeing my position? After a long while, Li Xing waited anxiously like an ant on a hot pan until the two finally seemed to reach some consensus and returned to her side. Ahem. Beerus cleared his throat, signaling Whis to speak first. Whis whistled off to the side, acting as if it had nothing to do with him. What was this? What were they up to? Watching the two of them, Li Xing stood frozen in place again. Little girl, are you sure you have no interest in the position of god of destruction? Whis remained silent, and Beerus, with no other choice, had to confirm Li Xing's thoughts once more. Lord Beerus, you're still here, aren't you? Even if I had any ideas, I wouldn't be a match for you. Li Xing blinked her big watery eyes, somewhat puzzled by Beerus' meaning. Was he thinking of retiring? Her thoughts raced wildly in her mind. What would life be like after a god of destruction retired? Is that true? Really no interest. I swear I have no interest. Seeing Beerus repeatedly confirm, Li Xing, bewildered, raised one of her hands. No way, her goal was to survive until the very last chapter. Becoming a god of destruction would mean working under the Omni King for a lifetime. survive to the end and show that runaway system that she could manage just fine without it. Thinking of the system, Li Xing couldn't help but frown. It had clearly run away, so why did she keep hallucinating its call? Phew. That's good. As if hearing a satisfactory answer, Beerus let out a long breath, then continued, I can teach you destruction, but outwardly you must claim to be my disciple. A disciple, does that mean a candidate god of destruction? Li Xing's eyes lit up instantly. Although she had no interest in the position of god of destruction, she was extremely interested in destruction itself. According to Whis, it seemed no one other than the god of destruction could learn it. Of course, Popo was an exception. The realm of divine attendant should be second only to the Omni King. At that level, they would probably master everything except the Omni King's erasure. You can think of it that way. Beerus cupped his chin, constantly circling Li Xing to examine her. The one the Grand Minister intended to nurture becomes my disciple. Doesn't that make me on the same level as him? This doesn't seem bad either. Great, thank you, Lord Beerus. Li Xing jumped up in excitement. Even though she was over 30 in this world, she still revealed a childlike joy. A candidate god of destruction. This meant she was officially under the Omni King. As long as she worked hard, promotion and wealth were within reach, weren't they? These years of spending money weren't in vain. Thinking this, Li Xing nodded heavily at Whis, her eyes full of gratitude. In her view, it must have been Whis who said something good to Beerus, which changed his earlier attitude. Hey, you're my disciple, why are you staring at Whis? Ignored, Beerus' face darkened, and with a flash he stood between the two. Haha, it's nothing, Lord Beerus. When can I start learning destruction? Li Xing laughed awkwardly, then quickly suppressed her smile, and asked seriously. No rush, first you need to reach the divine realm. Beerus carefully appraised her, noticing that the aura on Li Xing was far too weak. Forget being a candidate god of destruction. If not for Whis mentioning Li Xing's connection to the Grand Minister, he could have destroyed her existence with a single breath. Of course that was normal. Li Xing was still in her base state, and her battle power of a few billion was like child's play in Beerus' eyes. The divine realm, huh? Ha! Muttering softly, Li Xing clenched her fists, instantly transforming from the white-haired little girl Beerus mentioned into a muscular woman radiating a wild aura. Crack! Lightning surged around her, and her aura soared hundreds of times. Oh! Seeing Li Xing's transformation, Beerus couldn't help but show interest. I knew it. How could an ordinary girl catch the Grand Minister's eye? He slapped his forehead, suddenly enlightened. Although Li Xing's aura still emanated, Beerus could clearly see that she had already stepped into the divine realm. Not bad, but I wonder about her strength. Beerus nodded in approval, then curled his lips, even poking Li Xing's arm. Clearly in his eyes, the muscular Li Xing looked quite fitting for a god of destruction. Wait, you're a Saiyan. The next moment, Beerus exclaimed, finally noticing the swaying tail behind Li Xing. Super Saiyan God. No, Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan God. Scratching his head repeatedly, Beerus fell into deep thought. He struggled to recall the images from his dream. It was because he dreamed of a god who could match him that Beerus had only slept for 39 years. His purpose in waking up this time was to find that person. Now seeing Li Xing as a Saiyan, it seemed to trigger something. Lord Beerus. Perhaps. Watching him ponder so seriously, not only Li Xing was speechless, but even Whis couldn't help wanting to remind him. Li Xing, this Saiyan, was right in front of him, and her aura had reached divine heights. Such an obvious thing, and he still needed to think. Right, alas, the oracle fish. Thump, thump. Hearing this, both Li Xing and Whis fell backward. Super Saiyan God. No need to ask, Lord Beerus. Li Xing couldn't hold it in anymore. Beerus' thinking was just too bizarre. This Saiyan was right before him, and he still wanted to ask the oracle fish. Huh, that seems to be the name. Hearing this, Beerus suddenly understood, and looked at Li Xing in confusion, but soon shook his head. The name seems right, but the gender doesn't match. Thrown off by him, Li Xing also stumbled. 39 years Beerus had slept that long, and the oracle fish must have told him about this before he slept. Calculating that way, wasn't it still son Goku? Li Xing slapped her forehead. At most, she was only 35 years old. Even if she claimed to be the Super Saiyan God, the gender didn't match, the age didn't match. Nothing added up. Oracle fish, are you there? After much deliberation, Beerus decided to summon the oracle fish and inquire. A clattering sound echoed as the bizarre loach-like creature residing in its staff-shaped fishbowl arrived. What is it? The oracle fish blinked its tiny bean-like eyes, gazing at Beerus with confusion. You once said that in 39 years a formidable rival of mine would appear. Is it her? Beerus pointed at Li Xing, but the oracle fish showed no reaction. It doesn't seem so. The oracle fish cast a glance at Li Xing and then shook its head. A sharp intake of breath escaped Li Xing as she felt the oracle fish's gaze. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though its stare could pierce through her entirely. This fish, could it truly foresee the future? With this thought, Li Xing couldn't resist checking the oracle fish's stat panel. Name: oracle fish. Combat power 0. A sputter of laughter nearly escaped her as she saw its combat power. A combat power of 0. That meant it was even more pathetic than a weakling. Li Xing's eyes darted, and she soon noticed the anomaly. As Beerus' pet, the oracle fish was merely an extraordinary talking fish. Having no combat power was only natural. Otherwise, a creature capable of both fighting and prophecy would be utterly terrifying. Not her. What is that person's name? Beerus squinted his eyes, continuing to press the oracle fish. I forgot. The oracle fish tilted its head, offering the answer without a moment's thought. Forgot. Whis, the oracle fish is fed 3 times a day, right? Cut it down to twice. Beerus ground his teeth in fury. He could have slept for centuries, yet the oracle fish had roused him after just 39 years. Now, having recently awakened and taken on a protege like Li Xing through connections, he learned she was under the constant watch of the Grand Minister. With work never ceasing, the position of God of Destruction seemed precarious. All of this was blamed on the oracle fish. If it hadn't spoken those words before his slumber, he would never have slept so briefly. What? That won't do, absolutely not. The oracle fish's expression shifted dramatically, its voice trembling. Like a human reduced from 3 meals to 2, it had no desire to diet as a fish. Then remember quickly. Beerus leaned in with a menacing glare, his voice dripping with threat. All right, I will. The oracle fish wriggled its body, then gave an unexpected answer. I truly can't recall, but she might know. Me. Li Xing pointed a finger at her own nose, her mind reeling with shock. This oracle fish was far from ordinary. With just a single glance, it had discerned her connection to Son Goku. What? At the oracle fish's words, not only Li Xing, but also Beerus and Whis turned their gazes toward her. Seizing the moment, the oracle fish fled from their sight, muttering, Lord Beerus is so forgetful, I never specified who that person was. Sweat beaded on its tiny head, recalling only the name Super Saiyan God with no memory of a specific individual. Having glimpsed the tail behind Li Xing and realized she was a Saiyan, it hastily concocted this scheme. Don't look at me, I have no idea either. Li Xing shrugged under their stares. Beerus had only just awakened, and she hadn't learned a thing yet. Even if she knew something, she'd need to see some benefit first. Really? Beerus leaned in to sniff her, his eyes wide. Really? Li Xing rolled her eyes and instinctively stepped back. The way Beerus narrowed his gaze made her deeply uneasy. Then forget it. I'm going back to sleep. With that, Beerus stretched and made to return to his chambers. Wait. Seeing him about to leave, Li Xing quickly called out, Lord Beerus, you haven't taught me destruction yet. Want to learn? Then find me the Super Saiyan God. Beerus turned his back to her, and Li Xing instantly understood. This wasn't about sleeping, it was a ploy to make her run errands, banking on her knowing Son Goku. Unbeknownst to her, Beerus was also uncertain, merely trusting the oracle fish. As a Saiyan with divine aura, she must have known the figure from his dream. Super Saiyan God. Lord Beerus, is that person's aura red? Whis interjected, thoughtfully breaking the silence. If it was a red aura, he vaguely recalled Li Xing using such a transformation during her last trip to Earth. Let me think, yes. Beerus closed his eyes, pondered deeply, and gave Whis an affirmative answer. That seems to be a Saiyan transformation. Miss Li Xing can do it too. Whis smiled, prompting Li Xing's lips to twitch slightly. This guy had seen everything happening on Earth. What a voyeur. Oh, little girl, show me. Beerus turned back skeptically and said casually, Teach me destruction, and I will. Li Xing gritted her teeth, mustering her courage as she locked eyes with him. After all this fuss, Beerus had only nominally agreed to teach her. Without any real skills, trying to boss her around was out of the question. A chuckle escaped. Li Xing hadn't noticed, was stifling a laugh at her first defiance of Beerus. Do you know how long it takes to learn destruction? By the time I teach you and find that guy, how long would that take? Beerus frowned, a thin sheen of cold sweat on his brow. Though he verbally dominated Li Xing, he was well aware of the Grand Minister's shadow behind her. Yet if she truly angered him, he could still manage mutual destruction. I don't need to master it, just let me conjure a tiny bit. Li Xing gestured with 2 fingers indicating a pea-sized amount. She was surprised Beerus hadn't lost his temper, but since she'd already spoken, she'd learned first. Size didn't matter. It was the God of Destruction's signature technique. Then wherever she went in the 7th universe, others would have to show her respect. Sure, but first you must demonstrate your strength to me. Beerus placed his hands behind his back, a flash of light enveloping him as his pajamas instantly transformed into attire reminiscent of ancient Egypt. Unable to meet the figure from his dreams, immediately having slept for decades, he needed to stretch his body a bit, and Li Xing was naturally a good choice. Hey, you asked for it, Lord Beerus. Li Xing was filled with joy, then took a deep breath of vibrant emerald aura bursting forth as she transformed into Super Saiyan. A powerful aura erupted around her with the waves of energy surging towards Beerus. In the next moment, Li Xing flickered, her fist swinging as she struck towards Beerus' chest. Bang! Beerus' expression remained calm as he effortlessly caught her incoming fist. Not bad for strength. With narrowed eyes, Beerus scrutinized the transformed Li Xing, feeling the fist he held in his palm, recognizing that her power was undoubtedly at the divine realm. Not done yet, huh? Li Xing's battle intent surged, the raging aura within her wildly pulsating, her bloodline urging her strike. Bang! Another punch came, still effortlessly blocked, but this time Beerus staggered back a few steps. Crack! Lightning crackled around her body. Li Xing had learned to transform just before attacking, catching the opponent off guard. Unexpectedly, this trick even worked against the God of Destruction. Seeing Beerus being pushed back, a smile crept onto her lips. Little girl, who taught you such a sneaky move? In the next moment, Beerus' darkened face loomed closer to her, causing the smile on Li Xing's lips to freeze. Huh. Engaged in battle, Li Xing's temperament changed. Initially, she only wanted to showcase her strength as Beerus desired, but now the thought of defeating him blossomed within her. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of sonic booms echoed throughout the space as her arms swung rapidly, each strike easily deflected. Suddenly, during a brief pause in her attacks, Li Xing's pupils constricted, and she swiftly retreated several steps, creating distance between her and Beerus. Lord Beerus, I'm getting serious now. Looking at Beerus, who had one hand behind his back, Li Xing's eyes reflected both fear and excitement. Even though she hadn't given it her all during those mini attacks, given her current strength, even if it was subpar, it was still the power of the first level of the divine realm. How could Beerus play with her using just one hand? Oh, can you still improve? Beerus, intrigued, floated slowly in the air, his body exuding an aura that sent chills down one's spine. Looks like I can have a snack now. Whis smiled, tapping his staff on the ground, and a delicate lunchbox appeared in his palm. At the same time, a light green protective shield rose around his body, completely unconcerned about the turbulence from their battle. As for any destruction outside, it was no problem. He could restore it with a wave of his hand. Buzz. Li Xing extended her palm, and a green energy sphere the size of a basketball suddenly materialized in front of her. The energy sphere crackled with rolling lightning, emitting waves of intense heat, causing the void to tremble slightly. Li Xing didn't know what to call this move, but it felt familiar to her, likely something she had unleashed in a moment of loss of control. For now, it was an energy sphere, but when it transformed into destruction later, it would be perfect. Huh. She swung her arm fiercely, the emerald energy sphere speeding towards Beerus. Not bad. Beerus looked at the incoming energy sphere, not dodging or evading, but merely nodded slightly at Li Xing. Whoosh. With two fingers, he flicked the air, emitting a yellow bean's-eyes destructive energy from his hand, colliding with the energy sphere Li Xing launched. Boom. With a dull thud, the energy sphere exploded into countless purple star-like specks, dissipating into the air. Destruction. Li Xing furrowed her brows. Although earlier Bobo had shown her destruction, it was merely a demonstration and hadn't been used in actual combat. In other words, that moment was her first time witnessing the explosive force of destruction. Such a small amount of destruction could obliterate the energy sphere she had condensed with her chi. It said that destruction can even erase the existence of things. That seems to be true. Buzz. Li Xing extended her palm again, this time not forward, but directly above her head, and a massive energy sphere, dozens of times larger than the previous one, began to coalesce. The rolling aftershocks radiated from Li Xing, distorting the air, while the ground below trembled, as if swept by a fierce wind, stripping all vegetation bare. Don't waste your energy, it won't matter how large you condense it. On the other side, Beerus casually waved, treating a destructive energy, as if it were a soccer ball, kicking it around. Rumbling. Hearing this, Li Xing said nothing as the entire ground shook violently. She continued to increase the energy sphere she was raising, which now looked like a small asteroid. Beneath this energy, the figures of several people appeared as tiny as ants. Whoosh. Li Xing felt it was about time. With a swing of her arm, the terrifying energy sphere descended towards Beerus. Little girl, if that big one were to be destroyed, you could graduate. Looking at the energy sphere that resembled a falling asteroid, Beerus murmured to himself, then kicked away the destructive energy he had previously treated as a soccer ball. Bang. In the next moment, not hearing the sound of energy colliding, Li Xing knew she had failed again. Fist strikes and energy waves were useless. Beerus' power had far exceeded her imagination. The gap between the 9th and 1st levels of the divine realm felt like a chasm pressing down upon her. Though she had just become a disciple, for some reason her competitive spirit was suddenly ignited. Huh. Li Xing let out a loud shout, the light around her shooting up into the heavens as she attempted to unleash her strongest energy, which meant teetering on the edge of losing control. Whis did you teach this little girl? Seeing Li Xing continue to improve, Beerus waited with keen interest, unable to resist, asking Whis below. Who. Lord Beerus, I don't have such great abilities. Whis shook his head, then fixed his burning gaze on Li Xing, but I believe her potential is beyond this. Oh. Upon hearing this, Beerus raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed on Li Xing, whose aura was still surging in midair, his eyes brimming with interest. Having inexplicably taken on a protege as a candidate god of destruction, he had harbored some discontent in his heart. However, this person was the one the Grand Priest intended to nurture, and judging by Whis' attitude, he also seemed to hold Li Xing in high regard. In that case, when her aura reached its zenith, Li Xing did not hesitate. Wielding a cataclysmic might, she charged straight at Beerus, who stood opposite her. Bang! Beerus crossed his arms before him, and Li Xing's form slammed solidly into them. The next moment, he was propelled backward like a cannonball, with Li Xing pressing against him. Quite a formidable burst, little girl. Could it be you haven't even used your full strength yet? As he retreated, a cryptic smile curled at the corners of Beerus' lips. Through the gap between his arms, he noticed that Li Xing's pupils were flickering faintly, presumably because she could no longer control the energy within her. Oomph! Li Xing let out a muffled grunt. It wasn't that she didn't want to reply, but she feared that speaking would allow the bloodthirsty impulse to overwhelm her consciousness. Though it did grant her immense power now that she was on the verge of becoming a candidate god of destruction, losing control so easily could lead to consequences far beyond those of the past. Rumble. Pressed from the sky to the ground by Li Xing, Beerus' form crashed into a colossal ancient tree before finally coming to a halt. Bang! He abruptly flung his arms open, sending Li Xing stumbling back several meters. Then with a flicker of movement he appeared before her. Let me see. Your true power. Beerus placed one hand behind his back and flicked the other against Li Xing's forehead. Slap. A crisp sound rang out. With that single simple strike, Li Xing's body was sent flying backward, spinning uncontrollably through the air. Ah, it hurts. In the midst of her flight, Li Xing clutched her forehead with both hands. Her inner consciousness was struggling, and the external pain only compounded her suffering. In her effort to maintain control, her aura weakened somewhat. Little girl, a god of destruction, is truly terrifying. Just as she forced herself to stop despite the pain, Beerus' ghostly voice echoed beside her ear. In that instant, Li Xing felt a chill grip her heart. Ah! A scream erupted instantly. Li Xing felt a strange energy being pushed into her back, as if her entire body were being torn apart. Destruction. That was Li Xing's first thought. Beerus had actually pushed destruction into her body. Crack. The sound of bones dislocating echoed incessantly. Racked by excruciating pain, Li Xing felt as though her body were falling apart. Was Beerus trying to kill her? She clenched her teeth, striving to suppress the destructive energy that sought to erase even her very existence. Beads of sweat as large as beans rolled down her face, and she teetered on the brink of collapse. Elsewhere, after pushing destruction into Li Xing's body, Beerus did not stay to watch closely. Instead, he returned to Whis' side below, taking the opportunity to enjoy a few delicacies. Lord Beerus, isn't this a bit too much? Watching Li Xing struggle in the air, Whis couldn't help but murmur softly. Hell what? Having second thoughts, Beerus turned to look at Whis, let out a scoff, and then a hint of gravity crept into his eyes. To become a god of destruction, her body must first be able to withstand this energy. But Whis fell silent for a moment. After years of observation, Li Xing's bloodline was indeed formidable, and the energy within her seemed to have no limits. Yet in his view, Beerus' current actions seemed a bit hasty. If Li Xing were to disintegrate under the burden of destruction's energy, it would be difficult to explain to the Grand Priest. Don't worry, Whis. I've controlled the intensity. Besides, can't you rewind time? Beerus patted Whis on the shoulder, signaling him not to fret. Joking aside, he had a strange feeling that everything happening here was under the Grand Priest's watchful eye. How could he dare to casually destroy Li Xing? The infusion of destruction energy was merely the first step to becoming a candidate god of destruction. Beerus had made this move only after gauging Li Xing's physical strength during their earlier clash. In his estimation, with the energy within her, she would surely endure it. Moreover, this would serve as a test of Li Xing's current limits. In the boundless cosmos, destruction might not be a bad choice. The Grand Priest stood with his hands behind his back. Beerus' guess was correct, and nothing about Li Xing could escape his perception. Except for the events within the hyperbolic time chamber, the Grand Priest was fully aware of everything else. The order to nurture Li Xing had also come from his lips. However, the true instigator of this matter was none other than the Omni King, the supreme ruler of the 12 universes, the Lord of all things. All matter and consciousness exist because of the Omni King, which also means he holds the highest authority in the cosmos erasure. Should the Omni King wish it, like formatting a drive, he could instantly clear all 12 universes. Of course, originally there were 18 universes, 6 have already been erased, leaving only the survivors. That day, after successfully binding the foreign golden light mass, the Grand Priest immediately reported the situation to the Omni King. Unfortunately, this matter did not belong to the bounds of the 12 universes, and the Omni King could not erase it. The actual decision to nurture Li Xing was a command issued by the Omni King not long ago. Even the Grand Priest was merely relaying it. The Grand Priest himself only had a partial understanding, able to guess, but a fraction of the reason behind it. The 7th universe. Ah, Li Xing was still struggling desperately. In her eye sockets, her pupils had vanished, her brow bones protruded, and her hair had grown down to her waist. The 3rd stage of legendary Super Saiyan. Even so, she could not expel the destructive energy from her body. Or perhaps the energy of destruction had already permeated her entire being. Finally, Li Xing could hold on no longer. Even without consciousness, she could not resist this force. Her arms hung limply, and she had fallen into a brief coma. Yet strangely, despite her futile struggle, her body did not disintegrate, as one might expect. Even unconscious, she still floated in midair. Thump, thump, thump. A heartbeat that shook the soul resounded. Beerus set down what he was holding and looked up, his gaze fixed intently on Li Xing's form. See, Whis, I told you it would be fine. Beerus rubbed his hands together, boasting proudly to Whis. Her physique does seem more suited for destruction. Whis pressed his lips together slightly, gazing at Li Xing floating in the sky, his eyes glimmering. Years of temptation by gourmet food had not made him unwilling to teach Li Xing. Rather, she simply could not grasp the angel's methods. For instance, with ultra instinct, moving without conscious thought, She could occasionally perform such movements during initial training, but as her power increased, her skill actually regressed. In the end, her strength grew ever greater, yet her reaction speed grew ever slower. Now it seemed destruction was truly the path suited for Li Xing. But if that were the case, wasn't Lord Beerus on the verge of losing his job? At this thought, Whis couldn't help but steal a glance at Beerus before quickly averting his gaze. "Hey Whis, what's that look supposed to mean?" Sensing the strange gaze beside him, Beerus couldn't help but roar. Rumble. At that moment, the entire space began to tremble. The flames that had died down on Li Xing reignited, shifting from their original clear emerald green to a menacing purple. Boom. The purple aura shot straight into the sky, surging into the cosmos with unparalleled might. The entire seventh universe was enveloped by this terrifying sudden power. It's over. It's over. On the Kaioshin realm, the entire space shook violently. The Elder Kaioshin's comic book slipped from his hands, his forehead instantly covered in cold sweat. Great Ancestor. The Kaioshin stood behind him, though he didn't understand the cause. He too was deeply shaken by the sudden oppressive pressure. Damn, this is trouble. Without answering his query, the Elder Kaioshin rose from the ground, looked up at the distant sky, his face etched with anxiety and worry. Great Ancestor. You brat. Do you really know nothing? The Kaioshin leaned and puzzled, about to ask, but was cut off by the Elder Kaioshin's scolding. After 39 years that Lord Beerus the Destroyer has awakened. The Elder Kaioshin's voice trembled, terrified of this energy. The unexplained disappearance of several stars earlier had already made him sense something major was about to happen. Now, feeling this distinct destructive energy, the Elder Kaioshin was certain that Beerus had awakened. Earth. In an unknown sea, waves crashed violently against a cruise ship. This energy. Vegeta abruptly stood up from his lounge chair, frowning as he stared at the sky. It was a very unfamiliar aura, yet incredibly powerful, as if it came from beyond the heavens, emanating from the cosmos. On the cruise ship, everyone held tightly to the railings. It was Bulma's birthday today, and they had come to throw a party. Just as they were about to notify Li Xing, this huge upheaval occurred. Not only them, but even Son Goku, training at North Kai's planet, clearly sensed this terrifying energy at that very moment. Somewhere in the seventh universe, two figures were moving swiftly. One was short and stout, wearing attire similar to Beerus. Beside him was a tall woman holding a staff. Together they looked like Beerus and Whis, judging by their clothes alone. The destroyer of the sixth universe, Kampa, and his servant and teacher, the angel Vados. The two seemed to be searching for something, having traveled all the way from their sixth universe to the seventh. Lord Kampa, watch out. Suddenly Vados shouted. A purple energy beam shot from afar, streaking toward Kampa at supersonic speed. Hearing this, Kampa turned his head, but before he could dodge, the beam engulfed his body. Boom. Indeed, this was the destructive energy that had burst from Li Xing earlier, shooting into the sky and spreading across several galaxies before striking him. Damn. What the hell is Beerus up to? After the thunderous sound, Kampa appeared with a soot-blackened face, roaring in fury. The energy capable of easily destroying galaxies merely kicked up some smoke upon hitting him, causing no real damage. Vados, did he find us? Taking the cloth Vados handed him, Kampa wiped his face without looking, asking in surprise. No, Lord Kampa, this energy doesn't seem to be from Beerus. Vados frowned. They had specifically acted while Beerus was asleep. He couldn't have woken up so soon. Moreover, given that energy, if it had been Beerus, how could Kampa have remained unharmed? Not Beerus. Then who? After wiping his face, Kampa extended his arm to return the cloth to Vados, then his pupils suddenly contracted. Is this a rag? Vados. On the other side, let's return to the instigator. Li Xing had now opened her eyes, her entire body wrapped in a purple aura. Even her pupilless eye sockets glowed with a mysterious purple. The only things unchanged were her bulging muscles. Even her hair color had returned to its normal white, and her skin had darkened a few shades, giving her an imposing presence. Whoosh! Seeing that the commotion was enough, Beerus casually pointed a finger, and a small beam shot toward Li Xing in the sky. Bang! Just before touching Li Xing's body, the attack dissolved into tiny sparks, dissipating around her. It worked! Beerus exclaimed, a hint of excitement in his eyes. Destruction had fully merged into her body. Now Li Xing could truly be called a candidate destroyer. However, the sound of the attack seemed to startle Li Xing. She turned her head toward Beerus, her gaze utterly devoid of emotion. Clearly, the pain of destruction entering her body had caused her consciousness to slip away. Coupled with the rampage of her legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, she had predictably lost her mind. Li Xing raised her hand, and a star-like energy sphere instantly formed. Destruction. This little girl never ceases to amaze. Beerus' eyes widened. Destruction had only just entered her body, yet Li Xing could already condense it externally for attacks. How could he not be excited? Whoosh! The next instant, Beerus' body rose into the air again, appearing in an instant not far from Li Xing. Bang! Li Xing paid him no heed. She swung her hand and flung the destructive energy at him, but just like the beam Beerus had fired earlier, it dissipated just before touching his body. No consciousness. That won't do. Beerus rested his chin on one hand, easily detecting Li Xing's anomaly. A failed strike did not deter Li Xing, who in a wave of her hand conjured an even greater destructive energy. Creak! Observing her state, Beerus clenched his fists and was soon enveloped in a purple glow. Then let me wake you up. With that, Beerus' figure transformed into a streak of light rapidly darting towards Li Xing. As the god of destruction, Beerus understood destruction better than anyone. He knew that at this moment Li Xing was in a state of extreme rage, harboring a desire to obliterate everything, and the best way to deal with such a state was to use violence to counter violence to wake her up. Moreover, during this process, he had to control his strength as much as possible. Otherwise, if he knocked her out completely, she would still be unconscious when she transformed again. Boom. Beerus' fist struck Li Xing's abdomen with tremendous force, producing a massive sonic boom that created a long fissure in the ground below due to the aftermath. Puffed. Li Xing spat out a mouthful of bile, and the destructive energy she had just gathered dissipated. Boom. Boom. The two figures flickered in the air, and for a moment the entire space was filled with an aura of destruction. Rather than moving together, it was more accurate to say that Li Xing was being battered unilaterally. With each of Beerus' strikes, an overwhelming and terrifying power enveloped her, sending Li Xing's body flying chaotically through the air. Roar. Pressured like a punching bag, Li Xing's face contorted with rage, the purple light in her eyes intensified, and her veins bulged with rising energy. As if she felt no pain, she abruptly halted her backward flight and met Beerus' incoming strike with a punch. Boom. The space trembled and visible shockwaves spread through the air. In that moment, all beings in the seventh universe clearly sensed a ringing in their ears. Oh, that was quick. Beerus squinted. After a series of attacks, Li Xing showed no signs of awakening. Instead, she was enhancing her energy to resist him. However, the more she did, so the more excited he became, as it proved that Li Xing had yet to reach her limit. How about trying this? Beerus extended another hand, curling his 5 fingers. Terrifying destructive energy instantly surged forth, promptly directed toward Li Xing. Boom. An explosion roared, and though destruction was futile against the god of destruction, it could still be treated as an energy projectile, unleashing a frightful force. As dust and smoke billowed, Li Xing's body was engulfed while Beerus stood with his hands clasped behind his back, retreating slightly from the recoil. Pain. So painful. Li Xing clutched her chest in agony. A voice in her mind seemed to cry out, but the next moment, she was once again consumed by rage. Roar. Accompanied by a low growl, the smoke cleared, revealing Li Xing still suspended in the air, her gaze fixed intently on Beerus not far away. Buzz. Li Xing raised her hand, and a stream of purple energy spheres erupted forth, quickly surrounding her. Wow, you're a great disciple. I accept you. Beerus chuckled in surprise, clearly not expecting that Li Xing could wield destruction so adeptly so soon after first receiving it. At that moment, he felt a surge of emotions. Even without the pressure from the Grand Minister, he genuinely acknowledged Li Xing. Whoosh. Li Xing swung her arm, unleashing a torrent of destructive energy that swept toward Beerus. Oomph. Seeing this, Beerus neither dodged nor avoided. He merely snorted coldly as a dense cluster of energy spheres halted before him. He'll send you a big one. Beerus pointed a finger into the air, and the vast destructive energy instantly changed direction, rebounding toward Li Xing. During this process, numerous smaller energy spheres converged, creating a massive sphere several meters in diameter that shot forth. Li Xing seemed caught off guard by this scene. Her previously fierce expression froze, and the next moment the enormous destructive energy reached her. Unlike Beerus, who controlled destruction with ease, Li Xing pressed her hands against the terrifying energy sphere, her body being relentlessly forced backward. Boom. Without a point of leverage, her own energy was insufficient to push back against this fearsome energy sphere, and her entire body was involuntarily thrust toward the ground. In an instant, dust and smoke swirled as the hard rocky ground cracked and spread, creating a large pit. Roar. Li Xing cried hoarsely. No matter how hard she struggled, she could not escape this energy, her body pinned in the pit, unable to move. It should be time to wake up. Seeing her still struggling, Beerus clenched his hand, and a massive mushroom cloud erupted as the energy sphere exploded right in front of Li Xing. Boom. The piercing roar echoed throughout the realm, and the intense shockwave wreaked havoc. For a moment, the space at the explosion's center cracked, with powerful shockwaves spreading through the air. After a long time, as the smoke gradually cleared, the spot where Li Xing once stood had completely vanished. In its place was a charred, deep pit with all surrounding debris reduced to ash, giving a desolate appearance as the scene fell silent. Lord Beerus, you didn't go overboard, did you? Whis, having finished his meal, looked around the scene with an expression of enjoyment and asked. He was actually joking, and knowing that his body had been altered by destruction, he understood that Li Xing could not easily die. Don't speak nonsense. Hearing this, Beerus frowned and walked over to the edge of the pit to carefully examine the situation below. Originally, he had intended to toy with her a bit longer before waking her up, but having noticed Whis enjoying his meal, he realized he was a bit hungry too, so he had added more force to the destructive energy sphere. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, a coughing sound echoed from the pit. Beerus' eyes brightened, and he hurriedly flew down to investigate. What met his eyes was Li Xing, her body battered and torn, even bleeding from her pores. Beerus-sama, are you going to kill me? Hearing Beerus' approaching presence, Li Xing struggled to open her eyes. Speaking was already a laborious task, and she had been forced back to her normal state. Hey, if I don't wake you up, you'd really think being a god of destruction is easy, huh? Beerus couldn't help but chuckle, then shouted upwards, "Whis." Heh, heh. A satisfied smile appeared on Li Xing's face. Despite her severely injured body rendering her immobile, she could distinctly feel that a seed of destruction had been planted within her. As long as she waited for her recovery, the power of destruction would surely coalesce. At this moment, she finally understood Beerus' intention in infusing destruction into her body. "Little girl, now you can transform and show me." After a long while inside the towering ancient tree, the three of them sat around the dining table, fully fed and content. Beerus still couldn't forget the red figure from his dream. Although Li Xing's gender didn't match for now, if she could transform, at least her strength shouldn't be too far from that person. After all, according to the prophecy fish, this person would be his formidable rival, and he had long been impatient. I can, but we have to go to Earth." Before Li Xing could finish, she suddenly slapped her own forehead. Oh no, today was Bulma's birthday. The thought of Earth suddenly brought this to mind. "Whis, what year is it on Earth?" With this in mind, Li Xing quickly turned to Whis and asked, "Earth? Let me see. Age 778, August 18th. Though he didn't quite understand why Li Xing asked, Whis dutifully answered. After all, Li Xing had now become the candidate god of destruction. If Beerus were to retire, Li Xing would be the one he would serve. Of course, the term servant didn't sound good, as the angel's power surpassed that of the gods of destruction, so it was more appropriate to call them partners or overseers. "It's over. Over." Upon hearing this, Beerus remained indifferent, but Li Xing's face fell. The day Beerus woke up was exactly Bulma's birthday. Such an important day, and Lazuli had specifically reminded her about it last time she went home. Now she had completely forgotten. Snap! She pulled out a communicator from her pocket, the one Bulma had given her. It had already been shattered in the earlier battle with Beerus. "Earth? Whis, how long will it take?" However, Beerus ignored her frustration and turned to ask Whis. "About 30 minutes, Lord Beerus." Whis replied without hesitation, having made the trip countless times and knowing the way well. "That long? Then let's not go." Before Beerus could finish, Li Xing quickly tried to stop him. "No way. Going back now would be suicide. Bulma would surely twist her ear in a circle." What are you afraid of?" Beerus squinted, tapping the table with his finger. This newly taken apprentice was so terrified of Earth. It made him feel a bit disappointed. As a god of destruction, the survival of the entire seventh universe was at his whim. Now an unknown planet held something that could frighten a god of destruction. "No. Can we go a few months later, Lord Beerus?" Wiping the cold sweat from her forehead, Li Xing looked at him cautiously, putting on a pitiful expression. If she could just delay a few months, Bulma's birthday would pass, and she would probably forget about it. Then she could go back. No. However, faced with Li Xing's pitiful plea, Beerus was cold and indifferent. "It's today. Pack the lunchboxes and set off, Whis." Beerus made the final decision, leaving Li Xing no room to bargain. In his view, even if Li Xing hadn't mentioned it, he would have personally gone on this trip to Earth. Not to mention the need for Li Xing's red transformation after waking up and eating so many delicacies he had never seen before he had to go and taste them fresh. You guys go ahead, I want go." Li Xing stood up from the chair and tiptoed towards the exit. As she walked, she found her feet weren't touching the ground, treading on air. "Let me go." She flailed and struggled, but was still lifted by the scruff of her neck by Beerus. "Whis, let's go." The realm of the Kaioshin. "Great ancestor, what are you looking at?" The Kaioshin placed a cup of tea on the table beside him, only to find the elder Kaioshin with a worried expression again. Having learned of the god of destruction's existence from the elder Kaioshin, he was also shocked. But seeing that Beerus hadn't immediately started destroying planets, they could afford to relax a little. Lord Beerus has set off, heading for Earth. Gazing through the boundless universe, the elder Kaioshin saw the figures of the three and showed a look of concern. Amidst his worry, there was also a hint of surprise, because he noticed that Beerus was carrying a little girl in his hand. And that person was none other than Li Xing, who had helped him break the seal years ago. "Earth, huh?" The Kaioshin murmured, and under the elder Kaioshin's reminder, he also noticed Beerus' whereabouts. Why is Lord Beerus taking Li Xing with him? He looked at the elder Kaioshin, both of them showing puzzled expressions. "I don't know. Hopefully Lord Beerus will destroy fewer planets. Otherwise our work will increase too." On the other side. "Calm down." Li Xing probably forgot because she was too focused on training. On Earth, aboard a luxurious cruise ship, Lazuli was desperately making excuses for Li Xing. "Which is more important, my birthday or training?" Bulma downed the water in her glass in one gulp and slammed it on the table. She could tolerate Son Goku and Vegeta not showing up, but Li Xing was absent too. As close sisters, even though Li Xing had moved out, they still talked on the phone often, and they almost always had dinner together for her birthday every year. A few years ago, hearing that Li Xing was training on some distant planet, she even specially prepared a communicator for her, and now she couldn't even get in touch. Ahem, calm down. That one has a bad memory. Seeing her so furious, Lazuli hesitated, unable to find any better excuse. Crack. Bulma, with her over 100 points of battle power, crushed the glass in her hand. "When she gets back, I'll give her a good beating." After gritting her teeth and uttering a harsh threat, Bulma pulled out her phone. "Vegeta, Can't you come for your beloved wife's birthday? If you don't come, don't expect to eat at home. In the gravity training room. Bang. The phone started smoking. Vegeta broke out in a cold sweat, gritted his teeth, and snorted. In space, Li Xing and the other two were still rushing towards Earth at an incredible speed. Let me down. I'm not going. Even at such high speed, Li Xing kept struggling. Smack. Beerus reached out and slapped her on the back of the head, now furious. Having to hold Li Xing with one hand prevented him from eating his lunchbox, making all of his preparations in vain. We'll be there in a few minutes. You've been fussing for over 20 minutes. Beerus' tone was icy cold, startling Li Xing into a sudden shiver. She instantly fell silent, terrified that he would abandon her in the vast, boundless cosmos. Well then, Lord Beerus. Are you hungry? I just remembered there might still be some chilled desserts stored at your place. Li Xing lowered her eyes, then a flash of inspiration struck. She blinked her big eyes and spoke to him. Hiss. Desserts. Beerus was taken aback, a sliver of drool involuntarily escaping the corner of his mouth. Oh, Miss Li Xing. I know now I should call you Lady Candidate God of Destruction. How is it that I recall all the desserts have been finished? Whis interjected as he swiftly navigated the two through the cosmos. Whis you. Upon hearing this, Li Xing, who was being carried by the scruff of her neck by Beerus, struggled a few times. She suddenly grabbed hold of Whis' hair and snarled fiercely. If you keep quiet, no one will think you're mute. Hiss. Hey, we're flying here. Whis winced in pain, his body arching backward. At the same time, a dizzying sensation overwhelmed the trio. Whoosh. A comical scene unfolded. Earth was right before their eyes, yet the three lost their balance and plummeted one after another. Huh. What is that? On the cruise ship, Krillin was the first to notice the anomaly in the sky. 3 streaks of light, like meteors, hurtled straight toward the deck. According to Whis' search, nearly all the Saiyans on Earth were aboard this ship, so he had set their destination there. Bang, bang, bang. Dead center, Whis took the lead, and the 3 bodies crashed onto the deck like a pile of acrobats. For a moment, smoke billowed, enveloping their figures in a haze, their vision filled with stars. What was that noise? Instantly, the cruise ship erupted into chaos as everyone crowded around. Li Xing. As the smoke cleared and the newcomers' faces became visible, Lazuli was the first to call out. Yo, what a coincidence, everyone. Are you all out for some fun? Li Xing covered her face awkwardly, lifting her head. Then she raised 2 fingers to her forehead, ready to make her escape. Suddenly, before she could use instant transmission, she felt a soft mass rise beneath her rear, throwing her off balance and causing her to tumble ungainly to the side. Little girl, why did you have to mess with Whis, eh? Even with his face covered in dust, the anger on Beerus' face was unmistakable as he pointed at Li Xing's forehead and scolded her harshly. Regardless of the intention, what should have been a majestic entrance had been reduced to a grimy mess by Li Xing. As a god of destruction, his dignity was utterly shamed. Exactly. As a candidate god of destruction, to go and pull someone's hair. Whis pulled a handkerchief from his pocket, wiped the dust from his face, and chimed in with a reprimand. I'm truly sorry. I'll take my leave now. I will come find you all later. Li Xing scrambled to her feet, bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle to the two, and promptly resumed her escape. After scanning for the familiar presences, she found them all on the ship. Just as she was about to give up, her eyes lit up. Goku's key seemed to be far away. Whoosh. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Xing's figure vanished from everyone's sight. In the instant before she left, she didn't notice a small hand resting on her shoulder. Phew. I'm saved. On North Kai's planet, Li Xing wiped the sweat from her brow, panting heavily. Li Xing. And Goku, who was training, sensed her arrival and immediately turned his gaze. But he stopped mid-sentence as if receiving a silent cue to swallow the rest of his words. Don't tell Bulma I was here. Li Xing raised a finger. She was about the same height as Goku, and she nearly clamped her hand over his mouth. For some reason, she felt a familiar scent of perfume. It was as if Bulma, though not in sight, was somehow nearby. Slap, slap. A small hand tapped Li Xing on the shoulder. She turned her head instinctively, and her face immediately darkened. Bulma, sister. Not long after, their figures appeared at Bulma's birthday party. Look, I really didn't forget on purpose. My communicator. It broke. Bulma sat with her arms crossed, leaning back in her chair. Li Xing massaged her shoulders, her tone ingratiating. If one looked closely, both of Li Xing's ears were flushed red, clearly having been subjected to torment, and on both sides. Broke, did it? Let me see it. Bulma extended her hand, her expression demanding proof of life or death. Her anger had mostly subsided. Regardless, Li Xing had at least shown up, and she had even dragged Goku along. A full reunion. Here. Li Xing pulled a handful of shattered fragments from her pocket and carefully handed them over. Can't salvage it. How about I give you a new one? Bulma stared at the pieces for a while. They were too shattered to repair. Fine. Seeing her expression, Li Xing's eyes lit up, and her previously furrowed brow slowly lifted. With Bulma's anger appeased, all that remained was to ensure no careless fool provoked Beerus. Having fled too quickly earlier, she hadn't had a chance to entertain the two. But it wasn't a major issue. Whis recognized Lazuli. With her around, Li Xing could breathe a little easier. Hey Vegeta, why are you sweating so much? On the deck, Goku approached Vegeta with a drink in hand, asking in confusion. Although his training had been interrupted by Li Xing and Bulma and had been dragged here against his will, the abundance of delicious food on the cruise ship had dispelled any thoughts of retreat or complaint. Now seeing Vegeta drenched in sweat and pale-faced, he naturally inquired, "That hat guy is?" Vegeta's voice trembled, as if he were staring at something utterly terrifying. "Isn't that just a cat?" "Well," following his gaze, Goku spotted Beerus ravaging the food. Before he could finish his sentence, Vegeta clamped a hand over his mouth. "Kakarot, if you want to live, keep your voice down." Veins bulged on Vegeta's forehead. He was tempted to kick Goku all the way back to North Kai's planet. "What's wrong, Vegeta? Who is that guy anyway?" Goku was baffled. He struggled to pry Vegeta's hand away and lowered his voice to ask. In all the time had known him, he had never seen Vegeta so terrified. The god of destruction, Beerus. The moment he uttered the name, Vegeta felt as though Beerus had glanced his way. His entire body trembled as he stumbled backward until he was pressed against the deck railing. A bone-deep dread surged within him as memories flooded back. The visage of Beerus, wasn't it the very same figure who once stood upon his father King Vegeta's head in his childhood? God of destruction. "Vegeta, are you alright?" Seeing Vegeta's face growing ever paler, son Goku couldn't help but press further. Beerus, the god of destruction. With the title god, was he truly formidable? Upon hearing the name son, Goku's gaze began to scrutinize Beerus. No aura. It felt just like the Super Saiyan God transformation Li Xing had demonstrated upon her return. Unfortunately, Goku had only caught a fleeting glimpse that day before being summoned back to the underworld by Baba. After being revived by the Namekian Dragon Balls not long ago, he had been buried in farm chores, only managing to sneak away to train at North Kai's planet. In other words, after Li Xing left, they never gathered anyone to experiment with that transformation again. "I'm fine." "Shut up, Kakarot." Suppressing the turmoil within, Vegeta grabbed Goku by the collar. "Don't provoke him, understand?" "Oh, don't provoke whom?" Suddenly a voice interjected. Vegeta's entire body jolted as he spun around to see Beerus, drink in hand, lounging against the railing not far from them, exuding an air of indolence. Sated and satisfied, Whis, who had apparently accompanied Li Xing to Earth numerous times, struck up a conversation with the locals. As for Beerus, his intention was to capture the fleeing Li Xing. Yet the cruise ship was vast, and after scanning the area without spotting Li Xing, his eyes first fell upon Son Goku and Vegeta. For reasons unknown, despite never having met them before, Beerus felt a strange familiarity, prompting him to draw near. Upon seeing Vegeta's panicked expression laced with unmistakable fear, it was clear without words that the Saiyan recognized him. Beerus-sama, greetings. Every muscle in Vegeta's body tensed as he forced a smile, simultaneously clamping a hand over Goku's mouth to halt his advance. "You know me?" Beerus narrowed his eyes, studying the pair with keen interest. From the tail trailing behind Vegeta, it was evident he, like Li Xing, was a Saiyan. As for Goku, though lacking a tail, his hairstyle struck a chord of recollection. Wasn't it the very hairstyle of the figure from his dream? "I do. Beerus-sama, if there's nothing else, we shall take our leave." Under Beerus' somber gaze, cold sweat beaded on Vegeta's brow. The proud prince of Saiyans was in that moment retreating. "Wait." Before he could drag Goku away, Beerus let out a dismissive chuckle, halting their movements. "Super Saiyan God. Have you heard of it?" His casual remark froze them in place. At the mention of Super Saiyan God, both immediately recalled Li Xing's crimson hair transformation. "Beerus-sama, did you come here with Li Xing?" Goku wrested free of Vegeta's grip and stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He didn't know Beerus, but seeing Vegeta's sheer panic, he assumed the cat was undoubtedly a formidable fighter. When Beerus brought up the Super Saiyan God, Goku's eagerness naturally flared. That little girl, mentioning Li Xing, made Beerus' face darken. After arriving, she had vanished without a trace. Had it not been for the ship's abundant delicacies, he would have destroyed the planet outright. "If you know her, summon her at once. I have business with her." With that, Beerus waved his hand, impatiently urging them. He had only intended to witness the crimson transformation Whis spoke of, yet fate had brought him here. By chance, Goku bore a striking resemblance to the figure in his dream. Once Li Xing arrived, he could inquire further. "Very well, please wait a moment, Beerus-sama." Before Goku could say more, Vegeta interjected, and with that he dragged Goku away. "Vegeta, what are you so afraid of?" As they searched for Li Xing, Goku's curiosity got the better of him. Vegeta's demeanor was akin to fleeing for his life. He couldn't fathom why this so-called Beerus had reduced Vegeta to such a state. "Silence, Kakarot." Vegeta clenched his fists. The word fear made him freeze mid-step. "Am I actually afraid?" Lost in thought, Goku had already strode ahead, leaving him staring at his own trembling hands. "Damn it." Gnashing his teeth, Vegeta nearly drove his nails through his palms to still his quaking body. He was afraid. He, Vegeta, the proud prince of Saiyans, was gripped by terror. "Beerus-sama, I'm terribly." Ahem. Within moments, Li Xing was brought before Beerus, her gaze darting about her face, a mask of embarrassment. Her clumsy maneuvers had left them all scrambling, and now she had failed to escape. It was so absurd, she could weep at her own foolishness. "Enough chatter. Can you or can you not achieve that red transformation?" Beerus frowned, yanking her ear at her sycophantic expression. Gulp. Two swallowing sounds echoed as Son Goku and Vegeta stood dumbfounded. In all their years together, this was the first time they had seen Li Xing scolded like a child. Aside from Bulma, Beerus was the only one to treat her thus. Of course, they weren't naive. Bulma's authority stemmed from affection and a maternal stance. Beerus, however, a scrawny cat in Goku's eyes, dared to do the same, and Li Xing offered no resistance, hinting at deeper secrets. Oh, ow, let go please. Li Xing flailed, batting at his hand. After being yanked around by Bulma all day, this only added insult to injury. Little girl, don't forget why we came. Beerus snorted, releasing her with a heavy hand, his face dark as he addressed her. If there's no Super Saiyan God, believe me, he'll destroy this planet. I know. Li Xing nodded frantically, playing the part of the aggrieved, though inwardly, she cursed him fiercely. Just wait, you mangy cat. The day I'm strong enough, I'll pluck every last hair from those big ears of yours. Gather everyone, just like when we experimented at the Celestial Temple. Rubbing his swollen, throbbing ears, tears nearly streaming from his eyes, Li Xing endured the pain and turned to address Son Wukong and Vegeta. Upon hearing this, Vegeta frowned silently, turning around and heading toward the others on the cruise ship. Is that guy you brought really powerful? Seeing him take the lead, Son Wukong decided he didn't need to go and leaned in to whisper to Li Xing. Sure, with a flick of his finger he could wipe us all out. What do you think? Li Xing replied in a low voice, sneaking a glance at Beerus' reaction. Relieved to see he wasn't paying attention, she let out a sigh. That's strong. Can I handle the transformation later? With Li Xing's confirmation, Son Wukong's eyes lit up, instantly eager to spar with Beerus. You can't even beat me. Looking for a beating. Li Xing's pupils contracted, her brow furrowing. She understood the situation clearly. Beerus' dream had unmistakably pointed to Son Wukong. But before coming to Earth, Beerus had made a deal with her. In exchange for teaching her destruction, she would demonstrate the Super Saiyan God transformation. If Son Wukong took over, wouldn't that kill two birds with one stone? She wouldn't have to lift a finger, and Beerus could find the person from his dream. Then it's settled. You convince Vegeta, and I'll let you do it. With that thought, Li Xing changed her tune, shifting the pressure onto Son Wukong. Once she helped Son Wukong transform, she'd go find something to eat. Beerus and Whis had eaten their fill, but she hadn't had a bite. Don't worry. That guy Vegeta seemed scared stiff. Son Wukong nodded, his eyes brimming with barely contained excitement. Though puzzled by Li Xing's quick agreement, the thrill of facing a strong opponent soon swept his doubts away. Name Son Wukong battle power 400 million base. Name Vegeta battle power 380 million base. Name Son Gohan battle power 70 million base. Name Trunks battle power 11. For million base, name Son Goten battle power 10. 8 million base. Once everyone had gathered, Li Xing took the chance to assess their current states. There were no major changes. After the Elder Kai unlocked their potential, their battle powers had all seen varying degrees of leaps. Son Gohan was an exception, looking like a scholar with no increase in his base battle power. But Li Xing knew it wasn't a lack of improvement. He simply hadn't unleashed it. Lost in thought, she grew curious about Gohan's so-called Mystic Gohan transformation. She wondered just how much of a boost that form provided. Kakarot, get lost. In doing this transformation. Come on, Vegeta, you were trembling like a leaf. When did you ever see me tremble? Snapping back to reality, she heard Son Wukong and Vegeta arguing. Vegeta had completely changed his earlier demeanor, his face flushed red as he fought Son Wukong for the chance to transform, nowhere near the frightened state had been in before. In that brief moment, Head made up his mind. Damn the destruction god. Once he transformed into a Super Saiyan God, Head make Beerus regret insulting his father back then. Shut up. Let that one do it. Annoyed by their incessant bickering, Beerus' face darkened. Following his pointed finger, Li Xing turned her gaze to Son Wukong. As expected, Beerus' intent was clear. Having Li Xing demonstrate the transformation was just to gauge the strength of the person from his dream. Now that Son Wukong was likely that person, why waste time with others? At Beerus' words, the scene fell silent. Vegeta clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with fury. Hey Vegeta, Lord Beerus has spoken. Seeing Vegeta's reaction, Son Wukong patted his shoulder, a smirk tugging at his lips. Damn it. Vegeta lowered his head, muttering through gritted teeth, his shoulders trembling. He truly wanted to fight Beerus to the death, but if even Li Xing was submissive before him, he stood no chance. Only after transforming would he have a sliver of confidence. But unfortunately, Beerus had set his sights on Son Wukong with no intention of letting him transform. Alright, let's talk later. Seeing this, Li Xing walked over to Vegeta and patted his shoulder, signaling him to calm down. There was no choice. Beerus' power could crush everyone present. Even as a candidate destruction god, Li Xing dared not provoke him too much. Forget destroying Earth. If Beerus wished, he could destroy the entire universe. But then the Omni King probably wouldn't let him off. The Omni King. Thinking of that, Li Xing's eyes dimmed slightly. She had just stepped into the divine realm, and she had no idea how long it would take to reach his level. The system was gone. She didn't want to be underestimated, but the gap was just too vast. Finally urged by Beerus, except for Li Xing and Son Wukong swapping positions, the six of them began transmitting their ki, just like last time. Wait. How exactly do we transmit this key? Suddenly Li Xing interrupted, looking puzzled. Idiot, just focus and pass your energy. Before anyone else could speak, even Beerus couldn't hold back. How did he end up with such a foolish apprentice as his candidate? He wondered why the Grand Minister had chosen to train her. Oh, scolded Li Xing, felt wronged. Last time she was the lead, so she had no experience playing a supporting role. Boom. As before, strange phenomena filled the sky, and a terrifying pressure swept over the entire area of the cruise ship. Except for Li Xing, whose aura was emerald green, the other 5 radiated golden light. Sun Wukong's body floated off the ground, his energy rising continuously until it peaked, then suddenly vanished. The light faded and his form reappeared before everyone, red hair flowing his entire appearance, looking younger. So this is the power of a god. Feeling the surging energy within him, Sun Wukong's face was brimming with elation. This power was simply too exquisite. In contrast, Li Xing appeared rather calm. Name: Sun Wukong, Realm Divine Realm, First Layer. Indeed. Regardless of the base combat prowess, ascending to godhood through the infusion of heart force always results in the Divine Realm First Layer. Li Xing's eyes darted around before she withdrew her gaze. So this is the Super Saiyan God. Beerus squinted, scrutinizing him from head to toe, yet his expression betrayed neither surprise nor admiration. The aura emanating from the Divine Realm First Layer was insufficient to even tickle him, especially after witnessing Li Xing's true might. Vegeta scowled at Sun Wukong, let out a cold snort, and vanished from the spot in the next instant. Instant transmission. What was he up to? Li Xing's lips parted slightly. Bringing Beerus here had already deviated from the original plot, but after Sun Wukong attained godhood, first Vegeta actually had no intention of staying to watch the battle. Yet Vegeta's departure barely drew anyone's attention. Nearly all eyes were fixed on the transformed Sun Wukong. Whoosh. Suddenly the sound of a fist slicing through the air rang out. Sun Wukong moved, and in the next moment he appeared behind Beerus. There was no collision. With a simple sidestep, Beerus evaded the attack. Even more formidable than I imagined. I almost doubt this is my own body. Despite his attack being dodged, Sun Wukong showed no sign of panic. Instead, an excited grin spread across his face. No wonder. This large cat Li Xing brought along could instill such fear in Vegeta. He had only intended a simple probe just now. Even he himself hadn't anticipated such speed after becoming a god, yet the opponent casually evaded it. Such strength surely indicated another deity. This level of power doesn't warrant my intervention. Little girl, she's yours. Beerus stood with his hands behind his back, a hint of disappointment hidden in his amber eyes. Mine. As the words fell, Li Xing rested her hand on her nose. Even Sun Wukong was taken aback. What does this have to do with me? It's been ages since we left the realm of destruction for Earth, and you and Whis have eaten your fill. I'm starving, and now you want me to work. Though she yearned to vent under Beerus' oppressive gaze and Sun Wukong's expectant look, Li Xing reluctantly stepped forward. With destruction fused into her body, she also wanted to test the heights her current strength could reach. How that's more like it. If you lose this planet and its inhabitants have no reason to exist, Beerus declared with folded arms, leaving Li Xing utterly speechless. She had to admit his act was quite convincing. If not for the pudding crumbs still clinging to the corner of his mouth, the murderous intent in his words might have fooled her. Let's take this to the sky, Sun Wukong suggested. Changing opponents didn't bother him much, as long as he could fight to his heart's content. As for Beerus' threats, Sun Wukong paid them no mind. Li Xing had come with them. He could simply ask her later. Whoosh. Li Xing nodded slightly, and in the next instant 2 streaks of light soared straight up into the vast sky, heading for an altitude of 10,000 meters. Elsewhere in the western capital, Nappa, come out. Vegeta called out from outside the house. Creak. The door slid open slowly, revealing the burly, stubbly Nappa. Prince Vegeta. Nappa hesitated, as if wanting to ask his purpose. Follow me. Without a word, Vegeta flew forward and whisked him away. How disgraceful. After all these years, Nappa had learned to control his ki, but he still had to be summoned by shouting. Having grown accustomed to peacetime, he had completely lost his vigilance. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the scenery shifted, and they arrived on the cruise ship where the others were. Moi. Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, both detecting a trace of surprise in each other's eyes. Why did this scion feel so familiar? Of course they weren't referring to Nappa, but to Vegeta. Earlier their minds had been entirely on the Super Saiyan God. They hadn't even had a chance to properly observe Vegeta. Beerus paused, then suddenly recalled decades ago on the Saiyan planet having seen someone with a similar visage. The son of King Vegeta. He seemed far stronger than his father. After letting his gaze linger for a few seconds, Beerus redirected his attention to the 2 figures in the sky. Rumble. Li Xing and Sun Wukong were not idle. After briefly explaining the matter of the god of destruction to Sun Wukong, 2 incomparable auras began to radiate across the sky. She wasn't in a hurry to attack, merely transforming to the first stage. Sun Wukong, having just transformed for the first time, still needed time to adapt to the divine energy. Then I won't hold back. Seeing her action, Sun Wukong flashed a grin before clenching his fists and charging forward. Such a scene had not occurred in years. From the early battle on Earth to learning instant transmission on planet Yardrat, Sun Wukong hadn't sparred with Li Xing for a long time. Even knowing he might be outmatched, the stronger the opponent, the more exhilarated he became. Well struck. A sharp glint flashed in Li Xing's eyes. One with combat prowess of a god, the other with a realm of god. How reminiscent of their earlier battle with Gogeta. Bang, bang. With the eruption of dull thunderous sounds, gales howled through the air, the sea below churned violently, and the entire cruise ship rocked fiercely. Clack. Whis tapped his staff on the deck, and a green protective barrier rose, shielding them from the surging waves and stabilizing the ship once more. Meanwhile, Beerus, while watching the battle, also kept an eye on Vegeta's reaction. That fellow seemed intent on emulating Sun Wukong to create another Super Saiyan God. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. After bringing Nappa over, Vegeta began counting heads. Excluding the battling Li Xing and Sun Wukong, there was Nappa, Trunks, Son Gohan, and Son Goten. That made only 5, including himself. One short. TCH. Vegeta's face darkened. He could no longer sense Sun Wukong's ki, but judging by the aura Li Xing was emitting, it was clear he had been left far behind. Uncle Vegeta, are you planning to become like Dad? Son Gohan scratched his head and interjected with a question. Li Xing and Son Goku had both transformed, and now Vegeta had brought Nappa along, his intentions clear as day. No. Vegeta shook his head in response, a sharp glint flickering in his eyes. I will surpass him. Damn it. Still one more person short. He'll have to wait until these two finish. Vegeta looked up at the sky, then stole a glance at Beerus' reaction. God of Destruction, let me witness your power today. Crack. Vegeta clenched his fists so tightly they creaked. As memories of his nightmare-like childhood surfaced, his longing for the Super Saiyan God transformation grew even more intense. Catching his reaction, Beerus raised an eyebrow. The son of King Vegeta seemed desperately eager for the power of Super Saiyan God. But to think he could challenge me with just this level of strength was far too naive. What Super Saiyan God? Li Xing, this newly recruited apprentice of mine, as a roar of destruction god, could easily thrash both of them. What mattered most to me, of course, was the delicious food on Earth. Whis, that's mine. Amidst watching the battle, Beerus didn't forget to squabble with Whis over the food. Does a Saiyan in the belly count? Just as Vegeta was at a loss, Vidal's voice rang out abruptly, drawing everyone's attention. Boom. 10,000 meters high, Son Goku's fist slammed fiercely into Li Xing's palm. The force of the punch rippled outward, causing the entire space to shimmer. Bang. After one failed attack, Son Goku swiftly retracted his fist, gathered his power, and charged again. What a guy, adapting so quickly. Li Xing's pupils contracted. On Son Goku's incoming fist, she saw a blazing aura like roaring flames. Boom. Boom. Without any intention to dodge, she assumed a defensive stance with both hands and braced herself to take Son Goku's storm-like assault head in. In the blink of an eye, Son Goku unleashed hundreds of punches, each strike brimming with immense power. The surrounding air trembled continuously, and deafening clashes echoed across the sky. Strange. At the same realm, why does Son Goku's power feel so weak? Li Xing narrowed her eyes. After her body was destroyed and reconstructed, combined with her recovery from severe injuries, she felt her strength had multiplied several times over. Although her first stage still showed as Divine Realm Level 1 on the panel, Li Xing had a premonition that her power could even clash with Level 2. The legendary Super Saiyan bloodline was simply too terrifying. Her true opponent should be the fused warrior Vegeta. Hey Li Xing, aren't you going to attack after all this time? Just as she was pondering, Son Goku suddenly halted his assault and called out. Even though he realized his strength had skyrocketed, he still couldn't budge Li Xing in the slightest, which piqued his curiosity immensely. Are you sure? Li Xing clenched her fist, emerald green lightning crackling around her knuckles. Ever since her bloodline had changed, she wasn't sure she could hold back. If she accidentally went overboard, she'd have to trouble the Namekian dragon. Just go all out. Let me see your current level. Son Goku took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming as he stared at Li Xing. A one-sided fight with no retaliation left him no room to erupt, nor could he gauge the gap between them now. As you wish. Li Xing straightened her attitude, dropping the relaxed demeanor she had while waiting for Son Goku to adapt. As her aura surged, the energy radiating from her entire being soared instantly. Like a firefly compared to the radiant moon, a colossal flame of power shot skyward, threatening to engulf Son Goku entirely. Boom. The surrounding space rippled continuously, and Li Xing's form visibly transformed. Her emerald hair cascaded to her waist, her body elongated, and her frame became covered in explosive, bulging muscles. Eyebrowless with protruding brow ridges, her expression turned cold, yet her pupils were strikingly clear, making her resemble a humanoid beast. Legendary Super Saiyan Stage 3. Name Li Xing, combat power Divine Realm Level 3. Meanwhile, on the cruise ship. This little girl, isn't she going to play around a bit longer? Beerus grabbed a table full of pudding, popping them one by one. Whis had already become acquainted with many on Earth, and 18 must have given some instructions. Fat Bu sulked in a corner, surprisingly, not fighting Beerus over the food. What a terrifying monster. How did Li Xing train all these years? Feeling the oppressive pressure, Krillin wiped sweat from his brow repeatedly. It wasn't just him. After so long in peace, everyone felt that overwhelming sense of dread. Except for Beerus and Whis, who calmly kept eating. Everyone else was on edge. Hurry, channel your heart energy into me, Vegeta urged, and an inexplicable force surged into his body. Boom! A colossal blue pillar of light shot into the sky, barely interrupting Li Xing and Son Goku's battle. They both turned their gazes downward. That Vegeta actually brought Nappa here. Why is he transforming at this moment? Seeing this, Li Xing was utterly baffled. Finally, under her astonished gaze, Vegeta moved, radiating the terrifying aura of Super Saiyan God as he charged straight at Beerus. Has he gotten too cocky? Li Xing's expression shifted unpredictably. Their original purpose on Earth was just to show Beerus the Super Saiyan God, but he hadn't even been interested enough to be impressed. Had assigned her and Son Goku to spar, and now even Vegeta couldn't sit still. But sitting still was useless. Even after transforming, he was only at Divine Realm Level 1, and Beerus was the pinnacle of the gods of destruction. At Divine Realm Level 9, no one present except Whis could hope to defeat him. If they truly angered Beerus, it could stir up a huge mess. Whoosh! With that thought, Li Xing's figure vanished from the sky, abandoning her fight with Son Goku. However, Vegeta's power had surged after transforming, and with such a short distance before Li Xing could even appear, his fist wrapped in terrifying force was already bearing down on Beerus' face. Boom! A sonic boom exploded, and their bodies seemed frozen in that instant. All eyes snapped back to the cruise ship. Vegeta, you really are audacious. A deep voice slowly echoed, and under the horrified gaze of the onlookers, Beerus reached out to brush non-existent dust from his robes before lifting his eyes to Vegeta, whose fist hovered mere inches from his body. I dislike being disturbed while eating, and I detest those without manners. Beerus' indifferent words rang in everyone's ears, sending chills down their spines. Is he also a god? Bulma swallowed hard. She was not alone. Everyone's heart pounded as they stared at Beerus. The might of Vegeta's punch was akin to an unfathomable mountain. Had it struck them, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Yet Beerus remained utterly unperturbed, not even bothering to block, allowing Vegeta's attack to advance no further. The god of destruction, Beerus. Vegeta's pupils constricted. He never imagined that even after becoming a god, he could not approach this being he regarded as a nightmare. Destruction. Beerus narrowed his eyes and lightly tapped a finger. In an instant, the heavens and earth shook, and an overwhelming aura swept the scene as a destruction energy the size of a soybean came into being. What kind of power is this? Sensing the aura that made even his soul tremble, Vegeta's heart quaked with terror as he swiftly retreated several meters. A smirk tugged at Beerus' lips. Out of the corner of his eye, he also noticed Li Xing approaching at high speed. Boom! A violent explosion erupted as Li Xing's figure interposed itself directly between the two. Though she had some grasp of destruction still in the legendary Super Saiyan Stage 3, the energy of destruction racked her body with excruciating pain, twisting her features. That bastard Vegeta. If he wanted to transform or find an opponent, why not pick on himself or Son Goku? Why must he provoke Beerus? Watching Beerus slowly ascend after a single strike, Li Xing's heart crumbled. A perfectly good meal ruined again. Little girl, have you chosen the wrong side? Beerus stood with his hands behind his back, coldly looking down upon the crowd on the deck below. The strength of Super Saiyan God fell far short of his expectations, and having his meal interrupted genuinely irked him. Hearing Beerus' icy, murderous question, Li Xing's heart skipped a beat, and she inwardly cried out in alarm. Whis, who exactly is that cat that came with you? The atmosphere on deck plunged to freezing point. Bulma scanned the area and chose the most composed person to ask. Cat. If Lord Beerus heard that, he'd probably destroy the entire Earth. Whis chuckled softly, casually glancing at Li Xing, who was casting him a look of desperation. Lord Beerus is the mightiest god in the universe. At least for now, no one can rival him. And he is currently Li Xing's master. Li Xing's master. Hearing this, Bulma's eyes widened. She only knew that Li Xing had rarely shown her face on Earth in recent years. She never imagined that for her birthday banquet today, Li Xing had brought along her master, the most powerful god in the entire universe. Under the gaze of the crowd, Bulma strode directly toward Vegeta. Oh! Beerus raised an eyebrow, watching with keen interest. The Earth Woman. When he and Whis had arrived on Earth with Li Xing, they had learned from others that today was Bulma's birthday banquet. Li Xing seemed quite familiar with the host, and if he made a move, she would likely fight him to the death. Slap. The crisp, resounding slap drew everyone's attention. Li Xing was stunned. Although Bulma's slap did not strike his face, it landed squarely on the back of Vegeta's head. For the proud Vegeta, being struck by his wife in public, wasn't that worse than death? Li Xing stood frozen, and Son Goku, who had arrived later, also hovered in the air, afraid to speak. The atmosphere grew even more oppressive. Vegeta, I can tolerate your training on ordinary days, but today is my birthday. That is a guest Li Xing brought, and her master. How can you be so rude? Apologize to the guest, and apologize to Li Xing too. Bulma's voice echoed in the silence. The more she spoke, the angrier she grew, especially when she saw Vegeta's face as dark as water, which only fueled her fury. Shut up. Before Bulma could finish, Vegeta could no longer contain himself. His voice was hoarse and the veins on his face bulged as he teetered on the brink of eruption. Dare to lay a hand on Bulma. Kill. Vegeta's attitude infuriated Li Xing. Unbeknownst to her, the emerald aura around her had turned a dark purple, and destruction energy gathered in her hand as she watched his every move. No matter what Vegeta was thinking or planning, if he dared to touch Bulma, Li Xing would fight to the death, even if it meant going against Beerus himself. Clap, clap. Suddenly the sound of clapping rang out from above. Beerus, as if stirring up trouble, seemed to have found some amusement. So this is the Prince of Saiyans. How disappointing. Boom. As Beerus' words fell before Vegeta could erupt, Li Xing raised her hand and fired a beam of energy, striking him in an instant. Vegeta was already on the verge of losing control. To provoke an internal conflict at this moment was simply asking for trouble. Beerus. Beerus. Ah. Gazing at the smoke rising from the explosion, Vegeta clutched his head and let out a maddened roar. In an instant, a visible wave of energy radiated through the air. The sea churned, the entire cruise ship began to rock violently, and an extreme sense of danger permeated the atmosphere. Go. Li Xing's mind raced. She flickered twice, rapidly whisking Bulma away from his side. Perhaps she was overthinking it. Vegeta had only yelled at Bulma after being embarrassed, with no intention of harming her. Watching Vegeta descend into a berserk state, Li Xing breathed a long sigh of relief. What a dramatic turn of events. Beerus and the others had arrived with her. Bulma, thinking them guests, treated them warmly, but Vegeta couldn't restrain himself and attacked. The slap meant for Beerus' face had instead landed on Vegeta. Whistle, leave her to you. Sending Bulma to whiz side, Li Xing soared into the air and joined Son Goku at his vantage point. She had struck Beerus earlier with a blast, but now the smoke had cleared and Beerus stood completely unharmed, his expression shifting between dark and uncertain. Li Xing did not know if Beerus would be angered, but at that moment the place that felt safest to her was beside Whis. If Beerus truly destroyed Earth over Vegeta's rashness, then so be it. After all, the destruction of Earth wasn't a dead end. Vegeta, can he actually reach this level? Sun Wukong was slightly astonished, staring at Vegeta in his berserk state, a sharp glint flickering in his eyes. He had just barely adapted to his current transformation when he witnessed Li Xing's terrifying legendary Super Saiyan form, and now Vegeta had broken through his limits through rage. Was he the one lagging behind? With a deafening roar, the enraged Vegeta's muscles tensed, powerful shockwaves spreading from his feet, his violent aura directed straight at Beerus in the sky. Looks like we can have a little extra meal. Whis squinted, his green barrier enveloping his position where Bulma and the others were gathered. A raging Saiyan. Somewhat similar to that girl. Beerus stood with his hands behind his back, observing Vegeta below with interest. As fellow divine realm beings, once their power reached a certain level, they could sense the presence of other deities. Currently, Vegeta's aura, though still inferior to Li Xing's, far surpassed that of Sun Wukong in his dreams. Such a battle was something he eagerly anticipated. Lord Beerus, don't underestimate this prince. Vegeta roared, his body instantly transforming into a streak of light shooting skyward. His fist slammed down, and in that moment the air seemed to shatter with a crisp cracking sound. With a thunderous boom, a storm of energy swept through the air in the next second. Everyone on the cruise ship, unable to withstand the pressure, retreated toward Whis' direction. Name Vegeta, realm divine realm, first layer. Still at the first layer? Li Xing's pupils contracted. The range of this realm was too vast. Given Vegeta's current momentum, he could easily overpower Sun Wukong, yet he still hadn't reached the second layer. She glanced at Sun Wukong beside her, who was watching Vegeta's movements with intense focus and irrepressible excitement gleaming in his eyes. With relentless blows, Vegeta kept attacking each strike, carrying savage force, churning the surrounding sea into towering waves. But to Beerus it was child's play. He effortlessly deflected everything with one hand, completely unaffected. Vegeta, however, grew more agitated with each passing moment. Suddenly, a violent thunderclap echoed across the sky. Unbeknownst to them, the battlefield had risen to tens of thousands of meters above. Vegeta clasped his hands together, a layer of blue and gold lightning flickering across his body, strands of thunder intertwining like a dragon of lightning. Final flash. With a low growl, thunder raged as a golden energy beam burst forth from Vegeta's hands. In that instant, the entire sky was dyed blue gold, stretching for hundreds of kilometers. Oomph. Beerus furrowed his brows slightly, extending a finger to tap the void. In a flash, destructive energy coalesced into a dark purple spherical structure that surged toward Vegeta's beam. With a soft thud, without any energy fluctuation, the two collided and dissolved into scattered particles of light. What happened? Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow, a hint of gravity flashing in his eyes. Beerus had merely fired a tiny energy ball, and it annihilated Vegeta's ultimate technique. Destruction. It deconstructs all matter in the world. Li Xing explained calmly. She wasn't sure what Beerus intended, for now he seemed to be just playing. Was he just bored? For some reason that thought crossed Li Xing's mind, and her expression turned odd. The truth. Since Beerus and Whis arrived, their mouths had barely stopped. Now Beerus seemed to want to have some fun, while Whis was even more absurd. The foodie hadn't paused at all. Vegeta, is this all you've got? At tens of thousands of meters above, Beerus spoke indifferently, making Vegeta's face darken. Punches and kicks were useless, and the final flash was ineffective. The destroyer's power far exceeded his imagination. Boom. Just as Vegeta was at a loss, the red aura around Sun Wukong suddenly flared up. Li Shing, being closest, was involuntarily startled. Radiant red energy burst forth from Sun Wukong's body. In an instant, a scorching flame engulfed everything around, even raising the air temperature significantly. This guy can't hold back either. Li Shing's beautiful eyes narrowed as she gazed at Sun Wukong, with a look of fascination, a hint of expectation stirring within her. She knew Sun Wukong's nature well. Faced with a formidable foe like Beerus, he could never restrain himself. Even after seeing Vegeta struggle and knowing he was outmatched, he would still choose to fight. Oh, in that case, all of you come at once. Beerus sensed the situation, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his mouth as he beckoned to Li Shing and the others. All at once. Have fun by yourself. Li Shing was utterly exasperated. The gap in power was too immense. Even with 3 against 1, or even more, they couldn't win. Having been here so long, without a bite to eat, why would she bother playing 3 heroes versus Lu Bu with Beerus? And from Beerus' demeanor, it was impossible to gauge his mood. He was just playing. Whoosh. With that thought, her stomach growled loudly. Li Shing instantly flashed down to Whi's side, and to everyone's stunned amazement, began gorging herself. Damn, this girl is my disciple. Beerus covered his face, questioning his existence as a cat. Boom. However, while Li Shing was replenishing her energy, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were far from idle. Though reluctant to team up, neither wanted to fall behind. For a time, Beerus stood motionless in the air as 2 red streaks of light continuously crisscrossed around him, unleashing various techniques that failed to harm him in the slightest. In contrast to Sun Wukong's excitement, Vegeta gradually calmed down the intensity of his aura, even diminishing somewhat. The brief exchange had taught him one thing: Beerus' power was truly flawless. His nearly all-out attacks were effortlessly dismantled by Beerus, who had yet to show any desire to strike back. Is this all you've got? Beerus looked at Sun Wukong and the others blandly, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. He had hoped they might ignite some fighting spirit in him, but it seemed he had overestimated them. With 2 dull thuds echoing through the sky, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were sent flying backward, tumbling thousands of meters before barely stabilizing themselves. Damn, is the gap this huge? Vegeta's face darkened. He had exhausted all his strength, yet Beerus toyed with him like a child. Even with Son Goku joining the fray, the tide showed no sign of turning. In a daze, he saw Son Goku's figure dart out once more, charging toward Beerus at breakneck speed. With a scoff, he drew a sharp breath, every muscle in his body tensing as he followed suit the instant Son Goku lunged. Their coordination was flawless, as if rehearsed, and in the blink of an eye they were upon Beerus. A flurry of blows erupted. The clash grew ever more violent. Even from 10,000 meters away, cracks spread across the earth near the sea. Thank goodness the planet had been reinforced. Through the drifting clouds, Li Shing's vision was vast. Despite her greasy mouth, the battle above could not escape her eyes. Should I let Vegeta have a try? She suddenly mused, her eyes glinting as she murmured to herself. Beerus had finally found some amusement. With his overwhelming power, he believed that getting beaten should be a shared experience. She had taken her turn, and Son Goku and Vegeta were next. Now only Vegeta remained. Arrogant fool, get ready to be taught a lesson. A hint of schadenfreude gleamed in Li Shing's eyes. If possible, she dearly wished Beerus would give Vegeta a thorough thrashing, and she herself yearned for another bout with him. After all, an opponent too weak or too strong could disrupt one's combat rhythm. True satisfaction came only from overcoming a foe of equal might. With that thought, Li Shing vanished in an instant, heading for the realm of the Kaishin. Whis turned his head, pondering the spot where Li Shing had disappeared. All eyes were on the battle displayed atop his staff, but he alone noticed her departure. It seems Lord Beerus will have some proper fun now. High above, Son Goku and Vegeta roared in unison, their fierce collision echoing through the space. Beerus, however, wore an increasingly amused grin, effortlessly catching their fists with both hands. Is this the limit of your power? Beerus tightened his grip, letting the two struggle futilely like a hawk toying with chicks. Damn it. Feeling the immense, unyielding force, Vegeta bellowed, bending his knees to muster all his strength, then kicked toward Beerus' chest like a cannonball. A dull thud rang out, space quivered, and Vegeta's body shot backward like a meteor, crashing into the sea below. This is... On the other side, Son Goku, whose fist was also seized, witnessed the scene, his pupils contracting as a foreboding dread surged within him. Beerus hadn't dodged. Vegeta's kick had clearly landed on him, yet the outcome defied all expectations. Without even seeing Beerus move, Vegeta was sent flying. Could Super Saiyan God still harbor hidden potential? Under Son Goku's horrified gaze, Beerus narrowed his eyes, gathered light in his hand, and delivered an ordinary energy sphere to Son Goku's chest. In an instant, the sphere detonated, smoke billowing in the sky. Son Goku gravely struck, plunged straight into the ocean below. Is Li Shing's master this formidable? Did Goku and Vegeta both lose? A god of destruction, what exactly is he? The onlookers below stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. especially Piccolo, whose brow was drenched in sweat. King Kai had just informed him about Beerus, but he never imagined the deity to be this terrifying. Boring. Beerus clapped his hands, turning away in disappointment, ready to head back to the cruise ship. Just then a crimson figure soared up from below, appearing before him, in an instant blocking his path. Lord Beerus, it's not over yet. We haven't lost. Son Goku took a deep breath. Despite the clash leaving him battered, he refused to believe he was truly outmatched. Vegeta felt the same. The Saiyan race never yielded, even in the face of certain defeat. They would grit their teeth and fight on. With another shout, a meteor-like figure rose from below. The two stood one before the other, barring Beerus' way. Oh, can you still rise further? Beerus raised an eyebrow, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. Very well, I'll keep playing with you. As his words fell, an immense aura enveloped the area, rippling through the air. Beerus' form turned into a blur as he moved at lightning speed. A fist drove into Son Goku's stomach, making him cough up a mouthful of fluid and stagger back several steps. Fighting back the pain, Son Goku lifted his head fearlessly, his eyes burning with wild battle lust as he stared at Beerus. Another dull impact erupted. Son Goku's attack landed squarely on Beerus' chest. Is this all you've got after powering up? Beerus' expression was icy, his emotionless voice falling on Son Goku's ears, darkening the latter's face. Useless. When Vegeta was struck down, Son Goku had seen his kick connect with Beerus. Now experiencing it himself, he understood the god's unyielding hardness. Super Saiyan God posed no threat to him at all. A god of destruction. Behind him, Vegeta witnessed this, his lips twitching violently. Though they fought together, Vegeta's pride as a Saiyan prince made him disdain coordinating with Son Goku. Both bided their time, hoping for a solo chance against Beerus. But the opportunity never came. Son Goku couldn't even scratch Beerus, and Vegeta knew he would fare no better. Kaioken. Times 20. Son Goku's eyes bulged as he swiftly retreated hundreds of meters. With a low roar, his crimson aura flared, eclipsing even the watching Vegeta and dyeing the horizon red. Saiyans are quite interesting. Beerus' eyes brightened at Son Goku's surging power. He glanced at Vegeta, reading the reluctance in his gaze, and understood. This so-called Saiyan prince fell far short of the Son Goku from his dream. But far from enough. You don't even have the right to make my blood boil. Beerus remained unflinching, his hands once again clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed intently on the transformation unfolding within Son Goku. Swish. As the battle grew increasingly intense, Li Xing's figure reappeared on the cruise ship, clutching the patera earrings she had borrowed from the Supreme Kai. Borrowed was merely a euphemism for outright seizure. When the old and new Supreme Kais learned she intended to use them for a sparring match against Beerus, they refused to hand them over. Left with no choice, she had to resort to some unconventional methods. Looks like it's going to last a while longer. If I gave them these now, Vegeta would probably crush them on the spot. On the deck, Li Xing gazed thoughtfully at the battle unfolding in the sky above. Her own power had advanced considerably. At this stage of legendary Super Saiyan 3, she had already reached the third divine realm. The path ahead was a question worth pondering. She had a faint impression of the destruction god form awakened by Beerus' blow, but for now Li Xing was perhaps more intrigued by Super Saiyan 4. This is how you make an artificial moon, right? I wonder which is stronger, this or Super Saiyan God. Extending one palm, Li Xing scrutinized the sphere of light in her hand. She had only seen Vegeta use this technique once over a decade ago. Now too much time had passed, and she couldn't quite recall the exact method. That woman, what is she up to? High in the sky, Vegeta's expression suddenly shifted. Having achieved godhood, his sensitivity to energy signatures had sharpened dramatically. The moment Li Xing condensed the sphere of light, he detected the commotion below. An artificial moon. No, it's just an ordinary energy blast. As this thought flashed through his mind, Vegeta's pupils contracted. He had to admit that even after witnessing Son Goku's use of the Kaioken, he felt inferior. Yet despite such power, Goku was still being toyed with like a child by Beerus. The chasm between them seemed insurmountable. Great ape. Vegeta murmured. Li Xing clearly couldn't create an artificial moon, but the mere mention of the technique sparked an idea within him. Gazing at his own swaying tail, Vegeta fell into deep thought. Besides himself, the only Saiyan present with a tail was Li Xing. Trunks and Son Goten had their tails removed shortly after birth. Nappa, having adapted to life on Earth, had also removed his tail after learning to transform into a Super Saiyan. Li Xing's reasons were unknown to him, but Vegeta himself wished to retain this symbol of his Saiyan heritage. Bang! At that moment, Li Xing hurled the artificial moon she had conjured into the sky. With a single explosion, nothing remained but the trembling air and dissipating dust, no trace of the moon itself. Strange. Wasn't it condensed from energy? Li Xing frowned. In the early days when the system was still active, her first reward had been mastery over energy. She could learn any technique that involved energy manipulation just by seeing it once. How could this artificial moon be so difficult? Idiot. Moonlight is reflected sunlight. Only when sunlight hits the moon and reflects back does it generate Blutz waves. During a full moon, those waves exceed 17 million units. Only under those conditions can a Saiyan transform into a great ape. An artificial moon isn't just simple energy. Vegeta cast a cold glance at Li Xing, but his confusion only deepened. Does a Super Saiyan God still need to transform into a great ape? Boom. Meanwhile, as each was lost in thought, Son Goku's body plummeted once more. Beerus blasted him out of this sea region entirely, embedding him into a mountain peak. Huh. Cough. Son Goku gasped for breath, occasionally coughing up blood. Transforming into Super Saiyan God was manageable, but after using the Kaioken, his body began to fail him, and his stamina was severely depleted. Super Saiyan God already spent. Beerus' figure pursued him, standing face to face with Goku, who was embedded in the mountain, a look of contempt on his face. In just a few minutes, Goku, having pushed himself to his limits, was utterly crushed. Indeed, he had been overthinking. The gods of destruction from other timelines were no match for him. How could a universe like the Seventh, with its average power level, possibly produce someone capable of rivaling him? At that moment, though utterly battered, Son Goku struggled to shatter the mountain that imprisoned him. That is, just as Beerus thought he still wouldn't give up, Son Goku suddenly looked up, his gaze burning as he stared at the higher sky. Zzz. A massive white sphere of light hovered in the sky, radiating dazzling brilliance and crackling with electricity. A moon. Beerus' expression shifted slightly as he too looked upward. In an instant, he saw the sphere of light suspended in midair. It didn't appear to be a real moon, but rather something artificially created. Roar. 2 consecutive roars shook heaven and earth, causing the very air to visibly ripple. Vegeta. And that little girl. Beerus' gaze deepened, as if piercing through countless miles to see the sky above the cruise ship. Both had completely lost their original forms. Their bodies had swollen to terrifying proportions, their clothes torn to shreds. 2 massive savage silhouettes exuded an unparalleled wild aura. Thump, thump. The sound of enormous heartbeats echoed in the air. After transforming, Li Xing's eyes were clear. This feeling. It had been a long time. Strange, isn't the great ape transformation supposed to be black? Unlike her, Vegeta, after transforming, kept examining himself. Why had he become a golden giant ape? When Vegeta turned his gaze toward her, Li Xing had already begun her new experiment. The moment Vegeta had thrown the artificial moon, she had been fully prepared. With her current strength, maintaining sanity in great ape form was not difficult. The wild impulse wasn't even as intense as when she first transformed into a legendary Super Saiyan. Rumble. With her shout, terrifying energy radiated outward, distorting the surrounding air. In an instant, a world-shattering pressure swept across all directions, as if to crush the heavens. The seawater below boiled, and the entire earth trembled. Can she go even further? Vegeta, being the closest, felt an overwhelming sense of invincibility emanating from Li Xing's aura. His eyes grew brighter, and the lingering doubt in his heart gradually faded. He finally confirmed one thing: Li Xing's decision to transform into a great ape was not a whim. She was attempting an entirely new transformation. Boom, boom. Blinding golden light erupted, causing Li Xing's massive body to visibly shrink at an astonishing rate. Beneath the clear sky, the rumble of thunder could be heard. Minutes later, smoke and dust filled the sky, obscuring Li Xing's figure within its haze. Her jet-black hair cascaded over her shoulders, while red fur covered her chest, palms, and both inner and outer arms, exuding the primal and untamed aura of a Saiyan. To Li Xing's delight, she found herself wearing a small vest like Vegeto's, concealing the bare chest of a Super Saiyan 4. At least I have some clothes on, or that would have been too ridiculous. Li Xing muttered to herself. It was her first attempt at the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, and she had anticipated some unusual complications, yet it proceeded with surprising smoothness. Name: Li Xing. Battle Power Divine Realm 5th Layer. Such terrifying energy. Is that Li Xing? Below, Bulma clenched her hands tightly. Through his crystal ball, everyone observed the changes unfolding high above. Earlier they had been puzzled when Li Xing inexplicably fired an energy sphere into the air until Vegeta caught on and created an artificial moon, making their intentions clear. How many forms can Saiyans transform into? Piccolo broke out in a cold sweat, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the scene in the sky. Transformation after transformation, each leap was like a chasm. Ever since the battle with Frieza, the Saiyans had left them far behind, and no matter how hard they trained, they could only gaze upon their backs. Even Whis perked up slightly, his enjoyment of the meal slowing by a fraction. In the air, a crisp clap startled Li Xing out of her transformation. Turning around, she found Beerus approaching. Little girl, this is your first time using this form, isn't it? Beerus studied her with curiosity, his eyes gleaming with intense interest. From Li Xing, he sensed an energy nearly approaching the level of a god of destruction. It seemed that before long, this novice he had taken under his wing could be sent to teach someone a lesson. Lord Beerus, I'm not fighting you. Li Xing wagged her index finger back and forth. Despite reveling in the surging power within her after the transformation, she hadn't lost her senses. Having just been thrashed in the realm of the gods of destruction, she was no masochist with a taste for getting beaten twice in one day. Oh, Beerus raised an eyebrow. For hundreds of millions of years, he had never seen a mortal body unleash such immense power. Was Li Xing saying she didn't want to play with him? If not for the Grand Minister's sake and the fact that she was his newly appointed candidate for God of Destruction, he would have been itching to go up and give Li Xing a thorough beating. Prince of the Saiyans, aren't you going to follow suit? Beerus shook his head in resignation, turning his gaze to Vegeta nearby, his eyes barely concealing disdain. A Saiyan prince always lagging behind others. Now that Li Xing had showcased a new transformation, first Vegeta had lost all interest in Beerus' eyes. Damn it, don't underestimate me. As Beerus' words fell, Vegeta opened his mouth and a thick energy blast engulfed Beerus. With a roar, he began to emulate Li Xing's new transformation. Hi-ya! The once quiet space rippled violently again, and Li Xing watched with excitement. Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4. Which one would be stronger? Goku, Dad. On another side, Son Goku returned to the cruise ship, dragging his severely injured body. Everyone immediately surrounded him. Beerus is Li Xing's master. He didn't go for the kill, just to spar, Goku explained with a bitter smile. After using the Kaioken, his power far surpassed Vegeta's, yet he had become Beerus' punching bag first. A giant ape, a new transformation. Taking a Senzu bean from Krillin, Goku stared blankly at the scene projected from Whis' vantage point. Ever since witnessing Li Xing's Super Saiyan God transformation, he had been obsessed. Now that his wish was granted, he found himself crushed again by an even greater power. The emergence of another new form stirred his heart. Glancing behind himself, Goku felt a pang of regret. His tail had been pulled out long ago, and without special means he couldn't attempt what Li Xing and Vegeta had done. Bulma, do you have the dragon radar? Finally, after a prolonged surge, golden energy swirled, and the temperature in the entire area soared once more. Li Xing and Beerus waited quietly for Vegeta's eruption. The Earth's inhabitants had long grown numb. News of earthquakes played on every TV screen. Mr. Satan cowered in a corner of the cruise ship, barely daring to breathe, much to Son Gohan and Vidal's exasperation. As the light faded, Vegeta appeared, also covered in red fur. His upper body was bare, revealing a muscular chest, making him look like a primal beast from the wilderness. He's actually kind of cool. Li Xing opened her mouth as if to speak, but stopped. Super Saiyan 4 was far more striking than the divine red and blue forms. If she had a mirror, she would have been eager to see her own appearance. Name Vegeta. Battle Power Divine Realm Second Layer. Only second layer. It's stronger than the red Super Saiyan, but on par with the blue. Li Xing's mind raced. Just as Vegeta, eager to test his power, charged at Beerus, the entire sky suddenly darkened, and a towering green dragon coiled into view. Shenron. Li Xing steadied herself, and from a great distance spotted Son Goku below with an expectant look. He who has gathered the Dragon Balls, speak your wish. Whatever it may be, I can grant you 3 wishes. The dragon's whiskers fluttered as its authority resonated, its voice echoing in everyone's hearts. Shinran, can you make my tail grow back? Goku asked solemnly. At his words, everyone immediately understood. Bulma chuckled softly. No wonder he had suddenly asked her for the dragon radar. He had seen Li Xing and Vegeta take a new step forward and couldn't contain himself. Luckily, the Dragon Balls had been collected in advance. She had originally planned to use them as prizes for the party games, but now that the battle maniacs were going at it, watching was a decent form of entertainment. That new form is really cool. Bulma's eyes sparkled as she fixed her gaze on Vegeta. He had given up training to attend her party, hadn't fought back after being slapped, and was now even stronger. At this moment, Bulma couldn't find any fault with Vegeta. As for his earlier provocation of Beerus, well, he was the Prince of Saiyans. Let him be, it was always the way. A trivial matter. The scarlet pupils flickered, the divine dragon's voice calm. In the blink of an eye, a brown-black tail burst through the attire, swaying behind Sun Wukong. Thump, thump. Sun Wukong's heartbeat accelerated. The moment his tail returned, he felt a surge of power within him. Thanks, Bulma. With these words, Sun Wukong instantly vanished into the sky. The influence of the great ape transformation was too immense. He couldn't gaze upon the artificial moon of Planet Vegeta until he was at a safe distance. Another one coming. A barely perceptible smile curled at the corner of Beerus' lips as he appraised the trio before him with an ambiguous expression. Based on his perception of energy, Vegeta was far behind Li Xing. This self-offered apprentice seemed to be a prodigy with exceptional talent. Bastard, don't underestimate the prince. Vegeta roared in fury, his aura skyrocketing exponentially. Everyone sensed Sun Wukong's arrival, yet Beerus chose that moment to smile. Li Xing's formidable strength was undeniable. She had demonstrated a new transformation before him. But with Sun Wukong's appearance, Beerus clearly felt himself to be the weakest of the three. The bloodline power of Super Saiyan 4 erupted, golden energy radiating instantly. Vegeta's pressure dominated the entire space. So this is the power of the next level. Sun Wukong's gaze flickered between Vegeta and Li Xing, barely containing his anticipation. Finally, as Vegeta fully unleashed his power, Sun Wukong lifted his head. Boom. Suddenly the winds howled, the skies darkened, and the earth shifted. After a thunderous roar, Beerus no longer harbored the intention for a swift resolution, but rather wished to prolong the amusement. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, multiple sonic booms erupted. With each collision, space quaked violently. Vegeta fought with increasing ferocity, his aura continuously climbing. Golden light burst from within him, blazing like a brilliant star in the sky. On the other side, Li Xing showed no sign of intervening. Even now, Beerus hadn't released a shred of his own aura. The gap was still far too vast. Glancing at Sun Wukong's transformation progress, Li Xing furrowed her brow slightly. She wasn't surprised that Vegeta could control his mind after turning into a great ape, but Sun Wukong, that was uncertain. Roar. As expected, a terrifying roar deafened all, causing the entire earth to tremble. Sun Wukong's eyes turned crimson instantly. His body swelled wildly, and in the blink of an eye he became a rampaging gorilla, golden, fur shimmering with boundless ferocity and wildness. However, unlike Li Xing and Vegeta, Sun Wukong's state showed no trace of clarity, as if he had completely lost his reason. The ocean below churned violently. Under everyone's anxious gaze, a dazzling golden radiance flickered in Sun Wukong's mouth. Oh no, Goku! Krillin and the others' faces turned pale. Sun Wukong's transformation into a great ape was rare. With the immense impact on his consciousness and his loss of reason, the entire Earth was in grave danger. In this regard, you're far behind Vegeta. Li Xing slowly lowered her arms from her chest, preparing to step forward and intervene. Boom! Just as she was about to move, a streak of light shot across the sky, striking the transformed great ape Sun Wukong directly. Kakarot, are you useless? A voice filled with disappointment rang out. Vegeta's knee was buried deep in Sun Wukong's abdomen. Li Xing's eyes lit up. That Vegeta, even while fighting Beerus, still had the leisure to pay attention here. Under her astonished gaze, Beerus slowly floated over, still wearing that ambiguous smile, as if telling Li Xing, if you want fight me, you'll find my own fun. Buffed. Li Xing was covered in exasperation, nearly spitting out blood. This shouldn't be happening. Why would Beerus indulge himself so much? According to the plot, shouldn't he have forcefully dragged me into the fight with a couple of blows? Suppressing her confusion, Li Xing chuckled back at him. Her arm moved swiftly, and she hung the patera earrings on her ears. Beerus, isn't that the fusion earring of the Supreme Kais? How does this little girl have it? Bang, bang, bang. The colossal roar echoed continuously. Sun Wukong's massive form was tossed around like a punching bag, and Li Xing watched with a twitching mouth. He's really taking the chance to beat him to death. If Sun Wukong weren't unconscious now and successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 4 later, you'd be in for a rough time in the next sparring match. Roar. Not long after, as Sun Wukong was sent flying again, his roar was no longer as savage. Around his body, a blazing golden aura began to rise. Vegeta, you really show no mercy. A deep voice sounded. Vegeta instantly halted his movements, snorted coldly, and abandoned the idea of continuing his assault. At that moment, Sun Wukong's golden fur shimmered under the sunlight. His scarlet eyes gradually became clear. His body began to shrink rapidly, but his aura surged violently. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, don't disappoint me. Seeing this, Li Xing's face showed anticipation. She then turned to look at Beerus, who was frantically signaling her, seemingly asking where she got the patera earrings. Borrowed. Li Xing mouthed silently, not uttering a sound. Borrowed. Beerus' face instantly darkened, cursing inwardly. You, a candidate god of destruction, dare to borrow such a life-saving item from the Supreme Kai. It seems that after this matter, I must teach you a proper lesson. Achut. On the Supreme Kai's planet, the old Kai sneezed abruptly, staring blankly at the battle on the globe. Great ancestor, have you caught a cold? Idiot, we are gods. How could we catch a cold? The old Kai slapped him on the head, then frowned. I have some matters to attend to. After they finish fighting, tell them I'm still sealed in the Z-sword. The old Kai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and turned to contact the North Kai through telepathy. If one looked closely, they would notice a large lump on the back of his head that hadn't subsided. The Supreme Kai was even worse off. He had been hit again, and 2 lumps hung on his head like bear ears. Howa! On the other side, the aura emanating from Sun Wukong had reached its zenith. A resplendent golden light burst forth from within him, his golden energy raging like blazing flames that soared into the sky. Is this the power that surpasses Super Saiyan 3? As the smoke cleared, Sun Wukong gazed upon his own form, a flicker of emotion stirring within him. Compared to the first 3 stages of Super Saiyan, he now felt that the power within him was far more savage, far more primal, as if it could annihilate everything in its path. Even stronger than Super Saiyan God. Oomph. Vegeta stood with his arms crossed, a look of admiration spreading across his face. That beating he had just delivered had not been in vain, or it had been a gesture of goodwill. All right, since you've grown even stronger, let me see what you've got. Beerus urged impatiently. He could never understand why Saiyans always took so long to transform. He had been waiting far too long. Li Xing let out a soft chuckle and quietly stepped aside, ready to hand them the patera earrings at any moment. Meanwhile, she couldn't help but grumble internally. After all this time, aside from Sun Wukong taking a sins of being after being beaten, Vegeta had barely suffered any serious injuries. How absurd. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged a glance, their expressions turning grim. After their brief skirmish, they had realized that even with their newfound power, defeating Beerus was still far beyond their reach. After all, Beerus had yet to make any real move. Let's join forces, Vegeta. The calm words faded and a glint of battle intent flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes. A fearsome aura swirled around him as if it could tear the very sky apart. Join forces. A faint smile curled at the corner of Vegeta's mouth. His own aura was equally wild and scorching. The two stood with an overwhelming momentum that left even Li Xing momentarily stunned. As expected of the protagonists, Li Xing muttered under her breath. Logically speaking, she should have been the protagonist too. Thinking of her runaway system, she couldn't help but sigh with emotion. 13 years, it had been that long since the battle with Cell. Even in the Dragon Ball world, a business trip should have ended by now. Deep in the cosmos, as if sensing her shifting emotions, the golden orb bound by the Grand Priest began to struggle once more, trying to break free from the boundless chains. Wait a little longer. It's not yet time. The Grand Priest's expression was cold. He loosened the restraints slightly, but showed no intention of releasing it. Let us witness together just how powerful a god of destruction truly is. My thoughts exactly. On Earth, Vegeta finally set aside his pride. As the words fell, two streaks of light darted forward, closing in on Beerus in the blink of an eye. Wrapped in a ferocious aura, their attacks landed almost simultaneously. A fist and a kick unleashing a cataclysmic force. Boom. A deafening explosion rang out. Turbulent waves of energy surged. Though Beerus deflected the blow with ease, he was forced back several steps. Not bad. Feeling the searing heat in his palm, a glint of sharp light flashed in Beerus' eyes. These two, if they fused, might actually prove worthy opponents. With that thought, he narrowed his eyes and cast a sly glance at the object dangling from Li Xing's ear. Promising. Seeing Beerus forced back, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta lit up with joy. Their auras flared even brighter as violent waves of energy erupted and a torrent of attacks rained down like a storm. Bang, bang, bang. The three figures wove through the air in a frenzied dance. With every collision, the air echoed with deafening sonic booms. Is this all you've got? Facing their relentless assault, a flicker of mockery danced in Beerus' eyes. With a subtle shift of his form, he effortlessly created distance. If this is everything, then I must say, I'm rather disappointed. Beerus clasped his hands behind his back once more, as if the combined might of Sun Wukong and Vegeta was beneath his notice. Hearing this, Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged a look, both seeing the gravity in each other's eyes. Their attacks had been completely futile. That single step back had merely been him toying with them. In that case, Kamehameha. Sun Wukong's expression darkened. Between his palms, a dazzling golden light coalesced like a newborn sun, radiating a terrifying, scorching aura. Huff. Vegeta took a deep breath, a resolute light gleaming in his eyes. He slowly raised his hands before his chest, gathering a blue-gold power in his palms. Kamehameha. Final flash. They charged their attacks almost simultaneously. In an instant, two beams of terrifying energy were unleashed, streaking toward Beerus like twin comets, painting the entire sky in their hues. Boring tricks. But Beerus merely shook his head with a smile. With a casual wave of his hand, two spheres of destruction energy drifted lightly forward. Thud, thud. A dull sound echoed. The two attacks detonated before Beerus, bursting like fireworks before dissolving into scattered motes of light. This? Sun Wukong's eyes contracted. He had seen Vegeta's attack mysteriously explode earlier and thought it was due to insufficient power. Yet even with their combined might and greater force, the outcome was eerily familiar. Destruction. Vegeta gritted his teeth. The god of destruction's ability was beyond imagination. It could deconstruct any energy attack, rendering beam struggles completely useless. How disappointing. It's time you saw what true power looks like. Beerus shook his head and took a step forward. The entire universe seemed to tremble. A deep purple light erupted from him, and an overwhelming aura swept across the battlefield. Like a violet star on the verge of explosion, Beerus' presence surged to new heights. His eyes glimmered with an icy indifference that none dared meet. So this is the power of a god of destruction. Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta's pupils shrank. Even Li Xing, who had been watching from the sidelines, could no longer remain calm. Just the faintest eruption of his aura had caused such a cataclysm. This was the first time she had ever experienced such an overwhelming sense of oppression firsthand. Boom, boom. Suddenly, two earth-shattering sounds rang out almost simultaneously. Beerus moved like a phantom through the void. When he halted, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta were contorted in pain, clutching their stomachs. What kind of power is this? Feeling the excruciating pain in his abdomen, Sun Wukong lifted his head with difficulty, his face a mask of shock. He hadn't even seen how Beerus struck. The searing pain in his body, delivered with such casual ease, made him realize the insurmountable gap between them. Damn it, ordinary attacks are utterly useless. The cramping pain in his abdomen made a glint of determination flash across Sun Wukong's eyes. He cast a deep glance at Beerus, and then an immense surge of energy erupted around his body once more. Vegeta refused to be outdone. Almost simultaneously, they both let out a furious roar, their bodies instantly enveloped in a dazzling golden radiance. Their aura peaked at that moment, as if it would pierce the heavens. Super Saiyan 4 full power. Li Xing's eyes widened. Though it was merely their first transformation, the combined might they unleashed was so formidable that even she felt a hint of danger. With that thought, Li Xing discreetly removed the Patera earrings, ready to hand them over at the opportune moment. Her anticipation for the power of Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta grew ever stronger. Scions, how interesting. Beerus cast an indifferent glance at the two. Son Wukong and Vegeta, his opponents, seemed to share a rivalry. To unite against a powerful enemy under such circumstances was a tremendous boon to both of them. However, if this is all they have to face me, it's far from enough. Huh. Moments later, they both roared in unison. Their aura surged once more, their muscles bulked up, and their energy grew even more violent. A scorching heat radiated from their entire bodies, distorting the very air. Is that it? Beerus was somewhat disappointed. He had hoped to see a new transformation, but it was merely an increase in power. Their appearance had barely changed at all. Damn it, don't underestimate us. Vegeta's eyes blazed with fury as he hurled a fist brimming with world-shattering energy straight at Beerus. Son Wukong remained silent, but expressed his resolve through action, charging at Beerus like an arrow loosed from a bow without a moment's hesitation. Boom! The thunderous roar shook the entire planet. Many ordinary Earthlings suddenly felt a splitting headache, their ears ringing like a tidal wave as if struck by an undeserved calamity. Lord Beerus, don't get carried away. Sensing the aftershock of the collision, Li Xing grew anxious. Such an impact could threaten not only Earth, but according to the Elder Kai in the original story, the entire universe could barely withstand 3 such blows. Though Beerus might be aware of this, she still feared he might get too excited and lose control. Bang! 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 After the initial terrifying clash, 2 golden figures darted across the battlefield at a dizzying speed, leaving only afterimages in their wake. Son Wukong and Vegeta's attacks rained down like a storm, making the very space tremble. Yet Beerus stood his ground, casually waving his arms a few times to effortlessly deflect their full-force onslaught. Boring. You've powered up several times, and this is all you've got. Beerus wore a look of disdain. As a god of destruction, he had encountered countless powerful beings. While scions could break their limits through transformations and combat, their realm was far too low. They were unworthy to be his opponents. Bang! With one hand, he caught Son Wukong's lightning-fast fist, and with the other he grabbed his forearm and flung him at the charging Vegeta. In the blink of an eye, both were sent flying. Having repelled them with a single blow, Beerus showed no sign of stopping. He raised his index finger, and a colossal sphere of crackling energy materialized before him. It's over. A cold voice rang out, and the massive energy sphere hurtled toward the two with blinding speed, leaving cracks in the space it traversed. Has he gone mad? Sensing the power of that attack, Li Xing's pupils contracted. She cursed under her breath and shot forward like a streak of light. Even space was cracking. She herself had no confidence in withstanding Beerus' strike. Was he trying to kill them? Bang! The next instant, a dull thud echoed. As Li Xing moved to intercept the blow, Beerus appeared beside her and sent her flying with a whip of his tail. Lord Beerus, you. Li Xing's words were cut short by Beerus' murderously cold glare. The next moment, he flickered away from the approaching energy sphere. Little girl, are you questioning me? An icy voice sounded from behind, sending a shiver down Li Xing's spine. She was already at the 5th level of the divine realm, yet she still couldn't keep up with Beerus' movements. Give it here. Without allowing Li Xing to dwell on it, Beerus extended his hand in an unquestionable tone. The Patera earrings. Li Xing was bewildered. These earrings were meant for fusion after they were defeated. Beerus' attack was about to land on them. If it exploded, they might end up in the other world. What use were they now? Hurry up. If you delay any longer, those two will die, and I won't care. Seeing Li Xing's hesitation, Beerus frowned, his terrifying pressure erupting at close range as he urged her without mercy. Oh, Li Xing was momentarily at a loss for words. She quickly fumbled for the Patera earrings and handed them over. Oomph. Beerus took the earrings, glanced at Son Wukong and Vegeta, who had steadied themselves and were preparing to block his energy sphere, and a sinister smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Under such overwhelming pressure, the two knew they couldn't dodge, yet they didn't give up. Beerus was somewhat satisfied with that. However, he had no more interest in playing. Whis was feasting below, and after all this time he hadn't even worked up a sweat. How tedious. Swish, swish. With 2 piercing sounds, Beerus flickered twice. Son Wukong and Vegeta felt a mosquito-like sting on their ears, and in the next instant the Patera earrings were forcibly attached. Lord Beerus. You. Before they could react, their bodies collided in an instant. Boom. A deafening roar echoed across the sky. Beerus' energy sphere exploded at that moment, unleashing a powerful shockwave that warped the surrounding space like ripples on water. A welcoming gift. Li Xing's eyes went wide. She had wondered what Beerus was up to, only to see him forcibly attach the earrings and even throw in a terrifying gift. I was overthinking it. I should have just done this from the start. Watching Beerus raise an eyebrow at her, Li Xing's mouth twitched. If not for the fact that he was enjoying himself, she would have done so long ago. A grand present upon arrival. The god of destruction, right. Amidst the thick smoke, a golden beam like a sword shot forth and struck Beerus square in the chest. Boom. A tremendous sound of energy colliding erupted as the beam struck Beerus' chest, exploding with dazzling light. Beerus did not flinch or evade. His body bore no scars, as if Vegeta's attack had no effect whatsoever. On the other side, as the dust gradually dispersed, a brand new figure emerged, exuding an aura distinctly different from that of Son Wukong and Vegeta. Name Vegeta. Battle Power Divine Realm, Level 1 Normal State. Normal state of the Divine Realm. Li Xing rubbed his eyes, and after confirming he wasn't mistaken, he was taken aback. It had only been about 4 years since the last time the two fused, yet their battle power had increased by over 100 times. This was utterly absurd. Is this the power after fusion? Beerus spoke indifferently, as if regarding an insignificant opponent. The unfused Vegeta was still far from worthy of his attention. Destroyer God. Vegeta murmured to himself, his voice brimming with an indescribable confidence. The aura around him began to rise, gradually emanating a powerful energy wave as he transformed into Super Saiyan second stage. Oh, this is interesting. Beerus raised an eyebrow. The fused individuals seemed able to utilize the transformations they had when separated, but why not transform directly into that red form? Underestimating himself. Just as Beerus was puzzled, his entire expression darkened in the next moment. The figure of Vegeta soared upward, not only looking down at him, but also beckoning with a hand. Mortal, you are too arrogant. Beerus' face turned grim. As a destroyer god, even other destroyer gods from different universes wouldn't dare to provoke him like this. Boom! The battered earth trembled once more. Dark clouds loomed ominously. The angry destroyer god signified the end of all living beings. Vegeta paid no mind to all this. Seeing Beerus grow angry, he gestured slightly to Li Xing before soaring toward the higher skies. Just as Vegeta's figure vanished into the clouds, Beerus transformed into a purple beam, closely following behind. The two beams shot upward nearly side by side, ultimately disappearing from Li Xing's view. Are they going to fight in space? Li Xing looked up at the spot where the two had vanished, then pursued them as well. Vegeta's full power should be comparable to hers. In a battle of this magnitude, even with Earth's fortifications, it would prove useless. It seems this guy has some brains after all. In the universe, the vast starry sky was dazzling and magnificent, with two unremarkable figures standing far apart. You have some nerve daring to provoke a destroyer god. Beerus' voice was low, his cold gaze as unfeeling as if he were looking at a corpse. A destroyer god. So what? Vegeta smirked, though confidence graced his face. A sense of gravity lingered in his eyes. As a fused warrior, his personality could be said to be a complement of Son Wukong and Vegeta, calm, composed, and meticulous, far from the arrogance of Gotenks. Having merged the memories of Son Wukong and Vegeta, Vegeta certainly understood that Beerus before him was an opponent even Li Xing could not contend with. Although he could not sense Beerus' aura, Li Xing's violent energy was still easily detectable. Given such circumstances, his provocation served two purposes: changing the battlefield and harboring different thoughts. Then let me see just how capable you are. Beerus scoffed coldly, slowly raising his palm as destructive energy began to gather around him. He wanted to see just how much true ability this arrogantly confident guy truly possessed. Whoosh! An unremarkable purple energy sphere suddenly formed, shooting toward Vegeta with incredible speed, distorting the surrounding space. Come at me. A glint flashed in Vegeta's eyes. Drawing from part of Vegeta's memories, he immediately grasped the meaning of destruction. To deconstruct all matter, he wondered. Could it even deconstruct his own body? Bang! A faint muffled sound erupted the moment his fist made contact with the destructive force, as if it struck against the void. The destructive energy spread out instantly, enveloping his arm. Hiss! Vegeta gritted his teeth as his entire arm was cloaked in purple energy, and he felt an overwhelming urge to disintegrate. Ah! He roared, unleashing his aura, and his entire exterior visibly changed. His eyebrows vanished, golden hair extended down to his waist, reaching a peak before glowing brightly, as a deafening explosion resounded through the empty universe. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Below, Li Xing, who had just arrived, had originally worried that the destruction would deconstruct him. To her surprise, Vegeta directly unleashed his strongest transformation. His black long hair fluttered in the wind, and aside from the bare muscular lines on his chest, his upper body was covered in red fur, exuding a wild and primal energy. It seems, when power reaches a certain height, destruction is not an invincible divine technique. Li Xing's pupils constricted slightly. The next moment, she saw Vegeta shatter the destruction, then in a flash he appeared behind Beerus. What? Beerus was taken aback. Although he saw the opponent block the destruction, he did not expect Vegeta's speed to be so astonishing. Bang! A heavy punch struck Beerus back. Under the powerful force, the space cracked with fissures which quickly began to mend. Level 6 of the Divine Realm. Li Xing's mouth dropped open. She had not been paying attention to Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's power until now, when Beerus had been struck, finally noticing Vegeta's battle power. Beerus was hit by a punch, but the strength of the Destroyer God's body exceeded expectations, and after flipping a few times he stabilized his form. Good speed, but unfortunately a bit lacking in power. A calm voice echoed, and a trace of barely perceptible excitement flashed in Beerus' eyes. This guy, after fusion, might only be one step away from being comparable to some of the weaker Destroyer Gods in the universe. Achoo. In a corner of the 7th universe, Kampa, who was searching for the Super Dragon Balls, sneezed. Destroyer God, just like that. Vegeta frowned slightly, then chuckled lightly. That simple punch, while it did not injure Beerus, still firmly made contact with the opponent's body. It was no longer the unilateral suppression before fusion, but rather showed a trend of being able to counterattack. Just like that. Beerus raised an eyebrow. As a distinguished destroyer god, he was actually dismissed by a fused warrior. Swish. Beerus' figure suddenly vanished from his spot, appearing before Vegeta in the blink of an eye, delivering a punch that carried a terrifying might. Boom. Vegeta's reaction was quick as well. Their fists collided, and an invisible wave expanded from the two, distorting the surrounding space, like ripples on water. As their fists clashed, Vegeta's expression darkened slightly. He could feel Beerus gradually increasing his own power. Yet this alone was not enough to instill fear in him. Vegeta let out a fierce roar as his inner energy erupted violently, the muscles on his arms swelling a size larger instantly, pushing Beerus' fist back. Boom. Beerus squinted, and in the blink of an eye he threw another punch. As the two collided, space itself shattered into fragments, only to restore itself in an extremely short span of time. So strong, Li Xing could no longer bear to watch. After waiting so long for an opponent of nearly equal caliber, she too yearned to join the fray, but she was uncertain which side to support. Judging from the current situation, not only was Beerus far superior in realm to Vegeta, but he clearly still had reserves. However, this Vegeta had yet to taste any hardship since his appearance. Both Son and Vegeta had been bested. How could he be spared? With this thought, Li Xing used her chi to form a barrier, shielding herself from the aftershocks of their battle. Bang, bang, bang. The two exchanged blows, fist against flesh, as immense power rippled and spread. In an instant, a vacuum zone formed around them, and any cosmic debris that approached was reduced to dust. A scion. Quite interesting. Beerus casually sent Vegeta reeling with a single punch, an intrigued smile gracing his face. It had been a long time since he encountered an opponent who could make him stretch his muscles. Though Vegeta's strength still fell far short, his unyielding spirit piqued Beerus' interest. That trait must have come from Vegeta. It's not over yet. Vegeta leaped backward, his feet stamping repeatedly on the void, then brought his hands together at his waist, readying his attack. Final. Kamehameha. With a fierce shout, a golden beam of terrifying energy erupted from between Vegeta's hands, shooting straight toward Beerus. A mere trick. Beerus sneered, neither dodging nor flinching. He extended his index finger, instantly condensing a colossal energy sphere as scorching as the sun. Boom. The two energies collided, erupting in a dazzling radiance. The entire universe seemed to tremble in that moment, forming a spectacular interstellar storm that swept through everything around. Bang, bang. Smaller planets shattered under the impact, scattering into dust across the cosmos. So this is the power of a god of destruction. Vegeta furrowed his brow. Even before launching the attack, he had anticipated it being blocked, but he never expected it to be so effortless. Not bad. You forced me to use half my strength. Beerus' lips curled slightly, appearing somewhat surprised by the explosion's aftermath. Without giving Beerus a moment to breathe, Vegeta pressed his fingers together, forming a light, sort of condensed energy that once again hurtled toward Beerus, slicing open cracks in space along its path. Oh! Beerus raised an eyebrow, surprised by Vegeta's defiance. This was perfect. He could prolong the fun. With a casual wave of his hand, a small orb of destruction energy met the attack. Bang! A faint, unremarkable sound echoed as Vegeta's energy sword dissolved into shimmering specks of light. Yet this was merely the opening of another round. Vegeta had no intention of holding back. He clasped his hands together again, vanishing and reappearing instantly before Beerus. An ultra-closerange energy burst erupted, its blinding light engulfing Beerus' body entirely. The sheer force extended all the way to the opposite end of the universe before dissipating. Incredible. Li Xing, watching from afar, could not hide her astonishment. Though Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta's combat power only surpassed hers by a single tier, his understanding of battle likely far exceeded her own. He might even be able to challenge a powerhouse at the 7th divine realm. Boom. A deafening roar echoed through the boundless universe, mingled with the sound of something shattering. Fused warrior. You are quite impressive. As the smoke cleared, Beerus remained standing in place. His clothes were somewhat tattered, but his body was entirely unscathed, without a single scratch. Had he not been quick to conjure a destruction barrier to shield himself, Vegeta's attack might have actually wounded him. Seeing Beerus nearly unharmed, Vegeta's expression shifted. That last strike had been delivered with his full power, yet his opponent appeared completely unaffected. Commendable. As a token of my appreciation, it's time I gave you something in return. Beerus raised his right hand, and in the next instant his palm pressed against Vegeta's chest as an aura of destruction quietly coalesced. Destruction. The destruction energy, brimming with terrifying might, was released instantly, enveloping Vegeta entirely. A scream of agony escaped Vegeta as his features twisted, desperately fighting against the excruciating pain of dissolution. This is the end. Beerus paid no heed, kicking the destruction-enshrouded Vegeta like a soccer ball, sending him hurtling toward the far end of the universe. He's silencing him. Ouched. Li Xing stared in shock, quickly attempting to give chase, only to receive a solid thwack on the back of her head. Turning around, she found Beerus had somehow appeared behind her. "Little girl, why are you so worried?" Beerus raised an eyebrow, a playful smile on his face. "Obviously. The two fused are my friends. What if you killed him?" Li Xing was taken aback, then replied without thinking. "Is that all?" Beerus gave a half-smile. Sensing no ulterior motive in Li Xing, he finally spoke leisurely. "Don't worry. If even you can withstand destruction, that guy certainly can." Li Xing was dumbfounded. What did he mean by even you can withstand it? Was he implying she was weaker than Vegeta? "Don't look at me like that, little girl. If you think you're up to it, give it a try." Beerus shrugged. He had played enough, it was time to find an excuse to end this. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta, carried by the destruction energy like a meteor, flew through space, shattering stars in his wake. After traveling an unknown distance, he finally broke free from Beerus' destruction energy, crashing heavily onto a barren planet and kicking up a cloud of dust. Cough, cough. Vegeta struggled to his feet, spitting out bloody saliva. The intense pain racking his body made him gasp sharply. Looking down at his chest, Vegeta couldn't help but feel a shiver run down his spine. In his Super Saiyan 4 state, his upper body was bare, yet even so dark marks appeared amidst his red hair, unmistakably the remnants of the destructive energy left by Beerus. The god of destruction, just how powerful is he? Vegeta muttered to himself, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. Instead of fear, he felt an exhilarating thrill. Whoosh! The aura within him surged again like a meteor from beyond the heavens, as Vegeta swiftly flew back to the original battlefield. So shall we give it a try? On the other side, Beerus stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the incoming Vegeta and addressing Ling Ye. Try? Try what? You've been playing around for so long before calling me. Their fusion is about to end, right? Ling Ye paused, mentally complaining. To be honest, if she hadn't seen Beerus enjoying himself, she would have jumped in long ago. After all, today's gains were substantial. Not only had she become a candidate for God of Destruction, but she had also successfully mastered the transformation of Super Saiyan 4. Seeing Beerus' serious demeanor, Ling Ye narrowed her eyes, feeling a flicker of unease. As a fellow Super Saiyan 4, her inherited bloodline was surprisingly weaker than Vegeta's combat power. I wonder, what would it really be like if we fought? With this thought, Ling Ye's hands began to itch. Vegeta's fusion was about to end if she didn't act. Now, she wouldn't have another chance for a while. Then let's give it a try. Gathering her resolve, Ling Ye ultimately did not refuse Beerus' suggestion and dashed toward Vegeta's direction. Moi. Sensing Ling Ye's aura, Vegeta was momentarily surprised. He hadn't expected her to intervene at this moment while he was engaged with the god of destruction, especially targeting him. Fine. Let me see just how strong you've become. A glint of battle intent flashed in Vegeta's eyes as his aura surged, unleashing a violent energy around him. Boom. The two powerful auras collided in the starry sky, instantly causing a tremor in the surrounding space. The violent energy waves spread out from the two, creating silent ripples that twisted like waves. As their fists met, Ling Ye felt a tremendous force hit her, causing her to involuntarily take several steps back. This power. Ling Ye's pupils constricted. In just a brief encounter, she felt the overwhelming strength emanating from Vegeta. Beerus was right, it seemed she really wouldn't gain any advantage. Ling Ye, Beerus' disciple. A smirk curled at the corner of Vegeta's mouth. After not seeing each other for a long time, he had sensed Ling Ye's presence since his rebirth, but the memories of Goku and Vegeta told him that Beerus was the main combatant, which is why he hadn't focused too much on Ling Ye. What's wrong? Is the god of destruction scared? Without waiting for Ling Ye's response, Vegeta raised an eyebrow and shot a glance at Beerus, wearing a mocking expression. He was well aware that his time was limited. Changing opponents midway would likely lead to a fruitless battle no matter who he faced. Scared? Beerus' expression darkened, revealing a hint of displeasure. You aren't even qualified to make me afraid. As soon as he finished speaking, Beerus raised his hand and unleashed an energy sphere toward the center of the battle. Ling Ye's expression changed drastically. Didn't we agree I'd give it a try? Vegeta merely mocked him. Is the god of destruction really that petty? Boom. Before she could think further, the violent energy sphere exploded, forcing both fighters back. Warm-up's over, you two come at me together. Beerus' eyes narrowed slightly, a deep purple aura rising as an overwhelming pressure bore down on Ling Ye and Vegeta. Beerus. Is he serious now? Ling Ye was dumbfounded, her beautiful eyes scanning over both Beerus and Vegeta. Why do both of them seem so eager for me to take action? Beerus was unpredictable. If he was tired of playing and wanted her to step in, that would be one thing, but Vegeta's smirk when Beerus suggested they team up was quite puzzling. You must be kidding me. Ling Ye frowned, unable to resist glaring at Vegeta. Knowing she couldn't defeat Beerus, she realized Vegeta's provocations were calculated. Hey, I just want to see how strong the god of destruction really is. Vegeta chuckled lightly, not denying his intentions. Though he was arrogant, he wasn't foolish. He had seen through Beerus' amusement. Even if he exerted all his strength, he couldn't make a dent in Beerus. Thus it was only natural for Ling Ye to become his partner. You annoying guy. Lixing felt speechless, but showed no signs of retreat. She had initially wanted to watch Vegeta take a beating, but unexpectedly Beerus suddenly turned on her as well. Destruction. Without giving the two any time to think, Beerus waved his hand, and countless destructive energy spheres instantly stained the nearby starry sky purple. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The violent energy spheres turned into streaks of light racing toward Lixing and Vegeta. Are you kidding me? Watching the overwhelming destructive energy approach, Lixing's eyes widened. Is Beerus really angry? It was just a jab, it shouldn't be this serious. Isn't it normal to exchange some words before a fight? Just a trifling skill. As she was lost in thought, she heard Vegeta's audacious declaration beside her. Turning her head, she saw Vegeta's fingers curled into claws shimmering with a golden luster. Huh. With a shout, Vegeta quickly waved his forearm a few times, releasing a barrage of golden energy blasts that collided directly with the incoming destructive energy. Bang, bang, bang. The muffled sounds echoed as stars fell, completely blocking Beerus' assault. Hey, don't just stand there. After fending off Beerus' attack, Vegeta urged Lixing before his figure flickered and appeared before Beerus. While blocking destruction with energy blasts, have I really learned nothing? Lixing was taken aback. The image of being beaten by Beerus was still fresh in her mind. Vegeta was clearly much stronger than she had been at that time. One couldn't merely gauge Goku and Vegeta's strength. Huh. Seeing Vegeta lead the charge, Lixing didn't hold back and immediately attempted to summon the destructive energy within her. With a thunderous boom, a dazzling pillar of violet light surged toward the far reaches of the cosmos, enveloping her entire being in a radiant purple glow. Wild energies rampaged across the starry void, making her appear more akin to a mindless engine of destruction than even Beerus himself. With a disdainful snort, Beerus sent Vegeta flying with a single lash of his tail, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his mouth as he observed Li Xing's transformation. He had realized from the moment Li Xing first assumed her Super Saiyan 4 form that this girl favored by the Grand Priest possessed extraordinary talent. Her only flaw was her sheer laziness. She had never deigned to partake in the thrill of battle, squandering the surging, untamed power that coursed through her veins. What a freak. Vegeta, having been knocked back, traced an arc through the void before landing steadily on a distant star system. Li Xing's transformation sparked a flicker of surprise in his eyes, but what burned brighter was his burgeoning battle lust. The overwhelming might of the god of destruction had already stoked his fighting spirit to a fever pitch. Now, with Li Xing joining the fray, the prospect of this clash only excited him further. Lord Compa, something seems amiss in the 7th universe. At the edge of the 7th universe, Compa and Vados both came to an abrupt halt. The energy waves generated by the three combatants rippled across the entire universe. Moreover, Vados sensed a familiar gaze peering down upon the events unfolding in the 7th universe. Damn it, Beerus. Is taking on a new disciple really worth causing such a colossal ruckus? Compa glared in a certain direction, his eyes brimming with undisguised irritation. Beerus' actions had far exceeded his expectations. Not only had he woken up after a mere few decades of sleep, but he had also stirred up such chaos on the very day of his awakening, keeping Compa on edge and preventing him from accomplishing the purpose of his journey. No, it's not just a new disciple. There's another person fighting alongside Lord Beerus. Another person? Vados' words knitted Compa's brow. He knew Beerus' character all too well. Gluttonous, lethargic, and possessing a modicum of skill. A god of destruction would not take on disciples lightly. There was surely more to this than met the eye. Never mind. Vados, we only need one more. Let's get the Super Dragon Ball and head back. Compa mused. Their goal was to find the Super Dragon Balls, and they could not afford to be sidetracked by Beerus' antics. Understood. Vados nodded in agreement, and in the next instant they transformed into streaks of light, resuming their journey between the star systems. Father, are you in the 7th universe? It's over. The universe is doomed. On the North Chaos planet, the Elder Kaioshin collapsed onto the ground, his face a mask of terror and despair. The scale of this battle had far surpassed anything he could have imagined. He had initially thought Beerus' arrival would be a minor affair, at most destroying Earth before leaving. He never anticipated that Li Xing would become Beerus' disciple, nor that the fused form of Son Goku and Vegeta would exude an aura that made the very universe tremble. Lord Elder Kaioshin, life and death are fated. Lord Beerus likely knows what he is doing. The North Ko pulled a rag from his robes, wiping the sweat from his brow as he helped the Elder Kaioshin to his feet. My lord, this planet of mine is rather small and inconvenient for observation. Would you perhaps consider? Gulp. The North Ko's words died in his throat, quelled by the Elder Kaioshin's murderous glare. After all, he was the god overseeing the North Galaxy. He could plainly see that Son Goku and Vegeta had achieved fusion using the Patera earrings. Knowing the terror of the god of destruction, keeping the Elder Kaioshin here was akin to harboring a ticking time bomb. You fool. If Lord Beerus truly gets angry, the entire universe will cease to exist. This old man is doing you a favor by staying here. At the heart of the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. The dull, thunderous roar of explosions raged like a storm. With Li Xing's entry, the battle grew increasingly ferocious. Though the gap in their realms could not be bridged, Beerus began to feel the pressure of their combined assault. For him, such a fight was pure pleasure. Gods of destruction were forbidden from fighting one another, and it had been tens of thousands of years since Beerus had last enjoyed such a thrilling battle. Whoosh! The sound of a fist cleaving through the air rang out as Vegeto's attack aimed straight for Beerus' chest. Oomph! Beerus let out a contemptuous laugh, meeting the blow with a punch of his own. The terrifying impact warped the very fabric of space around them. A cataclysmic explosion erupted and Vegeto was sent flying backward. In a pure contest of raw strength, not even Li Xing could rival Beerus, let alone him. Huh! As one retreated, Li Xing, now cloaked in a violet radiance, pressed the attack. Without a word, she drove her fist toward Beerus. Snap! Due to the sequential nature of their assault, Li Xing found herself at Beerus' back. But before her fist could land, Beerus' tail lashed out, striking her squarely. As if impervious to pain, she swiftly adjusted her angle and drove her right foot hard into Beerus' spine. Boom! Boom! Struck with tremendous force, Beerus' body bent into a shape. He was sent careening through several planets before finally coming to a halt. That hurts. Li Xing gritted her teeth, clutching the crimson welt on her arm. She had no idea how much damage her blow had inflicted on Beerus, but she had certainly felt the full brunt of his tail strike. Moreover, in their brief exchange, she and Vegeto were already covered in wounds of varying severity. In contrast, this was the first time Li Xing had ever managed to land a hit on Beerus. Nice one. From a distance, Vegeto couldn't help but flash her a thumbs up, though his eyes remained locked on Beerus' position. Energy blasts were useless, and the god of destruction's physical resilience was absurdly high. Acknowledging his inferior strength, he could only pin his hopes on Li Xing to inflict some real damage on Beerus. Bang! Suddenly, the planets Beerus had smashed through exploded in succession. After a blinding flash of light, his figure reappeared before them. Little girl, you never cease to amaze me. A glint of admiration shone in Beerus' eyes. Vegeto alone was beneath his notice, merely a fused warrior reliant on the Patera earrings. Though powerful, he was too balanced in all aspects and could not even breach Beerus' defenses. What truly astonished him was Li Xing, who had just stepped into the realm of a god of destruction. Based on the strength she had just displayed, she had grown considerably stronger than when she had lost control in the realm of the gods of destruction. She had even managed to make him feel a faint sting of pain. It seems this battle is about to get even more interesting. Beerus burst into laughter, and the purple aura around him grew increasingly dense, seeming to rise even higher than that of Li Xing and Vegeto combined. Watching him, Li Xing pursed her lips, knowing that even together they were no match for Beerus, so the best option was to stall until Vegeto's fusion ended. By then, Beerus would likely grow bored and end this tumultuous day, but until then she had to find a way to endure fewer blows. Lord Beerus, let's agree, first no hitting the face. Bang! Before she could finish, Beerus kicked Li Xing square in the face, sending her flying. Annoying. Beerus frowned impatiently. He wasn't one to bully the weak. He had dragged Vegeto and Li Xing into the fight only because he knew the Grand Minister intended to train Li Xing. But this little girl was far too lackadaisical. Her strength was passable, but she was lazy, even dragging her feet in a fight. After being kicked away, Li Xing tumbled through the void before steadying herself. She spat fiercely as she watched Beerus charge back at Vegeto. You hairless cat, just you wait. Clutching her flushed cheek, Li Xing gritted her teeth and bluffed. Before Beerus awakened, she had never known the pain of being crushed in the Dragon Ball world. Now she had been beaten twice in one day. At this rate, it would rival her meal frequency. Whoosh! With that thought, Li Xing flickered and appeared behind Beerus, her hands forming claws aimed at his ears. Beerus sensed her arrival, puzzled that her target was his ears. At this level, was she resorting to childish tactics? Boom! Boom! Two deafening explosions rang out as a purple and a yellow streak of light each crashed into a planet, shattering it entirely. Ugh! Vegeto spat blood, his aura fluctuating. He didn't immediately defuse, but seemed exhausted. Hey, can you still go on? If not, head back to Earth. Li Xing glanced at his state. Beerus had been merciless. There was hardly an unscathed patch of skin left on Vegeto. As for her, having joined later, she hadn't suffered as much damage as Vegeto. Who knows when we'll meet again. Let's take this guy down first. Vegeto grinned in response. It had been years since his last appearance, and he knew his nature well. After this fight, his consciousness would drift into the unknown. With another roar, Vegeto's vast aura surged skyward, seemingly limitless, enveloping the entire universe and momentarily rivaling Beerus' height. This is... Sensing Vegeto's transformation, Li Xing stared in awe. In her destruction god form, her strength barely matched Vegeto's at the 6th divine realm. Yet Vegeto was still rising his immense energy, leaving her feeling inferior. Interesting. Beerus narrowed his eyes at Vegeto's rising aura, sensing a familiar presence for a moment. Earth. A luxury cruise ship drifted aimlessly, all eyes fixed on the battle projection from Whis. Father, are you watching? Should I call them off? Whis frowned, tentatively contacting the Grand Minister telepathically. Others might not notice, but he saw clearly the area around the three combatants had become a vacuum. A few planets had been visible moments ago, now all destroyed. In this short time, they had accomplished centuries of Beerus' work. If this continued, the entire universe would be destroyed. No need. A majestic voice echoed in his mind, and Whis let out a long sigh of relief. Allowing the trio to destroy the seventh universe would be an angel's dereliction of duty, but with the Grand Minister's approval, it was different. Miss Bulma, do you have any popcorn? Boom. With a thunderous roar, Vegeta transformed into a golden streak of light charging at Beerus with a terrifying aura that seemed ready to shatter the entire universe. Well struck. Beerus laughed, stomping the void and punching straight toward Vegeta. Boom. The two streaks of light collided violently, the immense impact shaking the entire universe. The terrifying shockwave expanded the void, shattering every planet caught within. Oomph. Beerus snorted, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Vegeto's power had surged far beyond before. In a heating clash, he couldn't push him back. Is this your final struggle, eh? Beerus' gaze sharpened, his purple aura intensifying. In about a minute, the two youngsters' fusion would end. He planned to go all out and defeat Vegeta in one blow. Destruction. A cold voice rang out, and in an instant a planet-sized orb of destruction energy appeared, stunning Li Xing as she rushed over. Are you kidding me? This is almost the size of Earth. Feeling the terrifying pressure, Li Xing's face twisted. Such massive destruction energy would leave even both of them dead or crippled if hit. The fusion was nearly over. Was Beerus bored enough to kill Vegeta outright? Boom. Before she could think or intervene, a dull explosion erupted, shattering the surrounding space. Li Xing was flung away by the expanding energy storm. It's over, mortal. The entire space was bathed in purple light as Beerus turned, his back hands clasped. A 2v1 was entertaining, but with only Li Xing left, there was no need to continue. Mad, all mad. As the light faded, Li Xing cursed under her breath, her heart pounding. From tens of thousands of miles away, she couldn't tell if Vegeta was alive or dead after the hit. Goku, Vegeta. Not only Li Xing, but everyone who had been watching the battle held their breath in tense anticipation. Vegeta was not an independent being. He was born from the fusion of Goku and Vegeta. If he perished now, it would be utterly unbearable for them both. A fused warrior has already achieved remarkable feats. Whis took a slow sip of tea before him. Alongside Beerus, nearly all observers believed Vegeta could not survive such overwhelming assault. Is he dead? No, that's not right. Just as Li Xing surged toward the battlefield, scattered starlight dissipated, gravity vanished, and a lifeless figure drifted silently through the boundless cosmos. His Super Saiyan Blue transformation forcibly reverted to base form. His body remained intact, not a single fragment severed. How could he retain perfect physical coherence beneath such cataclysmic force? Li Xing's brow furrowed deeply then. Like lightning striking still water, an improbable, almost surreal notion flashed across her mind. Strange. This boy doesn't appear injured at all, Beerus murmured, perplexed. Vegeta was the product of Goku and Vegeta's fusion. Though Beerus, the god of destruction, had few friends, he extended modest courtesy to Li Xing's allies. Thus, that colossal sphere of destructive energy was merely a gilded shell, a facade masking restrained power. Yet even so, it embodied his full might, more than sufficient to leave Vegeta gravely wounded and forced out of the battle. Yet the scene before them defied expectation. Vegeta had clearly fallen, but bore no wound, no scar, no trace of injury. His once mighty aura vanished entirely, leaving even Beerus unable to sense his presence. Could it be? Beerus grew increasingly unsettled. Vegeta's current state evoked a chillingly familiar sensation, one akin to a slumbering beast on the cusp of eruption. Li Xing stood closest to Beerus. Others might have missed the subtle shift, but the truth lay bare before them. And just as both anticipated, in the next instant, a towering pillar of silvery white radiance erupted skyward, warping the entire expanse into a vast, swirling vortex of luminous silver. Ultra Instinct. The sudden transformation jolted Li Xing to an abrupt halt. She froze mid-flight, still several meters short of the epicenter. The divine art of sovereign will, the ultimate technique of the angels, was meant to manifest first through Goku alone. Yet Vegeta had somehow mastered it. Name Vegeta, Realm Divine, Realm 9th Tier. He's broken through again. Does this man possess no limits? Li Xing's eyes widened in disbelief. Blessed with the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline and unwavering diligence in cultivation over recent years, she still found herself obliterated instantly, reduced to insignificance before Vegeta. Even Beerus in his god of destruction form stood only at the 6th tier of the divine realm. Yet Vegeta, having just unveiled Ultra Instinct, soared instantly to Beerus's own apex. What possible chance remained? System, are you truly not returning yet? Crack. Deep within the cosmos, Li Xing's surging emotional resonance reignited the golden light sphere, bound and suppressed, causing it to erupt violently. Several restraining chains shattered instantly, and a faint ethereal beam detached and shot forth with blinding speed toward Li Xing's location. The Grand Priest froze, caught utterly off guard. Per the Omni King's decree, this golden entity originated beyond the 12 universes. Though its purpose remained unknown, Li Xing, designated Chosen One, had ascended with alarming speed. Even if leveraging its power to resolve certain crises were desirable, doing so required explicit authorization from the Omni King himself. Now a sliver of its energy had escaped, its potential impact uncertain, yet its very escape constituted a catastrophic dereliction of duty. Remain still. The Grand Priest's expression darkened instantly. Divine energy flared, summoning dense, interwoven chains that swarmed the sphere, layer upon layer, until only a crisscrossing lattice of bindings remained visible, concealing the entity entirely. As for the escaped beam, the Grand Priest dismissed pursuit outright. Its energy signature was too faint to trigger unmanageable consequences. Remarkable, lad. I never imagined you'd master even this technique. Beerus exclaimed in genuine astonishment. Though he himself practiced ultra instinct mastery, had demanded countless trials and profound refinement. Only partial command attained thus far. Full mastery would elevate him to an entirely new plane of existence. Could he possibly be kin to the Grand Priest, or even an angel? Beerus's gaze turned inward, his expression shifting like storm clouds. Aside from angels, he had never witnessed anyone else grasp ultra instinct. Of course, excluding himself, the undisputed pinnacle of all gods of destruction. Whoosh. While all observers remained lost in thought, a streaking silver meteor tore across the void, slamming directly into Beerus's chest. Space itself seemed to freeze around them. What a pity. Beerus narrowed his eyes, unflinching, unblinking, for the figure before him was not Vegeta. It was Goku and Vegeta, separated, unconscious, and collapsed. I've got popcorn ready, and this is what you serve me at. Li Xing gritted her teeth, the surge of exhilaration within her instantly doused, like embers under icy water. Their fusion had lasted barely long enough to register. Dissolution was inevitable, yes, but occurring now precisely at the zenith of Vegeta's breakthrough felt nothing short of infuriatingly anticlimactic. Boom, boom. Unconscious Goku and Vegeta tumbled helplessly. Perhaps sharing her frustration, Beerus kicked each one, sending them hurtling toward Earth in rapid succession. Little one, go fetch Whis and pack some provisions. We're leaving. His violet aura extinguished, Beerus folded his arms behind his back, and after issuing the brief command retreated into silent reflection, retracing every moment of the day's extraordinary events. Huh. Oh, Li Xing pouted, then darted after the two falling warriors. Divine Realm 9th tier, Vegeta's emergence had reached a level bordering on terrifying. Their last encounter had allowed her to exchange several blows with him. This time, she was left far behind, utterly eclipsed. Vegeta's strength now rivaled Beerus, the strongest god of destruction. Despite years of tutelage under Whis and repeated determined attempts, Li Xing had failed utterly to grasp ultra instinct. To separate consciousness from the body, to allow instinctual perception to autonomously detect and respond to danger, was beyond her reach. Her volatile legendary Super Saiyan bloodline rendered such transcendence impossible. Watch out! Beerus's urgent cry pierced the air from behind, just as Li Xing's focus wavered. Instinctively whirling around, she met a searing golden beam Hedon, striking her squarely between the brows. Boom! Caught off guard, Li Xing felt a thunderous explosion in her mind, her consciousness blurring. Countless images flashed through her mind like a carousel, reviewing her experiences since arriving in the Dragon Ball world. Among them were not only her own memories, but also a vague silhouette. Host, this is all I can do for now. Wait for my return. A familiar voice rang out. Li Xing's body trembled violently. Before she could fully digest the influx of memories, she felt a warm current surging through her. Ah! The intense pain forced a scream from Li Xing. The energy surging from within seemed ready to tear her body apart. What is this? The sudden change startled Beerus, and in an instant he appeared before Li Xing. The golden light was so swift that he had sensed it upon entering the 7th universe, but he couldn't react in time. Shouting those 2 words was the extent of his ability. Did the Grand Priest make a move? Beerus frowned, his gaze fixed on the changes in Li Xing. An extraterrestrial object must be a being beyond the angel realm. Such speed of attack couldn't be achieved by an angel. There was only one explanation: a more powerful entity had intervened. Strange, weren't they supposed to nurture this girl? Beerus muttered. The next moment, an aura erupting from Li Xing dispelled his doubts. Li Xing remained in her destroyer form, but her skin began to brighten, her hair shifting between white and an eerie purple. Flame-like purple energy swirled around her, and her entire presence grew increasingly wild. Divine Realm 7th layer. Divine Realm 8th layer. Divine Realm 9th layer. This? Beerus was dumbfounded. It seemed the beam wasn't meant to destroy Li Xing, but to elevate her power. Self-infinity. Compared to Ultra Instinct, he was far more familiar with this technique. In fact, he could enter this state at will whenever he wished. But now Li Xing was also taking that step. She had only just grasped destruction a day ago. Wouldn't this force growth too quickly? Thinking this, Beerus grew increasingly puzzled, unable to fathom why Li Xing's progress was so rapid. Before he could ponder further, the space around them rippled. When he looked again, his vision was filled with nothing but void and chaos. The realm of nothingness. Is this girl about to ascend directly to an angel? Beerus' eyes widened in disbelief. Li Xing's aura continued to rise. Beerus had a premonition that in a few seconds, whether he used self-infinity or ultra instinct, he would be surpassed by Li Xing, who had only been his disciple for less than a day. Being sent here. Am I about to lose my job? Boom. Countless thoughts flooded his mind. The next instant a sea of purple light, like a sunset, enveloped the entire realm of nothingness. Beerus stared in awe. When the radiance dissipated, the aura emanating from Li Xing vanished from his perception entirely. Self-infinity. No. Now not a trace of energy could be sensed from Li Xing. Her hair returned to its normal white, as if it were merely a breakthrough opportunity. An angel. Beerus gasped. He never imagined that the two who had been easily defeated by him when they fought together would. One on the brink of dissolution, mastering ultra instinct, and the other infused with mysterious energy, reaching the angel realm. Slap. He smacked his forehead, thinking perhaps he had slept too little and was hallucinating. It seems. We have underestimated your energy. On the other side, the Grand Priest's expression also darkened. Just that trace of energy escaping had brought such immense enhancement to Li Xing. If it were the original body, how vast would its power be? Like the Omni King able to erase all existence with a wave. Grand Omni King, pardon the intrusion. Can you hear me? Sensing the situation slipping out of control, the Grand Priest began contacting the highest authority he could reach. With the birth of an angel, he had to intervene. But first he needed to report this matter. After a while, the entire realm of nothingness gradually fell silent. Li Xing closed her eyes tightly. The energy that had surged into her was fully absorbed, but the additional memories were too vague. The system's purpose this time seemed merely to accelerate her growth. System. No matter how she called out in her mind, she received no response. Did something happen at the system's home? Opening her eyes, Li Xing's expression grew complicated. After disappearing for years, it suddenly returned with a grand gift. Though their initial bonding was rocky, the system had treated her well. If it officially returns, defeating Beerus must be one of the tasks. Letting out a soft sigh, Li Xing curled her lips and turned her gaze to Beerus, still lost in shock. Time for revenge. Little girl. Seeing Li Xing look at him, Beerus hesitated, blurting out 2 words before quickly shutting his mouth. Little girl. Could he still say that? She was now at the angel realm. Soon the Grand Priest would surely come to reassign her. All 12 universes already had full rosters of gods of destruction and angels. Some unfortunate soul might be dismissed. Beerus' greatest fear was that he would be that scapegoat. Hey Lord Beerus. That fight wasn't satisfying. Care to play a bit more? Li Xing looked at him with a smirk, summoning her long-lost full status panel. Name Li Xing, gender female, age 35, Dragon Ball, world height 175 centimeters, race legendary, Saiyan skills, Ki control, Bukujutsu, Kienzan Gallic gun, Kamehameha, Final Flash, Kaioken, current max 100x, instant transmission transformations, Super Saiyan 14, Super Saiyan God, self-infinity, ultra instinct, realm, angel realm, first layer. Directly reaching the angel realm with 2 ultimate techniques granted as a bonus. Haha, no more tiptoeing around. An indescribable surge of exhilaration flooded his heart, and Li Xing immediately became animated. No, that won't be necessary. Beerus shuddered, shaking his head like a rattledrum. What a joke. Previously, Li Xing was merely a person with connections. In this world where strength reigned supreme, he had not yet caused much of a stir. But at this very moment, Li Xing had completely surpassed him. Playing for a while. No, he clearly wanted to beat me up. TCH, how boring. Li Xing shot a contemptuous glance, recalling how joyfully he had toyed with Vegeta earlier. Now the tables had turned. If it were to happen again, not to mention the breakthrough Vegeta had achieved at the last moment. She herself should be more than enough to crush Beerus. The angel realm, even just the baseline angel realm. Li Xing had never dreamed that a trip back to the system would bring her such a tremendous boost. Others relied on cultivation, while transmigrators relied on cheats. Reflecting on the years of effort she had put into training, Li Xing felt utterly obliterated, reduced to nothing but dust. Whoosh. Just as she was about to ask Beerus how to return to Earth, a beam of colorful light suddenly shot in from beyond the void realm, landing directly before Li Xing and Beerus. Lord Grand Priest. Beerus reacted the quickest, immediately bowing at a perfect 90-degree angle, as if he had anticipated this, his posture exceptionally rigid. Grand Priest. Li Xing was momentarily stunned, then quickly came to her senses and bowed as well, though she was at a loss for words. Are you Li Xing? The Grand Priest nodded slightly at the two, but his gaze remained fixed on Li Xing, as if searching for traces of something. Yes. Although somewhat puzzled, Li Xing still responded. Damn it, the joy of her breakthrough had clouded her judgment. She had almost forgotten that she was merely a novice in the angel realm. Aside from the angels of the 12 universes, there were still several lofty figures above her. She understood the Grand Priest's intent all too well. It was most likely due to her sudden breakthrough to the angel realm. Although it was their first meeting, Li Xing felt a familiar aura emanating from him. Lord Zeno is quite interested in you. Come with me. The Grand Priest nodded slightly, a perpetual smile on his face, as if he were merely conveying a trivial matter. Zeno. Hearing this, Li Xing was dumbfounded. Her memories stopped at the impending tournament of power. She had never experienced or understood the process required for the birth of an angel. Beside her, Beerus was even more extreme. At the mention of Zeno, he immediately knelt on the void, his large ears perked up, not daring to lift his head. Follow me. A few minutes later, Li Xing disappeared from the void realm with the Grand Priest. Staring at the direction they had left, Beerus remained trapped in shock, unable to snap out of it. This girl. Just what kind of background does she have? A successor personally chosen by Zeno? He muttered to himself, but inside a storm was raging. Judging by the Grand Priest's demeanor, it seemed like this was his first formal meeting with Li Xing. Angels are usually born through natural gestation. The Grand Priest never appears publicly, yet he is the direct ruler of all angels, present at the birth of every single one, earning him the title of Father of all angels. Beerus had never before encountered someone who broke through to the angel realm on their own, like Li Xing. So not only he but everyone was unsure of the proper procedure. If she advances further, will Zeno personally assign her tasks? Thinking this, Beerus clenched his fists. The long path of cultivation. He had been immersed in his current realm for hundreds of thousands of years. Stagnant because he saw no hope, now witnessing Li Xing, who had become an angel being summoned by Zeno, it actually stirred within him the impulse to resume his training. Why can't we see Lord Beerus and Li Xing anymore? On Earth, the severely injured Goku and Vegeta, after taking sins of beings, had been trying to observe events in the universe, but the projection from Whis staff was a chaotic blur revealing nothing of what was happening. Yet where did they go? Was that beam of light an attack on Li Xing? Bulma, Lazuli, and the others were equally anxious, crowding around Whis and bombarding him with questions. Vegeta had defused, Beerus and Li Xing were clearly heading back with no intention to continue fighting. Shortly after that beam struck, Li Xing communication was severed, leaving them utterly in the dark about what had occurred. I'm not sure either. Whis shook his head, a contemplative expression crossing his face. As an angel, he had undergone many assessments by the Grand Priest since his birth. That beam of light clearly did not originate from the Grand Priest. Rather, it resembled the golden mass that had once escaped from the first universe. But these were all mere speculations. Not being present, he couldn't determine exactly what had happened, yet it seemed that force bore no malice. Otherwise, given the Grand Priest's attitude, he would have certainly shown up. On the other side, at the highest point of the 12 universes, before a magnificently imposing palace, Li Xing was casually walking behind the Grand Priest. It was said that flying was forbidden here, though Li Xing couldn't understand why, as she felt no loss or restriction of her power. Perhaps it was for the sake of formality. Li Xing sighed inwardly. The current situation felt to her like a veteran employee bringing a new recruit to meet the boss. Lord Zeno, Li Xing has arrived. Inside the palace, the Grand Priest suddenly stopped, bowing slightly toward the empty scene before him, his tone filled with reverence. Li Xing was also dazed. In her impression, the palace of Zeno was supposed to be like in the anime, a floating residence of the ruler at the pinnacle of the 12 universes. But the scene before her far exceeded her imagination. Upon entering the palace, the ground beneath her feet felt like a galaxy, each galaxy radiating a vast life force. Roughly counting, there were exactly 12 of them. The palace of Zeno governed the existence of all universes. Moi. As soon as the Grand Priest finished speaking, a childish voice came from somewhere within the hall, and then Zeno, along with 2 attendants, appeared in Li Xing's view. His body was blocky, his head quite large, with only his arms and legs being extremely slender, complemented by his attire. Li Xing had no doubt that with a slight adjustment combined with his ability to erase anything, he could truly be called an eraser. Of course, she could only silently mock this in her mind. Appearing alongside Zeno were 2 expressionless attendants, their mouths and noses hidden beneath their collars. Upon seeing them, Li Xing was even more astounded. They had no names, but she could sense that both attendants were at the 9th level of the angel realm. The universe's ultimate bodyguards. Such strength could be called invincible below the godly realm. The moment she appeared, the Omni King circled around Li Xing several times, blinking his button-like eyes before breaking into a radiant smile. Are you Li Xing? His voice was soft and childish, like that of an adorable little boy. Greetings, Lord Omni King. Li Xing's mouth twitched as she quickly bowed. His voice sounded far more pleasant than Son Gohan's childhood tone, yet she dared not show any emotion. The Omni King, though resembling a child in both appearance and voice, was the creator of the 12 universes. No. To be precise, the 18 universes, 6 had been destroyed for angering him, and even the Grand Minister bowed in submission. Not bad. You are the first in this world to break through to the angel realm by your own power. The Omni King curiously examined Li Xing, his button-like eyes fixed intently on her body, as if conversing with another being through her form. Li Xing felt a shiver run down her spine. Having caught the Omni King's attention upon reaching the angel realm, was this fortune or misfortune? Lord Omni King flatters me. Li Xing stiffened her posture and replied humbly, though her mind was consumed with a single desire to escape this place as quickly as possible. Having just entered the angel realm, her body still felt utterly unfamiliar. With the sudden appearance of the system, the path ahead was long and rapid development was paramount. Grand Minister, what do you think of her? The Omni King suddenly turned the question to the Grand Minister, as if preparing to assign an official position. In response to Lord Omni King, the resident angel positions for the 12 universes are filled. Perhaps a patrol angel would be a suitable choice. The Grand Minister pondered briefly before offering a measured evaluation. Resident angel? Patrol angel? Li Xing was taken aback. After a moment of thought, she remained somewhat perplexed. Resident angel, it wasn't hard to deduce. It likely referred to someone like Whis who stayed by a god of destruction's side to supervise and assist. But Patrol Angel. She had only heard of Meruz the trainee angel in the Time Patrol, yet never of such a title. Were they intending for her to undergo similar field training? A Patrol Angel, is it? Perfect. Let her investigate matters related to time. I recall there was an incident of unauthorized time manipulation in the 7th universe. The Omni King seemed intrigued, mentioning it casually. Hearing this, both Li Xing and the Grand Minister were startled. The 7th universe, unauthorized time manipulation. Li Xing's mind raced. The target was unmistakably clear. Aside from Future Trunks and Future Cell from 11 years ago, she couldn't think of anyone else who had used Bulma's time machine. Lord Omni King, this matter is of grave importance. It would be best if I personally investigate it. The Grand Minister, after a brief pause, quickly bowed in response. Unauthorized time manipulation was no trivial affair. Mishandled, it could easily trigger a butterfly effect, disrupting the development and balance of the entire universe. Although Li Xing was born in the 7th universe with that mysterious light orb backing her, a sliver of its power had allowed her to break through to the angel realm on the spot. Who knew if she would ultimately pose a threat to the cosmos? No, let Li Xing go instead. It's a good chance for me to see her abilities. The Omni King shook his head slightly, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. One universe was nothing, he could easily discard it. His primary goal was to see just how far Li Xing's current power had reached. What changes would occur when she crossed time and space to meet another being? As his words faded, the Grand Minister seemed to hesitate, while Li Xing listened in bewilderment. Investigate. Future Cell was already dead. Was she supposed to drag Future Trunks here for questioning? That was utterly absurd. Li Xing, are you willing to accept this mission? The Omni King turned to her, his smile vanishing, replaced by a grave expression. I will not fail your trust. Li Xing frowned deeply. Though she had no title, she steeled herself and accepted the task. From the attitudes of the Omni King and the Grand Minister, it was clear this matter was no small thing to them. One had to bow when under another's roof. Refusing her first assignment outright was out of the question. Then go at once. The Omni King's smile returned as he tossed her a button. If any issue arises that you can't handle, contact me directly. With that, the Omni King turned and walked away without another glance. Farewell, Lord Omni King. The Grand Minister promptly bowed respectfully. Li Xing followed suit, her heart pounding wildly. The Omni King summoner, though not as practical as the Super Dragon Balls, calling it a life-saving artifact was no exaggeration. What had she done to deserve such a treasure on her first audience with the Omni King? It was an unparalleled honor. Li Xing, this matter is of utmost importance. I hope you do not disappoint, Lord Omni King. Only when the Omni King's figure had completely vanished did the Grand Minister turn to face Li Xing, his smile fading. Rest assured, Grand Minister, I will give my all. Li Xing dared not delay and immediately accepted. Honestly, she was still somewhat in the dark, but one thing was certain: both the Omni King and the Grand Minister seemed to place great importance on this mission. Future Trunks. Surely he wasn't worth such a grand commotion from these two. Even if Zamasu had appeared early, he shouldn't warrant such treatment. Good. The timeline that has changed is one of the parallel universes in the 7th universe. Your mission is to bring the one who violated the rules to the palace of the Omni King. If there is nothing else, depart immediately. I will send you there. The Grand Minister succinctly explained the task, then pointed into the air with his right hand. A dazzling divine light descended from the heavens, enveloping Li Xing entirely. In an instant, she felt her body begin to lose control, and everything in her field of vision blurred into a rapid rewind. If there is nothing else, depart immediately. At least let me say something first. Feeling herself hurtle through the superposition of space and time, Li Xing couldn't help but cry out. The power of the angel realm was terrifying. With a mere gesture, the Grand Minister seemed like the master of the world, wielding the forces of time and space with ease. What a pity that due to the nervousness of meeting the Omni King for the first time, she had forgotten to check their status panels. Otherwise, she might have glimpsed the level of the Dragon Ball world's supreme ruler. Lord Omni King, she has been sent to meet with experimental subject number 1. After sending Li Xing off, the Grand Minister turned back to face the palace, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible gravity. It was my negligence that allowed the situation to accelerate beyond control. I beg your punishment, Lord Omni King. No matter. I am curious to see which of them is stronger. A parallel universe. Era 761. After an unknown period of time, Li Xing's figure appeared at this temporal node. Is this really a parallel universe? She patted her head. The boundless plain around her and the farmer loading straw onto a cart all reminded her of what she had experienced on this day. A system descended from the heavens was cursed away by her and then replaced by another. Thus she embarked on the path of cultivation alongside the protagonist group. Over a decade of memories flashed through her mind. Li Xing suddenly felt a headache, as if something within her mind was stimulating her nerves. Bang! The sound of a gunshot snapped Li Xing back to reality. As expected, Raditz upon his arrival still chose to kill the farmer. Li Xing could only conceal herself tens of thousands of meters in the air, silently watching everything unfold. Though she did not know why she had come to this timeline, she understood the rules. As an angel now, she would certainly not alter past events on a whim. While Raditz, newly arrived on Earth, was swollen with arrogance, Li Xing discovered a scene behind a small hill that she could never forget. A girl with long flowing hair burst into laughter after Raditz left, appearing quite excited. Is this myself? Li Xing rubbed her eyes repeatedly, confirming that she was not mistaken. It was indeed her. At this time she was ecstatic after finally understanding the world she had transmigrated into, yet to experience the subsequent events. But it didn't matter. The system should descend at any moment. Manipulate time. Does this mean I have to capture my parallel self and take her back? Li Xing frowned deeply. By now she understood clearly that this mission had nothing to do with future Trunks. The direction of events was utterly incomprehensible to her. After a long while, even more unexpected scenes began to unfold. Huff, huff. Li Xing parallel universe gasped for air. The system she had imagined did not descend. Simply walking back to the city had consumed a great deal of her time and energy. Where is the system? Li Xing was also a bit puzzled, but upon second thought, she seemed to understand. It was already absurd enough that a parallel version of herself existed. If there were two systems as well, what would be the relationship between her and the her of this world? Had she split in two during the transmigration? Just as she was unsure what to do, a golden light suddenly descended from beyond the heavens. Even she at the angel realm had no time to react. She could only watch as the light struck the version of herself in this timeline. Ding. Detected that the host has been transmigrated for 10,086 days. The strongest Scion system is now officially activated. Ding. Binding the strongest Scion system. Ding. System binding successful. Distributing newbie gift pack. How did it succeed just like that? Li Xing was dumbfounded. Not only could she hear the system's binding sound, but the plot was also completely different from her own past experience. The first system had clearly required a battle power of 5 to bind, but here, although it came a little later, it succeeded directly. What is going on? The more Li Xing thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. She even felt an impulse to go down and investigate immediately. But when she tried to move again, she found her body ethereal and intangible. From the moment the system arrived, it was as if she had been erased from this space-time. System, are you there? Li Xing tried asking in her mind, but she was met only with endless silence. From that moment on, she who had been sent to this timeline by the Grand Priest could no longer participate in anything here. She could only watch her parallel self like a mere observer. System. Below, Li Xing parallel universe, who had arrived at the city's edge filled with disappointment and exhaustion, was ecstatic upon hearing the voice. After figuring out the truth of this world, she had originally planned to live a peaceful, ordinary life. She never expected to be chosen by a system that descended upon her. Ding. Newbie gift pack distributed successfully. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the legendary Scion Bloodline Chi Control Initial Battle Power of 100 and Senzu Bean's X99 Personal Attribute Panel activated for host. Current mission issued: defeat Raditz. Mission reward: Adjustable Gravity Battle Suit X, 1 failure penalty, annihilation, time limit 200. Holy shit. Both of them exclaimed in unison. Li Xing, who had been envying the rewards, nearly fell from the sky upon hearing the last part. Even her parallel self in this timeline instantly burst into profanity. Too ruthless. Although the system's rewards were generous, the penalty was equally severe. Direct annihilation. Thank goodness she had originally bound that later so-called slacker system. If she had truly bound this first one, how would she have ever managed her future? Issuing missions at every turn and annihilating her if she failed. Who knew if she could be revived with this world's Dragon Balls after being erased by the system? System, isn't this penalty a bit unreasonable? Li Xing parallel universe took a deep breath. She was a transmigrator who yearned for a system, but this was too brutal. Giving some rewards, then issuing missions. Fail one, and you're gone just like that. Is this the treatment for a transmigrator? Had the system taken the wrong pill? Take it or leave it. Refuse and die. The cold, merciless voice left both Li Xing speechless. Without a single kind word, it immediately turned up the pressure. How absurd was that? This was their first conversation. Why be so irritable? Fuck it, you little darling. They'll do as you say, alright. Li Xing parallel universe flushed red as she retorted, but her tone also conveyed submission. So I respond better to force than to kindness. Watching the reaction of her parallel self, Li Xing couldn't help but mutter. Come to think of it, after Beerus woke up, she was first beaten up, then forcibly dragged to Earth. In this unfamiliar Dragon Ball world, strength was everything. Forget it. They'll just treat it as living a second life. With a slight sigh, Li Xing continued to watch. There was no other choice. When she first arrived, she could still move freely. But after the system appeared, she seemed to be frozen in place. Not only could no one hear her speak, but her body was also imperceptible. She had become a completely non-intervening existence. 100 battle power 2 hours. I need to hurry. Li Xing parallel universe moved swiftly. Under the pressure of time, she fully digested all the system's rewards in just a few minutes. Leveraging the advantage of chi control, she rapidly sped towards Raditz's direction. At came house time trickled by. As Li Xing alternate timeline followed the energy signature in search of Raditz, the latter had only just arrived moments ago, not yet having fallen out with Goku or kidnapped. Go on. Beep, beep, battle power, 10000. Raditz, who had just crossed paths with Goku and his group, stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the reading on his scouter. Before arriving, they had already assessed Earth's situation, a primitive planet where any Saiyan could reign supreme. Yet here lurked a being with a battle power of 1000. High-speed movement heading here. Raditz's heart skipped a beat, a primal urge to retreat surging within him. He had just met Goku plotting to use force to persuade his younger brother when suddenly this formidable figure appeared, shattering all his plans. Someone else is coming. Such an immense energy. Could it be his allies? Does Earth truly harbor a being this powerful? Raditz had his scouter, but Goku and the others could sense energy too. Li Xing's alternate timeline unrestrained aura instantly put everyone on high alert. This is the place. Wrapped in a pale green aura, Li Xing alternate timeline arrived at Kame House within minutes. Bang! Under everyone's gaze, without a moment's pause, she drove her foot into Raditz. Though less than half an hour had passed in the mission countdown under the ultimate penalty of erasure, she dared not hesitate or stall. Boom! The island that housed Kame House erupted into a deep crater, seawater splashing, drenching the clothes of all present. Gulp! Sounds of swallowing echoed in succession. Even Piccolo, lurking in the shadows, stared wide-eyed. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Defeat Raditz. Mission reward: adjustable gravity battlesuit X1. Whoosh! As the notification sounded, Li Xing alternate timeline was enveloped in a flash of white light. Her soaked clothes were instantly replaced, appearing quite mysterious to outsiders. That's it. She glanced at her new attire, momentarily stunned. A battle power of 1000 against 1500. One kick resolved the fight, a pure stomp. Ding! Detected host encounter with story characters. Issuing missions as follows: Mission 1, defeat Goku. Mission 2, defeat Piccolo. Mission 3, defeat Krillin. Mission 4, defeat Gohan. Mission 5, defeat Master Roshi. Mission reward: base battle power X, 5 failure penalty, erasure time, limit to 0. Missions: a cascade of missions. Li Xing alternate timeline visibly darkened. Everyone except Bulma was targeted. Even little Gohan, barely a few years old, couldn't escape the system's clutches. Hey, where did you come from? Why did you attack my brother? Goku's words snapped her out of her thoughts. Looking closely, since Raditz had only introduced himself and hadn't yet committed any evil, Li Xing, the first to break the peace, was instantly deemed an enemy by the main group. Whoosh! Without a word, Li Xing alternate timeline flashed forward, snatched Bulma into her arms, soared into the air, and fired an energy blast downward. Boom! A massive mushroom cloud rose. Kame House. Sank. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing Mission 1, defeat Goku. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing Mission 2, defeat Piccolo. A relentless stream of system notifications echoed. Li Xing, who had been observing, was dumbfounded. Faced with the threat of death, could she really have done such a thing? No, I saved Bulma. I couldn't have killed everyone. Li Xing gritted her teeth, quickly dismissing the absurd notion. Because in the next moment, she saw her alternate self's aura surge, blasting a vacuum in the sea, and within a minute rescuing everyone to the nearest island. Phew! At least the mission only said defeat. Clapping her hands amid Bulma's panicked gaze, Li Xing alternate timeline pulled out sins of beans and fed them to the group, turning the incident into a mere scare. See, I couldn't possibly. Li Xing began, but was cut off by another series of system notifications, leaving her alternate self no time to react. Ding! Vegeta and Nappa will arrive on Earth in 386 days. Current mission: master the Super Saiyan 3rd grade transformation before Vegeta's arrival. Mission reward: Kaioken without damage, Proto Ultra Instinct, failure penalty, erasure, time limit 385 days, 235959. This is forcing me to train. Li Xing couldn't believe a system could be so relentless mission after mission. At least it showed some mercy this time, not forcing her to seek out Vegeta immediately. But despite the system's apparent hostility, when she tried to check her status panel in that timeline, she couldn't utter a single complaint. Name: Li Xing, age 17, alternate timeline, height 175 centimeters, race legendary Saiyan, skills, key control items, Senzu Beans X99, adjustable gravity battlesuit X, 1 battle power, 31200. The system I cursed is this powerful. Li Xing was stunned. Even with her vast experience, she couldn't believe what she saw. This battle power when Raditz had just arrived, it was utterly absurd. Even the power fantasies from before her reincarnation wouldn't dare write such a thing. Amid her shock, Li Xing's eyes held a complex mix of emotions, half envy, half relief. She envied her alternate self for reaching such heights in a single day, yet was grateful she hadn't endured this tyrannical system's torment. Being forced forward, a nearly forgotten scene from her past life surged into her mind. She saw herself dying from overwork. System: what does alternate timeline mean after the age? Li Xing alternate timeline didn't linger. After rescuing everyone, she left the area on her own. Don't ask. You'll understand soon enough. The system's reply was as cold as ever, and Li Xing's parallel dimension figure quickly vanished from everyone's sight. Bulma opened her mouth as if to say something, but in the end nothing came out. Having recovered, Son Goku, Piccolo, and Krillin exchanged bewildered glances, completely clueless as to who this uninvited guest truly was. Brother. She didn't save my brother. Son Goku's eyes were filled with urgency. The event had unfolded so abruptly. Raditz's self-introduction had barely ended before this incident occurred. Logically and emotionally saving lives had to be his top priority. Damn it, to think there's someone this powerful on Earth. Piccolo gritted his teeth. Raising his hand, he could have easily defeated them all. If he possessed strength like Li Xing, parallel dimension conquering Earth would be a trivial task within his grasp. On the other side, Li Xing, parallel dimension, after leaving had no intention of returning to school. Instead, she sought out a desolate place to begin sensing her current power. Boom. A terrifying aura, almost tangible, raged wildly around her, shattering the surrounding trees, rocks, and mountains under its force. The earth trembled incessantly, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Can't transform. Suddenly, Li Xing, parallel dimension, furrowed her brow. She attempted to activate the Saiyan bloodline within her, more accurately the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, but found even the first stage of transformation impossible to achieve. Refusing to accept defeat, she tried again. Clenching her fists tightly, every muscle in her body suddenly bulged. Roar! A furious howl pierced the sky. The terrifying sound waves caused the very air around her to tremble. The pale green aura deepened gradually, and the pupils in her eyes began to flicker in and out of visibility. Don't transform, whatever you do, don't transform. The watching Li Xing's heart was in her throat. She clearly remembered that when she had a battle power of 200 million, she would lose all reason upon transforming. If her parallel self completed the transformation, right now no one would be able to stop Earth's destruction. Crack. In the air, dark clouds gathered and faint bolts of lightning began to appear. The aura of Li Xing, parallel dimension, surged once more, her emerald long hair flowing behind her as her entire energy blazed straight into the heavens. It's over. Li Xing raised her hand to cover her eyes as if already envisioning the scene of Earth's destruction. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Tens of seconds passed. The atmosphere was eerily silent. Li Xing lowered her hand, blocking her view, only to find that the imagined scene had not occurred. Li Xing's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before her. Her parallel self still stood there, her aura majestic, yet there was no sign of violence or loss of control. Her gaze was clear, exuding an unexpected sense of stability. Could her legendary Super Saiyan bloodline be fake? An absurd thought arose, filled with confusion. It worked. Below, Li Xing, parallel dimension, after completing the transformation, joyfully threw a few punches in the air, each one causing the earth to tremble. Yet she paid no heed to the damage she was inflicting on Earth. In the Dragon Ball world with Shenron to fall back on, as long as no one died, one could ascend to the pinnacle. 1 year Super Saiyan 3. You underestimate me. Feeling the surging power within her, Li Xing, parallel dimension, felt a surge of exhilaration. Her gaze pierced through the clouds, staring straight into the sky. There, as if lay her goal, her challenge, her yearning for power. Can she see me? As luck would have it, that gaze met precisely with the direction where Li Xing was. Her heart trembled inexplicably, feeling as though she had been seen through an illusion. Li Xing shook her head. The next moment, she saw her parallel self look away, showing not a hint of anything unusual. Whoosh! Li Xing, parallel dimension, lightly tapped the ground with her toe, and her entire form transformed into an emerald streak of light, disappearing beyond the horizon. On a certain nameless island, Son Goku and the others sat together, their gazes all fixed on the revived Raditz, apparently hoping to glean some information from him. A battle power of 1000. How could there be such a terrifying being on Earth? Cold sweat dripped from Raditz's forehead. Clearly, he hadn't yet recovered from the earlier incident. With such a powerful entity, the situation had spiraled completely out of control. Forget about him. Unless Prince Vegeta himself came, even Nappa would only end up being toyed with. Raditz, are you really my brother? Son Goku spoke first, his eyes filled with confusion and doubt. Li Xing, parallel dimension, had arrived, and without a word crushed everyone present, only to inexplicably save them all in the end. Regardless of her motives, since she wasn't there, they lacked the strength or standing to question her. Her first target upon arrival was Raditz, and she had shown no intention of saving him in the end. Naturally, the group assumed Li Xing, parallel dimension, was Raditz's enemy. Kakarot, do you really remember nothing? Raditz's expression was complex. The purpose of this trip was to recruit Goku. Given the major incident that had just occurred, he should first report back to Vegeta. Beep, beep, bang. They had barely exchanged a few words when the terrifying aura of Li Xing, parallel dimension, transforming into a Super Saiyan, spread to their location. The scouter Raditz war instantly exploded. The fearsome aura extended here, casting the entire sky into a deep gloom. What is this? Feeling this immense power, Son Goku and the others' hearts trembled. Such strength was beyond even their ability to gaze upon. Impossible. Raditz's eyes bulged. The scouter he wore was a low-grade Model 1 that would explode at a battle power of 200. Even so, for such a barren backwater as Earth to produce someone stronger than Vegeta was far beyond his expectations. Without his scouter, although he lacked the ability to sense ki like Goku and the others, the trembling of the Earth itself was a phenomenon he had only ever witnessed in one person before. Damn it. Without the scouter, I can't notify Prince Vegeta. Raditz's face was full of panic. He was truly caught in a dilemma now. His only option was to flee. Luckily, the battle hadn't erupted near the spaceship. He needed to get back and report to Vegeta immediately so he could come himself. Whoosh. Raditz couldn't be bothered to explain anything more to Goku. He shot into the sky, but to his surprise, the very next moment, a figure blocked his path. You are still alive. Li Xing Parallel Universe stood in midair, her tone devoid of any emotion. With a base combat power of 31.25 million, it soared to 7.8 billion after transformation, recalling earlier settings. A transcendent power equals 5 times that of an ordinary one, allowing her to traverse any location on Earth with ease. Is it you? Looking at the suddenly appearing figure before him, Raditz's pupils constricted sharply. It was hard to imagine that such a terrifying aura emanated from a woman, especially since he had nearly been killed by her just moments ago. Who are you? What do you want? Raditz retreated a few steps, panic evident on his face. The Saiyan race was never known for their kindness. After the explosion of Planet Vegeta, they became even more notorious under Frieza's command, and being hunted down was a daily occurrence for them. However, Raditz had no recollection of Li Xing Parallel Universe before him. The aura she currently exuded was far more terrifying than anything he had felt even when facing Frieza. You don't need to know. Li Xing Parallel Universe coldly shook her head, and in the next moment her fist plunged into Raditz's abdomen. Boom. The terrifying force erupted from Raditz's abdomen, sending him flying through the air, tracing a long parabola, before crashing into the sea. Wasn't the mission already completed? Do you intend to kill him completely? Li Xing felt puzzled as well. Although Raditz deserved to die for both his actions and the narrative reasons, she understood her own character all too well. Without the pressure of a mission, she would not resort to direct killing, much like how she destroyed Kame House earlier, which was only to save time and ensure no one was harmed. Brother. Once again, several streaks of light flashed by, revealing Sun Wukong and Krillin, with even Piccolo appearing in her line of sight. Splash. Sun Wukong, seemingly the most anxious, immediately dove into the sea to rescue Raditz. Krillin and Piccolo surrounded Li Xing Parallel Universe from both sides. Though they formed a united front, their bodies trembled involuntarily. Whoa, who are you? Why do you want to kill Wukong's brother? Krillin stammered, clearly frozen in midair. If it weren't for Sun Wukong leading the way, he wouldn't have had the courage to approach Li Xing. With that tale, if I'm not mistaken, you and Sun Wukong must belong to the same race, right? Piccolo spoke in a deep voice, having noticed some clues, yet cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Li Xing Parallel Universe wore a calm expression, lightly brushing her hair, as a sharp glint emanated from her eyes. It seems I have no obligation to explain myself to you, do I? Swish. As her words fell before the two could react, her figure appeared on the island, where she had just rescued a few people. The unengaged Master Roshi, Bulma, and little Gohan were all present. Master Roshi stopped her. Seeing Li Xing's arrival, the three felt as though they were facing a formidable enemy, prompting Bulma and Gohan to hide behind Master Roshi. Oomph. Master Roshi snorted coldly, raising a hand, causing his staff to lose control and fall to the ground. With his fearless expression, he momentarily appeared quite heroic. Thank you, beautiful, for saving my life. What a... Bulma froze, while little Gohan, not understanding the meaning of the word, merely watched as Master Roshi discarded his staff and knelt on the ground, completely bewildered by the situation. No. Is this really the Dragon Ball world? Li Xing was also at a loss, completely unprepared for Master Rose's reaction. I've already demolished your home in this timeline, and you still thank me for saving your life. For what? For not killing you all. Oh right, that seems to make sense. With everyone required for the mission present, destroying Kame House was indeed the quickest way to complete the mission. Moreover, she wasn't a bloodthirsty person. She had ultimately rescued everyone before leaving. Li Xing Parallel Universe visibly paused for a moment, the sharpness in her gaze slowly fading, replaced by a hint of inexplicable amusement. Give me the Dragon Ball radar. Striding past Master Roshi, who was lying on the ground, Li Xing approached Bulma. A snow-white hand reached out, as she was simply utilizing the quickest method. Bulma clearly did not expect her to be so direct. After a moment of stupor, she waved her hands in front of her chest, saying, What Dragon Ball radar? I don't have one. Aunt Bulma, you're lying, your pockets are bulging. Without Li Xing Parallel Universe even having to speak, little Gohan pointed at the bulging pocket on her pants. Huffed. Li Xing laughed, her laughter ringing out loudly. Having spent so long in her own world with Bulma, who always acted like an older sister, it was the first time she had seen her humbled in front of a child. After all, no one in this world could discover her existence. It was just like watching an endless television drama. It had been quite a while since reaching the realm of angels, and Li Xing felt no hunger whatsoever. It seemed that Whis was indeed eating for the sake of eating, unlike the Saiyans who ate to fill their stomachs. Less than a minute later, the emerald green streaks of light raced through the air, as Li Xing Parallel Universe had only taken 2 items from the others. The Dragon Ball radar counted as one, and the other was little Gohan's hat, specifically the 4-star ball placed atop it. Ding. Detected a deviation in the plot. Current mission issued: eliminate Sun Wukong and Raditz. Mission reward: basic combat power X 5 failure penalty obliteration, time limits 0. What a Li Xing parallel universe moving at high speed immediately hit the brakes her face, turning as grim as could be. Even her Super Saiyan transformation halted at this moment. Another mission has been issued. From initially defeating a few people to directly killing Sun Wukong and Raditz, she seriously suspected that the system was playing her. What deviation in the plot does a traveler have to abide by this? Why am I even in this world? Why not just watch the main characters develop on their own instead of issuing missions that force me to participate in the storyline? Li Xing was angry, wondering what kind of rogue system this parallel universe was. At the slightest disagreement, it threatened obliteration. She had no idea what her counterpart in this world thought, but she had always adhered to the philosophy of making the best of her situation. Looking back on her experiences, she had not fully adhered to the storyline of the Dragon Ball world, but had gradually integrated into this big family. Instead, the systems in this timeline and herself were like one issuing commands like a boss, while the other acted like an emotionless labor machine. System, aren't you going to come out and explain? Li Xing parallel timeline hovered in midair, unable to advance or retreat. 3 minutes. With her current strength, killing Sun Wukong and Raditz would indeed be effortless. But why would she do such a thing? Raditz could be slain without a second thought, but Sun Wukong was a core member of the protagonist group and had no enmity with her. Was it merely to correct the storyline? System. After calling out a few times, the system remained silent as expected. Li Xing's parallel timeline expression grew icier. If the previous missions had only stirred mild discontent, this one ignited a blaze of fury within her heart. Whoosh. Within a minute, her figure reappeared before Sun Wukong and the others. Raditz had been rescued once more, and the group was now discussing and speculating about Li Xing's parallel timeline identity. She's back. At her reappearance, Sun Wukong's gaze turned as sharp as a blade, and he stepped forward to shield the others. Raditz, however, showed a mix of fear and excitement in his eyes. Saiyan, you are also. Before he could finish, a flash of green light streaked across their vision, and Raditz's chest was pierced through. Puffed. Raditz's eyes widened as he looked down at the blood gushing from his chest, then up at the figure standing before the crowd, his gaze filled with reluctance and terror. You? Raditz raised a trembling hand, pointing at Li Xing parallel timeline, as if wanting to speak, but the words turned into a mouthful of blood. He then collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Big brother. Sun Wukong's pupils contracted. His fists clenched abruptly, and his aura began to surge violently. He had met both Raditz and Li Xing parallel timeline for the first time. Though he knew not the grudge between them, Raditz's self-introduction and the tale behind him suggested. Raditz was indeed his brother. Yet this woman had struck repeatedly, and now she had killed Raditz outright. So thoroughly that even a Senzu bean might not save him. Why did you do this? Sun Wukong's voice was icy, his powerful energy radiating outward. Though it was but a fraction of Li Xing's might, it still marked a tremendous leap in his power. Consumed by rage, he gave Li Xing parallel timeline no chance to speak. In an instant, he flashed before her, his fist already whistling through the air. Bang! Li Xing parallel timeline, her face dark, merely raised a hand and caught Sun Wukong's incoming fist with ease. It wasn't me. She took a deep breath, her brows furrowed with confusion and anger, as if trying to explain. Not you. Sun Wukong's eyes turned bloodshot, veins bulging on his arm as he struggled to free his trapped fist. No matter how hard he strained, Li Xing's parallel timeline's seemingly delicate form harbored an unimaginable power, utterly overwhelming even in her base state. Boom. Failing to break free, Sun Wukong swung his other arm, landing a punch squarely on Li Xing's parallel timeline face. In his fury, he refused to listen to any explanation. He had no heart for it. What in the is going on? Did the system act? Li Xing frowned deeply. It had been less than 2 hours since she arrived in this timeline, yet so much had already unfolded. She clearly saw herself standing motionless before the group. The beam of light seemed to come from beyond the sky, grazing her palm before striking Raditz. Even she at the angel realm had been unable to react in time, let alone the current protagonist group. Below the divine realm, none could trace the origin of that attack. Just as confusion gripped Li Xing, Sun Wukong's figure was sent flying backward. Her parallel self hadn't even lifted a hand. The sheer toughness of her body had repelled him. Whoosh, found you. Another emerald beam shot forth. Li Xing's eye sharpened. With the speed of an angel, she instantly appeared behind her parallel self, attempting to intercept the attack. Puffed up, an unexpected sight unfolded. The beam passed straight through her palm, as if piercing an ordinary projection. Blood blossomed in the air. Sun Wukong, sent flying, had his chest similarly pierced and crashed heavily to the ground. How is this possible? Li Xing's brow furrowed deeply, realizing her predicament was dire. She was like a soul unable to affect anything in this timeline. Who? Li Xing parallel timeline also sensed the anomaly, whipping her head around, but seeing nothing. System, was it you? She called out repeatedly, but the system gave no response. Aside from issuing and receiving tasks, it had vanished entirely. Dad, Wukong, Son Goku. Among the crowd, seeing Sun Wukong struck down, everyone except Piccolo rushed to his side. Cough. Sun Wukong coughed, blood trickling from his lips. The gaping hole in his chest was horrifying. Like Raditz's heart stopped before he could utter another word. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Kill Sun Wukong and Raditz mission. Reward base combat power X5. Rumble. The earth trembled as Li Xing's parallel timeline aura surged once more, reaching an astonishing level. The mission was complete, yet she felt no thrill. She stood still, her gaze deep and complex. Sir, who exactly are you? Why did you kill Wukong and his brother? Master Roshi slammed his staff on the ground, his voice low and furious. Little Gohan wept, clutching Sun Wukong's body. Krillin shielded Bulma, and Piccolo readied himself for battle. For a moment it felt as if everyone had turned against her. It wasn't her. Both Li Xing's roared in unison, the air thick with an indescribable heaviness. The Dragon Ball world was one she loved. Its people, its stories, every blade of grass and every tree. All of it was something she wished to protect. Even as a transmigrator entering this world, she had no intention of destroying it. Of course, as an outsider joining in, it was inevitable that the plot would deviate, just as she had spared Nappa earlier. If everything remained unchanged, what was the point of her transmigration? Suddenly, as the atmosphere grew unbearably tense, Li Xing's ear twitched. A familiar chuckle echoed around her. She turned and stood back to back with her parallel self. Divine power radiated as her gaze pierced through endless miles, seeking what lay beyond the vast starry sky. Gulp. The sound of swallowing saliva echoed, and Li Xing could hardly believe her own eyes. Beyond Earth, a figure resembling a young girl stood suspended in the void, exuding not a trace of aura. Her gaze overlooked everything unfolding below, and the smile curling at the corners of her lips sent an unnerving chill down one's spine. Another. Me. Li Xing's voice trembled. Though the attire was different from her own, she still recognized the silhouette at first glance. Short hair, white locks. Wasn't this her current hairstyle? Over a decade had passed, and she had unconsciously turned 35. Yet if she couldn't even recognize herself, then she certainly hadn't aged to that extent. Indeed, how naive I was in my youth. Li Xing unknown spoke in a gentle tone, as if reminiscing fondly about her past self. You stop right there. Li Xing's brows furrowed with anger. Viridian energy instantly blazed around her, and she rushed before the other in a flash. Everything occurring in this time-space was beyond expectation. She despised this feeling of uncertainty, and even more so the sensation of being unable to reveal herself before the crowd. Whoosh. Li Xing, unknown, equally unable to perceive her presence, raised a hand. A green gleam shimmered at her fingertip, and a pitch-black rift tore open in the space before them. Time ring. Li Xing barked, watching as the other woman darted into the rift in a single motion. Don't run. Time slipped by in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Xing gave chase. The time ring was an artifact whose dominion belonged to the Supreme Kai. It allowed travel across past and future, but each use spawned a parallel timeline. In the main timeline, the villainous Zamasu had seized it with ill intent, giving rise to his own existence. In this timeline, why was she wearing this ring? Could it be that due to differences in their systems, she and Zamasu had each taken a divergent path? Within the time corridor, Li Xing's eyes were tightly shut, utterly baffled by the cause. Kill her. Avenge Goku. Below, after the two had departed, nothing had changed among the group. The laughter had come from beyond the heavens. Beside from Li Xing, who had reached the angel realm, everything else proceeded as usual. Master Roshi and the others exchanged glances. He cast his staff aside and tore off his shirt in one motion, his muscles bulging as he steeled himself for a desperate fight. Not just him. Piccolo and Krillin flanked him on either side. After a brief moment of grief, they encircled Li Xing parallel timeline, who stood there in a daze. It really wasn't me. Li Xing parallel timeline frowned, realizing that the group had already hemmed her in from all sides. The system only issued tasks without a word of explanation. Her purpose in returning had been to gauge their attitudes toward her. With only 3 minutes to spare, killing Raditz carried no moral weight, but slaying Son Goku was a step too far. Now she hadn't laid a finger on either of them, yet both were dead. And the mastermind behind it all seemed intent on framing her. No amount of explanation could clear her name now. Attack. Master Roshi pressed his palms together to gather energy and led the charge. From 3 directions, beams of light erupted in different hues. Piccolo's special beam cannon, Krillin's Kamehameha, and Master Rose's Thundershock Surge all converged on Li Xing simultaneously. Damn it. Li Xing parallel timeline cursed, and in the next instant she was engulfed by the roaring assault. Boom. The immense energy impact instantly collapsed the ground nearby. Amid the swirling dust, Li Xing parallel timeline's figure vanished without a trace. Did she escape? Krillin coughed, wiping the grime from his face, a mix of sweat and dust clinging to him. That person is no ordinary foe. She clearly had the power to kill us all. Master Rose's gaze was solemn. The terrifying aura radiating from Li Xing instilled fear in everyone. He knew well that if she so wished, no one on Earth could stop her. Should we pursue? Krillin gritted his teeth, staring at Son Goku's lifeless body lying on the ground. His nails nearly dug into his own flesh. Idiots. At that moment, Piccolo interjected sharply. If you want to throw your lives away, count me out. With those words, Piccolo left the group, his mind heavy with troubled thoughts. Raditz hadn't come to Earth just for idle talk. Before seeking out Goku, he had nearly killed Piccolo. A man like that deserved no sympathy in death. But Goku, why was he born? To kill Son Goku, or to conquer Earth? Now that Goku was dead, where had that woman come from? The Eastern region, a desolate land dotted only with towering peaks. Slap. Li Xing parallel timeline, smacked her own forehead. It hurt. So this wasn't a dream. I died from overwork before transmigrating, and now I have to slave away for the system until I die. Recalling the recent events, Li Xing parallel timeline couldn't help but twitch her lips in a grimace. She could even accept the ultimate punishment of erasure, as the first two tasks were somewhat reasonable. But the final one, killing Raditz and Son Goku to correct the storyline, had completely blindsided her. What was even more terrifying was that she hadn't lifted a finger. The two had been slain by an inexplicable attack. Aside from the system, Li Xing parallel timeline could think of no other culprit behind the scenes. Perhaps Shenron will give me an answer. Li Xing parallel timeline took a deep breath, calming the turmoil within her. She pulled out the dragon radar and set off toward the nearest Dragon Ball. The system remained silent. For now, despite gaining formidable combat power, the most important thing was to first clarify her situation. After all, no one liked being manipulated. This system filled her with a deep sense of unease. Less than 10 minutes later, guided by the dragon radar, Li Xing parallel timeline pressed on without pause until she had gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. Only then did she let out a long sigh of relief. Appear Shenron. As her words fell, the 7 Dragon Balls began to radiate a brilliant glow. The sky and earth suddenly transformed. The bright daylight plunged into night in an instant, and a dazzling golden light burst forth from the Dragon Balls. State your wish. Whatever it may be, I shall grant it. A colossal green dragon coiled in the sky, its voice deep and solemn, echoing in Li Xing parallel timeline's ears. Li Xing parallel timeline bit her lip. In its early form, Shenron could grant only one wish. She had to think carefully about how to phrase her question. Should she ask who the true culprit was? Or should she try to inquire about matters related to the system? Divine Dragon, can you discern my origin? After long hesitation, Li Xing, of a parallel timeline, finally voiced the question softly. She had originally hoped to leverage the Divine Dragon's power to accelerate her cultivation progress. Yet it hardly mattered. Through cumulative rewards from multiple missions, her baseline combat strength had already soared to nearly 160 million. Merely achieving Super Saiyan 3rd stage within a year was no cause for excessive concern. She asked about her origins because something felt profoundly amiss about this world. After becoming the focal point of universal hostility, she even began contemplating breaking free from this system entirely. That is simple. The Divine Dragon's voice was crisp and unambiguous, a reply so direct that Li Xing, of the parallel timeline, was momentarily taken aback. She had assumed the identity of a transmigrator would be shrouded in profound mystery, yet even Earth's Divine Dragon could perceive it. You are an energy-based entity. What? Li Xing, of the parallel timeline, blinked in confusion, her brows drawing tightly together. What did energy-based entity mean? She possessed consciousness, life, and even a bound system. So what precisely was an energy-based entity? You may understand it thus: you are a being formed through the convergence of pure energy. The Divine Dragon's words only deepened Li Xing's frown. Did being a transmigrator truly strip her of even the fundamental qualification to be human? What do you mean? Could you explain further? Li Xing's expression darkened, a chilling wave of unease surged within her. If explanation is demanded, the energy composing you does not originate from this world. As for its source, I sincerely regret. I lack the capacity to ascertain it. The Divine Dragon's answer plunged Li Xing, of the parallel timeline, into icy despair. Her heart sank as if weighted with lead. Why had she spoken so rashly? Why ask the Divine Dragon about her origin at all? She'd imagined transmigration conferred uniqueness, but indeed it did, born not of flesh and blood, but of coalesced energy. What then was her true nature? An artificial being. Meanwhile, in another realm, year 762 of the age of AI, Li Xing followed yet another version of herself into a new temporal node. This time it was the moment of Vegeta and Nappa's descent. Thud, thud. 2 heavy impacts echoed, their sound barely fading before Li Xing, stunned, watched a streak of emerald light slice across the sky, sending both descending vessels hurtling away midair, struck by her counterpart from this timeline. Has it truly been only a year? How explosively volatile have I become? Gazing at the 2 spacecraft vanishing beyond the horizon, Li Xing could only sigh in disbelief. Then she glanced at her counterpart's combat metrics, and her jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Name: Li Xing, age 18, parallel timeline, height 175 centimeters, race legendary Saiyan, skills Chi Control, Flight, Energy Blade, Kamehameha, Final Flash, Kaioken, Max 50x, combat power 900 million. Baseline combat power of 900 million, and such an arsenal of techniques. What on earth has transpired? Watching her counterpart pursue Vegeta and Nappa's vessels with serene detachment, Li Xing's mind reeled with seismic shock. With such overwhelming strength, attaining godhood via Super Saiyan 3rd stage would be inevitable, if fate intervened not. In just 1 year she had ascended to divinity. while Li Xing herself remained mired in stagnation, pathetically awaiting each day's meager increment of combat power from her system. Perhaps bearing the time ring I alone hold the key to unraveling what occurred. A flicker of sharp insight flashed across Li Xing's eyes. Then she began searching intently for the architect who had dragged her into this timeline. Ding. Narrative deviation detected. New mission issued: eliminate Nappa, Yamcha, and Raditz. Reward: base combat power 5. Failure penalty: erasure. Time limit 000300. Indeed, as expected, following her time-ringed counterpart proved remarkably efficient. Upon arrival, the mission prompt appeared instantly to realign the narrative. Naturally, this directive originated from the system native to this timeline. Its penalty of erasure was unmistakable. Fwoosh, fwoosh, fwoosh. Without preamble, the moment Li Xing located her counterpart, she saw her raise a hand casually and unleash 3 precise energy strikes, one toward Nappa's vessel, one toward Bulma's residence, and one aimed directly at Pausa Mountain. 3 targets, 3 distinct locations. Clearly, she intended no delay nor any pretense of concealment. Butterfly effects cascaded. Both Son Goku and Raditz were revived 1 year after Li Xing, of the parallel timeline, had used the Dragon Balls. Vegeta arrived as foretold, likely having learned of Raditz's death that day. "I've found you." Below, Li Xing, of the parallel timeline, roared, halting midair and unleashing her full aura in a single devastating surge. An overwhelming pressure erupted, spreading across the planet, plunging humanity into collective panic. That key, it's her. A year has passed, she still remains on Earth. Damn it, weren't the Dragon Balls used a year ago? Several razor-sharp auras slashed across the heavens, converging at blinding speed. In their understanding, Li Xing, of the parallel timeline, had vanished after slaying Son Goku and Raditz. The divine dragon had been summoned that same day, so naturally they had expected her departure. Yet during this interval, having witnessed her terrifying might, every martial artist on Earth had trained relentlessly. Only now, facing her again, did they realize they lacked even the right to gaze upon her. Son Goku, does Raditz truly know nothing of that woman's identity? Piccolo's face was grim. A year of grueling cultivation had subtly reshaped his temperament as he flew beside Son Goku. He knows nothing. I've asked him countless times. My brother only said she too is a Saiyan. Just now, she killed him again. Son Goku's voice was low, thick with suppressed fury. Twice now, Raditz could never be resurrected by the Dragon Balls again. His hatred for Li Xing, of the parallel timeline, had reached its zenith. Yamcha's key has also vanished. Krillin flew beside Son Goku, his expression equally complex. If doubt had lingered before, it was now utterly extinguished. He had irrevocably cast Li Xing, of the parallel timeline, into the role of enemy. Boom. Suddenly, just as the warriors converged, a deafening explosion tore open the sky, scattering clouds across the entire heavens. All looked up and beheld a figure wreathed in viridian flame, ascending like a celestial arrow, piercing straight through the firmament. It's Yue. In the blink of an eye, Li Xing parallel timeline appeared before the instigator. It was identical to the first time Li Xing had seen her. For a moment, along with the invisible Li Xing, the three of them seemed like carbon copies. Li Xing. That's what I should call you now, isn't it? A calm voice rang out. As the two confronted each other, Li Xing watched in growing astonishment. Only then did she realize that although the other looked exactly like her through the panel, she could see that aside from age and appearance, they had nothing in common. Name: Yuli. Age 35, parallel timeline. Height 175 centimeters. Race: legendary Saiyan. Skills: unknown. Combat power: Angel Realm 9th layer. Your name is Ling Ye. Both Li Xings exclaimed almost simultaneously. Clearly they both possessed the ability to view others' panels. No matter how she looked, the other was identical to her. Could it be like Black Goku? A familiar exterior housed a different soul. How nostalgic. Enjoy the present while you can. See you on Planet Namek. Yuli let out a self-deprecating laugh. The next moment, the ring of time on her hand spun, and before Li Xing parallel timeline could recover, she stepped into a time passage. Whoosh. Li Xing reacted the fastest, chasing after her without a second thought. She finally understood. The manipulation of time orchestrated by Omni King and Grand Priest wasn't about future Trunks at all. It was clearly this lookalike named Yuli causing trouble. Angel Realm 9th layer. Where did this freak come from? Within the time passage, Li Xing's thoughts raced once more. Age, appearance, bloodline, all identical to hers. A complete Black Goku template. Yet even so, doubts remained. Whose soul dwelled within that body? Why had she come to this timeline to help repair the plot? An Angel Realm 9th layer, clearly in its base state. Was this cultivation speed even possible? Looks like I've taken on a troublesome task. Li Xing gave a bitter smile, her expression complex. It had been too long since she felt this way. After the battle with Cell, she had considered herself a member of the Dragon Ball world. Now everything in this timeline was challenging her perception, constantly reminding her of her identity as a transmigrator. Whoever you are will find out your true purpose. Following Yuli through the time passage, Li Xing clenched her fists. Heh. Yuli ahead let out a soft laugh, her thoughts unknown. Rumble. In the main timeline before the golden light sphere that had been bound for years, Grand Priest stood behind Omni King, accompanied by Omni King's 2 personal guards. Grand Priest removed some of the seals. Looking at the light sphere bound by layers of chains, Omni King gestured. Ever since that wisp of energy escaped during the spar with Beerus, everyone had witnessed its terror. Grand Priest dared not be careless. The chains were now stacked layer upon layer. Even standing before it, one could not discern what was trapped within. As you wish. At Omni King's command, Grand Priest raised his hand. The star-like chains surged, creating a small opening. Boom. The moment it opened, a golden beam shot out, hurtling straight toward Omni King and Grand Priest. As if releasing pent-up emotions or signaling a desperate last stand, the golden light sphere was fiercely agitated. Where the beam passed, space-time collapsed. The entire Dragon Ball world seemed on the brink of doomsday, with all 12 universes trembling violently. The 2 guards exchanged glances, their eyes showing a resolve to face death, then stepped before Omni King and Grand Priest. Thud, thud. 2 dull sounds rang out. Their bodies shattered instantly, the beam engulfing them without even a moment's pause, still carrying its terrifying energy toward Omni King and Grand Priest. Erase. Omni King quickly raised his arms. White light radiated from his palms, and under the supreme rule power, the system's attack was completely eliminated. Omni King, this entity's power is constantly growing. In time, my seals may shatter. Seeing Omni King act personally, Grand Priest immediately prostrated himself, his voice trembling slightly, his expression no longer as calm as days before. Ever since sending Li Xing to the parallel timeline, the light sphere had begun a new round of rampage. The impact was too immense. Omni King had been summoned personally, as Grand Priest could no longer handle it alone. Would their meeting upset you? Without responding to Grand Priest, Omni King drifted to the opening in the seal. The light sphere flickered a few times as if responding to Omni King's guess. Parallel timeline, Planet Namek. 2 months later, Li Xing parallel timeline appeared there alone. Without companions, the system's tasks were completed step by step, yet everyone regarded her as an enemy. Ding. Detected plot deviation. Current task: destroy Planet Namek. Task reward: base combat power x5. Failure penalty: erasure. Time limit 000300. Here we go again. Having experienced this twice, Li Xing parallel timeline was well versed. Without a pause, she leaped into the sky searching for Yuli. After their last parting, Son Goku and Piccolo had trained at an explosive pace. Following Nappa's death, Vegeta was crushed and left on Earth. Strangest of all, the system claimed to repair the plot, yet Piccolo, Tenshinhan, and even Chaozu were completely unharmed. This made her seriously doubt whether the system's erasure threat was real. Rip. A tear appeared in the quiet sky. The time passage opened, and Yuli's figure slowly emerged above Planet Namek. She raised her hand, emerald energy gathering in her palm. Without hesitation, she prepared to hurl an energy sphere at Namek's surface. Wait! Li Xing parallel timeline shouted, darting forward at incredible speed. She knew well that once the sphere struck, Planet Namek would be destroyed. She had already become the target of the Dragon Ball world's main group if this continued. Forget erasure. Even she wouldn't want to stay in this world anymore. Slap. With her combat power boosted, Li Xing parallel timeline was noticeably faster. Combined with her preparation, she managed to grab Yuli's wrist just before the energy sphere left her hand. Attempt number 202-40301. Seems a bit earlier than before. A faint smile first appeared on Yuli's face, then she lifted her head, and a chilling aura radiated from her entire being. Be careful. A sudden jolt ran through Li Xing's heart, as she who had always followed Yuli sensed that something was off. The terrifying aura emanating from Yuli, while somewhat reminiscent of her own, felt more like something she had crafted herself. Swish. The air seemed to solidify, and the next moment a cold glint flickered in Yuli's eyes as an endless chill erupted, shooting 2 beams of light straight towards Li Xing's parallel universe body. Li Xing parallel universe turned pale at the sight, wanting to evade, but finding the disparity in strength akin to divine retribution. The chill surged from her feet to her heart. Her body began to stiffen, each cell feeling as if it were frozen, unable to move a single inch. Is this the freezing ray of the 3-star dragon? Li Xing exclaimed, internally overwhelmed by emotions as memories of her previous life in the Dragon Ball world surged forth. At that moment, the sky above Namek seemed to freeze into a still painting. Li Xing parallel universe encased in ice on one side, while Yuli stood quietly on the other, their silhouettes strikingly prominent. However, this scene did not last long. Accompanied by the sound of cracking ice, Li Xing's parallel universe body also began to fracture and shatter, eventually turning into countless ice flowers that vanished into the sky. This timeline is invalid. Yuli tilted her head slightly, perfectly positioned to face Li Xing. What do you think? You can see me, eh? Li Xing's heart skipped a beat, quickly snapping back to reality, her gaze filled with disbelief as she looked at Yuli. Guess. Yuli smiled slowly, raising her hand, energy coalescing in her palm, causing the entire timeline to tremble. Snap! Snap! Li Xing panicked, hastily pulling out a purple button from her pocket and frantically pressing it. 9th level of Angel Realm. Where did this freak come from? She thought it was just an ordinary task of capturing someone, but unexpectedly, she was sent to this incomprehensible timeline by the High Priest. Zeno. Yuli was momentarily stunned upon seeing the object in Li Xing's hand, then a mocking expression appeared on her face. This is my timeline. A voice filled with murderous intent echoed in her ears as the sky suddenly pressed down, slamming the ethereal form of Li Xing against the ground. Uffed. Li Xing spat out blood, feeling as though her bones were about to crumble. What terrified her even more was that despite having pressed the Xeno-summoning device, there was no reaction at all. This timeline was created by her. Who exactly are you? Li Xing struggled to rise, but found herself utterly immobilized, forced to lie on the ground, and watch as Yuli approached step by step. Me. Yuli did not respond directly, instead resting her hands behind her head, adopting a leisurely posture. I even deliberately showcased it to you. The person chosen by that guy is truly pathetic. Each leisurely step Yuli took felt like a crushing weight on Li Xing's heart, leaving her gasping for air. Of course I am the system you have been longing for. Yuli walked up to Li Xing, leaning down and coldly staring at her. System? What nonsense are you talking about? Li Xing's pupils constricted, her heart inexplicably panicking. How did Yuli know of the system's existence? She even claimed to be the system? Nonsense. Yuli scoffed, uninterested in explaining, and waved her hand lightly at Li Xing. Buzz. Li Xing suddenly felt as if something had exploded in her mind. A torrent of colossal information surged into her consciousness. Oh! Li Xing cried out in anguish as a series of unfamiliar images flashed through her mind, chaotic fragments that nonetheless felt oddly familiar. Year 761 of the Age of AI. Raditz arrives. That year, Li Xing parallel universe, believing she had bound the system, emerged out of nowhere with tasks from the system not as harsh as before and penalties small enough to be negligible. Like the Li Xing of the main timeline, but here she had to be a bit smarter. After Raditz's death, son Wukong trained in the underworld, and she captured the Dragon Balls that year. Dragon, can you see my origins? You are an energy being. Energy being. What do you mean, can you explain? If I must explain, the energy that composes you does not belong to this world. As for where it comes from, I'm truly sorry, but with my abilities I cannot investigate. Are you saying I am an artificial being? No, you have no program. Your body and your memories are made of energy. For some reason, she chose not to rely on the dragon to hasten her strength, but instead asked a question that even surprised herself. Year 762 of the Age of AI. Vegeta and Nappa arrive. As Sun Wukong and the others fought fiercely, Li Xing parallel universe had already traveled to Namek a year earlier using Raditz's spaceship. Developing potential and collecting Dragon Balls, the dragon here could grant 3 wishes. My first wish is, where does the energy that constitutes me come from? From beyond the 7th universe, deep within the 12 universes. My second wish, who is that person? Why did they create me? Sorry, this matter is something even this dragon cannot know. Please change your wish. Alright, tell me the exact coordinates of that person. XXXXXXXXXXX. Is this really a coordinate? Why does it sound like a phone number? My last wish, is this a dream? No. With 3 wishes granted without any enhancement, Li Xing parallel universe even gave up on the task to clarify her origins. Year 763 of the Age of AI. Sticking to the refresh node of the dragon on Earth, Li Xing parallel universe attempted to have it help collect the Super Dragon Balls. To no avail, she obtained a Super Dragon Ball radar. Year 767 of the Age of AI. The day of the Cell Games. In the depths of the universe, due to neglecting the system's tasks, Li Xing parallel universe took a full 3.5 years to barely reach the divine level and gather the Super Dragon Balls. She did not know that such speed had already surpassed her counterpart in the main timeline. Dragon, please elevate my strength to the maximum extent within your authority. A trivial matter. The power of the Super Dragon exceeded imagination. A Li Xing parallel universe leaped directly to the 9th level of Angel Realm, fobbing off the gods who came to inquire and began searching for the coordinates she had obtained years ago. Again, nothing. Li Xing parallel universe only saw a void at that coordinate location. Could it be because of the parallel universe? She suddenly realized, while also hoping that her main universe counterpart might exist. Era 768, May 26th. The Super Shenron appeared once more. A year of silence had calmed Li Xing parallel universe considerably, reminding her that above the Angel Realm existed the Grand Priest and the Omni King. Shenron, can you show me what is happening in the main universe? She did not rush to go there, but instead used the omnipotent Shenron to observe events in the main universe over the past 10 years. From her birth to Raditz's arrival, everything matched the memories in her mind. Strange, I didn't switch systems, did I? It was only when she saw her main universe self cursing the system away that Li Xing parallel universe noticed the difference. The original system fled, leaving behind a wisp of energy in her mind. Afterwards, the Grand Priest, notified by Whis, arrived and bound it within the universe. Is this cluster of energy? What formed me? She clearly saw that before being bound, the system had left a contingency. In the gap between the surging chains, a similar energy struck the void and vanished. That afternoon, Earth was destroyed. Having witnessed the entire experience of her main universe self, Li Xing parallel universe was in turmoil. Because her power came from the Super Shinran, she had not fully mastered the energy within her. Yet Li Xing Parallel Universe felt no regret. It was merely a wisp of energy from the system, and coupled with the circumstances of the parallel universe, she was already more than satisfied to have come this far. Era 768 to 778. 10 years passed, and Li Xing Parallel Universe's mindset underwent a tremendous change. During these years, she restored Earth and the main character group, attempting to make herself different from her main universe counterpart. It was also during this time that Li Xing Parallel Universe officially renamed herself Yuli. The communicable system within her mind had long since gone silent. The steady progression of the main universe left her questioning her own purpose. She grew cold, towards the people here, towards the events unfolding, and towards herself. Time to go back. The scenery hadn't changed for long. In the midst of Li Xing's battle with Beerus, a voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Go back. Go back where? Yuli asked, puzzled, until the voice spoke again. Return to the main universe. Become her strength. Become her strength. And what about me? She has already grown. Your mission is to help her to become part of her power. She tried to communicate, but the voice in her mind was clear, each word etched into her heart. No, I won't go back. Yuli gritted her teeth, her body beginning to tremble. Even across different universes, she felt her power being drained away, flowing out incessantly. Finally, just as her consciousness began to fade, the immense pull also ceased. So this is the meaning of my existence. Yuli's figure collapsed amidst a pile of rubble. She knew that as a conscious substitute, the main universe's system would not have left her unchecked. Thus, it had even reached across space-time to drain her energy. In an instant, her angel realm 9th level power was depleted to near death. Fortunately, she had revived the people of this universe. Coinciding with the martial arts tournament, Son Goku and the others found her on their way and saved her. Thank you. After taking a senzu bean and recovering, Yuli watched the main character group depart, her heart a swirl of emotions. Without power, she was nothing, just an ordinary person. Boom. A bolt from the blue. It seemed the creator itself did not wish for her to live, striking her just as she had recovered. I won't accept this. Yuli screamed hysterically, only to find herself standing perfectly unharmed. The system had been careless. It had only taken her energy, but completely forgotten about her bloodline. Feeling the energy from the lightning, Yuli's combat power recovered somewhat, and her eyes began to gleam. The Dragon Balls. She gathered the Dragon Balls at lightning speed and immediately made a wish that felt strangely familiar to increase her power to the maximum extent possible. The power of Earth's Shinran was limited. Though it couldn't elevate her to the divine realm, it sent her directly to the peak below that level. By this time, Shinran had also been upgraded by destined, granting 3 wishes instead of 1. With the compounding effect of multiple wishes, Yuli successfully teleported herself to the domain of the Supreme Kai. If the system had drained her power, it meant something major might be about to happen in the main universe. At her subdivine level, she could do little. The only solution she could think of was to use the time ring to buy herself more time. Soon Yuli mimicked her earlier fastest method of growth. The Super Shinran was summoned again, and her desires grew increasingly insatiable. Additionally, each use of the time ring spawned a new parallel universe. Although the Super Shinran and the gods could not be replicated, Yuli made a new discovery. This universe had no Omni King. The Omni King existed only in the main universe. In this parallel universe, she herself was the strongest being. By the time Li Xing was transported here by the Grand Priest, Yuli had already traveled freely through the past and future of this universe. With each journey, she killed her younger self. Because she was formed from energy, this energy could be absorbed not only by the system's main body, but also by her, allowing for a fusion of energy with energy. Over 20 million times. The Angel Realm 9th level was merely a guise, Yuli showed the world. Her true combat power might even have reached the King's realm, and it was uncertain whether the Omni King's erasure would even work on her. This was something neither the main universe's Omni King and Grand Priest, nor even the system itself had anticipated. Sending Li Xing here was not due to the Grand Priest's divine power, it was purely because she was bored. What surprised? Surprised that your system was pathetic enough to get caught. Or perhaps you've already forgotten your identity as a transmigrator. Yuli let out a light laugh, even reaching out to pat Li Xing's cheek. I really don't know why that piece of junk decided to make me a copy of you. The air grew thin. Li Xing stood frozen, trying to make sense of the chaotic images in her mind. She had always believed she was a unique transmigrator, and the facts seemed to support that. Yet the system's actions were utterly incomprehensible to her. Just for a single insult, it had to run away. It didn't even fully reclaim its energy. Who was going to clean up this mess now? Let the damn author clean it up. Yuli casually tore open a spatial rift and kicked Li Xing straight into it.